A man was caught in an avalanche while climbing a snowy mountain, and his consciousness was completely shattered. When he woke up again, a blizzard was blowing in his face, the cold was biting, and it almost swallowed his face whole. Suddenly, four pairs of furry beasts darted into view, a white fox clutching his collar and running wildly through the snow, while a gray cat wrapped its tail tightly around his frozen feet. A blond lion roared, shattering the ice with a single palm strike. The ice god is about to devour me. The man was dragged into the thick pile of animal skins with a confused look on his face, only to find that he had become a Snowfield Limited Edition human figure. Even more outrageous was the sudden mechanical sound in the man's head. Mall charging complete. Level 1 access unlocked. Snow bricks can be exchanged for compressed biscuits. Bone-breaking knives are priced at 20 points, and even giant python gallbladders can be exchanged. How can this be a high-tech system? It's clearly an otherworldly junk recycling station. But when a man planned to build an igloo to avoid the snowstorm and handed the engineer's shovel to the blonde lion beast girl, the latter shoveled it casually and dug a huge, deep hole in the ice. Su Yuan was stunned. If he had known this, why would he have bothered to build a snow house? Wouldn't it have been faster to just dig a hole in the snow with a few shovelfuls? But then I thought, a single pit would always have the risk of collapse, especially if Lion were to dig it. Since we still had time, building a snow house would be safer. At this time, several beast girls also came over. Su Yuan thought for a moment and said, Mao Yi, you and Bai Tu go find some wood and branches nearby. Hu Jiao, just follow me and build a circle with the snow bricks in this way. Yes, Maya got it. Then I'll take White Rabbit to hunt on tree branches. Maya agreed excitedly. White Rabbit wanted to stay, but before he could say anything, Maya pulled him away. At the same time, Fox 9 took the snow bricks handed to him by Sure and began to build them like Su Yuan. Su Yuan, want a house made of snow be cold? When the small white round house took shape, Hu Jiu looked at the building in front of him in confusion, his heart full of doubts. Wouldn't he be frozen into an ice cube if he lived in a house made of snow? Don't worry, it will be warm inside. Su Yuan comforted, then turned around and shouted, Sure, that's enough, you can come back. The three of them gathered outside the snow house. The dark clouds in the sky were getting darker and darker, and it was obvious that a blizzard was coming. Why haven't Mao Yi and the others come back yet? Have they encountered any danger? Su Yuan couldn't help but look around worriedly, but the flying snow had already blocked his view, and he could not see any trace of Mao Yi and the others. No, Mao Yi may not be very strong in combat, but he runs very fast. No one can catch him. Fox 9 had just finished speaking when Mao Yi's excited shout was heard in the distance. I'm back. Mao Yi and White Rabbit came back skipping with their heads covered in white snow. Even White Rabbit had a smile on her face, but she looked a little awkward. Her belly was bulging, and she was wobbling when she walked. The White Rabbit found a lot of fruits, and we collected some and brought them back. Mao Yi put down the handful of branches in his arms, then opened the White Rabbit's clothes, and many red fruits rolled out. You must be frozen. Su Yuan ignored the fruit and walked quickly to Bai Tuesday. He put his hand gently on her bulging belly. It was indeed as cold as ice. No wonder she looked so strange just now. It's so warm, Bai Tu felt the heat from Su Yuan's hand. Although the temperature was not high, it was much better than her almost frozen stomach. Hurry up and collect the fruits, the ice god is coming. A violent storm came with snow, and the wind and snow covered the sky. Fox 9 and Sure quickly picked up the fruits on the ground. Okay, let's get into the snow house. Although the little rabbit looked weak, he did something that even adults would find difficult to do. With so many ice fruits hidden close to his body, he was already frozen to death. Several little beast girls crawled into the small snow house whole one by one, bringing wood and fruit in. When Sure was about to enter, he returned the engineer's shovel to Su Yuan. This thing is very sharp. Sure looked reluctant, but still handed the engineer shovel back. To Sure, it was much sharper than a bone knife. Perhaps only large tribes were worthy of such a weapon. Okay, let's go in quickly. Su Yuan took the engineer's shovel. Now this thing has other uses, and it would be a waste to leave it outside. Yeah, Sure's body is much bigger than other beast girls, especially the circumference of her chest, which makes it quite difficult for her to enter the snow house. Su Yuan, can you push from behind? Sure's half-body was stuck in the entrance of the snow house, and a muffled voice came out from inside. Is it still too small? As expected, you can't judge a person by appearance. I actually underestimated Sure's strength. Su Yuan glanced at the approaching blizzard and hurried to the snow house. The lion also has a pair of long legs exposed. Although wrapped in animal skins, the white and strong calves are still exposed in the snow. So smooth. Su Yuan held her calf, which felt smooth and slippery, but also extremely cold. He could feel Shurshu's calf tense. I tried hard. Su Yuan picked up Shurshu's legs and pushed them in. Fortunately, they were not stuck too tightly. The three beast girls in the house also helped to pull. It didn't take long before Shurshu was stuffed in. Should we seal the cave entrance with snow? Su Yuan did not enter immediately, but left his upper body outside the snow house, staring at the cave entrance. This kind of opening could not be sealed with a snow brick. Sure. Let me use the animal skin you wrapped around your thighs. It was pitch black inside the snow house, but Sure untied the animal skin on his legs without hesitation after hearing it, stretched out his hand, and handed the animal skin to Su Yuan while sticking to his body. The animal skin was still warm. As soon as Su Yuan took it in his hand, he felt that the lion seemed to be leaning on his body. Su Yuan's brain suddenly shut down. If you keep thinking about it, you'll freeze into an ice cube. Su Yuan shook his head quickly, used branches to nail 2 pieces of animal skin at the entrance of the igloo, and shoveled some snow to half cover the cave. Okay, sure, are you cold? It's okay. It's much warmer inside. It was already dark, and the snow house was pitch black. The 5 of them were crammed in, making it a bit crowded. Su Yuan couldn't tell who was pressed against him. Gurgle. I'm hungry. The white rabbit muttered softly, and Fox 9 handed over a fruit in the dark. All of you retreat behind the snow house, Manhwa, and give me the wood and branches. Su Yuan, where are you? This way. In the darkness, Manhwa's hand groped around randomly, and Su Yuan suddenly found that he touched something furry, like a ball of wool. A tender cry rang out in the snow house. Su Yuan immediately came to his senses and quickly withdrew his hand. However, for a moment, Su Yuan couldn't tell whose voice it was. Judging by the feel, it looked a bit like a lion, but lions weren't the type to exclaim in surprise. Su Yuan, I'm coming. Manhwa had already arrived in front of Su Yuan, holding a handful of branches. Now is not the time to daydream. We have to solve the lighting problem first, otherwise it will be bad if there are more mistakes, although the feel is really good. Okay, Manhwa, go behind me. After Su Yuan got the branches, he broke them into small sections and fumbled in his backpack to find the windproof lighter he had prepared earlier. Although Su Yuan didn't smoke, he had prepared all these items when he traveled through the mountains. Otherwise, without them, surviving after the journey would have been much more difficult. Wait, doesn't Su Yuan have another system? Never mind. Let's solve the problem at hand first. Su Yuan fumbled around in the cracks of his backpack for a while before finally finding his lighter. As a flash of light lit up, the scene inside the snow house finally appeared clearly before his eyes. Manhwa lay on his back, almost pressed against the edge of the igloo because the space was too small. Sure sat in the middle, staring at the burning flames in shock. The ones furthest away from Su Yuan at the moment were Fox 9 and White Rabbit on the other side. White Rabbit was chewing on a piece of fruit, but when he saw the flames, he paused. Su Yuan, are you a witch? You can actually summon fire. Manhwa asked excitedly, lying on Su Yuan's back with his arms wrapped around Su Yuan's neck. Manhwa's petite figure looked particularly thin. Witch? I'm not a witch. I just used some tools. Although Su Yuan didn't understand the status of a witch in this world, he could roughly guess that they should be similar to the chief or priest in a tribe. He was just not sure whether they really possessed some kind of mysterious witchcraft. Perhaps it was just magic disguised as science. The 4 beast girls were clearly skeptical of Su Yuan's explanation, but they didn't pursue it further. Instead, they began to worry about the structure of the snow house above them. With the fire, the temperature in the snow house rose rapidly, and the frozen red hands and feet gradually recovered their temperature. Su Yuan, will the fire in the snow house melt the roof? Joe pointed to the top of his head with some concern. Don't worry, it won't melt. Let's finish our food while there's still fire. 5 or 6 hours had passed since Su Yuan woke up. Not only the 4 beast girls, but Su Yuan himself had also been feeling hungry. Well, Su Yuan, here's a red fruit for you. The White Rabbit handed over a fruit. It seemed that the White Rabbit was very familiar with this fruit, otherwise he would not have eaten it directly. Su Yuan took the fruit and took a bite. The cold flesh felt like chewing a piece of sugarcane just taken out of the refrigerator, and it was so sour that it made his teeth fall out. Despite this, the 4 beast girls ate with gusto. In order to leave room for Hui Yin, Mao Yi crawled into Su Yuan's arms and sat down, holding the fruit in both hands and chewing it bite by bite. It's so warm, the orange flames brought a comfortable temperature. Mao Yi leaned against Su Yuan, his cheeks flushed by the firelight, and he had a silly smile on his face. Yeah, it's warm. Sure moved closer to the fire. Su Yuan noticed that Shure's thighs were no longer covered by the animal skin, and the animal skin that was originally wrapped around her legs was now nailed to the door by Su Yuan. The lion's pair of strong and slender legs are sitting cross-legged on the snow, with clear muscle lines, showing the beauty of wildness and strength. Sure, use my clothes to cushion yourself. Although the temperature inside the igloo had risen, the snow on the ground was still icy cold, and it must be uncomfortable to sit on. No, it's warm enough in the igloo. Yes, it's warm enough, so my clothes can be used as a cushion. Take them. Su Yuan handed the down jacket to Sure. Sure took it and touched it. He didn't know what the jacket was made of, but it felt soft and comfortable, which surprised Sure. Under the combined influence of the few people and the flames, the temperature inside the igloo was indeed much higher than outside. A blizzard had already arrived, and snowflakes continued to accumulate in the unfilled cracks. Sure put the clothes under her body and sat cross-legged inside her down jacket, and immediately felt unprecedented warmth. Su Yuan, your clothes are so warm. This time it was Mao Yi who spoke. She was not referring to the down jacket that Sure was sitting on, but the thermal underwear that Su Yuan was wearing. Mao Yi leaned in Su Yuan's arms, rubbing his little head against the warm clothes. Okay, everyone, hurry up and eat. The fire will go out soon. The wood that Mao Yi brought back could only last for half an hour at most. Several people began to eat the sour and icy fruit in a hurry. A dozen or so fruits were barely enough to share. Su Yuan didn't really like the sour taste, so he ate two and stopped. White Rabbit and Fox 9 weren't big eaters either, so the smaller Cat Knight and Sure ate most of the rest. If our tribe had known how to build igloos, we wouldn't have been bullied by the Black Sheep tribe and lost. After dinner, the fire was still burning, and the few of them began to chat. Mao Yi curled up in Su Yuan's arms, like a lazy kitten, quietly enjoying the warmth. While rubbing her head, Su Yuan looked at Hu Jio and the others and asked, "Why did the Black Sheep tribe bully you?" Our Red Fox tribe originally lived on the desolate snowy plains. The Black Sheep tribe suddenly appeared out of nowhere and attacked our home. The witch led us in a fierce resistance, but unfortunately, we couldn't win. The other witch was too powerful, so we had no choice but to retreat. They also captured many of our people. Then the witch took us and fled to the ice and snow plains. But then we encountered the ice god who got angry again, and we got separated from the others. Su Yuan frowned slightly when he heard this. He added a branch to the fire and asked curiously, "Is that witch really that powerful?" "Yeah, it's not just that witch who is powerful. The hunting chief of their tribe is also very strong. Even Sister Sure is no match for him." Fox 9's words made Sure's face rarely show a trace of loss. Obviously, the strength of the Black Sheep tribe was indeed far superior to their Red Fox tribe. "Don't worry, we'll be able to take it back one day." Su Yuan comforted them, while Mao Yi said lazily in his arms, "Actually, with such a warm snow house, we don't necessarily have to take that place back. That place is just a large hollowed-out rock. When the ice god gets angry, the wind blows incredibly cold. All the dried meat I hid was blown away. Speaking of which, the igloo is indeed more comfortable than my old home. But the most important goal right now isn't revenge, but finding the other lost members of the tribe." The flames gradually died down. White Rabbit anxiously pointed at the fire and shouted, "The flames are almost out. Don't worry, I can still light a fire. Let's rest now that it's out. If the weather gets better tomorrow, we'll set out to find the main force of the Red Fox tribe." Su Yuan already considered himself a member of the Red Fox tribe. If it weren't for these little beast girls saving Su Yuan, he would have been frozen into an ice cube in the snowstorm. "Okay, I'll go find everyone tomorrow." Su Yuan put the burnt wood into a corner. Mao Yi had already fallen asleep in Su Yuan's arms. After a day of running around, the cat girl, who was always full of energy, was a little exhausted. "Good night, everyone." Despite the difficult conditions, everyone laid down one after another. Sure was worried that Su Yuan would be cold at night, so she quietly adjusted her sleeping position and returned half of her clothes to Su Yuan for cushioning. Sure's position allowed her legs to serve as a pillow for Su Yuan. Although the position was a bit strange, Su Yuan could lean his head against the bend of Sure's strong legs. Zayame also curled up in Su Yuan's arms. Su Yuan did not disturb Maoye, but gently straightened Maoye's curled-up body and pressed it against his chest. It was so small and weightless. It felt like I was holding a stuffed animal as I slowly drifted off to sleep. Good night, everyone. Chapter 4. Mall System, Heading East. In the early morning, Su Yuan felt short of breath, as if something was pressing on his chest. A warm and damp feeling hit him in the face. When he opened his eyes, he was still shrouded in darkness. Shir slept in an unrestrained manner, with her whole body rolled over on Su Yuan, her thighs tightly clamped around Su Yuan's neck and her buttocks pressed against his chest. Maoye was sandwiched between Su Yuan and Shir. He slept very soundly, with his head buried in Su Yuan's clothes, curled up like a softball. Su Yuan quietly moved the lion's legs away and finally saw the light coming through the gaps in the snow bricks. With this little light, Su Yuan glanced at the situation in the snow house. Fox 9 was holding the white rabbit in his arms, while Shir was hugging Fox 9's legs. Fox 9's shoes were lost at some point, and the scene looked a little messy. This scene is so dreamy. I can actually lie on a bed with several beast girls one day. Su Yuan couldn't help laughing, feeling that the scene was too wonderful. Su Yuan looked at these beast girls. All of them were good-looking. He didn't know whether it was because the human race in this world had superior genes, or if he was lucky enough to have picked up a top-notch one. Oh, right, the system. Su Yuan lay on the crook of Shir's legs, using Shir as a pillow. With a thought, the blue system interface appeared in front of him. As soon as the prompt, "Host, do you want to open the level 1 mall?" popped up, Su Yuan silently said, "Open," in his mind, and a shopping interface immediately appeared. Lighter, 30 points, sausage, 6 points, various supplies were clearly listed, making it look like a mini survival convenience store. Su Yuan casually browsed the products, and his eyes fell to the bottom of the interface. The points column was clean and shiny, with only a big 0. System, how do I earn points? How do I upgrade them all? Su Yuan asked the question, and the system's answer immediately appeared. Trading items earns points. The rarer the item, the more points you earn. A maximum of 10 trades per day are allowed. The mall automatically upgrades with the host civilization development. Trading goods is simple, but the development of civilization is complicated. It may take several years. Su Yuan smiled bitterly and temporarily gave up the idea in this regard. After glancing around and not finding anything valuable, Su Yuan suddenly remembered Shir's pair of animal leather shoes and decided to try to see if he could pass the evaluation criteria of the test system. Su Yuan reached back and quickly found Shir's feet. The shoes were quite loose, tied with vines. Su Yuan untied them in a few seconds. The shoes looked tattered and had little protection from the cold, but Shir didn't get any frostbite when wearing them, which showed that these beast girls were indeed extraordinary. Su Yuan asked, "System, how many points can this pair of shoes be exchanged for?" "Worn wolf leather shoes. 5 points. Wow, it's actually worth a box of matches. Not bad." Su Yuan nodded, indicating that the system's evaluation was still relatively generous and not too stingy. "Host, do you want trade?" "No." Su Yuan decisively refused and threw his shoes aside. He couldn't put them back on, so he decided to wait until Shir woke up. Just then, a lazy voice sounded, breaking the silence in the room. Shir was the first to wake up. It seemed that the noise just now had disturbed Shir. "Is the ice god gone?" Shir rubbed his eyes, his feet still in place. He didn't even pull them back until he saw Su Yuan stand up. Then he slowly sat up. The other beast girls gradually woke up. Only Maoye was still sound asleep, his head still buried in Su Yuan's clothes, completely unaware of the daybreak. His sleeping posture was incredibly deep. Su Yuan was worried that Maoye would drool and wet his clothes, so he had to pat Maoye gently, causing Maoye to open his eyes drowsily and start forced startup. "Wait a minute, I'll go check outside," Su Yuan said as he put on his down jacket and went to the door of the igloo, only to find it was already sealed shut by the snow. He turned around and grabbed Shir's leggings and began clearing the snow with a shovel. It took quite a bit of effort to dig a small hole, letting in some sunlight. "The Bingtian god has left, we can go out now." Su Yuan turned around and called a few people, preparing to set off to continue looking for clues about the tribe. It was difficult to get in, but easy to get out. Shir knocked a big hole from the back with a few shovels. Although everyone was reluctant to leave this temporary snow house, they had no choice but to say goodbye. "We can't live here forever, right? We could just build a new one at night," Su Yuan said while comforting everyone, and the beast girls gradually accepted it. "Fox 9, Maoye and I are going hunting first. You two should rest for a while. Sure had already drawn the bone knife from his waist, but his legs were shivering from the cold. Fortunately, the animal hide leggings Su Yuan had just warmed were still warm. After Sure retied them, his face finally regained some color. Let's go together, hunt while we walk, and look for the tribe by the way, Su Yuan suggested. They didn't have time to act separately now, as it would be easy to get lost. Mao Yi also agrees. It's better for us to be together. Mao Yi nodded, his gray hair still sticking to his forehead. Mao Yi really slept very soundly last night. Well, okay. Su Yuan put on his backpack and saw that there was nothing to take in the snow house. So he formed a team of 5 and set off. My sister said that you can tell east, south, west, and north by looking at the direction of the sun in the early morning. Fox 9 spoke with a hint of confidence as he recounted the experience his sister taught him. But Su Yuan was worried this wasn't Earth. What if the sun rose in the west? Wouldn't that mean everything was off? But thinking about how these beast girls wouldn't talk nonsense, he figured this logic would still work in this world, so he stopped questioning it. Let's go, Su Yuan shouted loudly. Everyone's spirits improved significantly, especially after the snowstorm. Their morale was even higher. With Su Yuan as their external aid, Fox 9 and the others seemed more at ease, feeling they had a solution to any problem they encountered. Mao Yi also became even more attached to Su Yuan, either passing under his armpits or hanging on his back like a furry koala, clinging to him like a koala. It's said that kittens become particularly attached to their owners once they recognize their scent, and it seems that Mao Yi truly considers Su Yuan his most reliable support. Chapter 5. Start system trading. Oh, I'm so hungry. Why can't I even find a fruit? Zayame hung on Su Yuan's back, complaining weakly, his tone revealing the irritability of hunger, and his whole body was as soft as a piece of cloth. The sun was already high in the sky, and the snow was dazzlingly white in the sunlight. The beast girls had lost their spirits, and their stomachs were rumbling in protest from time to time. Wow, if only I'd left a few fruits last night. The white rabbit looked like it was about to cry, and its originally tall rabbit ears drooped down. The white rabbit changed from a spirited little white rabbit to the most wilted ball of fluff in the snow, looking both pitiful and funny. Su Yuan's stomach was also empty. From yesterday till now, he had only 2 small fruits in his mouth, which he had digested completely. Su Yuan looked down at his backpack and found it was filled with tools. The small bag of food had gone missing. The only thing he had left was a box of chocolate bars, but he had no cups or hot water, so he was at a loss. Wait for me here. After Su Yuan finished speaking, he stood up and prepared to go around to see if he could find anything edible or useful. Sure glanced at Su Yuan, as if worried that he might be in danger, and followed him silently, still holding the bone knife in his hand. Su Yuan, are you going hunting? Sure asked, with a hint of caution in his eyes. No, I'm just looking for something to exchange for points, Su Yuan explained casually. Looking around, he saw the snowfield was unervingly clean. After the blizzard, the entire ground was covered in a thick blanket of white snow. Not even a single intact tree could be seen, let alone the shadows of animals. However, Su Yuan soon discovered a protrusion in front of him. A piece of dry tree trunk stretched out from the snow. It was about the thickness of a bowl and looked quite intact. This should be worth some points. Su Yuan walked over and observed that the tree was about 3 meters tall and bare, without even branches and leaves. Su Yuan took out an engineer's shovel and chopped at the tree trunk. With a bang, only a small dent was left on the bark. The force was obviously not enough. Sure, can you come over here? Su Yuan shouted loudly, decisively asking his strongest fighter to help solve the problem. What's wrong? Sure walked over quickly and saw the engineer's shovel in Su Yuan's hand with some heartache. Help me chop down this tree. You can use the shovel. Su Yuan handed the tool over, but Sure frowned and hesitated. Sure was obviously reluctant to use such a sharp weapon to chop down a tree. In her eyes, this thing was more important than a weapon. This shovel isn't as fragile as you think. Right now, our most important thing is to get points and food, Su Yuan advised. Sure finally nodded, silently raised the engineer's shovel, and chopped down the tree trunk with a sharp click, creating a crack. With another chop, the tree trunk snapped instantly, falling cleanly into the snow. Su Yuan was stunned. Gosh, that strength. Sure, are you really not a bear man? Su Yuan couldn't help but complain, and Sure's golden lion ears trembled cutely. Su Yuan, I'll give you the shovel back. Sure handed the engineer's shovel back, a hint of worry on her face. Keep it. I'll teach you how to use it when I have time. Su Yuan waved his hand. He had plenty of them in the system store anyway, so he wasn't interested. Hearing this, Shurshu's eyes lit up. He carefully hung the engineer's shovel around his waist and temporarily moved the bone knife to the back. Sure. Can you show me the bone knife? Su Yuan suddenly asked, curious to compare the value the system could give him. This one, it's made from wolf bones. It's not as good as this shovel. Shur casually handed it over, his tone full of infinite fondness for the shovel. Su Yuan took the bone knife in his hand and gave the system an instruction. System, check the point value of these two items. Wolf bone knife, 20 points. Snow tree, half 75 points. Wow, this tree is quite valuable. Su Yuan didn't expect that this dead tree could be worth so much. Half of the trunk could actually be worth a pile of daily necessities. Su Yuan immediately said to the system, trade this half of the snow birch tree. Transaction successful, get 75 points. The tree trunk in front of him disappeared in an instant, leaving only a shallow dent on the ground. This scene made Shur stunned. Su Yuan, you. Shur looked incredulous, unsure of what had just happened. Don't worry, I'll explain it when we get back. Su Yuan had no intention of hiding anything and was ready to explain the existence of this system to everyone else. Shur and Su Yuan returned to their original place. Su Yuan called everyone over, and the five of them sat in a circle in the snow with serious expressions. I have to tell you something important. As soon as Su Yuan started talking, Mao Yi came up to him with a serious look on his face. Are you really a witch? Mao Yi asked softly, rubbing his head against Su Yuan's shoulder. Su Yuan did not deny it anymore and nodded with a smile. You can put it this way, I can actually sacrifice some items to the god and then exchange them for useful things. The rarer the item, the better the reward from a god. After Su Yuan finished speaking, he deliberately used theological explanation to cover up the technological nature of the system. The beast girls were stunned. Shur, White Rabbit, and Fox 9 all opened their mouths wide, not knowing what to say for a moment. Maoya's eyes lit up, and she hugged Su Yuan and spun around happily. I knew you were a witch. We now have 2 witches in our tribe. Shamans who can communicate with gods are extremely rare, even in large tribes, so their small tribe is simply extremely lucky. But you must keep it a secret, or I might be captured by the evil tribe. Su Yuan pretended to be serious and threatened them. They immediately nodded, promising not to reveal a single word. They even began to imagine what mysterious tribe Su Yuan had escaped from. Now, I'm going to pray to the gods for food. Get ready, Su Yuan said as he opened the system store and prepared to exchange supplies. The beast girls immediately became solemn, kneeling on the ground with their hands clasped together, as if performing a sacred ritual. Actually, don't take it so seriously. Su Yuan muttered and started browsing them all. Shui Fu instant noodles, 15 points. Pang bread, 8 points. Wong cat food gift pack, 30 points. High energy compressed biscuits, 18 points. Cat food. Su Yuan glanced at Mao Yi in his arms, and suddenly a strange thought popped up in his mind. Does the cat girl also like to eat cat food? Su Yuan subconsciously looked in Mao Ye's direction, and the little cat girl was looking at Su Yuan with an expectant look on her face. Chapter 6. What a delicious food. Ultimately, Su Yuan spent 10 points on the system store and bought 5 ordinary compressed biscuits. There were 5 flavors: original wheat, chive, minced meat, sesame, and red dates. 1 per person. Tell me if it's not enough. Su Yuan shared the compressed biscuits with everyone. He still had enough points left to buy 2 more. If they really didn't have enough, they could just go back and pluck up the remaining half of the snow holly tree. What's that smell? It smells so good. Mao Yi has a keen sense of smell. He moves his nose slightly and is immediately attracted by the aroma of the biscuits. His eyes shine like stars. These are biscuits, and there are 5 flavors. Just try some for now. Before Su Yuan finished speaking, Mao Yi had already grabbed a piece of wheat-flavored biscuits and bit into it without any hesitation. Mao Yi's little canine teeth were numbed by the shock. His mouth almost stretched, and tears welled up in his eyes. Slow down. These compressed cookies are very hard. You need to soften them with saliva before biting. Su Yuan took a piece of the meat-flavored one and slowly took a bite. He hadn't eaten for a long time, and this compressed biscuit, which should have been difficult to swallow, actually tasted delicious to Su Yuan. Shur took the sesame-flavored ones and gave the rest to Fox 9 and White Rabbit. The beast girls all followed Mao Ye's lesson and licked the corners of the biscuits carefully. As the biscuits gradually softened in the mouth, They released a fragrance that made the little beast girls squint their eyes with a look of happiness on their faces. Malye finally defeated the piece that had bitten him before. He took a small bite, chewed it twice, and swallowed it into his stomach. His eyes immediately softened. It's really delicious. Suyuan, I want to try yours. Can we switch? Malye held up the wheat biscuit she had bitten, looking expectant. Malye's nose told her that the meat paste on Suyuan's hand was more fragrant, even with a hint of salty meat aroma. Okay. Suyuan was a little helpless and handed over his compressed biscuit. Malye took it nonchalantly and nibbled it slowly as if it were a treasure. This time, he learned his lesson and didn't dare to bite it too hard. Suyuan took the wheat-flavored biscuit that Malye had bitten, but he still felt a little uncomfortable. Although the taste was the same, Suyuan felt that the biscuit had a more cat-like flavor. He couldn't tell whether it was a psychological effect or the truth. After taking just 2 bites, Suyuan discovered that Fox 9 beside him was also secretly looking at Suyuan with a gloomy look, just like Malye. Oh, okay, here you go. Suyuan resigned himself to his fate and exchanged his biscuit once more. Several compressed biscuits were exchanged in turn, and everyone tasted them one by one until everyone had tried all the flavors. Malye and Shirshir prefer salty food, such as chives and minced meat. Hujio and Baitu prefer sweet food, and they like sesame and red dates more. Although the food tasted dry and hard, it was a real treat to be able to fill one's stomach. The beast girls ate with great pleasure, and when they were thirsty, they would grab a handful of snow and put it in their mouths to quench their thirst. The 5 compressed biscuits were quickly devoured. Although they didn't fill me up, they did satisfy my hunger. Is everyone full? Suyuan asked. Although I'm not completely full, I'm not hungry anymore, Malye said contentedly while licking his fingers, as if savoring the lingering fragrance. I'll offer some more sacrifices to the gods later, and then we'll have a feast in the evening, Suyuan suggested with a smile. At the mention of the word feast, Hujio and the others' eyes lit up, and even their steps quickened. On the way, Suyuan found 2 more trees, but neither was a snow holly tree. One of them could be exchanged for 120 points, and the other was slightly larger, so it added 10 points. He knew that trading trees wasn't cost-effective, as the system favored rare items, but he didn't have a better choice. By evening, they had emerged from a vast, desolate snowfield, and the surroundings looked much better. Occasionally, some trees could be seen on the ground. Although they were frozen like ice sculptures, it was finally no longer so empty. They stopped under a large tree with a diameter of nearly half a meter and decided to set up camp here tonight. Suyuan, I'm hungry again, Malye grumbled softly, his stomach already rumbling. Suyuan looked at the sky. The snowstorm had passed, and the sky was clear, but it would soon turn dark. The wild was no safer than in the snow. Suyuan said, let's rest here for one night. Sure, you go dig snow bricks, Fox 9 and White Rabbit will build a snow house, and Malye and I will go collect firewood. Fox 9 nodded rapidly. Fox 9 had just learned how to build a snow house yesterday, and now he has become much more proficient at it. Leave it to me. Hujio was full of energy, patting his chest, his face full of responsibility. Suyuan said, come on, Malye, let's go chop some branches. There were plenty of branches around the tree, saving him from having to run too far. Suyuan planned to equip Malye with some tools. System, check the price of the iron axe. Iron axe, 80 points, trade. Suyuan did not hesitate and exchanged points for one. This thing could be used for a long time. It is worth it. Malye, this axe is for you. You can climb trees, right? Malye nodded immediately. Of course I can. Climbing trees is what I'm best at. Malye took the axe, ran to the tree, stretched out his hand, and pulled out a small gray tail from the back of his animal skin skirt. Suyuan was stunned, staring at Malye's movements of pulling the skirt for a long time without coming back to his senses. Suyuan said, so the cat girl's tail grows here. Malye shook his tail and climbed up the tree trunk with a start. His movements were so agile that it was astonishing. Suyuan, there are so many fruits up there. Malye shouted excitedly, shaking off some snow. Hurry up and pick them down. I'll catch them below. Suyuan quickly put down his backpack to make room. There wasn't much in the bag to begin with, just a rope, a medical kit, a toolbox, sunscreen, and chocolate drinks, but there was still room for a lot of fruit. Catch it, I'm dropping it. Malye carefully dropped the fruit from the tree. Suyuan caught one and found it was snow white, oval in shape, about the size of a palm, and chilled to the touch. System, how much is this fruit worth? Blue vein snow fruit, 100 points. Holy crap. So expensive. Su Yuan was so shocked that he almost dropped the fruit. Most of the fruits Su Yuan had seen along the way were only worth a few points, but this blue-veined snow fruit was actually worth a full 100 points. Manhwa, bring it down. This thing is really valuable. Su Yuan quickly reminded her not to rush to hand it in. Su Yuan planned to ask Hu Jio and the others later if the fruit had any special uses. Maybe it would be useful. Yeah, I'll finish these few first, and then go up to find more. Mao Ye's voice was full of energy, as if he had dug up treasure. Chapter 7. Snow Python. After learning about the point value of the blue-veined snow fruit, Su Yuan immediately changed his goal, temporarily gave up collecting branches, and concentrated on guarding under the tree, waiting for Mao Ye to pick the fruit down. Fruits kept falling from overhead, hitting the snow with a dull thud. Just as Su Yuan was bending down to pick up the fruit, he suddenly heard Mao Yi screaming from the tree. Oh! Su Yuan was startled and looked up before he could react. The next second, a figure fell straight down from the branch and pressed Su Yuan heavily into the snow. Fortunately, there was thick snow underneath, so the fall was not too hard, but Mao Ye's small body pressed against Su Yuan's face, and the fur on his fur clothes especially pricked Su Yuan's face, causing pain. Su Yuan, are you okay? Mao Yi shook his dizzy head and hurriedly helped Su Yuan up. Su Yuan said, I'm fine. Why did you fall? Stop talking. Run, Su Yuan. There's a big snake on the tree. Mao Yi suddenly picked up Su Yuan, spread his legs, and ran toward Shur and the others. There was a dull vibration sound coming from the big tree behind Su Yuan, followed by a low and terrifying hissing sound. Su Yuan, held in Princess Mao Ye's arms, glanced back with difficulty, his scalp tingling with fear. That wasn't a snake at all. It was clearly a giant white python, as thick as a bucket. Blood was dripping from its head, clearly angered by Mao Ye's axe blow. The giant python swung its body wildly and pounced on them, with an extremely fast speed and a fierce look in its eyes. Mao Ye was also fast, and rushed to the side of Shur, who was carrying snow bricks as light as a swallow. Mao Yi said, Shur, Fox 9 help. There is a snake, and it wants to eat us. Hearing the cry, Shur immediately put down the snow brick in his hand. Fox 9 looked alert, and the white rabbit was so scared that he covered his eyes with his ears. Ouch! Mao Yi ran too fast and kicked a snow brick on the ground. His foot slipped, and Su Yuan was thrown out. Fortunately, Shur was quick to catch Su Yuan and hug him tightly. This sudden encounter with love made Su Yuan breathe a sigh of relief. What's going on? Shur asked while steadying him. Snake, a big snake. Mao Ye said it wanted to eat us. Su Yuan was still in shock. Mao Ye also hid behind Shur, his tail trembling with nervousness. It seemed that Mao Ye was quite afraid of snakes. I'll go check the situation. Shur's eyes turned cold, and he picked up the engineer's shovel and walked quickly towards the woods. However, the giant white python seemed to be impatient to catch up, its thick body quickly passing through the snow, and bright red blood still flowing from its head. Su Yuan saw at a glance that there was a snow fruit hanging on its head. As expected, Mao Yi wanted to pick the fruit and chopped the snake's head with an axe. The giant python let out a piercing hiss, locking onto Mao Ye's target. It charged forward, and Shur swung his engineer's shovel directly at him. Hiss! Even though the shovel was a bit blunt, it still left a bloody mark on the giant python's snow-white body. But this attack obviously failed to repel it. Instead, it aroused its rage even more intensely, and it quickly turned around and attacked the lion. Such high defense! Su Yuan's heart tightened, knowing that the lion might not be able to deal with it alone. This is a snow python. It lures prey by balancing fruit on its head. It's the most dangerous predator in the snow. Fox 9's face was solemn, his voice slightly anxious. Although Shur had an engineer's shovel, it was no easy task to kill a snow python with just that tool. Su Yuan, give Mao Yi your bone knife. She's agile and can help Shur. Hu Jio made a quick judgment. That's right. Su Yuan, give me the knife. I'll go help Shur. Mao Ye's voice trembled, but he mustered up the courage. Su Yuan couldn't help but laugh at her nervousness, but his hands were busy as he immediately searched the system for a more suitable weapon. Tang sword, 210 points. Iron shield, 230 points. Stone spear, 30 points. Steel claw gloves, 120 points. This is perfect. Su Yuan decisively exchanged it. The moment he got it, Su Yuan knew Mao Yi would definitely like this set of weapons. Put this on and go catch that big snake. Su Yuan took Mao Ye's hand and put on the black steel claws. The fingertips gleamed with cold light, and the 5 sharp claws were as sharp as blades. Mao Ye's eyes lit up instantly, and he looked at the gloves lovingly. So cool, so warm. Don't just play, hurry up. Su Yuan scratched Mao Ye's tail to remind her. Got it. Sure, sure. I'm here to help you. Mao Ye blushed, tucked her tail back into her skirt, and rushed to the battlefield. At this time, Shurshu's legs had been tightly entangled by the snow python, but Shurshu's muscles withstood the snake's squeezing and were not completely closed. Shurshu gritted her teeth, holding onto the shovel. Runes appeared faintly above her head, and she slashed down at the snake. The blow hurt the python, and it opened its mouth and pounced on Shurshu, ready to swallow her whole. Shurshu gripped the shovel handle tightly, ready to strike head-on, but at that moment, Maya flashed from the side like a dark shadow. Maya aimed at the python's eyes and stabbed out with her steel claws. Squeak! The python screamed. One eye was blinded, and its body struggled violently. Its strength suddenly reduced. Wow, Maya, I'm so awesome. Maya looked at her bloody paws with pride. Her whole body seemed to be glowing. Don't be too proud. It's not dead yet. Shurshu reminded her. Although the giant python was seriously injured, its remaining eye was still fixed on Mao Yi, clearly unwilling to give up. Mao Yi did not hesitate any longer, and with a kick of his legs, he leaped high onto the giant python, his steel claws quickly leaving 4 long bloody marks. So strong. Su Yuan was stunned as he watched from the side. Haha, of course. Mao Yi laughed triumphantly. But the next second, the giant python roared angrily and suddenly bit Mao Yi. Sure, save me. Mao Ye screamed in fear and retreated quickly. Shurshu was also enraged at this moment. Shurshu suddenly grabbed the python's upper and lower jaws and pried them open. Then, Shurshu chopped the giant python's head with the shovel in his hand again and again. Blood splattered everywhere, staining the ground and Shurshu's body with bright red. Mao Ye used his steel claws to assist from the other side, not giving the giant python a chance to breathe. Bang! Finally, after several heavy blows, a huge gap was split open on the giant python's head, and its tail loosened its grip on the lion. The tail that was wrapped around the lion also loosened its grip. Chapter 8. Unlocking Special Items. Shurshu, are you okay? Su Yuan trotted over and saw Shurshu standing there with his head down, looking a little lost. Su Yuan thought Shurshu was injured, so he quickly grabbed Shurshu's arm to check the situation, but he only saw Shurshu staring at the engineer's shovel in his hand with some regret. The engineer shovel is broken, Shurshu whispered, as if looking at a fallen comrade. Su Yuan followed Shurshu's gaze and saw that the shovel had broken in 2, clearly the result of the earlier fight with the snow python. Hey, if this thing breaks, it breaks. Su Yuan smiled nonchalantly. Whatever weapon you want to replace it with, I can just ask the gods for another one. Su Yuan spoke as if he were a god, the manager of his warehouse, and casually took the broken shovel and tossed it into the system interface. Broken engineer's shovel. 5 points, trade? And this is only worth 5 points? It's a waste of my trading quota. Su Yuan frowned and casually complained. System, why don't you set up a recycling function? It's an eyesore to throw this away. Recyclable, but not counted towards points? Okay, recycle it. Hurry up. Although Su Yuan said he disliked it, he felt a little distressed in his heart. After all, this was their first trophy weapon. Shurshu saw the engineer shovel disappear into nothingness in the blue light, and finally breathed a sigh of relief, his mood slowly recovering. Shurshu glanced at the steel claws in Mao Ye's hand, then turned to Su Yuan and whispered, I still want an engineer shovel. Su Yuan was stunned for a moment, then smiled. This big beast girl was quite obsessed with the engineer shovel. It seemed that Shurshu really liked practical weapons. However, Su Yuan thought about Shurshu's heroic performance just now and felt that Shurshu deserved better equipment. Su Yuan immediately took out the 5 blue-veined snow fruits in his backpack and traded them, accumulating enough points to exchange for a powerful saber. Refined saber, 575 points. The knife was a full 6 feet long, with a single, heavy blade that shone with a cold luster. Su Yuan struggled to hold it with both hands. It felt taller than Mao Ye. Su Yuan said, Sure, this saber is for you, and the engineer's shovel will be kept as a souvenir. This is a weapon specifically for combat. Shurshu took the long sword and held it easily in one hand, as if this heavy weapon was just an ordinary wooden stick in Shurshu's hand. Shurshu walked up to the giant python's corpse and try to swing it a few times. The strength and speed stunned Su Yuan and the others. How powerful! Fox 9, White Rabbit, and Mao Yi were all stunned, especially Mao Yi, who felt a little unsure of himself when he saw the steel claws in his hands. However, Mao Yi still held the steel claws tightly. After all, the saber was taller than Mao Yi, and Mao Yi really couldn't control it. With a click, Shir swung his knife fiercely, completely cutting off the snow python's head. Blood splattered everywhere, and Shir looked like a god of war walking out of a pool of blood. Thank you, I like this knife very much. Shir wiped the blood from his face and smiled a long-lost smile. It was the first time since the Red Fox tribe was attacked that Shir had smiled so sincerely. Shir made up his mind that as long as he could find the other tribesmen, he would take this knife and return to the Black Sheep tribe. I'm glad you like it. It's getting dark. You guys go make snow bricks and build an igloo. Maoya, come with me to pick the remaining fruits. Su Yuan opened his backpack and prepared to clear out some space, because Su Yuan knew that the blue-striped snow fruit should not be underestimated, so it would be a good idea to pack a few more. You go first. I'll deal with this giant python. I can help too. Suddenly, the White Rabbit walked over in a low voice. Although there was still some timidity in his voice, there was more determination in his eyes. When White Rabbit was in the tribe, he often helped the witch sew clothes. This snake skin should be able to be made into a blanket. Fox 9 explained. Fox 9 gently rubbed the White Rabbit's ears. He felt very sorry for this timid little friend and was also glad that the White Rabbit had escaped with him. Su Yuan said, Okay, White Rabbit, come with me. I'll choose a few parts to sacrifice, and the rest of the skin will be left to you. White Rabbit said, Okay, I understand. White Rabbit quickly came to Su Yuan's side, but standing next to the snake corpse, he still asked timidly, Su Yuan, can you lend me the bow and knife? Looking at Baitu's expression, Su Yuan couldn't help but want to tease her. Okay, but you have to answer a question first. Then ask. Baitu's face flushed. Su Yuan leaned close to the White Rabbit's ear and whispered, Are your rabbit people's tails those round little balls of fur? The White Rabbit's face instantly turned red, and its ears trembled. No, that's not the case. Rabbit people have long, thin tails, but they're usually retracted. It's not a fur ball. Su Yuan was a little disappointed. He turned around and took out 2 small boxes from his bag. One was a neatly packed medical kit, and the other was a toolbox that Su Yuan had prepared himself, containing a knife, thread, needle, and other items. Su Yuan said, White Rabbit, these 2 boxes will be under your care from now on. There are tools for sewing and processing materials in them. The little rabbit's eyes lit up when he heard this. After getting Su Yuan's permission, he immediately began to study the mechanism structure inside, as if he had found a treasure. System, there's still 2 trading opportunities today. Let's find something useful from this snow python. Su Yuan walked to the snake's head and looked at the tumor that looked like a snow fruit. Rare item detected. Blue snake fruit. Tradable. 1,000 points or 100 points to unlock special items. Please select the transaction method. I finally came across a rare item. Su Yuan lowered his head and thought, remembering that this fruit looked exactly like the blue-veined snow fruit. Su Yuan thought as he looked at Baitu, who was processing the snake skin. Baitu, do you know what the fruit on the snake's head is? This is snow snake fruit. White Rabbit answered seriously. The witch said that eating it might cause poisoning, but there's also a very small chance of awakening into a warrior. Awakened warrior? Su Yuan was stunned, and suddenly remembered that he had heard this term before. Could it be that this world really has the setting of mutation and strengthening? Su Yuan, don't you know about awakened warriors? White Rabbit looked at Su Yuan innocently. Awakened warriors are the most powerful beings besides witches, and usually serve as hunting leaders of the tribe, White Rabbit explained seriously. White Rabbit said, However, there are very few awakened warriors in a tribe. Our Red Fox tribe only has 2 awakened warriors, Shir and Man. And Man was captured by the Black Sheep tribe. When Baitu said this, her eyes became a little moist, and Su Yuan immediately comforted her. Don't worry, we will save Man. Well, I believe you, Su Yuan. Baitu wiped her eyes and went back to work. Su Yuan rubbed the White Rabbit's soft ears, then turned back to study the snow snake fruit on the snake's head. The little beast girls showed no interest in it. It seemed the chances of it awakening were truly pitifully low. Chapter 9. Preparing a snake meat feast. The risk of poisoning was higher than the possibility of awakening, so Su Yuan had no intention of keeping the fruit. Exchange it for 100 points and unlock new items at the same time. The system responded immediately, and a new item appeared in the special column. Snow Snake Spirit Liquid, apple flavor 1000 points, effects, slightly increases strength for a short period of time, lasting for 3 minutes, slightly increases the chance of awakening. No toxic side effects, maximum redemption of 3 bottles per day. Is there a purchase limit on this thing? 1000 points. Do you really think I'm winning the lottery every day? Although he was complaining, Su Yuan felt it was worth it. Compared to that deadly fruit, this power-up item with no side effects was actually more reliable. Unfortunately, Su Yuan was short of money right now and didn't have enough points. System, check how many points this snake head can be exchanged for. Fresh snow snake head, 380 points. Then let's change it so that it doesn't take up space. Su Yuan didn't plan to study every part of the snake, so he would change whatever needed to be changed. Meanwhile, the white rabbit was very agile, and in no time at all, it skinned the 6 or 7 meter long snake. White Rabbit said, Su Yuan, this snake's skin is a bit long. I plan to take it home and sew it into a mat so we don't have to sleep on the snow at night. Su Yuan said, okay, I'll leave it to you. I'll go see how Fox 9's snow house is going. Su Yuan said as he rubbed the white rabbit's head. Its 2 large ears drooped gently under his palm, and its expression seemed to be quite enjoying it. It was a pity that he couldn't touch the tail. Otherwise, Su Yuan really wanted to know if the rabbit's tail was really that kind of small ball of fluff. Fox 9 was working hard in the snow house. Looking at what he had built, it was much more exquisite than what Su Yuan had built yesterday. Su Yuan Dao. Fox 9, there's no need to make the snow house too complicated. We still have to travel tomorrow morning. I'm still practicing. I can teach my tribesmen when I find them. It would be good to build one more today to get more practice. After Fox 9 built a snow brick, he used his little claws to carefully smooth the edges, very seriously. You'd better use tools. Don't use your hands anymore. They're frozen red. Su Yuan grabbed Hu Jio's hand. The little paws were frozen red, but fortunately, they didn't seem to be frozen. Fox Jio originally wanted to say it's okay, but when he saw the dagger and concern Su Yuan gave to Fox Jio, he couldn't help but smile. This small knife was actually the fruit knife that Su Yuan brought with him when he went mountain climbing. It was originally used to peel apples, but later he found it more convenient to eat with the skin on, so he kept it in the toolbox and never touched it. Yes, this is the divine weapon I prayed to the gods for. How could the smartest little fox get frostbitten? As he said that, Su Yuan handed Fox 9 a pair of white gloves, which matched Fox 9's white ears and tail very well after they were put on. This little prop doesn't cost many points. Su Yuan originally wanted to give each person a set, but he had to save some points for emergencies. Fox 9 said, thank you, Su Yuan. I really like it. Although they had only known each other for a few days, the Beast Girls had already developed a fondness for Su Yuan. This was not because he was a divine wizard, but because he was genuinely kind, intelligent, and reliable. I'm back. Mao Ye's voice came from a distance, and Mao Ye jumped back with a bulging little bag on his back and a snow fruit in his hand. This fruit is so delicious. Come and try it. Mao Ye put down her backpack, which was filled with blue-veined snow fruits, about 30 of them. The one in Mao Ye's hand had its ice shell melted by her body heat, revealing the pale, blue-veined flesh. This is blue-veined fruit, and it tastes really good. My sister once brought me a few from another tribe. Su Yuan, you should try it too. Hu Jio took one out of the bag, blew gently on the fruit to remove the frost on it, and then handed it to Su Yuan's mouth. Ah, thank you. Su Yuan couldn't help but stare blankly. The usually serious little fox was surprisingly adorable when it breathed out, its mouth forming a circle. The picture was incredibly adorable. Where is Shur? The igloo is ready. Why haven't I seen Shur yet? Mao Ye looked around with a fruit in his mouth. She went to help White Rabbit move the snake meat. White Rabbit is not strong, and the snake is too big. As soon as Fox 9 finished speaking, Shur appeared in the distance, carrying a saber on his shoulder with the skinned snake meat hanging on the knife. Bai Tu followed Shur, holding a newly sewn snakeskin mat. The snakeskin almost covered Bai Tu's entire body. Su Yuan, what should we do with this snake? The snake was too big to fit into the igloo. Su Yuan looked at the large pit they had dug and said, cut the snake meat into pieces. We'll roast it in the pit and eat it. After we're full, we can go into the igloo to rest. Su Yuan said, Mao Ye, Hu Jio, carry the firewood branches to the edge of the pit and make the bottom smoother. White Rabbit, put the snakeskin mat in the snow house and lay it out. With a clear division of labor, the Beast Girls immediately took action. Su Yuan and Shur began to process the snake meat, of course keeping the gallbladder, perhaps even exchanging it for some points. After the work was done, a group of people sat down around the pit. The bonfire lit up and the warmth gradually spread. Back when my sister wasn't a witch yet, we could only eat raw meat. Is your sister a witch? Su Yuan heard the information in Hu Jio's words and was a little surprised that this little fox had a prominent background. Yes, my sister's name is Chihu. The witch's name usually becomes the tribe's name. If you go to our tribe, you can also call it the Suyuin tribe. Ahem, let's not do that. The name Red Fox Tribe is so nice. It would be so weird to change it to my name. Su Yuan imagined, if someone asked Su Yuan, which tribe are you from? And he said, I am Su Yuan from the Su Yuan tribe. How awkward would that be? Su Yuan, please grill the meat quickly. I'm almost starving. Mao Yi was still chewing on the fruit, but his eyes were fixed on the pile of snake meat. He was obviously very greedy. Let's have stew today for a change of taste. Stew? What is stew? The Beast Girls had obviously never been exposed to this cooking method, but they trusted Su Yuan very much. Mao Yi even moved closer, as if he was studying what stew looked like. System, exchange for a clay pot, 5 wooden bowls, and a wooden spoon. Originally, Su Yuan did not intend to let the system intervene in the technology tree too quickly. Su Yuan also wanted to teach the Beast Girls how to make pottery when he had time. But now it is so cold and wild that even water has to be melted from snow, not to mention clay. There is no other way but to use the system to solve the problem of food and clothing. Chapter 10. Delicious Snake Meat Soup, Gurgle Gurgle. The clay pot that Su Yuan had just exchanged for 4 points from the system was now bubbling with steam, and the snow water inside was about to boil. Wow, it's making bubbles. Mao Yi squatted on the side, his tail almost standing up in excitement, while Fox Geo was holding a wooden bowl, staring at the pottery jar curiously. Fox 9 was no stranger to wooden bowls. The tribe would also use wooden bowl-shaped containers to hold water, but the dark brown small jar in front of him did not look like it was made of either wood or stone. Su Yuan, is this jar also a magic weapon used by the gods? Under Su Yuan's brainwashing, Fox 9 had long regarded props such as lighters, sabers, and steel claws as divine objects. Su Yuan said, this isn't some magical object. It's called a pottery jar. As long as we find the right clay, we can make one ourselves. I'll teach you when I have the chance. Fox 9 said, obediently, but his fluffy foxtail had already begun to sweep the ground gently, and it was obvious that he could no longer hide his curiosity. Su Yuan turned around and called out, Bai Tu, hand me your knife. The snake meat had already frozen solid, and it had to be cut into pieces and stewed quickly. Otherwise, if it continued to freeze, Shur would have to chop it. Su Yuan cut the snake meat into egg-sized pieces, threw them into the ceramic pot, and stirred it with a wooden spoon. After a while, a strong, meaty aroma wafted out. System, exchange it for a bag of salt for me. 1 bag of salt requires 250 points, Su Yuan said. Huh? Salt usually costs a few dollars a bag, and you're charging me 250? You're robbing me. Su Yuan wasn't stupid, so he changed his strategy. How much does a small spoonful of salt cost? 1 spoonful of salt. 1 point. Su Yuan continued. Then give me 2 spoonfuls. And how much do the ginger and garlic cost? 1 clove of garlic. 3 points. 1 piece of ginger. 3 points, Su Yuan said. That's all. Give me 1 portion each. Although he cursed the black-hearted system in his heart, Su Yuan still threw all the seasonings into the pot. Where could he find these spices in this primitive society? It was worth it. The snake meat was bubbling slowly in the pot. The aroma of ginger and garlic mixed with the taste of meat soon made the 4 little Beast Girls so greedy that their eyes widened. Especially the white rabbit. The snow fruit at the mouth was not finished yet, and the juice was already dripping through his fingers, but the white rabbit's eyes were fixed on the pottery jar. Su Yuan, I'm so hungry. Are you not ready yet? Mao Yi couldn't bear it anymore. If Su Yuan hadn't hugged Mao Yi, the little cat might have really jumped into the jar. Don't be impatient. The meat isn't fully cooked yet. Look at Shur, he's just... Hey, Shur, don't move forward, your fur will burn. Shouting, he pulled the lion back. Su Yuan held one in his left hand and one in his right, hugging the 2 Beast Girls at the same time. It felt beautiful, but also tiring. When the meat was almost done, Su Yuan picked up a wooden spoon and knocked on the edge of the pot. Everyone, take your wooden bowls. I'll scoop it out for you one by one. If you mess up, you'll only be fit to eat snow fruits. The Beast girls immediately sat down like obedient kindergarten children, each holding out their bowls, their eyes full of anticipation. The snake meat had been stewed for over an hour. While not as tender as the beef, it still had a nice chewy texture and carried the aroma of ginger and garlic. Wow, delicious. Is this the stew you mentioned? Su Yuan, can we eat it tomorrow? Mao Yi asked in a low voice. Several Beast girls also looked up at Su Yuan, their eyes full of expectation and pity. Su Yuan said, as long as you don't mess around the pot tomorrow, I'll cook you another meal. Great. I'll be super obedient tomorrow. Su Yuan was already full after just one bowl. He hadn't expected the snake meat to be so filling, leaving a warm feeling after finishing it. He shared the rest with the Beast girls. Even Fox 9, who had the smallest appetite, ate 2 bowls. I'm full, Su Yuan, let's go back to sleep. Mao Yi said this naturally. Hearing this, Su Yuan rubbed Mao Ye's furry head hard. Su Yuan said, it's so cold and snowy here that taking a bath has become a problem. Everyone sweated a lot while sleeping together yesterday, especially the little guy Mao Ye, who was sticky to the touch. Su Yuan asked, Fox 9, how did you bathe in the past? Fox 9 replied, we used to bathe in the river beside the tribe. Some people who were afraid of the cold would fetch some water and wipe their bodies with animal skins. I don't want to turn into a popsicle when I go to the river to take a bath today. Su Yuan muttered, wondering whether he should exchange it for an iron bucket and boil some hot water for a bath. Mao Yi had already gotten into the snow hut, burying himself comfortably in the snakeskin blanket. Wow, it's so warm in here, much warmer than yesterday. The others followed suit. Today's snow hut was built by Hu Jiao, and it was much more spacious than Su Yuan's yesterday. Ouch, who stepped on my tail? The white rabbit's ear was pressed. Woo woo. Don't pull my tail, Su Yuan. Are you doing this on purpose? The snow house was noisy for a while, but fortunately, everyone finally quieted down after adjusting their posture. Huh, this feels different. Su Yuan felt a pair of long ears in his hand, and after rubbing them, he knew it was not Mao Ye's. White Rabbit's ears are a little itchy. Fox 9, stop touching them. It turned out to be White Rabbit. No wonder it was half a circle bigger than Cat Knight. Stop making trouble. Go to sleep. We have to travel tomorrow. But what should I do if I can't sleep? Mao Yi started to get restless again, rubbing against the quilt like a loach. Su Yuan had no choice but to grab Mao Ye's neck and said, don't move, go to sleep. Mao Yi said, then tell me the story of your old tribe. I'll go to sleep after you finish. The other Beast girls also looked at Su Yuan with anticipation in their eyes. It was obvious that they were also very curious about Su Yuan's mysterious tribe. Su Yuan said, my original tribe was very large, with many people. Everyone had food and clothing, and didn't have to worry about survival. Wow, is there really such a place? Su Yuan, your tribe is amazing. Su Yuan gently rubbed Mao Ye's ears and said with a smile, don't worry. When we find the Red Fox tribe, I will take you to live that kind of life, and you won't have to suffer anymore. Chapter 11, My Neighbor Totoro. The next day, Su Yuan was still the first one to wake up in the snow house. It was not because he woke up naturally, but mainly because a certain cat's body turned 180 degrees. The animal skin clothes were also lifted up, and the fat-free belly pressed against Su Yuan's face, making it difficult for him to breathe, and his face was covered with sticky sweat. This little guy is not all restless when sleeping. Su Yuan piqued up Mao Yi. Mao Yi, who was sleeping soundly, immediately fell limp on him like a pool of cat fluid. Alas, you use this kind of test on veteran cadres. It's really easy for them to make mistakes. Now that he hasn't found the main force, Su Yuan doesn't dare to attack the little Beast girls. If they cause any disturbance of life, there will be no way to deal with it in this icy and snowy place. And if he doesn't take a shower, he really can't stand the sticky feeling all over his body. Su Yuan silently pulled up Shurshu's animal skin clothes. Mao Ye was not the only one who slept restlessly last night. While everyone was still asleep, he put the cat down and crawled out of the igloo. It's great to be alive another day, a new day. Shit, it's cold. Su Yuan wrapped his clothes tightly. The temperature inside and outside the snow house was different. The snowflakes falling on his neck made him shiver. The snow had accumulated thicker last night, burying the snake meat in pots and bowls next to the igloo. Let's get the food ready first. Otherwise, it will be almost morning by the time the little greedy cat wakes up. No one knew when Mao Yi fell asleep last night, but it was difficult to wake her up before 10 o'clock in the morning. Su Yuan dug out the remaining snake meat and wood from yesterday. Crackling. This time, There were no little beast girls urging him. Su Yuan stewed the snake meat until it was very soft and tender, and also put some mushrooms exchanged from the system all in it. Sniff! Ouch! Just when Su Yuan was about to taste it, the little head next to him bit his spoon and immediately screamed. Ah! It's so hot! The little black shadow cried out in pain from the heat of the freshly baked snake soup, but even so, he refused to let go. Let go if it's hot. Mayu, who are you? Originally, he thought that Mao Yi was attracted by the smell, but when Su Yuan turned around, he only saw a little girl with short gray hair biting a spoon. But the little girl ignored Su Yuan and kept biting the spoon until the soup was no longer hot. Then she swallowed it immediately. Wow, it's delicious. This is squeak-a-way-a. The little beast girl who was eating secretly had just squinted her eyes to savor the deliciousness of the snake meat soup when her clothes on the back of her neck were immediately lifted up by Su Yuan. Her small body was even shorter than Mao Yi. Let me go, I'm afraid of heights. Mom, come and save me. Gigi has been captured. The shouting did not call her mother, but instead woke up several beast girls in the snow house. After Mao Yi came to Su Yuan, the little beast girl named Gigi immediately stopped talking, her eyes full of fear. It smells so good, Su Yuan. You made the snake meat soup without even calling me. Is this about the snake soup? Su Yuan looked at her and felt a headache. Could it be that he couldn't see the little beast girl in his hand? Su Yuan, what's going on? Fortunately, there were still normal beast girls. Fox 9 rubbed his sleepy eyes and looked at Gigi in Su Yuan's hand and asked curiously. I don't know. I was preparing breakfast, and I caught this little guy sneaking over to eat. What? Stealing my snake soup. Mao Yi was still looking for her wooden bowl. After hearing Su Yuan's words, she immediately rushed to him. Gigi was so scared that she hugged Su Yuan in her arms, and her little gray ears trembled. Okay, Mao Yi, stop scaring me. Which tribe are you from, and why are you here in the ice and snow plains? Fox 9 knew very well that most tribes were usually in the snowy plains because there were at least traces of wild animals there, and if you were lucky, you could even find fruits. Unless they were driven away or hunted down, ordinary tribes would never come to this hellhole of a place called ice and snow. My name is Gigi. I'm with Mom and the others. We don't have a tribe. A wanderer? Yes. When Gigi heard the word wanderers, his originally frightened expression turned into a very lost one. A tribe without a witch is a wanderer. They have no fixed place to live and are very easy to be bullied by other tribes. Su Yuan also realized that this little girl was probably not a bad person, so he put her down. The bubbling snake soup made her forget her disappointment. Can I have some more? I haven't eaten in 2 days. No, this is mine. Mao Yi guarded her snake meat soup like a protector of her cub. She was very generous to Su Yuan, sure, and the others, but she was not so kind to this stranger. Woo, the aura on you is so scary. Gigi seemed very scared of Mao Yi and immediately shrank behind Su Yuan. It is not afraid of the strongest fighting force, the lion, but is afraid of the cat knight. Could it be a little mouse? Squeak, are you from the rat tribe? Su Yuan touched Gigi's little ears out of curiosity. She seemed a little uncomfortable and immediately turned her head away. No, Mom said we're Totoro, we are dragons. My neighbor Totoro. Aren't chinchillas just rodents? No wonder Gigi is so afraid of Cat Knight. But isn't Totoro the name used in the cartoons of my past life? Could this little creature really be related to dragons? You're a cat? Then what am I? Mao Yi glared at her. Although the little beast girl was scared, she still stuck her head out and emphasized to Mia, it's Totoro, a dragon. No, not a cat. All right, stop messing around. I prepared a lot of snake meat soup today. If it's not enough, the snake meat over there can still be eaten for a few more meals. Seeing that Gigi was about to cry, Su Yuan didn't let Mao Yi tease her anymore. The others had already brought the wooden bowls over. You can use mine. Su Yuan handed his wooden bowl to Gigi. The broth inside was still steaming. Gigi showed a happy expression on her face after she served it. Su Yuan, how can you give it to her? Since the ceasefire has been reached, Mao Yi has no intention of bullying Gigi, but he is somewhat puzzled to see Su Yuan with empty hands. It's okay, I'm not that hungry yet. He didn't have such a good appetite to eat such meaty snake soup so early in the morning. If possible, he would rather eat some blue-veined snow fruits, which were sour and sweet and very appetizing. Or you can exchange it for a nice breakfast in the Points Mall. Of course, this idea is not cost-effective at all. No, if I don't eat enough, I'll be hungry when I get on the road. Mao Yi came to Su Yuan and brought a piece of snake meat to Su Yuan's mouth with his hand. The cats were fed, so Su Yuan had no choice but to open his mouth and take the meat that Mao Yi handed over to him. At the same time, her little cat paws were gently bitten by Su Yuan. Wow, Su Yuan, I can't eat with my hands. Mao Yi really thought that Su Yuan had bitten off her finger. She was so scared that her tail hair stood on end, and she quickly tried to retract her finger. Hee hee, I'm going to eat your fingers. Chapter 12, Wanderer Tribe. The little cat girl seemed really scared, but she didn't dare to take her hand back. She could only close her eyes and tremble. Okay, actually, Mao Yi's fingers are much more delicious than snake meat. Really? Let me try it. Mao Yi then realized that Su Yuan was teasing her. She put her finger in her mouth and tried to taste it. Since she had caught snake meat in the soup before, it still had the aroma of snake meat. Really? Looking at Mao Yi licking his paws, Su Yuan finally couldn't help laughing. After seeing Su Yuan's laughter, Hu Jiu quietly put down the finger that was about to taste it. Gigi has never eaten anything so delicious. You treated me to a meal. From now on, you'll be my best friend. Gigi held the wooden bowl with a satisfied expression on his face. He leaned his little head against Su Yuan and shook his short legs. Well, my good friend, can you let me touch your head? No, just touch it. Mao Yi and the others quite like to touch their heads, but Gigi is a little different. When someone touches her head, her body becomes tense, as if she is undergoing some harsh test. By the way, what are your names? My name is Gigi, and I live in the cave over there with my mom and the others. Gigi pointed in the direction of the sunlight. No wonder they met Gigi today. The direction they were heading was the camp where Gigi was. My name is Su Yuan. The little cat is Mao Yi, and there are Sure, Fox 9, and White Rabbit. Gigi met everyone. When she saw the tall Sure, she felt like she was seeing a giant. Her small stature didn't even reach Sure's chest. Now that we're all full, let's get going. Squeaky, do you want to join us? We're heading in the direction of your camp. Yeah, but can I take the leftover food back for Mom and the others to try? There was still some remaining broth in the jar. She looked at Su Yuan with pleading eyes and didn't care about Su Yuan touching her head. We'll finish the rest. There's still some meat over there. If you take it over there, it will all turn into ice. There was quite a lot of snake meat, and Su Yuan didn't plan to take it too far. After all, it would slow down their speed. If they didn't finish eating it today, he planned to trade it to the system mall. If I can bring it to Gigi's tribe for trading now, maybe I can get some items that are more worth points. Sure. Take the snake meat with you. Let's go to Gigi's camp to rest first. It would be better if there was a water source so that I could take a shower. After breakfast, everyone got moving. Bai Tu was still packing up the snakeskin mat and Su Yuan's toolbox, and the remaining snake meat was left to Sure to carry. Mao Ye proactively collected the remaining bowls and cans and piled them in the backpack containing the blue-striped snow fruits. Su Yuan took out the snake gall that was buried in the snow yesterday. System, get up and make an estimate. Snow snake gallbladder, 300 points. 300 points? You're charging me 300 points for such a large piece of snake gall. Do you want to trade? Deal. 300 points was a considerable gain. Su Yuan looked around and thought that if he had more points, he could buy some warm clothes for everyone. Now Mao Ye and the others can only suffer for a while. If they encounter dangerous situations, they'll have to spend points to buy some important items. Let's go. Let Gigi lead the way. Gigi walked in front happily, and from time to time he glanced at the snake meat carried by Sure behind him. Everyone in the tribe had no food for a long time, and bringing such a big snake back would definitely make his mother happy. At worst, she could just let Su Yuan touch her head casually. Gigi made up her mind that for the sake of everyone's survival, it would not matter if she was touched on the head. Even if it was just a touch on the tail, she could accept it. Gigi imagined in her mind an image of herself as someone who was willing to sacrifice herself for justice and had a fearless spirit. If her mother knew about this, she would definitely be moved to tears. I'm going to call you a little idiot when we get back. Chief, we can no longer resist. On the other side, next to a fallen tree, a lady with short black hair was chopping the monster in front of her with a stone knife. The monster's huge body was green, with fur growing wildly all over its body. A pair of huge fangs protruded from its mouth, making it look like a 2-meter-tall, green-haired wild boar. Gray, take the others away from here. I'll stop it. The stone knife in the royal sister's hand only caused some wounds on the green wild boar, and the huge force pushed her back step by step. Chief, if we leave here, The children won't be able to survive the night. Leave first. I'll lure this big guy away later. It will leave at night if it doesn't find anyone. Hui held the stone axe in his hand, looked at the leader who was staring at him, and obeyed the order and crawled into the trunk of the big tree. There were more than 10 people among the tree trunks where they could only walk by bending over and squatting. They hugged each other in fear, and 2 little ones were tightly protected. Everyone, follow me and leave first. The monster leader outside is blocking us. Gray, why don't we let the leader hide in here too? That big guy can't get in. Gray shook his head decisively. That big guy's been hungry for many days. Without the leader to stop him, he will smash the tree hole to pieces. Let's escape first. When the monster can't find anyone, it will naturally leave. We'll come back at night. Although everyone was very scared, they still followed Huey's footsteps and slowly moved outside. At this time, Long had been pushed to the side of the tree trunk. Crack! Chief, get out of the way. Huey looked at the broken stone knife in Long's hand, his eyes full of panic. He gathered his strength and rushed towards the green monster. However, before she could rush over, a green-haired monster suddenly jumped out from the snow. This is a trap. The big guy was planning to lure the people inside out, and saw the other green monster opening its bloody mouth and preparing to bite off Huey's body. Ash! Long didn't care about himself and was about to shake off the guy in front of him to save people, but his back hit the tree trunk behind him. Chief, don't come over here. Hui also saw the rune light radiating from Long's forehead, and he shouted loudly. Long also clearly understood what Hui meant. If they left, the monster would smash the tree trunk and the other people inside would be in danger. But as for Hui, Long didn't know what to do at this time. Just as Hui drew out the stone dagger from her waist and prepared to fight to the death with that guy, a black shadow flew past her body, accompanied by the screams of the big monster. Ah! On the snow not far away, the green-haired wild boar that was about to bite the Ashes to death was now nailed to the ground, with a very exaggerated long knife stuck in its side. This is... Mother! Long looked into the distance and saw his daughter's small figure running towards him anxiously, with a tall figure behind her, and the rune light also shining above her head. Awakened Warrior? Chapter 13, Friendly Etiquette of the Tribal Leader. Sure hurried to the fallen monster. Although the knife pierced its body, it did not die. The monster was still trying to stand up and attack. Crack! But before he could get up, he was instantly cut into 2 halves by the handle of the saber grabbed by Sure. On the other side, Long's stone knife was broken by the monster. She could only grab the monster's fangs with both hands and hold it against the tree trunk. In a contest of strength, she was no match for this 2-meter-tall monster. Even a huge tree trunk behind her was slowly pushed. Call out! At this moment, a saber flew towards this side. The big monster also noticed the flying saber. Its companion had just died under the saber, so it dodged without any hesitation. You're here, and you still want to run away. Long grabbed the saber stuck in the ground. The rune light emerged on her forehead. Snowflakes danced around her. She gripped the saber tightly, and with one stroke, she split the back of the monster that was about to escape into 2 pieces. Blood and organs were scattered all over the ground, and after swaying a few steps, the big monster finally fell to the ground and died. What a powerful long sword! Long held the saber in her hand and observed it carefully. The cold light on the blade made her a little frightened, but at the same time, she couldn't let it go. But before he could take a few glances at it, the lion that came over quickly snatched it back. This saber is the most precious thing to Sure. Mother! Gigi was so scared that she threw herself into Long's arms. The previous scene scared her so much that she almost thought something was going to happen. Fortunately, Sure reacted quickly. The others also came out. They were relieved that the leader and Hui were fine, and they gathered together tightly. Thank you for your help. My name is Long, and I'm their leader. Su Yuan and his companions also rushed over. Long enthusiastically wanted to hug Sure, as this was a courtesy between leaders. Sure immediately pulled Su Yuan over. Su Yuan was still confused when Long warmly embraced him in her arms. Although Long was not as tall as Sure, their strength and scale were almost the same. Hello, my name is Su Yuan, and I'm from the same tribe as them. Aren't you their leader? Long was a little surprised. When 2 tribes meet, only the leaders will hug each other. When she saw Sure pulling Su Yuan over, she thought he was the leader. Well, not really a leader. Su Yuan didn't want the Red Fox tribe to become the Su Yuan tribe, so he shook his head awkwardly. Why not? Su Yuan is our witch? Oh. Just as Mao Yi was about to stand up and show off, Hu Jiu covered his mouth, but it was still a little too late. Long immediately frowned. Woo. This person is actually a Wu. Long clearly understood the difference between a tribe with a witch and one without one. A tribe without a witch had to seek help from a tribe with a witch even to borrow fire, not to mention other aspects. In an instant, Long made up her mind and hugged Su Yuan warmly again. Woo. The feeling of suffocation came again. Long didn't have the thick wool fur coats like Sure and the others. The coat on her body only covered the area from her lower abdomen to her chest. Both arms were tied with fur arm guards, and the sexy collarbone of the upper body was exposed, causing Su Yuan to feel warmth against his face. Perhaps it was because of the previous battle, there was still some fine sweat on his face. Let Su Yuan go. Mao Yi quickly pulled Su Yuan away. Only then did she realize that she had said the wrong thing and looked at Long warily. But although they are both chinchillas, Long is not afraid of Mao Yi, while Gigi hid behind his mother, still looking a little afraid of Mao Yi. Squeak, you idiot. Where'd you go just now? The leader has been looking for you for a long time. At this time, Hui came over and grabbed Gigi's ear, his tone full of anger, which made Gigi's fear immediately shift from Mao Yi to Hui. A big cat girl. Su Yuan also saw Hui. She was the same as Mao Yi, but compared to Mao Yi's light gray, Hui's cat ears and hair were dark gray. And that tail is fluffier than Mao Yi's, shaking wildly behind his butt. I was wrong. No, I wasn't wrong. I was just making friends. Gigi wanted to resist, but she came to Su Yuan and introduced him. This is Su Yuan. The food he cooks is delicious. The little guy only remembered the snake meat soup. Before the introduction was finished, his little eyes were staring at the snake meat that Sure had placed on the snow. The two sides had to introduce themselves to each other. During this time, Long's eyes were fixed on Su Yuan, causing Mao Yi to hold his arm tightly, like a small pendant. By the way, Long, have you discovered a tribe of about 40 people coming to the ice and snow plain? Fox 9 asked Long about the news of the Red Fox tribe at this time, but to her disappointment, Long immediately shook his head after hearing it. Gray and I usually hunt in this area, and we haven't seen any other tribes. Are you looking for your tribe? Well, we got separated from the tribe. Fox 9 was still very smart and did not tell Long the specific reason. How about you rest here for a while, as a token of our gratitude for your help? Sister Fox 9, why don't you stay here? It's very warm in the tree hole. Look, the white rabbit has already gone in. Gigi was also trying to keep Fox 9. The white rabbit next to him had already been attracted by the tree hole and curiously went in under the guidance of other people from the Long tribe. This, you have to ask Su Yuan. Now Fox 9 has handed over the control of all matters to Su Yuan. Everyone's eyes immediately fell on Su Yuan, who was squatting beside the corpse of the green monster. Let me see how much this thing is worth. Why are you looking at me? Before Su Yuan finished the identification, several dark shadows in front of him stared at him. Su Yuan, can you guys stay here for a day? I still want to drink the soup I had this morning. Gigi whispered in Su Yuan's ear, then made up her mind and said again, You can touch my head as long as you want today. I thought Gigi was reluctant to leave me, but it turned out that she was reluctant to leave the snake meat soup. Su Yuan rubbed Gigi's head fiercely, and this unexpected rub almost made Gigi jump up. You can stay here today. It will take more than a day or two to find the tribe. Let's just rest for a day. His mind is now on the two green-haired wild boars. If he wants to hurry, it will be inconvenient to take these two big guys with him. Hearing Su Yuan's words, not only Gigi smiled, but Long also smiled slightly. All right, Mao Yi, go put your things down first. Su Yuan looked at Mao Yi, who was still standing beside him, and changed the target of rubbing to her. The kitten's cautious eyes immediately narrowed comfortably. Yeah, I see. The kitten's personal bodyguard finally left Su Yuan to put the backpack and White Rabbit's pile of items together. Su Yuan once again looked at the green-haired wild boar lying on the ground. Chapter 14. Just forming a small team? Moss Bristle Pig Fong, 70 points. Moss Bristle Pork, 600 points. Moss Bristle Pig Skin, 400 points. You motherfucker, you're going to tear a wild boar apart and sell it to me? One chance has been used up this morning, so of the remaining 9 chances, he naturally has to choose the most expensive one. But this wild boar is not Su Yuan's alone. Su Yuan, this is a green-haired pig. The meat has to be bled before it can be eaten, but the skin is very warm to wear. Long, who was standing by, came over after comforting Gigi. Thinking that Su Yuan didn't understand this monster, he squatted down with him and pointed at the wild boar to explain. Commander Long, how do you plan to divide these two green-haired pigs? Logically speaking, the one killed by Long belongs to Long and her tribe, and the one killed by Shur belongs to Su Yuan and his tribe. This is the division he had thought of. Our tribe doesn't need any of it, but I want to ask you for one thing. Long prepared herself mentally, kneeling on one knee in front of Su Yuan, lowering her head and nervously saying, I hope Su Yuan can become the witch of our tribe. Well, it turned out to be this matter. Su Yuan had noticed that Long's eyes changed after Mao Yi let the secret slip. She said she would give them all to herself, and that once she became the witch of their tribe, the two wild boars would belong to them. But when Long raised his head, Su Yuan didn't know how to start. A beautiful queen looked completely broken, and seeing her pitiful appearance, he became hesitant again. The key point was the two heavy loves that he could see from top to bottom. I can't promise you this, but my friends and I are planning to go to the Red Fox tribe. If you're willing, you can come with us. Su Yuan promised Hu Jio and the others to go to the Red Fox tribe together, and he couldn't decide to stay immediately just because of Long's request. We can. We are wanderers. We can go anywhere as long as we can help everyone survive. Long knew that it was difficult for everyone to survive in the ice and snow. The absence of the witch meant that the tribe had lost hope, and they had not been able to find any food in the few days they had been in the ice and snow. Okay then, but why don't you guys leave the ice and snow plain? If you go to the desolate snow plain, the situation should be better. Fox 9 and the others had said that the conditions in the desolate snowfield were much better than those in the icy snowfield. Not only could they hunt wild animals, but there were also many trees bearing fruits. Desolate snowfield? Long seemed a little confused. Then she immediately explained, we escaped from the extremely cold land of death. The witch simply showed us a way to escape. The land of death. Now both of them looked at each other in confusion, and Su Yuan helped her up. Let's go into the tree hole and talk. Okay, Wu, I will tell you everything about us. Long brought Su Yuan to the tree hole. They dug a big hole in the huge tree trunk, and the beast girls hid inside. Some of the little ones were lying there playing happily. Gray, take a few people to deal with the two green-haired pigs, and then hand them over to Wu. Which? Yes, I understand. We saw a puzzled look on Su Yuan's face, but since Long said so, there must be no problem, so she excitedly called the two of them out to help. Fox 9, sure, Maya White Rabbit, come here for a moment. Su Yuan called a few people over and told them about Long's situation. They didn't have any objections and planned to leave the decision to Su Yuan. Fox 9, on the other hand, looked at Long with some suspicion and asked, I've never heard of any tribe living in the land of death. You said you came from the land of death. Yes, according to the old witch, our ancestors came here from a large tribe with fertile land and a beautiful living environment. At that time, the tribe's shaman was looking for a gift from the gods. But after searching for hundreds of years, we still haven't found it. Our ancestors were worried they would be punished if they returned, so they established their tribe in this place of death. Fox 9's charming eyes narrowed as he looked at Long and continued to ask questions. What is the name of that big tribe? The old witch said that the big tribe is called the Xinyuan tribe. It turns out to be the Kanhara tribe. Fox 9 was shocked. Su Yuan couldn't help but move closer to her and whispered in her ears, What is the Xinyuan tribe? Never heard of it. Su Yuan looked at Hu Jio's serious face and rubbed her fox head fiercely. This girl looked like she had heard of it. Then why did you flee from your previous tribe? This is the instruction of a witch from our tribe. The temperature in the land of death is getting lower and lower. It will soon be completely frozen over, becoming a true land of death where no living creature can enter. We plan to leave the land of death, but the warrior leader and the other two witch masters still insisted on their own ideas. No one in the tribe can leave until we find the God-given object. Because of this incident, the witch led us to escape, but the other two witches and the leader disagreed. In order to rescue us, the witch was captured and taken back. There are 3 witches in a tribe. Such a large tribe is actually still in the land of death. Several people are a little surprised. You know, the Red Fox and Black Sheep tribes also have only one witch. If Long and her tribe had left the land of death, they would probably have had a place in the snowy plains and could even have been a relatively powerful tribe. Fox 9 thought for a moment and then agreed. Okay, I agree on my sister's behalf, but there are 2 conditions. First, you must join the Red Fox tribe, rather than becoming a subordinate tribe. Secondly, we have another enemy. If you join our tribe, you must join us in resisting that tribe. Oh, this matter ultimately depends on Su Yuan. He is the shaman of our tribe and has the greatest power. Long was even more surprised at this time. The seemingly ordinary Su Yuan turned out to be a divine wizard. She immediately knelt down and saluted Su Yuan again. On behalf of all the wanderers, I agree to your request, and on behalf of the wizard, we are willing to follow your guidance. Well, he had already formed a small team for himself before he found a Red Fox tribe, but Su Yuan was not too worried, as he could still provide food for more than a dozen people. And among them, there is an awakened warrior like Shur. But more importantly, he wants to teach these people to be self-reliant, rather than waiting for him to support them by exchanging items in the system mall. So some necessary skills must be taught to everyone at that time. Okay, get up. Let's get everyone out and have a good meal. We have to continue our journey tomorrow. It was already afternoon, and although the sky was still bright, the workload for such a large group of people was greater. The first step to becoming the leader of the tribe was to teach them how to build snow houses. Chapter 15, The Great Chief owns his beast mother tribe. Everyone, I have an announcement to make. Outside the tree hole, everyone came out and looked at Long with curious eyes. After the witch who guided us was captured, the tribe fell into difficulties. Now, there is a new witch and a new tribe willing to accept us. We no longer have to worry about the cold of the land of death freezing everyone's lives, nor do we have to worry about not being able to find food on the snowy plains. Everything in the future will be full of hope. Su Yuan couldn't understand what the profession of witch was like and why these tribes respected it so much. When Long finished speaking, the dozen people in front of him cheered. Perhaps only Chi Hu could tell him this. This was the only name of a witch that Su Yuan had heard. While Su Yuan was thinking about this, he suddenly found himself suspended in the air for a while. When he looked clearly again, he was already on Long's shoulder. Long let himself ride on her neck, and this sudden move made Su Yuan quickly grab Long's ear. Ouch! Before everyone could celebrate, Long felt a tingling sensation spreading from her ears throughout her body, and she fell directly to the snow. However, even so, she still protected Su Yuan tightly. Woo-woo. Sorry. Woo, I didn't mean it. It turns out Gigi's mother doesn't like having her ears touched either. After cheering for a while, Su Yuan also began to give orders. It was still early in the day, and these little beast girls could not be allowed to sleep in the tree holes anymore. The tree hole was covered with a piece of animal skin, and there was no fire inside. Fortunately, the temperature could be raised due to the large number of people. At the beginning, it was very crowded with so many people. As a result, people were squeezed together inside, and there was no space to move around. Long, follow Shur and go collect some branches and trunks nearby. The more the better. Gray, you and Malia dig a big hole near the tree hole, so you can see the ground. A few more skilled people will help White Rabbit deal with the bodies of the two green-haired pigs. The rest of you will follow Fox 9 to build a snow house nearby. By the way, Long, are there any supplies left in the tribe? Su Yuan originally wanted to exchange some tools, but he had to see what other tools were available in the tribe first. Yes, we did. A stone knife was broken before, but now the tribe still has 5 bone knives, 2 bone spears, and a few animal skins and fruits. Long took out all the supplies from the tree hole. The bone knife looked a bit rough, but it was much longer than the one Shur gave him. As for food, those fruits were only about a dozen palm-sized. If they couldn't find food, Long and the others might really starve to death in the snow. Fox 9, can you lead everyone to build an igloo? The little fox seemed to enjoy this kind of leadership task. He patted his chest and said confidently, "Don't worry, I've learned it. I'll definitely be able to build the igloo before dark." Everyone was busy. Gigi was originally talking to 2 friends about the delicious meat soup they had eaten today, but before he could see his friends' envious expressions, he was picked up. Master Su, woo, if you have any instructions for Gigi, Gigi will definitely be able to complete the task. Really? Your job is to let me touch your head. Su Yuan smiled evilly, picked up Gigi, and rubbed her cute little ears. Woo-woo. Now Su Yuan is the witch of the tribe. Gigi must hold it in, otherwise there will be no broth to drink in the evening. System, how much is this big tree hole house worth? Millennium Snowwood, rotten 1,500 points. Fuck, it's so valuable. Su Yuan was excited for a moment, and then his expression changed immediately. Such a big tree, if it was a snow holly tree, would have at least 3,000 points. But we can't trade now. If we trade the tree houses now, and Fox 9 fails to build enough snow houses at night, everyone will have to sleep in the snow. Su Yuan, we've dug a pit. Malia's side is the fastest. Even if a person digs a pit by hand, it won't take long, not to mention that these are 2 cats with specialized skills. Well, that's good. You two can go play, or help White Rabbit and the others dissect the wild boar carcass. Su Yuan had nothing to do, so he broke off some branches he had brought with him and started a fire. Whoa, what are you doing? Gigi watched Su Yuan put the clay pot on the fire, not caring about the little head that had been touched before, and came up to stare at the clay pot closely. I had the snake soup here before, could it be? Mao Yi, who was originally preparing to help, also stopped and stared at the pottery jar in front of Su Yuan like Gigi. Make some chocolate to warm everyone up first. Do you want some? Although these little beast girls are quite resistant to cold, Su Yuan still noticed that some of the beast girls who were wearing thin clothes were shivering when they came out to help. Chocolate? You can drink it. When the two little beast girls heard that it was because of drinking, they immediately couldn't walk. After hesitating for a while, we decided to follow Su Yuan's instructions and help Bite to deal with the green-haired pig. Gurgle gurgle. Su Yuan took out the small box of chocolate powder from his backpack. There wasn't much in it, just enough for more than 10 people. So he didn't hesitate and poured it all into the ceramic jar. Anyway, with the system all, this thing is not an out-of-print item. It smells so good. The chocolate powder naturally did not need to be stewed for as long as the snake meat soup. After stirring it slightly with a spoon, Su Yuan scooped a spoonful and tasted it. Yesterday's snake meat soup was not cleaned thoroughly, and I could still taste a hint of saltiness in the sweetness of the chocolate. It felt a bit strange. Su Yuan. Mao Yi was already a little impatient and couldn't take his eyes off the spoon in Su Yuan's hand. Wait, cats seem to get poisoned if they eat chocolate, right? What about the kitten girl? What if she falls down after taking a bite? Mao Yi, try a little first. Su Yuan wasn't sure, so he dipped his finger in the spoon and put a little in front of Mao Yi. Ouch! Seeing Mao Yi biting his finger, Su Yuan teased it curiously. Fortunately, the cat girl's tongue had no barbs, otherwise it would have been scratched and bleeding. Well, your fingers will definitely bleed. What a strange smell. Mao Yi didn't seem to be very interested in chocolate. After tasting it, she lost interest in it, but Su Yuan kept staring at her. Are you feeling unwell? Mao Yi frowned, with a serious expression. When Su Yuan and Gigi looked at her nervously, Mao Yi said deflatedly, Yes, I'm hungry. You ate so much this morning. How come you're hungry? Whose cat girl ate 3 or 4 bowls of meat soup and nibbled on so many fruits along the way? Yet she was hungry before dark. The key is that you don't grow even though you eat so much. Maybe I'm too tired from walking. Mao Yi scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Let's wait for Sure and the others to come back before making dinner. Tell everyone to come over and have a bowl of chocolate to warm themselves up first. Chapter 16, The Origin of the Beast-Eared Girl. Whoa, what is this? What a nice smell. I smell a very strange fragrance. Su Yuan didn't know whether there were cocoa beans in this world, but even if there were, they couldn't appear in this desolate snowy land where not even a tree could grow. Everyone should drink a bowl to warm up. After the person in front finishes, the others can continue. They are all little beast girls. There's no need to dislike them. Not to mention them. Even Su Yuan would not dislike a group of beautiful and cute little beast girls. Whoa, what is this? Gigi was arranged by Su Yuan to serve chocolate drinks to everyone. At this time, a little guy who looked like her ran to her side, but this little guy was very cute. The 2 little ears are pointed and the hair is longer than Gigi's, but it is also a little messy and draped behind the back. It can fill your stomach. What's your name? My name is Sonia. My mother said that when I was born, the cedar tree in the tribe grew leaves, so she named me Sonia. While rubbing Xiao Sonia's head, Su Yuan thought of a strange thing. He seemed to have never seen a male orc. If there were only orc girls in this world, how did they reproduce? He had previously thought that meeting Fox 9 and the others was just a coincidence. Now that he had come to Long's tribe, he still hadn't found any trace of the male orcs. Xiao Sonia, do you know? Wait a minute, this isn't the right thing to ask a kid, is it? Su Yuan looked at Hui, who was standing beside him. She felt his gaze and turned away from the chocolate drink. Well, what's wrong? Ahem, there's indeed one thing, Gray. I want to ask how you reproduce. Aren't there any male orcs? Male? Gray seemed unfamiliar with the term male orc. After pondering for a long time, he asked uncertainly, Woo, are you talking about those half-human, half-beast guys? Could it be that there are other half-beast species besides beast girls in this world? What kind of creature is that? We didn't know how to describe it, so he drew an image on the snow with his finger. The guy had a pig's head, but a human body. This is a half-orc. Those of us with a few animal features are called the God-given people, and these humanoid beasts are called the orcs. Su Yuan became increasingly confused and looked at Hui curiously. Can you tell me more about it? Well, when I was a child, the witch told me that we are different from the beasts and orcs in this world. They can only reproduce by breeding with each other. But we, the God-given clan, only need to find the God-given fruit growing on the fruit tree and eat it at the right age to reproduce the next generation. So, over the years, the orcs have always considered us outsiders and heretics, and they're very hostile to us. If it weren't for the awakened warriors and witches among us, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to defeat these orcs. After listening to Huey's explanation, Su Yuan was so scared that a drop of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Could the sour red fruit and the blue-striped snow fruit he had eaten before be it? Then wouldn't I be? Xiao Hui, what does that God-given fruit that you mentioned that can give birth look like? Ooh, that kind of fruit is red. Su Yuan felt a little pain in his stomach. Could it be that he would get pregnant like Beiji and the others because of accidentally eating the God-given fruit? Holy shit. How come in this damn world there are things more abstract than the water of the mother and child river, the mother and child fruit? The red fruit is crystal clear, and you can see the red juice inside. This fruit is extremely bitter, so beastmen and animals generally won't eat it by mistake. That's good. Su Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. She almost had to get pregnant in this cold winter. Whoa, do you want a drink? The wooden bowl of chocolate powder was handed to Hui. She took a sip first. The sweet taste made her exposed tail wag actively. Looking at Su Yuan, who was thinking with empty hands, Hui handed him the wooden bowl in his hand. Thanks. In this cold winter, you really need to drink some chocolate to replenish calories. Su Yuan took the wooden bowl and took a sip. Hui was quite considerate. The chocolate inside was no longer so hot. Gray, this God-given fruit shouldn't be easy to find, right? Gray shook his head. Actually, it depends on luck. Every tree has the potential to bear divine fruit, even those withered trees in this extremely cold land. We used to have 3 large trees planted in our tribe. They would produce 2 or 3 God-given fruits every year. If we were lucky, we could produce 6 or 7 a year. Fortunately, the place where he was born was in a desolate snowfield, and the only fruit trees he had found were the red fruit tree, discovered by Maoye and Baitu, and the blue-striped snow fruit tree. If you were to be lost alone in a forest, you would definitely mistake this magical fruit, which is crystal clear and allows you to see inside, for some sacred spiritual object that can improve your cultivation, and eat it by mistake. Whoa, we're back. Just when Su Yuan was feeling relieved that he had not accidentally eaten the mother-child fruit, Long and Shir came back with a bunch of wood and tied a lot of it on Long's back with the climbing rope given by Su Yuan. Mom, come and try some of the Xiaoli that Wu made. It's delicious and warms you up after drinking it. When Gigi saw Long, she was very happy and ran over with a small wooden bowl in her arms. After Long caught the wooden bowl, she was not in a hurry and came to Su Yuan first. Wu, we collected firewood very smoothly and even found a newly grown fruit on the edge of a frozen lake. Oh shit, could it be that the mother-child fruit appeared just as I asked the question? This blue witch fruit can help you increase your witch power. Please take it quickly. Blue witch fruit. I originally thought that Long had discovered the God-given fruit, but unexpectedly, it was something that I had never seen before. In Long's hand, a light blue fruit was emitting a faint halo. Rare item detected, blue spirit fruit. Trade 2,000 points, or trade 200 points to add special products. Host, please select the transaction direction. It turned out to be another rare item. Su Yuan showed a look of joy on his face and took the blue spirit fruit in his hand. Long, sure, please put down the firewood and drink some chocolate to warm yourself up. There was naturally no need to eat this fruit. After all, he was not a real witch. While Long was holding up the wooden bowl, he traded the blue spirit fruit for a new special commodity. Transaction successful. New products can be viewed in a special column. Blue spirit drink, blueberry flavor, 2,000 points. Note, after drinking, you can obtain a trace amount of life force. No side effects. 3 bottles can be exchanged per day. Life force? What is this? He always felt that the world seemed to have moved towards magic, just like the Western fantasy world he knew before he traveled through time, where there were magicians called witches and warriors called awakened warriors. Chapter 17, Tribal Night. The chocolate powder restored the spirits of all the beast girls, except for a kitten that Su Yuan didn't like very much, who was lying weakly on Su Yuan. Su Yuan, we've already dealt with the green-haired pig. The white rabbit held up a pair of bloody hands, and behind her, several beast girls came to Su Yuan excitedly, holding the green pig's fur and flesh. Very good. White rabbit, take them to rest for a while. I will sacrifice some of them to the gods first. Yeah, but I'm not tired yet. I'm going to help Fox 9 build a house first. Although the white rabbit looked weak, its mental strength was much better than that of a certain cat. After putting down the green pig's corpse, it walked towards Fox 9. System, trade these 4 pig tusks, 2 pig skins, and this wild boar's big treasure. Finally, trade this small pig's pork. Su Yuan planned to use all 10 chances. It was already evening anyway, so he might as well save them for tomorrow. Transaction successful. 1930 points earned. Remaining points 2,875 points. The 2 wild boars have fattened him up a lot. Now he has nearly 3,000 points. If he really encounters a group of monsters or other tribes, Su Yuan will directly arm Long, Sure, Hui, and Mao Ye. Those guys with stone knives and stone axes were really no match for the 4 of them. However, the most urgent thing is to change into some warm clothes. There are still several little beast girls in the tribe wearing thin animal skins covering their upper and lower bodies. My lower abdomen, arms and thighs are all exposed. If this continues, I won't be able to travel tomorrow. System, filter out some clothes. Down jacket, 500 points. Fur coat, 380 points. Jeans, 400 points. Sports shoes, 320 points. Clothes that cost hundreds of points are not worth the money. A wild boar skin costs 400 points, but that skin can be used by 2 or 3 people. Changing into clothes that are not warm enough will cost you more than 100 points. System, switch to animal skin clothing. Simply processed ones will do, but they must be extremely warm. Bearskin top, 60 points. Bearskin leggings, 30 points. Sheepskin top, 50 points. Sheepskin leggings, 20 points. The list of clothes made Su Yuan feel much more at ease. 1 pigskin could be exchanged for at least 20 sheepskin leggings, although they were just ordinary sheepskin and bearskin clothes. But what's so noble about this moss bride pig? Isn't the warmth-retaining ability of its fur similar? Whoa, I'm starving. Look, my stomach is flat. I've already digested the food I ate this morning. At this time, Mao Yi also started to make a fuss around Su Yuan. He lifted up his animal skin clothes, revealing his white and tender belly, and he even deliberately pulled his belly back in. A look of chest pressed against back. Okay, go get everyone over and prepare for dinner. 4 or 5 igloos will be enough. Got it, I'll go call everyone. Mao Yi immediately became full of energy and ran towards Fox 9 in a hurry. He chopped wood and built a fire. By the time everyone gathered around, the flame that was only a faint flame before had been completely ignited by Su Yuan. Mao Ye, I have a big task for you. Wash this clay pot clean. Just melt the snow next to it. Su Yuan didn't want to drink chocolate-flavored broth, which would be much more uncomfortable than meat-flavored chocolate powder. This skin was definitely not enough to satisfy Su Yuan's small tribe of a dozen people. So he exchanged some salt and rubbed it on the cut meat and asked everyone to roast it on the fire. Barbecuing was not a problem for these little beast girls. Soon, the pieces of meat on the fire began to sizzle, and even Long stared at the aroma of the meat. There's also a pot of snake meat stewed with pork. In addition to the simple meat aroma, the chopped mushrooms and chopped green onions and ginger in it have a different aroma. Okay, let's get started. After Su Yuan finished speaking, Long and the others did not take any action. Instead, Long took the piece of roasted pork in her hand to Su Yuan, blew it gently, and then tore off a piece and put it in front of Su Yuan. Which, today is your first day as the leader of our tribe, and it is also the first day we catch food. You should be the first to taste this piece of meat. Mao Yi, who was about to attack, stopped. Are there so many rules in a large tribe? Mao Mao remembered that the Red Fox Shaman didn't seem to have such a rule. Okay, let's eat. Su Yuan didn't hesitate and directly bit the piece of pork that Long handed to him. The pork, which is only slightly salty, is not very delicious and is not as good as the stewed meat in the jar, but this roasted meat has a different flavor. It's delicious. The witch just cast a spell on the meat. I've never eaten such delicious meat before I escape. Idiot! Have you ever eaten any other meat in the cave? It seems not, but this meat must have been cast by a witch. The beast girls were chatting in a flurry, passing 5 small wooden bowls among each other, and everyone had an innocent and bright smile on their face. Witch, thank you. When I escaped from the tribe, I was wondering if the old witch asking me to lead everyone to die in this desolate place was the right path. Every time I saw everyone starving, I would blame myself immensely and think that the right thing to do was to obey the tribal leader and continue staying in the land of death. In the absence of a witch, as the only awakened warrior, Long has to take on not only her own daily hunting, but also the lives, illnesses, and hunger of everyone who has escaped with her. I don't feel like I'm fit to be a leader, Wu. Can I hand everyone over to you? Long's expression was very sincere. At this moment, she didn't even care about the barbecue in her hand. She looked at Su Yuan with eyes full of hope. Don't worry, I will lead everyone to survive. Long is not unsuitable to be a leader. Aren't everyone who escaped well protected by you? Su Yuan rubbed the head of this sexy queen for the first time. The furry ears were not as soft as Gigi's, but they were also very comfortable to touch. Long felt a little dizzy after being rubbed, but after seeing Su Yuan's friendly smile, she let go of her nervousness. With tears in her eyes, she took a big bite of the roast pork in her hand. It seems that the witch I have identified is a good person. Mom, come and try the snake meat soup. I drank it during the day, and it was super delicious. At this time, Gigi came along with a bowl of hot soup. She was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth when she saw Su Yuan rubbing her ears. She remembered that when she was a child, we deliberately touched her mother's ears while she was sleeping, and then a lot of hair on her tail was pulled out. Unexpectedly, this time, she had no reaction at all under Su Yuan's touch. Damn it, Su Yuan must be refusing to let me touch his ears and refusing to let mommy eat. Chapter 18. Making fire by drilling wood. Everyone enjoyed the barbecue in the evening very much. A dozen people couldn't finish a 2-meter-tall wild boar, and there was also the remaining half of the giant python. Okay, it's getting dark. Everyone, hide back in the snow house we built earlier. Woo, is it true that a house made of snow won't be cold? These little beast girls didn't quite understand and looked at Wu with curiosity. Although they all believed in Su Yuan, they couldn't stop their curiosity. Don't worry, it won't be cold after a while once everyone goes inside. If you're scared, you can bring a fire with you, but don't get close to the snow in the igloo. Also, it must be extinguished before going to sleep at night, otherwise it will easily catch fire. Su Yuan looked at the beast girls with fluffy tails. If they were ignited by flames, their entire butts would probably catch fire. Night falls. The weather is good today. The distant horizon shows a beautiful orange light. Compared with the very dim colors that were once seen by the naked eye on Earth, this world has a kind of gorgeous beauty. There was nothing strange in the sky. The starry sky looked very much like the scene on Earth, except that the dazzling bright moon was no longer rising. Su Yuan, come back and rest soon. We've already prepared the mat. Not far away, everyone had already gone back into their igloos. Since these beast girls were a little unfamiliar with building one for the first time, they only built 3 igloos. Fox 9 was very smart. He knew that he could only build 3 today, so he expanded each one a little bit. When Su Yuan entered the snow house, it was still dark. Everyone was lying on mats. In addition to Shur and the others, there was one more person in the snow house. Wu, I will protect you at night. That's right, Long is also here. Su Yuan was speechless. Wouldn't it make this snow house even more crowded if 2 big sisters squeezed together? Su Yuan, I will protect you too. Shur also said in a serious tone that after Long's behavior, they felt that they were not doing their job well in taking care of Su Yuan, the wizard. Su Yuan had to take care of every meal, and there were no etiquettes like those of the big tribes. Okay, you guys should get some rest quickly. You have to get up early tomorrow. Su Yuan squeezed toward the empty space. The smell next to him was a bit unpleasant, a smell of blood mixed with some sweat, and a stream of hot air was blowing on his head. This size is either a lion or a long, but the lion's tail is not so fluffy, so this should be a long. In order to protect herself, Long hugged Su Yuan tightly and stuck to the side of the snow house, feeling like she was protecting Su Yuan with her body. Okay, there won't be any danger late at night. While Su Yuan was comforting Long, he was also thinking that the attack by the moss-bristled pig today proved that this snowy field was not as safe as it seemed. If there is no vigilance at night, some danger might really occur. It is necessary to have some warning devices so that at least you can detect the enemy's attack while you sleep. Under Su Yuan's comfort, Long slowly closed his eyes. He had not had a good sleep since he led his people to escape. Even in the tree hole, she had to lean against the outside and be on guard against wild animals or people from the tribe chasing her. A soft snoring sound gradually came from the snow house. Another day in the snowy plains has come to an end. Now that I have the system, I'll be able to lead these beast girls to build a civilized society more quickly. He is not a master of knowledge and does not have profound knowledge. Most of the knowledge he knows is out of hobby or learned from videos he watched online. It is obviously unrealistic to want to create a new world civilization order with just this little knowledge. In his sleep, Su Yuan dreamed a huge tribe, but it could no longer be called a tribe. Houses were built in an orderly manner in the huge city, and different beast girls lived happily in the city. Fortunately, he was in the room in the center, sure, and the others were there, and there was a vixen with a red tail who was pinching grapes and feeding them into his mouth. TSK, this damn wine pool, and meat forest, this damn feudalism. However, why does the big fox's tail feel not as fluffy as the one in the hand? Woo, it's time to get up. The dream gradually faded away. Su Juan really overslept. He looked at himself holding Long's tail. Her face was red, but she still put her arms under her head. Sorry, I didn't sleep well last night. Su Yuan was somewhat helpless, and even didn't dare to get up in his current state. He had been staying with so many cute and beautiful beast girls for several days in a row, and he didn't expect that he would dream of such a beautiful scene of wine and meat. Alas, we must not act rashly before we settle down. Wait, don't they have to eat the God-given fruit to reproduce? Then wouldn't I be? Su Yuan looked at Long, who stood up. The thin animal skin could not hide her sexy figure at all. Forget it, to be on the safe side. Let's find the main force of the Red Fox tribe first. That igloo is so warm. I was feeling a bit hot last night. Xiaogu, you pressed your tail against me and made me sweat yesterday. Could you please put your tail away next time? I was worried you were cold, so I covered you with my tail. Master Su Yuan is so amazing. No witch in the tribe knew this before. At night, we would freeze into ice if we didn't return to the cave. I never thought we could live in ice. Long is right. The only correct thing to do is to leave the land of death. If we continue like this, everyone will be frozen into ice in the cave. The beast girls in the snow house woke up in groups of 3 or 4. Without Su Yuan, no one knew what to do, so they just chatted and the food was left quietly in the snow. We have to teach them how to make fire first. Su Yuan was not worried about his method of making fire being learned. His greatest asset was not his ability to make fire, but his ability to make pottery pots, which was a skill slightly beyond that of primitive people. He wouldn't mind if he could pass on the fire-making technique to all the beast girls in the tribe. At least more beast girls would be able to survive. As for cultivating powerful enemies for yourself, can those beast girls who only know a little bit of fire-making skills defeat those refined steel knives in the first-level shopping mall? Even for those wizards who can perform magic, once they unlock higher permissions in their system mall, can they still withstand a bullet? At worst, the special products in the mall are also expanding with my efforts. When there are problems that science cannot solve, I can only turn to metaphysics. Long, call everyone over. Maoya, go get some firewood. Maoyi thought it was time for dinner, so he excitedly brought over all the remaining firewood from yesterday. Everyone gathered around him. Today, I will teach you a way to make fire. Once you learn it, you can all make fire by yourself. After Su Yuan finished speaking, the beast girls became excited. This kind of fantastic thing could only be convinced by Su Yuan's words at this time. Which, are you going to teach us fire magic? Songye is very stupid and hasn't even learned how to hunt. Xiao Songye was already worried. Although Gigi appeared calm on the surface, his restless little ears had betrayed him. Chapter 19, I also have the potential to become a witch. Don't worry, making fire isn't that difficult. I'll teach you all later, and then Fox 9 will try it. Su Yuan picked out 2 slightly thicker pieces of firewood from the pile that Mao Yi brought over. If he planned to make fire by drilling wood in this cold winter, these frozen firewood would not be a good material. But the core inside can be used. Soon, Su Yuan cut 2 pieces of wood and put some sawdust on them. Everyone watch. Once the wood is shaved into this shape, put some sawdust in the middle of that little groove, then take this stick and spin it. Su Yuan demonstrated for a long time. Although the principle was simple, it was not so easy to operate in practice. However, with so many beast girls watching, he had to muster up his strength. Some white smoke rose from the sawdust. As the smoke gradually expanded, Su Yuan immediately put more sawdust in, then aimed and started blowing. It's on fire. It's really on fire. This must be the power of a witch, but the witches in the tribe are not this complicated. Stupid. It must be Wu who wants to teach us witchcraft. Grandma Wu Bai is always mysterious when she performs witchcraft. Even though Su Yuan lit the fire, these beast girls still thought it was because Su Yuan had witchcraft. Su Yuan moved the fire away and took out 2 pieces of wood. Fox 9, come and try it. The little fox was not as timid as the others. After receiving Su Yuan's request, he walked over and took the dagger from his hand with a thoughtful look on his face. Chip the wood, release the sawdust, and then spin it vigorously. He performed the whole set more smoothly than Su Yuan, but his force was too great and he broke the wooden stick. Su Yuan, I understand. Fox 9 looked at the blackened sawdust and understood what Su Yuan meant, although she still didn't understand why just turning it like this could make the wood catch fire. After she found another wooden stick, she followed Su Yuan's method and lit the fire. Oh my god, it turns out we can really make fire ourselves. Can we also ask the gods for fire? Does that count as stealing the gods' flame? This is Wu's instruction. It must have been approved by the gods. Wu, I want to try it too. Su Yuan knew that it was useless to explain to these little beast girls what frictional heat was. Compared with the complicated principles, theology could help them understand it better. Alas, there's a long way to go. With Fox 9's precedent, everyone was very eager to give it a try, but there was not enough suitable firewood, so only 3 or 4 little beast girls gave it a try. Long also successfully got out of the fire very easily because she asked Su Yuan for the technique, which was that the wooden stick had to spin fast, the faster the better. Then Su Yuan saw Long's hands rubbing together, leaving after images. Okay, let's try again when we have time. After breakfast, we'll continue on our journey. Su Yuan interrupted everyone's enthusiastic fire-making activity. When they heard that it was time to eat, the beast girls who were still watching the fire-making activity were also attracted. Can we still eat the witchcraft food from yesterday? The little beast lady was probably talking about the salt added to the barbecue yesterday. Although I don't know how they usually replenish salt, the taste is definitely not as good as the processed Snow White fine salt. Okay, let's start the fire quickly. In the early morning, yesterday's snake meat was completely eaten up, and there was still some moss bristle pork left. With a small team, many things could be shared and taken away by everyone. Long, distribute these animal skins to everyone. Those who don't have leggings and arm guards can use them first. Su Yuan did not forget those beautiful and freezing beast girls in the cold wind, and gave her several pieces of bearskin clothing processed by the system that he had exchanged for them. Thank you, Wu. Actually, it's not very cold when we hide in tree holes. But we're leaving soon, aren't we? Su Yuan still handed the bearskin clothing to Long, looking at the soft bearskin leggings in his hand. Long gritted his teeth. It was only the second day, and this new, which had already paid so much for his people. Wu, I understand. While everyone was packing up, Su Yuan came to the big tree house. He was still thinking about the 1,500 points. Since everyone was leaving, this big tree could not be wasted. By this time, Long and the others had packed up all their things, and everyone was standing quietly not far away waiting for Su Yuan. White Rabbit, what is Wu doing? Gigi was next to the White Rabbit. Fox 9 was too serious in his words. Sure didn't like to talk much, and as for Mao, she didn't even have time to hide, so she became friends with the White Rabbit instead. Su Yuan is praying to the gods. He wants to offer the big tree hole where you live as a sacrifice to the gods. Will the gods want our tree house? Don't worry, the gods want everything. You can even offer your tail hair as a sacrifice to them. Mao Yi quietly came to the two of them. Gigi was so scared by these words that he quickly hugged his little tail and hid in his mother's arms. System, trade this tree. If the transaction exceeds the transaction range, should I increase the number of transactions? You actually have to increase the number of times? This is too much. How many times do you need to increase it? Su Yuan just complained casually, but did not deny the system's approach. Otherwise, if he put his hand on the ground, wouldn't he be able to trade the planet directly? Once. Deal. There are 2 trading opportunities in total, averaging 750 points each time, which is considered a good deal. Transaction successful. Get 1,500 points. The giant tree that was dozens of meters tall disappeared instantly when Su Yuan touched it. The magical scene made these little beast girls stunned in place. Wu is so powerful. He knows so many kinds of witchcraft. Grandma Wu Bai only knows 2 kinds of witchcraft, and she doesn't know the witchcraft that can give us the ability to make fire. Su Yuan looked at the group of dazed beast girls and said towards the sun, "Let's go, it's time to set off." By the way, Hu Jiolong, do you know what a witch is? Or how to become a witch? On the way, Long also learned from Hu Jiu that Su Yuan was from a super large tribe from the east. As for how big it was, according to her description, even the large tribe of Long and his ancestors could not compare to it. My sister said that witches are chosen by the gods. She was blessed by the gods to become a witch when she was born. However, I was not born when my sister was born, so I don't know much about it. The two didn't know much about witches, but from the general description, they could find that the profession of which was very similar to the magician that Su Yuan knew. Not only do they have the elemental ability to release fire and ice, some can also accelerate the growth of plants or heal injuries. What shocked Su Yuan the most was that some witches could also help warriors awaken. But the probability is not very high, and you still have to endure great pain. If that's the case, Su Yuan feels that witches are nothing special. He even says that he can be a witch, drilling wood to make fire, using saltpeter to make ice, and help the beast girl to awaken. And her own snow snake spirit liquid has apple flavor, which tastes sweet and not painful. Chapter 20 Snow Wolf. Let's rest here for the night. Everyone, set up the snow house for the night. Lion, you guys go keep looking for firewood, and the rest of you can prepare dinner. After walking for another day, as night approached, Su Yuan found a place with lush trees and stopped there so that it would be more convenient for Shur and the others to collect firewood. Everyone was preparing in an orderly manner. There was still a lot of pork left, enough for the dozen or so soldiers in the army to eat for a few more days. However, Su Yuan couldn't stand eating meat all the time. But the little beast girls were very happy. Su Yuan threw away the fruit core he had eaten and opened the system mall. We are all people with a system, and we can't live so miserably. But after choosing for a long time, Su Yuan finally had no choice but to choose a bunch of cabbage worth 15 points. After all, his great ambition has not yet been realized, and the beast girls in his tribe are still living in such harsh conditions. He cannot squander money just to fill his stomach. The speed tonight was faster than before. By the time it got dark, Fox 9 had already built 4 snow houses with the other beast girls. Well, what is this? When Shur and the others came back, everyone gathered around the fire. Ever since they learned how to make fire, these little beast girls wanted to try it themselves. At this time, Gigi came out from beside Su Yuan, lay on Su Yuan's legs, and looked at the very fresh cabbage curiously. This is cabbage. We'll add it to the broth later. It is rare to see green vegetables in the snow, especially in this icy and snowy field. Even some trees cannot survive and are frozen to death in the ice and snow. The only green things that could be seen were the grass roots beneath the deep snow and the frozen green leaves on the trees. I still added some salt to the barbecue. You don't need to add other seasonings, but you have to add some salt, otherwise it will be ruined if you suffer from muscle weakness later. The chopped cabbage is stewed in the pot with the pork. At this time, the barbecued meat is sizzling with oil and the aroma of meat is wafting out. Woo-woo. Just when everyone was preparing to feast, Su Yuan heard a humming sound in his ears, and the quick-witted Shur and Long stood up. That's a wolf howling. Long quickly realized that only a wolf lurking and preparing to attack would make such a sound. Sure enough, after Su Yuan looked around, he immediately discovered several pairs of pupils emitting green light in the snow in the distance. Everyone, hide near the flames. Hui, you stay by Wu's side and protect him. The snow wolves did not dare to move forward, but their hunger made them unwilling to retreat, so they kept crawling in the snow near the flames. After Long finished the arrangements, he took out the bone knife from his waist and prepared to deal with the snow wolves. Long, sure, are you sure you can handle those wolves? Su Yuan looked at those pairs of green eyes and had a different idea in his mind, so he quickly grabbed the 2 people who were about to rush over. No problem. I can handle it all by myself. Shur shook the saber in her hand. With this big knife, she was not afraid of the group of snow wolves at all. Don't worry. There are still a few warriors in the tribe who haven't awakened yet. Besides, with the flames, the snow wolves won't dare to charge forward. The 2 didn't understand Su Yuan's meaning. Su Yuan pointed at the wandering snow wolves and asked directly, "Can you capture them alive?" Capture alive? Although she still didn't understand what Su Yuan meant, Kalong nodded firmly. There were only 5 snow wolves on the opposite side, including her, Shur, who was also an awakened warrior, and Hui and 2 other unawakened warriors in the tribe. 5 against 5, the advantage is on my side. It's okay, Wu, but you must be careful. Su Yuan was still a little worried and immediately opened them all. Although he couldn't change the saber for a few more, a simple shovel was not that expensive. System, quickly select a few shovels for me. Wooden handles are fine. Don't cheat me. Shovel, 70 points. Refined shovel, 150 points. Big shovel, 80 points. Luoyang shovel, 50 points. Shovel, 30 points. The damn Luoyang shovel and spatula are out. Do you think these 2 things are useful in this situation? Su Yuan looked at the idiotic system speechlessly, then decisively chose 5 large shovels. Each of these things was about 1.5 meters long, and the handles were made of wood. The inlay method of this thing is also very simple. If the wooden handle is broken, you can just find a piece of wood to carve it and continue to use it. Long, take this sure. Forget your sabers. Just use this to knock them down, but only protect yourself first. If you encounter danger, you can just kill them directly, but be sure not to get hurt. There were only a few wolves, so Su Yuan was not too worried about Sure and the others. After all, even the giant python with such a thick waist could not do anything to Sure, let alone these snow wolves. However, to be on the safe side, Su Yuan still let them do what they wanted. They would be very useful if they were alive, and it would be nice to make them into wolfskin coats after they died. It would also be a good change of taste. Several people took the big shovel. Although it was not as heavy as Saber, Lion still swung it with great vigor. Long and the others were also surprised to see Su Yuan pull out several large shovels out of thin air. Although they knew something about Su Yuan's identity, the shock of seeing it like this was indeed shocking. The key point is that Su Yuan didn't even pray. He just stood there, and the gods gave him the items, and Su Yuan's face didn't look very good. I see. Several people took the big iron shovel. The tribe had items such as shovels, most of which were made of special animal bones, or were made by grinding a suitable stone into shape. Looking at the sharp shovel, everyone was like a child who got a new toy, playing with it curiously. Everyone, one by one, quickly defeat them. Remember, the witch must survive. Sure rushed towards the snow wolves without any hesitation, and the others followed. After leaving the range of the flames, the group of snow wolves also launched an attack. Ouch! It was not until the snow wolves rushed over that Su Yuan could see these guys clearly. Compared with the wolves in his previous life, these guys were much taller, and their white hair was scattered very roughly. System, list the torches for me. Just in case, Su Yuan prepared torches. If Long and the others were in danger, he would immediately exchange the torches to drive away the pack of snow wolves. As for what happened later, he had no intention of letting these guys survive. Whoa, I'll go help too. Those little wolf cubs can't catch me at all. Mao Yi also stood up at this time. If it weren't for the harassment from the group of snow wolves, she would have started eating long ago. Now she was venting all her resentment on those snow wolves. Then just take your iron axe and hit them. If Mao Yi were to really use his steel claws to cause trouble for those snow wolves, he would probably be able to scratch those guys to pieces in just a few strokes. Chapter 21, I have a plan with food and accommodation. On the battlefield, due to the accumulation of snow, fighting was not very flexible, but the snow wolves had to struggle for a long time after failing to pounce and falling into the snow. Bang! At this time, a snow wolf rushed towards the lion with its fangs bared, looking hungry, as if it was going to bite off the lion's neck in one bite. But when it rushed to the front, it was knocked to the ground by a shovel. Although there was no bleeding, the blow made it a little dizzy. Before it could get up again, the big shovel came down again, this time at its kidneys, making it scream. Oh, whoa. The snow wolves that Sure and Long were dealing with were basically no match for them. They were knocked down in the snow in a few moves, and it was difficult for them to get up in a short time. On the other side, Hui was not to be outdone. He grabbed a shovel that was bitten by the snow wolf and threw it into the sky. This is the weapon that Wu gave me. Please don't break it. Bang! Snowflakes flew everywhere, and the snow wolf was knocked unconscious. Its mouth, which was biting the shovel, was covered in blood. It's over. This guy won't be beaten to death, right? Gray was a little worried and walked over carefully. She was relieved when she found that the snow wolf was still breathing. If she failed to fulfill the witch's requirements, she would not dare to say that she wanted to become an awakened warrior. The battle lasted for several minutes, and the remaining 2 beast girls also suppressed the snow wolf. In the snow where movement was difficult, long-handled weapons showed great advantages. With the help of Mao Yi, who was hitting his head with an axe, the battle was over quickly. For a moment, everyone in the tribe cheered. Wu, we brought these guys here. Su Yuan looked at the people who had returned and rubbed their heads affectionately. The little beast girls thought that Su Yuan was blessing them and squinted their eyes happily. White Rabbit, bring over that big rope from before and tie up all these guys. We'll talk about it when they wake up tomorrow. 2 of the snow wolves were unconscious, and the remaining 3 looked listless. Su Yuan planned to starve them for another night. Dog training is a long process, and he intends to see how long these guys can maintain their pride with free food and shelter. If that doesn't work, just stew into wolf meat soup. The victory in the battle made the atmosphere in the tribe more cheerful. Everyone's smile was reflected in the firelight. What these simple beast girls in primitive society wanted was very simple. Eat well, dress warmly, and have a peaceful life. The addition of snow houses made it less crowded than yesterday, but there was still no change for Su Yuan. Several beast girls wanted to be in the same snow house with him. Fortunately, Fox 9 had anticipated this, so this snow house is bigger than the others and not as crowded as yesterday. The next day, Su Yuan's sweet dream was awakened by the urge to urinate. Mao Yu was restless at night, and he was attacked from both sides by Long and Hu Jiao, which made him have wild thoughts all night. Hey, are you guys awake? The few snow wolves outside have also woken up and are now lying there helplessly. Judging from the broken snow around them, they must have struggled after waking up last night. However, Su Yuan's climbing rope is made of nylon. The boss has guaranteed that this thing has a maximum pulling force of 1 ton. How can it release a force of more than 1 ton, even when tied up like this? Woo woo woo. Several snow wolves growled at Su Yuan, as if they were about to rush up and bite him into pieces in the next second. I called you uncle. Didn't you get enough of being photographed yesterday? Su Yuan hit a snow wolf on the head with a shovel, and immediately the guy retracted his ferocious look. The intelligence of these guys is higher than that of ordinary wild wolves. After being hit with a shovel, they also understood the current situation. I am the fish, and he is the knife. If I act violently towards the person in front of me, the meat on the shelf opposite me should be replaced. Oh, that's quite clever. I didn't expect the beasts in this world to have some intelligence. Su Yuan looked at the submissive snow wolves. It really looked like a magical world, and these guys were the monsters that threaten humans. It's just that the ancestors of this Warcraft wolf were a bit miserable. They didn't eat anything good last night. Instead, they had to take a set of CPR, and one of them ate a red-hard dragon fruit. At this time, the dragon fruit juice was still solidified at the corner of his mouth. This pitiful look made Su Yuan understand what the next step should be. He doesn't know how to train wolves, but he has seen a lot of dog training. First, he uses a set of heart-piercing kicks and dragon fruit, and if that doesn't work, he uses a set of kite flying. Su Yuan's evil smile made the 5 snow wolves huddle together in fear. The messy fur could not bring them a sense of security. Instead, the dark shadow in front of them made them feel cold. I'll give you a chance. Either you submit to me, or you'll turn into a wolfskin coat. Snow Wolf didn't quite understand what Su Yuan meant. It seemed that he had to use the same dog training method. So, Su Yuan took the leftover barbecue from yesterday and placed it in front of the 5 snow wolves with a branch. I said you can only eat if you eat. Do you hear me? As soon as he put the meat in front of the snow wolves, the 5 snow wolves bit it without hesitation, but each of them took a bite of itself. Bang, 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 bang. There were 5 more hits with the shovel, and the 5 snow wolves immediately retracted their necks. Within 2 seconds, he saw Su Yuan extending the barbecue to him, and immediately took a bite of it. Bang! After filming for more than 10 minutes, even the beast girl resting in the snow house was woken up. Everyone looked at Su Yuan's actions curiously. Whoa, what are you doing? Long was adjusting his fur coat at this time, and when he noticed that Su Yuan was so close to the snow wolf, he hurried over. It's okay. I'm training the dogs. Once they're obedient, they can help with hunting. Dog training? Which, will these beasts listen to us? In the past, wild beasts were discovered and then hunted. Long had never heard of a wild beast that could be tamed. No, when he was in the tribe, he heard the old witch say that some witches in large tribes would use witchcraft to control the actions of wild beasts. Is this the witchcraft that controls wild beasts? It just looks a bit. Eat. At this moment, the snow wolves also became smart. Even if Su Yuan put the meat next to their mouths, these guys would not open their mouths. Su Yuan tore the meat into small pieces and passed it over. Eat. After shouting several times, the snow wolf, which was looking at the meat at the corner of its mouth, carefully ate the barbecue. After repeating this several times, Snow Wolf understood what Su Yuan meant. He could only eat when he was told to eat. If he wasn't told to eat, he would be beaten. If he got angry, the beating would be even worse. Happiness and pain were intertwined. The Snow Wolves finally had a good meal after being hungry for so many days, but their heads just hurt a little. Long, sure, from now on these 5 Snow Wolves will be handed over to you 5. I will give you chains later. If you get angry, just kick and hit them hard. When eating, you throw the food on the ground, and then allow them to eat when you shout eat. If they dare to snatch the food, continue to beat them. Make sure they remember this lesson. Su Yuan watched as the 5 snow wolves revealed an evil plan of providing food and lodging. The first dog on this alien planet was born. Chapter 22, The Red Fox Tribe. Su Yuan, I also want to raise a snow wolf. After breakfast, everyone continued on their journey. Mao Yi looked at the 5 snow wolves tied with leashes and hugged Su Yuan's arm and started to act coquettishly. Think carefully. If you raise them, you'll be responsible for their meals in the future. I remember cats have big appetites at night. Then I won't raise them. Su Yuan, can you use your witchcraft to control some of them with smaller appetites? Su Yuan rolled his eyes at her. He knew how to train dogs because he had learned a few tricks from them in his previous life, and these snow wolves were also quite smart. Bang! On the side, the snow wolf that was angry at Gigi was hit on the head by Long with a shovel. Compared with Su Yuan's hits, Long's hit was more ruthless. The snow wolf immediately hugged its head and whimpered. How about I control Gigi and let you take care of her from now on? Forget it, I won't keep it anymore. Gigi eats more than me. It's enough for me to feed my own little belly. Malia's enthusiasm for things only lasts for a short time. Once her curiosity wears off, she will no longer be interested. Of course, she has always been very active in eating. Su Yuan, this method of taming snow wolves isn't witchcraft, right? Fox 9 also came to Su Yuan at this time. She had seen her sister perform witchcraft. Although it was not witchcraft to control wild beasts, it was completely different from Su Yuan's previous actions. And she also discovered some clues from Su Yuan's previous actions. Of course not. Let me give you an analogy. One day you are extremely hungry, and I catch you. I then beat you up. Then when it's time to eat, if you dare to move without my permission, I will beat you. You can only eat with my permission. After doing this a few times, are you willing to go back to your previous days of starvation? Or are you willing to follow my instructions and have food every day? The obedience test is effective for some slightly intelligent creatures. The reason why Sure and the others are holding the snow wolves is because they have not been completely tamed yet. Once it is completely tamed and obedient, there's no need to even put a rope on it. I see. This is how the victorious tribe integrates the defeated tribe into its own tribe after a tribal war, right? Fox 9 was very smart and immediately understood Su Yuan's abstract metaphor. She heard from her sister that the way they dealt with the war between tribes was not much different from how Su Yuan dealt with a group of snow wolves. They were first locked in cages and starved for a few days. They will be released only after they are willing to surrender and become slaves working for the tribe or warriors for hunting and fighting. Su Yuan, next time you catch a snow wolf, can you let me try one? Fox 9's desire to learn was rekindled. She grabbed Su Yuan's hands with her 2 little hands and asked with hope on her face. Okay, but the snow wolf is too dangerous. Let's wait until we find some more docile beasts. After walking in the snowfield for another 5 days, the moss bristle pork had been eaten up, and it seemed that Su Yuan's luck had also run out. He had only harvested some fruits in the past few days. The best day was when Malia caught 2 snow rabbits in the snow. The meat was enough for everyone to eat after being stewed into soup. Of course, White Rabbit didn't eat it. The beast girl seemed to have some taboos about beasts of the same race as herself. According to White Rabbit, it's not that she couldn't eat it. You'll feel very uncomfortable. It will last for several days before the feeling disappears. Although the food was almost consumed, Su Yuan was still not worried. In the process of walking around and picking up things, his points had exceeded 10,000. He could exchange 1,000 compressed biscuits for 10 points, which was a very luxurious exchange method. If he wanted to fill his stomach, there were also cheaper staple foods such as potatoes and wheat. The price of 100 kilograms of potatoes that cannot be cultivated by inoculation is 50 points, while the price of 1 kilogram of potatoes that can be cultivated is 5,000 points. Woo! We found signs of human life ahead. Just when Su Yuan was bored and browsing them all on the road, several diligent little beast girls in front of him ran back anxiously. Any signs of human life? Did you see any human figures? The person who spoke was a little beast girl with short brown hair. She was very agile, and her movements in climbing trees to pick fruits were even more skillful than Mao Ye's. No, I looked up the tree, but I didn't see anyone nearby. Come on, take us to see it. Su Yuan, Hu Jiao, and the others hurried over. The little beast girl pointed to a place under a huge rock covered with snow. A big hole had been dug out in the originally flat snow. The newly fallen snow had not yet completely covered the ground. Su Yuan dug around and found some burnt charcoal. More importantly, he also discovered traces of blood. It's my sister's. Everyone searched around. Fox 9 sniffed the cold air and then found a lot of supplies in the snow pile nearby. This is what we took with us when we escaped. This stone axe was even polished by a lion. Shur was also a little excited. He picked up the stone axe and looked at it carefully. For a moment, everyone's faces were very solemn. The blood is already coagulated, but the snow is so deep, they must have been walking for a day. Long also roughly calculated the time when Red Fox and the others left based on the normal snow depth around them. If there was blood, the situation there might be serious. As a result, so many supplies were left there. Su Yuan, what should we do? No matter how smart Fox 9 was, she started to cry when faced with the current situation. She held Su Yuan's hand and was a little at a loss. Take these supplies and hurry over. Distribute these animal skins to everyone. I'm afraid we'll need to travel at night. Woo, these supplies are too heavy. It will take quite a while to carry them with us. How about some of us rush over first, and the rest of us can come back with the supplies slowly? Long looked at the supplies and made some comments. The supplies were not heavy at all. In addition to some animal skins, there were also many stone axes, bone knives, and even a lot of dried food. No need. If Chi-Hu and the others encounter wild beasts, we will be in danger if we separate. I can naturally find a way to deal with the supplies. Su Yuan didn't intend to waste time, nor did he want the subsequent troops to be in danger after he left with Shur and the others. System, change it to a wooden sled. I can make it on the spot. If you charge too much, I'll curse your system to have a bug. Ordinary wooden sled board, 10 points. Okay, I'll buy this one. Su Yuan traded the wooden sled board, and no one understood why he took out the wooden board. Long, take your men and load all the supplies onto this board, then tie it up with ropes. Long took the sled with confused eyes. Although she didn't know what Su Yuan's plan was, she just had to carry it out. Chapter 23, The Ones Left Behind. So that's how it is, Su Yuan, you're so smart. After they set off, Fox 9 and the others finally understood what Su Yuan meant. The sled was being pulled by a small beast girl. It used to take 2 people to move it, but now they could just pull the rope to drag the supplies. Su Yuan, can you give me one too? I want to sit on it too. Mao Yi looked at the supplies that could be slid away on the sled board and immediately set his sights on Su Yuan. He stared at Su Yuan with his big eyes, like a kitten begging for food. Okay, I can give it to you, but you have to be careful. A 10-point sled board was not very expensive, and it might be useful when they met the Red Fox tribe again. So Su Yuan immediately exchanged one for Mao Yi. Yeah, I'll go and help everyone scout the way. The supplies still needed people to pull them, so Mao Yi lay on the sled and found a stick to support the ground and push it forward. Perhaps it was because she was petite and not particularly heavy, so she was able to push it like that. Fox 9, White Rabbit, this is so fun, Before Mao Yi could laugh, the sled tilted forward and immediately rushed down the slope. Only Mao Yi's screams could be heard in the snow. Su Yuan gave a wicked smile. He had already discovered the downhill road ahead, but the slope was not too steep and there were no obstacles in the middle of the slope. So at most Mao Yi got a lesson and fell into the snow. Be careful when going downhill, try to hold on to your supplies, and don't rush too fast like Mao Yi. The beast girls behind him were almost frightened by Mao Yi's scream. They came to their senses after seeing that Mao Yi, who had fallen into the snow pile below, was fine. Ha ha ha, this is so funny. Below, Mao Yi landed in a forest. The trees here were covered with snow, and the withered trunks had been dead for many days. Cough, cough, cough. At this time, Mao Yi suddenly heard a slight cough. She immediately became alert and took out the steel claws hanging around her waist. Cough, cough, cough. Mao Yi carefully put away the sled and climbed up the tree trunk in a few seconds. The sound before was very faint, but she was sure that she had not heard it wrong. This is... After looking around, she soon found a figure lying under the tree trunk. The snow had covered her body, and only a pale little face was visible under the snow. Cat White. Mao Yi recognized the face immediately after seeing it. She jumped down from the tree anxiously and walked towards the figure under the trunk. After digging through the snow, she finally saw the person clearly. Under the thick animal skin, a cat girl with short white hair that reached her shoulders was leaning there weakly. Her face was now bloodless, and there was a hint of purple on her lips. Mao Yi immediately lifted up the animal skins with tears in his eyes. Mao Bai's body was very cold, and the blood flowing from his chest had already solidified. Mao Bai, wake up, Su Yuan. Su Yuan, save Mao Bai. At this time, Mao Yi's panic cry made Su Yuan realize that something was wrong. He quickly changed his sled board and slid down. Come over here from behind. I'll go see what's going on. Long was a little panicked, but Su Yuan had already slid down with the help of the sled, so she had to take out the sled that had been placed under the supplies. We have everyone carry the supplies down. I'll go protect Wu's safety. Just as she was about to slide down, Shur grabbed her waist, and the two of them staggered and fell down without direction. Maya, what's wrong? After falling down, Su Yuan ignored the snow on his body and hurriedly followed the sound to Mao Yi. The crying figure immediately rushed over and hugged him after seeing him. Su Yuan, hurry up and save Mao Bai. She's dying. Cat White. Su Yuan found the little white-haired cat girl lying beside the tree trunk. Her dark face looked a little dangerous. Quick, go get some firewood from the supplies to start the fire. The little white cat was already a little unconscious, with its eyes closed and muttering something. Su Yuan hurriedly picked it up. So cold. The clothes that looked like ice cubes could no longer be worn, so Su Yuan hurriedly took off the simple animal skin clothes. There was a scratch mark on her plump chest. It's bad. With blood loss and hypothermia, this person's going to die soon. Su Yuan didn't have time to think about anything else, and hurriedly put his down jacket on Mao Bai. The small body was wrapped in the down jacket, with only 2 sections of the calves exposed. The coldness in the snowy field made him shiver. He quickly changed into another piece of animal skin and put it on himself, then put Mao Bai's legs into his lower abdomen. It's so cold. System, do you have anything to keep warm? Electric heater, 800 points. Electric blanket, 300 points. Air conditioning, 2,100 points. Damn it, if I had electricity, I'd ask you this. Is there anything that doesn't require electricity? Hot water bottle, 30 points. Brazier, 60 points. Okay, you have nothing to do now, go play. If you were still waiting for the hot water to be boiled at this time, you would be frozen stiff. When Su Yuan came back to his senses from the mall page, he immediately noticed that Mao Bai's face was becoming increasingly darker and darker. Oh no, this is lack of oxygen. In this case, the little white cat's respiratory circulation has become disordered, and artificial respiration must be used to maintain oxygen supply, and then cardiopulmonary resuscitation must be performed to maintain blood circulation. Su Yuan didn't expect that his first kiss would be with a beautiful white cat. He didn't care about it at the moment. He immediately leaned over and kissed the cat's pale lips. Whoa, what happened? Shur and Long from behind also rushed over at this time. When they saw Su Yuan hugging and kissing a girl, they would have called the police long ago if they were on Earth. Cat White. Shur also recognized the little cat girl in Su Yuan's arms, and Su Yuan turned his head at this time. Long, dig a hole here and prepare the branches with Maya. There is no time to use the fire drilling method now, so he took out the lighter from his pocket and handed it to Long. Press this to create fire. Light it up quickly. Su Yuan did not allow Mao Bai to recover much oxygen. After he finished speaking, he immediately continued to rescue Mao Bai. The large army behind also came down, and the flames in the snow pit slowly rose beside Su Yuan. The little cat girl in his arms gradually showed some reaction. White Rabbit, bring over the white box from your backpack. His body had regained some temperature, and his heartbeat had resumed. The next step was to treat the scratch on his chest. Fortunately, he had taken several classes on wound suturing before climbing the mountain, and there were medical needles and thread for suturing in the medicine box. I have never sutured such a big wound before, so in this situation, I can only go ahead with it. Chapter 24, Traveling Through Time Too Early. Such a beautiful scene did not make Su Yuan feel moved at all. Instead, he was nervously stitching up the wound in the middle of Mao Bai's chest. Fox 9 and his men built a snow wall around them, and a pot of broth was stewing in the flames. The suturing went relatively smoothly, but he encountered a small problem when suturing at the top, which delayed him for a while. He had to use his wrist to block the wound before he could sew it. There were some anti-infection drugs in the medical kit. He breathed a sigh of relief after feeding the medicine into Mao Bai's mouth. Now, he could only leave it to fate. Warm up the hide and cover her with it. Let's all rest here for the day. It was already dark. We had originally planned to travel overnight to catch up with the Red Fox tribe, but after encountering this incident, we had to stop our journey. Sure, Long, don't go looking for food tonight. We don't know where the monster that attacked the Red Fox tribe is yet. Everyone, try to stay together. But Wu, we only have a few fruits left. Su Yuan took out the dried meat that Chi Hu and the others had left behind. If they were frugal with the meat, everyone could barely fill their stomachs. Of course, he couldn't just endure the hardship, So Su Yuan immediately exchanged for 50 kilograms of potatoes, which only cost 25 points. If these things were not inconvenient to take away, he would have wanted to exchange them for 100 kilograms directly. I'll take care of these potatoes. You guys re-roast the jerky. The system still has a conscience. Each potato exchanged is bigger than a fist, and there is no soil on it. They are piled on the sled board to form a small hill. Whoa, what is this? Mao Yu was still taking care of Mao Bai. Ji came to Su Yuan after seeing the thing appear on the small hill. Her intuition told her that these were all very delicious foods. These are potatoes. Take out your bone knives and cut them into small pieces and put them in the clay pot. The clay pot couldn't hold much of the potatoes and dried meat stew, so the remaining ones could only be roasted directly next to the fire. Soon, bursts of fragrance wafted out. You guys eat first, I'll go check on Mao Bai. Su Yuan came to Mao Bai with a bowl of potato and meat soup. Wrapped in her down jacket, she had recovered her body temperature, but her forehead felt a little hot to the touch. I have a fever. He didn't know whether the medicine he had fed Mao Bai before would be effective on the beast girls in this world. If there was no other way, he would have to find Chihu and the others first, and let Chihu use witchcraft to cure Mao Bai. Water. Just when Su Yuan was checking Mao Bai's temperature, he heard a slight hoarse sound in his ears. Mao Bai's eyes were still closed, but his lips moved a little. Su Yuan quickly picked her up and brought the potato and meat soup in his hand to her mouth. The fragrance made the cat's white ears tremble, and its eyes opened with some difficulty. Such beautiful eyes. Su Yuan was a little surprised. Mao Bai's eyes were light blue, as if there was a blue ocean in his pupils. There was a bit of confusion in his eyes when he looked at Su Yuan. Mao Bai, you're finally awake. Mao Yu put down the fragrant potatoes in his hand and hurried to Su Yuan. Cat Knight, why are you here? We got lost before and met Su Yuan. He is a magical wizard. He was the one who saved you just now. Mao Bai turned his gaze to Su Yuan's face, and a look of gratitude appeared on his pale face. Thank you, Divine Witch. Okay, drink the broth first. Su Yuan didn't ask anything and pushed the broth in his hand to Mao Bai's mouth. Smells so good. After taking a light sip, Mao Bai immediately started drinking it in big gulps. When he was fleeing with the tribe before, he could only eat palm-sized pieces of dried meat every day. After drinking 2 bowls in a row, she felt her body had recovered a little. Now she could see clearly the beast girls who were looking at her by the fire not far away. Mao Bai, what happened to Chi Hu and the others? And why were you left here? Mao Bai also saw Hu Jiao, and his face immediately became a little panicked. He wanted to get up from Su Yuan's arms. Wu and the others are in danger, and this is not a safe place. Everyone hide quickly. Mao Bai, don't be anxious. Explain things clearly first. Everyone tried their best to calm Mao Bai down, and then she sat up and told them what had happened before. After we got separated from Fox 9, Red Fox led us towards the sun. A while ago, the ice god got angry, so we had to take refuge under the big rock over there. But yesterday, a group of snow monsters attacked the tribe. After Red Fox led everyone to repel them, we unexpectedly found another snow monster. I was seriously injured and couldn't escape, so I hid here. This was not just hiding here. Su Yuan saw the sadness in Mao Bai's heart. He probably hid alone because he didn't want to hold everyone back. But now is not the time to worry about this. He frowned and looked at the people around him and asked, "We're snow demons and snow monsters." Woo! Snow demons are a type of monster that lives in the snowy plains. They are very small and thin and are not afraid of the cold. They often move in groups of dozens. I haven't seen that snow monster either. I heard from the old witch that it's very strong and covered in hair. It usually appears in caves. Oh my god, these must be Warcraft. It seems I have indeed traveled to a world of swords and magic, but the timing of this travel is a little too early. Let's all rest together tonight. The 3 of us will take turns keeping watch at night. If the monsters and demons from the world of swords and magic really appeared, then these stone knives and stone axes would be no match for them. Which, there's no need to worry so much. Those snow monsters are afraid of fire, and snow monsters are also afraid of bright things. Well, if the Red Fox hadn't cast fire magic, no one would have been able to escape. Mao Bai was also explaining that yesterday the snow monsters just surrounded the flames and did not dare to move forward, but the wood collected by the tribe could not last too long. So he had no choice but to escape with everyone in the tribe. Well, let's not let the flame go out tonight. Lion, you guys should cut down some trees nearby. At night, the delicious potatoes reduced the beast girl's fear of the snow monsters. After eating, they hugged each other and lay down in groups of 3 or 4. The 5 snow wolves also lay happily beside the flames. They were a little afraid of the flames before, but now they came very close to it after feeling the warmth. I was just not very satisfied with the food today. I, a carnivorous snow wolf, actually had to eat potatoes. Now, if they were not all under supervision, under the guidance of Su Yuan, the beast girls would manage them very strictly, and if they did not eat, they would be hit with 2 shovels. So I could only eat it with tears in my eyes. Chapter 25 pictures are for reference only. The next day, Mao Bai had recovered a lot and slept quietly in his down jacket. He was given medicine again in the middle of the night, and his fever had almost subsided. It seems that this medicine is effective on the beast girls from the other world, and the effect seems to be very obvious. The results were seen in just one night. That night, everyone kept watch over each other, and everything went smoothly. No trace of the snow demon or the snow monster was found, but from time to time, there were faint rustling sounds in the woods on the snowy night. Long, can you let me go? I can't breathe because of the pressure you put on me. Although the igloo was built very casually this time, and even the roof was just covered with a few animal skins, with the presence of fire and more than a dozen people living together, the temperature was not very low. Su Yuan was closely protected by Long and Sure, and he was sweating all night long. The most important thing was that these 2 were the most powerful among the beast girls. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. In the early morning, Su Yuan no longer needed to teach these beast girls how to prepare food. They took the initiative to start roasting potatoes. Having only eaten potatoes for 1 meal yesterday, they became interested in this soft and sticky food. Su Yuan came to Mao Bai's side. The wound under his down jacket stopped bleeding and healed very quickly. His body, which was as cold as ice before, also returned to normal temperature. Su Yuan. When the down jacket was opened, Mao Bai was awakened by a gust of cold wind. This imaginative scene made Su Yuan stop what he was doing. Wait, that's not right. Aren't I supposed to be a doctor treating patients' injuries? Why do I feel so embarrassed about being discovered? Ahem, Mao Bai, you've recovered quite well. Can you get up and walk around now? Mao Bai didn't care that he was completely exposed. He slowly propped himself up and sat up. Although the injury on his chest had recovered a lot, his legs and feet were still a little weak due to excessive blood loss. It's okay, I can walk. Mao Bai was still worried about the people in the tribe, and didn't want to trouble Su Yuan, but after taking 2 steps, his legs went weak, and he was hugged by Su Yuan. Forget it. Let Mao Ye take you away later. Su Yuan did not let Mao Bai continue to act stubbornly. He had to catch up with Chi Hu and the others today, no matter what. Otherwise, it would be too late when they were attacked by the snow monster. When in a hurry, Mao Ye acted as a rickshaw driver, but he enjoyed pulling the sled. Every time he sped up, he would scare Mao Bai, who was sitting behind him. Cat night, if you keep making trouble, I won't let you sleep next to me. Mao Bai held the sled board and looked at Mao Ye with a bit of anger on his little face, but the threats that were usually most effective were not very effective now. Hee. Mao Ye can sleep next to Su Yuan too. Mao Bai, you can't threaten me anymore. I need to speed up. Everyone in the tribe was inspired by the 2 people's cheerful voices and was no longer as afraid of the snow monster as before. Long, what kind of weapon do you want? If we encounter a snow monster, we'll need you and Sure to protect everyone. There are too few warriors in the tribe now. He has to arm the only 2 awakened warriors, and the rest have to wait until they're stabilized. There are too many things to carry around. Although there are more than a dozen people in the tribe, we can't let a little beast girl like Gigi carry supplies that are taller than her. Anything. Long looked at the saber carried by Sure with some hope in her eyes. This thing has always been Sure's treasure. She has never been allowed to use it since the last time she killed the mossy bristle pig with 1 blow. That one isn't very convenient for you to use, is it? Su Yuan also knew that Long had always wanted Sure's saber that could kill a mossy bristle pig with 1 blow, but the requirements for this weapon were somewhat harsh. Sure's strength is much greater than Long's. If he doesn't have some strength, he can only use skills to wield the saber. Coincidentally, he has no skills to use the saber. Long immediately hesitated. After thinking for a long time, he still felt that the big shovel in his hand was easy to use. It was not only light, but also very smooth when hitting the snow wolf's head. Whoa, I'll use this then. This isn't a weapon. Never mind. Wait for me to think about it. It was too difficult for these beast girls who had only used stone axes and bone knives to choose weapons, so Su Yuan opened the system all while on the way. System, list all light knife weapons. Watermelon knife, 160 points. Refined machete, 300 points. Cleavers, 120 points. Paper cutter, 20 points. Nail clippers, 12 points. Refined dual blades, second blade half price for a limited time, 450 points. This system is going crazy again. What kind of weapon is a nail clipper? Wait, what's half price? Su Yuan immediately saw the words, half price. If 2 swords cost 450 points, it means that 1 refined sword only costs 300 points, the same price as the machete. Forget it. I'll just buy it at half price for a limited time. There aren't many opportunities to get the system's wool. The time limit was limited, so Su Yuan thought again and decided to buy the 2 refined swords. However, when the refined double swords appeared in his hands, his face immediately darkened. Damn, it looks like a machete in the picture on them all, but I didn't expect it to be shrunk in reality. Including the handle, it's only as long as Su Yuan's arm. It turns out that the system mall also has popular pictures for reference only. Please refer to the actual product. Long, I'll give you this weapon. I pray to the gods for it, but I'm not sure if you're used to using it. Woo, thank you. Long took the 2 swords. The weight of these 2 swords was much lighter than the saber. Sure took a look and immediately didn't care. These small short swords could not get close to her. The beast girls in this world are indeed combat geniuses. Not long after the dual swords were handed along, she roughly figured out how to use them. He could also use a single sword, and the other one was given to Hui. With Su Yuan's consent, Hui waved a short sword in his hand happily. In fact, he could have changed to another weapon, but seeing Hui happily following Long to get familiar with the new weapon, he didn't call Hui. This scared the following snow wolves so much that their limbs trembled. The previous hits with the big shovel could not kill the wolves, but this blow could cut a hole in the tree trunk, which would also make a cut on its head. We all have to travel tonight, so eat more now and don't worry about not having enough food. In the evening, Su Yuan said to everyone in the tribe that more and more traces of Chi-Hu and the others could be found on the road, and it seemed that the 2 sides were not too far away. At this moment, Fox 9 and the others wished they could grow wings and fly to the Red Fox tribe immediately, but they were all land beast girls, and only beast girls from the Wing tribe could do this. Chapter 26, Red Fox Tribe. Who see? Are those snow monsters following us? At the foot of a mountain in the snowy field, a girl with her red tail exposed was leaning against a huge rock with a pale face. There were many beast girls around her leaning against a campfire in a mess. Sister Red Fox, the snow monster has been angered by those snow demons. They're trying to lure the snow monster over here, and they're already here. Those damn guys. The Red Fox's cold face turned very ugly. They were ambushed by the Black Sheep tribe, and while leading the tribe to escape, their sister and the others were lost. Sister Chi-Hu, there's one more thing. Mao Bai is missing. What? When did it happen? Yesterday, I heard from Xiaomi and the others that Mao Bai was attacked by a snow demon in order to protect them, and then he disappeared. The Red Fox's expression became even uglier now. His teeth were tightly biting his lips, and his hands were clenched into fists. No, I have to go back to her. Sister Red Fox, there are snow monsters behind us now, and there are snow monsters following closely. We can't go back. The corners of the Red Fox's mouth were bitten until they bled. If she wasn't the leader of the tribe, she would have really wanted to cry. Of the more than 50 people in the tribe, more than 10 were captured for missing, and now there are only more than 30 people left. And now there is one less person, and she has no way to deal with it. Let's rest in the cave ahead first, then fight those snow monsters. Then we'll go around the mountainside. Xiaoman, take the others and look for some food trees nearby. She really wanted to fight those snow monsters to the death, but reason told her that the fighting power of the tribe would not support her fighting those snow monsters to the death. As the leader, the Red Fox could not act on his emotions. He wiped away the tears from his eyes and continued to lead the large group towards the foot of the mountain not far away. Woo, these are left behind by the snow demon's corpse. Su Yuan and his companions at the back discovered a small white ball that had fallen to the ground, emitting a light blue glow in the snow. If it weren't for Mao Ye and the others' good eyesight, they would have been unable to find this ping-pong ball-sized ball in the snow. Rare item detected. Snow Demon Core. Trade for 800 points, or trade for 80 points to get a new special item. Host, please select the transaction direction. Surprisingly, it was a rare item that was even cheaper than the Snow Snake's spiritual fluid. Su Yuan looked at the ordinary white bead curiously and asked, "What's the use of this thing?" Which, this Snow Demon Stone is used to make wizard staffs, but only some old wizards know how to make them. Sister doesn't know how to make witch staffs either, but usually these kinds of things can be collected and sold to the larger tribes. It turned out to be the energy ball on the magic wand. Since it only has this use, there is naturally no need to keep it. I'm not a real wizard. Trade 80 points system. Transaction successful. New products can be viewed in the special column. Snow Demon brand tea, ginger tea flavor, 800 points. Note, no side effects within 3 hours of drinking. Can be exchanged for 3 bottles per day. No wonder it's even cheaper than the Snow Snake spiritual liquid. It only has the effect of warding off the cold, and the quantity of this stuff is limited. Su Yuan didn't care. Even if he knew the items that could be unlocked by the Snow Demon Core, he would choose to unlock them. After all, it is better to be prepared for such things. Of course, more importantly, he is a collector, and he would feel uncomfortable not unlocking something that could be unlocked. If we have the Snow Demon Stone, my sisters and the others shouldn't be far away. Everyone was shocked. The sky was getting darker. If they could find Chi-Hu and the others before sunset, they wouldn't have to travel at night. Sister Red Fox, those snow monsters are getting closer. Outside the cave, everyone in the tribe just ate some dried meat casually. They were forced to throw away some supplies before, and they didn't bring anything with them when they escaped. Now, there are only a few pieces of snow rabbit meat caught on the way to escape, and some sour fruits that will make your teeth fall apart. Red Fox sat quietly by the fire. After hearing Husi's news, he immediately stood up and shouted into the cave, "Everyone, pack up and leave." The cave was not very big, barely enough for about 10 people to enter. The Red Fox asked some beast girls, young and old, in the tribe to hide inside. Roar! Just when everyone was about to leave, an uninvited guest came to the foot of the mountain. He had white hair and was nearly 2.5 meters tall. Bear! The Red Fox looked at the white bear, who was holding a piece of meat in the corner of his mouth and looking at everyone with his 2 small eyes in confusion, and suddenly stopped where he was. No wonder the cave is so empty. The owner has been eating for half a day. The Red Fox is about to collapse now. A series of bad things have happened one after another. Xiao Man, Husi, stop this guy. The polar bear was also very angry at the uninvited guests who broke into his home. He let go of the meat in his mouth and roared at the Red Fox and the others with red eyes. Xiao Man is a female bear. Although she shares some characteristics with the polar bear opposite her, in terms of strength, it is difficult for Xiao Man with her small body to defeat the polar bear that is nearly 2.5 meters tall. Roar! There are about 7 unawakened warriors in the tribe, but they have to protect the rest of the tribe, so only the 3 of them can face the black bear. Flame! The Red Fox took out a domino from his arms, on which was engraved the symbol of fire. A witch without a witch staff could only use the witch domino to cast spells. In front of the Red Fox, a fireball as big as the head instantly hit the face of the rushing polar bear, burning it and making it wail and dive into the snow to put out the fire. Xiao Man picked up a bone stick that was taller than her from the supplies she was packing. It was full of holes, and some sharp spots on the stick stained the white bear with bright red blood instantly when it hit the white bear. Roar! The white bear was enraged and stood up and slapped Xiao Man madly. The bone stick in front of him was cracked by his claws. Ouch! My weapon is broken! Xiao Man felt a little distressed, but when she saw the people protecting her, she clenched the bone stick and hit the white bear again. In the back, Husi held a stone spear tightly in his hand, and light runes began to appear on his forehead. There were originally 3 awakened warriors in the tribe. One was captured and one was lost. Now she was the only one left, and Husi's palms holding the stone spear began to sweat. Call out! In an instant, the stone spear passed through Xiaoman's head and directly embedded into the white bear's chest. The terrifying force made the white bear take a few steps back. Chi-chi-chi-chi. Just as she was rejoicing that this attack had seriously injured the polar bear, a familiar voice was heard in the wind and snow in the distance, and a series of snow-white figures appeared. Damn, I didn't expect those guys to show up so soon. The Red Fox looked at the tribesmen hiding behind him and made a decision in an instant. It was too late to escape now. Everyone fight those guys. Chapter 27, Battle at Sunset. Woo, there are a lot of fresh footprints ahead. As night approached, the setting sun shone on the snowfield. Su Yuan and others hurried faster and faster because they saw obvious footprints on the snow. There are dense, small footprints, as well as a very large footprint of a giant beast. It seems those snow demons and snow monsters have caught up with Red Fox and the others. Su Yuan knew that they were now very close to the snow monster, but he could not see any trace of it at all. The footsteps could only be chasing the red fox. Sure, sure. Mao, yeah. And I will rush over first. Long, you lead everyone over slowly and just follow the direction of the footprints. Woo, but Long was very worried about Su Yuan and wanted to follow him, but was immediately stopped by Su Yuan. Everyone needs protection too. Don't worry, I'll be fine. By the way, this is for you. Su Yuan was worried that Long and the others could not cope with the sudden danger, so he exchanged an alcohol incendiary bottle from the system mall. This thing costs 600 points each, which was not cheap at all. If you're in danger, use the lighter I gave you to light the cloth here, then throw it hard at the enemy. Remember, throw it away immediately after lighting it. Su Yuan was very confident in Long. After a week of knowing each other, Long basically listened to him and never did anything other than Su Yuan's instructions. I understand. I will catch up with Wu soon. Fox 9 and White Rabbit also wanted to follow, but their fighting ability was not good enough, so Su Yuan comforted them and sent them back. The three of them immediately rushed in the direction of the footprints. Thanks to the people in front of them clearing the way, there was not so much snow on the road behind them. Mao Yi thought Su Yuan was too slow, so he carried Su Yuan on his back and ran forward. Why are you pushing each other so hard? The Red Fox asked the tribe members to retreat into the cave. With the flames burning in front of them, the snow monsters did not dare to approach. Why? Someone gave us a nice stash of supplies to capture you. The snow demon is very short and thin, with a pair of pointed ears, a hunched body, and a wisp of white hair from the back of its head to its back. Black sheep? That guy's really haunting me. The Red Fox didn't understand why that guy was so obsessed with capturing him. They had already occupied his home, but now they still refused to let him go. Okay, this little flame can stop us, but it can't stop the big guy behind us. The snow demon leader looked at the bonfire and did not dare to move forward. They were very afraid of fire. It could be said that they would die as long as they encountered fire. But as long as the core in the body is not lost, it can be resurrected again after death. This immortal attribute allows the snow demon leader to lure the snow monster at all costs. There's no point in saying more. Even if I die today, I will completely destroy you. The Red Fox released another flame from his hand. The snow demon leader on the opposite side did not move, and a snow demon behind him immediately pounced on him. The flames instantly hit the snow monster, and it turned into a pool of liquid in a moment, leaving only a snow monster core on the snow. How much magical power do you have left? Do you really think that a mere fire can completely destroy us? As long as the Heartstone is not destroyed, we will just sleep for a day or two. At this time, the setting sun shone on a huge figure not far away. The guy walked on 2 feet, his face covered by white hair, and every step seemed very heavy. Ha ha ha, your big friend is here. The Red Fox is not like the Snow Demon. The Snow Demon leader does not care about the death of his own people at all, but she cannot do that. Every death of a tribe member is a complete death. Everyone, retreat into the cave and leave the supplies outside. The cave can only accommodate 12 people. Even if they squeeze hard, there will still be about 7 or 8 people at the edge of the cave. Whoa, please retreat first. Sister Red Fox, let's stop them outside. No one retreated. The only remaining weapons on the ground were picked up, and everyone faced the approaching snow monster. Bang! The snow monster's eyes were red at this time. He grabbed the snow monsters on the ground and put them into his mouth, but these guys were thin and small, with little meat on their bodies. And when you bite into it, it turns into a piece of stone-like core, and it tastes like you haven't eaten anything. The leader of the snow demons hid under a huge rock with the other snow demons. After eating 2 bites, the snow monster no longer paid any attention to these guys who ate food that was too chewy and could not fill their stomachs. And the next target was the polar bear who was planning to slip away. He was planning to take revenge after being injured before, but he didn't expect that a more terrifying guy would come. The snow monster didn't expect that there was a white bear hiding in the snow pile. Now that the snow monster's target is attracted by the white bear, it may not pay attention to the Red Fox and the others. Roar! The polar bear is 2 heads shorter than the Yeti. Even if it stands on its 2 feet, it is only as tall as the Yeti's chest at best. Following its ferocious roar, the snow monster also let out a huge roar at it, and the snow on the mountains was shaken off by these 2 roars. Sister Red Fox, what should we do? It is not possible to leave now, as those snow monsters are staring at me. I have no choice but to leave. The injured giant bear is obviously no match for the snow monsters. You guys keep your fighting strength. I'll help the white bear until they're both defeated. The red fox aimed at the snow monster's head and fired a fireball, burning the white fur black. But at this time, it had already started to fight with the polar bear. The fight between the two sides was very brutal. Although the polar bear was not as big as the snow monster, it still left many bloody marks on its body. There were also many burn marks on the snow monster's body. Go, get rid of that polar bear. The snow demon leader naturally did not want to see this situation, so he led many of his tribesmen to deal with the white bear, and some of them directly stood in front of the red fox. Damn it, these guys are determined to catch me. The red fox could no longer use its fire magic, and the white bear was no match for the snow monster under its harassment. It was bitten and smashed against the cliff wall. A white bear, haha, it could be sold for a good price when the time comes. The snow demon leader ignored the white bear lying on the ground. His target now was the red fox and the others. He had to catch the red fox before the snow monster killed her. Roar! After the polar bear fell to the ground, the snow monster set its sights on the red fox and the others. The charred black body represented its anger, and it no longer even paid attention to the dying polar bear. The slap came suddenly towards the cave. Seeing that the flame on the ground was about to be extinguished, Xiao Man rushed forward with the broken bone stick. Xiao Man. The bone stick, which already had some cracks, was shattered and Xiao Man was knocked back. Fortunately, she was held tightly in Husi's arms. Chapter 28, Can't I Just Cheat a Little? Chief, there are more people coming from behind. On the snow demon's side, a snow demon who stayed behind came to the leader to report the situation. Oh, how many people? 3. 3 people? There was no need to pay attention to these people. The snow demon leader waved his hand. Under the current circumstances, he was too lazy to pay attention to the 3 people who had arrived. Not far away, Su Yuan and the other 2 finally rushed over. Looking at the people who were surrounded, Mao Yi shouted anxiously, Sister Red Fox. Xiaoya. The red fox, who was still treating Xiao Man, heard Mao Yi's voice and looked back suddenly. Not far away, under the setting sun, 3 people were standing in the snow. Don't come over here. Run. The red fox's call did not make Mao Yi and the others turn around. Mao Yi, wearing steel claws, quickly rushed towards the red fox and the others. Stop that guy. The snow demons would not let the snow monster be disturbed. Several snow demons rushed towards Mao Yi, and their sharp claws grabbed Mao Yi mercilessly. Get out of here. The steel claws in Mao Yi's hands met the claws of these snow monsters and instantly cut off their claws and arms. Before the pain came, the black claw sleeves directly pierced into their bodies. So these are snow monsters. They look just like Gollum from the Lord of the Rings. No, they have a tuft of hair on their heads, which makes them look even uglier. Su Yuan knew that he had to make some preparations for the current situation, so he immediately opened the system mall. System, give me some long-range weapons. Of course, he couldn't compete with these primitive monsters in strength, but then again, couldn't he just cheat a bit? Slingshot, 10 points. Original wooden bow, 8 points. Ordinary wooden bow, 200 points. Refined wooden bow, 800 points. Compound bow, 1,000 points. Refined compound bow, 3,000 points. Bed crossbow, 5,000 points. Bows and arrows have always been expensive, and there is no such thing as bows and arrows in the tribe, and no one knows how to use them. So Su Yuan had never considered it before. But now, there is such a big target as the Yeti, so even if you haven't played it many times, you don't have to worry about missing the target. Get a compound bow and some specially made bows and arrows. Wooden arrow, 1 point. Iron arrow, 8 points. Nervous arrow, 20 points. Poison arrow, 20 points. Su Yuan could still accept the price of arrowheads. If the price of this kind of disposable item was too outrageous, he would have to develop arrows himself in the future. 10 tranquilizer arrows. In the cave opposite, Mao Yi had killed several snow monsters and rushed behind the snow monster. His sharp steel claws scratched bloody marks on its back. Roar! The snow monster originally didn't want to pay attention to the guy behind it, but Foxy and several other Beast Girl warriors in front of it blocked it, and the pain behind it made it move more and more violently. Wow! Cici, Su Yuan, help! Mao Yi immediately fell to the ground in the snow. Seeing the huge monster opposite him that was not even as tall as his belly, he was so scared that he called for help from the 2 people behind him. Su Yuan knew that Shur was a little anxious, so he immediately said, "Take me there and leave me with a red fox. That way, you don't have to worry about my safety." He was not so brave and fearless. Those snow monsters looked small and thin, and he would not be able to deal with them if they really attacked him. Yeah, I understand. Shur held the saber in one hand and held Su Yuan under his armpit with the other hand and rushed towards the snow monster. The snow demon who wanted to stop the lion was killed by a knife before he could even reach the lion. When the snow monster was slapping Mao Ye, who was rolling around on the ground to avoid it, Shur arrived in time and chopped down the snow monster with the saber in his hand. Roar! The Yeti blocked its front with its hands, and the blade cut a huge wound on its arms. Blood flowed out uncontrollably. Compared with the minor scratches before, this cut was enough to make the Yeti roar in pain. Phew, I am saved. The situation was urgent, and Su Yuan was thrown over directly. The red fox reacted quickly and hugged Su Yuan directly. Its plump breasts almost pushed him back. Are you okay? The beast girls in the tribe all looked curiously at this person who was a little different from them. The red fox did not ask anything else, but looked at Su Yuan with concern, and a green light in his hand merged into Su Yuan's body. Thank you. You must be Red Fox. I'm a friend of Fox 9 and the others. They're coming here right now. Fox 9 and the others are fine. After so many days, Red Fox finally heard some good news, and the sadness on his face became less severe. Well, we'll talk about the rest after they arrive. Su Yuan didn't talk much and took out the compound bow he had exchanged before. He spent so many points, but the system didn't even give him a quiver. 10 arrows were just lying on the snow. Lion, Maya, please move back. Shur blocked the snow monster's slap with his sword, and after hearing Su Yuan's voice, he pulled Mao Ye aside. The snow monster wanted to catch up, but Su Yuan tremblingly pulled the heavy compound bow, the weight of which was beyond his imagination. Fuck, system, don't you have a bow with a lower poundage? Give me a bottle of snow snake spirit liquid instead. The moment the apple-flavored snow snake spirit liquid was swallowed, a warm current ran through the whole body, and the compound bow that had been difficult to pull before was finally fully drawn. The arrow instantly pierced the middle of the snow monster's buttocks. Su Yuan shrank his buttocks as if he felt the same pain. He really didn't mean it. Roar! Now, all the attention of the snow monster came to Su Yuan. While the effect of the snow snake spirit liquid was still there, Su Yuan gathered his strength and shot out several anesthetic arrows. The effect was more obvious than poison. After taking 2 steps, the snow monster felt his steps were weak. His chest, arms, and legs were all pierced with arrows. Even after it pulled them out, some arrowheads were still embedded in the flesh. Everyone noticed that the Yeti's steps were becoming more and more erratic. As the last arrow pierced the Yeti's eyes, the big guy finally fell to the ground. It's only I was spinning. The anesthetic effect of the 200 points invested was no joke. It made Chi-Hu and the others stunned. Amazing. What is this? Shur and the others also rushed over. The snow monster was still trying to stand up, but the rune on Shur's forehead lit up again, and she clenched the saber in her hand and chopped towards its neck. The hot blood splashed on the snow. The snow monsters at the back retreated with fear on their faces after seeing it. Just because they didn't die didn't mean they wouldn't be caught and imprisoned. If they were not rescued by their fellow tribesmen, they would have been locked up in darkness for the rest of their lives. Snow Demon, just as they were about to escape, Long from behind also came here with others and blocked the fleeing snow monsters. Kill her. Before the snow demon leader could finish his words, a flaming object was thrown over. The moment it landed on the ground, it erupted in intense flames, even more ferocious than the fireball cast by the red fox. Chapter 29, I always keep my word. There was no magic tricks involved. The flame just exploded right next to the snow demon with a throw. At this time, the snow demon leader was cursing. How could these newly arrived guys be so outrageous? Such a big snow monster had its head chopped off in just a few strokes. And here, if it hadn't hidden behind the snow demon, it would have turned into a stone and lay quietly on the ground. Still want to run? The dagger in Long's hand easily cut off the arm of the snow demon leader. Now it was the only one left, and the rest of the snow demons were all burned into stone by fire. Elder sister. Fox 9 ran over excitedly. The sadness that Red Fox had been suppressing finally burst out when he saw his sister, and he hugged Fox 9 tightly in his arms. Everyone came out of the crowded little cave. The corpse of the snow monster on the ground was still a little scary, so some brave beast girls came forward to look at it curiously. Woo, this is the leader of the group of snow monsters. Long came to Su Yuan holding the snow demon leader with a broken arm. After being caught, the guy still did not show any fear. Instead, he looked like kill me if you have the guts. This little thing is really unique. Why are you chasing after Red Fox and the others? Su Yuan didn't believe that she had been pursuing him relentlessly and had no other ideas. Ha, I failed this time, but in the future it won't just be me. There will be more snow monsters coming to capture you. The snow demon leader stared at Su Yuan, grinning as he continued. I'm looking forward to that day, the day you're caught and kneel down, the day I'm resurrected. Su Yuan was a little impatient. This guy was like a riddle man. Most importantly, he looked as wretched and ugly as Gollum, but he looked arrogant. Do you think you can't die? Long used force on the knife on its neck, but the snow demon leader was not afraid at all. Instead, he looked at Su Yuan with a mocking look. My snow demon clan will not die. It's nothing more than being locked up by you for a while. Once the other snow monsters arrive, we will naturally be rescued, but you rebels will perish sooner or later. Not dying? That's not certain. Long, have someone pick up all the snow demon stones on the ground. A small number of the tribesmen brought by the snow demon leader were in the snow monster's stomach, and some had died before. Only about 20 of them died on the snow. 800 for one. 10 makes 8,000. I'm rich. Su Yuan looked like a villain, holding a snow demon core in his hand, and his gloomy laughter sounded a little creepy. Look, is this a stone from your snow demon clan? What are you going to do? The snow demon leader could no longer laugh. The guy opposite him looked mysterious, and he had a grim smile on his face when he held the heartstone of his tribe. System, hurry up and start trading. In an instant, the snow demon core in his hand was traded to the system. Only Long and the others understood that this was the witch sacrificing the snow demon's stone to the gods. No matter how powerful those snow monsters are, they cannot be a match for the gods. Wu's move is too cruel. Can you still feel the breath of your people? The snow demon leader immediately panicked. Just as Su Yuan said, the moment the heartstone disappeared, it could no longer sense the breath of the snow demon. Even if it was hidden by Su Yuan, it could still be discovered, but at this moment there was no breath at all, as if it had completely disappeared from this world. Su Yuan sacrificed several more in succession. Anyway, this thing was the most valuable, and the transaction was very cost-effective. Can we talk now? Why do those guys want to capture witches from various tribes? I'm telling you, you have to let me go. The snow demon leader now believes that Su Yuan really has a way to deal with them. Although he doesn't know what kind of witchcraft it is, he knows that if he doesn't speak up, he will die. Don't worry. As long as you tell me, I will never use a knife on you. Su Yuan said to it with a solemn oath. The sinister smile on his face disappeared, leaving only sincerity. The snow demon leader finally breathed a sigh of relief. These beast girls were trustworthy and much more reliable than the orcs. So it pretended to be determined and explained after thinking for a moment. I heard that a large tribe in the Wangshu Mountains was capturing witches from various tribes, and then that large tribe sent people to find us who were stranded in the icy snowfield. We're also working for that big tribe. Otherwise, they would have wiped out us little snow monsters. Catching witches? Did witch hunt start so early in the Middle Ages? That's not right. Isn't this the primitive society? Su Yuan, don't let this guy go. The snow demon is always treacherous, and its words are not honest at all. The red fox had finally vented its sad emotions at this time. After coming to the snow demon, it looked at the snow demon leader kneeling on the ground with a sullen face. I really am telling the truth. Then you said before that you received a batch of supplies? This left the snow demon leader speechless, and he finally stammered to explain, This isn't just helping out, but also requires some material support. But I promise that I'm not lying about this. I learned this from some tribes in the snowy desert, and the people from those tribes told me. Su Yuan frowned and looked at the snow demon leader. Although the explanation it gave was reasonable, it was somewhat different from what it had said in its previous arrogant tone. Are you trying to steal something? Although he did not find out the snow demon's true purpose, he still understood what was happening outside, but there were still some aspects that he had doubts about. For example, why did the big tribe capture witches from other tribes and then let them go? Also, the snow demon leader went to such great lengths to capture the red fox. It was definitely not for the so-called supplies. There must be another purpose. Are you sure that's really the case? Su Yuan stared at the snow demon leader kneeling on the ground. His face was very cold and expressionless. Gudong, I'm telling the truth. Even so, the snow demon leader still insisted on telling the truth, but he did not dare to look Su Yuan in the eye. Okay, I always keep my word. I won't kill you myself. While the red fox and the others were hesitating and the snow demon leader was surprised, Su Yuan put away his weapon and walked towards the snow monster's corpse. By the way, Long, I'll leave that thing to you. Bring all the snow demon stones here after you're done with them. You don't keep your word. You are simply a devil. The snow demon leader collapsed instantly, struggling frantically, but unfortunately his small body had no way to escape from Long's hands. With a knife separating his head from his body, this guy turned into a white core with a face full of unwillingness and fear. System, does this snow monster have any rare items? No rare items. Hairy Yeti head, 500. Hairy Yeti hair, 300. Hairy snow monster skin, 700. Hairy snow monster meat, 1,000. So awesome, I thought there was something good, useless hairy snow monster. Su Yuan looked at the snow monster helplessly. Apart from the skin and flesh, which were worth some money, the overall value was not as good as the core of the snow monster. After all, the snow monster brought a rare item. However, the value of this long-haired snow monster is not too bad. Su Yuan still has several trades to make, so he trades the head directly first. The snow monster core can be traded at any time, but it is a bit too disgusting to leave such a large snow monster corpse here. Chapter 30 Star Tribe. Hello, my name is Long, and I'm an awakened warrior led by Su Yuanwu. After the matter was over, Red Fox also met Long. Red Fox was very welcoming to the tribe led by Long. But what surprised Shihu even more was that the person who helped him, Su Yuan, was actually a divine wizard, the one he had only heard of from Grandma Shui. Well, thank you very much. After learning about Su Yuan's identity, the Red Fox was no longer as casual as before. Instead, it stood in front of Su Yuan somewhat restrainedly, with its fiery red tail sweeping behind it. Okay, I'm actually not sure if it's a witch or not. It's just Fox 9 and the others guess. In response to Su Yuan's explanation, the Red Fox shook his head. Little Fox 9 told me that you can receive gifts from the gods, that is, the divine witch. Can all divine witches receive gifts from the gods? Su Yuan was a little confused. He had obtained these supplies by exchanging them from the system mall. Could it be that those divine witches also had a system mall? Or did they have other methods? No, but the powers of shamans vary greatly. The older generation of shamans in my tribe told me that shamans can communicate with the gods and receive their blessings through prayer. She once met a shaman in a large tribe. That shaman could pray to the gods for rain and receive their guidance to find food from the land. These don't seem to be particularly difficult things. Xiao Jiu said that you are willing to lead Long to join our tribe, but I cannot be above you, so please lead the Red Fox. No, from now on it will be Su. Stop. Can't we just call it the Red Fox tribe? The Red Fox was very firm about this. There is a hierarchy. I cannot be above you, but I also ask you to promise that the Su Yuan tribe will follow your guidance from now on. The beast girls in this world have an extremely strong belief in God. Looking at the determined eyes of the Red Fox, Su Yuan even suspected that he let her die because she thought he wanted to sacrifice her to the gods. Okay then, but we don't need to call it the Su Yuan tribe. Everyone in the tribe is very important to us. Each one is as dazzling as the stars in the sky. From now on, we will call it the Star Tribe. No matter what it is called, just don't call it Su Yuan tribe. Su Yuan even told a heartwarming story to change this embarrassing name of the tribe. This, I will follow your orders. A smile appeared in the Red Fox's eyes. The identity of a divine wizard was only one point. The most important thing was the trust of Fox 9 and the others. Little Fox 9 is smarter than her, so this trust is worth her handing over the entire tribe to the witch who saved them. Sister Red Fox, that big bear is not dead yet. Just as the two were discussing, a little beast girl outside the cave ran over, looking so panicked that she almost fell to the ground. No one was hurt. It's okay, Sister Sure and the big sister who just came caught it. The two of them followed him out. The polar bear that had fallen on the cliff was dying, with blood oozing from multiple wounds on its body. Not to mention Sure and the others. Even Mao Ye could easily kill it. What a huge polar bear! Su Yuan came to the white bear with some curiosity, and Long protected him tightly, fearing that the white bear would jump up and hurt people. Of course, this is a bit of a challenge. Woo-woo. The white bear was whimpering at this time and licking the wounds on its body with its tongue. The original white bear was dyed red by the blood. Big guy, do you understand what people are saying? A living polar bear is more valuable than a piece of bear meat, but the prerequisite is that this guy can understand what is said. Woo, well, it seems that this big white bear doesn't understand human language. Woo, let me do it. This guy should be able to understand what I'm saying. Xiaoman walked forward. She was shorter than Long and the others, and her two small ears looked somewhat similar to the white bear opposite. Then tell it that if it doesn't want to die, it has to listen to me from now on and make sure it's well and has enough to eat and drink every day. You obedient. What's going on? This animal language feels a bit familiar. Su Yuan's brows were furrowed, and he stared at Xiaoman's butt. Not to mention, this little bear's butt is quite perky. In such cold weather, unlike other beast girls, she doesn't wrap up her body. Her thighs are exposed, but she doesn't shiver at all. Her cold resistance is right up to the max. Woo, are you trying to tame it? The red fox also roughly understood Su Yuan's meaning and said with a frown, without enslavement witchcraft, these beasts are difficult to control. Don't worry, no bear will refuse free food and shelter. If that doesn't work, we still have Sure and the others. By the way, from now on, just call me Su Yuan. Otherwise, it's too troublesome to call me that. If there are more witches in the tribe in the future, won't one have to respond to dozens of people? The white bear nodded weakly. He had been fighting fiercely with Xiaoman before, but now he licked Xiaoman's palm with his tongue. It seemed that he had chosen to surrender. Woo, Su Yuan, do you need my help? Although Red Fox didn't know how Su Yuan planned to treat White Bear, she could still come forward to help. Red Fox, you know how to heal witchcraft, right? Yes, but it consumed too much magic power before. Now I'm afraid it can only release it once or twice. Its wounds are too wide, and it may be difficult to heal. There was no need to worry about the wound healing. Su Yuan shouted loudly to the tribe, "White Rabbit!" When the little guy heard the cry, he immediately rushed over in a hurry. His hands were stained with blood, and it seemed that he had been dealing with the corpse of the snow monster. White Rabbit, call a few people with flexible hands. You learned how I sewed up Mao Bai's wound before, right? Huh? But I'm a little worried about hurting everyone. Bai Tu was a little scared. She had seen Su Yuan stitching up Mao Bai's wound like he was stitching animal skin clothes. She didn't have the courage to stitch up someone's wound like that. Don't worry, I'm sewing it, so I'm not afraid of hurting it. Su Yuan pointed at the polar bear next to her. Seeing how big it was, she became even more frightened. She wondered if she hurt this big guy, would he be slapped into a bunny-like shape? Well, okay, I'll try. Bai Tu found the suture needles and threads from Su Yuan's medical box. There were only 5 in total, just enough to call the other 4 little beast girls to accompany her. As for the matter of White Bear beating her into a bunny-like mess, Xiaoman and the others pressed down White Bear's limbs and told him to help heal his wounds. Everyone could only lie on the ground and howl. Red Fox, let's all settle down here temporarily. I've seen a lot of trees on and below the mountain, and the trees are dense on the mountain, so there won't be too few wild animals and fruits. The Red Fox glanced up at the mountain. This place was indeed nice, but it would be better if the cave was bigger. There were 50 people in the tribe now, and an ordinary cave could not accommodate so many people. Su Yuan, how about I ask Husi to take people to the mountain to take a look? I'm afraid the cave here can't accommodate too many people. Chapter 31, Archery, Holy Body. Does this thing actually work? Late at night, the beast girls at the foot of the snow-capped mountains did not rest. Everyone was busy at the foot of the mountain that night. Several little beast girls had already gathered around the white rabbit, and their big eyes looked at the white rabbit curiously as he used a needle as thin as their hair to sew up the wound. The technique wasn't particularly professional, but judging by the skill of sewing animal hides, it was definitely skillful. Not far away, Fox 9 proudly showed off her house-building skills in front of her sister, although Red Fox was very skeptical that the house built with snow would be very cold, and it looked like it would collapse in the next second. Don't worry, sister. We've been living in an igloo all the way here. There's no problem at all. After finding his sister, Fox 9 no longer looked like the little adult he had been before. He looked at the Red Fox with his proud little face and put the last snow brick in place with his hands very skillfully. Okay, everyone, set up like I did. It's getting dark, so we have to set up early so we can rest. Su Yuan was a bit idle and was teasing another little fox in the tribe. No, it should be said that it was a big fox. Su Yuan Wu, if you touch the tail again, the hair will fall off. Husi's personality is somewhat similar to Sure's, but she is not as cold and quiet. She is more like a capable and heroic queen fox beside a red fox. But at this time, the queen fox's face was a little flushed, and her brown tail was pulled by Su Yuan. A special feeling came to her heart, and she felt itchy all over. Sorry, it got a little out of hand. Husi was here not because of Su Yuan's request, but because the previous would have been almost burned, and now the flames needed to illuminate the people working outside. So the red fox was worried that Su Yuan would not be able to withstand a cold because he had little hair on his body. So he asked Husi to use his tail to keep Su Yuan warm. Whether it's warm or not is not very important, but the hair on the tail is really very soft, and for a moment Su Yuan couldn't let go of it. If I had known earlier, I would have petted Fox 9. The little Fox 9 must have been so cute with a red face hugging its tail. The evil smile made Husi shrink his tail in fear, but then he thought of the red fox's mission. So he approached Su Yuan and covered him with his tail. Is Fox interested in compound bows? Su Yuan felt a little bored sitting in the cave. Everyone was busy, some preparing food, some stitching wounds, some building snow houses, and it seemed like no one needed him. So his eyes wandered back and forth among the little beast girls. When he saw Fox beside him looking at the compound bow beside him from time to time, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "Huh? Well, I saw you defeat that snow monster in just a few hits, so I'm a little curious about this thing." Husi also spoke very sincerely. He was shocked when he saw Su Yuan was able to shoot several arrows continuously from such a long distance to knock down the snow monster. This thing is called a compound bow. Actually, you can also make ordinary bows and arrows. Su Yuan wanted to explain the bow to Husi, but he couldn't find any suitable materials. Suddenly, he saw the fox tail covering his body. "Husi, can I pull out a hair from you?" Husi's thoughts didn't jump as fast as Su Yuan's. He was curious about bows and arrows 1 second, and the next he heard someone pulling out his tail hair. You pull it out, ah!" A pain spread from the tail to the buttocks. Husi subconsciously covered his back, and his tail reflexively slapped Su Yuan's face. "Sorry, Su Yuan, I didn't mean it." "No, I should be the one saying sorry." Su Yuan didn't expect that Husi's hair was so well maintained. He had said before that it was about to be rubbed off, so it took a lot of effort for him to pull out a single strand. "Look, this hair is the string. If I pull it all the way out, will the things on it be ejected when I release it?" Su Yuan planned to explain it clearly to Husi, and then let her make a bow and arrow by herself. In primitive society, switching from close combat to long-range combat is also a good improvement. If you want to shoot farther, you need to use something more resilient like the Yeti's tendons, wrap them around hardwood, and then pull them all the way. Husi seemed to understand Su Yuan's meaning, and the bowstring made of her tail hair bounced the small wooden stick out. "System, give me a wooden arrow." There is nothing wrong with being reluctant to give up the wooden arrow worth 1 point. Su Yuan placed the exchanged wooden arrows and compound bow in front of Husi. "Come on, give it a try." Husi was a little tempted. After hesitating for a while, he picked up the exquisite weapon that looked like it was used by a god. Hold the bow with this hand and knock the arrow with this hand. Su Yuan no longer felt cold at this time. He put down Husi's tail, came behind her, and hugged her, holding Husi's hands with both hands to control the bow and arrow. "There's a tree over there. Try to see if you can hit it." Su Yuan didn't dare to aim at the crowd, so he took Husi outside. The trees on the mountain could be vaguely seen under the starlight. Yes, in this position, draw the bow to its full length. I have to say that these beast girls are really strong. For the longbow that Su Yuan needs to take drugs to fully pull, Husi can easily pull it to the limit. It's okay, don't be nervous. Aim at the tree opposite. It's normal that the first arrow doesn't hit it. Shit. A sound came from a tree on the mountainside, and the snow on the branches was knocked down. Although it was impossible to see where the arrow hit, it actually hit the target. Husi was a little dissatisfied. Her awakened abilities were in observation and speed. She was usually responsible for gathering intelligence for the red fox, so she could see where the arrow hit. She was aiming at a branch on the tree trunk, but she didn't expect it to be so far off that the arrow hit the center of the trunk directly. However, she felt that this weapon felt much more comfortable to use than the spear she had thrown before. When throwing the spear, she had to estimate the landing point, but with this one, she could hit the target by simply observing the arrow's crosshairs. Husi shot so accurately and quickly on his first try. He must be a natural-born marksman. Why did the line sound a bit off-key? Fortunately, Husi was not corrupted. Instead, she was very happy about Su Yuan's praise of her. Then she returned the compound bow to Su Yuan reluctantly. The previous arrow did not satisfy her. "Tomorrow, Husi, you pick some people with good observation skills, and I will teach you how to make bows and arrows and practice archery." The first bow and arrow still has to be made by the beast girls themselves. It doesn't matter now that the tribe is small. A dozen bows and arrows won't cost many points. But in the future, if the tribe grows bigger and his points can no longer support it, Many aspects will have to be solved by the beast girls themselves. As for Hu Si, if he couldn't make a bow with a particularly high poundage, he could exchange it for a high poundage bow for her in the system mall. Chapter 32, I don't want to be an Air Force man anymore. Everyone slept late that night. Fortunately, nothing else happened. The trees brought by Sure and the others also lit the campfire in the camp. It is worth mentioning that when Shihu discovered that her sister and many beast girls who followed Su Yuan could make fire, she was so surprised that she thought that everyone had received Su Yuan's gift and became witches. It was a new day. Only 6 snow houses were built at the camp at the foot of the mountain. It was too late yesterday, and everyone had no motivation, so some people could only sleep in the cave. Su Yuan didn't sleep very well last night. Since there were not enough houses, Red Fox and Fox squeezed in. Now, even if he twisted his body, he might touch something exciting. Mao Yi asked in the middle of the night why Su Yuan's body structure was a little different from theirs, which made him so angry that he wanted to execute this guy on the spot. However, the room was too small to move around, so I had to fall into a deep sleep in agony. I need to get something to bathe in first. Su Yuan felt his body, which had not been washed for more than a week. Although he did not sweat much in the snowy fields, he felt different every time he woke up in the past few days. Su Yuan, these are the 4 I selected who have good observation skills and are also quite strong. Su Yuan had just woken up and was still thinking about taking a shower. Hu Si, still thinking about what happened last night, came to him immediately. There were a few cute beast girls following behind him. 2 of them had furry black ears, and one had what looked like goat horns. Her hair was a little thick, making it difficult for Su Yuan to see clearly. The last one was the smallest, with brown hair highlighted in many colors, and a tail that looked like a snake, but not as thick as a snake. Take everyone to find some sturdy trees first, and then bring over the snow monster tendons that Baitu and the others peeled yesterday. The tribe had enough people to take care of other things, so Su Yuan immediately arranged for a few people to go out. At this time, everyone woke up and was busy with their own things. Su Yuan, we are running low on food. We need to go up the mountain to look for some. The Red Fox calculated the food early in the morning. After losing some food before, there was not much left, and now more than 10 people have come, including the tamed snow wolves and the injured white bear that Su Yuan left behind. The tribe now has more than 50 mouths to feed, and the remaining food will not last long. Isn't there a lot of snow monster meat? Yesterday, Su Yuan did not trade the snow monster's flesh and skin. He only traded its big head. You can't eat Yeti meat. It's cursed. Someone ate Yeti meat before and had a stomachache for several days. They almost died from the pain. Curse. Su Yuan didn't quite believe this, even though this world existed with magic. After all, who would be so bored as to curse a monster's flesh to be poisonous? However, since the Red Fox said that this situation had happened, Su Yuan had to give up the idea of getting snow monster meat. Okay then, have Long and the others take the snow wolf to search the area and see if they can catch some wild animals. Su Yuan didn't want to put pressure on everyone, so he continued, it doesn't matter if I can't catch it. I can also use the snow monster meat as a sacrifice to the gods in exchange for some food. The tribe immediately became busy. After breakfast, Su Yuan found Sure. He planned to explore the area to see if there were any new discoveries nearby. After hearing this, Mao Yi immediately followed, and the 3 of them headed 90 degrees to the other side of the direction that Long and the others were going up the mountain. No longer in a hurry to travel, Su Yuan now enjoyed the snow scene. The mountain where the Star Tribe set up camp was not independent. Looking from this side, one could see a continuous mountain range. Lion, have you ever been to this place? Sure and Mao Yi both shook their heads. The desolate snowfield was quite far from the ice and snowfield. Food was scarce here, the weather was cold, and the ice god would get angry from time to time. Apart from necessary reasons, only tribes fleeing for their lives would head towards this place. Grandma Shui said it was too dangerous here. It was very easy to get lost once you came in, and then you would starve or freeze to death. So when we were little, we only dared to walk around the desolate snowfields. A desolate snowfield. Su Yuan actually also wanted to return to the desolate snowfield, or even go to a place with warm land, the Wangshu Mountains, or what the other side of the Wangshu Mountains looked like. Will there be winged people with wings on their backs? Will there be elves with pointed ears? Or will there be a handsome dragon girl with a tail and wings on an island somewhere in the distant ocean? Now, these are just thoughts. He currently needs to stabilize the tribe, train archers, and then return to the snowy wilderness after recuperating. Then why can a big tribe swallow up the small tribes nearby, but Su Yuan can't? At this moment, looking at the vast snowfield, Su Yuan felt heroic in his heart. Maybe he could command all the beast girls on this planet and build a huge beast girl empire? Just as he was imagining the future, Mao Yi, who was walking in front of him, suddenly cried out and then fell to the ground with a thud. What's wrong? The two of them also rushed over, but when they stepped on that place, Sure almost fell down, so only Su Yuan stood steadily on it. There's an ice lake here. Su Yuan immediately squatted down and swept away the snow. The hard ice below replaced the previous black land. After knocking a few times, he could see the black shadows swimming underneath. Su Yuan, it's so slippery here. Mao Yi and the others were all wearing animal leather shoes, which were quite warm, but the grip was not as good as Su Yuan's when walking on the snow. Cat Knight, have you ever eaten fish? Fish? Mao Yi's ears immediately pricked up in excitement, but he quickly lost interest and said helplessly, Su Yuan, the water here is too cold. Sure will freeze into an ice cube if he goes in. It's okay. I have another way. Lion, you dig a hole here. Su Yuan looked at the black shadow under the ice, and his fishing addiction came back. The fish under the ice lake in this other world had never been caught. I don't know how many fish have grown under this ice lake over the years. I can't just keep coming up empty-handed like I did before I traveled through time. System, the whole fishing rod. Wooden fishing rod, 30 points. Fiberglass fishing rod, 500 points. Carbon fiber fishing rod, 600 points. Bamboo fishing rod, 45 points. Specially made rebar fishing rod, 1,000 points. Holy crap, selling a fishing rod alone already earns me 1,000 points. Wait, what are you talking about? Rebar. Su Yuan carefully looked at the pictures on the system all. The unique color of the rebar and the appearance of it had a unique, unprocessed beauty. It seemed that a fishing rod was really forged with rebar. Is this something you can find in the first-tier mall? Are you using this rebar to fish for sharks? Su Yuan, I've finished digging the hole. The lion on the side dug out a hole on the ice with just a few strokes. Su Yuan looked towards the lion. It couldn't even be called a cave. A huge pit with a diameter of 2 meters was smashed out by the lion. There were some cracks on the surrounding ice surface. Lion, you better step back a little. Don't fall into the icy lake. Chapter 33. Inviting the Master of Rebar. A few minutes later, the three of them were sitting on the ice covered with animal skins. Su Yuan was throwing a bamboo pole into the cave entrance, and the fish float was swaying on it. Su Yuan, is this really possible? Are those fish so stupid? Mao Yi was eating a piece of bread at the moment, his eyes fixed on the entrance of the cave. If a small dried fish fell from the mountain right now, would you eat it? Eat. This must be a gift from God. After saying this, Mao Yi felt something was wrong. Isn't this just like Su Yuan putting the hook with food under the water? If he ate the dried fish, he would be the fool he just said. I will pick up the dried fish and check it before eating. But fish in water don't have hands. Su Yuan was having a great time teasing Mao Yi. At this moment, the fishing float vibrated. He immediately stood up and began to exert force with both hands holding the fishing rod. It's hooked, and it's a big fish. Perhaps the fish had not yet reacted and began to struggle only after the fishing line was pulled a little. Seeing Su Yuan and the fish start to fight, Mao Yi and Sure became nervous. The fishing line was released and reeled in Su Yuan's hands. The originally cold weather made his body start to heat up during the fight, and the bamboo pole in his hand was bent to the surface of the water. Su Yuan, I'm here to help too. Mao Yi and Sure were about to go forward to help, but Su Yuan quickly stopped them, saying that the bamboo pole could not withstand such a great force, and it was obvious that the fish still had a lot of strength. However, in order to prevent Su Yuan from being dragged into the water, Sure and Mao Yi still held him tightly from behind. Come on. After grinding for about 20 minutes, Su Yuan was sweating a little. The fish no longer had the same strength as before and would be pulled up from time to time. Rise. Finally, at the moment the fish's head came out of the water, Su Yuan used all his strength to catch the big fish, and the guy fell directly on the ice. What a big fish. This fish is indeed big. It can be said to be the biggest fish Su Yuan has ever caught in his life. The body of the fish can reach Su Yuan's knees. Of course, Su Yuan had never caught many fish in his life. I actually caught a fish. Mao Yi was very excited. He held the struggling fish tightly with both hands, and his eyes were drooling as he looked at the fish. Su Yuan, let's grill the fish quickly. Didn't you eat enough this morning? This ice lake was not too far from the camp. After they had eaten in the morning, They had only been here for an hour or two, but they hadn't expected that the little guy was already hungry. Actually, I shared the food with Mao Bai. She hasn't recovered yet, so she should eat more. Mao Yi was smiling foolishly, and Su Yuan also smiled. He rubbed her little cat ears and took the hook out of the fish's mouth. Sure, you two should light the fire. I'll catch a few more. If there are enough fish in this ice lake, it can be part of the tribe's food source. Then we can teach these little beast girls how to fish. By the way, remember to remove the internal organs. Su Yuan was worried that the two little beast girls were reluctant or didn't understand, so he quickly shouted towards the shore, saying that the food was not so scarce that people would starve to death, so it would be better to leave the internal organs that would affect the taste to the snow wolves. Some of it can also be used for fishing. After all, the bread used before has been eaten by Mao Ye. The struggling fish didn't last long before it was stabbed by the lion. There were many trees by the lake, and soon the big fish was turned into grilled fish. Su Yuan, try it. After a while, Mao Yi pinched a piece of crispy fish meat and fed it to Su Yuan's mouth. The fish had no seasoning and tasted only of the freshness of fish. Of course, it's not delicious. It's like chewing a live fish in the water, except that the fishy smell is not so strong. However, Sure and Mao Ye really liked it. They ate the whole fish without leaving any trace, and it looked like they were still not satisfied. Bait it again. I thought that since no fish had been caught for so long, the other fish had become cautious, but I didn't expect to hear another violent pull at this moment. But when Su Yuan was about to lift the rod, a huge force dragged him over. Su Yuan. Mao Yi and the others also panicked and didn't care about the little meat left from the grilled fish. Sure quickly hugged Su Yuan and held the fishing rod with him with one hand. Rise! The fish was so powerful that it broke the bamboo fishing rod in an instant. Fortunately, neither of them was seriously injured. Are you okay? Mao Yi hurried over to help Su Yuan and the other man who had fallen on the ice. Half of the fishing rod had fallen into the lake, and the two men were left with only half of the fishing rod and the coil of fishing line in their hands. It broke the fishing rod in an instant. How big is this guy? Just as Su Yuan was shocked, a splash of cold water shot out from the lake cave and drenched the three of them. The icy lake water made the three of them shiver. Fuck, wait for me. Su Yuan turned around and found the big fish from before. The fish's eyes were full of mockery as it emerged from the lake, and its tail was about to splash water towards them. Several people quickly returned to the shore. The two little beast girls had no taboos and immediately took off the wet animal skins. Su Yuan, take off your clothes quickly. We will cover ourselves with animal skins first, and we can wear your clothes when they are dry. I have touched them a lot during this period, but this is the first time I have seen such a surprising scene with my own eyes. The two people's figures are completely different. Mao Ye is a small kitten and looks very thin, but its body is very white. Except for the hair on its head and tail, its whole body is very clean. This kind of kitten must not shed hair. As for the lions, it was a completely different scene, not much different from the range Su Yuan had estimated before. Well, he had originally planned to change into several sets of clothes immediately, but seeing such a stunning scene, he had no choice but to take off his wet thermal underwear and dry it. Su Yuan, why are you? Don't ask. If you ask again, you won't be able to pass the trial. Mao Ye tightened the animal's skin covering everyone and muttered in confusion. Aunt? Mao Ye doesn't seem to have an aunt. It turned out that the cold weather inhibited the appreciation of beautiful things. After the three of them leaned against the fire for more than 10 minutes, he prayed to the god for 3 sets of animal skin coats. Su Yuan, if the fishing rod breaks, should we still fish? There was some resentment in Shure's eyes. That guy had bullied Su Yuan so much before. If she could beat the big fish underwater, she would probably have gone over with a knife. Yeah, I'm going to teach that guy a lesson today. System, give me a rebar fishing rod. Oh, and your fishing line won't break, will it? Quality and quantity guaranteed. Change. When the heavy rebar fishing rod appeared in his hand, Su Yuan showed an evil smile again. This time, he didn't intend to give the fish any chance. Chapter 34, Let You Fly. Lion, you'll be the one pulling it out later. Once the guy takes the bait, pull it out with all your strength. Don't be afraid of it breaking this time. Such a heavy fishing rod is definitely not suitable for him, but it is just right for Sure. This time, Su Yuan simply hung a piece of fish intestines and threw it down. The big fish had not left yet. It swam around below, causing ripples on the water surface at the entrance of the cave. Mao Ye and Sure looked at the cave entrance nervously, fearing that the guy would splash water at them again. Here I come. Obviously, the big fish in the lake was not afraid at all. Even though it knew it was a trap, it still bit the rod. It planned to use huge force to break the fishing rod in an instant like before. Court death. Shurshu's previously suppressed anger reached its peak. The rune light on his forehead lit up instantly, and his golden hair fluttered in the wind. The fishing rod that was about to fall into the lake was instantly lifted high. The big fish flew into the sky before it could react. Its huge body even widened the hole in the lake a little more. Above the sky, the lake water and the big black shadow fell down together. Fortunately, the ice was quite hard, and the blow only knocked the big fish unconscious. Shurshu was still not satisfied, so he turned around and swung the fishing rod. The big fish was about to struggle back into the lake, but its body was suspended in the air and hit a big tree on the shore again. Crack! The trees were broken in an instant. The other two people on the lake looked at the furious Shurshu in a daze. Even manhwa had never seen such an angry Shurshu. For a moment, they forgot to deal with the big fish. Okay, I'll go take care of it first. Shurshu put down the fishing rod in his hand, picked up the saber, and walked towards the shore. The two people behind immediately followed. This big fish, which was nearly 2 meters long, was not dead after being hit twice in a row. When it saw Su Yuan and others, it showed its sharp teeth. However, there was no threat on the shore. It swung back and forth and bit the air in front of Su Yuan several times. Damn it! Aren't you pretty capable? Keep playing in the water. Su Yuan, this guy said that if we have the guts, we should put in the water and compete again. manhwa explained beside him with a serious look on his face. Huh? When did you learn to understand fish talk? manhwa's face was tense. He stared at the big fish and sharpened his claws. That's manhwa's intuition, he said. This guy is very dissatisfied and wants to call his family for revenge. So, are you going to catch a few more later? Su Yuan asked uncertainly, looking at her shaking tail. Okay. In the end, Shurshu took the big fish away with one knife, but the three of them definitely couldn't finish such a big fish, so they planned to wait until they pulled it back and then share it with everyone. Su Yuan retrieved the bamboo fishing line that had broken at the fish's mouth. This would allow him to save some points in the future and make some fishing rods for the beast girls. I am such a good chief who is thrifty and manages the household well. After changing to a rebar fishing rod, Shurshu had to do the fishing, but Su Yuan assisted her by teaching her how to put bait and how to watch the float. Teaching people how to catch fish is also a kind of accomplishment. System, how many points is this thing worth? After catching several fish of medium size in a row, Su Yuan lost interest. After all, he had already caught fish that were over 2 meters long, so these small fish were nothing special. Besides, it's not me who's fishing. Looking at the big fish on the shore, Su Yuan also evaluated the points. King cod meat, 400 points. King cod fish eye, 100 points. King cod fish pearl, 1,500 points. Rare item detected, king codfish pearl. Trade for 1,500 points, or trade for 150 points to get a new special item. Host, please select the transaction direction. I didn't expect this guy to have rare items on him. No wonder he's so powerful and can even taunt people. Su Yuan had no intention of trading. At least he wanted to figure out what this Cod King fish bead was first. Lion, that's enough. Let's go back first. If we continue fishing, we won't be able to pull it out. It was not until Su Yuan called them that manhwa and Shurshu reluctantly retracted their fishing rods. By the way, Shurshu, manhwa, do you know what a Cod King fish bead is? What pig? Manhwa was completely confused, and even Shurshu looked at Su Yuan in confusion. It's a pearl inside the body of this big fish. Well, the two of them have no idea at all. It seems that they can only ask Shihu and Long. Maybe they know some information. When we returned to the tribe, manhwa walked in proudly with her little head pouting. The big fish in her arms was even bigger than her body. Manhwa, you actually caught a fish. How amazing. Su Yuan is indeed a wizard. He caught so many fish so easily with just manhwa and Sister Shurshu. Now you don't have to worry about food. Sister Red Fox was worried for a long time just now. I thought I was going to be hungry again. The few of them immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the tribe. Red Fox and the others also came over at this time, looking at the big fish in shock. Su Yuan, how did you catch so many fish? There's a lake over there. We can go there and fish for some fish later. The Red Fox thought that Su Yuan and the others had gone to the lake to catch them, and that they had also changed their animal skin clothes. Don't worry, we didn't go into the water, and everyone else must stay out of the water. We caught the fish. Fishing. Apparently, The Beast Girls didn't understand what fishing was, so Su Yuan took the heavy rebar fishing rod and explained. You just put some food on this hook, and when the fish bites the food, the hook will pierce them and you can catch the fish. This novel method shocked the Red Fox and the others, and they soon understood the reason. Well, not every Beast Girl is as dumb and cute as Nicoya. Okay, everyone, grill the fish. Remember to add some of the salt I left in the cave. At present, the tribe has not had time to solve the problem of salt, so Su Yuan provides it through the system all. We can only wait until there is an opportunity to achieve salt freedom. Several little Beast Girls left here with fish that were bigger than themselves. When they finally caught the king cod, they were stopped by Su Yuan. By the way, there's a pearl inside this fish. Look for it when you're processing it. Also, feed the entrails to the snow wolves. You can always go fishing for fish later if you want to. Woo! Xiaoxi promises to complete the task. The little Beast Girls who were dragging the king codfish were all very cheerful. One of the little fox girls even happily saluted Su Yuan with a tribal salute. These little guys. Su Yuan smiled. Wasn't it for these cute little Beast Girls that he worked so hard for? When he saw them happy because of him, Su Yuan also felt happy from the bottom of his heart. Chapter 35. Brewing Powder for Underwater Breathing. Not long after, the white king codfish pearl was brought over. Su Yuan looked at it for a long time, but didn't find anything unusual. It looked like a very ordinary big pearl. Red Fox, do you know what this thing is? Now she could only ask Chi Hu and the others. Long looked for a long time, but didn't see any fish, or perhaps she had never seen any fish before. There were not even a few wild animals in the area of the Land of Death. In that situation, let alone fish, I'm afraid that if you dig dozens of meters under the ice there, it will be nothing but ice. I think I saw it when I went to the Red Scale tribe in the Wangshu Mountains. Red Fox took it and looked at it for a few seconds. She had seen this thing a long time ago when she was trading with a large tribe. Some witches would grind it into powder, which had a therapeutic effect on treating people who fell into the water. As long as the person is not completely dead, you can restore him/herself by mixing fish bead powder with water and feeding it into the mouth of the person who fell into the water. Only some tribes in the ocean would sell this thing, but because it was not particularly useful, the price was very low. Later, even those tribes in the ocean were unwilling to sell this thing anymore. After listening to Red Fox's explanation, Su Yuan did not hesitate any longer and traded the king codfish pearl for a special commodity. Transaction successful. New products can be viewed in the special column. King cod fish instant powder, cod flavor, 1,500 points. Note, you can breathe underwater within 3 hours after drinking it. With no side effects, 5 bottles can be exchanged daily. No, wait a minute. Cod-flavored brewing powder. What kind of devil brewing powder is this? Su Yuan looked at it again and again, and after confirming that it was indeed cod-flavored instant powder, he could only accept the fact that this thing tasted strange, but it was indeed effective and would always come in handy in the future. Long, how was your harvest today? After hearing Su Yuan's question, Long felt a little depressed, and his little ears drooped. Woo, the road above is too slippery. We slipped down halfway and could only pick some fruits from the trees nearby. Too slippery? Yes, the road up the mountain was already rugged, and now it was covered with heavy snow. It was indeed difficult for Long and the others to climb up with their animal leather shoes. Okay, go find a piece of sturdy wood later, and I'll teach you how to make a fishing rod. If the tribe runs out of food in the future, you can go to that frozen lake and catch some fish. Yes, I'll be there right away. Long immediately became alert. She had only heard about fish from the elders in the tribe before, and now she couldn't wait to catch fish herself. After Long left, Hu Si, who was waiting behind, also came forward. She was holding a few black woods, and her hair was covered with snow. Master Su Yuan, we found a black tree. Can we make a bow and arrow from it? The little fox was thinking about the bow and arrow today. After finding it early in the morning, he waited for Su Yuan in the camp. Hu Si, you could try it yourself. Cut this piece of wood into a semi-arc shape, just like this compound bow. Hu Si fiddled with it for a long time, but the result was something that looked a bit weird. Fortunately, the requirements for the most primitive wooden bow were not very high. After simply modifying it with a dagger, Su Yuan tied the snow monster's tendons to it. The little Beast Girls didn't blink during the whole process and kept staring at Su Yuan's operation. A simple primitive wooden bow without any decorative auxiliary was made. The remaining scraps can be used to carve a few wooden arrows, but they will not have tail feathers, and the arrowheads will be just sharpened wood. Husey, give it a try. Su Yuan was also looking forward to whether this handmade wooden bow that was not exchanged from the system mall would be feasible. Husi was also a little nervous. He rubbed his cold hands, then took the wooden bow. It was more troublesome to put an arrow on the bow and draw the bow than to use the compound bow before. This isn't like a compound bow with an aid. You have to learn to aim yourself, hold the bow and arrow in front of your chest, and then... Su Yuan was also guiding Husi from behind, but he didn't calculate her body shape well, and his palm directly slapped the fur ball. Master Su Yuan, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with my posture? Seeing that Su Yuan didn't respond for a long time, Husi asked in some confusion, but still didn't dare to look away from the front. It's okay. Wait until the arrow is level and aim with your eyes. The arrow was aimed at a tree trunk outside the camp, but it flew past and did not hit the tree, which was exactly what Su Yuan thought. There are so many things to master about the primitive bow and arrow. Husi needs to familiarize himself with the power, aim, and many other things of the bow. It's okay. It's normal to miss. Practice well. When every arrow can hit the tree, then go shoot some moving beasts. Well, I will definitely try my best. The snow monster has quite a lot of tendons, more than enough to make a few bows and arrows. Su Yuan still left the rest of the work to Husi, including the training of several other beast girls. After all, he didn't know how to do it. If Su Yuan used the primitive wooden bow to shoot arrows himself, he estimated that his accuracy would be far worse than Husi's. Su Yuan had nothing else to do in the tribe, so while Bai Tu and the others were processing the fish, Su Yuan found a quiet place to practice archery. If his aim was good enough before, he wouldn't have needed to ask Shur and the others to move aside. He could have easily dealt with the snow monster by shooting in between battles. Su Yuan, dinner is ready. Bai Tu and the others stewed the remaining potatoes and fish together, but the clay pot was not big enough, so they only stewed a small pot of soup, and each person in the tribe could only get a mouthful. Everyone ate the fish with gusto. The red foxes, who used to eat dried meat every day, had a delicious fish meal, and the shadow of being hunted before was also dissipated a lot. By the way, tomorrow, Shur, take everyone to cut down some more trees. As for food, I'll take Long and the others fishing tomorrow. Although Fox 9 has led everyone to build a number of snow houses in the camp today, the snow houses are not omnipotent. If he takes a hot bath in the snow house, the hot water steam may cause the snow house to collapse. I see. There are so many areas in the tribe that need development now, and Su Yuan also wants to immediately exchange a lot of things in the system mall to improve his life, but he still holds back for the normal development of the tribe. He still understands the principle that it is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. Woo-woo. Just as everyone was happily enjoying the delicious fish, a humming sound was heard from the side. Su Yuan looked over with some curiosity. He remembered that the white rabbit had already fed its internal organs to the snow wolves. The few snow wolves tied under the big tree next to the camp were indeed happily tasting something new that they had never tasted before. The whimpering sound before was not coming from them. Then there's only that one dam. Su Yuan then remembered that there was a white bear in the tribe. Ever since it was seriously injured, it had been lying outside the cave to recuperate. After being covered with several animal skins, people had actually forgotten about it. By the time Su Yuan and his men arrived at the white bear's side, it was already so hungry that tears welled up in its eyes. If it had been unable to walk, it would have planned to stay away from this sinful place filled with tempting fragrance. It's really torturous for the bear. Chapter 36. Edible oil fruit that can care for hair. The white bear finally got to taste a delicious fish meal, and his original resentment towards Su Yuan and the others dissipated. He lay there leisurely all day to recuperate. The next morning, Su Yuan brought Long, Hui, and others to the lake. They didn't eat much in the morning, but just brought some fruits that Long and others had picked yesterday. See? This way we can catch fish. Long, give out the fishing rods to everyone. Last night, Su Yuan used a fishing line from the bamboo pole to make 5 simple wooden fishing rods. He originally planned to exchange them for a few fish hooks in the system mall, but he didn't expect that Long and the others could figure out on their own. They skillfully ground the fish bones into the shape of fish hooks. Although they were not as sharp as iron fish hooks, they were enough for catching some ordinary fish. After teaching Wan Long and the others, Su Yuan found a place to sit down. After eating fish all day, he could finally have something light this morning. This brown fruit feels shiny and smooth to the touch, and feels as soft as freshly steamed buns when you pinch it gently. It must taste very good. Su Yuan didn't care whether the fruit was clean or not. He He just wiped it and took a bite. Instantly, the juice splashed everywhere. Hickey, cough, cough, cough. The taste was indeed good. Su Yuan took a bite and immediately spat it out. It felt as if he had eaten a piece of unsolidified pork in his mouth. Whoa, Su Yuan, what's wrong with you? Hearing the noise, Long stopped fishing and handed the fishing rod to Hui beside him. Then he rushed over immediately. Seeing Su Yuan coughing there, he patted him on the back. Long, what was this fruit you picked yesterday? Fruit. Long was horrified when she saw the fruit in Su Yuan's hand. She quickly said apologetically, Wu, I'm sorry, I mistook the golden oil fruit for the pear fruit. Golden oil fruit? At this time, the golden liquid flowing out of the fruit in Su Yuan's hand had covered his fingers. I gently brought it between my noses. The sticky liquid had a faint fragrance which smelled very good, but tasted a bit creepy. It's okay, don't worry. By the way, is this oil edible? Long still knelt beside Su Yuan with an apologetic look on her face, but Su Yuan didn't care about the difference between the golden oil fruit and the pear fruit at this moment. Normally, people don't eat it, but back in the days when we were in the tribe, food tasted better when coated with a layer of golden oil juice. People also used it to smooth out messy hair on their bodies. The edible golden oil fruit is worth more than some other fruits. System, come and estimate the price. Bitten golden oil fruit, 120 points. Long, are there many of these things on the mountain? Long thought for a moment, then nodded and said, You can find it under many trees on the mountain. It's not very tasty. So many animals rarely eat it. When you go back later, go to the mountain and pick some more. With the golden oil fruit, you can do more things. Not only can you apply a layer of oil on the house to prevent water from melting from snow, you can even make some sealed wooden barrels. By then, maybe we can use those fruits to make wine, and the development of science and technology civilization will take a small step forward. Wow, Long. The fish is so big I can't pull it. At this time, both of Huey's rods were hooked. As an unawakened warrior, she was not strong enough to catch the big fish caught by the two rods, and she was almost dragged into the water. There are two big fish, go help Hui. This golden oil fruit also made Su Yuan lose his appetite. After taking a casual bite of the real fruit, he started to busy himself with his own task. The mud from the lake can be used to make pottery pots, right? Su Yuan dug up the snow beside the ice lake. There were some ice cubes mixed in the mud beside the lake. Because it was too cold, Su Yuan didn't know how sticky it was. However, he still wrapped a large lump of soil in animal skin and waited until he got back to heat it up before try to see if it could be glued together. The group didn't return with a full load of fish until almost afternoon. Each beast girl returned to the tribe with a smile on her face, dragging or carrying a few big fish. The witch is back. There are so many fish. I want to go fishing with Wu too. Bai Yi, you are so small, can you hold a fish? The curious look of the little beast girl beside her made the little folded ear beast girl blush angrily. If I eat more, I can grow up. I also want to help the witch. After returning to the tribe, Su Yuan put the bag of soil on the ground, and Long handed the fish they had harvested to Bai Tu and others for processing. Today, Mao Yu was practicing archery with Hu Si. The little cat's short-lived enthusiasm made her mind no longer on the archery, but when she tried to run away, she was caught by Hu Si. I don't know how much this icy lake can provide, but I have to consider other food sources in advance. The fish in the ice lake will eventually be used up, and then you have to either continue exploring farther places or grow your own crops. However, it will be a bit difficult to plant under these weather conditions, unless you can find relevant rare items and unlock products that allow plants to grow in the snow. When Su Yuan returned to the cave, Chi Hu and Hu Jiu were squatting there, pinching something. What are you busy with? The red fox felt a little embarrassed when he saw Su Yuan, but the two of them still handed the mud in their hands to Su Yuan. We didn't have enough jars yesterday, and Fox 9 told me that you said this thing was made of clay, so we wanted to try making one too. But it seems that the gods don't want us to learn this. Su Yuan looked at the two sisters' black palms and a few pieces of baked clay beside them. It seemed that the two had been busy all day. It's just that the two of them used the wrong materials. If he could make it with ordinary soil, Su Yuan would not have exchanged it in the system mall. This isn't a problem for gods. This kind of mud on the ground can't be made. We need a kind of clay. Su Yuan also put down his bag of soil. I happen to have dug up some soil by the lake, so I'll try to make it. Can this kind of clay be used to make it successfully? Fox 9 was a little confused, looking back and forth at the two kinds of soil, as if trying to find out some difference. I don't know either. That's why I brought them back to try. I could try them after their thawed. Not long after getting close to the fire, the broken ice in the middle of the soil completely melted. With the nourishment of the snow water, the soil was not as hard as before. First step, add water. Wait, how much water should I add? Su Yuan forgot a big problem. That is, the pottery jar cannot be made by simply carving like a wooden bow or arrow. The water ratio involved is also very important. System, do you have anything that instructs how to make a pottery jar? How to make pottery pots book? 300 points. Art and pottery books, 300 points. The evolution of pottery MP4, 300 points. Tao, a giant leap forward from mankind MP4, 300 points. Pottery pot, making knowledge memory, 600 points. What the hell is this? What the hell is that memory? Technology that is directly instilled into the mind. Just change it to this. Compared to reading a book slowly, it is faster to gain enlightenment. Chapter 37 Goal Planning. Is this really possible? The two cute foxes stared at Su Yuan as he took out a clay pot with an ugly shape from the smoking clay stove. How about you give it a try? Su Yuan had already felt certain in his heart when he was making it, so he was full of confidence when he took it out. The small earth gray jar looked quite good after cooling down. It's just a little uglier than the pottery jars exchanged through the system. Fox 9 gently picked up the jar. It felt slightly warm on the outside. Although it was not as delicate as the large pottery jar, it did not break into pieces of mud when held in the hand like the ones they had made before. Hey, it really works. That's amazing. I thought this thing was impossible to make. Red Fox also covered her mouth in surprise. She had almost scratched her head before, but still couldn't figure out why she couldn't make it. At one point, they even thought that Su Yuan said this thing was made of clay to comfort them. Okay, I'll leave this matter to Fox 9. The tribe still needs some jars. If you learn how to make them, you can teach everyone else how to make them. With a clay pot, you can not only cook soup, but also store water in advance. You don't have to go to the snow to grab a handful of snow and melt it in your mouth to quench your thirst. Don't worry, leave it to me. I've already learned it. Hu Jia was full of confidence. She had watched every step Su Yuan took very carefully and was sure that there would be no mistakes. Dinner is ready. There was only one newly made clay pot, and because it was too small, it could only be used by Fox 9 to hold soup. Su Yuan added some tomatoes to the delicious fish soup, and the sweet and sour taste attracted many beast girls. Even the fish roasting on the fire had lost its fragrance. They all stared at the pot of fish soup and couldn't take their eyes off it. Su Yuan looked at the group of little beast girls gathered around a pot of stewed fish soup. Sitting by the campfire, he picked up a piece of fish. The burnt aroma still attracted him. He exchanged some barbecue chili powder in his hand and sprinkled it on the roasted and charred fish. The fresh, salty, and spicy taste made Su Yuan close his eyes comfortably. Su Yuan, this is too much. You actually ate delicious food secretly. The kitten had a very sharp nose and immediately smelled the different smell coming from Su Yuan's side. Looking at the layer of chili powder on the fish, Mao Yi lay on Su Yuan's legs. Be careful not to fall into the fire and burn your tail hair. Su Yuan quickly grabbed Mao Ye's butt and pulled his tail back from the campfire. It's so itchy. Su Yuan, I want to taste it too. The discomfort of having its tail held did not defeat the temptation of the food in front of it. Mao Yi ignored the tail held in Su Yuan's hand and put his head in front of the fish. Eat it, but it's a bit spicy. Before Su Yuan could finish speaking, Mao Yi opened her mouth and took a bite, and the chili powder smeared all over her face. It smells so good, it hurts so bad. Mao Yi's cries attracted everyone to come over. Her originally fair face turned red from the spiciness. She didn't know what to do, so she could only roll around in Su Yuan's arms. Come on, open your mouth. Su Yuan grabbed a ball of clean snow from the ground and put it into Mao Yi's mouth. The original hot feeling subsided. The kitten just tasted a little bit of the chili and felt like it was being played with. Okay, get up quickly and go have some fish soup. Devil, this must be devil's food. Only a wizard like you, Su Yuan, can eat it. Mao Yi was so scared when he saw the red chili powder that he ran over directly. His frightened look attracted the attention of other beast girls. You want to try it too? Su Yuan looked at Gigi, who was secretly lying on his back, and asked speechlessly, why are these little guys so curious? Well, Su Yuan, I want to try it too. Okay, but don't get burned like Mao Yi. Gigi was still quite cautious and took a light taste. The taste of the pepper was not severe for her. Instead, the spiciness in her mouth made her feel a little warm in the cold winter. That coward Mao Yi can't even accept this devil's food. He's so weak. It turns out that Gigi is not curious about the food, but a challenge to Ye. It seems that the little chinchilla who has been bullied by Ye for a long time has also developed a competitive mentality. Okay, go eat quickly and stop making trouble. In the afternoon, after having a full meal, Su Yuan sat by the cave and took out an exquisite notebook. Goal 1. Ensure food source, temporarily completed. Goal 2. Create a bathing area, unfinished. Goal 3. Create a place to go to the toilet, unfinished. Goal 4. Teach beast girls archery and hunting, in progress. Goal 5. Build a wooden fence to protect the tribe, unfinished. Main objective. Counterattack the snowy plains, defeat the Black Sheep tribe, and resolve the danger posed by the large tribe in the snowy mountains. Long-term goals. Find rare items, unlock special items, and upgrade the system all. We have a long way to go. How about we build the bathing cabin tomorrow? It will be the first of its kind in the world, and it can be considered an advancement in civilization. Whether or not he could get promoted was another matter. The most important thing was that Su Yuan hadn't taken a bath for so long that he felt like he could rub out a pill from his body. Lion, how much would have you collected today? Sure was originally squatting beside the campfire, staring at the flames in a daze. When he heard Su Yuan's call, he immediately ran over to report. That's all we have. If it's not enough, I'll take everyone with me to chop some more tomorrow. Su Yuan looked in the direction Sure pointed and saw trees covered in snow piled up into a small hill. It must be said that the efficiency of these beast girls is really terrifying. It would probably take a whole day to cut down all the trees on this hill using a modern electric saw. Sure and the beast girls also finished chopping the trees in one day using ordinary iron axes. That's enough. Bring some people with you tomorrow to carry these logs to the icy lake. Well, Su Yuan, I want one of those too. Shure's cold expression showed a hint of anticipation. She had been very interested when she watched Hu Si and the others practicing archery. Didn't Fox make a lot of them? It's too brittle. It breaks when I pull it. That's right. Shure's strength is not comparable to that of ordinary people. The strongest person in the tribe is Shure and Xiaoman, who has not awakened yet. The bow and arrow that Hu Si used was just right for him, but didn't work very well on Shure. System, do you have any bows with particularly high poundage for sale, preferably without modern auxiliary technology? Refined ironwood bow, 1,200 points. Is this ironwood bow authentic? Don't let it break if you pull it casually. The price of a bow and arrow without any modern auxiliary technology is indeed different, but Su Yuan is still worried that this thing will be broken by Shure with a casual pull. After all, it is worth thousands of points, and it is a bit sad to waste it like this. Refund if the product breaks. Obviously, the system was very confident in this bow. After hesitating for a moment, Su Yuan decided to buy it. As the strongest fighter in the tribe, it would be even better if Shure could learn how to use a bow and arrow. If that powerful arrow was shot out, I'm afraid all the snow monsters encountered before would be shot through. What's the difference between this and being shot by a sniper rifle? Sure, if you want to practice archery, you must practice well. This bow may be able to help everyone solve the crisis. Su Yuan handed the pitch-black bow to Shure. The bow was very heavy. He tried to pull it, but he couldn't pull it open at all. Yes, I will. Shure smiled happily, her eyes full of determination. As long as she had these two weapons, she would be able to rescue the captured tribesmen. Okay, it's almost dark. Let's practice tomorrow. Seeing that Shure was still a little interested, Su Yuan quickly stopped her and told her that it was too late to shoot arrows, as the target could not be seen clearly. Chapter 38 Bow and Arrow Practice. Hu Si, how was practice? Early in the morning, Hu Si led several beast girls to practice archery in the woods outside the camp, and Shure also followed early in the morning. Hu Si also tried the black bow and Shure's hand out of curiosity, but he could only pull it halfway when the awakening rune was activated. So she had no choice but to give up and decided that the bow and arrow she made herself was more convenient to use. Su Yuan, everyone can shoot arrows, but the aim is not so good, and Hu Si brought Su Yuan to the place where several beast girls were practicing archery. In addition to the three little ones, several other beast girls also joined in. The tendons of the snow monster had been used up before. The tribe had made 8 bows and arrows. Together with Su Yuan's compound bow and Shure's ironwood bow, the number just broke through the single digits. The little beast girls practiced very seriously, just like what Su Yuan had taught Hu Si before. They lay sideways and placed the bow and arrow in front of their chests. But from time to time, the beast girl's arrows failed to shoot out and the bowstrings bounced back. I see. Su Yuan understood that the arrows made by these beast girls had no tail feathers, and there was no slot when holding the arrows, so they could easily slip out of their hands and fall to the ground. Hu Si, use a knife to carve a groove at the tail of everyone's arrows so that the string can be stuck in it and won't slip out of your hands. Su Yuan demonstrated to Hu Si using an arrow he exchanged from the system mall. This principle was still a little confusing to Hu Si, but he still followed Su Yuan's instructions and made small grooves in the large number of arrows he had made. Call out. The little beast girl got the arrow and immediately pulled the bow and shot it out. The arrow hit a tree trunk not far away, and the little beast girl smiled happily. I shot it. No, shooting arrows like this consumes too much energy. Su Yuan looked at the arrow that was pulled out. The tip of the arrowhead had been smashed into a ball. If an arrow hit the target, it would be wasted. You know, it is very troublesome to sharpen an arrow. Everyone come here. So Su Yuan interrupted the beast girl's practice, and everyone obediently put away their arrows and came to Su Yuan. It's a waste of arrows to practice like this. Build a snowman and then aim at it and shoot. Snowman? Woo, there are no snowmen here, but we should be able to find snowmen on the mountain. These beast girls had never made a snowman before, but what he didn't expect was that snowmen really existed in this world. Su Yuan knew that they had misunderstood, so he walked to the other side. Although I rarely saw snow in the south in my previous life, building a snowman was naturally not a difficult task. Finally, under everyone's puzzled gaze, Su Yuan built a strange human-shaped building made of 2 large snowballs, with 2 small fruits on the face's eyes. From now on, everyone should use this as their target. If anyone can hit the fruit above with 2 consecutive arrows, I will reward her with a request. The speaker may not have intended it, but the listener took it to heart. Shurshu's clever little ears moved, his eyes were full of seriousness, and his hands holding the bow tightened. Great! Woo, I want a big bowl of fish soup. I want one too. I'm sure I'll be the first to shoot. Everyone quickly built a snowman, and Su Yuan also made one for himself. After practicing for a while, they could get down to business after dinner. Without electronic entertainment to kill time, he felt like he had plenty of time throughout the day. At this time in his previous life, he would probably still be fast asleep. Damn it, I should have changed her crossbow earlier. Why is this thing so hard to pull? Su Yuan pulled the compound bow with some difficulty. Without the potion to cheat, it was a little difficult for him to pull the bow to the full length, but he was still able to shoot. This compound bow that can injure a snow monster still requires a lot of force to fully draw the bow, even though it has a pulley to reduce the force used. By the way, maybe we can give that source of life force a try. Su Yuan thought for a long time and suddenly remembered the blue spirit drink, the good thing he made with the witch power fruit found by Long and the others. It's just a bit expensive, so Su Yuan has never redeemed it. Now that his points have exceeded 10,000, Su Yuan can finally splurge and try out the effect of this thing. System, exchange for a bottle of blue spirit drink. 2,000 points were quickly deducted. Su Yuan looked at the liquid in the wooden bottle in his hand. It was the same potion he had exchanged before, but the taste was slightly different. What a stingy guy. He didn't even give me a glass bottle. Su Yuan immediately poured the potion into his mouth. The blueberry flavor was like drinking a bottle of drink, but the drink was a little small, so he finished it all in one gulp. After drinking it, my body instantly felt a sense of comfort and pleasure, but it was very weak like the trembling I felt after going to the toilet. I hope it works. Otherwise, 2,000 points would have been wasted. Su Yuan tried to draw the bow again. This time, to his surprise, the bowstring was easier to pull than before, and he could barely draw it to its full length. Call out. The arrow flew straight over and accidentally shot a small hole in the snowman's stomach. It really works. Not only in terms of strength, but even my vision has become clearer. Bang! Just as Su Yuan was sighing, a loud noise came from the side, which scared him so much that he ran over quickly. The beast girls who were practicing archery were also looking at the side in surprise. Shur was holding the bow and arrow high in her hand. Not far away, a big hole was shot directly into a tree, and the original arrow was directly smashed into powder. Gudong, who see beside him, swallowed hard, thinking that if the arrow hit him, he would be torn into pieces. Fuck, a humanoid Barrett. Su Yuan also widened his eyes. He didn't expect Shur's bow and arrow to be so terrifying, except that its accuracy was a little off. However, this has little impact. Some petite enemies do not need such terrifying arrows. Husi and the others are enough. As for enemies like the snow monster, if you can't hit them, they will come right up to your face. At a distance of about 10 meters, bows and arrows are still faster. By the time the snow monster attacked, the arrow would have probably already penetrated its body. In the morning, after practicing for a while, we started breakfast. This meal was still fish soup and grilled fish. The potatoes had been eaten before, and the stored pork was also used up. After eating a few bites, Su Yuan lost his appetite. Recently, he had been arranging for Fox C, Xiao Man, and some hunting beast girls in the tribe to find other food sources nearby. But there was no good news. The road on the mountain was difficult to walk on, and it was easy to get lost due to the heavy snow nearby, so we could only rely on the mountains to explore outside. If it really doesn't work, Su Yuan will probably have to exchange another batch of food to improve his dining conditions, but he has to think about what kind of food would be better to exchange. The little beast girl will eventually get tired of eating fish soup, but now he doesn't want to eat fish anymore. After a simple breakfast, Su Yuan called Long and the others. Okay, sure, Long. Bring some people and hold the trees with you and follow me. There's no pipe to bring water to this place. Otherwise, Su Yuan planned to bring the lake water to the tribe, which would be much more convenient for bathing and drinking. After all, the water melted from the snow on the ground is not enough. Chapter 39, Cabin in the Snow. Su Yuan, what are you doing? At noon, Su Yuan brought everyone to the edge of the ice lake. This time, only Husi, Xiao Man, and Hui were left to guard the tribe. Even Red Fox and Fox 9 followed over. Fox 9 was called over by Su Yuan, but Red Fox followed over because he was curious about how these fish were caught. The tribe has Husi, Xiao Man, and Hui, which is enough. Although there's only one awakened warrior, Husi is enough to deal with most invaders. If danger really happens, it won't take too long to get back to the camp from here. Okay, Long, take everyone to catch some food for the next 2 days. Su Yuan looked at the trees piled up like a small hill and was in a dilemma. There were indeed many ways to build a wooden house, but which one was the most time-saving and labor-saving? And it must be very sturdy, otherwise it will be troublesome if it suddenly collapses in the middle of washing. System: filter the products related to wooden house building knowledge. Book: Wooden House, Mankind's First Dwelling. 300 points. Art: Wooden House Appreciation. 300 points. Housing Evolution History MP4. 300 points. Stop. It's endless, isn't it? Get rid of these useless things. Su Yuan looked at the pile of useless things that appeared and shouted quickly. These things that waste points are of no use at all to buy now. 100 wooden house, making memories. 800 points. 3 digits is still acceptable. As Su Yuan exchanged the money, a memory of the wooden house flooded into his brain, as if he had just watched a video for dozens of hours. It seems that we can only use the most primitive means. Looking at the pile of wood, Su Yuan thought of a very simple method. Apart from the small space and some waste of wood, it didn't have any major disadvantages. System: get a wood drill and a saw, not those fancy things. Electric drill, 1,500 points. Hand drill, 300 points. Wood drill, 200 points. Chainsaw, 1,800 points. Wood saw, 250 points. Don't even think about things that require electricity. Currently, there are no products that generate electricity in the system mall, but there are quite a lot of products that consume electricity. Exchange for a woodworking drill and a wood saw. The method Su Yuan chose was the simplest mortise and tenon structure. These logs did not need to be processed in any way, let alone split into pieces of wood. Simply cut a groove on both sides of the tree and then connect them together to fix it. However, the first step now is to lay the foundation and use some sharpened wooden sticks to fix both sides of the first layer of logs. Su Yuan, we're here to help you too. Well, everyone sharpened these pieces of wood and placed them on either side of the log. Some beast girls who were not fishing also came to help. Sure did not go fishing with them, but followed Su Yuan with her weapon on her back. Su Yuan planned a wooden house of about 4 square meters. 4 logs were nailed to the first floor during Su Yuan's renovation. The snow on the ground was cleared in advance, and the flatness of the wood was quite good. The next step is to drill holes in the grooves at the 4 corners, and then nail them in with wooden sticks to completely secure the overall structure so that it won't fall over when blown. After all, the wind and snow on the snowfield are quite strong. If he holds an umbrella here, he will probably be blown away immediately. As the trees were put up one by one, the eyes of Fox 9, who was helping, became brighter and brighter. She seemed to have figured out the technique of building the wooden house. The roof is designed in a traditional triangular shape. A flat roof would be crushed by the snow within a week in this snowy field where snowflakes fall every day. As for the construction method, it is still a combination of mortise and tenon. If you're worried about it being loose, drill a hole with a drill, and then use an axe to hammer a wooden nail and to lock it in. With everyone's help, it was almost finished before dark. There was a small window high up in the cabin and a small door on the other side. The gap above was filled by Su Yuan with small pieces of wood. It's done. Just apply the golden oil fruit on it at the end. Su Yuan, why do you want to apply the golden oil fruit? Su Yuan looked at Fox 9 with a curious look on his face. He guessed that the little fox had learned something. Making a log cabin was not difficult. He only needed to go back and practice it once to master it thoroughly. To prevent the wood from rotting or cracking due to moisture, you need to apply a layer of oil, but I don't know if the oil from the golden oil fruit will work. Su Yuan tore a piece of oil fruit and started painting on the wooden house. The two Red Fox sisters have now seen clearly how the wooden house is built. If they knew how to build snow houses and wooden houses, they would not have hidden inside the huge rock in the snowy plain. Nowadays, most tribes are hiding in caves. In the less cold areas of the Wangshu Mountains, some tribes build houses with animal skins and wood. However, Red Fox had seen that kind of house, which would collapse if blown. Except for being built in trading markets, even large tribes usually preferred to build them in caves. Or some tribes simply hollow out large trees and live in them, but the price is that it is extremely crowded, and some tall beast girls have to curl up when they sleep. Okay, it's done. Su Yuan walked into the middle of the cabin. The house was small, but still bigger than the igloo. Some light could be seen through the cracks in the wood around it. When the time comes, add a candle lamp here, and then put a bathtub here. It would be so pleasant to take a bath on a snowy day. Su Yuan immediately got down to work and gathered everyone to look for stones. If they wanted to take a bath in an iron bucket, they would need a stove underneath and someone to watch the fire. Otherwise, if the temperature is too high, the iron pot will stew itself. System, can you customize an iron bucket? The current technological development of the Beast Girl tribe cannot support the emergence of steel, let alone a thin and strong iron bucket. The iron bucket that Su Yuan plans to use for taking a bath has to be exchanged through the system. Of course, I've considered other materials. Wood breaks easily, stone conducts heat too slowly, and as for other materials, it's probably more cost-effective to just use an iron bucket. Can be customized within the acceptable range. Then I want an iron bucket that is 1.8 meters long, 80 centimeters wide, and 70 centimeters high. Customized iron bucket, 1,500 points. A customized iron bucket cost over 1,000, but Su Yuan could still accept it. There are not many places in the tribe that needed to consume points, and those snow demon cores brought him a lot of points. Exchange. This time, the iron bucket did not appear in Su Yuan's hand. Seeing the big monster suddenly hit in front of Su Yuan, all the beast girls became nervous. Su Yuan, woo, be careful. Su Yuan hurriedly called out to them, and Shur was about to chop down with a saber. Don't panic. This is the item I prayed to the gods for. Fortunately, the knife did not fall, otherwise Shur's strength would really split the iron bucket in half, as more than 1,000 points would probably be wasted. Shur, move this iron bucket in and place it horizontally in the groove on the side. The house has been filled with rubble picked up by the beast girls, and some soil has been placed on top to prevent feet from stepping on it. The groove left behind is naturally used for heating. Okay, time to stew yourself in the iron pot. Su Yuan looked at the big iron barrel being put into the wooden house with great interest. He hadn't taken a bath for more than 10 days and was almost pickled. If it weren't for the icy and snowy weather that could freeze people to death, he would probably jump into the lake and take a cold bath. Chapter 40. Stew yourself in an iron bucket. Crackling. Woo, do you really want to boil yourself? Long and the others also returned with a full load. Many beast girls looked at Su Yuan, who was burning firewood, with complicated expressions. What do you mean by boiling yourself? I'm taking a bath. Okay, Maya, help me control the fire. If it's too hot, turn it down. Su Yuan saw that the water temperature was about right, so he closed the wooden house. The light coming through the small window above illuminated the two people inside. Su Yuan, don't worry, I won't cook you. Maya looked very serious. When she knew that she was asked to cook Su Yuan, her little tail was wagging restlessly. Just be careful. Su Yuan had nothing to hide. He had been with this group of beast girls for a while, and he even knew the body shapes of Maya, Shur, and the others. So with Maya's curiosity, Su Yuan took off all his clothes and soaked in the iron bucket. There were some wooden boards underneath. Although it was a bit strange to sit on, at least his butt was not burnt. Great. The cold wind blew in from outside the window. Su Yuan squinted his eyes comfortably in the hot water. Although his body felt a little sticky, it was not particularly dirty after washing. After rubbing it for a few minutes, Su Yuan leaned directly against the edge of the iron bucket. Mao Yi was quite serious about making fire, and as soon as the fire got big, she used a wooden stick to dig it out. But at this moment her attention was no longer on the flames, and her eyes would occasionally glance at Su Yuan in the bucket. Su Yuan, I want to take a shower too. No one in the Snowfield tribe likes to take a bath because it is too cold. The last time Mao Ye took a bath was when he was dragged to the icy lake by Fox 9. Mao Ye was shivering from the cold, so he was particularly afraid when the topic of taking a bath came up. Now the hot water with white smoke made her feel excited. She hadn't taken a bath for so long that the hair on her tail was stuck together. You want to wash? Su Yuan immediately lost his composure. Could it be that he was trying to have sex with Yuan Yang? Damn, unclean images appeared in his mind. It's not good for people to know too much data. For example, at this moment, Su Yuan can see through Mao Ye's figure just by looking at her wearing animal skin. No. Mao Ye looked pitiful. Su Yuan swallowed and nodded mechanically. Yeah. By the time Su Yuan reacted, water splashed in the bucket and a small figure jumped in. The warm water made her lean happily in Su Yuan's arms. I never thought I would be faced with the choice between being a beast or worse than a beast. The angel and the devil above Su Yuan's head had a fight, but after suppressing his evil thoughts for more than 10 days, the devil finally pulled out a machine gun transformed from his evil thoughts and shot the angel to pieces. Mao Ye, let me help you wash your tail. Outside the house, everyone was still a little worried that Su Yuan would stew them in the iron pot, but only Mao Ye's screams were heard from inside the house, so no one was in a hurry. Sister, do you know how to use that wooden house? Fox 9 shrank towards his sister and asked the red fox with some curiosity on his face. I think I understand a little bit now. Su Yuan is so smart. If we had known how to build snow houses and wooden houses, Grandma Shui would not have died. Yes, perhaps Su Yuan is the salvation given to us by the gods. If it weren't for him, I'm afraid I would have been captured by Black Sheep and the others. In just a few days, Chihu's admiration for Su Yuan reached an extremely high level, and she even felt that she was not suitable to be a witch. The water in the hut had become cold. Su Yuan looked at the limp Mao Yi and had no choice but to carry him out of the bucket. Only a few sparks were left burning on the fire below. Squeak! Amidst everyone's confusion, Su Yuan carried Mao Yi out in a princess hug. At this moment, his face was full of relief and guilt towards the kitten. Su Yuan, what happened to Mao Yi? Mao Yi, are you okay? Mao Ye's face turned red, and he raised his head and shook it slowly. After making so much noise for so long, the originally energetic Mao Yi became listless. Ahem. She's a little tired. Sure. Pour out the water. If anyone wants to take a bath, they can come here later. But they have to go in pairs, and one person has to watch the fire, otherwise they'll get cooked. Su Yuan was a little embarrassed and immediately changed the subject. Bringing the iron bucket was too troublesome. There were more than 50 people in the tribe, and they would probably not rest every day after the news of the hot bath came out. So it's better to leave the iron bucket here. If someone steals it, it will only cost 1,500 points. For Su Yuan, using these 1,500 points to know that there are other people near his camp is not a bad thing. Su Yuan, can I try today? That cooking thing. Fox 9 immediately became excited and touched the iron bucket that Sure brought out. It seemed that it was a little different from the iron pot that they were worried about boiling themselves in. If you want to try, go ahead. It's still early, and it won't take long to boil the water. But you'll need someone to watch the fire. Well, sister, can you help me watch the fire when the time comes? Su Yuan, can you give me some guidance? Still coming? Su Yuan twitched a little, but seeing Hu Jio's sincere expression, he could only agree. She was probably really worried that her sister would make the fire worse. When the time comes, we'll be doomed if we stew the fox in an iron barrel. Well, once you two have learned it, you can teach everyone. Then, when you have nothing to do, you can pair up and take a hot bath together. Soon, the second bucket of water was boiled. Looking at Fox 9 taking off his animal skin and entering the bucket, Su Yuan felt that the demons and angels above his head had started fighting again. But this time the demon didn't have a machine gun and was knocked to the ground by the angel in a few hits. The angel was disgusted by the demon's previous behavior and stepped on it twice. Red Fox, if you want to try it, go in. I'll help you watch the fire. Yes, yes, come on, sister. It's so warm and comfortable in here. Cat Knight has been handed over to Lion Knight. Su Yuan looked at the red fox wagging its tail. It was already evening, and it was not enough time to boil the third bucket of water. The space in the big iron bucket was also quite empty. This was customized by Su Yuan according to the body shapes of Shur and the others. For the petite red fox and Fox 9, it can easily hold 3 people. Okay then. Thank you for your help. The red fox was indeed tempted, so he also got into the iron barrel under the gaze of the 2 people. I didn't expect the red fox to be comparable to Long. It's simply not to be underestimated, and it's also so fair and clean. Su Yuan sat on a wooden stake nearby, slowly adding firewood to the 2 sisters. Not long after they washed, they reluctantly walked out. It's getting dark. If we don't go back now, I'm afraid everyone outside will be hungry. Chapter 41, Arrow. After returning, the news that they could take a hot bath by the ice lake quickly spread among the beast girls, and everyone was very curious about such a magical thing. There were so few people in the camp that if Su Yuan hadn't stopped them and asked 2 or 3 people to go one by one, there would probably be no one left in the entire camp. Su Yuan still felt a little bit of a taste of what happened on Mao Ye's day, and the next day Mao Ye came to bother Su Yuan again as if nothing had happened. The reproduction of the beast girls did not reach this stage, or Mao Ye was too naive and did not understand what was happening that day. Now the little angel above Su Yuan's head came to condemn him for deceiving the little beast girl. Fortunately, after venting, Su Yuan felt much more energetic. He no longer had so many wild dreams every night during this period, and he almost had to get up in the middle of the night to wash his pants. After a week of development, the camp had enough igloos, so Fox 9 and the others built some wooden houses in the remaining spaces in the camp. There happened to be a small room available, which was designated by Su Yuan as a toilet. After all, no matter how cute the little beast girl is, she still needs to go to the toilet, and snow is prone to accumulation in the camp. If you accidentally step on it, it will definitely make your feet uncomfortable in such cold weather. The big bear is almost well now. On this day, Su Yuan had nothing to do and came to the side of the white bear that had been recovering from its injuries. The huge body looked very scary. However, the bear's face was full of fear when he saw Su Yuan. The scene of shooting down the snow monster with those arrows was still vivid in his mind. Well, Su Yuan, Damon's wound has healed. Xiaoman, the little bear mother, is next to the big white bear. She's holding a big grilled fish in her small body and feeding the white bear. Damon, Su Yuan looked up and down at the man and the bear. There didn't seem to be anything wrong with calling him Damon. Now that Damon had recovered, he could become a good fighting force in the camp. With such a huge body, if I buy some iron spike armor for Damon to wear, he will be an irresistible existence on the battlefield. Follow me and work hard. As long as I have meat, you will have potatoes. Don't be like those stupid wolves who have to be taught a lesson before they obey. Su Yuan patted Damon's furry belly. The guy's hair was a little messy, but it felt quite warm to the touch. Damon's eyes were still a little confused, as if he didn't understand what Su Yuan meant, and he could only nod his head. Su Yuan, I shot it. Just when Su Yuan was giving demand induction training, Huxi's excited voice came from the training ground in the distance, and then 2 figures ran over one after the other. Su Yuan, I did it. I shot those 2 fruits with 2 consecutive arrows. Huxi, who originally had the demeanor of a queen, now looked like a little girl who had won an award. She came to Su Yuan with a bow, an arrow in her hand, and an excited look on her face. The Shur behind was somewhat unwilling, but he did not say anything. He just stood silently beside Huxi, still holding the ironwood bow in her hand. That's pretty impressive. Su Yuan was a little surprised. He set the distance for Huxi and the others to practice archery at about 70 meters. Although it was not far, they could hit 2 walnut-sized fruits in succession on a windy and snowy day. Huxi's talent with archery is indeed very powerful. What reward does Fox want? Su Yuan had promised them before that whoever could be the first to shoot 2 fruits in a row would be rewarded with a wish. Huxi's little fox ears shook mischievously, shaking off the fallen white snow, and she took out a somewhat rough white object from her arms. Su Yuan, I wanted to give this to you. You said wooden arrows were too fragile, so I made a bone arrow out of bone. Su Yuan looked at the arrow made of bones in her hand. It was obvious that Huxi had put a lot of effort into this bone arrow. Not only had the arrowhead been polished, but the grooves on the tail wing had also been polished out. No wonder I saw you sitting alone by the campfire late at night. It turns out you were sharpening your arrows. Su Yuan recalled that during this period of time, Husi always sat there alone and always returned to the snow house to sleep very late at night. It turned out that he was eating the fish bones left over before polishing. I have to say that Husi did find a way. Bow and arrows are much sharper and tougher than disposable wooden arrows. The problem is that this project is too time-consuming. It takes nearly a week to carefully polish an arrow, and even if it is just casually polished, it will take 3 or 4 days. Well, I've been thinking that if it can be made into arrows, then bones and stones should be able to be made into arrows too. So, Su Yuan originally wanted to rub Husi's clever little ears, but seeing that Husi was taller than him, he had to put away the bow and arrow first. It's a clever idea, but sharpening an arrow is too much trouble. He found the broken iron arrowheads that he had shot into the Yeti before. The arrows exchanged by the system had embedded arrowheads, and such small round holes were difficult to grind out in primitive tribes. However, it is still possible to do it by drilling a small hole in the bone material. Husi, just polish an arrowhead and stick it on the wooden arrow shaft. If the arrow shaft breaks in the future, just remove the arrowhead. Husi took the iron arrowheads. Her fingers still felt a little pain when they touched the sharp parts. Fortunately, the effect of the medicine had long since worn off. Otherwise, Su Yuan would have been afraid that she would have fallen to the ground by accident. I understand. Su Yuan, can you give me these arrows? I'll use the reward for my previous archery. Husi stroked the iron arrowhead with both hands, looking at Su Yuan with eyes full of longing. If the recycling price wasn't too cheap, he would have probably taken those useless iron arrowheads to the system for recycling. Seeing Husi so interested, Su Yuan nodded. After Husi got the arrow, he thanked him a few times and hurried back to the training ground. It seemed that there were a lot of ideas in his little head, leaving Sure standing here. Is the lion finished too? Su Yuan looked at the lion who was still standing beside him and looking at him, and asked curiously. Yeah, but slower than Fox thought. Su Yuan could feel Shure's loss. For Husi and others, setting up small rewards was just a way to motivate them to train, but Shure took it as a competition. She was fully focused every time she drew her bow and shot an arrow, but unfortunately, every arrow would be smashed to pieces by the impact, and she had to sharpen it again. Or the snowman is shot and breaks into pieces of snow, and you have to rebuild it from scratch. This is why she was one step slower than Husi in completing Su Yuan's goal. It's okay. From now on, you just need to draw your bow and aim at the big guy opposite. What reward do you want, Sure? Shure was a little confused. She was usually aloof, but her face turned red at this moment. She stammered, I'm not first. It's okay, just consider it as my gift to you today. Su Yuan didn't care. To him, Sure had protected him so many times, so giving her a small gift was nothing. Then, can I go hunting with a bow and arrow? Chapter 42. Okay, stop talking. Hunt. Everyone in the training ground was a little surprised. At present, the one with the highest accuracy besides Husi was only Sure. Both of them were awakened warriors, so they were naturally stronger than other beast girls. Currently, other beast girls can only hit large targets like snow wolves at a distance of about 40 or 50 meters, and most importantly, they have to be stationary targets. So everyone was actually not very confident, especially the little beast girls who were so nervous that their tails were raised high, like children facing an exam. Well, practicing with snowmen all the time won't be very effective. Both enemies and prey will move. So if you want to practice with arrows, you have to try some moving prey. Don't worry, everyone. This time we're just practicing with a moving target. It's okay if we can't hit the prey. The harvest from Long is enough for everyone to eat. Su Yuan looked at this group of cute little beast girls. In the future, they would be part of his long-range army. In this primitive world, bows and arrows could almost crush other tribes, especially with the humanoid Barrett Sure. If the ironwood bow is fully drawn, even a snow monster will be pierced with a bloody hole. After hearing Su Yuan's words, everyone was a little tempted. Practicing with static targets was indeed a bit boring. Without the sense of urgency to hit the prey, the few little tails that had been raised up also fell down. Su Yuan, do you need me to prepare anything? Husi also put away his bow and arrow and came to Su Yuan to obey his orders. Husi, how many arrows does the tribe have left? Fox thought for a moment, then said, there are about 100 or so, mostly wooden arrows. This number is enough. The consumption of arrows in the snow is not very high. Unless the arrow hits the target, it can still be used even if it is stuck in the snow. Bring some food. I'll tell the red fox later. The tribe is now filled with snow houses and wooden houses, and it is no longer as empty as before. Everyone is busy with smiles on their faces. Long and the others have had a good catch in fishing recently. Su Yuan asked the beast girls to dissect the fish and bury it in a snow pile. It can be kept for quite a while under the ice and snow. Fox 9, where's your sister? When he arrived outside Hu Si's snow house, Su Yuan only saw Hu Jio studying pottery art. There were many equally petite and cute beast girls around the little girl. There was a pile of strange-shaped pottery on the ground, including the necessary pottery jars and some sculpture-like objects. Sister is going to take a shower. Su Yuan, look at this. What's this? Su Yuan picked up the pottery in the shape of a little man in Hu Jio's hand. The little man, made of clay, looked a little funny, with a happy smile on his face. This is the sculpture of you I made. I just finished it. Doesn't it look great? Hu Jio was a little happy. Her two little hands were covered with clay. Su Yuan looked at the clay on her face and wiped it off with his fingers. It looks great. Thank you, Xiao Hu Jio. I'll teach you how to make wine when I have time later. Wine? What is that? Su Yuan rubbed Fox 9's little head comfortably. The two furry little ears felt very comfortable to touch, especially after taking a bath. They were very soft. It's something really delicious. I'll teach you when the time comes. If you want to make wine, you can only make fruit wine in a place like this, unless Su Yuan spends points to buy food in the mall to make wine. Yeah, by the way, what do you want from my sister? After being reminded by Fox 9, Su Yuan remembered the important matter and brought the subject back. I'm going out hunting with Hu Si and Sure. Tell Chi Hu later that Xiao Man is guarding the tribe. If there's any danger, have Xiao Man light this arrow and shoot it into the sky. Su Yuan handed the exchange signal arrow to Hu Jio. This thing involved gunpowder. Even though the quantity was very low, the price was not cheap at all. Just one disposable arrow cost 500 points. This system is really afraid that I will have to exchange a bunch of arrows to extract gunpowder. Then you must be careful. Hu Jio was a little worried about Su Yuan, but when he thought that the two awakened warriors, Hu Si and Sure, were by Su Yuan's side, he took the arrow. Hunting? What hunting? I want to go too. Just when Su Yuan had given everything and was about to leave, a small figure jumped in front of Su Yuan. Su Yuan was worried that she would fall, so he quickly supported her body. The feel of the hand showed that it was Mao Ye's. Sure enough, when Su Yuan looked closely, Mao Ye in his arms was staring at Su Yuan with his eyes. Gudong. It's been a week, and it seems like the devil's suppressed anger has accumulated again, especially since Mao Ye has been particularly clinging to him recently. Su Yuan, I want to go hunting too. Didn't you go fishing with Long and the others? Ever since he learned how to fish, Mao Ye has been particularly active in ice lake fishing. I didn't expect that he was still staying in the camp today, while Long and the others had already set off. Well, I came to see you. What do you want from me? Mao Ye's eyes lit up as he stared at Su Yuan and said happily, Su Yuan, let's go take a shower together. Ahem, I understand. I'll take you there after we finish hunting. Okay, I still missed last time. Okay, stop talking. Su Yuan quickly covered her mouth and carried Mao Ye out of the camp. Everyone had gathered now, and everyone had a few arrows on their waists. It's a bit troublesome to get the arrow like this. Hu Si, when you come back later, have White Rabbit sew a longer bag with the remaining animal skins, just enough to hold the arrows. Su Yuan described the quiver to Hu Si. Bai Tu had very dexterous hands and was very good at sewing clothes. So Su Yuan was not worried about not being able to explain it clearly. Okay, I see. Does Kitty you want to come too? Yeah, I'll be back later. Su Yuan quickly covered Mao Ye's face. Although he didn't know whether other beast girls understood that kind of thing, he felt a little embarrassed to bring up this topic here. Mao Ye plans to hunt some prey for Mao Bai to replenish his body. Hu Si finally understood and nodded. Mao Bai's health has improved a lot recently, but compared to a bear-like man with thick skin and flesh, his recovery is slower. In particular, the red fox's healing skills can only heal injuries and are not very effective for Mao Bai, who almost died from hypothermia and a cold, so Mao Bai's external injuries are almost healed. But he had not recovered from the illness caused by blood loss and hypothermia, so he usually rested in the camp. When he had nothing to do, he would follow Fox 9 to learn how to make pottery jars. Then let's go over there. I found bird eggs there when I was patrolling nearby. I remember Mao Bai loves roasted bird eggs the most. There are birds laying eggs in this damn place. How much do they want their children to die? They would lay eggs in this damn place. Yeah, Mao Bai really likes eating bird eggs. Let's go. Mao Yi broke free from Su Yuan's arms. His thoughts were finally no longer on bathing in the ice lake. His little head became concerned about Mao Bai's condition again. Chapter 43: Hunting. In the snow, Su Yuan and his group were searching for prey. When it comes to hunting, these beast girls are more experienced than Su Yuan. This is the tree with such dense leaves. Those birds and animals will definitely settle here. Husi pointed to the big tree covered with snow in front of him. This time the trunk was thicker than any he had seen before, and the faint green above seemed to tell of the strength of the tree. Nowadays, the cost-effectiveness of using trees to trade points is not so good. Such a big tree will take up almost half of the group's time. It would be better to find some small trees to trade. Mao Yi was tempted when he saw this, so he put on his steel claws and prepared to climb up the tree. Don't worry. Su Yuan quickly grabbed her. This girl really doesn't remember the pain. Have you forgotten the giant python in the tree last time? Yes. Mao Ye realized it later and quickly retreated to Su Yuan's side. He looked at the tree with caution, his two small eyes fixed on the leaves above. It seems to want to see through the leaves. Let me go. Maya hasn't woken up yet. It's too dangerous. Husi stood up at this time. As an awakened warrior, her reaction was much more sensitive than Mao Ye's, and she could retreat in time even if she encountered danger. Then be careful. Everyone, take out your bows and arrows. Listen to Husi's orders and shoot when you see the target. At such a close distance, even something flying in the sky would be shot into a sieve. Husi climbed up the tree in a few nimble steps. Below him, Shir also seriously put an arrow on his bow and pulled the bow to the full length. With such force, even a big barbarian lying on top would be shot through. After a while, the snow on the trees fell off, and Husi's voice came from above. It's okay. There are indeed some bird eggs and some fruits on it. A green fruit was dropped from above by Husi. It was not known whether the fruit was frozen hard or was just that hard in nature. After Husi got it, there was no system prompt sound. Alas, it's a pity that it's not a rare item. Please calculate the points for it. Miscanthus fruit, 150 points. 150 points is not a big deal, but the prices of these fruits vary. I remember the blue vein snow fruit I found before was only 100 points. System, why is this thing more expensive than the blue vein snow fruit? The identification function requires 5,000 points to unlock. Do you want to unlock it? There was also an identification function for a whole half day. Su Yuan's face turned dark when he heard the news. He had always been curious about why the snow monster meat was not edible. But the beast girls only knew that there was a curse, so he could only trade it to the system. Now that I'm told that there's an identification function, wouldn't all the weird things I bought before be in vain? My dear, is there anything I don't know? List the system function store page for me. Identification function consumes one of the corresponding item's points, 5,000 points. Repair function, points consumed based on the degree of damage, 5,000 points. Reprint function consumes 100 of the points of the corresponding item, 5,000 points. Secondary mall to be unlocked. Oh my god! Unlock the identification and repair functions. Su Yuan stopped greeting the system. His points were just over 30,000 now, so he could still afford to spend 10,000. It just so happened that Shir and the others' weapons were broken and could be repaired at a low price. Identification function and repair function have been unlocked. Miscanthus fruit, grown on miscanthus trees, edible, sweet, and high in sugar, trading price, 150 points. It didn't have any special uses, but the fact that it was edible made Su Yuan take a bite with confidence. The flesh was relatively hard, but as he chewed it with the help of his saliva, he gradually tasted sweetness. Su Yuan, I want to eat sweet fruit too. Mao Yi lay in front of Su Yuan, looking at the miscanthus fruit with a look of desire on his face. Eat, eat. The beast girl's name for this fruit is very simple, but it is quite appropriate. Su Yuan lost interest in it after taking a bite. Although it is relatively sweet, its crispy texture is like sweet potato. After a while, many miscanthus fruits fell from the trees. Everyone put away their bows and arrows and put the fruits into the backpack that Su Yuan brought. Maoya, there are only a few bird eggs. Please pack them well and don't break them. After most of the miscanthus fruits above were picked, Husi jumped down, holding 2 bird eggs that were larger than goose eggs in his hands. White feather bird egg, ordinary bird unhatched egg, trading price, 300 points. Sure enough, it is much better with the identification function. Not only is the transaction price marked, but you can also know what the thing is. If the snow monster core and snow monster meat have not been used up before, he can still identify it. Unfortunately, the rarest thing in the camp now is the fish caught every day. Well, after eating this, Malvbai's illness will be cured soon. Maui took off his gloves, carefully wrapped the bird eggs in animal skins, and tied them on his back like a bundle. After collecting the fruits, everyone continued to rush forward. They had now arrived at a snowy forest. If Usi had not clearly known the way back, Su Yuan would have planned to take a detour. Careful! Just as everyone was on their way, Usi's ears twitched, and he immediately called out to everyone. There's a beast moving ahead, and it's still running. Sure. You protect Su Yuan. I'll go take a look first. Let's go together. Now we have bows and arrows. If we encounter a beast charging towards us, we can shoot it directly through. Su Yuan called Husi. Now, they were not unarmed like before, so they could only be careful of ambushes when encountering wild beasts. Husi also reacted immediately and agreed with Su Yuan's opinion. Everyone bent their bodies and rushed towards the direction of the sound. Maui had to protect the bird eggs behind him, so he had to follow Su Yuan. Not long after they started walking, a scream was heard from a distance. Husi in front quickened his pace, and soon everyone saw 3 figures running towards them. Behind them, a group of huge blue spiders were chasing them. The largest spider at the back was nearly 3 meters tall. The 8 slender spider legs were covered with ice spikes. One of the 8 eyes on its head was seeping with blue blood, and white ice mist was brewing in its mouth. After a while, it sprayed out a blue ice net to bind the 3 people who were fleeing in front. Stupid manhwa, I told you not to mess with it, but you insisted on doing it, and now we're all doomed. The white-haired girl who was fleeing in front shouted without even turning her head. Who told it to spit spiderwebs at me? I wanted to know the price of provoking Master Manhwa. Besides, you 2 will be the ones to die. By the time they eat you 2, I'll be able to escape. Oh, it was obviously you who provoked me. I told you that it was a wrong decision for Wu to let us follow you. A beast girl at the back was pulling another beast girl, and her speed was obviously slower than the white-haired girl at the front. The ice net almost fell on their heads. Chapter 44, Where did this idiot come from? Woo. I'm dead now, Panyu. If you escape, remember to look under my mattress. I've hidden a lot of fruit in there. If you don't eat it, it will go bad. The pessimistic rabbit girl Bayue had already shed big tears. She was just a little rabbit girl with no fighting ability, so how could she be sent to such a dangerous place? He was still carrying out such a dangerous mission. Could it be that he had been discovered stealing the Wahongluo fruit? Humph! Why should I listen to you? I've changed my mind now. I'm going to take you all and escape. Panyu's ears cocked straight up. He turned around and pulled Bayu forward, and several small spiders, half a meter in size behind them, were approaching the 3 of them. Panyu, you must be obedient in your next life, okay? Don't be so rebellious anymore, Shut up. Why should I listen to you? Panyu gritted his teeth, grabbed the 2 men, and threw them forward. The uphill road was covered with snow, and it would take some time for these big spiders to walk up it. Betray the moon. The red-haired beast girl did not give up. She turned around and looked at the group of spiders without any fear. She took out a stone dagger from her waist and pierced the eye of small spider very neatly. The witch just doesn't like us. I'm afraid she's no longer the same witch after she came back that time. Only those idiots still obey her orders. And Bayue, you idiot too. Just as several small spiders pounced into the air and were about to pierce Panyu's body with their sharp legs, arrows shot out from the snow behind her and pierced into the spider's body. What is this? Panyu originally planned to be killed like this, but when he turned around, he found a group of people walking down the slope, and Bayu and Yu were being held tightly by 2 beast girls. I was wondering who it was, but it turns out to be you, little wolf cub. Husi looked at Panyu's dazed face, and a disdainful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Why? Are you spies sent by the black sheep to find us? Why should I tell you? Panyu's face also became very ugly, because Husi's words really came true. The 3 of them were sent to find the red fox. You're still that bad-tempered. Okay, you're captured, so just stay put. As Husi spoke, he shot another arrow through the spider that rushed towards him. Su Yuan looked at Panyu curiously and then turned his attention to the group of spiders. Ice Thorn Spider, an adult, low-level, second-level magical beast. The ice armor on its body can defend against enemy attacks. Its mouth parts can spit out ice webs to trap enemies, and then use its sharp legs to pierce them. As expected of an identification system that cost 5,000 points, even the names and attack methods of these monsters are clearly identified. It really is the original Western fantasy world. Even Warcraft has appeared. So, Is there really a dragon island on the other side of the sea, and is there a dragon lady on it? Su Yuan was looking forward to it. Who doesn't want to be a dragon rider once in their life? Soaring in the sky on a dragon during the day and rolling over the earth on a dragon at night? Master Su Yuan, be careful of that giant ice spider. I'm afraid the ice armor on its body cannot be penetrated by arrows. Husi was a little worried about Su Yuan's safety. He stood in front of him and watched cautiously the big spider that was slowly approaching. The arrow shot at the big spider fell in the snow. Only some white spots were left on the blue ice armor, and only Husi's arrows could barely pierce it. However, since the ice spider was seeing this thing for the first time, Husi's precise arrow shot through its other eye, and now only 6 of its 8 eyes were left. Can't shoot through? There's nothing that can't be shot through. Lion, come on. Su Yuan said calmly in exchange for an iron arrow and handed it to Shur, who was about to draw his saber. Are you kidding? Even Husi couldn't be shot through, so even if he used a compound bow, it wouldn't have much effect. However, the humanoid siege machine next to him was fine. Lion, you only need to be strong. You don't have to aim for its eyes. Shur took the arrow, and the rune on her forehead appeared again. The ironwood bow began to tremble as she pulled it, and even Manhwa, who was pressed in front of her, felt a terrifying breath. Damn it! How come this giant lion has become so much stronger? I'm about to awaken and surpass her. Call out. A sonic boom sounded, and the arrow shot directly at the largest ice spider. However, as a magical beast, it sensed the danger, and the arrow only pierced its side. The powerful, penetrating force cut off the sharp legs in front of it. The arrow did not stop and went straight out from behind it. Blue blood immediately splashed on the ground. The imbalance of its body caused the ice spider to fall to the ground. The other small spiders stopped attacking and surrounded the big spider. Su Yuan took advantage of the moment it fell to the ground and pierced its eye with a sharp arrow again. My archery skills are getting better and better. Looking at the precise arrow, Su Yuan's heart was filled with joy. A man could only feel such joy and sense of accomplishment when he shot very accurately. Careful! The fallen ice thorn spider did not give up. The white mist in its mouth condensed again, and an ice net pounced towards everyone. Shur immediately dropped the bow and arrow in his hand, and swung the saber behind him towards the spider web flying in the air. Although he failed to cut the spider web in half, he pressed it to the ground. The cold air emitted by the spider web immediately froze a layer of white frost on the blade of the saber. Your uncle's system, is this what you call trapping the enemy? Won't they be frozen into ice sculptures if they touch it? Su Yuan originally thought that this thing could only hold the enemy back in a physical sense, but it turned out that the system's description of trapping the enemy meant trapping the enemy in a magical sense. The ice spider was still trying to condense white frost, so Su Yuan immediately pulled out an arrow and shot it into its mouth. The white frost exploded, and a layer of white frost froze around its mouth. Lion, you've been strengthened, come on. Su Yuan patted the butt of Shur beside him. The other beast girls were dealing with a group of little spiders. Only she and Husi could deal with this big guy. The lion reacted and rushed towards the ice spider with a saber in hand. The small spiders around heard the big spider's cry and rushed towards the lion. But before they got close, they were pierced by an arrow. The 30 or so little spiders could not withstand the hundreds of arrows shot by Husi and the others. When it reached the ice spider, the guy wanted to fight back with his only remaining sharp leg, but it was cut off by Shur's knife as soon as it stretched out. Hiss! The pain made the ice spider's body begin to tremble, but the long knife did not stop and instantly pierced into the face that was not covered by the ice armor, and blue blood gushed out. After struggling for a few times, the body finally fell completely and quietly in the snow, with the corpses of the other little spiders scattered around it. The efficient battle made the 3 Panyu people in the back freeze in place, their mouths slightly open, their faces full of disbelief. Chapter 45, Big Harvest. Husi, can this spider meat be eaten? After dealing with these ice thorn spiders, Su Yuan watched everyone dealing with their corpses neatly, and couldn't help but walk up with some curiosity. Yeah, but there's too little meat, but their legs can be made into weapons. Su Yuan looked at the spider leg that Husi handed over. The blue spider leg was covered with a layer of sharp ice spikes, and blue blood was still dripping from the broken part. Careful! This enchanted weapons. As soon as he touched the sharp thorn, he felt the coldness coming from his fingers. Husi quickly dropped the spider leg, and put Su Yuan's frosted fingers in his mouth. The moist and soft feeling immediately melted the previous frost, and the fingers that were originally numb gradually regained consciousness. But this touch made Su Yuan feel a little excited, and he couldn't help scratching it. Ahem, Husi, I'm fine. Su Yuan didn't plan to continue like this, as everyone around him was watching. Su Yuan, this ice spike is very dangerous. If you want to touch it, be sure not to touch it. Husi placed the spider leg in front of Su Yuan again, but this time he carefully handed the broken part to Su Yuan. The moment I touched the ice spider leg, I felt the cold feeling again, but it was not as terrifying as before. It was like holding an ice cube that would not melt. Of course, there was also a voice that made Su Yuan very excited. Rare item detected. Ice spider body. Trade 2,000 points, or trade 200 points to get a new special item. Host, please select the transaction direction. Nice. The system's rare item prompt sound hasn't been heard for almost a week. Su Yuan's original goal was to reach the snow-capped mountain that Long and the others couldn't climb. 200 points. Hurry up and let me see what it is. There were dozens of ice thorn spiders near the corpse, so it wouldn't be a pity to lose this one. After Su Yuan agreed, the spider leg in his hand immediately disappeared. Is Lord Su Yuan going to offer sacrifices to the gods again? In the past half-month, Husi and the others also learned about Su Yuan's ability. He was able to communicate with the gods at close range, which was something only the legendary shamans could do. Well, the god said that he likes these strange things very much. God is still the best explanation. There's no difference between the system all and God anyway. It can even be said that after obtaining more rare items, what you can do is more powerful than those so-called gods and witches. That won't do. How can we give the celestial god Ice Spider its legs? Lord Su Yuan, wait a moment. When Husi heard that it was a gift for the Lord God, his expression immediately became very serious, and he hurried to Shur's side. At this time, Shur had drawn his sword and was dismembering the useful parts of the ice thorn spider. Lion, does this giant spider have a crystal? Master Su Yuan is going to offer a gift to the gods. Shur stopped what he was doing, frowned and stared at the big ice spider for a while, then stabbed the saber in his hand into the middle of the row of eyes. Blue blood splashed out, and at the same time, a crystal blue stone fell into her hand. I'll go give it to Su Yuan. Shur wiped the blood off the knife and trotted to Su Yuan holding the crystal. At this time, Su Yuan was looking at the new item in front of him attentively. He didn't expect that this thing was no longer a new drink. After several drinks with different flavors appeared in succession, Su Yuan suspected that this rare item could only be used to add new flavored drinks. Ice Spike Series Weapons. Ice Spear, 2,800 points. Ice Thorn Blade, 2,500 points. Ice Thorn Longbow, 2,300 points. Ice Spike Hammer, 3,000 points. This time, one ice spider leg produced 4 different weapons. The crystal blue weapon in the introduction picture looked very cool, especially the ice thorn blade. If it were replaced with a long sword, Su Yuan would have planned to rename it Frostmourne. Would you like to exchange one and try it out? I just used up 10,000 points, and now I have to keep the remaining 20,000 points as a backup at all times. If I really need a change, I can only buy a weapon at most. Su Yuan, this is for you. Just as he was thinking about what weapon to exchange, Shur came to him with blood on his hands and handed him the blue crystal. What's this? Shur tilted his head, somewhat puzzled, and asked, didn't you say it was a gift to the gods? This ice spider crystal is very rare. Rare. Su Yuan immediately set his sights on the crystal. Ice Spike Crystal. A crystal formed in the body of an adult ice spike spider. It contains the ice spike spider's magical power and can be used to craft magic wands or scrolls. Needless to say, this thing must be a rare item. Su Yuan took the crystal stone excitedly, and a familiar and beautiful voice sounded again. Rare item detected. Ice Spike Crystal. Trade 3,000 points, or trade 300 points to get a new special item. Host, please select the transaction direction. Lion, what is the use of this crystal stone usually? Su Yuan first needs to understand whether the purpose of this thing in the Beast Girl tribe is the same as what the system said. If it has a more important function, there is no need to gamble on an unknown product. Well, the witches of the larger tribes make it into witch staffs, and some witches make it into potions. Can this thing be made into a potion? Could it be that the system introduction is incomplete? Shur nodded and said seriously, once upon a time, A witch from a tribe crushed the ice spider's crystal and poured it into the potion. Then what? The people who drank the potion were frozen into ice, and the witch was also turned into ice. If there wasn't another witch in the tribe who knew fire magic, they would have frozen to death. Sure enough, the system did not lie to him. It was just that these beast girls had no idea what the items were used for and were just trying to use them randomly. Unlock new items for me, system. The wizard's staff is of little use to him, and Red Fox has rarely seen anyone use a wizard's staff to cast magic. At this stage of development, it is better to unlock new items first. All right, sure. Come with us to deal with the ice spiders. Let's stop here today. There are enough things for us to take back. There were only about 10 people following them, but there were 20 or 30 spider corpses on the ground. Each beast girl had to carry 2 or 3 spider corpses to bring back all the prey. Su Yuan sure didn't leave immediately. She spoke hesitantly, and her originally cold expression now looked like her eyes were red and she was about to cry. Hearing Shurshu's voice that something was wrong, Su Yuan looked up. Her pretty face showed a mixture of heartache and sadness, and she was full of guilt when she looked at him. Chapter 46. The Rebellious Wolf, the Cowardly Rabbit, and the Sleepy Koala. What's wrong? Why are you crying all of a sudden? Weren't you fine before? Su Yuan asked curiously. Sure hesitated for a while, but finally raised the saber in his hand. Bad. I didn't protect it well. It turned out that just when Sure was about to pick up the knife and leave, he saw gaps and cracks on the blade. The ice spider was a second-level monster, and the ice spikes were very low. The saber is just an ordinary iron weapon, so it is natural that it will suffer some damage. Hey, I thought something was wrong. Can you take a closer look? Su Yuan held the saber and silently said repair in his heart. Even though it was just a small gap, this damn system still charged 20.5 points. I don't know why it had to charge that extra 0.5 points. Now that there was an extra decimal point in the points list, he felt particularly uncomfortable. Dog system, give me back my 0.5 points. After hearing this, Sure looked at the weapon and saw that the original gaps and cracks had disappeared, and even the damage caused by the previous uses had been repaired. Don't worry next time. This thing can be repaired if it breaks. Su Yuan was afraid that Sure would be reluctant to use the knife, which would mean hiding the knife, which would be completely putting the cart before the horse. Well, I'll go help first. Sure seemed not very good at expressing her gratitude. Seeing her face flushed red and finally just offering to help, Su Yuan laughed happily. Next, let's see what good treasures you guys have for me. Su Yuan watched Sure go away and turned his attention back to the system all. Ice Thorn Scroll, 600 points. Note, after use, it releases a patch of ice spikes to attack all units in front and cause freezing damage to the enemy. A one-time use magic scroll. I didn't expect that the product of the magic world would really appear in this system all. However, it is still a bit of a luxury to release it once with 600 points. I just don't know how powerful this thing is. After all, it was exchanged for an ice thorn crystal worth 3,000 points, so the effect shouldn't be too bad. Otherwise, such a precious crystal would not be as good as the spider's leg. Okay, time to get down to business. As the leader of the Star Tribe, Su Yuan had a very clear positioning, so the 3 little beast girls who came to scout were enemies. When Su Yuan came to the rear, Mao Yi had already tied up several people tightly with the ropes he had brought with him. The 3 of them were tied together and sitting on the snow. One had a face full of resentment, one had tears welling up in his eyes, and another. Su Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Your friend fainted? Humph, why should I tell you? Su Yuan ignored the unhappy Pan Yu and turned to look at the bunny-eared girl Bei Yu with tears and snot running down her face. What happened to your partner? Slurp. Wu. Yue should be asleep. Each one of them is a weirdo. Su Yuan couldn't believe how the Black Sheep tribe, which is full of talented people, could defeat the Red Fox and the others. Is it just based on this rebellious red wolf, the timid rabbit, and a koala that looks lazy judging by its ears? Hey, what are you looking at? I'll kill you. When Pan Yu felt Su Yuan's contemptuous look, she immediately got angry and started struggling on the ground. Little Pan Yu, you dare to threaten Su Yuan? Mao Ye immediately stepped forward with dissatisfaction, put the bird eggs behind him on the snow pile, and came to Pan Yu and pinched her pretty little face. Little Traitor Moon, if we catch you, you must obey us, or we'll pluck all your tail hairs and roast them. Little Cat Knight, if we weren't being chased by a giant spider, there's no way you could have caught me. The two were old acquaintances and had fought each other during the previous Black Sheep tribe attack. However, In the current situation, Mao Ye's smug look made Pan Yu's tiger fangs grind and make a clattering sound. But you've been caught now. Now we ask you a question, and you answer it. We'll pull out your tail hair. Ah! Pan Yu stared at Mao Ye with her eyes fixed. There was a tuft of white hair on her hand. Compared with Mao Ye's white hair, this tuft of white hair had a silver texture. Mao Ye, I'm going to kill you. A captive must have the consciousness of a captive. This tuft of hair will be my trophy from now on. Pan Yu wanted to break free from the ropes on his body, but every time he exerted force, Bei Yu on the other side cried out in pain. After struggling for a few times, even the sleeping Yu was strangled awake. Let me ask you a question. Did Black Sheep send you here to get information about Red Fox? Why should I tell you? Pan Yu, whose hair had just been plucked out, had red eyes and roared at Su Yuan with anger on his face. You say, Su Yuan directly changed his target, and Bei Yu next to him was the best breakthrough point. This is confidential. I can't tell you. You won't tell me? If you don't, I'll strip you naked, and then I'll strip the hair off your little tail, and then I'll tie you up and roast you on the grill. Bei Yu was so scared that she burst into tears immediately, and the tears that had just stopped flowing began to flow again. With just these tears, the tribe will not be short of water, even if they cry for a whole day. I'll roast you if you cry again. Only then did Bei Yu's tears stop. After sobbing for a few times, she quickly said, I'll confess. Don't pluck my hair. It was the witch who sent us to find the Red Fox and the escaped Xin Ke. Who is Xin Ke? Shinka. Shinka is a witch who escaped from another tribe. The Black Sheep, which cooperated with another tribe to defeat Shinka's tribe, but they didn't catch her. The witch from another tribe didn't expect that the Black Sheep and the others had not only defeated the Red Fox tribe, but also wondered what the guy behind them was trying to do. Now, the first level mall only has some iron weapons, which cannot bring much sense of security to Su Yuan. If he can get tanks, planes, and so on, he will go and ask the guy behind the scenes what he is doing after accumulating enough points. What happened to the captives from the Red Fox tribe now? Mao Ye also raised his question very nervously. There are still some people in the Red Fox tribe who are unable to escape. They are locked up. Right now, the witch is busy attacking other tribes, so he didn't take care of them. But they are fine. They are safe. Bei Yu told everything she knew in detail. She was also aware of her current situation. If the captives from the Black Sheep tribe and the Red Fox tribe were in danger of their lives, she would really be turned into a roasted rabbit. Once we've rested, we'll go counterattack the Black Sheep tribe. Next time, I'll lock up the Black Sheep too. Chapter 47, The Abandoned 3. Haha, it's impossible for you guys to do that. The Black Sheep wizard now has many more warriors under his command than before. Pan Yu sneered without thinking. She was still upset about Mao Yu pulling out her tail hair. At this moment, she could feel a dull pain in her tail. Is it possible that this is not something you care about? By the way, I'm curious why Black Sheep sent the three of you here. The reconnaissance team is not like these three guys. Unless Black Sheep has a problem with his brain, he would not send these three weirdos to conduct reconnaissance. Why should I tell you? Lord Banua won't tell you any news. Pan Yu is still as stubborn as ever, turning her head away and ignoring Su Yuan. You said you don't want to be plucked either. Thing. I really don't know. Wow. Black Sheep Witch just called Banua to talk for a while, and then Yu and I were dragged here. The crying was so heart-wrenching, it seemed that this little bunny girl was not lying. Otherwise, her crying scenes would have surpassed countless top actors. Pan Yu, you don't want to have all your tail hair plucked out, do you? Pan Yu had a sneer on his face. Facing the threat of hair plucking, he said without fear, I'm not as timid as Bei Yu. You can kill me, and I won't tell you. Su Yuan smiled as he looked at the arrogant little face. This kind of rebellious kid is the easiest to discipline. He slowly grabbed Pan Yu's tail. With his hands and feet tied, Pan Yu could only bite Su Yuan with his teeth, but his head was also held up by his hand. The little wolf's tail felt warm to the touch, but the fur on its tail was a bit harder than that of the Red Fox and the others, just like her stubborn nature. You can pluck out all my tail hair, but don't even think about making me bow to you. Wow, you have quite the rebellious spirit. You can even say such wise words. Su Yuan looked at her determined eyes. It seemed that plucking hairs was really not enough to deal with this guy. As for those threatening words, they might be useful to scare Bei Yu next to her. Well, actually, this is what the leader sister said. Shut up, go to sleep, or I'll pluck out your hair. Pan Yu glared fiercely at Yu, who was standing next to him. This guy didn't consider the occasion at all when speaking. Su Yuan watched the three little guys become more and more happy, and suddenly, looking at Pan Yu's still struggling legs, he came up with a good idea. You're sure you don't want to say it? Lord Trader Moon is never afraid of threats. Even the Black Sheep Wizard can't do anything about it, because I'm not afraid of pain at all. You can pull out if you want. Su Yuan showed an evil smile on his face and slowly squatted in front of Pan Yu. Manhwa, hold down this guy's legs. I'm going to torture him. Listen. Pan Yu's originally determined expression became a little panicked. Mao Yi, who was watching the show on the side, walked over and hugged the pair of thighs wrapped in white animal skin tightly. What are you doing? Su Yuan ignored Pan Yu, whose voice was trembling, and took off her somewhat tattered animal leather boots. Fortunately, the beast transformation of these beast girls was not serious. Those little feet were as crystal white as those of an ordinary girl. If you look closely, you could see the blue veins on the instep of the feet, and the 10 plump toes were trembling because of the cold. However, unlike Manhwa and the others, Pan Yu's nails are also white. Not only her toes, but if you look closely, you can see that her fingernails are also white. Those gem-like toes reflected the light in the sunlight on the snow, like a real gem. I couldn't help but want to hold it in my hands and play with it carefully. If Lord Manhwa isn't afraid of pain, then he shouldn't be afraid of tickling either, right? Su Yuan held Pan Yu's left foot and scratched the sole of her foot with 2 fingers. The strange itching sensation made Pan Yu struggle immediately. Let go. The burst of laughter made Beiyue, who was standing by, turn her head curiously to look at Su Yuan, who was squatting and busy. The beast girls who were busy around couldn't help but look over. The laughter didn't seem joyful, but more of a sound of despair and pain. Don't even think about me begging for mercy. Su Yuan was not in a hurry. The number of ice thorn spiders harvested this time was huge, and Husi and the others would have to work for a while to deal with them all. If it didn't work out, they could just go back to the tribe and punish them slowly. The laughter lasted for more than 20 minutes. At this time, Pan Yu was already sweating profusely, and his laughter was a little lacking in strength. It was estimated that if he tickled him for a while longer, he would laugh until he fainted. I said, I said, well. In the end, Pan Yu couldn't bear it anymore. She broke down and cried immediately after Su Yuan stopped. The miserable scene made Beiyue beside her so frightened that she dared not speak. Pan Yu, whom even the Black Sheep Wizard couldn't control, was actually bullied by the people of the Red Fox tribe and cried, and the crying seemed quite miserable. Somehow, seeing Pan Yu crying, Beiyue felt a little distressed in her heart. It seemed that she had never seen Pan Yu cry since she was a child. If you keep crying, I'll continue. Now these 3 little guys are enemies. Su Yuan has no sympathy and grabs Pan Yu's ankle again. I'm not crying. The black sheep which sent me out, saying she was searching for the red fox and Xian Ko. But I know she was just unhappy that I didn't follow her orders. Su Yuan was a little puzzled. Pan Yu's character was not formed in a day or two. If He Yang was dissatisfied, he probably would not have tolerated it for more than 10 years. So what's going on with the 2 of them? Pan Yu stopped crying and stammered. I was afraid it would be too boring to be alone, so I asked the leader to add them both, and then the leader agreed. It wasn't the leader's order that we spend all this time sleeping in the open air, searching for the escaped person in the snow. Damn Pan Yu. No wonder a little rabbit like me, who can't even search for prey, was inexplicably caught and brought out to carry out the mission. Suddenly, I didn't feel so sorry for this guy crying. It was great that someone could subdue her. Beiyue on this side showed a smile, while Pan Yu on the other side still had red eyes. Even though she stopped crying, tears still flowed down her face uncontrollably. I see. It seems you 3 have been abandoned. No, we are on a mission. They were just 3 abandoned little beast girls, so Su Yuan naturally had nothing to be afraid of. He put Pan Yu's beast leather boots back on her. A crybaby rabbit, a sleepy koala, and a rebellious wolf. I'm afraid your witch thinks it's a waste of food, so he's letting you out to fend for yourselves. Su Yuan's words hit the mark for several people. The 2 little beast girls felt a little disappointed, but Yue, who was sleeping beside them, had no expression on her face. After a moment's silence, Pan Yu began to explain with sobs. Black sheep witches weren't like this before. Chapter 48, Strange Changes. In the past, the black sheep which would take in many homeless people. We were all displaced by attacks on some tribes, and then we all gathered together again under the leadership of the black sheep witch. But some time ago, the black sheep shaman was taken to the snowy mountains. I heard that the divine shaman, there's summoned shamans from many tribes there. After returning, the black sheep shaman looked completely different. Pan Yu's statement is similar to that of the snow demon before, and she doesn't look like she's lying. I just don't know whether the black sheep was taken away or captured. Su Yuan also heard a familiar word, divine witch. Are there any witches in the tribe over in the Wangshu Mountains? I don't know. Pan Yu subconsciously wanted to retort, but when she thought of Su Yuan's methods, she immediately took her words back and just shook her head with some grievance. As for the matter of the divine witch, I just overheard a conversation between the black sheep witch and the tiger hunter chief. They said there was a divine witch over there. It's another witch, and this guy's purpose is not simple. Just because she is capturing witches from other tribes everywhere, this witch has already stood opposite her. Maybe one day he would be caught too. Su Yuan didn't know how powerful these so-called wizards were. After all, magic still existed in this world. If the opponent was a magician or a saint of magic, he would definitely not be able to defeat him with these iron swords. At least you have to wait a little longer until the system mall reaches level 2, or until you find a very powerful rare item that you can exchange for a forbidden spell scroll or something like that. Forget it. That guy probably won't come to this damn place anytime soon. If things don't work out, I'll take everyone and flee to the land of death. Su Yuan temporarily put aside the matters concerning the Wangshu Mountains. No one knew how big the map from the Wangshu Mountains to the land of death was, and no one knew how many tribes existed in it. It's impossible to catch the red fox alone. At present, the one who is trying to catch the red fox is the black sheep tribe controlled by the witch. Well, you three have been abandoned anyway. From today on, you are captives of our star tribe. You can only eat if you work every day. It is not possible to leave these three guys in the snow. If they run back to inform the black sheep, they will probably be hunted by the black sheep tribe. This place is not too far from the star tribe's camp, and there's an icy lake there where fat fish can be harvested. Su Yuan does not want to move the camp for the time being. Capture. Take prisoners, I'll take them. I'm going to destroy your tribe. Su Yuan ignored Pan Yu's stubborn expression. At this moment, Sure and the others had already dealt with the ice thorn spiders, and each of them was dragging a few ice thorn spiders. Give these to me, it's getting dark. I'll sacrifice the rest to the gods. In the snow, several little guys, only about 1.5 meters tall, were struggling to drag the ice spiders on the ground. Anyway, there were still several trading opportunities that had not been used. It would be better to deal with the corpses of these ice spiders. Okay, Master Su Yuan. Small ice spider leg, 300 points. Small ice spider body, 800 points. They have to be sold separately again. Su Yuan has already used up some trading times today, so it seems that he can only deal with 2 or 3 of them. The rest can only be traded tomorrow. Let's go. It will be dark if we don't go back. The 3 captured little beast girls of Pan. You did not need anyone to look after them. They just needed their hands tied. It was a question whether they could go out in such a heavy snow. Fortunately, these idiots were lucky enough to be caught by me. Otherwise, they would have been wandering around for 10 days or half a month. And by the time they were found, they would probably have been frozen into ice sculptures or carried away by wild beasts. The 3 of them were led back to the tribe by Su Yuan, holding a rope. Yue was still sleeping soundly, carried on the back of the little rabbit girl. By the time everyone arrived at the camp, several bonfires had already been lit in the snow. The fragrant smell of grilled fish immediately perked up the 3 listless people. It smells like fish. Banyu. It smells like fish. I'm so hungry. Beiwe, Panyue, I want to eat fish. The 3 people had different reactions. Even Yue, who slept all day, was attracted by the fragrance. If she hadn't been tied up with ropes, she would have run to the campfire by now. The witch is back. Wu and sister Huzi brought back a lot of prey. Some of the little beast girls in the tribe were used to calling Su Yuan a witch. Pan Yu turned his gaze from the grilled fish to Su Yuan and asked with a puzzled look on his face, "Are you a witch?" "It should be considered. Besides, you're a prisoner. Why should I tell you?" Su Yuan looked at Pan Yu with a smile and retorted to her using her most familiar catchphrase. "If you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. I don't want to hear it either." Pan Yu was so angry that she started to grit her teeth again. She turned her head and ignored Su Yuan. "Su Yuan, are you all okay?" The red fox that was not seen during the day also came back. The red fox's fur became much smoother due to frequent bathing in the past 2 days, and a faint scent was emitted from its body. It's not a very fragrant scent, but it's so intoxicating that I can't help but want to get closer and smell it more. It's okay. I met 3 idiots being chased by ice spiders on the way. I almost died. You're the idiot. Pan Yu's voice made Chi Hu look over. After seeing the people from the Black Sheep tribe, she didn't feel any impulsive anger. Instead, she smiled with some surprise and said, "So, with you three sisters, how are you Black Sheep witches doing lately? Why should I? Lady Black Sheep is currently attacking another tribe. Once she wins, she will come looking for you." Pan Yu originally didn't intend to pay any attention to the red fox, but the unfriendly look from the side made the soles of her feet start to itch again, and the painful feeling during the day began to emerge in her mind again. Alas, at this point, don't you understand that the Black Sheep is no longer the same Black Sheep as before? Untie them. The Black Sheep don't need useless people these days. The three of them have been abandoned. Chihu's words made the three of them very disappointed. Even Yue, who was usually emotionally stable, had red eyes. After being untied, she just squatted on the ground, a little at a loss. Recently, the tribe has captured many people, and many people have been driven away. She knows that Sister Tiger Hunter's request for the three of them to go out and look for the red fox was just a lie. In other words, if they really found the red fox, the three of them would no longer be useless, and it would be considered a contribution to the Black Sheep Wizard. "Sister Wu, what should we do?" Yue had no hostility towards the red fox and the others. After cheering up, she stared at the red fox with her big eyes. "Alas, even if you capture me, will Black Sheep keep you? She needs useful people, not people who have done great things." The red fox wiped the tears from Yue's eyes, then pointed at Su Yuan, who was curiously eating melons, and said, "If you want to know what to do, ask our witch." "Divine witch?" The three of them widened their eyes in shock, especially Pan Yu, who couldn't believe that the person who bullied her before was actually the legendary witch. "Haha, you don't believe it with that look in your eyes?" Chapter 49, I have a big plan. Su Yuan was a little surprised. The red fox didn't seem like such an impulsive person who would reveal her identity easily. It seemed that she really trusted these three little beast girls. I even had the idea of conquering the three of them. "I don't. Master Shinwu, what should we do? I don't want to leave everyone, and I haven't finished eating the dried meat I placed at the foot of the bed." Yue held Su Yuan's hand and looked up at him pitifully. The tiredness on her face made it seem like she would fall asleep again soon. This matter is very clear. First, all the witches of the tribe were taken to the large tribe in the Wangshu Mountains. After returning, their personalities changed. This can only mean that they were controlled. Or maybe they're no longer the original witches, or even someone else impersonating them. Pan Yu and the others were so frightened that their faces turned pale. Wasn't the Black Sheep, who often hid in the cave these days, a witch in the past? So if you want to save the Black Sheep and the people of the Black Sheep tribe, the method is very simple. At this moment, even Pan Yu did not interrupt Su Yuan. She stared at him, hoping to find a way to save everyone. Su Yuan pondered for a while, and finally said slowly to the three people, "First, we must completely defeat the Black Sheep tribe and capture the Black Sheep. We must know what exactly happened. The second point is to defeat all the other tribes around here that are similar to the Black Sheep tribe, and then find the witch in the Snow Mountain Range. Wouldn't everything be solved if we just caught her?" Pan Yu and the others pondered for a moment, and Beiyu said with a frustrated look on her face, "It's useless. That big tribe is very powerful. Even the tribes of our desolate snow plain combined can't defeat them. How can we know if we haven't fought yet? She needs to get other people to do things for her to prove that they're also involved in something. Besides, she's a witch, but I'm not one, right? Just tell me if you want Black Sheep to return to his previous form. Think." Su Yuan looked at Pan Yu, who was talking dejectedly, pinched her face, and said with a wicked smile, "Louder. Haven't you eaten yet? I want to. I want Black Sheep to change back. Also, we haven't eaten for a whole day." The sound echoed throughout the entire camp, and the beast girls who were grilling fish nearby all looked over. Mao Yi, who was holding a boiled bird egg on the other side, was so scared that he almost dropped it to the ground. "Damn you, Mao Bai, look at the bird eggs I brought you." Mao Bai, whose face was still a little pale, smiled at Mao Yi and gave one of the 2 eggs in his hand to Mao Yi. "Let's eat one later, and give the remaining one to Su Yuanwu. Oh, by the way, Su Yuan said he would take me to take a bath today. Now it's already so late." Mao Bai's face was a little serious. He looked at Mao Yi and said, "If Mao Yi wants to take a bath, I can go with you. Don't bother Su Yuanwu. It's different. Mao Bai, let me tell you Su Yuan that day. All right, just trust me, the 3 of you. Once we're ready, we'll counterattack the Black Sheep tribe, capture the Black Sheep, and bring back all the people who were driven away." Su Yuan first painted a big picture for a few people. Of course, this was not an unattainable picture. If they wanted to counterattack the Black Sheep tribe, they only needed to develop for a period of time. At least 10 archers can be trained, and then there will be 20 warriors rushing in front. Of course, if you want to capture them alive, you have to make a lot of preparations. Unfortunately, there are only 50 people in the tribe now. Excluding those who are younger and not good at fighting, there are only about 20 people left. Okay, go eat something first. Fox 9, I'll leave them to you. Looking at the people who left, Su Yuan sighed helplessly. We are still short of some manpower. Red Fox came to Su Yuan with a smile on his face and said, they are both good children. Pan Yu has talent and will soon become an awakened warrior. Although Bei Yu is very timid and cries every day, she has learned a lot from her mother. Yu Yue is often sleepy due to her physical condition, but her concealment is even better than Mao Ye's. The Red Fox felt a little emotional. After being attacked by the Black Sheep tribe for so long, she had figured out a lot of things, but of course there were also many more things she couldn't figure out. What exactly does the divine witch of the Maguang tribe want to do? Why does the personality of each witch who goes there change suddenly? Okay, I understand. Let's go eat. Everyone is still waiting. Su Yuan understood what Chihu meant. If Pan Yu could join the Star Tribe, there would be one more awakened warrior waiting to be awakened. If they successfully awaken by then, they will be more confident in counterattacking the Black Sheep tribe. Sister, it smells so good, even better than dried meat. Yua woke up for a rare moment. She sat by the campfire, and the warmth of the flames made her no longer so sleepy. She held a piece of roasted fish in her hands. Pan Yu and Bei Yu next to them were also happily chewing on the fish, although they felt a little embarrassed, especially Pan Yu, who had just helped Black Sheep to attack the Red Fox tribe. Now we are eating and drinking in other people's camp. But the rumbling of her stomach was protesting against her remaining stubbornness. The dried meat she had brought with her had been eaten up. During this time, the three sisters had been looking for wild fruits on the road to satisfy their hunger. How is it? It tastes good, right? Su Yuan sat down next to a few people. The three of them seemed to be very hungry. The aroma of grilled fish made them speechless. He also picked up a piece of grilled fish and dug out the sweet potatoes that were roasting next to the fire. After eating the potatoes last time, Su Yuan couldn't help but eat fish, meat, and wild fruits every day, so he changed to a batch of sweet potatoes. This thing is very convenient. Just throw it into the fire and roast it for a while. The sweet and sticky taste is loved by the little beast girls in the tribe. They stare at the pile of sweet potatoes in the cave at mealtime every day. Don't just eat fish, try this baked sweet potato. Su Yuan casually tore off a small piece of steaming sweet potato and handed it to Pan Yu. The wonderful aroma made her head pop out of the fish. What's this? Sweet potato what? Do you think I want to hurt you? I didn't. Pan Yu's face flushed slightly. If before she was only physically subdued by Su Yuanji, then the conversation just now made her feel somewhat subdued by Su Yuanji from the inside as well. Hot. You really are trying to hurt me. Idiot, who told you to bite it? Spit it out quickly, or your mouth will get blisters. Why? I won't. The sweet and soft taste made Pan Yu's ears curl up with excitement, and he immediately swallowed the sweet potato into his mouth. The originally shy and slightly red little face was now completely red from the heat. After swallowing the sweet potato in her mouth, she bit the sweet potato in Su Yuan's hand. Ah! Idiot, you bit my hand. Chapter 50, The Mysterious Disappearance of Food. At night, only a few campfires were still lit in the camp. Nowadays, igloos no longer require everyone to sleep together like before, but most beast girls still prefer to squeeze 2 or 3 people into one igloo. This will keep you warmer when you sleep at night. Su Yuan also returned to his cabin. The first cabin built in the camp became the house he lived in. A small wooden bed was covered with a thick animal skin quilt, and in the middle next to it was a small wooden box that he had just made in the past 2 days. Although it did not look very good, it was still a carefully crafted work of Su Yuan. There were some tools and unfinished items scattered around in the corner of the cabin. These fruits can be used to make bars. Su Yuan poured the miscanthus fruits he had picked during the day into a wooden box. The pile of miscanthus fruits was mixed with some other wild fruits he had picked up. After systematic identification, it was found that they're all ordinary fruits that are non-toxic and have no special effects. After putting away a large pile of fruits, Su Yuan lay down on the bed. Now that the tribe's food and shelter had been solved, he probably wouldn't need to work personally in the days to come. Let's get the barrel out tomorrow. I don't know if those oily fruits can completely seal the barrel. Squeak! Just as he was lying in bed thinking about tomorrow's actions, the door of the cabin made a pulling sound. In the faint firelight of the camp, he could see the pretty face of the person coming to the door. "Cat Knight, you won't be unable to sleep again." Su Yuan was not surprised to see her go straight into his room. This girl was the most active among the beast girls in the camp at night. She couldn't get up in the morning and couldn't sleep at night. A true night owl. "Well, Su Yuan, let's go take a shower." "Ahem. It's too dangerous to go out now. It's so late." Su Yuan didn't expect that she still remembered what they said during the day. Mao Yi, who usually got excited for only a short time, was actually thinking about this matter all day. But I really want to go. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep." Mao Yi jumped onto Su Yuan's bed with an unwilling look on his face, and his twisting body almost fell to the ground. You know, this cabin is not big, and Su Yuan's wooden bed is even smaller than the bed in his dormitory when he was studying. "Keep your voice down. Don't wake everyone up." Su Yuan hurriedly held down Mao Yi. The tribe now has night watchmen every night. If someone heard the noise, he might think he was in danger and break in. The scene was unimaginable. "Listen to me. You don't have to take a shower, but you can't make any noise and disturb everyone, understand?" "Really?" "Yeah. Cat Knight will definitely not wake anyone up." That night, guarding the campfire were the White Rabbit and a few well-behaved little beast girls. They gathered around the campfire and curiously watched the small tools in the White Rabbit's hands. "White Rabbit, this needle is so convenient for sewing animal hides. It's much better than fish bones." Yeah, and this." The White Rabbit carefully taught the little beast girls who came with along. She never expected that one day she would be able to teach others the knowledge that her mother taught her. "Okay, look carefully. Su Yuan asked us to help make some quivers. They're made by sewing 2 pieces of animal skin together. Be careful not to make the seams too big." What's that noise?" As she was speaking, she heard some strange noises through her White Rabbit ears. Not only was there the creaking of wood, but also the faint meow of a cat. It hurts." Just as she was looking around in confusion, the little beast girl next to her accidentally pricked her finger, and red blood immediately seeped out, which made Bai Tu panic immediately. "Be careful, don't get hurt. Su Yuan told me that if your finger is bleeding, you can stop bleeding by holding in your mouth for a while." The White Rabbit carefully bit the little beast girl's bleeding finger, and soon only a small red that was left. "Amazing. It really doesn't bleed anymore." The White Rabbit looked at everyone staring at him with wide eyes and couldn't help but laugh. "Okay, watch me, and I will show you again." On the second day, at noon, Long and her friends had already taken people to the ice lake to fish. The fish had become smarter recently, and it would take them longer to catch the same number of fish as before. Bang, bang, bang. Woo. Oh no, the dried fish in the camp are gone. There was a knock on the door in the early morning, and Su Yuan subconsciously wrapped the quilt tightly. Mao Yi was still sleeping soundly at this time, and the fatigue on his face was very obvious. "Wait until I come out and take a look." There were actually things missing in the camp. The tribe had a large amount of food, which was all stored separately in caves, and more was directly placed in separate snow houses. "Meow, is it morning yet?" "It's okay. Just sleep and get up to eat when you're hungry later." Su Yuan rubbed Mao Ye's little head. Today was another refreshing day. The Great Lord, Su, was going to get up and solve the case. He put on his clothes quickly. At this time, the red fox in the camp had already woken up and was counting the food of the tribe in the cave. How much food is missing? Could it be that some wild animals came during the night? The loss of food was not very important. After all, he now had tens of thousands of points, which was enough to feed a tribe of 50 people, but he had to solve the problem of theft. About 4 or 5 frozen dried fish. The footprints looked like they were left by humans. People. Well, look at these footprints. It looks like they came here last night. And White Rabbit heard some strange noises when he was on guard yesterday. Su Yuan was a little confused. None of the beast girls in the tribe were hungry. Now that there were fewer people in the tribe, he advocated sharing food and bringing the entire tribe together as a family. So it is impossible for a hungry beast girl to come and steal things in the middle of the night. White Rabbit said that not long after we fell asleep, she heard a cat meowing in the camp. She's afraid that the cats are coming to steal things from our tribe. Ahem, we can't be sure right now. Maybe they were talking in their sleep last night. The cat meowing at that time was definitely not a thief. Su Yuan immediately interrupted the red fox and thought of a way to catch the thief. "Red fox, tell everyone not to worry for the next 2 days. Then you and I will set a trap here and tell everyone that no one except you can enter." "Trap? Red Fox was a little confused. Her original plan was to follow the remaining footprints on the snow to find the thieves, but it seemed that Su Yuan had a better idea. So she gave up the idea. It was a bit difficult to find the footprints left by the thieves after a night. Well, I'll teach you and Fox 9 how to do it later. Don't tell anyone about this for now. Wait until you catch the person before telling anyone. Chapter 51, Traps and Fences. The Red Fox temporarily evaded the issue of missing food. After a while, she brought Fox 9 to the cave. At this time, Su Yuan had some branches and ropes in his hands. Su Yuan, are you going to make that thing called a trap? Fox 9's eyes lit up. She felt that she could learn a lot of things by following Su Yuan. She was still studying the wooden barrel some time ago, but today her sister talked about traps again. Well, a trap is something you set up in a certain location ahead of time, waiting for the enemy to fall into it. It's like digging a big hole in the snow, then covering it with animal skins, and then covering the animal skins with snow. Guess what would happen if the enemy came? Fox 9 exclaimed without hesitation. He will definitely fall down, I understand. But soon she became conflicted again, looking at the hard stone floor of the cave. But the cave is made of rocks, so we can't dig a big hole. That was just one of the traps before. Later I'll make a trap that doesn't require digging. A simple noose trap was not difficult to set. After observing the structure of the cave for a while, Su Yuan immediately thought of a trap specifically designed to catch thieves who came in to steal things. The traps I taught you this time can also be used to catch some small animals in the wild. When Long and the others go fishing, you can bring some people to set some traps near the camp to catch wild animals. The first is that thin and long branch. Although I don't know what kind it is quite tough. As long as you tie a rope at the head and press down, it will be easily hung up if you don't react in time. The other end of the rope was on the other side of the cave. In order to catch the thief, Su Yuan specially exchanged a thin line at the system mall. It was attached to the wall and was difficult to detect. Finally, place this stick at the entrance of the cave, cover it with some snow, and tie a knot like this on top. If someone knocks the stick off, the string will immediately close and grab that person's leg. Looking at the masterpiece in front of him, Su Yuan's eyes turned, and he looked at Fox 9, who was still a little confused with a smile. Little Fox 9, do you want to try it? Huh? Is that okay? Fox 9 was indeed a little tempted because she listened to Su Yuan's expression, but she still didn't quite understand how this thing could capture people. Su Yuan looked triumphant. He pushed Fox 9 in front of him and said, It's okay, it's okay. Once this trap is triggered, it can be reused. Try it now. The Red Fox was also a little curious and stood aside, observing Fox 9 carefully. Oh well. Fox 9 came to the trap with a puzzled look on her face. The height of the wooden stick reached her calf. If she didn't lift her foot deliberately, she would definitely hit the stick. Crack! Just as she carefully knocked the wooden stick away, the small piece of wood stuck in the rock wall of the cave lost its support and immediately folded up. The line tied up Fox 9 and pulled it upwards. Ah! Fox 9, who had not yet recovered, was instantly hung upside down. If Su Yuan had not reacted quickly, she would probably have had a close contact with the rock wall. Are you okay? Su Yuan quickly untied the thin rope around her ankles and carried Fox 9 down. The little fox was a little dizzy from the previous pull and only recovered now. No, it's okay. I think I understand. The thin line contracted too quickly, and even though she knew it, it was difficult for her to react, and she was hung upside down on Shandong. It seems to be working well. If only we had set up a trap like this at the boulder entrance to the camp, we wouldn't have been ambushed at night. The Red Fox sighed helplessly. This kind of trap had too many limitations and was difficult to use on ordinary snowfields, but it was very suitable for her previous tribe. Fox 9 was still observing Su Yuan restoring the trap. When he heard his sister sigh, he immediately moved his little ears and swept his furry tail across the cave. Su Yuan, what if there is no support on both sides of the cave in the wild? In the wild? It's too easy to be discovered in the wild. But if you want to catch some wild animals, you can just stick 2 sticks on both sides, and then scatter some food near the sticks and wait for the prey to trigger the trap. This kind of trap can only be used against some wild beasts. If it encounters some smart or huge monsters, the pulling force of the wooden stick will probably tear it apart before it can even pull the monster. Wow, Su Yuan knows everything. I'm going to try it right away. The little fox didn't wait for Su Yuan to call her and immediately ran out of the cave, pulling a few friends to get busy. Why is this girl so impatient? By the way, Red Fox, let's build some fences around the tribe. Otherwise, we won't even know if someone has entered the camp. Su Yuan had been so busy with food and shelter that he had forgotten about this matter. A tribe doesn't even have a boundary. If there was a fence, things wouldn't be stolen in the middle of the night without anyone noticing. Fence? Looking at the red fox's puzzled expression, Su Yuan was also a little curious. Could it be that in this primitive society, there were not even fences to enclose territory? It's about using some wood to surround the camp, leaving only one entrance and exit. That way, anyone entering the tribe will be able to find it. Haven't you done this before? Before? We were looking for a cave or a tree hole. Our previous camp was inside an empty boulder. Wood is needed to make fire, and a tribe without a witch wouldn't waste too much time cutting down trees. Red Fox gave Su Yuan a general explanation, and Su Yuan also understood that it was indeed unnecessary to build a fence on such a snowy day. After all, everyone either lived together in the cave or found a tree hole to hide in. The wood that was chopped with stone and bone axes was used to build a fence, but it was still prone to blizzards at any time. If you were unlucky, it might be blown away within a few days after it was built. It still needs to be built, not only to prevent other people from coming to the camp, but also to find the lost beast girls. More importantly, this thing brings everyone together and provides a sense of security. Even if a wild beast rushes in, it will make a loud noise in advance. It's okay. There are quite a few trees nearby. If all else fails, we can go up the mountain and cut some down. Well, I'll go tell everyone then. After thinking for a while, Red Fox agreed to Su Yuan's fence plan. Although she didn't know the use of this thing, there were too many things about Su Yuan that she didn't know. As long as it doesn't harm anyone in the tribe, she will basically unconditionally support Su Yuan, the person who brings vitality and hope to the tribe. No need. I'll go tell Sure and Foxy. They don't understand how to build a fence yet. By the way, when you're done, cover the trap with some snow. I'm afraid I'll have to work on you in the middle of the night. If you hear any noise over here, come and take a look. The Red Fox looked at Su Yuan, who was running toward the training ground with a smile on her face. She had not smiled since she was attacked, or even since she took on the position of witch. The daily food in the camp, the living environment of the tribe members, and the treatment of people returning from hunting all fell on her shoulders after her mother disappeared from the tribe. For the survival of the tribe, she could only suppress her longing for her mother and the desire to find her mother deep in her heart. Mother, the tribe can now be handed over to Su Yuan. Once he leads us to rescue our people, I will set out to find you. Wait for me. Chapter 52, The Prototype of the Tribal Camp. Is this okay? Su Yuan, who sharpened both ends of a tree root, dug up the snow on the ground, and stabbed it into the frozen soil. Even though Hu Si looked a little thin, he was very strong. The piece of wood was soon nailed to the ground, and it would be difficult to pull it out unless there was a particularly severe snowstorm. Well, that's right. Bang! Just as Su Yuan nodded in satisfaction, a loud crash was heard from the side, and some broken soil splashed directly onto Su Yuan. Ahem, Baba, what happened? Su Yuan, I'm done too. Sure followed suit and nailed the tree trunk to the ground. Almost half of the 2 or 3 meter long trunk was nailed into the frozen soil. Sure enough, Sure's competitive spirit was aroused again. Although there was no expression on his cold face, his eyes were full of pride when he saw that Hughesy had only nailed down a small section. Lion, there's no need to nail it so deep. Just make sure the height is consistent. If it's too low, the enemy can easily climb over it. The beast girls who were practicing archery in the camp all joined in the task of nailing wooden stakes. The scope of Su Yuan's plan was not too large, only including the snow house where the beast girls lived and several toilets in the corner. The main reason was that there were not too many pieces of wood in the camp, and some had to be left for burning, so they just built a semicircle around the cave. The little beast girls around were all attracted over. As they watched the vast expanse of white snow gradually being replaced by brown logs, the uneasiness they felt from being attacked before also dissipated a little. Master Su Yuan, don't we need to fill it in here? The last piece of land near the mountain wall was left alone by Su Yuan. It was about 3 or 4 meters wide and looked very obvious. No, we still have to leave some wood in the camp for the fire. I can go chop some right back. Su Yuan looked at Hu Si and the others' enthusiasm, quietly brought her and Sure's heads over, and the 3 of them formed a small circle before he whispered. The thief who robbed the tribe of its food has not been caught yet. We'll leave this place empty for him. Once we catch him, we'll seal this place off. By the way, don't tell everyone yet. Although the thief is not from our tribe, he knows where we put our food. He must be watching nearby. If you let the cat out of the bag, you won't be able to catch the food thief. Husi immediately became serious, frowned, and said seriously, I understand. I will keep an eye on her at night. And if anyone comes, I will catch her immediately. Yeah, I'll catch her too. Sure also had a serious look on her face. It looked like if she caught the thief, he would probably be stabbed by her first if he came. Well, that's not necessary. I've decorated the cave. If you hear a cry from inside, it means the thief has been caught. Don't worry. Remember to go out and tell Long and the others later, so they don't lose track of where the camp is. Su Yuan was worried that Long in the Land of Death had never seen this thing before, and would be doomed if he kicked the wooden fence in half. After explaining everything clearly, Su Yuan led everyone back to the camp. At this time, the beast girls all gathered around him, looking at him curiously with their cute big eyes. Whoa, what is this? Why do you want to stick the wood in the soil? The chattering did not make Su Yuan feel annoyed. After all, every time he looked around, he saw beautiful faces, and the curious little expressions on their faces made them even more adorable. From now on, you don't have to worry about enemy invasions. This is the camp fence. The spikes on it can hurt people, so if you want to go out, you have to go through that gate. When they heard that it was to protect everyone's safety, the beast girls all smiled. Su Yuan, who was praising him, almost blushed. If he hadn't been hugged tightly by everyone, he would have almost floated into the sky. It was almost afternoon when Su Yuan finished working on the fence. He returned to his cabin. Mao Yi had already woken up and was stretching lazily on the bed. The snow-white skin was exposed as the animal skin quilt slipped off. The cold air coming from outside the door made her shiver, and she immediately crawled back into the quilt. How are you? Are you okay? He stayed up all night last night. If Su Yuan hadn't exchanged for the blue spirit drink again to increase his life force, he would probably still be sleeping soundly now. Very comfortable, Su Yuan. How about tonight? Stop. You have to take care of Mao Bai tonight. She's not feeling well, and it's too cold for her to sleep alone in the igloo. Su Yuan made up an excuse casually. It was still the CD cooling period. He was a wise leader and was determined to lead the Star Tribe to retake the original camp. Even if they had defeated all the major tribes in the Snow Plain, how could they, together with all the tribal forces in the Snow Plain, waste their minds on such enjoyment? At least one day's delay. But, okay then. Come back tomorrow. Watching Mao Yi put on his animal skin clothes and leave his cabin, Su Yuan lay back on the bed with some emotion. The quilt still has some strange smell, but it's impossible to wash and change it often in this snowy weather. Fortunately, the smell is mostly the faint fragrance of Mao Ye's body, which is a bit like cotton after being dried in the sun, and has a feeling of relieving fatigue. Finally, we can make wine, but how are the barrels made? I just casually told Fox 9 before that wood can not only be made into houses, but also into wooden barrels like pottery jars. But now, it was his turn, and he was also stumped by the method of making wooden barrels. Even if he did not have systematic knowledge, he could still build a wooden house with the knowledge he had in his previous life. Although there is a risk of collapse, it is better than not even knowing how to start a wooden barrel. Doryman, is there a recipe for making a wooden barrel in the mall? Book, The Evolution of Buckets, 100 points. Wood Carving Barrel Art Appreciation Picture Album, 100 points. Wooden Toilet Makes Life Better, 150 points. Tin Barrel Crafting Memories, 300 points. The system mall seemed to want to show off its wide variety of goods, and all items with the words wood and barrel were listed. Is the search system going haywire? I'm talking about the crafting method. Never mind. Let's exchange it for the barrel crafting memory. After receiving the memory of making a wooden barrel, the smile on Su Yuan's face immediately disappeared. It was very simple to make an ordinary wooden barrel. It could be done by simply connecting a few pieces of wood with a mortise and tenon technique. But if one wants to make a sealed wooden barrel for brewing wine, the production process would be much more complicated. It is not as he thought that he could just make a wooden barrel and apply a layer of oil on it. The tools he now had in that simple wooden box were not enough to make a sealed wooden barrel. It's a headache. How about looking for plants similar to bamboo in this world? Bamboo is naturally hollow, so you just need to make a hole in it and then plug it up. The only problem is that the bamboo capacity is too small. Su Yuan quickly dismissed this idea. What he needed was to improve the civilization level of the Star Tribe. If he encountered any problems, he would want to use simple methods to replace them. Then the development of tribal civilization will probably go further and further astray. So as long as there's hope of making this thing, we have to try it. After all, the hope of finding bamboo in this icy and snowy place is even slimmer. Well, Chapter 53 Trap Hunting Team. The matter of making wooden barrels had to be put on hold for the time being. Before night fell, Long and the others returned to the camp, dragging fish of all sizes. Master Su Yuan, it's been hard to catch fish in the ice lake lately. This is all we caught today. There was a hint of guilt on Long's face. The team only brought back about 20 fish, and they were not very big. It's okay. I guessed this a long time ago. It is already a good harvest to be able to catch more than 20 fish nowadays. After all, the capacity of the ice lake is limited, and those fish have a sense of danger. Starting tomorrow, the number of people going fishing on the frozen lake will be reduced by half. You should go practice archery with Husi first. There's still some food left, so don't worry about it for now. Staying in this icy and snowy land is not a long-term solution. More people need to learn archery. Long is stronger than Husi, although he is still not as strong as Sure. Well, okay then. Long was a little worried about the food, but since Su Yuan said so, she had no choice but to follow his instructions. At night, after dinner, the Star Tribe was still very busy. The ice thorn spiders that had been hunted before had been dealt with by Tu and the others. Pieces of blue limbs were piled up in the corner of the wooden pile, and Gigi and a few friends were playing there with the corpse of the ice thorn spider. Red Fruit Warrior, I will not show mercy. I want to protect my companions behind me. Gigi held a small section of the ice spider's leg in his hand, staring seriously at a cute little beast girl with folded ears opposite him. Squeak. Squeak, this thing is so dangerous. Should we stop playing with it? The little folded-ear beast girl looked at the corpses of the ice thorn spiders with some fear, and Gigi stuffed a blue shell shield into her hand. Red Fruit Warrior, please respectfully address me as Squeak Warrior. A great warrior wouldn't be afraid of the corpses of these small animals. Su Yuan came behind Gigi, watched her say these words seriously, and carefully took the spider leg out of her hand. Squeak Warrior, this thing can hurt your friends. Which? Su Yuan. The little beast girls gathered around. These little guys were relatively young and small in stature. The largest one, Gigi, couldn't even reach Su Yuan's chest. Where are White Rabbit and the others? White Rabbit and the others brought the giant spider's meat over. The ice thorn spider meat was actually taken out by Tu and the others. Su Yuan remembered that there was not much meat on the ice thorn spider. Husi and the others brought it back only to make weapons. Su Yuan could also use the corpses of these ice thorn spiders to exchange for points, otherwise that little bit of meat would not be enough for a meal for the tribe, and dragging it back would be a complete waste of time. Su Yuan, quickly let go of Squeak Warrior. My stomach is freezing from the wind. At this time, Gigi, who was being held in the arms, shivered. When Su Yuan held her, her fur coat was lifted up a little, and her white and tender belly was exposed to the cold wind. Su Yuan hurriedly put the person down, and Gigi tidied his clothes after landing on the ground. When Su Yuan came over, she did not continue playing the previous role-playing game. Instead, she hugged Su Yuan with a pleading expression on her face. Su Yuan, can you treat us to something delicious? Meat soup. Didn't you just drink fish soup? Are you still not full? Now that the tribe has pottery-making technology, it is very convenient to boil water and make soup. In addition to dry grilled fish for dinner, the Beast Girls will also make some fish soup. It's not broth. Maoye said you gave her some pressed cookies before. She said they were delicious. Pressing cookies? As expected, Gigi was talking about compressed biscuits. As it was the first meal when he met Maoye and the others, he didn't expect that he still remembered it. Squeak, what is a cookie press? Woo, can we eat it too? The other little Beast Girls around him also stared at Su Yuan, like a group of cats waiting to be fed. If you want to eat, you can, but you need to complete a task for me. A few packs of compressed biscuits are not worth many points, but Su Yuan has to find something for the little Beast Girls to do, otherwise they will be stuck here, holding the legs of the ice thorn spider every day and accidentally hurting someone. Squeaky Warriors promised to complete the mission. Hongwa, the folded ear Beast Girl beside her, also blushed. She imitated Gigi's movements and said to Su Yuan with her head held high, Hongwa will also complete the task. Is there anything that can consume the energy of these little Beast Girls without being too dangerous? Su Yuan thought for a moment and decided to hand over the trap-setting task assigned to Fox 9 to this group of little Beast Girls. Anyway, this thing just needs to be set up and then wait for the prey to take the bait. I'll teach you a way to catch prey. Then tomorrow, let Sister Sure take you out to catch prey. Oh, and take those fat wolves out for some exercise as well. I forgot about those tamed fat wolves during the last hunt. Now that they are provided with food and shelter in the camp, they are almost degenerated into huskies, eating and sleeping all day long. There is no longer a life of one meal a day being full and one meal hungry, and there is no need to search for a warm place everywhere. Looking back on the previous days, this quality of life is simply not the life of a wolf. Hunting. Can I join in the hunting too? Gigi's eyes immediately lit up when he heard the word hunting. As expected of Long's daughter, Totoro Gigi was able to run to where Su Yuan and the others were by herself to steal food. She was so energetic. It's not hunting, just come here. Su Yuan found an open space and squatted down, scraped away the snow above, and then used the shell of the ice spider to dig a small hole in the ground. Compared to the fishing rope trap made of branches, this thing is much simpler and easier to teach these little beast girls. After all, not every beast girl is as smart as Fox 9. Tomorrow, find a place outside and dig some holes. Cover them with animal skins, then cover them with a layer of snow, and then put some food on top. Su Yuan made a simple hole trap, which was only about 10 centimeters in size. After being covered with snow, it looked very ordinary. When an animal comes to eat the food, it will fall down, and then you can go and catch it. This thing is much simpler than a noose. The little beast girls immediately understood it. Now they have more energy, and, led by Gigi, they really plan to rush out of the camp late at night. Stop. It's too dangerous outside at night. Go out tomorrow morning. Oh, and this is your reward in advance. Su Yuan immediately used 10 points to exchange for a piece of red date flavored compressed biscuit and handed it to Gigi. No, Squeak Warrior hasn't completed the wizard's mission yet, so he can't collect his reward. This statement is really not convincing at all. The little chinchilla's sense of smell is too sensitive. The fragrance of the red date biscuits has already entered Gigi's nostrils, and now his saliva is almost flowing onto Su Yuan's hands. Chapter 54. The Witch Grants the Power of Awakening. Okay, this is given in advance. If you catch a prey, you will be rewarded with a cookie. Then, Squeak Warrior will take on this mission. Gigi immediately took the biscuits, divided the palm-sized biscuits into several pieces, and distributed them to other friends. I have to say that even a kid like Gigi has surprisingly great strength in this world. He can break such a thick piece of biscuit into pieces with just a little effort. In his previous life, Su Yuan would have a hard time breaking an apple. Even if he was angry, he could only be angry for a moment and then carefully peel it with a knife. It's delicious. The sweet taste made the little beast girls wag their tails excitedly. The sweetness was not as sweet as some fruits they had eaten before, but became softer as they sipped saliva in their mouths. The sweeter scent filled my entire mouth. Okay, you guys should get some rest early so that I can complete my mission tomorrow. Good. Good night, Wu. Finally, they dealt with this group of little guys. At this time, White Rabbit and his companions who came out of the cave also came to the corpse of the ice thorn spider. Su Yuan, White Rabbit, do you still have any use for these things? If it is useless, Su Yuan plans to treat it as the 10th trading item today. The body parts are disassembled quite loosely, and it will be enough to use for a week. Alas, they could have been used, but Sister Lei Yin was captured by the Black Sheep tribe, and no one can deal with these things. Thunderflame? Sister Lei Yin used to be in charge of making weapons for the tribe. She made most of the stone axes and bone knives used by Sister Shur and the others. But that day, she stayed behind to protect everyone. When talking about the Black Sheep tribe, Bite 2 looked a little lost. Su Yuan quickly rubbed her drooping rabbit ears, and the tingling sensation brought Bite 2 back to her senses immediately. Okay, as long as the person is still there, we could just go back to the snowy plains and rescue him. Well, I believe Su Yuan. Since these spider parts were useless, Su Yuan was no longer polite and quickly traded several large-looking corpses to the system. Can this thing be made into a weapon without relying on the system? Su Yuan looked at the ice spider leg in his hand. All he could think of was to mount this thing on a wooden stick to make it into a spear. However, this is obviously very different from the weapons exchanged in the system mall. The spear in the system mall looks much cooler than this wooden stick with a spider leg. System, do you have any memories or blueprints of making this kind of magical material? Please unlock the secondary mall. I see. It seems that the secondary mall contains not only modern firearms, but even magic weapons. By then, wouldn't it be easy for me, who has mastered both magic and physics, to capture a mere wizard who is just a rumor? But how far can the tribal civilization of this second-level mall develop? The Iron Age? Or developing the tribe into a small town. You can't let me develop it to the steam age, right? There is no problem in exchanging a steam engine from the system all. But how can we make this group of beast girls from the primitive tribe move from primitive society to steam industrial society within a few years? Even if the father of the steam engine came, it would not work. Now, even a wooden barrel faces various tests, let alone a steam engine. Forget it, go to sleep. As long as we unify the tribes in the desolate snow plain, I will have all my men in iron armor and swords, and hundreds of archers and rockets will rain down fire on the land. How can you really defeat me? This night was exceptionally quiet. Without Maya by my side, it was a bit cold to sleep alone. But a great leader cannot waste his mind on such things. What? Afraid of kidney deficiency? That's definitely not the case. The next morning, the group of noisy little beast girls had already found Shur. When they heard that it was Su Yuan's mission, Shur put down the bow and arrow aimed at the snowman. Let's go, you can't run around outside. Yes, Sister Shur, don't worry. We're going to complete Master Wu's mission, not to play. We will definitely not run around. Red Fruit Warrior, I leave everyone in your command. I need to keep an eye out for danger around me. The little face under the red fruit animal skin cap was pretty red. She glanced at the cold-looking lion and replied loudly, Yes, I promise to complete the task. Shur looked at these cute little guys and didn't even notice that the corners of his mouth were slowly curving up. By the way, Su Yunwu said those fat wolves also need to be taken out for hunting. Woo! Several white wolves seemed to feel the focus of attention. They licked their messy fur and opened their eyes. Compared to their previous ferocious eyes, they now looked much purer. It's time to move. Shur walked over and kicked these guys. Apart from Su Yuan, the snow wolves were most afraid of Shur in the camp. In an instant, several snow wolves stood up. Let's go hunting. Although they were very reluctant, the look in Shur's eyes made the snow wolves shake their messy hair and quickly followed. After she left with this group of little beast girls, the vacant position became occupied by another long, and the fishing team was led by Xiaoman and Damon today. As long as they don't encounter an awakened warrior, few people can be a match for Xiaoman and Damon, a bear girl and a white bear. The bow and arrow are like this, keep your body flat. The early morning in the tribe was full of vitality. The sun shone in the camp, and even the cat, who slept the most during the day, woke up. Now he was eating grilled fish with a few little beast girls by the fire. Mao Bai's complexion beside him had recovered well, and he was grilling fish. Is Su Yuanwu really different from us? Yes, Mao, yeah, I personally confirmed it. This must be the unique ability of a divine shaman. I heard from my mother that the divine shaman can use special abilities to grant ordinary people the ability to evolve into awakened warriors. The beast girls around all looked at him with envy. As an awakened warrior, his power and prestige in the tribe were second only to that of the witch. Maoya, I envy you so much. It seems like you've been blessed by the witch. You'll soon become an awakened warrior, right? I also want the witch to grant me, but I'm afraid I'm not qualified. Pan Yu, who was sitting not far away on the other side, snorted with an indifferent look on his face, but the fish in his hand was squeezed into a ball. What's so great about that? I'm going to be an awakened warrior soon. As she muttered, her eyes kept unconsciously glancing at the small wooden house not far away. Although Su Yuan was awake at this moment, he was still locked in the house. Pan Yu, if you don't eat now, it will get cold. We still have archery practice later. Bei Yue took a delicious bite of the fish. These days were simply wonderful. Not only could she have meat to eat, but she could also sleep in a warm snow house. No more hunger and cold, which was something that had never happened in the Black Sheep tribe before. Even in the desolate snowfields, there were times when no prey could be caught. At that time, everyone could only starve or find some wild fruits and grass to fill their stomachs. Some wild fruits you are familiar with are okay, but if they're unfamiliar, if you are lucky, nothing serious will happen. If you are unlucky, your stomach will hurt like a knife after eating them. Eat yours, I know it. Glancing at Bei Yue and Yue, who were happily eating grilled fish beside him, Pan Yue made up his mind and stuffed the ball of fish into his mouth. The scene of the Black Sheep tribe being driven away not long ago appeared in his eyes. At that time, he could only stand quietly behind the leader. Even if it means scratching my feet, I will let Su Yuan grant me the power of awakening so that I can save the Black Sheep and everyone else. Chapter 55, Digging Operation. Hey, Red Fruit Warrior, come on, we'll soon complete the first trap. In a snowy field, Gigi and a group of people were actively digging holes in the snow. the big shovel that Su Yuan had exchanged for Shur before was being wielded by her vigorously. But Gigi, this hole is too big, right? Hongwu watched Gigi dig a big hole that was nearly 1 meter deep. If they dug any deeper, it would cover their heads. Lord Su Yuan wants prey. Prey. We can't just catch some small animals. We have to catch big prey like that green-haired pig. Shur sat on a rock nearby, holding the fat wolves in her hands, keeping an eye on her surroundings at all times. With this group of little guys, she didn't dare to be too careless. After hearing what Gigi said, she couldn't hold back her emotions. The green-haired pig she had encountered before was something even her mother Long couldn't defeat in a short time. You should know that this kind of beast, which is about 2 meters long, is considered a medium-sized beast. Generally, a tribe without awakened warriors must dispatch at least 3 or 4 experienced warriors. I didn't expect that the little guy's target today would be such a big guy. Sister Shur, please help us carry it up later. I plan to dig deeper. Gigi poked his little head out of the hole. Because he had dug too deep, there was some broken dirt on his face and hair. Well, but if some big prey really falls in, how are you going to deal with it? Gigi originally intended to ask Shur to help kill the monster. But as a warrior, how could she trouble others? This was the task assigned to her by Su Yuan. After thinking for a long time, even the other little friend around him stopped and looked at Gigi curiously, who was frowning and in a daze. Squeak, why don't we catch some snow rabbits? We can also catch some snow deer and snow sheep in this cave. Hongwu pulled Gigi's sleeve, and Gigi, who was thinking, immediately came up with an idea, and his eyes shone with wisdom. I got it. Yesterday, Master Su Yuan made some sharp wood and stuck it inside the camp. If I fill the hole with sharp wood as well, the prey that falls out will be pierced through the body. Then the Squeak warriors will only need to wait until it bleeds dry, and then they'll be able to easily catch it. This idea is really good. Shur was a little surprised. After thinking about it for a while, she found that this idea was really effective. It was not only effective for prey, but as long as it was arranged well, some people would also be injured if they stepped on it. I didn't expect that the little guy Gigi was so smart. He could think of a good way to deal with large prey through the wooden fence built by Su Yuan. Well, hurry up and dig. Then I'll take you to go archery and hunting nearby. Shur was also somewhat interested in the traps set by Gigi and the others, but since he was out, he naturally wanted to practice archery. Maybe he could get more rewards. This will definitely help Su Yuan share some of the food consumption. Archery. Good. All the beast girls in the tribe knew about the bow and arrow. Gigi and the others were also very clear about it. They would watch Usi and the others practice in the training ground outside the camp every day. However, the bow and arrow were too difficult for them to use, and their 2 short hands could not even fully pull the string. Of course, if you can learn to use Nez's feet to support the bow and arrow, it is not impossible to pull it apart, but whether you can hit the target or not is another matter. Several little beast girls excitedly dug the first trap, covered it with a layer of pre-prepared animal skin, and nailed the 4 corners with wooden sticks to prevent the trap from collapsing due to snow or small animals. The bait was a piece of grilled fish the size of an arm. Gigi and her friends dug 3 such holes nearby, marking each one with a stone to prevent themselves from accidentally falling and getting hurt when they came back. Let's go. The ice in Snowfield is very vast, and it is very easy to get lost in the vast expanse of white, so Shur didn't dare to take the little ones too far. After going around in one direction, Gigi and the others followed Shur and came to a snowy forest. This was the direction they had gone last time hunting. You can see the towering mountain next to you. As long as you can find this snow forest, you can find the location of the camp through the snow mountain. Red Fruit Warrior, Little Grass Warrior, this is your reward. You completed the mission very well. Gigi took out a few bright fruits from his pocket. In this snowy forest, he could still find some fruits to fill his stomach from a few trees. Is this edible? Gigi nodded affirmatively, then took one for himself and took a bite. Don't worry, my nose tells me this is edible. Ugh, it's so sour. Just when she was about to spit it out, the lion in front of her immediately became serious, squatted down, and covered Gigi's mouth, and the fruit that had not been spit out was swallowed. The sour juice of the fruit returned to his mouth, and Gigi's face turned green. However, seeing Shur looking ahead with a serious expression, he could only endure the discomfort and squat down quickly. Be quiet and follow me closer. Originally, Shur liked to go hunting alone, but now they have to train some new warriors for the tribe. If Gigi and the others can become warriors, They can also provide help when they go back to take revenge. Yeah, we must not talk. Gigi threw away the half-eaten fruit and followed Shur stealthily forward, getting closer and closer so that they could see the guy opposite them clearly. The white hair fluttered in the cold wind. The sturdy body looked about 2 meters long, and the pair of shiny white horns on its head made it look difficult to mess with. At this time, this guy was gnawing on the prey on the ground, and the red blood was very obvious in the snow. Snow Kristallbull. Shur quickly lowered his head and pressed down a few curious little guys. The snow wolves beside him did not lose their wildness. When they saw the figure of the big guy, they also lowered their bodies and bared their teeth, with their tails tucked between their legs in vigilance. This guy is called the Snow Crystal Bull. He has very thick skin and is very sensitive. Any movement will attract his attention. Sister Shur, should we go? I'll lead everyone to ambush on the other side. Shur quickly shook his head. No, this guy's white crystal horn is extremely dangerous. Many witches and large tribes use their staffs and tribal weapons made of its white crystal horn. If you get hit by this guy's white crystal horn, the spikes on the horn will pierce the enemy's body. Then why don't we go back and inform everyone? Gigi was a little anxious. Such a big piece of meat would be enough for the tribe to eat for a long time. And if he cooperated with Sister Shur to catch such a big prey, Su Yuan would definitely reward him. Don't worry, let's dig a big hole here first. Food is very scarce in the icy and snowy plains. This guy will definitely rush over without hesitation when he sees us. Okay, Squeak Warrior promises to complete the mission. As for digging holes, I have already dug 3 holes. This is my specialty. The little guys immediately took action. There was still a smaller piece of animal skin left in their backpacks, which should be enough to cover a hole more than 1 meter wide. Although he couldn't let the Snow Crystal Bull fall, as long as he could trap it, Shur could deal with this guy alone. Chapter 56 Barrel Making. Not long after, the pit trap project was completed, and Gigi and his companions were arranged to hide in the trees. Only Shur and a few snow wolves were left in the snow forest. Although the snow wolves were very afraid of the Snow Crystal Bull, the lion beside it was even more terrifying, so they could only stand beside it with their tails between their legs. The Snow Crystal Bull in the distance had already eaten all the corpses on the ground, but it was still not satisfied. It licked the blood soaked in the snow a few times before raising its head. Under the thick white bangs, a pair of eyes looked around. Suddenly, a crisp voice sounded in the snow forest. Moo! Although it had heard the sound and reacted, the huge impact almost made it fall down, and half of the wooden arrow was stuck in the muscles on its side. Bright red blood seeped out, and the Snow Crystal Bull's eyes turned red, immediately locking onto the lion standing in the distance. I'm waiting for you. The lion shot another arrow, and this arrow still penetrated the body of the Snow Crystal Bull before it could react. Moo! Snow Crystal Ox endured the pain and rushed towards Shur. Shur calculated the location of the trap and took out the saber that Su Yuan had repaired earlier from his back. Superior. The distance between the man and the bull was getting closer and closer until the last 10 meters, when a lion also rushed towards it, and several snow wolves flanked it. The Snow Crystal Bull paid no attention to the trap on the ground and stared angrily at the figure in front of it. Suddenly, as the thin snow beneath its feet cleared, its entire body fell forward, and its pair of white crystal horns hit the edge of the pit. Crack! Above, the lion had fierce eyes and stood on the back of the Snow Crystal Bull, stabbing its neck with the saber in its hand. Each blow could create a bloody gash in the Snow Crystal Bull. With its front legs hanging in the air and the lion's body pressing down on it, the Snow Crystal Bull could not get up no matter how hard it tried. On both sides, the snow wolves were also biting the body of the Snow Crystal Cow, not giving it any chance to get up. The blood flowed more and more, and the wound became bigger and bigger. Slowly, the Snow Crystal Cow stopped moving and fell quietly into the pit. We won. Gigi and the others quickly jumped down and trotted all the way to Shur. Although they did not kill the lion, they still had a contribution. Okay, wait until I move it out. After hunting such a big prey, Shur was in a good mood. If it were in the snowy wilderness before, she would have to cooperate with several warriors of the Red Fox tribe to hunt the Snow Crystal Bull. Sister Shur can also ask Su Yuanwu for a portion of compressed biscuits. No, with prey this big, I should be able to get several pieces. Shur was a little surprised. She thought Su Yuan asked her to teach the little ones how to hunt today, but it turned out that he wanted them to exchange their prey for biscuits. But when she recalled the taste of the compressed biscuits, she couldn't help licking her lips. She hadn't eaten them for so long, and she missed them a little. But I still don't understand why Su Yuan would entrust such an important task as hunting to these little guys. Of course, we need to find something for them to do. Didn't you know they were playing with the ice spider's corpse yesterday? If they accidentally hurt someone, it would be a disaster. At noon, Long also heard that Su Yuan had assigned a hunting mission to her daughter and several other little beast girls. After hearing Su Yuan's explanation, Long gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Gigi is still too naughty. Su Yuanwu, don't worry. I will deal with her when she comes back. Not really. I sent the lions to lead them. It's like teaching them how to hunt, and maybe they can catch some good prey. Long shook her head in disbelief. Doesn't she know about her own daughter? Gigi is still too young, but it would be nice if she could learn some hunting skills from Shur. By the way, do you have a mission for me? Well, I need to make a wooden barrel. Can you help me? Su Yuan finally decided to figure out the craftsmanship for this thing in advance, and then replace most of the pottery in the tribe with wooden barrels. If you want to go back to the snowy wilderness, it would be more convenient to carry these wooden barrels and basins than pottery. More importantly, if he can do it, he can also start the next new branch process of the Star Tribe, winemaking. Although the tribe's pottery jars can now be used to make wine, the pottery making process is too primitive. The soup has a faint smell of earth, and the wine brewed from it probably won't taste very good. If you don't understand how the system calculates the civilization improvement, just treat it as the civilization points in the game, and each technology is 1 point. Once you have accumulated a certain amount of points, you may be able to unlock the next level of the mall naturally. Long, go carry a few trees to the center of the camp. They don't have to be too big. Su Yuan summoned all the free beast girls in the camp. Everyone gathered around the campfire waiting for Su Yuan's orders. Even Bai Tu and the others stood aside waiting. Everyone, you should have experienced the iron barrel by the icy lake, right? How to explain the concept of the iron bucket to other beast girls who don't know? It's simple because they all have used it, and Su Yuan has no restrictions on the use of the bathing iron bucket. Hot water feels so comfortable. Woo, do you want to take a bath with us? Cough, cough, cough. Su Yuan looked at the cute little fox girl. It was hard to describe. Her small body made him feel guilty even if he just thought about it. Okay, today I'm going to teach you how to make barrels out of wood. Once you learn, you can make your own barrels. There was no need to think about making an iron bucket like the one used for bathing. Now, he couldn't even find the iron ore, so he had to go to the system mall to exchange for the necessary tools. Great. Can I take a shower at the camp? I have to wait so long to take a shower. I really want to soak in hot water every day. Fox 9's eyes were also full of light. She had built some strange wooden barrels based on the mortise and tenon structure that Su Yuan had built before. There was no problem using them to store some meat. But once filled with liquid, it would easily seep out from the gaps and soon all spilled onto the ground. Now, the only solution she could think of was to put a large leaf or tight animal skin in the middle of the wooden barrel so that the water would not seep out. After waiting for a while, Long came to Su Yuan with a tree on each shoulder. Thanks a lot. Su Yuan took out an axe and chopped the tree into sections of the same length, and then slowly trimmed it into small wooden boards. In fact, you can use a chisel to save time in this step, but if you use a chisel, why bother making a rough wooden barrel? Wouldn't it be better to buy a diesel-burning engineering line and solve the wooden barrel problem directly? You will also cut the wood into small boards like this. Remember that they must be the same size and have a slight curvature on this side. Yes, with the help of a group of beast girls, the process of cutting the wooden boards was very quick. A few axes and bone knives were used to cut the required wooden boards. The failed products on the ground were naturally thrown into the fire, making the already dim fire even more intense. Since there was no chisel, in order to cut the curves into the wooden boards, each piece was as wide as a thumb, but fortunately they were able to be aligned. The next step is for everyone to chisel a small hole in the side of these pieces of wood. Without iron rings or other tools to hold the wooden boards, Su Yuan could only use the ancient mortise and tenon structure technique. He chiseled small holes in the wooden boards on both sides and then clamped them with a small wooden stick. The previous steps went smoothly. With everyone's help, even if a few wooden boards failed, the next one was quickly cut out to make up for it. Chapter 57. Caught the Big One. Sister Shur, do you think our trap will catch prey? After getting the snow crystal cow, Shur didn't plan to continue hunting. After all, if Gigi and the others really caught prey, she might not be able to bring back so much prey. It would be great if a few little guys could drag a prey back in pairs. Don't worry. It's hard to find food in the snow. If you find a fish and leave it on the snow, a large carnivorous beast will definitely come over. Shur didn't attack the little beast girls, but patiently comforted them. However, she herself was not sure whether she could catch the prey. After all, the chance of seeing a wild beast in this damn place is too small. The Star Tribe went out hunting twice, and the first time they saw the hunted banyu for most of the day. Apart from the ice thorn spiders, the biggest gain was the 2 bird eggs that Husi found. As for the second time, she was lucky enough to hunt a snow crystal bull. This guy is a ferocious beast that is difficult to hunt in this snowy field. If it had not fallen into the trap, there would probably have been a fight. Well, if we catch something too big, we'll ask the snow wolves to help pull it back. With the encouragement of Shur, the little chinchilla Gigi has already begun to imagine what kind of huge prey he has caught in the trap he set. Several people returned to the place where they had set traps before. The grilled fish on top of the nearest trap was half buried in the snow, and the other one was even overwhelmed and collapsed directly under the snow. Huh, we didn't catch anything. Is our trap too obvious? Gigi and the others felt a little disappointed. Their expectant little ears also folded down, and they looked at the empty hole with depressed mood. It's okay. Not every hunt will yield results. If it doesn't work, we could try again tomorrow. Besides, there are still. Shur originally planned to comfort the little guys. Even she could not guarantee to hunt prey 100, let alone these little beast girls who had never come out hunting. But when she was halfway through her words, she was shocked to find a huge figure lying and struggling in the pit at the last trap. Hurry, it must have just fallen down. You guys guard the snow crystal bull. Shur put down the corpse of the snow crystal cow in his hand and quickly ran towards the last trap. Gigi and the others behind him also followed with great enthusiasm. Several snow wolves at the back licked their tongues greedily. This snow crystal cow was very tempting, but when they thought about the missing piece of meat, they would have to fill it with their own meat, so they just lay aside and ignored it. Ah! Damn it! What the hell is this thing? In the pit trap, a humanoid monster was half trapped in it, and its legs and body were pierced from below, making its face twisted in pain. Every time it tried to struggle, the intense pain made it weak and it sank back down, with the tempting fish meat also stuck in the hole. This is green pig. Gigi was shocked and raised the shovel in her hand to hit her mother. She had seen her mother fighting hard with her own eyes. Don't be nervous. This guy is not a green-haired pig. Shur stood in front of several little beast girls with frightened faces and placed the blade of the saber in his hand on the neck of the monster with the pig head turned around. From the outside, it does look a bit like the moss-bridled pig we encountered before, except that this guy is shaped like a human, without short limbs, and the upper limbs can be seen stuck in a hole under the pig's head. His clothes were also very simple, with a piece of green pigskin visible on his shoulders. People from the alien beast tribe? What bad luck. Is this your fault? The beast men call these beast girls who have different human forms from themselves the heterodactyls, which means heretical beast men, and they are very unwelcome to the beast men. Pigman, where are you from? It is impossible for an orc to be alone in this snowy place, let alone a pigman who dares to go out without any supplies and just holding a stone hammer. I advise you to rescue me. Our tribe is nearby. If I roar, they will come and kill you beasts. But if the other pigs would come just by yelling, why didn't you call them to rescue you before? Gigi poked his little head out from behind the lion and looked at it with a puzzled expression. You cunning beasts, I'm going to capture you and make you my slaves. Suddenly, the saber flashed in Shur's hand, and a bloodline appeared on the pigman's neck. The pigman who was originally shouting widened his eyes in fear. What is this? I have never seen such a sharp knife. The pigman lost his previous arrogance, and his pig face turned pale. Don't do anything. You must have gotten lost in the ice and snow plains. I can arrange for you to rest in our tribe, and then send you away from the ice and snow plains. Do you think I'm an idiot? The orcs aren't as easy to talk to as you say. Shur's face turned a little colder, and the blade was pressed against the pigman's neck again, and blood slowly dripped down the blade. Tell me, where is your tribe? How many people are there? Are there any wild orcs or shamans? I said, our tribe is in a cave over there. It's just a small tribe with more than 30 people, one wild orc, and no shaman. The direction the pigman pointed to was exactly the other side of the mountain of the Star Tribe. If Su Yuan crossed the ice lake and walked a distance forward, he should be able to find it. Shur couldn't help but look serious. If more than 30 pigmen were attacked by surprise, the Star Tribe would probably suffer heavy losses. Although the orcs do not have witches and awakened warriors, they have wild orcs who are as powerful as awakened warriors, and there are also orc shamans who are similar to witches. Can you rescue me? I'm willing to show you the way. It is indeed necessary to rescue this pigman. After all, Su Yuan has to make the decision on such an important matter. Sure handed the big stone hammer on the ground to the pigman. Thank you so much. Don't worry, wait for me. Sure didn't give it a chance to talk nonsense. He lifted the whole pigman up with one hand. Now he could clearly see the bloody holes on the pigman's, but realized how miserable this guy was. Squeak, that's amazing. Hongwa and the others looked at Gigi with admiration. They didn't expect that the method of inserting sharp spikes into the holes would be so effective. He, of course, but does this count as prey? I also want the cookies that Su Yuan gave me as a reward. Gigi was a little confused. Since you rescued me, I'd like to thank you very much. The pigman held the stone hammer tightly. His fangs were exposed at the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were full of ferocity as he looked at the lion holding the other end of the stone hammer. Just when it was about to snatch the stone hammer, it found that the weapon was still in the lion's hand. Its violent eyes suddenly became much clearer. You are an awakened warrior. Chapter 58, Where did the pig head come from? Long. Just use force to close them all, but be sure not to crush them. The production process of the wooden barrel was relatively smooth. After the barrel body was embedded, it was only necessary to chisel out a groove and stick a round wooden board coated with oil on the inside of all the wooden boards. Even though the bottom of the barrel was finished, fortunately the beast girls were very strong. Long only needed to use a little force to completely close the wooden barrel with some gaps. A simple-looking lidless wooden barrel without handles is now ready. All you need to do is tie it up completely with hoops, put it on the fire, and you're done. Without an iron hoop, Su Yuan had to carve one out of wood. Fortunately, the wood was quite tough, and Long successfully made it into a ring the size of a wooden barrel. Whoa, won't it get burned if you roast it over the fire like this? Everyone looked at Su Yuan with some concern as he put the wooden barrel on the fire. This was a work that took him a whole day to create, and there was some worry in everyone's eyes. Don't worry, roasting it over the fire won't ruin it. You can apply some oil on it during the roasting process to seal it thoroughly so that the water won't leak out. Not long after, under everyone's expectant gaze, Su Yuan placed the dark wooden barrel on the ground. The tribe had some stored water in pottery jars. Su Yuan arranged for a beast girl to fetch water, and in a short while, 2 cans of water were brought over. Crash! The 2 jars of water only filled 1/3 of the wooden barrel. The barrel had no handle, so Su Yuan could only pick it up. The seal at the bottom was very good, and there was no sign of water leaking out. Success! Everyone cheered happily. What could hold water, which was not a strange thing for the beast girls. After all, people have hollowed out wood to store water before, but they can only hold a very small amount of water each time, and it is also very troublesome to carry. More often than not, beast girls prefer to hollow out the beast's internal organs and then use its well-sealed shells to store water, or simply not store water at all. If you're thirsty, just grab a handful of snow from the ground and put it in your mouth. After a few bites, you'll naturally feel less thirsty. Okay, whoever makes a watertight barrel first, I'll grant her a small request. Su Yuan put the wooden barrel on the ground. If he wanted these beast girls to learn how to make wooden barrels, he needed some motivation to stimulate them. Great! I must be the first to finish. I'm the first one. I want the witch to reward me with a weapon, and then I can go hunting with everyone. The beast girls didn't hold back and spoke their thoughts directly. Some impatient beast girls even ran towards the area where the wood was placed. Su Yuan, we are back. Okay, you guys go study it. I'll go take a look outside. Just as they were celebrating, there were squeaking sounds outside the door. Su Yuan put down the wooden barrel in his hand and rushed out. In the corner, Pan Yu's eyes gradually became firm. Perhaps this was his chance, a chance to receive the power bestowed by Su Yuan. You mean this guy's the prey you caught? Where did the pig-headed man come from? Su Yuan looked at the pig-headed man who was dragged back by several snow wolves in some shock. In this Western fantasy world, there really are orcs with animal heads and human bodies. Fortunately, there are cute and beautiful creatures like Beast Girl, otherwise he would have to face pig faces every day and would probably wake up in the middle of the night. Should it count? He fell into a trap we set and was caught. Su Yuan pinched Gigi's worried face, then quickly said, "Don't worry, it's all thanks to your contribution. How about 2 compressed biscuits each?" After catching such a big pig man, the 4 of them only gave out compressed biscuits worth 80 points. Su Yuan felt like he was exploiting child laborers. One piece is enough. Squeak warriors won't be greedy. Once we catch real prey, we'll get 2 more pieces. Orcs are hardly prey, because both the orcs and the God-given tribe can eat the flesh of wild beasts, and orcs can eat the flesh of orcs of different races, but orcs cannot eat the flesh of the God-given tribe, and the God-given tribe cannot eat the flesh of orcs. There was once a person who went crazy for a month after eating orc flesh. If he had not been treated by a witch who knew witchcraft, he would probably have died from eating orc flesh. Okay, this is your reward. Su Yuan exchanged for 4 compressed biscuits of different flavors. The 4 little guys took 1 each, and joy was revealed on their faces. Thank you, Wu. Thank you, Su Yuan. I'll go in first. Several people ran towards the tribe, holding compressed biscuits. Gigi happily held the biscuit in front of Long to show off his achievements today. It seemed that this cookie was not a delicious food, but a medal of honor for catching prey. You want it too? Su Yuan turned his head and found that Shir was also staring at him, and asked uncertainly, "But can I? What's wrong with this? Here you go." Su Yuan handed a piece of compressed biscuit to Shir and couldn't help laughing when he saw Shir's golden ears shaking. By the way, I just asked it some questions. Shir suddenly remembered the pigman tribe. This matter was very important in case the pigmen invaded one day. You know, more than half of the people in the Star Tribe are ordinary beast girls with relatively weak strength. As Shir told the story, the pigman who had been taught a lesson by her woke up slowly. When he opened his eyes, he saw a face staring at him. "Hey, you're awake. Damn you beastmen. If I die, you, including the tribes behind you, won't be able to survive." Su Yuan looked at the clamoring, pig-headed man. Several snow wolves were grinning at him beside him. As long as he behaved well, he might be able to have a bowl of beef soup tonight. "If I kill you here, your people probably won't know about it." The pigman panicked a little, but still said calmly, "This place is not far from my tribe. As long as I roar before I die, they will hear me and come over." "Well, what if I pierce your throat with a knife and you can't scream?" Su Yuan narrowed his eyes and smiled very kindly. But these words frightened the pigman so much that his body began to tremble. Looking at the sharp dagger stretched out, he couldn't help swallowing. This guy is even harder to deal with than the awakened warrior from the alien beast tribe before, and that guy is right next to this person. Could it be that this guy is a witch from the alien beast tribe? I'll give you a chance. Tell me how many warriors your tribe has, how many sows and piglets there are, how long you hunt each day, how long you keep watch each day. How can I allow others to sleep soundly beside my bed? Su Yuan cannot guarantee that the other side will live in peace. Then you have to act in advance. Only when you destroy the enemy can you sleep peacefully. Otherwise, you'll be doomed if you're ambushed by the pigmen when you go to the ice lake to take a bath one day. Chapter 59, The Origin of the Beast Girl. You can't do this to me. I've already told you everything. The captured pigman was eventually tied to a big tree in the archery range by Su Yuan. If he was left outside in this cold winter weather, he would freeze to death. Don't worry, just keep living. I'll consider whether to let you go after I'm sure you didn't lie to me. Of course, Su Yuan did not completely believe what this pigman said. He always called stupid people pigs, but this pig was not stupid, especially this mutated pigman. I really didn't lie to you. Strange beast. No, Master Wu of the God-given clan, I will freeze to death if you leave me here. Su Yuan ignored its yelling behind him. Would it freeze to death with all that fur? Besides, if it froze to death, it froze to death. He could also find out the value of this pigman's points. Su Yuan, do you want me to go check out the situation? That group of pigmen was more difficult to deal with than Su Yuan had thought, because only 1/5 of the pigmen in the entire tribe had no fighting ability. Basically, all the grown-up pigmen, both men and women, had strong fighting power. Lion, do you think they'll attack us if they know we're here? Meeting. Shir's face was serious. He looked at the pigmen outside the wooden fence and said slowly, "These orcs and our God-given people have always been at odds with each other, or rather, they hate us very much. With this plot, could it be that the timeline is really heading towards the traditional Western fantasy world? The so-called God-given race is just a hybrid born from the union of orcs and humans? They are despised and scorned by both orcs and humans. But that doesn't make sense. There are no ordinary humans in this world. Moreover, the God-given people were born by eating fruits, so they are not mixed bloods. Lion, have you ever seen a human like me without any animal features?" Su Yuan still wanted to confirm whether there were humans in this strange primitive world. "I haven't seen it before. All the God-given people have some orc features, but you don't have any features at all. You don't have ears on your head, and you don't have a tail. And the pupils are a black color that has never appeared before. Is there really no human in this world? Not necessarily. Shur is just an ordinary lion girl from the Red Fox tribe in the desolate snowy plains, and she has never seen the world on the other side of the Wanshu Mountains. Well then, why do those orcs hate you so much? Actually, I'm not sure about that either. According to our ancestor stories, we came from heaven and were supposed to disappear from this world like the rain and snow. But the gods who brought us into this world did not want us to disappear like this. So they integrated us into the earth and transformed us into strange fruits. Those beasts who ate the fruit would inherit our bodies and grow into this. Speaking of which, Master Su Yuan, you're a bit like the gods in the story. Me? God? Su Yuan felt it was a little ridiculous, which God almost froze to death in this snowy and icy place. Okay, if I were a god, I would treat you to barbecue every day. Go on. A faint smile appeared on Shur's lips. The two of them came to the campfire. The beast girl who was preparing food had already handed them a piece of grilled fish and a bowl of fish soup. You can eat the grilled fish and just give me a sweet potato. Okay. Thank you, Wu. The little beast girl excitedly ran towards the campfire on the other side, where a pile of sweet potatoes were roasting. Shur sat down with the food and continued the previous story. Because we came from heaven and occupied the bodies of these beasts, those beastmen who also evolved from beasts hate us very much. They think we are alien beasts that are trying to steal their bodies. Every time a member of the God-given tribe is born, it means a beast loses the opportunity to evolve into an orc. Every Witchborn means the orcs will have one less shaman. Most importantly, we evolved from beasts and need to eat them. So when we encounter beasts, we'll have a war, and it's usually a fight to the death. Su Yuan took the sweet potato and asked, somewhat confused, after listening to Shur's story, don't they eat wild animals themselves? Then what do they eat? They do eat, but they don't eat beasts of their own kind. However, in extreme cases, they will eat beasts of their own kind. Oh, I thought it was so noble, but in the end, you still just eat. The orcs' hatred for these beast girls is nothing more than the legend. Of course, these are secondary. The most important thing is that the appearance of the God-given tribe has taken away the territory and food that originally belonged to the orcs. From the crude-looking stone hammer, it can be seen that the development of these orcs lags far behind that of the God-given tribe. A wooden stick tied with animal skin strips and a stone becomes a weapon. If Su Yuan used too much force, he was worried that the stone would be thrown away. Although the social development of the God-given clan was ordinary, their bone knives and stone axes showed that they had mastered the craft of sharpening weapons. Those orcs shouldn't be able to defeat the God-given tribe, right? Before Shur could answer, the Red Fox came over with a bowl of fish soup. It seemed that she was in a good mood today and had a smile on her face. At first, the orcs were strong and big, so we couldn't defeat them. Many people died. Later, a wizard taught us how to sharpen stones. Then we started fighting back. Now we can only say that we've reached a draw with those orcs. No one can gain any advantage over the other, so they don't dare to act as arrogantly as before and capture the people of the God-given tribe as slaves. I heard about the pigman. Su Yuan, do you have any mission? The Red Fox was holding a small piece of compressed biscuit in its hand. It seemed that the little beast girls shared their spoils with everyone in the tribe. Me? This battle is inevitable. I plan to investigate the situation while they are still unaware of us. If it's as the pigmen said, I'll attack them when they are resting in the middle of the night. The Red Fox pondered this and nodded in understanding. I thought so too. Pigmen have appeared in the desolate snowfields before. These guys look very honest, but they are very cunning. That pig man probably lied to us before, or even gave us some false information to trick us. No, it must be telling the truth this time because I hung it on the tree outside. Su Yuan was very confident, because no matter whether the pig man lied or not, he had no intention of letting this guy go. But on the surface, he showed an attitude of leniency, as long as you confess. If it really lied, anyone with any brains would tell the truth when it left the training ground. That must be true. Pigmen are quite afraid of death. Then Lord Su Yuan, what should we do next? After wolfing down the fish soup, Shur stared at Su Yuan, waiting for instructions. Chapter 60. Eat some sour fruit to refresh yourself. Tomorrow I'll take a few people to check out the pigman tribe to see if it's the same as what the pigman outside said. No, this is too dangerous. Upon hearing this, Red Fox and Lion both hurriedly rejected Su Yuan's idea. This kind of thing had never been handled personally by the tribal witch. However, Su Yuan also had some ideas of his own. Only he could clearly understand the situation on the other side and use the system all to deal with sudden problems. Don't worry, I know what's going on. I'm not going to start a war. I'm just temporarily investigating the situation on the other side, and I won't be going alone. As soon as Su Yuan finished speaking, Sure immediately hugged Su Yuan's arm. The contrast between his cold face and pitiful look was so strong that he could hardly bear it. All right, I'll count you in. Tomorrow I'll bring Long with me, and the tribe will be left in the care of Chi-Hu and Huzi. The Red Fox also frowned and thought that it would not be so dangerous if there were 2 awakened warriors following them. Even if they were discovered, they could evacuate back. Well, don't worry about the tribe. With this wooden fence, nothing will go wrong for the time being. Although it is just an ordinary wooden fence, it stands alone in the ground and is connected in rows, unless the same awakened warriors arrive. Otherwise, ordinary people might not be able to break through in a short time. This time is enough for Huzi to stand on the wooden house in the camp and shoot the group of people into sieves. Okay, it's decided. Oh, and tell everyone not to go bathing in the icy lake for the next few days. Those who are fishing should also stop for a day or two. The other side will definitely notice that they have lost a pigment. Su Yuan currently has no hot weapons that can completely overturn the battlefield, so he still has to be on guard. If he could really exchange for a Gatling gun, he would take his men to shoot those pigmen tonight. Don't worry, I've already told everyone. At night, there were 2 more people on guard, and the campfire in the camp was a little dimmer under the cover of several people. Su Yuan lay in bed for a long time without being able to fall asleep, thinking about tomorrow's situation. This is not a game, and it is easy to fail if he takes a wrong step. As a modern person, I stand at a different perspective from those primitive people. Coupled with the incredible shopping mall system, victory is not a surprise. But he would not allow himself to fail and let these beast girls who followed him become slaves of other tribes, or even lose their lives. Su Yuan, I'm here. Just as he was looking at the wood of the ceiling, a figure jumped in through the window, covered with animal skins. Hearing the expectant voice, Su Yuan knew who it was. After a day of cooling down, I didn't expect that Mao Yi was still thinking about it. He jumped in through the window as soon as I lay down. Mao Yi, have a good rest tonight. We have to investigate the Pigman tribe tomorrow. Investigate the Pigman tribe tomorrow? I want to go too. Okay, but you have to get a good rest tonight. Otherwise, you won't be able to get up tomorrow. There is not much difference between 1 more Mao Yi and 1 less Mao Yi. As long as the tribe has Huzi and Chi-Hu, it is enough. Mao Yi's fighting ability is not as strong as Xiaoman. Yeah, can I sleep here with you? It's warm. Of course you can, but you can't mess around. Damn it. Before he could explain clearly, there was another body in the quilt. Mao Yi's cold body made Su Yuan shudder. How could this guy move so quickly? Don't move, or I'll throw you out. Yeah, don't worry, I won't move. Don't put your legs over here. This night was extremely torturous. If he had not had to leave early the next morning, he would have given up. In the end, he also fell asleep to the gentle breathing of Mao Yi. In the early morning, the sky was just getting light. The daylight would come later in the snowy plains. The bonfire in the camp was still lit. There were only 2 beast girls keeping watch, fanning the fire with boredom. There was a slight knocking sound outside Su Yuan's cabin. He was already worried about something, and he opened his eyes instantly despite being a light sleeper. Ooh, Su Yuan, we can set off now. It was Long's voice outside. He had instructed Long on the matter last night. The big chinchilla was not as sleepy as the little chinchilla. It would wake up before dawn to go hunting. Okay, go call Sure, Panhwa, and Hui. The number of investigators is not too small. With 2 awakened warriors, Sure and Long, and 3 beast girls who are likely to awaken, a total of 6 people is more than enough. Even if you're discovered by the enemy, you can retreat. Okay, we'll wait for you at the camp gate. After Long left, Su Yuan patted the butt of Mao Yi in his arms. This guy's sleeping style was different from that of the big chinchilla. He slowly woke up only when Su Yuan lifted him up. Come, eat some of the sweet fruit Gigi brought back to wake you up. Su Yuan fed the fruit that Gigi had brought to Mao Yi's mouth. Mao Yi, who was still a little confused, took a bite subconsciously. Hiss, it's so sour. The sour fruit flesh instantly woke her up, and her eyes were so sore that she couldn't open them. Wake up, we're about to leave. Su Yuan also took a bite of the sour fruit. The juice that was so sour that it made his teeth fall out also made him feel refreshed, and the only trace of sleepiness he had left was also dispelled. The 2 of them quickly put on their fur coats and walked to the entrance of the camp. At this time, Everyone was ready to go, except for Pan Yu, who had a sleepy look with some dissatisfaction. You haven't woken up yet? Come and have some fruit. Su Yuan stuffed the fruit that he had bitten twice into Pan Yu's mouth. Then a third person who was shivering from the sour taste appeared, and Pan Yu quickly took Su Yuan's hand away. Cough, cough, cough. Something is so sour. Now, she was completely awake. She stared at Su Yuan with anger on her face and asked, "Why are you calling me so late at night? Didn't they tell you?" Su Yuan looked at the people around him. Mao Yi was with him last night. Long mentioned it before bed, and sure, didn't like to be long-winded. It seemed like no one really told her anything. Hey, Pan Yu, are you considered a member of my Xingqian tribe now? Although Pan Yu was very unhappy, he nodded and said, "Of course, but I will go back when Lord Black Sheep wakes up." That's good. We'll talk about going back later. I have a special mission today. I assigned it to you because of your strong ability. Do you want to take it? When Pan Yu heard that she was asked to carry out the mission because of her great strength, she couldn't hide her arrogant expression. She said with a curled mouth, "You tell me, I can definitely complete it." Little guy, I still can't figure out your character? Su Yuan had a good grasp on this rebellious kid. Just a few compliments could control her stubborn temper. There's a pigman camp next to us, and it's too close to us. Sooner or later, a fight will break out, so we'll go to investigate that tribe tonight. Ban Yu, you won't be afraid of being discovered by those stupid pig people, right? If you're worried about being discovered, my name is Yu Yu. She's quite good at hiding. Chapter 61, Pigman Tribe. Who said I can't do it? Yu Yu fell asleep halfway through the walk. You don't have to go. I can handle it alone. Pan Yu was instantly stimulated and planned to walk out of the camp without saying a word. Fortunately, Su Yuan pulled fast enough, otherwise this idiot would have been lost in the wild without even knowing where the Pigman tribe was. Okay, I'm just kidding. Next, you guys should change into these clothes first. Su Yuan exchanged for several pure, white warm fur coats. Compared with the different colored clothes on everyone, white was less likely to be exposed in the snow. What beautiful clothes! Mao Yi happily took the white coat that almost wrapped her whole body. It was not only warm to wear, but also softer than her animal skin clothes. Clothes made simply from skinning wild animals were not as soft as imagined, and were even as hard as a piece of cardboard at the beginning. Therefore, Mao Yi and the others rarely changed their clothes until now. Otherwise, their skin will feel uncomfortable after changing into new clothes for a while. It's so comfortable to wear. All right, follow my orders from now on, and don't act on your own. Su Yuan glanced at Pan Yu, who snorted at being stared at, but still nodded with a pout in dissatisfaction. Okay, let's go. Guard the camp well and notify Red Fox immediately if you encounter any danger. The few little beast girls who were keeping watch behind him stood there seriously with their palms on their chests to show respect. Su Yuan led Sure and the others out of the wooden gate of the camp. At this point, the captured pigman was still sleeping soundly, shivering every once in a while. It seemed that sleeping on such a snowy night was quite cold. Meat, I'm going to eat you all. I don't know what kind of delicious food I dreamed about, but the mouth with two fangs sticking out made strange smacking sounds. I didn't expect his physical condition to be so strong. The blood on his legs and buttocks has stopped flowing, and he can actually sleep in this icy and snowy weather. Su Yuan picked up a ball of snow from the ground and threw it into the pigman's animal skin pants. The cold feeling made it wake up instantly. Oha! If you scream again, I'll cut out your tongue. The originally hazy image in the pigman's eyes gradually became clear, and Su Yuan's terrifying face also came into view. It quickly closed its mouth and waited until the cold feeling eased before speaking quietly. Master Wu of the Divine Gift Clan, what do you want from me? Are you planning to let me go? Let you go? I plan to go to the Pigman tribe when it's daybreak. If there's even a slightest misconception about what I said to you, I'll cut your flesh into pieces and roast them over the fire. The tied pigman immediately panicked. After swallowing a few times, he still stammered, "Don't worry, I definitely didn't lie to you." I hope so. Su Yuan ignored it and took Mao Yi and the others out of the training area. The pigman tied to the tree breathed a sigh of relief and struggled hard to shake off the snow in his clothes. I hope Master Shaman will take notice. As long as you catch that black-haired beast man, I can be rescued. Damn it, just wait. I'm going to cut off your flesh piece by piece, roast it over the fire, and then let you eat it. The only sound left in the snow was the pigman's silent complaints. His originally timid little eyes were now filled with hatred, and he struggled desperately to twist his body, but still couldn't break free from the ropes that bound him. Damn, why is this rope so hard? It didn't take Su Yuan much time to return to the ice lake. The cabin was still there, and the beast girls who had been bathing there these days had also protected it well. If we don't get rid of those guys, even taking a shower will be dangerous. According to the Pigman tribe is located on the other side of the ice lake area. There is a cave there, and the surrounding area is white without a single tree. Several people came to a snow slope, and below them they could vaguely see a dark cave entrance under the starlight. The snow around the cave entrance had been cleared away, and only small black balls could be seen outside the cave entrance in the thin white snow. Due to the distance, it was difficult to see clearly what they were. Can you see clearly what those are? The beast girls lying around tried their best to open their eyes wide, and after looking for a while, they shook their heads unwillingly. Only manhwa could see some outlines. It's dark, and it looks like there's something covering it. What is it covering? Su Yuan felt something was wrong. The tied pig-headed man didn't say anything about the small black groups outside the cave. I'll go to the front and take a look. I'm sure I can see it clearly. Pan Yu was a little dissatisfied. Mao Yi saw the situation on the opposite side clearly. When he finished speaking, he was about to get up when Su Yuan quickly grabbed his tail. The numbing sensation and pulling pain from her tail made her lie back down again. She looked at Su Yuan with a blushing face who was still pulling her tail. I told you to listen to my orders. Lie down obediently. The pig-headed man is lying even when facing death, so there is definitely a danger that they will be trapped and unable to go back, or they will be tied up by the pig-headed man and taken back. I understand. Pan Yu didn't dare to move. She bit her lip and had to lie down and continue staring at the black groups in the distance. System, how much is the telescope? Telescope, 500 points. Advanced telescope, 1,500 points. Astronomical telescope, 15,000 points. Telescopes priced in the 5 figures have all come out. Although Su Yuan is now able to afford an astronomical telescope, this level of telescope is not enough for this distance. Exchange for telescope. The system's telescope was quite heavy when it arrived, unlike the low-quality telescope he had bought for 9.9 yuan with free shipping out of curiosity. Su Yuan, have you prayed to the gods? Mao Yi noticed that there was a black object in Su Yuan's hand and couldn't help but ask curiously. Well, this thing allows us to see the situation on the other side clearly. Su Yuan pointed the telescope at the group of small black groups opposite, and the small black groups that were a little blurry before immediately became very clear. Well, there were about 10 big black balls. The starlight was not enough, and the Pigman tribe had no campfire, so we could only see something covered with a layer of black, as Mao Yi said. I should have bought a night vision goggles earlier. But this thing is useless in his hands except for magnifying the scene. He still can't see the situation on the other side clearly. Wait, cats should have very good night vision, and there are not only cats around me, but also foxes, wolves, lions, and a big chinchilla. There must be one who can see clearly, right? Chapter 62 Shaman? As it turned out, except for him, the other beast girls could see clearly what those big black balls on the opposite side were. 11 moss-bristled pigs. It seems the 2 green-haired pigs we encountered last time weren't just random encounters in the wild, but rather ran away from this place. Su Yuan remembered the 2 moss-bristled pigs that had crashed into the small tree hole were long-lived when he met her before. How could such a social animal appear alone in the snow? What should I do now? Long frowned in some confusion. The moss-bridled pig was not a wild beast that could be easily dealt with. Before meeting Su Yuan, she could only deal with 1 or 2 of them. Now, with the Pigman warriors of the Pigman tribe and so many moss-bristled pigs, it is really difficult for the Star tribe to defeat them. Su Yuan ignored Mao Yi, who was playing with the telescope enthusiastically, and lay quietly on the snow, thinking about another thing. By the way, would the orcs be willing to station a tribe in the icy snowfield? Normally not. The ice and snow plains are too cold. Most orcs and the God-given people would rather stay in the desolate snow plains or the tree plains under the snow-watching mountains. Sure also felt something was not right, and after the explanation she herself felt a little confused. How could these pig men establish a tribe in this damn place? Could it be that they were hunted here like us? Whether it's true or not, we could just go back and ask. As for these guys, I have a solution as well. Su Yuan gave up his original idea of leading the Star tribe to attack at night. With these moss-bristled pigs guarding outside, he was afraid that he would be discovered before he could kill a few of them. The sky was getting brighter, and the stars in the sky were gradually dimming. On the other side of the distant snow-capped mountains, a ray of warm light from the early sun was slowly shining on the earth. Sujuan, Sujuan. Someone's coming out. At this moment, Mao Yi suddenly pulled Su Yuan's clothes, and through the telescope, she saw a figure walking out of the cave. What kind of person? Su Yuan pressed everyone's heads down, and the white animal skin hat covered their colorful hair, making it difficult to see even in the sunlight. A very strange guy, wearing a strange bone on his head and holding a bone stick in his hand. Take a look at me. Su Yuan took the telescope and looked towards the cave. As it was dawn, he could see the situation on the other side of the cave clearly. The guy who came out was different from the pigman who was tied up before. He was wearing thick animal skin clothes. It also wore a white animal bone on its head, and its face could not be seen clearly through the telescope. The bone stick in its hand was about 1 meter long. Compared with the physique of this strange guy, this bone stick is more like a peculiar bone staff. Combined with its strange features, Su Yuan's face immediately darkened. You dare to lie to me? It seems you are really not afraid of death. After the orc shaman came out, he looked around, then raised the bone staff in his hand high, and the mossy boars around him slowly woke up. I don't know what they said until a sturdy moss-bristled pig with green fur, as dark as ink, came forward and slowly shook its head. Only then did the pig shaman put down his bone staff. Retreat, I feel something is wrong. Su Yuan felt something was not right when he saw this scene, so he pulled a few people back down the snow slope. It had been a day and a night, and the tribe had lost a pigman, so the shaman would definitely know about it. In addition, he didn't understand the pig shaman's tricks, so it would be better for him to go back first. As for other news and information, there's a good friend who is sleeping and can explain it to him. Bang! At the training ground, it was already early morning when Su Yuan returned. Fishing had to be temporarily suspended for a while, and Long and the others had not left the camp yet. The snow crystal cattle hunted by Sure yesterday, plus the fish and meat stored previously are enough for everyone to eat for a while. If that doesn't work, there are also the sweet potatoes exchanged by Su Yuan. At this time, the sleeping pigman was awakened by Su Yuan's whip. This thorny whip was specially prepared by him for this thick-skinned pigman captive. Why are you back? Why do you think I can't come back? Or do you think I should die there, or be captured by the pigman tribe? The smile on Su Yuan's face grew even wider, and looking at the pigman's shocked expression, he became more certain of his previous thoughts. No, I just thought you would lead the tribe to attack the pigman today and leave me alone. The pigman immediately retracted his shocked expression, and then showed an honest smile, not caring at all about the bloody marks on the hair and flesh on his chest. I won't care about you. Of course I will. Outside the training ground, a group of beast girls were lying there and looking at the scene. Besides Su Yuan were only Long, Sure, and Hui. Pan Yu was fighting with Mao Ye for the telescope. Master Wu, you don't have to worry about me. Just let me go. I will tell everyone to stay away from this place when I get back. The pigman's honest smile did not stop. If Su Yuan could come back, it would mean that they did not go to investigate the affairs of the pigman tribe. Tell me about the pig shaman. Oh, and those 11 green-haired pigs at the entrance of the cave. How did you know? Su Yuan ignored the guy's incredulous look and turned to look at Long and the other 3. Light the fire. Our pigman friend hasn't eaten for 2 days. I'm going to cut his meat into pieces to feed him. This is the only way to show the friendliness and hospitality of our star tribe. Su Yuan was just trying to scare the pigman, but Long and the others took it seriously and quickly took out a bonfire from the camp and lit it on the training ground. The pigman did not feel the warmth of the flames at all. Instead, under the illumination of the fire, he felt as if the blood in his body had turned cold and solidified. No, I said. I promise I won't lie to you again. This time the pigman completely collapsed and struggled with the rope to explain, especially looking at the extremely sharp knife in Su Yuan's hand as he walked towards him. Name? White Fang. Nyin, ahem. How many people are there in the pigman tribe? The pigman White Fang still looked a little frightened. The knife moved across the back of his exposed hand, and the green fur on his body fell off with a slight scrape. I didn't lie to you about this, but there's another shaman in the tribe. And of course there are 11 moss-bristled pigs. Bai swallowed his saliva, worried that Su Yuan would get impatient, and hurriedly continued to explain. Chapter 63, Digging a Trap. Originally, we lived in a forest in the desolate snowfield. The guy wearing the bone mask captured our leader and asked us to bring him to the ice and snowfield. That guy's a shaman who knows all kinds of terrifying tricks. We were afraid of being killed by him, So we brought the moss-bridled pigs that had been living there with us and followed them to the cave in the snowy plains. I really don't know that shaman. He doesn't do anything except stay in the cave. If we weren't afraid of being killed by him, we would have run away long ago. Bai seemed to be worried that Su Yuan wouldn't believe him, so he kept explaining with tears in his eyes. He looked like he wanted to kneel down and slap himself a few times to prove his innocence. Well, that's good. Tell me what would happen if I went to the Pigman tribe to investigate yesterday. Why? These people didn't go to the Pigman tribe? White Fang was stunned and didn't quite react. But how could he know about the 11 moss-bristled pigs and the things about the shaman if he hadn't been to the Pigman tribe? If you can't remember, I can help you think about it. Su Yuan's knife cut a small bloody wound on Baiya's flesh. Baiya, who was still thinking about the problem, woke up immediately from the pain and shouted for mercy. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Yesterday, I just wanted you to be captured so that the Pigman tribe could come and exchange me back. Yesterday, if you had gotten close to the Pigman tribe yesterday, those resting mossy-bristled pigs would have woken up, and then the shaman would have woken up too. Baiya trembled as he watched Su Yuan throw the piece of flesh into the campfire, while an egg-sized wound on his arm was still bleeding. This witch from the alien beast tribe was definitely not a good person. He was more ferocious and cunning than those kind and stupid alien beasts he had seen in the snowy wilderness. Do you want to eat your own flesh? No. Can I say I don't want to? White Fan didn't know whether he should say no. Looking at Su Yuan, who was still smiling, he was not sure whether he wanted to say no. Of course, but don't let me hear your lies again. Tell me what the shaman's abilities are. That shaman could control wild beasts. We tried to catch it, but the surrounding moss-bridled pigs attacked us frantically. The beasts it controlled were completely insensitive to pain. Many of our tribe's members died fighting it. Oh my god, it's a berserk summoner. I didn't expect to encounter this new profession here. Except for the inability to summon monsters, this berserk skill is so familiar. Great Master Wu, I promise that nothing I say is false. White Fang was really scared this time, and told the shaman about his abilities without hiding anything. After all, the piece of pork was still sizzling with oil. A burnt smell from the campfire irritated its nose. Very good. Look at your big belly. It should be okay to starve for a day or two, right? White Fang wanted to curse. The last time he ate was the morning before he was caught by Shur. It had been 3 days since he had eaten a bite of food or drunk a sip of water. Master Wu, my flesh is used to keep me warm. I'm still a little hungry. I am willing to tell you an important piece of information in exchange for some food. Regardless of whether Su Yuan agreed or not, Baiya quickly said, the Pigman tribe must go back every night. If they encounter any problems, they will return to the tribe within 3 days at most. If I don't go back, they will definitely find out and send people to search everywhere. What Baiya said was not wrong, and Su Yuan could probably guess it. He even suspected that the topic that the strange shaman was talking to the mossy bristle pig this morning was about this guy. Since Master Wu is worried about me going back, I have to prepare as soon as possible, otherwise when they come to investigate. Yes, it seems you are willing to tell the truth, Lion. Give a piece of fish brain to supplement its nutrition. It has to suffer a little before it is willing to tell the truth. No matter how aggrieved White Fang was, he could only smile foolishly. That's because I didn't feel your strength before. I will make sure to explain everything clearly in the future. The tribe had plenty of food, and the fish heads were usually given to Damon and a few snow wolves to gnaw on. However, White Fang, who had been hungry for 2 or 3 days, didn't care about the fish heads with only a few pieces of meat. He held the fish head tightly in his mouth, afraid that it would fall to the ground and be fed to the dog by Su Yuan. Okay, then take your time eating. I'll let you know if anything happens. Back at the tribe, Long, who was standing by, asked Su Yuan with some concern, Master Su Yuan, are you really going to let this guy go when the time comes? Until now, Su Yuan has not taken any action against the pigman. Long is worried that Su Yuan will be soft-hearted and let the man go after getting the information. Let it go? How is that possible? It will be very useful if we keep it. Let everyone gather after they have eaten their fill. Su Yuan had no intention of letting this guy go from the beginning. When he arrived in this wild and primitive tribal society, the kindness and mercy he had in his previous life had long been thrown away. Breakfast this morning was eaten particularly quickly. When Su Yuan was still breaking the sweet potato in his hand, everyone had already gathered around him. About 50 people surrounded him in circles. Some of the smaller beast girls in the innermost circle sat close to Su Yuan, while the other beast girls behind him surrounded him, blocking out the bright light sources around him. Are they all here? Yes, Master Su Yuan, everyone is here. The red fox was also in the innermost circle, sitting opposite Su Yuan and looking at him quietly. Su Yuan fed the uneaten sweet potato in his hand to the little beast girl next to him, cleared his throat, and said sternly, "You all know that we didn't allow everyone to bathe by the icy lake yesterday." The beast girls around nodded, but no one was dissatisfied. Since Su Yuan said they couldn't go, they never went again. We found the pigman tribe's camp on the other side of the icy lake. There are at least 11 green-haired pigs, a dozen pigman warriors, and even a shaman. Pigmen? There are orcs here too. Oh my goodness, we found those big guys. Mom said they like to rip our fur and make clothes. Shally, you can't make clothes at your size, right? The beast girls around were talking at once, and the fear of beastmen had become a story that adults use to coax children. All right, now everyone follow me to the road leading to the ice lake and set up some traps. Foxy and the archers will hide in the back, while Leone and the warriors will hide on either side and wait for them to charge. Su Yuan, are we going to take the initiative to attack? Lon was a little confused. Could it be that the trap Su Yuan had taught Gigi and the others was really that powerful? Could it even deal with that 2-meter-tall pigman? This time, I'm going to wait for them to attack. Chapter 64. Full preparation for war. The camp's combat strength was not sufficient, so Shur and Long, along with Pan Yue, Maya, Hui, Damon, Xiaoman, and others, formed a warrior camp consisting of 8 people, 1 bear and 5 wolves. Then there was Foxy. The Red Fox formed an archer camp with 15 people, although the combat effectiveness of some of the beast girls was not very strong. But in this primitive world, where even a little chinchilla with thin arms and legs like Gigi has a strong spirit, these beast girls can be archers from a distance as long as they are strong and can shoot accurately. There's also the last camp, a trap team led by Fox 9 and Gigi, a few little beast girls with about 20 people setting various traps at the location planned by Su Yuan. Only by 2, and the last few people were guarding the camp. It was only a few hundred meters away from the battlefield planned by Su Yuan. They were only responsible for watching out for thieves who came to steal food. Here, dig a 2-meter pit here. Squeaky, you're too short, so just pick out some sharp fish bones there. Gigi felt a little aggrieved, pouting, holding a small bone shovel made for her by Hu Jio in her hand. Her original motivation was also hit. Su Yuan realized that his words had made Gigi feel a little depressed, so he quickly squatted down and rubbed her head, patiently comforting her. I'm sorry. Gigi will grow up, but selecting bone spurs is also an important task. It was Gigi who came up with the idea of inserting spikes into the holes. Only Gigi can accomplish this. After you defeat those pigmen, I'll reward you with food that tastes even better than compressed biscuits. Really? Gigi's eyes widened instantly, and his small, round ears trembled. Of course, when have I ever lied to you? Go lead Hongwa and the others to complete the mission, Squeaky Warrior. Guaranteed to complete the mission. Seeing Gigi running over happily, Su Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. The pit to be dug this time had to be at least 2 or 3 meters deep. If Gigi and the others from Xiaobutian were to dig at this distance, they would not be able to throw away the soil they dug, and might end up burying themselves. It won't work just with these holes. Let me think. Su Yuan did not go to work, but sat alone on a stone and looked at the beast girls working in front. These pits alone could indeed kill some pigmen, but he also had to ensure the safety of the beast girls in his tribe. After living with them for a month, he was already familiar with every one of them. He couldn't accept dying on the battlefield just because of his own command. By the way, what if those pigmen can also throw stone spears? Su Yuan looked at Hu Si and remembered that when there were no bows and arrows at the beginning, she would throw the spear in her hand to kill the enemy with one blow. If those pigmen could also throw spears, the lionesses who were close to the battle wouldn't have to worry, but the archers in the back were just a group of ordinary beast girls who were not good at fighting. No, we have to add this point. Squeak, come over here after you've picked out your spikes. I have a very important task for you. Here I come. As soon as he heard that there was an important task, Gigi nimbly put away the sharp fish bones and the sharpened wooden splinters with his hands and ran over in a hurry. Lord Su Yuan, what important mission do you have? Later, dig a 1-meter deep pit in front of Sister, Hu Si, and the others. Make it long, and then pile the excavated soil in front. Su Yuan told Gigi about his worries. Although the little one was small, it didn't mean that she didn't know anything. She immediately understood what Su Yuan meant. So when those pigmen throw their stone spears at us, we just need to hide in the cave and we'll be safe. Do you understand? The solution Su Yuan finally came up with was to dig a trench. It would be faster to hide in the trench than to let each archer carry a shield. Otherwise, by the time you switch from bows and arrows to shields, the other party's spears will be at your face. Don't worry, I understand. Leave it to me. He didn't expect that when there was a shortage of manpower, he would actually hand over these things to the little guy whom he thought was the most unreliable. Looking at Gigi's departing back, Su Yuan remembered the little guy who appeared from behind him at the beginning, biting his spoon, his face red from the heat, but refusing to let go. Shaman, White Fang hasn't returned yet. In the pigman camp, a sturdy pigman with fangs protruding almost to his head spoke respectfully in front of the orc wearing a bone mask. Unlike the coercion White Fang had mentioned before, there was no dissatisfaction in the entire tribe. On the contrary, all the pigmen looked at the shaman with reverence. It's been a day and a night. It's time to go back. The bone shaman's voice was hoarse, and the eyes that emerged from the bones looked indifferently at the falling snowflakes outside. How about I send someone to look for him? We need to know whether he is alive or dead. After all, Hey, Fong, if you want to save your son, you don't have to fight me. The bone shaman glanced at the pigman beside him with a calm look in his eyes, then turned his head to look at the mossy-bristled pig outside the cave. The dark green, moss-bristled pig that had walked into the cave before grunted a few times when it came in front of it, and then returned to the snow. But, Bone Shaman, White Fang was killed by the people sent by your previous tribe. We can prepare in advance, right? Prepare? How are you preparing? The icy and snowy plains are cold enough. Are you planning to escape to that land of death? I won't freeze to death, but you will definitely die. After the Bone Shaman finished speaking, he slowly stood up. His tone was no longer as cold as before. He looked at Fong and said, "Don't worry, those people are not coming. The big guy outside just told me that a few small animals came to our camp last night." Small animals? There aren't many small animals around here. The Bone Shaman laughed twice in a hoarse voice, as if mocking Fong's stupidity. Of course there are no small animals, just a few mice from the alien beast tribe. I guess your son was captured by them. Alien beast tribe. There was murderous intent in Fong's eyes. Back then in the snowy wilderness, they had suffered a great loss at the hands of a tribe of alien beasts. Even the tribe's original shaman was killed by the leader of the alien beasts. It will never forget the name of that strange beast. Fin Kiskiviko, a strange beast with great strength and witchcraft. Fortunately, her tribe was destroyed. Otherwise, she would have to escape to the ice and snow before she could wait for the Bone Shaman. Then let me send someone to find out their location. Idiot! Stop! Before Fong could take a few steps, the Bone Shaman stopped him and cursed angrily. If they can find our camp, won't they wait for you and your men to leave before attacking the tribe? When there's no food and no cave left, do you plan to starve to death outside or run back to the desolate snowfield to die? Then, Bone Shaman, what do you think we should do? Fong was a little unhappy after being scolded repeatedly, but because he was afraid of the other party's shaman identity and the strange magic, he could only stand there holding the weapon. Bring everyone with you. These big guys will find the little mice for us. The Bone Shaman looked at the mossy-bristled pig outside the cave, his tone extremely cold. If those alien beast tribesmen also coveted the treasure in its hands, don't blame it for being cruel. Chapter 65, Pepper Tear Gas. Maya, don't bother with things here for now. I have a more important task for you. The construction of the front line was still in full swing. Su Yuan looked at the front line that was almost completed and pulled Mao Yi, who was still busy, over. Go check out the Pigman tribe later. If they haven't taken any action yet, just keep an eye on them. If they've already started looking for someone, come back and tell me right away. It was reassuring to let Mao Yi do this. Although she was not an awakened warrior and not as powerful as Shur and the others, she had quick reactions, and even the giant python that was once face-to-face with her could not catch her. Yeah, I see. What if they're not in the camp? If you're not here, come back immediately. But you must remember that your own safety is the most important thing. If you're discovered, run back immediately. Su Yuan was still a little worried. After all, there was a shaman who could use magic on the opposite side, so he spent some points to exchange a few items in the system mall. This is pepper gas. If you're spotted, pull this thing out and throw it at them, then run towards us immediately. The first level system mall does not have smoke bombs, flash bombs, and other thermal throwing weapons, but fortunately there are some sprays and throwing items made with capsaicin. The price is still not cheap, but it is within his acceptable range. Don't worry, I can run very fast. Mao Yi looked proud, but she still obediently took the tear gas bomb Su Yuan gave her and ran toward the pigment tribe. We still need to take some precautions. If those green-haired pigs really go berserk, I'm afraid it will really cause quite a bit of trouble. Su Yuan silently opened the system all, thought for a long time, and searched for a keyword. Firecrackers, 1,500 points. Thunder King Firecracker, 2,000 points. Earth-shaking super invincible Thunderbolt Firecracker, 3,000 points. Damn system, it's damn expensive. The wind and snow today were stronger than ever before. The flying snow from the sky hit everyone's faces. The mossy bristled pig in front was leading the way, and the bone shaman was sitting on the head of the dark green-haired pig in the front. Swoosh, hum hum hum. The bone shaman's closed eyes suddenly opened, and when he heard the green-haired pig's cry, he immediately looked towards the icy lake not far to the side. There was an obviously opened ice lake and a strange snow pile next to it. Brown what could be seen inside from a corner. Looks like we have a new neighbor. Looking at the ice cave, a smile appeared on the face of the bone shaman. Since they were not coming for the treasure in his hand, there was nothing to worry about. Bone shaman, how about I go over there and take a look? Fong, who was standing nearby, looked at the strange little pile of snow and asked with some uneasiness in his heart. No need, there's no one there. Those little mice already knew about us a long time ago. Let's hurry over there. Hurry up. There's a tribe of alien beasts across the way. Kill all of them and carry their food back to the camp. We'll celebrate in the cave tonight. Fong's words excited the pigs in the back, and they all howled. The lively atmosphere made Mao Ye, who had just arrived from a distance, immediately hide in a tree. Oh no, they're coming. Mao Ye's face was very serious. Her hands with steel claws tightly grasped the tear gas bomb given to her by Su Yuan, and she jumped down from the tree silently. Oomph. At this moment, the black-haired pig not far away let out an angry roar, and the bone shaman, sitting above, instantly noticed the figure behind the tree. Catch her. It really is a little brat from the alien beast tribe. Where did you take my son? Although Fangs was covered in fat, his movements were not slow at all. He pushed aside the snow in front of him, and the moss-bridled pig beside him sprinted forward. Your son? You should be able to see his body if you go over there now, Lililu. Mao Yi was not afraid at all. He made a face and immediately ran towards the battle line set up by Su Yuan. The ridicule along the way made Fong Ye's anger reach its peak. Beast God, bestow your blessings. The bone shaman raised the bone staff in his hand and muttered some awkward words. The surrounding pigmen and green-haired pigs were all covered with a layer of green halo. Not good. Mao Ye's tail instantly stood up, and she no longer cared about the ridicule. She turned around and ran away faster. The fat pig man behind her was not slower than her with his blessing. I've got you, little beast. Ah! Fong jumped behind Mao Ye and stretched out his 4 fingers, intending to grab Mao Ye's head directly. But in the moment Mao Ye turned around, the sharp steel claws cut several bloody wounds on its palm, and bright red blood dripped into the snow. You're so annoying. I don't want to waste what Su Yuan gave me. Mao Ye was reluctant to part with the small ball that looked so pretty, but looking at the pigmen approaching nearby and the fangs in front of her, she didn't care about that. He tore off the lock ring with his fingers and threw the tear gas bomb to Fong. You actually resort to throwing stones. You beastmen are truly pathetic. Without strength, you can only resort to these useless tricks. Fong suddenly felt something was wrong, and the small round stone in his hand felt hot. Bang! The violent explosion turned the capsaicin contained in it into a cloud of smoke. The pungent gas was inhaled into the nasal cavity, and the pig people around began to cough violently. Even the usually calm and indifferent white bone shaman coughed violently while sitting on the bumpy green-haired pig. Not only did the pungent capsaicin enter his nose, but his eyes also became red and spicy. Cunning beast, I'm going to kill her. After a while, the capsaicin smoke was blown away by the cold wind. Fong's eyes turned red from spiciness, and his huge pig nose was dripping with snot. The other pigmen around him were not feeling well either. Chase after them. That guy must be dragging us. Their people are about to escape. The bone shaman seemed to have guessed Mao Ye's intention and shouted at the pig people around him, saying that those people might have already left with their things by now. No one can know I'm here. That little strange beast must be killed. Her tribe must also be slaughtered. Don't bother telling me. I know it myself. The pigmen around took out their weapons, some of which were the skeletons of wild beasts that had been eaten, and some were rough wooden sticks. The weapon in Fong's hand was quite delicate, a stone hammer somewhat similar to White Fang's, except that one end had been sharpened. Chapter 66, Take Off the Mask. Oh no, they're coming. The construction of the battle line is almost complete, and Su Yuan is now waiting for Long and the others to bring Baier over. He couldn't underestimate the intelligence of the orcs just because this was a primitive tribe. To be on the safe side, he had to find a way to make them angry to the point of losing their minds. At this moment, Mao indeed rushed back first. She was out of breath when she ran into Su Yuan's arms. Su Yuan hurriedly exchanged a bottle of juice for her. So sweet. What's this delicious drink? No, Su Yuan. Those pigmen are rushing over and have already reached the icy lake. Mao Yi licked the liquid at the corner of her mouth. The sweet taste almost made her forget the important things. You actually found us? Long, tie that pigman to a piece of wood and stick it behind the trap. Su Yuan used a knife to cut off a piece of the animal skin that Baiyu was wearing. The greasy thing in his hand made him feel nauseous. What are you going to do? I tell you, you can't defeat my father and the shaman. Why don't you let me go and I will plead for you? As soon as Baiyu came over, he heard what Mao Yi said. He was no longer as timid as before, but looked at Su Yuan with a smug look on his face. No need to beg for mercy. You have more important tasks to do. Just wait here obediently. Su Yuan tied the disgusting cloth around Baiyu's mouth, using such force that the pig's snout was twisted and the dog could only groan. He saw many scattered patches of snow in the snow in front of him, and one place was just covered with snow. Isn't this exactly the same as the pit where he fell into before? Except there's no tempting fish meat on it. Wait, could it be that I am that piece of fish meat? White Fang looked down at where he was being held. It understood instantly and began to struggle hard, howling. The beast girls around it had already taken shelter under Su Yuan's instructions. Gigi and the others returned to the outside of the camp. Once these little beast girls finished digging the tunnel, their mission was completed. Besides White Fang, there were only Su Yuan, Red Fox, and Mao Yi in the snow. Su Yuan, why don't you just hide and let me take charge here? The Red Fox was a little worried about Su Yuan's safety and held a few dominoes tightly in his hands. It's okay. Sure, and the others are hiding in the front. It's still quite safe here in the back. Besides, I still need to do the last step. Su Yuan has been exchanging blue spirit drinks these days. Although the increase each time is not that big, it has accumulated a lot of strength. Then try to hide behind me for a while. If those pigmen throw weapons, I can block them. Block it? Su Yuan then remembered that Red Fox was also a witch who could perform magic. He had rarely seen Red Fox perform witchcraft these days, and he had almost forgotten about it. By the way, Red Fox, I still don't know what witchcraft you know. I can cast fire, stone, healing, wind, and rain, but the wind and rain card were lost, so I can only cast 3 spells at the moment. Are there no elemental restrictions on mages in this world? A Red Fox could cast spells of 5 elements. Su Yuan's eyes widened in shock. Could it be that in the primitive days of fantasy worlds, knowing several types of magic was commonplace, and that the single magic of the Middle Ages had actually reached its end? No, it's okay. I'll just get you a wizard's one next time. In the distance, a noisy sound was heard, and the snow mist raised by the snow made the view in front a little cloudy. Huge figures rushed out in the wind and snow. This time, after observing closely, Su Yuan felt the oppression of the pigman. Compared with White Fang, the oppression brought by the big-tusked pigman in front of him was suffocating. Little creature of the alien beast tribe, why don't you run away? White Fang. When Fang rushed over, his eyes had not yet recovered and were still red. He could vaguely see his son tied to the rack. Woo-woo. White Fang was whimpering, wanted to tell his father about the trap, but Su Yuan was strangling him too tightly, and only an indistinct whimpering sound could be heard. Are you the shaman from the pigman tribe? Su Yuan ignored Fang. Compared to that guy, the shaman wearing a bone mask was the most important character. 1, 2, 3. Are you the only 3 people here? Higasi. The green-haired pig under him immediately grunted a few times. The bone shaman showed a disdainful smile at the corner of his mouth and laughed while looking at the snow not far ahead. So there are so many people hiding here. I was wondering how dare you stand here alone? It turns out you're setting an ambush. Su Yuan's face changed instantly. He didn't expect that the green-haired pig had such a good sense of smell that it could smell human scent from such a distance. More importantly, this guy could actually talk to a pig, and the conversation was encrypted, so he couldn't understand what was being said at all. Lion, everyone retreat. All the people hiding in the snow took off their disguises and returned to Su Yuan. The snow wolves were a little afraid of the pigmen opposite, while Damon patted his chest and roared at the opposite side. You guys are such badass. If you don't kill any of them, you won't have dinner tonight. Su Yuan slapped the dog on the head in anger at his lack of fighting spirit. These guys were becoming more and more clever as they followed him, and their cowardly look was simply lifelike. Ouch! Hearing that they couldn't eat, the snow wolves immediately became excited and bared their teeth at the smaller pigmen opposite them. Haha, you're the leader of the other side, right? Actually, we still have a lot of topics to talk about. For example, we are all people hiding in the ice and snow. Why don't you sit down and have a good chat? There was a hint of sincerity and helplessness in the hoarse voice of the bone shaman, which stunned the fangs beside him. No? Aren't we here to start a war? My son is still tied up. Oh, what's there to talk about? I can't sense your sincerity with a mask on. That's because my scars are too ugly. The icy and snowy plains are not a place for the tribe to stay. There's no food, no place to live, and the cold and whiteness shroud this place. The bone shaman pushed the mask on his face, as if he was reluctant to let others see his appearance. If you weren't being hunted, who would want to come here, right? We could have a good chat about our experiences. Take off your mask, and let's see. My fellow beastmen, I told you this mask is to hide the scars on my face. Imagine not being able to hunt for days and facing starvation and the wrath of the gods that could strike at any moment in the icy and snowy plains. Then take off your mask first. You people of the beast tribe can't stand the cold so well. I guess some of you have died. We could discuss giving you some of the cave. Take off your mask and let me see it first. I'll pick your XXX. Chapter 67, Trap. It's all a trap. Since you don't want to, there's nothing to talk about. This little trick of deceiving people might be effective in fooling those innocent beast girls. Su Yuan has seen all kind of tricks. Is this low-end trick as profound as the copywriting trick of Crazy Thursday? There's really nothing to discuss. This is one of yours, right? I'll use its blood as a sacrifice for this battle. Su Yuan pulled out a sharp dagger and stabbed it towards the thigh of Bayan Arak beside him. The severe pain made it scream while biting the animal's skin in its mouth. At this moment, they had no time to remind their father to be careful of the trap and were struggling desperately. Go, all of them. Catch them and rescue my son. Fong raised the big stone hammer in his hand, and the surrounding moss-brizzled pigs and pigmen roared violently and charged forward. Su Yuan, what should we do? Sure, and the other's hiding place was discovered, and they didn't know what to do. They all stood beside Su Yuan waiting for instructions. When they rush over, the trap won't be able to hold so many people, and some will definitely slip through. It's up to you to deal with them. Pan Yu, if you play with that knife again, I'll take it back. Su Yuan was originally calmly explaining the response strategy, but Pan Yu next to him was happily playing with the sharp dagger in his hand. The blade is only as long as a forearm, slender and sharp, shining in the warm winter sun. Everyone in the melee team updated their weapons. Faced with this sudden war, Su Yuan no longer cared about saving points and the slow development of technological independence. Before anything else, we need to deal with this group of pigmen first. The total value of these iron weapons is only about 5,000 to 6,000 points, and now Su Yuan's points have dropped back to more than 10,000. You said you don't want to play. Then I won't play. Su Yuan was too lazy to pay attention to this guy, and turned his gaze to the pigmen opposite. At this moment, those guys had already rushed over. After running a few steps, Fong fell directly into the first trap, but Su Yuan did not expect that this guy was nearly 3 meters tall. The pit only surrounded its lower body, leaving its chest and head exposed. The mossy bristle pig behind it stepped on its head and charged forward. Stop! Stop! The bone shaman also discovered these holes, and the pigmen fell into them one by one. Even some green-haired pigs couldn't stop, and the ones behind them bumped into the ones in front and stepped on them. Archer, who in the back, stood up from the trench with a group of beast girls. Even though his hand was shaking, he still pulled the bowstring to its full length. Without Su Yuan's order, Sure also pulled the ironwood bow to its full extent, and the arrow with a sonic boom instantly pierced the head of a pigman stuck in a cave entrance. Any arrow shot from a lion's hand, whether it is an iron arrow or a wooden arrow, will basically be scrapped. What the hell is this? The bone shaman was a little panicked. There were already a dozen pigmen and mossy bristled pigs around who had fallen into the trap. Fortunately, those pigmen were able to endure the pain and stand up. However, the moss-bristle pigs whose heads fell directly into the pits would either have bone spurs piercing their skulls directly through their eyes, or they would be stuck at the entrance of the hole and unable to get out. The number of people around was decreasing rapidly. Its face became more and more serious, and it quickly raised the bone staff in its hand. Beast God, bring down your wrath and let the world feel your anger. The blood-colored mist was transmitted from the bone staff to these pigmen. At this moment, the pigmen's muscles were flexed, and the mossy bristled pigs were also breathing heavily. Burst d'explosion. The red fox looked at the bone shaman with some fear. No one in the wild snow plain knew the berserker technique, and she had only seen it once in the Wanshua Mountains. Use whatever tricks you have. Those little tricks won't save you. The bone staff in the bone shaman's hand was still emitting blood, and the pigmen around him, who were howling in pain, also stopped howling. Okay, let me show you my witchcraft. Su Yuan took out a roll of red items from the system mall, lit with a lighter, and quickly threw it towards the bone shaman's position. Block it for me. After suffering a loss last time, the bone shaman would not be fooled again. He did not dare to stop holding the bone staff and let a pigman stand in front of him. Crackle! The loud explosion of the firecrackers startled the mossy pigs, and the bone shaman, who was performing the explosion spell, staggered and almost fell down. Go ahead, take care of those who didn't fall into the pit first. Sure put down the bow and arrow in her hand, and thought that the saber was more suitable for her. Several other warriors around her followed closely. At this time, the mossy maned pig had not recovered from the disturbance caused by the firecrackers. Cover your ears, everyone. Fong crawled up from the pit, blood still oozing from the holes on his feet. He used the stone hammer in his hand to knock away a mossy bristle pig that was rushing towards him in panic. At this time, its body had grown larger, and the fat on its body had turned into muscles with bulging veins. The faint blood energy around its body was thicker than the one released by the white bone shaman before. It grabbed Hui, who was attacking the pigman, and smashed him down with the stone hammer in its hand. Clang! There was no change in Huey's expression as he stabbed the long knife in his hand into the eye socket of the pigman in front of him without hesitation. At his side, Long rushed over instantly and directly blocked Fong's knife. Over the years, Long and Hui have cooperated with each other countless times. Such precise opportunities are rare. Gray pulled the long knife out from the pigman's body and immediately turned the direction to chop towards Fong's feet. On Long's forehead, the rune belonging to the awakened warrior was shining. Fong immediately realized the other party's identity, but the pain in his feet made it unable to think about it. The sound of firecrackers stopped, the panicked, moss-bristled pig was stabilized, and the bone shaman was also a little panicked when he saw the runes shining on the forehead of the woman holding the saber in front of him. Damn it, there's actually a tribe with 2 awakened warriors. I really don't know what happened during these years of hiding in the ice and snow plains. Even a tribe with 2 awakened warriors of at least intermediate level could be driven out of the ice and snow plains. Stop it. I need time to cast Berserk. The mossy bristle pig under him rushed over. Its thick fangs collided with the lion's saber. The originally hard fangs were actually cut into small pieces after the collision with the saber. I didn't expect you to have 2 awakened warriors. However, you released such a large-scale magic before, so you should have no magic power left now. What? Magic power? Su Yuan looked at the lighter in his hand with some confusion. Does it require magical power to throw a firecracker? Flame! Just as the bone shaman was about to use the explosion technique with great pride, the dominoes in the hands of the red fox behind him emitted an orange light and a flame shot towards him. Now it couldn't laugh anymore. Looking at the pigmen warriors around it whose eyes had turned bloodshot, it gritted its teeth, put its arms in front of it, and took the fireball. Bang! Chapter 68, I don't want to act anymore. The bone staff shattered with a crisp sound, and the bone shaman looked at the bone staff fragments that fell to the ground in disbelief. Broken. In the distance, Su Yuan slowly lowered the compound bow in his hand. Knowing the horror of this explosion technique, he still let the bone shaman release it. He is not stupid. After searching for the right angle for a long time, he finally came up with an idea to deceive the enemy by using the huge fireball of the red fox to block the arrows he shot. If I didn't have some questions to ask the bone shaman, I would have probably shot its head into pieces with this arrow. The pigmen, with the help of Berserker, could still fight back and forth with Lion and the others, but now that they stopped, they screamed in pain from the various puncture wounds and arrow wounds on their bodies. Damon, come on. Smack them to death. Roar. Xiaoman rides on Damon's head, holding a sledgehammer full of iron spikes in her hand. When Damon struggles to knock down the mossy bristle pig, he will face her hammer attack. The living force was quickly wiped out, and those stuck in the pits could not get up. The entire white snowfield was soaked red by blood. The bone shaman sat on the ground blankly, his eyes still fixed on the bone staff that he never let go of. In the middle of the piece of bones, there was an inky crystal stone covered with cracks. In front of it, the sunlight shining on it was blocked by a figure. So, take off your mask and let me see. No beast girls died in this battle, but some were injured. Some were hit in the buttocks by errant arrows, and some were knocked away by mossy bristle pigs. It turned out that Su Yuan's preparations were too cautious, and the trenches could not be used. The pigs who were frightened and rioted by the sound of firecrackers were unable to throw their weapons at all. Moreover, there are very few weapons that can be thrown. Facing an enemy right in front of you, throwing weapons is a wrong idea. In the camp, Su Yuan led everyone to distinguish the corpses of pigmen and green-haired pigs. Those green-haired pigs could be used as food for the camp. Now, even if they didn't go hunting for a month, they would not have to worry about food. As for the pigman's corpse, adhering to the principle of not wasting it, Su Yuan can use it to exchange for points. It just so happens that the 10 opportunities today have not been traded yet. I told you, when I catch you, I'll tear your hoods off. The bone shaman was tied tightly on a wooden rack in the camp. The white fang had bled to death, and the rope that tied it was returned to the bone shaman. Su Yuan pulled off the animal bone mask. The face under the mask looked a little haggard. He was a guy with dark gray skin, few hairs, and looked very old. Tell me, who are you? Where are you from? And what is that crystal? This guy's been obsessed with it ever since the crystal was broken. It goes without saying that the value of that thing must be extraordinary. It's broken. You actually broke the earth spirit into pieces. That's the treasure I stole with so much difficulty. Earth spirit? Damn. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Maybe we can even trade. The name sounded complicated, so Su Yuan hurried over to clean up the pile of things on the battlefield, including the pigmen's crude weapons and some recovered trap props. According to Red Fox, these things will still come in handy next time. White Rabbit, did you see that strange rock that's cracked in two? Is this what you're talking about? It felt warm inside, and I was just about to show it to you. The White Rabbit spread out his palm, holding the inky black stone that had split into two pieces. At this moment, he could feel something flowing through the stone. So he immediately picked it up, and sure enough, a familiar voice rang in his ears. Rare item detected, Earth Spirit Crystal. Trade 5,000 points, or trade 500 points to get a new special item. Host, please select the transaction direction. 500, 500. Hurry up and show me what good stuff has been updated. Transaction successful. New products can be viewed in the special column. Earth Spirit Basic Magic Encyclopedia. 15,000 points. Note, 10 basic Earth elemental magics are included, which need to be learned by yourself. Damn it, I'm not even going to act anymore. This is an Earth magic book. Su Yuan stared at the new brown book with wide eyes. There were some strange symbols engraved on it, but he could understand them. Earth Spirit Magic, Basic Apprentice Edition. It's a pity that these points made him feel a little difficult. After spending 15,000 points, how could he make ends meet? Forget it. I'll redeem it later when I have more points. Besides, I have to learn this thing myself. What if I have poor magic talent? After trading the broken crystal, Su Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief and turned his attention to the pile of corpses and items. This time, under the command of the bone shaman, the pigman brought his entire family with him for a full-scale attack, not giving Su Yuan any chance to launch a surprise attack on his hometown, so everything he could bring was here. Naturally, he looked down upon those broken stone weapons. Apart from that, there were only some food and dried meat. There was very little that primitive people could get. Just as he was turning over the objects in boredom, the system's wonderful voice rang out again, this time targeting a broken bone. Isn't this the bone staff that the shaman was holding earlier? White Rabbit and the others actually brought this thing back. Although this bone no longer has the crystal on it, it is still as long as an arm. The broken parts are very sharp, and the whole bone exudes a white jade-like luster. Rare item detected. Wind-chasing wolf leg bone. Trade 2,000 points, or trade 200 points to get a new special item. Host, please select the transaction direction. This thing is cheaper than that crystal stone, but Su Yuan still accepted all of them and made them special small commodities of the system. Wind-chasing wolf boots, 2,000 points. Wind-chasing bone arrow, 50 points. A pair of white fur boots that look very comfortable, and an arrow with a white arrowhead. The points of this arrow are more than twice as expensive as the poison arrow. Although the items were ordinary, Su Yuan was not picky. After closing the system mall, he continued to search there. He touched all the seemingly insignificant things. Otherwise, it would be like the bones of the wind-chasing wolf, which look ordinary but are unexpectedly considered rare items. If I hadn't picked it up out of curiosity, I guess White Rabbit would have taken it and thrown it somewhere after a while. Su Yuan touched all the items placed on the ground. It seemed that the wind-chasing wolf bone was a lucky event. None of the other items made a crisp warning sound. Forget it, being able to unlock 2 special items is already good enough. Let's complete today's transaction first. Su Yuan threw away the wooden stick in his hand and came to the pile of pigman corpses nearby. These guys were piled up into a small hill. Since they were still bleeding, the pile of corpses were placed in an open space next to the wooden stakes. The snow from the sky would prevent them from rotting too quickly. Otherwise, if the smell reaches the camp, it will definitely be unpleasant. Chapter 69 Yellow Sandplane. System, can we discuss something? Let's not tear these things apart and dispose of them. I'm too lazy to leave them here to annoy people. At worst, I can just lower the transaction points and take them all in one go. Only 60 of the points for recycling all items will be awarded for recycling as a whole. Are you sure? Okowo. There are more than 30 pigman corpses here. If he trades 10 a day, it will take him 4 days to finish processing them. If they were to be separated and traded, it would probably take half a month or even a month to deal with them all, not to mention whether the bodies could be kept for that long. Even if I could wait until that time, I would be scared to see the pile of pigmen corpses every day when I go out. There are also some little beast girls in the tribe. It would be better to trade with fewer points. Ordinary pigman corpse, 2,010 points. Do you want to trade? Deal. Su Yuan traded the mountain of pigman corpses to the system. The price of each one was different. Warriors had more points, while ordinary pigmen had fewer points. Just as his palm touched a huge white fong, the clear and pleasant voice of the system came to his ears again. Rare item detected. Alienated pigman tusk. Trade 4,000 points, or trade 400 points to get a new special item. Host, please select the transaction direction. It's only 1,000 points lower than the Earth Spirit Crystal that the Bone Shaman treasures. It seems that the corpse of this awakened pigman warrior is still quite valuable. 400 points, then open the special product page. Transaction successful. New products can be viewed in the special column. Pig milk tea, 1,500 points. Note, after drinking, your body size and strength will increase by 30 within 1 hour, lasting for 30 minutes. 3 bottles can be redeemed daily. So, what's a strength potion? Wait, it also increases size. Su Yuan looked at it curiously for a few times and confirmed that the brain had become more relaxed after the body grew in size. If Sure drank this bottle of potion, that means he must be at least 2.6 meters tall. Isn't that 8? Lord Su Yuan, we are back. At this moment, Sure brought a few beast girls back to the camp. Su Yuan had previously sent them to the camp of the pigman tribe to investigate the situation. Now everyone has nothing in their hands. It seems that the pigmen have already brought everything here. The cave where those guys live contained only some animal bones and stones, and we searched around but didn't find anything else. It's okay. Go help by 2, and the others deal with the bodies. It is normal that there is nothing. Although we don't know when these guys came to the snowy plains, they are orcs who fled from outside after all. After using up today's trading times until the last one, Su Yuan returned to the pillar where the skeleton shaman was tied. The guy looked listless and seemed to be still thinking about the Earth Spirit Crystal. Okay, didn't you want to talk before? We can have a good chat now. Where are you from, and what is that Earth Spirit? Faced with Su Yuan's question, the Bone Shaman still looked indifferent, staring blankly at the ground below. It seems that I can't cure you without a lesson. Su Yuan grabbed a few hairs on the guy's head. After a painful scream, those few white hairs blended into the white snow. Anyway, the things are broken, and I threw them away. You don't want to suffer before you die, do you? Damn orcs, you forced me to leave in the first place, and now you've smashed my treasures. I wish I could peel your skin off. Su Yuan's expression remained unchanged as he stared at its head and said, If you don't want to have a good chat, I can peel off your skin first. But it's not that simple method. I'm going to cut your skin first, and then throw it into the icy lake over there. Those fish will come and slowly eat your body. Of course, don't worry. When you're about to die, I'll cast a healing spell on you, and wait for those fish to eat your flesh and blood bit by bit. The Bone Shaman stared at Su Yuan with his eyes. He didn't expect that this guy was even more cruel than the shaman in his former tribe. In fact, in comparison, the iron-blooded shaman could be considered kind and merciful. I'm Bai Gu, and I'm from the Scorpion tribe on the Yellow Sand Plains. That earth spirit is a treasure of the Scorpion tribe. Yellow Sand Plain? How far is the Yellow Sand Plain from here? I don't know either, but it took me almost 2 years to get here, and someone was chasing me the whole time. 2 years. It seems that this Yellow Sand Plain is not close to here. Su Yuan had originally planned to inquire about the information about the Earth Spirit Crystal. This piece, which was the size of a glass bead and was damaged, was worth 5,000 points. He couldn't imagine how valuable it would be if it were intact. What about those people who are chasing you? They've been after you for 2 years. They won't let you live here, will they? They don't dare come over. The Scorpion Shaman sent warriors from the Serpent People and Lizard Tribe. Those guys are particularly afraid of the cold, so they have been staying over in the Snow Mountain Range. I went to secretly watch them once before. They have now established a tribe along the road leading into the mountains, so I can only hide here. Then everything became clear. This guy was the one who stole the tribe's treasure and was chased to this place. As for those pigmen, they were probably just some laborers captured on the road. It probably wants someone to help it hunt for food and take care of it while it lives in this place. But Su Yuan suddenly had a suspicion. Could the strange guy who was hunting the beast, which be related to these guys who came from the Yellow Sand Plain? Can you please let me go? Without the Earth Spirit, they won't be able to find me. I will leave the ice and snow plain immediately and will never tell anyone about you. Perhaps it was because Su Yuan had pulled out a few of its hairs before that it woke up. Now facing death, the Bone Shaman still wanted to pray for a chance to live. Let you go. Su Yuan looked it up and down, found a good angle, and stabbed it into the body with a knife. Ink-colored blood flowed from its mouth before it could speak. Perhaps it didn't expect Su Yuan to be so decisive and not even give it a chance to beg for mercy. Even the pigmen following you are full of lies. Do you think I will believe what you say? As the Bone Shaman's body slowly tilted down, Su Yuan also pulled out the dagger that was inserted into him. The last trading opportunity he had left before was just for now. The moment his palm touched the Bone Shaman, the system's crisp voice appeared in his ears as expected. Rare item detected. Alienated desert goblin skull. Trade 4,000 points, or trade 400 points to get a new special item. Host, please select the transaction direction. Chapter 70. Where to reward your pet. Transaction successful. New products can be viewed in the special column. Gnome Stone Necklace, for 1,000 points. Note, wearing it can keep you awake and increase your magic power by a small amount. The special item traded for the corpse of this desert goblin was the most surprising item for Su Yuan besides the previous magic book, especially the one that had the effect of keeping him awake. If it works on the witches like Black Sheep who were captured and taken to the Wangshua Mountains, maybe they can be completely cured and find out more about the Wangshua Mountains. After the battle, the excitement in the tribe reached its peak. At night, a particularly large bonfire was lit in the middle of the star camp. The bright flames illuminated everyone's face. Everyone sat happily in a circle, holding small bowls in their hands. The delicious broth made every beast girl show a happy smile on her face. Damon and the Snow Wolves also had a sumptuous meal, especially Damon, who was gnawing on a pig bone with great enthusiasm. It really is the gold belt for murder and arson. After just this one battle, not only has the tribe's food been replenished, but even my system mall has been replenished with a lot of special goods. On weekdays, apart from eating fish, the only food in the camp was some sweet potatoes that Su Yuan exchanged from the system mall. Although the fish tasted fresh and delicious, it was ultimately not as flavorful as the pork and beef, etc. Su Yuan suddenly remembered the snow crystal cow that had been hunted by Shirshir before. It seemed that he had forgotten about the cow because of the pigman tribe. It goes without saying that its size is comparable to the ice thorn spider we encountered before, and that snow crystal cow is likely to produce new special products. White Rabbit. Where is the snow crystal bull that Sister Shirshir hunted earlier? After thinking it over, Su Yuan decided to find the thing first. Maybe he could try tomorrow to see if the snow crystal cow could unlock new special products. That cow. I put it in the igloo after I finished with it. Putting up the igloo, I see. I'll try it tomorrow morning. The atmosphere in the camp became more and more lively. Several cheerful and enthusiastic beast girls pulled Su Yuan over, and everyone was dancing with joy. Woo, this is our celebratory dance. Come and dance with us. There were quite a lot of beast girls dancing around the bonfire. Even Mao Yao was among them. There was also a white-haired cat by next to her. She was in a very cheerful mood, but her face was still a little pale. Long, sure, and the others didn't participate, but they were still clapping excitedly on the sidelines, while Gigi joined in and started moving around. The dance of the primitive tribe is very simple. They just circle around the campfire, waving their hands and feet without any rhythm. However, when he saw the little tails of different lengths flapping in the air, Su Yuan happily joined in. The bonfire reflected everyone's shadow and also illuminated everyone's happy smile. Master Su Yuan, thank you for saving me before. In the crowd, Mao Bai came to Su Yuan, tiptoed slightly, and kissed Su Yuan on the lips. The delicate touch made Su Yuan slightly stunned. Wait, it seems that the Beast Girls don't have this way to express gratitude? Mao Bai, who taught you this? Mao Bai looked a little surprised, then said with a hint of doubt, This is what Mao Yi told me. She said you told her that kissing is a way for you to express your gratitude to your tribe. What did I say? When? Yes, the bullet from that night actually flew for several days and hit me now. The corners of Su Yuan's mouth twitched slightly. Originally, he had just whispered some words to coax the cat at night, but he didn't expect that this guy actually took it seriously. The key is that this guy really can't keep a secret. Su Yuan, tonight, Mao Yi jumped over again in the crowd, but before he could finish his words, Su Yuan covered his mouth and carried him away from the dancing crowd, leaving Mao Bai feeling confused. Tonight, Mao Bai looked at Su Yuan, who was leaving, and scratched his head in confusion. The celebratory dance continued until midnight. After eating and drinking their fill, the Beast Girls gathered together in groups of 3 or 4. Su Yuan also hugged the sleepy Mao Yi. We're back to over 20,000 points, and we're going to earn over 30,000 points tomorrow. Should we give these Beast Girls a reward? Su Yuan looked at the group of Beast Girls around him. He didn't know what to reward them with. Could it be compressed biscuits again? He had promised Gigi that he would give her something more delicious than compressed biscuits after the war. Speaking hop gao gao hoppa. Just as he was thinking, Gigi's head popped up from the side again, his eyes rolling around and his face full of smiles. Hehehe, Sudwambu. All right, I know we still need to reward Squeak Warrior. Go get everyone here. I'll pray to the gods for everyone's reward tonight. Okay, I'll be there right away. When he heard that there was a reward, Gigi ran over without saying a word and greeted everyone at the campfire. Mao Ya also woke up a little after hearing the sound. System, is there anything these Beast Girls like to eat? Make a list for me. Cat food, large bag 100 points. Dog food, super value pack 80 points. Animal milk tablets, surprise pack 150 points. Fuck, I'm rewarding the Beast Girl, not the pet. The list of items on one piece is all animal food, including freeze-dried food that small animals like to eat, as well as some nutritional milk tablets and some petkin food. If I hadn't known, I would have thought he was visiting a pet food store. But my system is a completely rigid programming system, and it won't take any jokes at all. Could it be that raising a Beast Girl is really the same as raising a pet? Su Yuan, everyone is gathered. While he was thinking, Gigi had already called everyone together, and the Beast Girls, who were originally a little tired, surrounded him. Woo, what's the reward? Is it delicious? But I'm already a little full. I want another animal skin quilt. Fan Yu always steals my quilt when he goes to bed at night. Beiyue immediately shut her mouth after she finished speaking, because Pan Yue was glaring at her with his white fangs exposed. Wow, I'd better eat it after all. Quilt? Su Yuan suddenly realized that although there were enough snow houses in the tribe, everyone slept together in groups of 3 or 4 at night. This was not only warm, but also saved animal skin quilts. After all, there are not many animal skins in the tribe, and even fewer animal skin quilts. The animal skins placed in the camp are basically some very hard, unprocessed animal skins. Now, that it's a reward anyway, why not exchange it for some quilts to help us get through this time in the snowy plains? System, check the price of the quilt. Quilt, 500 points. Down quilt, 300 points. Wool quilt, 280 points. Memory quilt, 1,200 points. Chapter 71. Cat food is indeed used to feed cat girls. Pure wool and pure down quilts, which were relatively expensive in the previous world, are now cheaper in this world. On the contrary, those technological products, memory quilts, bamboo fiber quilts, and even electric quilts are very expensive, but these things are not needed nowadays. Today, thanks to everyone's bravery and unity, we defeated the powerful pigman tribe. Without everyone's cooperation, we would not be able to defeat them. So I pray to the gods to provide everyone with quilts for the winter. I'll give one to each igloo later. Su Yuan exchanged for the cheapest woolen quilt. Although it was not as comfortable as down or cotton, its good warmth retention was most suitable for this cold and snowy land. Great! Now I can cover myself with one. Pan, you won't steal my blanket anymore. Beiwei, who was half happy, was immediately grabbed by the rabbit ears by Pan Yue, who was unable to bear it any longer. Her excited face turned sad again in a short while. However, everyone in the tribe who were originally a little sleepy woke up one after another, even though it was not so cold to sleep in the snow house. But in this cold weather, who doesn't want to sleep warmer? Everyone line up, and the oldest sister in each igloo will come and claim the reward. Su Yuan spread his hands, and in an instant, the white woolen quilt fell in front of him. The beast girls were lined up in an orderly manner, led by Red Fox, who was a little surprised to see the woolen blanket in Su Yuan's hand. Is this a woolen quilt? Red Fox, can you tell? The Red Fox smiled and explained to Su Yuan, back in the snowy wilderness, many tribes would cut the fur off the snow sheep they hunted and make them into quilts and clothes. It's just that snow sheep are rare in the snowfields, so this thing is quite expensive. Also, I've never seen a wool blanket like this before, I just smelled it. The woolen blanket that Su Yuan exchanged was made of quite a lot of material. The white fabric was filled with soft wool, and you could feel its weight when holding in your hands. It is warmer and more comfortable than the tribe's original animal skin quilt, and there is no fishy smell from animals when you put it gently between your noses. Okay, take it. Thank you for your efforts, Su Yuan. Su Yuan placed the woolen blanket in Red Fox's hands. The soft touch made Red Fox feel warm in his heart. He gently came to Su Yuan and kissed him on the corner of his mouth. Is this also what Mao Yi taught you? How many people did Mao Yi tell what he said when he was dancing? The Red Fox looked at Su Yuan, who seemed a little puzzled, and asked in surprise, Mao Bai told me that your tribe always expresses gratitude with a kiss. Am I mistaken? Was he wrong or not? If he was wrong, wouldn't that mean everything he had said to Mao Yi was nonsense? But if he was right, he wasn't Western, so how could he know how to kiss? No, that's right. I'm just a little curious about how you knew so quickly. Finally, Su Yuan looked at the Red Fox's fair and beautiful face and said this against his conscience. Western etiquette is also etiquette. Isn't the Earth just a huge village? Everyone is very attentive to you. After the Red Fox left, the beast girls behind him lined up and came over. It seemed that Su Yuan's words had spread to the entire tribe. Every beast girl would come over excitedly to kiss the soft wool blanket while holding it. I don't know how many woolen quilts I have given out, but the number of kisses is still very fresh in my memory. I have received kisses from different beast girls for more than 10 times in a row, and my mouth is almost numb. You want one too? When Su Yuan was feeling a little bit dizzy from the kiss, a huge figure appeared in front of him. The outstretched claws shocked him. Roar! Damon nodded, stood up, and patted his belly. The hair that was injured before had not grown back yet, and he looked so pitiful. Okay, take it. Su Yuan gave a woolen blanket to Damon, and when he saw it walking towards him in the same way, he kicked it. Take your things and go back quickly. It's not a good thing that this guy has a very high IQ. He likes to learn everything. If he licks me, I'll be skin alive, right? 15 quilts, a total of 4,200 points. More than 4,000 points is neither too much nor too little. At least it brings Su Yuan's points from the second place back to the first place. He only has more than 10,000 points now. If he couldn't earn 30,000 points tomorrow, he wouldn't dare to spend it like this. However, looking at the beast girls who were hugging the woolen blankets and smiling, Su Yuan felt that it was worth it. A surge of pride in his heart made him pull Mao Yi over. Don't say anything next time, okay? Whatever, say it out there. There was some confusion in Mao Yi's sleepy eyes. Su Yuan sighed, then exchanged a bag of cat food from the system hall. The system was still so stingy that it was unwilling to even provide a packaging bag. It just used a piece of animal skin to hold the brown kitten food. Sniff, something smells so good, it smells like chicken, fish, and beef. The moment the cat food was exchanged, Mao Yi, who was obviously a little sleepy in his arms, suddenly widened his eyes and sniffed hard with his little nose. Is the flavor so rich? Su Yuan picked up one and put it in his mouth and tasted it. The first thing you taste is the aroma of meat, followed by a little bit of grain flavor. It is quite chewy in the mouth and tastes a bit like the beef cubes Su Yuan had eaten before. Don't mention it. It's really delicious. Su Yuan was about to throw another one into his mouth, but the beast girls around him had a very sensitive sense of smell. After a while, he was surrounded by people, all staring at him eagerly. Su Yuan, is this also a reward for us? Gigi was drooling. If her mother hadn't grabbed her tail, she would have fallen into Su Yuan's arms. Everyone want to try it? After getting Su Yuan's permission, everyone grabbed a piece of cat food from the pile of cat food in the animal skin bag and put it into their mouths. The unprecedented fragrance made everyone close their eyes happily. It's delicious. This is even better than compressed biscuits. He chewed it with a crunching sound, his eyes even more excited than when he ate the compressed biscuits before. At the same time, he grabbed one and gave it to Long, who was behind him. Mom, try it, it's delicious. As expected, this world is a huge pet breeding park. This cat food is not only useful for cat girls, but even the aloof lion girl Shishishi can't help but taste it. Soon, the big bags of cat food were divided up. Although everyone had eaten their fill before, they still felt unsatisfied. The little girl Gigi was still licking her fingers. Su Yuan couldn't bear to watch it anymore and grabbed her directly. Okay, next time we celebrate, I'll pray to the gods for this delicious food. You can't get addicted to cat food, otherwise you will be doomed if you can't even eat the food hunted by the tribe. Su Yuan doesn't want the beast girls in the tribe to be dependent on the system products. After all, as special products are unlocked, more and more expensive things appear, and there will probably be even more expensive products after the secondary mall is unlocked. Only what you develop yourself is yours. But how is cat food made? Chapter 72, A Different Night. At night, after arranging 3 beast girls to keep watch, everyone comfortably returned to their own cozy little snow house, feeling particularly comfortable under the soft woolen blankets. 2 or 3 beast girls hugged each other, and soon they began to sweat slightly due to the heat, so they had to take off their animal skin clothes and put them aside. If Su Yuan was still sleeping in the snow house next to everyone, he would definitely not be able to control himself. That night, the devil above his head would probably shoot the angel above him to death. But tonight, he couldn't help himself. Tonight is a different night. He didn't know what time it was. Su Yuan held the sleeping cat in his arms. Because of the battle during the day and the celebration at night, he was still a little excited. No, I'm so sleepy, sleep, delicious. The cat was still talking in his sleep at night, smacking his lips, and I don't know what he was dreaming about. Outside the camp, 3 small figures were quietly poking their heads out from the gap in the wooden fence. When they saw that there were only 3 somewhat tired beast girls left in the camp, they retracted their heads. Sister Lansha, do we really still have to steal their food? They're so scary today during the day, and I don't want to be chopped in half. Following closely behind was a petite girl with short white hair. Unlike the previous girls with animal ears, their ears were similar to those of ordinary humans. As the hair blows, you can vaguely see the chubby little ears growing on both sides. If it weren't for the ice blue spider legs stretching casually behind him, and the eyeballs that were more complex than the Mangekyo Sharingan, he would look exactly like a human in other aspects. Shut up, they're all asleep. Besides, they've harvested so much food today, they definitely won't notice that something is missing. The leading girl had long ice blue hair, and the spider legs on her back were sharper than those of the other 2. Her cold face was filled with a determined expression. The food we stole earlier can only sustain us for a while. Don't forget to prepare food for Mother Red Frost, otherwise we won't be able to suppress that monster. I'm going into the cave later. If I get caught, you guys should go back quickly and take everyone away from here. The 2 spider girls at the back were a little confused. They pulled the blue-haired girl's arm and asked reluctantly, "But where is Mother Red Frost?" Mother Red Frost will hold the monster back. Once everyone leaves, it won't be able to catch you. Lansha was also frightened by the fighting power of this newly emerged tribe today. They heard the fierce fighting below during the day, so they came out to watch. Unexpectedly, they saw this newly appeared tribe unilaterally slaughtering the opposite pigment tribe. You know, they didn't dare to go to that pigment tribe rashly. The last time she was trying to steal food from the pigment tribe, she was discovered by the guy wearing the bone mask, and she almost didn't make it back. If those pigmen could climb mountains, she would probably be buried in the snow by now. Okay, you 2 just wait here. I'll throw the things over to you, and then you take them back immediately. Sister Lansha, wait a moment. Just as she was about to leave, another spider lady called her. Looking at the gap in the wooden fence, she always felt something was strange. What's wrong, Midoriya? Sister Lansha, why did the witch of this tribe leave an opening here, but fence off other places? This strange gap made her very suspicious. When she looked from the mountain during the day, she could find that the wood in this tribe had not been consumed, but now there were logs standing all around, with only this one section exposed. Hey, Maybe those guys were busy dealing with the pigmen tribe and didn't have time to deal with this place. Besides, with this kind of wooden defense, I can easily climb up even if it is surrounded by it. Sister Lansha, be careful with the ground when you go in. Those guys dug a hole and covered it with snow. Somehow, Lu Sui was always a little worried. Lansha waved her hand and ignored her words. That kind of pit, even if she stepped on it, she could easily support herself with her spider legs. It was just that the clumsy pigmen couldn't react. All right, just hide well and wait for me to throw something over to you later. After Lansha finished speaking, she tiptoed into the star camp using the blue spider legs on her back. The sharp spider legs pierced into the snow without making any sound. After walking a few steps, she came to the cave where food was stored. Looking at the dark cave without any light, she could vaguely see that there was no change inside from before. I thought these guys would dig a hole in the cave, but I didn't expect there would be no defenses at all in the camp. Could it be that they haven't noticed the food they stole before? Lansha walked into the cave quietly. Her strange pupils could see some of the situation in the cave. There was more food piled up than before. It would be great if we could bring all this food back, but they would definitely find it. Click! Just as she was lamenting that the tribe's food supply had increased so much in just a few days, a sudden snapping sound next to her ear made her turn her head immediately. Outside, everything was still the same as before. The 3 beast girls who were on night watch were sitting by the campfire, feeling a little sleepy. The other houses were also very quiet. Well, you scared yourself. Lansha breathed a sigh of relief and continued walking towards the cave, but at this time the crackling sound became more obvious in the direction of the sound, right at her feet. What is this? When her spider legs knocked down the wooden stick hidden in the broken snow, the rope set up by Su Yuan instantly bound her spider legs, and the wooden pole without the buckle was immediately lifted up. Lansha was pulled into the air without any preparation. Several spider legs on her back were tied up, and the remaining legs could not reach the ropes. The rotating rope immediately made her dizzy, and her screams scared the 2 sisters waiting outside so much that their faces turned pale. Oh no, something happened to Sister Lansha. Hanshi, go back quickly and take the rest of the tribe away. I'm going to save Sister Lansha. After Lu Sui finished speaking, she immediately rushed into the camp. Hanshi, who stayed behind, was so anxious that tears came to her eyes. She looked back and forth between the camp and the darkness behind her. This time, how do we get to the mountain? Oh, Lu Sui, I can't find a way back home this late at night. Please come back soon. I'm going to save Sister Lansha. The sounds coming from the camp woke up Su Yuan, who was just beginning to feel a little sleepy. He quietly put Mao Ye aside, then immediately got up and put on his clothes. When they walked out of the house, Long and the others had already arrived outside the cave. At this time, she and Shir each held a small figure in their hands. The people in other snow houses also came out one after another, rubbing their sleepy eyes and looking at the situation in the cave. Chapter 73, Spider Girl Tribe on a Mountaintop. Su Yuan looked at them silently. Please stop doing that. He had just finished a battle. Because they came out too quickly, the animal skin clothes on the beast girls were not properly put on. Su Yuan looked at the people who were red from the cold and hurriedly made arrangements. Go back and change your clothes quickly. I'll take care of these 2 guys. Lu Sui, who was caught by Shir, was struggling hard, but it was Shir who was holding her. Not to mention catching her. He could even tear her apart with his bare hands. Su Yuan bit careful. The spider legs on this guy's back are very sharp. Spider legs. Su Yuan looked at the 2 captured beast girls curiously. The animal skins on their bodies could only barely cover their thighs, and their long, white legs were red from the cold. Shir pulled out one of the spider legs that was caught from behind. Although Lu Sui was reluctant, she was unable to resist at all. The slender and sharp spider leg like a spear was pulled in front of Su Yuan. That's it. Damn it. The 8 spider lance with external soul bone. Su Yuan looked at the green spider leg pulled out by the lion and widened his eyes in shock. Could it be that there are soul beasts in this world? But he quickly reacted and patted his head, which was still sleepy. This guy should be the spider girl in this world, but why her lower body is not a spider body, but a pair of long white legs? The 2 spider ladies, including the one in the cave, were tied tightly to wooden stakes in the camp, and the spider spears on their backs were tied into a ball. At this time, Su Yuan stood in front of the 3 people and looked at them curiously, occasionally poking the spider spears on their thighs and backs with his fingers. Hey, have you had enough? If you want to kill us, do it now. Lansha couldn't stand such an insult. With anger in her eyes, she yelled at Su Yuan, who was touching them from behind. Ahem, I thought Spider-Girl had a tail, too. Su Yuan coughed twice, tied up Lan Sha's animal skin skirt, then walked up to the three of them and looked at them strangely. Why is there another trio? Do missions in your world always come in groups of 3? If I bring more people with me, your tribe will be in danger. Lan Sha pretended to be calm and glared at Su Yuan. She looked exactly like Pan Yu back then, but the only difference was that she was more open-minded. To put it bluntly, he is stupid, and Pan Yu is purely rebellious, and he must be disciplined before he will obey. Su Yuan looked at her with a look of disdain without any action. Instead, he looked at her with a smile. The look made Lan Sha more and more uneasy. Look at you, I was planning to let you go, so why are you still thinking of stealing things? You were the ones who stole it last time, weren't you? No, well, we took it. Lan Sha quickly retorted, but the confidence in her eyes was becoming less and less. She looked at Su Yuan nervously and said, I took the things alone. It has nothing to do with them. Everyone has their own responsibility. You can kill me, but please let them go. Su Yuan still had a smiling face, and at this time he became curious about the pupils of several people. He leaned in front of Lan Sha's face and observed her pupils carefully. My God, the Mangekyo Sharingan is even more powerful than your 8 spider lance. All right, Sister Lan Sha, this Master Wu knows everything. There's no need to say more. Seeing that Su Yuan didn't seem to care about the food being stolen, Lu Sui called out to Lan Sha helplessly. This which was smarter than she had imagined. Huh? What did I know? After hearing what Lu Sui said, Su Yuan turned his head to look at her, and then said with a calm expression, Then tell me, where are you from? I can't tell you, even if you kill me. Lu Sui shook her head and looked at the other two at the same time. Hongqi closed her mouth tightly, and Lan Sha turned her head away and didn't look at him. Oh, aren't you afraid that I'll strip you naked, tie you up in the snow, and freeze you to death, or cut you into pieces? Come on, I won't tell you. The wills of these people were much stronger than Su Yuan had imagined, but Su Yuan was just trying to scare them. He himself was not that perverted. Since they wouldn't eat something hard, Su Yuan had no choice but to change his tone and said to them with a distressed look on his face, Alas, you must be starving to come and steal. Look at these legs. They're red from the cold, and there's no animal skin to keep them warm. He placed his hand on her rosy, plump thigh and squeezed it. The cold ice and snow had frozen her thigh, so cold that it felt like a piece of chilled jelly in his hand. How long ago did you leave? You're all frozen like this. The warmth from Su Yuan's palm made Hongqi relax his tightly closed mouth a little. After hesitating for a moment, he spoke softly. Not long after. We came out after dark. I was already frozen like this in the cave earlier. The cave, they set out at dark and came here. Su Yuan analyzed the location. They came from Hongqi's words. It's impossible to find the Pigman tribe. If there were other tribes in that area, they would have been discovered by the Bone Shaman long ago. Not to mention that this guy is a stupid guy. It's impossible in front either. That place is the desolate snowfield where Su Yuan rushed over. Not to mention a cave, there's not even a mountain. As for the other side, it was a snow forest. I had hunted there before, but I didn't observe that place carefully. You guys are from the mountains, right? You. How did you know? Lan Sha immediately panicked. If this guy found the cave where she and others lived, everyone would be doomed. No, we came here from the cave at the foot of the mountain outside the gap over there. Even the smartest Lu Sui didn't realize that she was being tricked. At this moment, the 3 innocent people looked at Su Yuan and immediately had a guess. The witch of this tribe must know some divination skills. He must have divined that the place where he and others lived was on the mountain. Yes, Cave, if you don't tell the truth, I will send people to the mountain to visit your elders. If you can't go up, the mountain road is blocked by snow. Even we have to rely on spider legs to slowly walk down. If I send people to block the road down the mountain every day, you'll have to come down to find food, right? Before, Sure and the others couldn't climb up this high mountain, and Su Yuan never took it seriously. He didn't expect that his neighbors were not only the pigmen next to him, but also the spider lady on the mountain. What do you want? I'll give back the food I stole from you. Su Yuan's step-by-step oppression made Lan Sha a little collapsed. After struggling for a while, she was tied up again by Sure who came over, and her blue pupils stared at him intently. Then, as if deflated, he spoke in a pleading tone. Please, let my people go. I will compensate you for the food I owe you. All my previous words were lies. Looking at the snow-capped mountains illuminated by the starlight in the cave where the tribesmen were struggling to survive, she couldn't help but shed a tear. Our tribe, There are only a few children left. Is the threat mentioned in Chapter 74? Me? We were driven to this place and have been living in caves on this mountain ever since. Although the conditions in the icy and snowy plains were harsh, adults were still able to go out and hunt some animals back then. But a long time ago, a monster came here. It rushed into the cave and bit everyone while we were sleeping. To protect us, the witch and the warriors fought with that monster. Win or lose. Su Yuan looked at Lan Sha's lost expression and knew that he had said the wrong thing. Win. You won. It's okay, at least you're still alive. Huh? Why are you like this after winning? Although we won, Wu and the others were killed by that guy, and we haven't been able to kill it yet. Now only Mother Hongshuang is still holding on. Then you can't escape? Lu Sui looked at Su Yuan with a wry smile and asked, Where are you escaping to? Mother Hongshuang is the last awakened warrior. If she doesn't hold that monster back, we'll all die. But without Mother Red Frost, we can't even get out of the icy plains with these children. Su Yuan still underestimated the strength of the awakened warriors. A team or tribe without a witch can only be said to be wanderers, just like Long and the others before. But if you don't even have an awakened warrior, you won't even have the ability to survive, and you'll be torn to pieces by any monster you encounter on the road. Thinking of this, Su Yuan looked at Pan Yu, who was a little sleepy beside him. This guy was really lucky before. If he hadn't met him and others, he would probably have been packed up by the ice thorn spiders as food for the winter. Snort. Pan Yu also noticed the look in Su Yuan's eyes as he looked at her. She turned her head away somewhat unhappily, still muttering to herself. I will definitely become an awakened warrior. After listening to the three people's complaints, Su Yuan also understood the current situation. There was another tribe on a mountain above his own tribal camp, a tribe that had been beaten to the point of having no fighting power. Besides this, there is a monster that even a tribe with witches and awakened warriors cannot defeat. Notify everyone to gather on the mountain at noon tomorrow. Hu Si and Xiao Man will stay in the camp to protect everyone. You, can you please let our people go? Those children didn't eat much meat. Most of it was eaten by us. If you want to catch them, just catch us. Don't worry, I don't care about that little bit of food at all, but there's such a big threat right next to my camp. I can't sleep unless I deal with it. After Su Yuan finished speaking, he said to the beast girls who were guarding the surrounding area, light a fire next to them so they don't freeze to death. Also, remember to keep an eye on them. Sister Lan Sha, the threat he mentioned isn't about us, is it? Hong Chi swallowed and asked uncertainly. The three of them were not quite sure what Su Yuan meant when he left. The only ones left in their tribe were those little guys who hadn't even shed their shells yet. Not to mention defeating the Star Tribe. They couldn't even defeat the already annihilated Pigment Tribe. People like me shouldn't be considered a threat, right? After encountering such a thing late at night, Su Yuan was no longer sleepy when he returned to bed, but Mao Yi was sleeping soundly next to him. That strange fragrance always came out from inside the quilt, making Su Yuan even more unable to sleep. Forget it. Let's not bother her anymore. We have to go and see what kind of monster it is tomorrow. Su Yuan still had some expectations in his heart. If he killed that guy, he would probably be able to unlock one or even several more special items. In the second half of the night, although the people sitting around the campfire felt warm physically, they felt extremely cold in their hearts. Every time they closed their eyes, they could recall the previous battle between Su Yuan and the pigmen. The scenes in their dreams gradually became demonized in their worries. Su Yuan hung those pig people on pillars and dried them in a dried pork. Then cut the meat into slices and roasted over the fire. My spider legs won't be torn off and roasted tomorrow, right? And those sisters who haven't shed their shells yet, will they be skewered and roasted over the fire? The next morning arrived quickly. After a night of fun, everyone was fast asleep except for a few beast girls who were in good spirits and had woken up. The three people on the shelf finally fell asleep in the middle of the night, but their expressions were still a little worried, and Lance's saliva-dripping mouth was still begging for mercy. Su Yuan slowly woke up when the sun was halfway up in the sky. Maoya went to bed early yesterday, and he didn't wake up when Lan Sha stole something, so he woke up early in the morning. Now I don't know where you want to play. Su Yuan Wu. Everyone is gathered. By the time Su Yuan came out after putting on his clothes, everyone who had just experienced a battle outside the camp yesterday were ready for battle again. The beast girl who was injured in the previous battle with the pigmen did not participate in the battle. Su Yuan arranged for her to stay in the camp with Hu Si to guard the camp. He also called Red Fox to the camp. The tribe must have someone to give orders, and when Su Yuan was not there, she was the only one. Everyone performed well in yesterday's battle. We successfully defeated the powerful pigment tribe, but I heard another piece of news last night. In the mountains above our tribe, there's a tribe that's restraining a terrifying monster. Even though it's restrained now, it's bound to escape someday. Our tribe is right below it. If that guy escapes, that tribe will be the first to die, and I'm afraid we will be the second. Even though they had just experienced a fierce battle, the beast girls in the tribe were full of fighting spirit. When they heard that there was another battle, they all gripped their weapons tightly. So we have to take the initiative and completely eliminate that guy for the sake of everyone in the tribe, and so that we can go back and rescue our companions who were captured earlier. That monster must die. Listening to what Su Yuan was preaching, the worried expressions of Lan Sha and the others who were tied to the pillars also changed. Sister Lan Sha, do they want to help us kill that big monster? Lan Sha shook her head helplessly and said, "It's useless. Even the witches couldn't kill the monster back then. Although their weapons were very sharp, they couldn't pierce the monster's body." "Oh, is the monster you captured so powerful?" At this time, Su Yuan also brought the beast girls over and loosened the ropes that tied the three of them. It would probably take a lot of time to find a cave in such a big mountain without their guidance. Lan Sha watched as Su Yuan really untied her and the others, and she no longer felt as worried as before. "Well, that creature's skin is very tough. Our spider legs can't penetrate it all. It feels like a piece of hard rock. After being tied up for so long, shouldn't he have starved to death?" Su Yuan suddenly remembered this question. Lan Sha and the others had just said yesterday that they had caught that guy a long time ago. It was impossible for them to be so kind as to feed it, right? We also thought it would starve to death, but even after so long, Mother Red Frost can still sense its vitality. Chapter 75, Why did I spend more than 2,000 points? If possible, could you please take my people away from this place? As long as we and Mother Red Frost hold it back, it won't be able to catch up. Leaving? I had finally built so many snow houses and wooden houses in this place, as well as the wooden fence outside and the bathing hut by the lake. This place is good for both fishing and bathing. After escaping, you have to choose a sheltered mountain foot and reorganize the beast girls to build an igloo. Most importantly, you have to collect supplies again. It would be easier to kill that guy. How about we go up and take a look first? You saw yesterday that our tribe has no shortage of food, so we won't ask you to compensate for the food you stole. Well, come with us. Lu Sui and Hong Qi also obeyed Lance's orders. After being released, they stretched their bodies that had been tied up all night. Put these on before you get frostbite. Su Yuan asked the beast girls in the tribe to bring over some animal skin clothes. The conditions of these spider girls were even more miserable than when Su Yuan brought Mao Yi and the others with him. Thank you. The three of them felt a little embarrassed. They were the ones who had clearly stolen the other party's food, but the other party did not pursue the matter and instead gave them animal skin clothes to wear. More than a dozen people rushed towards the mountain. Some people stayed in the camp. Only a small number of archers were taken away, and then even Pan Yu insisted on going with them. So a dozen people got ready and headed up the mountain. Just as Long and the others had said when they first went up the mountain, the snow-covered mountain road was indeed very difficult to walk on. Only these three spider ladies can use the spider spears behind them to stabilize their bodies and climb up easily. How about we carry you up there? Lan Sha also noticed the difficulties that the people behind her were having to move forward, so she stopped and asked hesitantly. No, it's just a small path. There are more than a dozen people in the team, and we didn't know how long the mountain road was. If these three spider ladies were to carry them all up the mountain, it would probably take the next day. System, filter items for climbing the snowy mountain. Hiking pole, 20 points. Mountaineering anti-slip boots, 120 points. Mountaineering crampons, 120 points. In the end, Su Yuan spent more than 2,000 points to exchange for a set of non-slip shoes and hiking poles for each person. Compared with animal leather boots, these black non-slip boots are much more convenient to move around in. Su Yuan, who had earned more than 30,000 points when he woke up today, was not so distressed. He immediately exchanged a large number of trekking poles and non-slip boots. The beast girls were confused for a moment as they held the black non-slip hiking boots in their hands, but they could clearly see the strangely shaped wooden sticks in their hands. Su Yuan, is this a shoe? It's so weird. Mao Yi was smart enough to figure it out after shaking it. However, she was a little confused about the boot shaft that went past her ankle and the dense laces on it. Everyone come over here. I'll teach you how to put this on. Wear this so you won't fall when you go up the mountain later. Su Yuan pulled Pan Yu over to sit down, then took off her animal leather boots. Recalling the experience of Su Yuan tickling her feet before, Pan Yu subconsciously retracted her feet due to stress reaction, but was quickly caught by Su Yuan. Don't move. I won't tickle you this time. Su Yuan rolled his eyes at her. Didn't he know what this guy was thinking? I didn't shrink, and I'm not ticklish at all. Pan Yu's face turned a little red. She turned her head away and ignored Su Yuan, but still stretched her legs out in front of her. After you loosen your shoelaces, put your feet in and tie a knot like this. Although the process was very simple for Su Yuan, the beast girl, who was seeing such complicated boots for the first time, was still a little confused. Seeing the beast girls trying to put on the clothes clumsily, Su Yuan could only sigh and then help them himself. However, for some reason, he didn't feel any trouble at all when pinching these cute little feet. Even every time a beast girl is replaced, there is a sense of anticipation. Am I really a pervert? No. What's so strange about that? This is a leader who works tirelessly to solve problems for his people. Looking at the beast girl's shrunken feet in front of him due to the cold, he quickly pulled back his thoughts that were flying further and further away. The anti-slip boots issued by the system are of uniform size. Some beast girls with small feet are like children wearing adult shoes, but they can barely continue to move forward towards the mountain. After a slight delay, everyone got back on the road. With the support of the trekking poles in their hands, everyone held hands and formed a line as they walked upwards. How far is it? Didn't you get down very quickly when you came down? After walking for an unknown amount of time, the sun was already high above everyone's heads, and Su Yuan could feel a slight sweat coming out of his clothes. Didn't Hong Chi say before that they wouldn't set out until dark? If they set out before dark, they wouldn't be able to reach their tribe anyway. The way down a mountain is easy. We just hung down from the rock face. Hanging down, Su Yuan was a little confused by what he said. Hong Chi came to him with a proud look and lifted up her animal skin clothes, revealing her fair belly. That's how it hangs. After saying that, a white spider silk spurted out from Hong Chi's belly button and instantly grabbed a tree trunk not far away. Then he climbed up nimbly, holding on to the white spider silk. This scene made Su Yuan stand there in a daze, and for a moment he forgot to move forward. After losing most of the characteristics of spiders, he has never been used to the setting that these three girls are spiders. Now he saw Hong Chi spraying spider silk and finally reacted. Damn, they're spider ladies. Even the failed man was able to spray spider silk after being bitten by a mutant spider, so they can definitely do it too. So why did he spend over 2,000 points? To become a pervert? Why didn't you tell me you could spray spider silk? Lan Sha, who was standing next to her, scratched her head and asked in confusion. Huh? Don't you know? Should I say I don't know, or do I know? Isn't that what's recorded in Journey to the West? Spider spirits without spider bodies use their belly buttons to spray spider silk. It's okay, let's continue. Oh, hold on a little longer. The road will be flatter once you go up. Lan Sha thought Su Yuan could not hold on any longer, so she hurriedly explained. The way up the mountain is always difficult, but fortunately, as Lan Sha said, after walking for a while, the surrounding mountain roads gradually became flat. There's still a few trees standing scattered around. The snow-covered ground reveals these big trees, like a few drops of thick ink sprinkled on a blank paper. This place is perfect for skiing. Such a broad view made Su Yuan, who was originally a little tired, feel a little more comfortable. He could also ski on this flat snow slope when he had nothing to do. In his previous life in the south, he had never seen snow, let alone skiing. If he didn't have something important to do now, he would have already exchanged his skis for one. Skiing? Su Yuan, can you ski too? Mao Yi, who was standing next to him, also pricked up his ears excitedly, with a hint of hope in his eyes. We used to ski a lot back in the day when we were at camp, but the red fox which never let us. How could skiing have appeared in this world so early? Su Yuan rubbed Mao Ye's ears and asked curiously, why would Red Fox not allow you to ski? She said it was too dangerous. It's obvious that everyone would get covered in snow while sliding. How could it be dangerous? Yeah, rap. No, wait a minute. You're going to get wrapped in snow while skiing. Chapter 76, Cave, Stone Demon Newt. Sister, I'm so hungry. Why haven't Sister Lan Sha and the others come back yet? Why don't we go out and help find food? No, if the little spider runs out, he won't be able to find his way back. Besides, it's very cold outside. It's better to listen to Sister Lan Sha and stay in the cave. In a cave in the mountains, 8 spider ladies who had not yet shed their shells and were taller than Lan Sha and the others were lying there weakly. The entrance to the cave was sealed with spider silk, and the entire cave was also hung with white spider silk. Deep in the cave, a tall spider lady who had already shed her shell looked a little thin. Beneath her, a 4-meter-long gray monster was squinting its eyes. However, a closer look revealed that its eyes were only slightly visible, and its red eyeballs were fixed on the spider lady above. "Chief Red Frost, please eat something. This giant monster has fainted from hunger and will probably starve to death soon." A spider lady came under the big spider lady with long red hair, holding in her hand the grilled fish that Lan Sha and the others had stolen from Su Yuan's camp. "You guys eat. I'm not hungry yet. This guy isn't dead yet. He's just pretending to be asleep." There was deep fatigue in Hong Shuang's eyes. Several spider silks spurted out from her exposed abdomen again, tightly binding the monster. Her slender and skinny hands pulled the spider silk hard again. Roar! Sure enough, after his plan was discovered, the gray monster no longer pretended to be asleep and struggled desperately again, shaking off some stone chips from the surrounding rock walls. "You kill my people, and you still want to kill us all. Today, even if I die with you, I will never let you go alive." The monster's roar made the spider ladies outside cover their ears in fear. Only a few older ones hugged their sisters to comfort them. "I'm back." At this moment, Lancha's voice was heard outside the cave, and the spider silk that tightly sealed the cave entrance was pierced by a blue spider spear. Outside the cave, Su Yuan led the others to follow the three of them. The peculiarly shaped, white spider silk door made him sigh at the powerful functions of these spider ladies. The spider web at the entrance of the cave was quickly torn apart, and a few rays of sunlight penetrated into the dark cave, allowing Su Yuan to clearly see the spider women rushing towards him excitedly. Are these the spider girls who haven't shed their shells yet? Su Yuan was not very afraid of spiders. He followed Lan Sha and the others into the cave. The spider mothers who had not shed their shells looked a little childish on their faces, with huge spider bodies underneath them. The place where the spider's body and the human body meet happens to be the lower abdomen. These little spider girls are simply wearing a layer of animal skin wrapped around their upper bodies. Her lower abdomen was wrapped in white spider silk, with her two white and tender arms exposed. Her upper body was no different from Lan Sha and the others. Who are these people? A little spider girl came over curiously, but she was still a little afraid of Su Yuan. Her tall body actually hid behind Lan Sha. "It's okay, these are..." Lan Sha found it difficult to say it out loud. Could it be that these were the people whose food I had stolen and were now causing trouble? "We're friends, Lan Sha, just met. We heard that you were in danger, so we came to help." Looking at Lan Sha, who was unable to speak, Su Yuan took the initiative to step forward and greet the many spider ladies. "And we heard that you're short of food, so we brought some food with us." Sure, Long, share the food with everyone." "Yes." The beast girls behind him took out the barbecue that Su Yuan had asked them to bring. Although it was a little frozen in the snow, it still made these spider girls happy. For a moment, they no longer resisted these strangers entering the cave, and even ignored Su Yuan, who was curiously touching their spider legs. This is also the first time I've seen the legendary monster girl. By the way, how does a monster with this body structure usually go to the toilet? After fiddling with it for a while, Su Yuan was no longer curious. He had not forgotten the important matter of coming to the Spider Lady tribe, so he followed Lan Sha and the others to the depths of the cave. There was no sunlight in the depths of the cave, but something was embedded in the surrounding rock walls, emitting a faint white light that illuminated the dark cave. A gray head appeared from the huge white cocoon in midair. It was still struggling, and the spider silk spray by the red frost above repaired the torn parts of it. "Lan Sha, you're back." Hearing the noise behind, Hong Shuang turned her head and saw that the people behind Lan Sha also looked puzzled. "These are..." "Friend." The previous explanation was repeated, but Hong Shuang was obviously much smarter than the little spider lady outside. She understood the situation after observing for a few seconds. "I'm really sorry that Lan Sha and the others stole your food. They are good children and would not do such a thing if they were not starving." "It's okay, just some food. We didn't come here for food today." Su Yuan fixed his eyes on the gray monster in front of him and quickly found out the identity of this big monster through the identification function. Cavestone Demon Salamander, an adult level 3 low-level magical beast that lives in caves. Its body is very hard, and it can survive for approximately 2 years without food. It uses its teeth and hardtail to inflict damage to its enemies. No wonder this guy hasn't starved to death yet. It looks like he can starve for a while longer. "Lion, can you shoot an arrow through his body?" Sure beside him did not answer Su Yuan's question, but immediately took off the ironwood bow on her back. When she was about to take out a bow and arrow, Su Yuan exchanged it for an iron arrow for her. Try this. Shur took the iron arrow, and the rune on his forehead lit up, which made Hong Shuang above him shout out in surprise. Awakening warrior. The bowstring was fully drawn, and with a sonic boom, the iron arrow shot towards the head of the magic salamander. There is no way the shot will go astray at such a close distance. Roar! The magic newt struggled in pain, and a drop of red blood slowly flowed down its forehead. Su Yuan moved closer to observe the situation of the magic newt. The iron arrow pierced the guy's forehead, but only penetrated about half a finger's length, and the wood in the middle of the arrow was blown into pieces. Is this guy's defense so terrifying? Are these people so powerful? Su Yuan looked at the wound of the magic salamander in shock, while Hong Shuang looked at the lion, whose forehead, runes slowly dissipated in shock. The awakened warriors of their tribe tried their best, but failed to inflict many wounds on the monster, and these people just shot something at it from a distance. A bloody wound instantly appeared on the monster's forehead. Hiss roar! The magic salamander seemed to have some intelligence. Its red eyes were fixed on the lion, and its sharp teeth were clenched tightly, as if it wanted to rush up and bite these people to death immediately. Hong Shuang felt the movement of the magic salamander below and could not help but reinforce the spider silk around it, leaving only a hole for its head to be exposed. Chapter 77. A Poisonous and Fiery Plot. Stop, lion. This guy's defense is too high. After the bow and arrow failed to deal with this guy, Su Yuan asked Shur to try using a saber. After trying for a long time, Shur's newly repaired saber was bent, but it only left some blood marks less than half a centimeter deep on the guy. The wound healed soon. Now the demon newt was howling in pain and staring at the people in front of it with eyes full of resentment. Its sharp teeth tried to bite Su Yuan and the others to death several times. Shur put down the saber in his hand and retreated behind Su Yuan. There were more beads of sweat on his forehead, and the halo of the rune was a little dim. I told you, even our spider spears can't penetrate this guy's skin, but the fact that you can make it bleed is impressive. The expectant looks in Lan Sha and the others' eyes once again became a little disappointed. If they couldn't deal with this guy, they would be trapped in this place. The best way is to seek refuge from the Star Tribe, but this means that Mother Hong Shuang will definitely die in this cave, and they must stay away from this place. Chief, our tribe has become what it is today because of this monster. We are well aware of its strength. No matter what we do, we cannot pierce its body. Your tribe has awakened warriors. If possible, could you please allow the last of our tribe's children to leave this place? As long as we block this cave entrance, it won't be able to get out. Hong Shuang was not too disappointed. Perhaps she had already guessed this ending, but what surprised her was that there was an awakened warrior among the visitors. If they could get the last remaining children in their tribe to join them, there might be a chance of survival. Who said the only way to kill it is to pierce its body? Su Yuan was not too worried. Instead, he looked at the magic salamander hanging in the air and placed the trekking pole in front of it in a funny way. Come on, don't you want to bite it? I'll give you a stick to bite. The demon salamander angrily bit the stick that was poking its nostrils, but Su Yuan pulled it back before it hit the stick. The collision of its upper and lower teeth made it numb. No, you really bite it? 20 points. Su Yuan looked at it and saw that it was so full of energy. This guy had been quiet before because he was trying to maintain his strength. After all, he hadn't eaten anything for a long time. Now that it has been a while, one can visibly see fatigue in the expression of this demon salamander. System, screen the poison series. King of Diarrhea, 10 points. Blood Throat, 80 points. Crane's Beak, 100 points. Arsenic, 280 points. Except for the first unoriginal thing, the other poisons were all medicines with names from ancient times, and the system still didn't allow him to find any loopholes. All the poisons had ancient names or nicknames, and there was no way to know their chemical composition. First, a bottle of Heading Hong, then a bottle of Jingsuesho. Arsenic and carmine are actually not much different, except that one is processed and the other is a natural mineral. After the exchange was completed, a bag of red powder and a bag of milky white juice appeared in his hands. Seeing that these two things were just wrapped in simple bags, he was so scared that he almost couldn't keep his hands steady. Come on, I'll give you another bite. Su Yuan asked the others to step back, then walked forward and poked the nostrils of the newt with the trekking pole in his hand again. The angry newt swung its body and bit him. Su Yuan, be careful. Being so close scared the Shur and the others behind him, and they immediately panicked. But fortunately, Su Yuan's reaction now was no longer the same as when he first came here. After drinking a lot of blue spirit drinks, he could clearly see the demon salamander with its mouth wide open, its sharp teeth, and its tongue covered with barbs ready to roll him in. Taking advantage of the moment when the demon salamander opened its mouth wide, Su Yuan threw the 2 packets of poison hidden in his hand into it and poked the salamander's nostrils with the trekking pole in his hand, pushing it back. The demon salamander roared angrily after failing to catch the target again. It didn't even notice the 2 palm-sized packets of poison falling into the glutton's huge mouth. Su Yuan, what did you throw in there just now? Mao Yi, who was standing by, noticed Su Yuan's actions and stared curiously at the demon salamander opposite, which was now shaking its body with great effort and anger. Nothing much, some good stuff. Nice one. Mao Yi didn't quite understand why Su Yuan would throw such good things to this monster, but she still stood behind him and watched quietly with faith. After roaring a few times, the movement of the demon salamander immediately stopped, and its body began to tremble unconsciously, and its red eyes became very painful. It seems the medicine is taking effect. Su Yuan was not sure whether these poisons could kill this guy, but as long as they had some effect, it would be fine. Even if he fainted, he could still deal with him. Soon, blood flowed out of the mouth of the magic salamander, and its sharp teeth were covered with blood. Its spirit became increasingly weak, and soon it tilted its neck and became motionless. Huh, is he really dead? Su Yuan was somewhat surprised at the effect of the medicine. For such a big guy, wasn't it a bit too quick for him to die? Master Chief, be careful. This guy is playing dead. My spider silk tells me that his body is still moving. Hong Shuang tightened the spider silk in her hand, like a Chinese medicine expert who could diagnose the patient's pulse by hanging a thread. She could sense the slightest heartbeat of the magic salamander through the spider silk. The guy opened his eyes again after hearing Hong Shuang's words. Although he didn't die, the poison still caused him a lot of damage, and he began to vomit. Blood mixed with some pieces of flesh were spit out, and the fishy smell made Su Yuan quickly take a few steps back. Nothing from the outside works, and nothing from the inside works either. It seems the only option is fire. The newt wouldn't be fooled by poison again. Su Yuan immediately retreated to the side of the crowd. Before he could finish, Lan Sha hurriedly shook her head and said, "You can't use fire. If the spider silk is burned, this guy will escape." "Who told you I was going to burn it?" Everyone gather together. Go out and find some leaves and branches and bring them all to the cave. The more the better. Spider Boy, do you want to come along? Su Yuan led a group of beast girls to leave the cave, but halfway through he thought of Lan Sha and the others. After all, they were busy in someone else's cave, so he invited them. "Well, we'll help too." Lan Sha finally decided to believe Su Yuan. After all, she suffered a loss the first time she saw the big monster. Now her appearance made Hong Shuang's mother feel a lot more relieved. Everyone hurriedly followed Su Yuan's footsteps, and when they reached the outside of the cave, they still used spider silk to seal the entrance. Do these people have any other solutions? Woo, is there really any hope for our tribe? Chapter 78, Hot Springs Between Snow Mountains. The branches on the snowy mountain are not as easy to collect as those in the snowy forest below, especially since the quantity Su Yuan needs is quite large. For safety reasons, everyone can only split into 2 teams. One team, led by Shur, was responsible for cutting down trees, while the other team, led by Long, was responsible for bringing the cut-down trees back to the cave of the Spider Lady tribe. Clatter, clatter! What's that sound? Su Yuan, who had just finished cutting down a tree, heard a strange sound coming from nearby. Mao Yi beside him twitched his ears and immediately pointed to the top of the cliff. The sound came from above. Let's go and take a look. There was no snow covering the surrounding rock walls, and the source of the sound sounded like water. After thinking for a moment, Su Yuan decided to take everyone forward to take a look. After climbing up this slope, the view in front of me became much wider. In front of me was a long valley, and towering snow-capped mountains could be seen on both sides. A stream flowed over from afar, with some small stones piled in it. The snow melted, and lush grass grew in it. If you look closely, you can even see wisps of white smoke. Is this a hot spring? Su Yuan walked forward and touched the flowing stream with his hand. It was icy cold, but not bone-chillingly cold. It seemed that there was indeed a hot spring at the source. The water here is so clear. Mao Yi and the others were also very surprised. When they scooped up some and were about to drink it, Su Yuan next to them quickly grabbed her ear. It hurts, it hurts. Su Yuan, what are you doing? Don't drink water in the wild. It contains unclean things. Normally, snow water is boiled for drinking in the camp. Su Yuan only feels safe after it has been sterilized at high temperature. However, this natural wild hot spring water has certain risks. Unclean things? Okay then. Although she stared at the clear stream water in her hands for a long time and couldn't see anything unclean, since Su Yuan said so, she had to pour out the water and stand up again. The other beast girls around him also gave up the idea of drinking the stream water and surrounded Su Yuan waiting. Let's go and take a look ahead. By the way, have you ever seen a stream like this with smoke coming out of it before? Everyone shook their heads. Only Pan Yu raised his head proudly and said, "Of course, we've seen it before when the black sheep wizard took us to other tribes." Oh, the tribe we're talking about is in the snowy plains. Not too far away, on a high mountain near the desolate snowfield. That's when the black sheep which took us there to trade for their fiery, warm stone. Warming stone? This was probably a rare item as well. Su Yuan looked at Pan Yu with some excitement and asked, "So, in which direction is the tribe you mentioned? Is it far from here?" "Oh, over there. A few years ago, the black sheep which said that because they stole the sacred water from heaven, they incurred the wrath of the god of fire, and were all burned to death by the heavenly fire." Burned? Burned to death? Su Yuan was stunned. Could this guy be talking about the hot springs in the crater? Wait, could this hot spring also be from the crater? He quickly looked around. Fortunately, everything was covered with snow, and he did not see the bowl-shaped mountain. "You need a heat stone too? If you help us rescue the black sheep witch, she'll have some in her house." "Don't worry, I'll send some people to the desolate snow plain to investigate after a while." When Pan Yu heard about returning to the desolate snow plain, she quickly grabbed Su Yuan's hand and begged, "Can I go back?" "You, don't worry, I'm not running away. Bei Yu and you will stay here." Worried about Su Yuan's suspicion, she hurriedly explained that as long as she left Bei Yu and the others, with whom she had the best relationship, here, Su Yuan would be relieved. For a moment, she forgot that it was she who almost killed her two good sisters during the previous encounter with the ice spider. Okay, I'll send you." As they talked, they walked to the steaming stream. This time, they could feel the warmth when they put their hands in it. Everyone followed Su Yuan's example and put their hands in comfortably. "It's so warm." "It's warm, but it's a pity I can't drink it. I'm a little thirsty." "You absolutely cannot drink it. The witch said this water is not clean and will give you diarrhea." Feeling the warmth from his palm, Su Yuan's face became a little excited. "Just dig a hole here to create a natural hot spring. At that time, place a wooden bench under the pit, sit here and soak in the warmth for a whole day, and life will become better. And you can also teach these little beast girls how to grow vegetables." Su Yuan looked at the green grass growing in the cracks of the rocks. He wondered if the environment in this place was suitable for growing vegetables, with a flowing stream and in the midst of ice and snow. You don't even need to water or control insects, just plant the seeds here. Of course, it is not that simple. Su Yuan temporarily gave up the construction and plans in his mind. The most important task now is to get rid of the magic salamander. Anyway, the hot spring water can't run away, but the magic salamander will really run away if it is not dealt with. Everyone keep chopping trees. Once we get rid of that big monster, we'll dig a pit here and then we can take a bath here. Take a shower? Yes. You don't need to boil water to take a shower here. But I still want to take a shower by the lake. It's warm inside the little house. Great, Wu. Can we take a bath together? After remembering the location, everyone continued to cut down trees. With the cooperation of more than a dozen people, it didn't take long before a large pile of tree trunks and messy branches and leaves were piled up outside the cave. Lan Shao wiped the sweat from her forehead. Fortunately, Su Yuan had asked the beast girls to share some food with them before, otherwise they would have fainted from hunger with the amount of exercise. Let the other spider ladies, the rest of your tribe step back. I'm going to discuss things with Red Frost. External attack and internal attack didn't work either, so Su Yuan had no choice but to use a smoke attack. The entrance of the cave was sealed, so he would be suffocated to death, not to mention being smoked to death. Su Yuan took 2 steps at a time and came under Hong Xuan. The demon salamander had recovered a little, and its expression was just a little haggard, but its condition was much better than before. Red Frost, if you leave, how long can this monster be trapped? Hong Xuan above lowered her head, and after a long silence, she slowly said, "It won't last long. It'll probably take about the time it takes to eat a simple meal. A simple meal would take less than 10 minutes, and Su Yuan fell silent at this time. What if we could make it like it was before? Su Yuan asked softly under Hong Shuang in a very obscure way. The magical beast, like the magic salamander, still has some intelligence, so he put his head under the plump part of Hong Shuang's hide. The darkness prevented him from seeing Hong Shuang's face at all, and his voice sounded muffled. Chapter 79. Oh, I never lie. Like before? That should be enough for us to get off the mountain. Hong Shuang thought for a moment and explained, but then she quickly said, this thing is very smart. It won't be fooled by the things you threw at it before. Do whatever you need to do. As long as you can rescue the children of my tribe, it will be enough for me to see this monster die. Smart? That's not necessarily true. Su Yuan smiled mysteriously, and with a smile on his face, he once again came to the front of the magic newt and poked the guy's nose with his hiking pole. A low voice sounded from the mouth of the magic salamander. This guy stared at Su Yuan with hatred, but his eyes glanced at Su Yuan's other hand from time to time. The hand was behind his back, and just like before, as soon as he opened his mouth, he would immediately throw something in. After staring at him for a while, the demon newt simply ignored Su Yuan and closed its eyes. You see, it won't be fooled again. Hong Shuang sighed helplessly, and at the same time tightened the spider silk that bound the magic salamander a little more. Cat Night, Rebel Moon, set firewood. The smile on Su Yuan's face did not disappear. He returned to the entrance of the cave. The wood had been lit. He picked up a barbecue grill and roasted it over the fire for a while. The aroma of meat wafted in the air, and not only the spider ladies, but even the red frost and the demon newt in the back opened their eyes. This person is actually a witch who can control fire? Hong Shuang looked at Su Yuan in surprise. She didn't expect that he could use fire magic. There were not many people who could use fire magic in the snowy world. The demon newt looked at the roasted pork with longing eyes, especially when Su Yuan brought it over. Big guy, do you want to eat? How about we discuss something? I'll come and feed you some food every day. How about you let these spider ladies go? The demon newt looked at the meat in Su Yuan's hand, searching his body with its eyes. But even after confirming that Su Yuan was holding the meat in both hands, it still had doubts in its heart. Oh, don't worry, I never lie. Try it. Su Yuan looked relaxed as he tore off a small piece and put it into his mouth. Seeing this expression, the magic newt also felt a little hungry, even though the energy in its body could still sustain its life. But the feeling of hunger would not go away. The aroma of meat tempted it. After watching Su Yuan eat a piece himself, it finally couldn't help but open its mouth and nodded. Okay, let's go on. Su Yuan threw the meat over without hesitation, which made Hong Shuang anxious, but she couldn't stop Su Yuan. The dosage has been tripled this time. I wonder if you'll fall down. The newt swallowed the pork in no time. Perhaps it was too hungry, so it didn't notice the poison in the meat at all. It was not until the familiar feeling came from the body that the magic newt opened its eyes wide and looked at Su Yuan in fear and spit out the blood in its mouth again. Red frost, seal its mouth with spider silk. Su Yuan looked at its stomach churning and hurriedly shouted at Hong Shuang above. Hong Shuang, who was still anxious, was stunned for a moment and also realized that something was wrong with the magic salamander. The spider silk in its belly gushed out and sealed the mouth of the magic newt. It struggled desperately, and Hong Shuang wrapped around it desperately. The spider silk at the corner of the magic newt's mouth instantly turned blood red. I told you. How smart can an animal be? Su Yuan looked at the resentful eyes looking at him, and the expression on his face became more and more proud. Not only did he double the dosage of the medicine, but he also added some other varieties. A feeling of fainting came over him, and at the same time his stomach was churning. The magic salamander let the spider silk hang in the air somewhat powerlessly, but it seemed that this dose still did not solve the problem. Everyone, exit the cave. Su Yuan shouted towards the distance. Hong Shuang gritted her teeth, and a rune of a different color from Shur and the others appeared on her forehead, and a crimson spider web spewed out from her lower abdomen. The demon salamander, which was originally unable to struggle, was tied even tighter, and Hong Shuang finally came to the ground. Perhaps it was because she hadn't walked for a long time, and the moment Hong Shuang came down, her legs went weak, and she almost fell. Fortunately, Su Yuan was beside her and quickly hugged her. Are all spider girls this cold? Without having time to feel the wonderful touch, Su Yuan hurriedly picked up the person and ran out of the cave. The trees and leaves were piled all over the cave. The flames burned up little by little, and these trees covered with snow water emitted bursts of green smoke. One of the black trees was even more terrifying, and the black smoke spread like demonic energy. Fuck, seal the hole. Although I don't know what kind of trees are burning that black smoke, it looks like I'll go to heaven immediately if I take a breath of it. Spider silk sealed the entrance to the cave. Worried that the guy would burst out, Su Yuan asked Shur to bring a huge rock to block the entrance. Only a few wisps of mixed smoke seeped out from the spider silk. Roar! Cough, cough, cough! Inside the cave, miserable cries and coughs were heard. The sound made the beast girls present feel numb on their scalps, and they looked at the black smoke coming out of the cave in fear. The fire gradually grew stronger, and the spider silk at the entrance of the cave could not withstand the fire and was burned through. Inside the cave, the flames also burned through the spider silk on the body of the magic salamander. The pair of eyes that were smoked red were looking for an exit in the smoke. Having also not moved for several years, and having been poisoned twice before, the demon salamander crawled forward tremblingly, passing through the flames, its skin only slightly burnt black. After groping for a long time, it finally touched the huge rock at the entrance of the cave. It slapped it with its tail angrily and coughed up black mist from its mouth. Hold it, don't let it out. The runes on Shur and Long's foreheads suddenly appeared, and Hong Shuang, who was held in Su Yuan's arms, also walked forward. The red spider, silk tightly stuck to the stone and the rock walls on both sides of the cave entrance. The slapping sound made the surrounding spider girls cover their ears in fear. Mao Ye and the others led the other beast girls to pick up bows and arrows and guard the surroundings under Su Yuan's command. The smoke at the entrance of the cave had no outlet. Gradually, the smoke became thicker and thicker. The smoke coming out of the cracks in the rocks became darker and darker, and the rhythm of the magic salamander's flapping became slower and slower. The sun hangs high in the sky, and the evening light illuminates the snowy field. This lasted for a long time, and there was no movement in the cave. Only the black smoke was still coming out from the cracks. Su Yuan, who just smelled some of it, was choked. However, in order to prevent the cunning newt from pretending to be dead, the stone remained unchanged. After waiting for more than half an hour, the amount of smoke in the cave decreased a lot. He should be dead now, right? Su Yuan asked everyone to retreat and hide far behind him. Only Long, Shur, and Hong Shuang, 3 awakened warriors, stood in front of him and pushed away the stones at the entrance of the cave. The stone at the other end was blackened by smoke, and there were some traces of it being smashed by the dying demon salamander. The smell coming from the cave entrance made everyone cover their noses and choke. They waited until the cold wind outside the cave carried away some of the smoke before they dared to walk into the cave. The surroundings were filled with burnt charcoal. At the entrance of the cave, a charred creature was lying on the ground, with black smoke still spewing out of its mouth and nose. The previously gray skin had turned pitch black, and a pair of bloody red eyes were staring at the location of the cave. No way, this guy isn't dead yet. Su Yuan hid behind Shur and poked the guy's head with a hiking stick, easily making a hole in the black skin. Is this baked? After confirming the death of the magic newt, everyone dared to return to the cave. Hong Shuang and the others looked at the monster that had troubled them for a long time with red eyes. Woo, finally revenge. Chapter 80 War and Peace. We experience it together. This guy must have come from somewhere else. This mountain is not small. We used to hunt for prey in that snow forest. Only when the prey in the mountains decreases will we go hunting down there. In the evening, everyone returned to the Star Tribe, and the demon salamander was also carried down. Because its body contained various poisons fed by Su Yuan, Bai Tu and the others were not allowed to touch it. Hong Shuang led his people to the Star Tribe. At this time, many beast girls were looking curiously at these spider girls who had not shed their shells. Seeing the newly arrived little guys with rosy faces, they felt a little embarrassed. Is there any game in those mountains? Well, wild animals come to drink from that warm stream from time to time, so we usually look for prey around there. At this moment, Mao Ye was excitedly telling his friends what happened today. Only Chi Hu, Huzi, Long, and Shur were surrounding Su Yuan to communicate. There are actually wild beasts in that area. It seems we can't let these little beast girls go there to take a hot spring bath casually. Su Yuan became alert. The beasts in this world were not just the ordinary jackals, tigers, and leopards in his previous life. With the strength of this guy, Guang Damon, he could easily kill a brown bear the same size. If I go to the hot springs by myself, I'm afraid I'll have to call Shur and the others, Otherwise, I'll just be making soup for wild animals. What are your plans next? Su Yuan looked at Hong Shuang. Now she was the only awakened warrior in their tribe, which meant that she was the leader of the Spider-Girl tribe. I originally planned to take them away from the snowfield once I was finally free. But after you rescued me, I decided to lead them to continue living in the cave. But now I have a request. Can you let us join your tribe? Hong Shuang looked at the camp. Although it was small, it had all kinds of facilities. There were not only novel houses, but also mountains of food. The most important thing is that she didn't expect that in addition to Long and Sure, there was actually an awakened warrior and another powerful witch in the camp. Of course you can, but you better think about it. Everyone who comes to this icy and snowy place has a reason. I don't know your reasons, but we were hunted here. But one day, we will come back to fight again. Joining us does not mean peace and stability. Su Yuan looked into Hong Shuang's eyes and explained calmly that although he also wanted these spider ladies to join the tribe, what the Star Tribe needed now was more warriors. Rather than a group of weaklings who were just waiting to hide under protection and dare not take up arms. After hearing Su Yuan's words, Hong Shuang finally showed a relieved smile on her face. She nodded without hesitation and said, "Of course I understand. As long as we join your tribe, we are your people. Whether it is war or peace, we need to experience it together. Well, welcome to the Star Tribe." Su Yuan stretched out his hand. Hong Shuang was stunned for a moment and didn't understand what he meant, but under Su Yuan's guidance, she quickly understood it and stretched out her hand with a smile on her face. The red fox on the side also had a little more smile on his face. The tribe had one more awakened warrior, and there were 4 awakened warriors in total. This was something that the Red Fox tribe had never achieved before. There are also Maoye, Panyue, Hui, and the other 3 who have been following Long, and Lansha who just joined. It seems that they are about to awaken successfully. Perhaps they all just need an opportunity to awaken. We don't have a big enough igloo today. Hong Shuang, wait until everyone has eaten and take the children back to the cave to rest for the night. We can return to the camp tomorrow after we build a new house. Also, Lansha and the other 3 little ones have already shed their shells, so don't go back. Follow me to complete a mission tomorrow. Su Yuan had calculated the location when he went to the mountain this morning. He could easily reach the mountainside by building a ladder on the cliff above the cave in the area where his camp was set up, skipping the difficult uphill road. No wonder Lansha's little spider ladies knew the situation in their camp so well. Perhaps they had already gotten a clear view of it from the mountainside. Well, I'll tell them later. The tribe's 2 consecutive days of victory pushed the atmosphere to a climax. Maoye brought a piece of wood and stood tall, recounting today's events in a vivid and exaggerated manner. Pan Yu, with a look of dissatisfaction on his face, pulled her tail and wanted to stand up and speak. Beside the campfire, the 3 Lansha sisters gathered with those spider girls who had not shed their shells to eat barbecue. The enthusiastic and cheerful beast girls of the Star Tribe gathered around them, looking curiously at the huge spider shells beneath them. If there was any wine, these little guys would have turned the camp upside down. Su Yuan looked at the camp and fell into deep thought. After the war, the tribe should continue to develop. He had finally made the wooden barrel, but it had not been used in the past few days. The bonfire party did not last long that night. While the stars in the sky were shining on the snow, Hong Shuang took the spider women back to the mountain. On the second day, Su Yuan was rarely bothered by the cat at night. He slept well and walked out of the cabin. The charred black salamander was still in the corner of the camp. After his notice, no beast girl touched it. Now it was covered with a layer of white by the falling snow. Another rare item. I hope it's as useful as the snow crystal bowl. Su Yuan looked at the new item unlocked in the system hall. This was a special item that he unlocked this morning by trading the horn of the snow crystal bowl that he had hunted with Lion. Snow crystal milk cap, black tea, 1,000 points. Note, drinking this will relieve fatigue and partially restore injuries. This drink can restore physical strength and heal injuries, and most importantly, it is his favorite black tea. Apart from the high points required, it has no disadvantages. In addition, a rare item that puzzled Su Yuan was also produced from the snow crystal cow. Jingdao beef tendon noodles, 100 points. Note, super chewy snow crystal beef tendon noodles. After eating all of them, you will gain the super chewy status and will not consume any physical strength for 10 minutes. Since it is already cooked, do not stew it for more than half an hour, as this will affect the status effect. Su Yuan was a little confused by the properties of this thing. After all, An ingredient that could achieve a state without consuming physical energy only cost 100 points, and there was no limit on the quantity. This is not the system's usual style. At this moment, Su Yuan came to the front of the magic salamander with some anticipation. This guy was about 1.5 meters tall and more than 3 meters long. His short limbs were frozen stiff, and his overall shape looked a bit like a burnt black lizard. Even though he was dead now, he would still be frightened by the huge and ferocious aura of this demon salamander when he approached it. System, get up and get to work. List all the rare items for me. As Su Yuan placed his hand on the body of the demon salamander, the system's crisp sound also rang out. Rare items detected. Magic newt skin, magic newt crystal. Host, please select the transaction direction. There are only 2 rare items. One is the hard skin of the cave stone newt, and the other should be the Warcraft crystal core, commonly seen in the Western fantasy world and novels. Su Yuan took a rough look through the identification function. The devil salamander skin had no other use except for making leather armor. However, now that it was burned into this state, there was not much hope of making leather armor from it. The magic newt crystal can be used to embed in some armor and shields for enchantment. Meow. I haven't even figured out staffs yet. And now, there's a weapon enchantment? Unlock all the new special items for me. Transaction successful. New products can be viewed in the special column. Chapter 81. Building a spider silk rope ladder. Magic newt leather armor. 3,000 points. Note. Can resist damage from sharp objects, reduce damage from blunt objects, but cannot be immune to elemental damage. Axolotl crystal protective patch. 600 points. Note. Disposable item. Attaching it to an object will grant immunity to attacks below 300 of your own endurance. 8 stickers can be redeemed daily. As Su Yuan expected, the extreme defense of this magic salamander unlocked 2 new defensive items for him, but he didn't know how to use the protective patch. The resistance of a wooden shield is more than 300 of that of a barbarian slap. If you stick it on it, it will be broken by a slap. Wait, can this magic salamander leather armor be attached? Su Yuan suddenly looked at the gray vest with a puzzled look. If he put this protective patch on the leather armor, wouldn't it provide additional protection? Ha ha ha, what good stuff. The stuff given by this magic salamander is really good, even better than the snow crystal black tea that restores physical strength. In addition to the 2 rare items, the other tribes also marked their prices one by one. The skin of the magic salamander had been burnt black and was no longer useful to the tribe. So this morning, Su Yuan wholesaled them all to the system at a low price. After all, the pigment corpses over there had not been dealt with yet, and if it was delayed any further, it would likely attract the attention of other beasts and humans. Early in the morning, the beast girls crawled out of the snow house one after another. The corpses of the moss-bristled pigs had not been dealt with yet, and Lanch's 3 spider girls were also actively helping. It seems like everyone is quite diligent. Su Yuan felt samwedridiv. The tribe was still relatively small, and everyone was doing things according to the tasks he had assigned them. The beast girls who couldn't fight dealt with the corpses and sewed animal skin clothes. Those beast girls who have combat capabilities are responsible for training and hunting every day, and they're also responsible for the firewood on weekdays. This method is not a problem for a tribe of about 50 people, but once the population of the tribe increases, there will always be some people who will be lazy. Beast girls are also human beings. They have human joys and sorrows, and they are also hardworking and lazy. Once we return to the snowy plains and conquer all the other tribes, we'll be developing a currency economy. However, we have to take it slow and take care of everyone. Su Yuan was thinking about what would happen next. Once the tribe had more than 700 or 800 people, it would not be easy to manage them like it was now, where you just had a shout in the camp. By that time, it might not even be called a tribe. The sun hadn't risen for long when Hong Shuang, who was outside the door, came to the camp with a group of little spider ladies. The early morning wind was a bit cold, and the spider ladies were shivering with cold. Let's warm ourselves by the fire first. Later, Fox 9 will teach you how to build an igloo, or you can build a wooden house if you want. Su Yuan explained to Hong Shuang that there were only 3 or 4 wooden houses around the camp, and most of them were igloos. It's not that there's a shortage of wood, but mainly because most beast girls prefer igloos. In the words of a beast girl he asked, that kind of small house makes them feel safe every time they go inside. Especially the small hole. Once it is covered, you feel completely isolated in a safe and warm world. Yeah, I'll ask everyone later. The work in the camp became busy again today. The spider ladies changed into new animal skin clothes. The extra animal skins in the camp were used to cover their lower bodies, which was quite warm. Several spider ladies followed Fox 9 to learn how to make snow houses. Su Yuan specifically instructed them that there was no need to build an entrance to the spider ladies' snow houses. Just make a hole in the corner of the roundhouse, close the door, and wait for them to seal it with spider silk themselves. After giving the instructions, he brought Lan Sha, the other three, and Shur to the snow mountain. This is where he saw you fighting those pigmen before. On a steep platform halfway up the snow-capped mountain, Lan Sha pointed downwards. From here, it was exactly the place where he had fought with the pigman tribe before. Behind is the construction site of the Star tribe. Jumping directly down this steep rock wall is several hours faster than walking down the mountain path. Of course, jumping down is not realistic, and Su Yuan has no idea of seeking death for the time being, and he won't have any idea of dying in the future. Lan Sha, how many people can your spider silk hold without breaking? Also, will it be affected in snowy weather? Originally, he wanted to build a ladder to the mountain for the tribe. Such a ladder would be much more convenient than the winding mountain road. So Su Yuan's idea was to spend some points to buy some thick ropes and nails in the system mall, find a cliff here to hammer the nails, and then make a rope ladder down. But now that we have encountered these spider ladies, of course we need to make better use of them, such as using spider silk to build a rope ladder or something. How many people? I haven't tried it, but normally the three of us pull together without interruption. As for snowy weather, it doesn't seem to have any effect. Lan Sha was a little unsure, so she lifted up the new fur coat that Su Yuan had given her, revealing her white belly button. A white spider silk instantly sprayed onto the rock wall. She tried pulling a few times, but even though her hands turned white from the strain, she couldn't break the straw-thick spider silk. That's enough. You can help me compile some things later. Su Yuan thought about it and decided to use some wooden boards to replace part of the spider silk. Otherwise, even if the three spider ladies were knocked unconscious at such a high position, they would not be able to build the ladder. While it was still early, he immediately led everyone to find a nearby tree, cut it down, and divided it into pieces of wood. You just need to make a hole on both sides of the wooden board, and then use spider silk to string them together every half a meter to complete the production. The upper part is fixed with spider silk tied behind a 5-meter-high boulder. It is impossible for it to break unless a barbarian climbs up. The ladders were put up one by one. With the help of the three spider ladies and the felling of trees by the lion, a large pile of ladders was made by noon. My Lord Chief, I'm so tired. I don't even have energy in my stomach. Hong Chi lay on the ground somewhat weakly, rubbing her deflated belly with her little hands, her face looking exhausted. Su Yuan took back the spider silk ladder that he had thrown down. The toughness of this thing is indeed quite good, but after observing it just now, it seems that it is still a little lacking. I'm almost done. I'll treat you guys to a big dinner tonight when I'm done. Feast. I can still do it. Without waiting for Lan Sha and the others to say anything, Hong Chi quickly climbed up, skillfully punched holes in the wooden boards, and put them on the spider silk. This hard-working look made Lan Sha and Lu Sue behind him blush with embarrassment. They had just eaten barbecue at noon, but Hong Chi was hungry again before nightfall. In the evening, the spider silk ladder was finally built. As the ladder fell next to the mountain wall of the camp, everyone in the camp gathered around. Chapter 82. Explosive and Chewy Beef Noodles. After the construction was completed, several people climbed down the ladder directly. Even with Su Yuan below them, Lan Sha and the other three spider ladies were so scared that their legs went weak. Hong Chi, don't you guys always climb up the slope? Come down quickly. After climbing for a distance, Su Yuan looked at the people above. Although Shur was a little scared, he followed Su Yuan closely. There was only the last Hong Chi still hesitating on the edge of the cliff, and every time his little head showed up, he quickly retreated. My. We are already on a slope, and we have never been to such a high place. Then you better hurry up. We'll be preparing to eat when we get downstairs, and we won't be able to take care of you then. Su Yuan showed an evil smile and climbed down nimbly. The cliff built with spider silk ladder was not as scary as Hong Chi said. If it slips out of your hand, the worst that can happen is that you'll roll down the cliff and get hurt for sure, but with the force being relieved in the middle, you won't die from the fall. Of course, if he jumped down from above, he would definitely die. If he flew farther, he might be able to crash into Su Yuan's wooden house and scare him. Will wait for me. Under the temptation of food, Hong Chi finally crawled down tremblingly. When he landed, the surrounding beast girls gathered around, and looked at this strange thing. After Su Yuan landed, Shir also jumped down from the spider silk ladder with a slightly weak leg. Su Yuan looked at the beast girls around him, patted the snow off his body, and explained to them the function of the spider silk ladder. This ladder will allow us to quickly climb up the mountain and hunt. Ah, my hands are weak, catch me. When it finally came to Hong-Chi, she glanced down, her hands went limp, and she fell down. Su Yuan was also startled when he heard her scream. But when he looked up, darkness flooded his vision and his body was knocked to the ground. Ouch! It hurts! Oh, it doesn't hurt at all. Wu, are you okay? Lord Su Yuan. Hong-Chi saw the panicked people around her and quickly looked down. There was a figure sitting under her, but... Lord Chief. 10 minutes later, Su Yuan wiped the blood from his nose. Hong-Chi, who was beside him, was pulled to kneel on the ground by Hong Shuang with a guilty look on his face. Okay, it has nothing to do with Hong-Chi. Let her get up. Hong-Chi offended you so much. I have a responsibility as her mother. Hong Shuang still spoke very seriously. All right, I wasn't prepared this time. Fox 9, next time someone wants to climb down the ladder from the mountain, find a few animal skins to cushion the bottom. Su Yuan still pulled Hong-Chi up. The previous blow to his but didn't cause much damage to him. It was estimated that Hong-Chi fell only about 3 or 4 meters away. As for the nosebleed, there was something that the animal skin skirt couldn't stop. Of course, Su Yuan was referring to the strange smell of the beast skin and the pain in his face caused by the hair under the skin. Since the leader asked you to get up, then get up. Hong Shuang's expression relaxed, and she glared at Hong-Chi, who was rubbing her belly. Oh! Hong-Chi jumped up quickly, glanced at Hong Shuang beside him, and then went to Su Yuan and whispered, Chief, does the feast we promised you before still count? What do you want to eat? Barbecue. Hong-Chi also hesitated. The meat in the tribe was quite abundant, and the 2 meals of pork made her full every day. Yeah, okay then. But could you help me grill it? Gigi and the others said your grilled meat tastes better this morning. Where did this gossip come from? Su Yuan glanced at Gigi, who was chewing a sweet potato by the campfire not far away. Her clean face was covered with sweet potato chunks, like a little cat. Long sat behind her with a caring look on his face, and from time to time he would pick off the sweet potatoes stuck on her face. Chinchillas also like to eat sweets. By the way, it seems that all the sweet potatoes in the tribe have been consumed by Gigi and the others during this period. Sudden. Looking at Gigi chewing the sweet potato, Su Yuan came up with an idea, which was a good opportunity to test something that had made him curious before. Since you have completed my task, I will reward you with a special meal. You will become very powerful after eating this meal. Special? Yeah, then I want this one. Su Yuan smiled and spent 100 points to exchange for a round white noodle in the system mall. The noodle was as thick as an index finger and looked very chewy on the surface. He threw it into a clay pot and boiled it for about 10 minutes before fishing it out. In the ceramic bowl, he wrapped a piece of roasted pork at the end of the noodle. The aroma attracted Lan Sha and the others nearby to look over. Look at this. Doesn't it look like your spider silk? There's a delicious piece of food wrapped around one end. You bite this, and just like you've caught your prey with the silk, then you slowly tighten the silk and eat the prey in one bite. Su Yuan placed the other end of the noodles in front of Hong-Chi, who was originally dazed, was instantly filled with fighting spirit and took a bite. I want to eat my prey. This kind of game to entertain children is too childish for elementary school students, but it is just right for a spider girl who looks about 18 or 19 years old. And these noodles were not ordinary noodles. They were the beef tendon noodles produced by the snow crystal cow that Shir had slaughtered before. He had always been curious why it was only sold for 100 points. Now there's a subject for testing. Hong-Chi put one end of the noodles into his mouth with great interest, and slowly he sucked it in his mouth like a spider collecting its web. After taking about 2 mouthfuls, he began to chew. The beef tendon noodles were simply put into the clay pot of stewed meat soup and cooked for a while without any seasoning, but the taste was still very tempting. The beast girls around all gathered over, but this was a reward from Su Yuan to Hong-Chi, so everyone just swallowed their saliva and watched Hong-Chi taste it. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Hong Shuang looked a little impatient and said, Hong-Chi, don't keep chewing the food in your mouth. But Mother Red Frost, I can't chew it. Hong-Chi's cheeks were sore at this moment, but the beef tendon noodles in her mouth were still very chewy. She only chewed a small section in half a while. Can't chew it? Haven't you shed your shell yet? Hong Shuang looked at her with some confusion. Spider Lady would only be particularly weak during the shed shell period. but I just can't stop chewing. The words in his mouth were unclear, and his tears were almost coming out. He anxiously started to pull with his hands. But no matter how hard she tried, the noodles were still very tough, and Su Yuan, who was standing by, opened his mouth wide. Your uncle's system, no wonder this thing sells for 100 credits. The circle it just coiled up is at least 3 meters long. By the time you finish chewing it, you'll almost ascend to heaven. Su Yuan looked at Hong Chi, whose eyes were filled with tears, and rubbed her cheeks to comfort her. Okay, just eat this much, and let everyone taste the rest. There was no way to chew it off, so Su Yuan took a dagger and cut off the part hanging outside her mouth. She had to deal with the rest in her mouth by herself. Master Chief, can we give it a try? Lan Shao was a little curious. She sniffed the beef tendon noodles that were similar to her spider silk, and wanted to try it too. You want to try? Okay. Chapter 83 witnessed the scenery on the other side of the mountain together. An hour later, more than a dozen beast girls in the camp were sitting by the campfire, puffing up their cheeks. Their faces were red from exhaustion, and tears were welling up in the corners of their eyes. You can't swallow it without chewing it up, or you'll choke and die. Su Yuan also cut off a small piece and chewed it. This thing is more chewy than beef jerky. It feels like it could be used for babies to grind their teeth for a lifetime. Lion, if you can't chew it anymore, don't insist. The last part was finished by Shur. She was still chewing with all her might. It seemed that the beef tendon noodles were quite to her liking. At this moment, her stubbornness made her nod after hearing Su Yuan's words, but she turned around and continued to fight with the food in her hand. Hey, you guys should finish eating early and go back to bed. I'm going to sleep first. Su Yuan forced himself to swallow the thumb-sized piece of beef tendon noodles, brushed off the snow on his body, and returned to the wooden house. The weather is getting colder. Should we install a fireplace in the house? But this pure wooden house might catch fire, right? He had never heard of a fireplace made of stone bricks. The last time he saw one was in a movie where Santa Claus rode a reindeer down the chimney into the fireplace. What's more, this room of his was about the same size as the toilet in his previous life. A wooden bed took up half of the space, and only a small box and some of his tools and clothes could be placed on the side. Forget it. Let's think about it after we return to the snowy desert. Su Yuan lay on the bed and thought. He must go back to Huangshu, so the wooden house built here does not need too many facilities. After stabilizing the desolate snow plain, we will deal with the shaman in the Wangshu Mountains, and then break through the guys that the Bone Shaman said are blocking us from leaving the Wangshu Mountains. After unifying the Snowfield area, you can go to the other side if you have the chance to see if there are any winged beast girls on the grassland. Are there the legendary giants among the mountains? Are there mermaids in the sea? Are there elves in the forest? Are there dragon girls on the islands? For a moment, his thoughts were on the fantasy of conquering this fantastic land and making his star tribe bigger and stronger. Wait, I'm a peace-loving, civilized person. How can I always think about conquering cities and plundering land? The two little men above his head appeared again, and the white angel, Shao Su Yuan, looked at the black devil, Shao Su Yuan, opposite him with compassion. But before he could say anything, a group of beast girls of all kinds surrounded the devil, Shao Su Yuan, and the white angel was killed in an instant. What do you mean by conquering cities and seizing territories? I'm bringing the spark of civilization to primitive society. I want the entire continent to feel civilized, so that people will no longer suffer from hunger or cold. This is called sowing the seeds of civilization. The demon on the forehead took the golden ring from the angel's head and put it on his own head. The holy light bloomed from his body, and then he leaped into the arms of the group of beast girls. Alas, I'm still too great. The development of the tribe is proceeding in an orderly manner. The 3 spider ladies that have shed their shells have joined the warrior team. Although the remaining spider ladies are large in size, their combat strength is not very strong. Especially since they had no experience in battle, they could only deal with the animal skins and meat in the camp with by 2 and the others. The pottery and wooden utensils in the camp were enough for everyone to use, and there was no need to add more of these things for the time being. Fox 9 just stuck to Su Yuan every day and looked at him curiously. Su Yuan, will this really turn into that kind of wine? Fox 9 looked at Su Yuan curiously as he plugged 2 wooden barrels. One barrel was for pure natural fermentation brewing, and the other barrel was for brewing with yeast that Su Yuan had bought with some points. In this icy and snowy weather, he didn't know if there was still yeast on the picked fruits, so in order to prevent failure, he could only prepare an extra bucket as a reference. We'll know whether it works or not in a month. Put these 2 barrels in the cave and cover them with some animal skins. Yeah, I see. Although Fox 9 didn't understand what wine Su Yuan was talking about, he still acted very diligently and piled 2 wooden barrels in the deepest part of the cave. Su Yuan walked to the camp and stretched. After being busy for so many days, it was time to take a break. He found Shirshir, who was training Hong Chi and the others outside the camp. Her archery skills were much better than before, second only to Husey, who could shoot birds with a bow on land. Shirshir, if you have nothing to do, please accompany me up the mountain. Upon hearing this, Shirshir put down the bow and arrow in his hand and rushed to Su Yuan's side, staring at him closely as if he was ready to take action. Bring your shovel and your weapon too. Although there were no traces of wild animals in the mountain hot springs before, it is still good to be on guard, and Shirshir alone is enough for this. The 2 of them climbed up the spider silk ladder very nimbly and soon arrived at the cave where Hong Shuang and the others had lived before along the mountain road. The impact caused before was still there. Su Yuan had the charcoal moved downstairs, and only some burnt marks could be seen in the cave. Actually, this cave is quite big, and there's enough space for all of us to live here. Shirshir clenched his fists, his eyes showing some difficulty, and finally he stammered, I still want to return to the desolate Snowfield. But after we save everyone, I'll follow you back here. Su Yuan smiled with some surprise and gently stroked Shirshir's hair. She must have not taken a bath for a long time because she was busy these days. Even the hair on her ears was a little messy. Who said I'm going to stay here forever? That Shirshir was a little confused and looked at Su Yuan with her big eyes in confusion. I just feel that if we had discovered this cave earlier, maybe we could have moved in directly. It's a pity that there are too many things in the camp. I haven't forgotten about rescuing the Red Fox tribe. Now that Hong Shuang and the others have joined us, we can go back and investigate. We'll take some time off in the next few days to go back to the desolate snow plains and take a look at the situation. Before Shirshir could cheer up, Su Yuan continued speaking. You're the first people I met in this world. We are also partners who have been through hardships together, so I trust you immensely. So you must also trust me. In the future, we will definitely defeat the Black Sheep and that witch. By the way, have you seen the world on the other side of the mountain? Over the mountain, Shirshir looked in one direction. The sky was blocked by the high mountains, and in the distance there was a huge mountain range. It was the Wangshua Mountains that separated the 2 worlds. No, I grew up in the desolate Snowfield, but the old witch told me that my mother went to the other side of the mountain. I think she must have seen it. Don't worry, we will definitely see it. From now on, you'll be the general of the Star Empire and explore that new world with me. It was rare for a young man in his 20s to act like a middle school student again. Su Yuan raised his hand high and held the mountain range in his hand, his eyes full of confidence. Although he didn't know what an empire was or what a general was, Shirshir could understand the stars and the word I. Well, we'll definitely see. Chapter 84, Cleaning the Big Cat's Hair. This is it. Su Yuan and Shirshir walked up the mountain for a distance. The source of the hot spring was in a crevice, and the water in this place was very hot to the touch. Only here will you avoid encountering wild beasts coming to drink water. Lion, you can't drink this water. Su Yuan was still figuring out how to build a hot spring nearby when he turned around and found that Shirshir had buried her little head in the water outlet, with hot mist hitting her cheeks. So he grabbed a sticking tail and pulled the person over. After Shirshir realized what was happening, he immediately turned around and covered his tail, then blushed and shook his head, saying, I didn't drink it. It was just the mist that made me feel warm. It will be warmer later. Come, help me dig a big hole here. The height should be as high as my thigh, and make it into a shape like this. Su Yuan gestured with his hand to form a square. After sizing up the area for a while, he finally decided to dig a hole at the edge not far below the water outlet. When it was almost done, he would make a gap in the water flow to divert the water. And because it was downhill, he could also open another opening at the bottom to divert the water out, thus maintaining a continuous supply of hot water. It's a pity that there are no pits for hot weather, where you can soak directly in without any processing and you don't have to worry about hot water, as it will keep the water warm continuously. Su Yuan used a dagger to mark the range of the gravel and mud area, and left the rest to Shirshir. In order to complete his task, Shirshir even used the power of awakening. The rune light that suddenly appeared on her forehead allowed her to dig out a huge pit with just one shovel, and then she dug out the square hole in a few more strokes. Su Yuan, I got it done. While Su Yuan was still sticking his butt out studying the water diversion route, Shur was already there waiting with a shovel. Take a break, or find me a flat rock that reaches my calf level. The process of diverting water went very smoothly. The steaming water immediately poured into the big pit dug by Shur. After a while, the water filled the big pit. The outlet prepared earlier flushed the water mixed with mud and sand down, and after waiting for half an hour, this natural hot spring outlet without any decoration was built. The same method was used to create a hot spring outlet at the other end. In this way, everyone can come here to soak in the natural hot spring as long as there is a soldier leading the team. It is much more convenient than boiling water in the ice lake to take a bath, but the concealment is not very good, and there must be soldiers guarding the surroundings when coming here. Should we build another cabin near these hot springs someday? After thinking about it, Su Yuan gave up the idea. There was no need to go to so much trouble to build 2 more wooden houses on this mountain. He also had to consider the construction angle of the slope. If the creatures in this world were to be attacked by wild beasts, even if they had built wooden houses, they would be smashed to pieces by a few slaps. That's it for now. When the 2 hot spring pools were completed, the sun was already directly overhead. The cold wind and hot mist were intertwined around them, and the bright sunshine was shining on their bodies. Su Yuan did not avoid Shur. He took off all his clothes and entered the hot spring. The stone was of a perfect height and became his cushion. Great, lying down like this feels like I've added 10 years to my lifespan. The water temperature was not low, but it felt just right to Su Yuan in such cold weather. The flowing hot water seemed to be massaging his body. The warm mist inhaled into his nose, making him feel sleepy immediately, but then he remembered the lion standing next to him. Sure, do you want to take a hot spring bath? You haven't taken a bath recently, right? Your hair is almost tangled. It's a good time to wash it while taking a hot spring bath. Shur touched his head and saw a few strands of golden hair tangled together, stained with some blood from when he killed the pigman before. I've been busy following Su Yuan around these days and completely forgot about taking a bath by the ice lake. More importantly, she was not used to going with other people. The last time she took a bath, it was Red Fox who dragged her there. Apart from that time, she had never washed her body again. Then I'll wash up too. Su Yuan leaned comfortably on the edge with his eyes squinted. After hearing Shur's words, he nodded slowly, then realized something and immediately opened his eyes wide. The lion at the edge of the hot spring pool changed out of its fur clothing, its golden tail hair fluttering in the wind, and then it continued to look up. Su Yuan smacked his lips in shock. This scale was indeed incomparable to Mao Yi. Just as he was daydreaming, some of the water in the hot spring pool suddenly flowed out, and Su Yuan felt a pair of thighs immediately pressed against his side. He instantly perked up, swallowed hard, looked at the lion whose head popped out from the side, and asked doubtfully, "Aren't you going to take a bath over there? Can't we be here? Then I'll be right there." Fuck, what are you doing? What is worse than beasts is being worse than beasts. Su Yuan looked at Shur's lost eyes and immediately pulled her down. Ahem, I'm just afraid I can't resist it. But it's okay. Come here and let me wash your hair. Su Yuan temporarily suppressed his impulse, watching Shur bury her head in him, and gently rubbed her messy hair with his fingers. Because her hair was sticky with blood, he unconsciously used more strength. No matter how he scrubbed, not a single strand of the golden hair fell out. The amazing hair quality made Su Yuan dumbfounded. Now, Su Yuan, who seemed calm, had been betrayed by his body's reaction. Shur looked towards the hot spring water with some curiosity, but Su Yuan held his head, and he could only suppress the doubts in his heart. System, exchange a pack of shampoo for me. After rubbing for a long time without any effect, Su Yuan immediately opened the system mall and exchanged a pack of shampoo for 20 points, which was the size of a palm. Just lie down and don't move. Close your eyes. No matter how you say this in this situation, it seems a bit perverted. After hearing this, Shur immediately leaned in front of Su Yuan and closed her eyes. She heard the sound of Su Yuan scratching her head, and there was something wrapped around it, and a scent also reached her nose. With the help of shampoo, these messy hairs can be cleaned up, and the hot spring water flowing from above quickly washes away the shampoo. How about it? Touch your hair. Isn't it very soft? Su Yuan felt a sense of accomplishment in bathing his big cat, looking at the soft golden hair sticking to the lion's forehead. It's very comfortable and smells good. Thank you, Su Yuan. Shur came up and kissed him on the cheek, imitating the way he did at the celebration party. The sense of accomplishment he had originally felt in giving the big cat a bath was instantly shattered. I just worked out last night. If I'm obsessed with working out all day, my body won't be able to handle it. Wait, I've already increased my life force, and you're still worried about it? At worst, I can exchange it for a few more bottles of blue spirit drinks later. Without the restraint of the little angel, Su Yuan whispered something into the lion's ears. Looking at the confused look in his eyes, he had to start guiding him himself. Chapter 85 Hot Spring Pool Project is now open. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on the valley. Su Yuan lay leisurely in the hot spring, squinting his eyes and enjoying the tranquility of the mountain stream. After half a day, I felt like I was about to create a giant in my body. A beautiful figure was leaning against me. The redness on her face had not yet faded, and her eyes were a little blurred. Master Su Yuan, I want to ask you a question. Shur seemed to have mustered up the courage, raised his head, and looked at Su Yuan and asked nervously. Hey, I told you all to stop being so sirens and just call me that. If you have any questions, just ask me. Su Yuan rubbed Shur's hair. The hot spring water had wet her hair again due to the previous intense exercise, and water droplets were still dripping from the ends of her hair. Shur hummed, then stammered, You're not from the God-given tribe, right? Well, I'm not, but how did you know? Su Yuan answered her without hesitation. After all, this was a fact, and there was no need for him to hide it. After all, everyone would know it one day. The God-given tribe, can only give birth to the next generation by eating the God-given fruit, but my mother told me that only the orcs can give birth to the next generation through reproduction. When I was a kid, I followed my mother to attack the orc tribe. It was just like that. Oh no, it turns out this problem didn't exist before. It's not because these beast girls don't know much about breeding offspring through the God-given fruit, but because Maoya has too little experience. Now I've met someone who's more knowledgeable. Are you an orc? There was some caution and worry in Shur's eyes. The discord between the orcs and the God-given tribe was not a matter of 1 or 2 days, but had been going on for generations. Do I look like an orc to you? You all have some traces of the orcs on you. Did you just find my traces? If you count it this way, I should be considered the first pure-blooded human being in this Western fantasy primitive world. Shur looked them up and down in confusion. There was no beast feature on their black hair, and their ears were just a little red and frost-like, but they did not have the spider's unique lance. Its pupils were also black, and its hands and feet were no different from those of the God-given clan. It didn't have thick hair, and it didn't even have a tail on its butt. Except, just now Su Yuan's face froze, and he quickly covered Shur's mouth. If he said this out loud, he would be in trouble. Remember I told you I came from far away? Well, you said it was a very large tribe in the east. Shur said with some reminiscence. Su Yuan nodded with emotion and said, Yes, it's very big and very far away. It's even so far away that it's not in the east of this world. To be precise, I actually came from outer space. Your gods brought you to this world, and I was also brought to this world by other gods. Although Su Yuan also used theology to explain the reason, Shur still looked confused, and his tail swayed restlessly in the water. These things were too complicated for her. Su Yuan sighed, hugged her tightly, and said, It's okay if you don't understand these. Just believe that I will be with you forever. Let's go back to the desolate snowfield together, go to the snow mountain range together, and even go to the other side of the mountains together. After a moment of silence, Shur hummed softly, rested her head on Su Yuan's shoulder, and said nothing. In fact, she had already chosen to believe Su Yuan when he denied that he was an orc, and the rest of his words were no longer important. Su Yuan, this is how beast men have children, right? Well, I have a child too. This extremely changing topic really stumped Su Yuan. The key point was that he didn't know the body structure of this beast girl, and he didn't even know whether she had reproductive isolation. That, I don't know either. After all, I'm not an orc. Of course, orcs and I will never have children. As for those orcs, quarantine or not, he would defend his integrity to the death. Then I want one too. Before Su Yuan could react, Shur immediately pounced on him and pressed him to the edge of the hot spring pool. It seems that 2 bottles of blue spirit drinks are not enough, so I have to exchange for at least 3 bottles. Alas, points are like the water in this hot spring, flowing away too quickly. In the evening, Shur and Su Yuan returned to the camp. The Red Fox thought that the two had gone on some special mission after disappearing for a whole day. But before she could finish her curiosity, Su Yuan gathered everyone to the center of the camp. At this moment, everyone was holding food in their hands, looking at Su Yuan with curious eyes, wondering what important news was to be announced. Ahem, we found a warm stream in the mountains before. I think everyone knows about it, right? Everyone nodded, and a more lively little bunny girl raised her hand and shouted, Sister Maoye and the others told us before. It seems that the last time Maoye and Manhwa competed for the right to tell the story, they told everyone everything in great detail. This is good. I don't have to explain it again. Today, Sure and I went to build a hot spring pool there, which is a place for taking hot baths. From now on, if you don't want to go to the ice lake to boil water, you could go to the hot springs and mountains. The hot water, there's always flowing and it never gets cold. Everyone was excited when the news came out. It was very troublesome to take a bath in the ice lake. Not only did they have to learn from Su Yuan to make fire by rubbing two sticks together, but they also had to boil the water first. This whole process would waste at least 2 or 3 hours, which is why many people go to the ice lake to bathe every day, but only a few can actually take a bath. However, you still can't go alone, and you must go with 2 warriors. There are still wild beasts in that area, and you can't drink that water. It might give you a stomachache. As soon as Su Yuan finished speaking, everyone happily agreed and gathered in groups of 3 or 4 to happily discuss the good news with the beast girls around them. Yeah, Gigi understands. Gigi wants to go with Mommy. We can just take Xiao Man into man with us. Su Yuan heard something extraordinary amidst the discussions. He grabbed the folded ear beast girl's ears, lifted her up, and spoke seriously. Damon can't go. This rope won't hold up. Are you kidding? Never mind whether the ropes can support it or not. Just with that size, the hot spring pool would have to be a few inches wider if he just sat down. Oh well, can Wu come with us? Su Yuan glanced at the body of the Scottish fold beast girl. TSK. She is even smaller than Mao Yi. She is not even as tall as his waist. One can't, at least one shouldn't. No, wait until you grow up a little. Chapter 86. Is this the Crab General? The opening of the hot springs attracted all the beast girls to rush to the mountain to soak in the hot springs. Even Mao Yi couldn't help it and dragged Su Yuan to take a bath. It was this time that Sure finally understood what the strange cat meows in the tribe were all about. Although Su Yuan was a little embarrassed, he put the embarrassment behind him after trying a new experience he had never had in his life and enjoyed the endless pleasure in this crowded hot spring pool. For several days, he almost sunk into despair. Fortunately, the blue spirit drink worth 2,000 points made him see the truth clearly. If he continued like this, he would have used up all his points. This is an important resource for the development of the tribe. Su Yuan saw that the points he had finally reached the new milestone of 100,000 points dropped back to 80,000 points, so he gave up his bad habit of taking a hot spring bath every day. Ahem, Sure, come fishing with me. Su Yuan looked at Sure, who came out of the snow house early in the morning, holding a wooden basin, and hurried over to shout. In the wooden basin was not only a skin towel, but also some fresh fruits picked from the wild a few days ago. After all, it is easy to make yourself thirsty when taking a hot spring bath. You can eat 2 pieces of fruit to quench your thirst after you're done with your work. Of course, the most important thing is that these fruits floating on the water can add a bit of fun. Fishing? Aren't you going to take a hot spring bath? Sure put down the wooden basin and came to Su Yuan with some confusion. Soaking in the hot springs every day is bad for your health. Besides, there are so many people in the tribe, we should let everyone enjoy the comfort of the hot springs. Su Yuan picked up the fishing rod without saying a word, pulled Sure and prepared to walk towards the ice lake. When he left the tribe, he found Fox 9 with his butt sticking up in the snow, doing something unknown. It would be a good opportunity to call Fox 9 along. Otherwise, he would have run to the cabin to take a bath before we could fish for a few seconds at the icy lake. Fox 9, let's go fishing together. Su Yuan quickly grabbed the fox's tail, which was sticking up high, and scared Fox 9 so much that it fell into the snow. Su Yuan, you scare me. The trap I just researched almost worked. Fox Jiu pouted angrily, with snow on the tip of her nose and head. Her cute appearance made Su Yuan unable to sense her anger. With a smile on his face, he patted the broken snow off Fox 9's body, then lowered his head to take a look at Fox 9's so-called trap. What is this? When asked about the thing on the ground, Hujio's face was full of pride, and he showed Su Yuan the wooden thing. This is a trap I researched myself. It uses the bow and arrow you made in the previous cave trap. Look, I plan to use a bow and arrow method to load an arrow here, then jam it. When someone steps on the trap, the hook will release, and the arrow will pierce the ankle of the person trapped. Fox 9 demonstrated it to Su Yuan, and the more Su Yuan looked at it, the more familiar it became. Isn't this a trap version of a crossbow? This little fox's head is really full of wisdom. If she fiddles with it like this, she might be able to come up with some new tricks. Try this thing later and come fishing with me. I'll teach you some new fishing techniques. New method? Here it comes. Fox 9 took a look at the trap device in his hand, found a place in the corner of the camp, buried it in the snow, and then caught up with Su Yuan. Few people come to the ice lake now, but the old cabin still stands very cleanly by the lake. Some little beast girls still like to take a bath in this enclosed little wooden house, so the snow that had accumulated before was cleaned up. When I arrived at the lake early in the morning, there was no one there, and the hole in the middle of the ice lake was a little frozen. Su Yuan tried to break the frozen ice with force and swung the pole into the icy lake. Didn't you say there was a new method? Fox 9 had learned this method of fishing with a fishing rod before. Looking at Su Yuan, who was sitting on the ice lake waiting for the fish to bite, he couldn't help but ask, "Hey, let's fish for a while. Once I get 2 hooks, I'll try a different method. Now that we have come to the ice lake, how can we not cast our rods?" Not long after Su Yuan sat down, the fishing float made a sound. It seems that they have lost their vigilance again because they haven't been fishing for a while. Su Yuan quickly stood up and lifted the fishing rod with force. He had drunk countless bottles of blue spirit drinks in a row, and his strength was much greater than the first time he came fishing. This instantly lifted up the prey, caught on the hook. Careful! The moment it landed, the 1-meter-tall creature attacked Su Yuan. The saber in the hand of Shur beside him attacked like a spear and stabbed back the guy who was almost in front of Su Yuan. The long sword flew far away with the monster's body and directly pierced into another layer of ice. It was not until it was nailed there that Su Yuan could see clearly. Holy crap, there are crabs this big in this lake. Su Yuan patted his chest in fear. The chest of the big crab in the distance was pierced by the blade, and a pair of pincers that could crush his head were still moving. Isn't this a lake near a mountain? Where did such a huge crab come from? Although he couldn't understand the wonders of this world, Su Yuan understood how delicious this big crab was. Light blue blood flowed down the handle of the knife from the piercing point. After struggling for a few seconds, it became a dead crab. This meat must be very tender and fat, perfect for roasting. Lion, Fox 9, build a fire. Only when this guy turned into a dead crab did Su Yuan bring 2 beast girls to him and knocked on the big claws. The dull sound made him look happy. They hadn't eaten much in the morning when they came here, and this big crab was enough for 3 people to have a full meal. 10 minutes later, the big crab was placed on the bonfire by the lake, and crab soup was cooking in 3 clay pots nearby. Wait for it to bake first. I'll teach you how to do it. Su Yuan brought the 2 of them to the mouth of the ice lake. The shell of the big crab was hard, so it would probably take a while to roast it. Actually, we didn't have sufficient conditions to carry out this before, but now that Lan Sha and the others have joined the tribe, it won't be such a big problem anymore. While speaking words that the 2 could not understand, Su Yuan also exchanged a large black net in the system mall. Fox 9 looked at this novel thing for a long time. It was somewhat similar to the spider webs that Lan Sha and the others usually saw, but the holes on it were denser and smaller than those in spider webs. Grab these 4 corners, then put some food on them, and the fish will be hooked soon. He had cast a few rods to fish in his previous life, but this was Su Yuan's first attempt at catching a fish. He had only seen it in online videos before. After placing some pieces of pork on the net, the 3 of them watched the black net fall into the icy lake. Will this actually catch any fish? Fox 9 scratched his ears. He used a fish because the fish hook was used to hook the fish, and then the float notified him in time to catch the fish. Nowadays, there is no fish hook, not even a notification device, so you don't know whether you caught any fish or not. I'm afraid that by the time you pull up the net, the fish will have eaten their fill and run away. Chapter 87. Mermaid? Ice lake connected to the ocean. Of course. I don't know either, but the lake isn't that big, so we'll definitely catch 1 or 2. It doesn't matter whether he can catch fish or not. After all, there is plenty of food in the tribe, and the points he has accumulated are enough to feed the tribe for several years. The main thing is to have something to do today, otherwise if I have nothing to do, I will have to exercise again. After turning the fishing net for a while, Su Yuan, who seemed to be doing nothing, suddenly felt a pulling force coming from below. There really is a huge cargo. Shur, please help pull it up. Don't let it run away. Shur took the fishing net and tightened it immediately, as if she was really worried that the fish would escape. She even used her awakening power, and the fish caught in the net under the lake was pulled up by her without any pause. In the sky, lake water and a bunch of black shadows flew up, drew an arc above, and then fell heavily on the ice. Woo-woo. But at this time, a whimpering sound was heard from it. In the fishing net, in addition to some small and big fish, there was also a girl with beautiful blue hair. But at this moment, the girl looked a little embarrassed with a small fish in her mouth, and the pork that Su Yuan had thrown into the net in her hand, and a patch of messy water plants on her head. Pooh, cough, 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 ouch, my butt. You guys are really... Hayao spat out the fish in her mouth and was about to scold these guys on land with an angry look, but a weapon flashing with cold light was suddenly placed on her neck. Really? Hee, that's amazing. Good morning. Damn it, I just wanted to find something to eat, but how could I be caught by those guys on land? My mom said these guys are not to be trifled with. You're the mermaid? What does a mermaid get her? But when Su Yuan saw the new thing, he immediately squatted down to look at it curiously. The girl's turquoise hair was actually a gradient color. The top of the head is cyan blue, and it turns into turquoise blue at the tips. The ears on both sides are raised. No, they can't be called ears. The two thin gills were pink and tender, and perhaps they were fluttering in fear when they saw them. As for her body, it was not covered with only two shells like what Su Yuan had seen in his previous life. Instead, the girl's upper body was wrapped in black seaweed. Only two lotus root-like arms were exposed, and the connection between the fishtail and the body was also covered. The fishtail was somewhat similar to her hair, long and beautiful, with scales shining in the sunlight. Mermaid? Why do mermaids have butts? Hayao seemed to want to be angry, but didn't dare to. She looked at Shirshir, who had a cold face beside her, and could only pout and complain dissatisfiedly on the internet. Ahem, sorry, we didn't mean any harm. We just accidentally caught you while fishing. Su Yuan loosened the net for her, and the fish scattered around on the ice made her envious. But she looked at Shirshir again and retracted her hand holding the fish. Do you live in this frozen lake? After untying the net, Su Yuan and Hayao started chatting. Although this guy was timid, he looked like a lively person. At this time, he was still staring at the fish around him. If I were a bad guy, there would be a roasted mermaid tail on a fire right now. Me? I escaped from the dreaming coral sea with my mother and the others. Dream Coral Sea? It's another new map, and I don't know where it is. Su Yuan had already learned several locations from these people, including the yellow sand plain, the snow-viewing mountains, and the dreamy coral sea. While thinking, Hayao shivered, and the cold wind made her hug her arms tightly. You mermaids are afraid of the cold too? Then how did you get to this icy lake? Seeing her like this, Su Yuan had no choice but to pick her up and walk to the campfire. The warm firelight made Hayao finally breathe a sigh of relief, and she stretched out her little hands to warm them by the fire. It used to be very warm in the Dream Coral Sea. Although it's a little colder here, as long as we swim deeper we won't feel too cold. And this starlight algae is also very warm to wear. Hayao pulled the collar of her seaweed clothes, and a large area of white was revealed among the black seaweed. Su Yuan stared over with wide eyes. Don't get me wrong, he was looking at the black star algae, which had the same name as Hayao said. This black seaweed was dotted with white spots. Like the stars in the dark night, it is very beautiful when you look closely. Can you touch it? Hayao was a little confused, but she still raised her chest generously and said, touch it. Su Yuan immediately knew that his words were ambiguous from this expression, but fortunately these beast girls did not understand the other meanings. Su Yuan also pretended to be normal and placed his palm on Hayao's starlight algae clothes. The seaweed clothes were a little cold at first, but after a while he felt a hint of warmth. And there was also that familiar system prompt sound. Rare item detected. Starburst seaweed. Trade for 800 points, or trade for 80 points to get a new special item. Host, please select the transaction direction. It's only worth 800 points. Su Yuan ignored the system's prompt. If he traded now, wouldn't that mean stripping the mermaid naked? By the way, I haven't asked you what your name is yet. My name is Hayao, what's yours? Su Yuan introduced himself, and also introduced the two beast girls, one big and one small, around her. Hayao finally relaxed when she learned that Shirshir was just aloof and had no ill will towards her. Hayao, can you give me a small piece of your clothes? Yeah, as long as it's not too big. Otherwise, it will be very cold when we go into the water later. Only after getting Hayao's permission did Su Yuan use a dagger to cut off a small piece of special product from her lower abdomen to unlock the system. However, when cutting, his eyes unconsciously looked towards the place where the scales met the skin. There would be no, what does it smell like? Just as his curiosity was aroused, a strange smell attracted a few people. Following the smell, they saw that the crab shell was already a little burnt. Ah, the meat is mushy. Sure quickly took the big crab off the fire. The crab meat in the clay pot had been stewed until it was soft, with some fish meat floating in it. The milky white soup smelled very delicious. The roasted crab meat was a little burnt, but luckily not too much. Transaction successful. New products can be viewed in the special column. Star bandage, 300 points. Note, bandage that can alleviate and restore freezing damage. The introduction is very concise, but it is also a good thing, especially in this icy and snowy place. It can not only deal with frostbite, but also deal with damage caused by some monsters that can use ice magic. After the inspection, Su Yuan closed the system all and sat next to everyone. Hai Yao felt relieved after getting his permission. She took the grilled crab meat handed to her by Hu Jio, and her mouth started watering the instant she did so. Chapter 88 Dream Coral Sea. Is this food made with fire on land? This is so delicious. Hai Yao was holding a crab claw and eating it happily. Every bite of the snow-white crab meat was so delicious that she cried. This rich expression made Su Yuan on the side look stunned, and he didn't even pay attention to the delicious aroma of the crab meat in his hand. Aren't you used to eating raw food in the sea? Hai Yao's mouth was filled with crab meat, and she puffed out her cheeks as she explained, let alone eating raw food in the sea. We're lucky to have a full meal on a normal day. Are the conditions in the ocean really that bad? We caught a lot of fish earlier. Fox 9 happily drank a mouthful of crab and fish soup. After hearing Hai Yao's words, he continued to ask with some doubt, can't you mermaids eat fish? It's not that we can't eat it, it's that we don't like eating fish. I always feel weird after eating it. And there are a lot of small fish. Not only are there no meat, but there are also a lot of bones. Last time, one got stuck in my throat and almost killed me. As she spoke, she used her hands to grab the meat from the claws. Compared to fish meat, the crab meat did not have a single bone and was like a piece of soft and delicious tofu. And I didn't feel any strange discomfort after eating it. By the way, you guys are from this place, right? Have you ever heard of the Frost Sea Heart Crystal? Frost Sea Heart Crystal? Su Yuan looked at the other two people. Sure, and Hu Jio both shook their heads. Su Yuan could only shake his head. After all, he had only been in this world for a short time and hadn't even recognized the whole place. Alas, if we don't find this thing, we'll have to starve here forever. I really want to go back to the Coral Sea. Could you please elaborate on this Frost Sea Heart Crystal and why you came here from the dreaming Coral Sea? With the help of the delicious big crabs, Hai Yao no longer had any guard against the few people. She ate while telling her own story. Originally, I lived in the Sea Spirit Tribe in the dreaming Coral Sea. My mother was the tribe's witch, but a few months ago, someone in the tribe betrayed my mother, and that betrayer defected to the Fire Scale Tribe. My mother told me that the witch from the Fire Scale Tribe obtained a strange treasure and became extremely powerful. We can't defeat her, so we have no choice but to flee the dreaming Coral Sea. It turned out to be another beast girl who was hunted to this place. But the Dream Coral Sea did not have the mysterious witch in the Snow Mountain Range. They were forced to leave their homeland simply because of plundering between tribes. In one world, hundreds of tribes are constantly fighting each other. Isn't this a great betrayal and blasphemy to the god who brought the beast girl race to this continent? It seems that the unification of the tribes in this world cannot be delayed. Su Yuan became even more resolute in his previous belief. How could this kind of fighting and killing be so disgraceful? Couldn't everyone just make dumplings together during the New Year? So why did you come to this place after being chased? If you go any further inside, you'll freeze to death. We're looking for that Frost Sea Heart Crystal. A witch from another tribe close to Mother divined that it's right here. Only it can allow us to return to the dreaming Coral Sea and reclaim our home. A delicious crab breakfast brought everyone together completely. Hai Yao also regained her original cheerful and lively personality and even became interested in fishing by the icy lake. After finishing her meal, she was sitting on the edge of the gap in the ice lake, swinging the pole, and behind her Su Yuan, Sure, and others supporting her. After all, the fishtail had no support, and the only way for her to sit down was to place the entire fishtail in the icy lake. I'm sorry, but once I successfully awaken, my fishtail will be able to transform into yours. Seeing several people hugging her, Hai Yao felt a little embarrassed, but she was particularly interested in fishing at the moment, and soon her attention turned to the float. After awakening, will you evolve into human legs? Of course, you can become a witch or an awakened warrior. My mother can go to the land at any time to trade with others, and some awakened warriors in the tribe can also do so. Su Yuan is no longer thinking about fishing. With such a big fish in his arms, he has no time to care about the small fish in the lake. He curiously stroked the beautiful fishtail with his hands. The scales on it were very neat, and each scale emitted dazzling light under the sunlight. If you gently pinch it, you can feel the firm fish meat. It is not like the movies and TV shows I watched in my previous life, where you can see the outline of two legs when the fish sits up. The tail fins floating under the water are as pink and tender as the fins on the ears, and appear transparent under the sunlight. So this is a mermaid, but I wonder if this form can... I've taken the bait. Su Yuan, what should I do? Just as he looked up at the fish tail again, wanting to explore the part under the starry seaweed, Hai Yao in his arms shouted excitedly, and his hands tightly grasped the fishing rod. Just grab it here and reel it in, or just pull it up with force. Su Yuan held her hands and taught her how to reel in the line. The little mermaid's arms didn't look very fleshy, but she was quite strong. After struggling with the prey under the ice lake for a few times, she finally caught it. Soon, a large green fish lay diagonally on the ice, its eyes glaring at Hai Yao, who was cheering not far away. We are all fish in the same boat, so why are we so anxious to fight each other? I don't know if it's because of the mermaid's bonus, but Hai Yao was much faster at taking the bait than Su Yuan and the others. By dusk, the ice was already piled with fish. Thank you. It's getting late, and I have to go back. I'll leave these fish to you. These are your gains. Won't you take them back? Hai Yao jumped back into the icy lake, shook her head, and said, We don't like to eat these, and since we caught them with your fishing rod, you can take them. Can I trade a few of these fishing rods with you? I plan to ask my mother and the others to come see you later. A fishing rod is not something that is particularly difficult to make, but it is also a particularly difficult thing for primitive tribes, mainly because of the line. The rod and hook can be replaced with other things, but except for the fishing line purchased by Su Yuan, the Star Tribe now uses animal skin strips cut from white rabbit. Of course, now with the addition of Hong Shuang and the others, some places that need to use online are replaced by their spider silk. Sure, but how do I know you're coming? Our tribe is still some distance away from here. Hai Yao thought about it, then pulled the starlight algae on the collar of her chest. At this angle, Su Yuan could see the outline perfectly from above. Well, not as big as Shirshir's. This is not only true for Hai Yao, but also for Shirshir. Few people can shake Shirshir's position in the entire Star Tribe. Hong Shuang may be a strong enemy. Use this. If we come, this conch will transmit my voice, and then you can just come to this place. Hai Yao took out a thumb-sized mini conch from her clothes and handed it to Su Yuan. She could still feel the warmth on it. Okay, I'll go back first. Can I have a taste of that meat next time? She pointed to the piece of pork in the net. She was tempted by this thing before and was finally caught by Su Yuan. Even though I am full from the crab feast, I am still obsessed with that piece of pork jerky. Okay, I'll make you a big meal next time. Chapter 89. Planning and Preparation for the Snowy Field. A week passed by so simply. The conch hasn't sounded since the last time I met Hai Yao, and I don't know how far that guy swam from. Or maybe she encountered some danger on the way. If I had known earlier, I should have given her some defensive weapons. The development of the tribe is still proceeding in an orderly manner. Su Yuan has not been busy with other things recently. He is making final preparations to go to the desolate snowfield to gather information. First of all, he must go. Now the tribe's food and housing problems have been solved, and he doesn't need to worry about them. So he has to go on this trip to the snowy plains. The first reason is that it is no longer possible to collect rare items in the tribe. Since the last time we dealt with the magic salamander trapped in the cave, we have not gained any new ones. Leaving the tribe and heading to the desolate snowfield will definitely yield considerable gains along the way. The second point is that he needs to command the beast girls to act. Letting these simple beast girls gather intelligence probably won't yield much useful information. And if you're not careful, you can easily be caught by the other party. It would be better to go and see for yourself. In dangerous situations, you can also exchange items from the system mall for first aid. The selection of personnel for this expedition, as well as the accompanying equipment and items, have been almost completed this week. In the mountain stream, Su Yuan was soaking comfortably in the hot spring pool. Shirshir beside him looked a little tired, leaning on his shoulder with his eyes squinted. We have to leave for the snowy wasteland in 2 days, but I hope you can stay in the camp. Su Yuan smoothed Shirshir's long golden hair. It was a little longer than when they first met. It floated on the water like a piece of golden seaweed, and he soon grabbed it. No, I want to go too. This was the first time Shirshir disobeyed Su Yuan's order. She looked at Su Yuan with tired eyes, but with determination. Listen to me first. This time we're going deep into the Black Sheep tribe. They know you, so it will be very easy to be exposed. I plan to take Long, Hong Shuang, and the others with me. Maybe this time we can find a way to rescue some people from the Red Fox tribe. But, Sure bit her lips tightly. She knew that what Su Yuan said was right, but she felt very uncomfortable in her heart. Well, it's not like you don't have a mission. You and Husi not only have to protect the safety of the tribe, but also contact Hai Yao and the others. Su Yuan didn't expect that such a cold and domineering queen would now be in front of him like a little girl, looking aggrieved. His body, which had just finished, was a little out of control again. You don't want the tribe to be in danger, do you? Hai Yao and the others have a witch, and there are countless awakened warriors. Although Hai Yao seems to be very friendly with us, her mother and other mermaids may not be so friendly. I can only trust you. Su Yuan's words made Sure silent for a long time, and finally he nodded with difficulty. Whoa. You guys, stop playing in the water, and don't forget the mission you came here for. The warm scene between the two was interrupted by 5 snow wolves playing in the stream not far away. The water temperature was too hot for them, but the situation below was just right. Several guys had their furs soaked and were having a lot of fun playing in the flowing stream. After hearing Su Yuan's call, they immediately shook off the water on their bodies and ran to Su Yuan happily. They knew clearly who was the boss. If Su Yuan was not satisfied, he would be the barbecue on the grill one day. Ouch! Go search the area for any signs of wild animals. If you see any, don't attack them on your own. Come back and report to me. A few days ago, the beast girls of the Star Tribe discovered some wild beasts in this place. Fortunately, they were not particularly ferocious beasts. The most ferocious one among them was a black bear without any special abilities. It happened that day that it met Long and Gigi, who were taking a hot spring bath. The pair of sharp swords given by Su Yuan cleanly and efficiently cut off the black bear's paws. In addition to pork, beef, and fish, the tribe now has another kind of meat, bear meat. But this scared Damon a lot. Every day when he saw Long carrying the bear down the mountain road, he would be frightened. Now that Su Yuan plans to take some people away, he must ensure the safety of the star camp here. So he specially brought these snow wolves here to investigate the situation. Woo! After receiving the order, the 5 snow wolves split into 2 teams and ran towards the forests on both sides. Although the food in the camp had been improved, their speed was still not slow. It disappeared from sight in a few seconds. Not far away, a few more figures came down the mountain. Su Yuan patted Shure's head and said quickly, "Let's get up quickly, otherwise they will come and drag me to continue bathing." Taking a hot spring bath is one thing, but the key is that he can't resist so many cute and sexy beast girls running over to him with joy on their faces to cuddle with him. Wow, Wu, you came to the hot springs today too. When the 2 of them had packed up, a few people from a distance also arrived at the hot spring. Su Yuan looked at the 3 of them and touched Yue's head with some curiosity. Is Yue not sleepy today? The 3 people who came to take a hot spring bath were Pan Yu and her companions. Yue was in good spirits today and no longer looked tired as before. When talking about this, Yue's expression became a little excited and said, "Yue no longer feels sleepy after taking a hot spring bath, so Pan Yu and I take her here every few days." Snort. Pan Yu, who was standing next to her, looked at Bei Yu with dissatisfaction as she interrupted her and turned her head away with her hands on her hips. It actually has this effect. Could it really be a koala? The ears look quite similar. No wonder it's so sleepy. Su Yuan looked at Yue, who was clinging to him. Her 2 furry little ears were round, her big eyes were full of confusion, and her little arms were tightly hugging his waist. A little wolf, a little rabbit, and a little koala. The difference between these 3 moons is quite large. If they were wild beasts, the rebellious moon would be eaten by them. No wonder Beiyue and Yue are so afraid of Panyue. Ouch! At this time, the snow wolves exploring outside also made a noise. The 2 snow wolves on the left were terrified and limped towards Su Yuan. "You guys go to the bar first, I'll go take a look." Su Yuan carried Yue, who was clinging to him, back to Panyue and prepared to take Sure to see what was happening over there. "I want to go too." Without any hesitation, Pan Yu threw Yu to Beiyue again and tossed her back and forth until Yu was dizzy. "Then, be careful, I won't go." Beiyue's ears shrank timidly. Then she took off Yue's clothes and placed them beside the hot spring pool, while she looked around cautiously. Chapter 90, Warcraft, Moon Frost Wolf. "What's wrong?" Su Yuan came to the two snow wolves. After seeing Su Yuan, they burst into tears, with sobbing sounds coming from their mouths. Stop howling. Let me see your situation, and then take me there. If they continued to howl, the enemies would come towards them. Su Yuan slapped them on the head, then picked up the injured part and took a look at it. So cold. The injuries were on the snow wolf's buttocks and hind legs. They were not bite wounds, but frostbite. The buttocks were covered with frost and felt like a piece of solid ice. System exchanged for star bandages. These snow wolves have been successfully domesticated in the star tribe. Now they can no longer be called snow wolves, but more accurately called snow dogs. They provide them with a lot of help in daily hunting. They couldn't just be left to die, so Su Yuan carried them both to the place where the water was boiling. At this moment, Yue was already soaking in the hot spring, her small figure visible in the clear water waves, and her proportions looked almost the same as Mao Ye's. Beiwe, don't squat there, it's nothing serious. He had heard from Pan Yu that they were all very powerful, especially Yu who dozed off all day long, who was an awakened warrior who almost awakened successfully. I just fell asleep during the awakening process, so the awakening failed. Patting Beiwe's head, he carried the two snow wolves to the boiling hot spring outlet above and pressed the buttocks of the two snow wolves down. Ouch! The feeling of ice and fire made them howl again, and the three snow wolves on the other side also ran back. After he wrapped the bandages around the two guys' buttocks, he patted their heads and said, "Take us to see what's going on. By the way, are you three okay over there?" The other three snow wolves shook their heads. They only rushed back because they heard their companions howling. The three men and three wolves followed the two stumbling snow wolves towards the side of the mountain. After walking for a while, the nearby scenery changed a little. The gravel in the surrounding mountains turned into a slender bamboo forest, and each bamboo was about as thick as Su Yuan's arm. In addition to the white snow piled on top, there are also some transparent ice crystals on the bamboo poles. Isn't it some special item? Su Yuan touched the ice crystal bamboos with his hand, but unfortunately there was no system prompt sound, so he ignored them. Several people followed the snow wolves towards a downhill location. After walking for a while, the two snow wolves in front ran back in a very cowardly manner. In front of them, a crack in a mountain wall appeared in front of everyone. The size of the crack was smaller than the small cave where Su Yuan and his friends stored food. In the dark crack, a pair of red eyes suddenly opened, and then an ice cone flew towards them. Su Yuan, be careful. Sure knocked away the ice cone with the blade of his sword, then stood in front of the two men and looked at the crevice on the opposite side of the mountain. Ow! In the gap, a white figure nearly 2 meters tall slowly emerged from the gap. The figure was somewhat similar to the several snow wolves besides Su Yuan. However, the snow wolf was only about 1 meter tall, much shorter than this guy, and compared to their messy hair, the wolf opposite had delicate hair, with a hint of blue in the silver-white color. Most importantly, these idiots don't know the ice cone magic. Frost Wolf of the Cold Moon, a high-level, third-tier monster with powerful frost abilities. It's agile. Its claws not only inflict frost damage to enemies, but can also condense ice spike magic in its mouth. It has just suffered a serious injury and given birth to a cub, so it's weak. Level 3 Advanced. Su Yuan looked at the Frost Wolf opposite him with some shock. This was the highest level magical beast he had ever seen since he came to this world. The magical salamander they had spent most of the day dealing with was only a low-level 3rd level one. If that guy had not been trapped in the cave and starved for so many years, and then Su Yuan had not poisoned him and burned him with smoke and fire, he would have hit his vital points. I guess even if Sure, Long, and the others were added together, they might not be a match. The Cold Moon Frost Wolf stood in front of the cave entrance and did not attack him. Instead, it looked at everyone vigilantly with its red eyes, and its bared fangs threatened them to leave. She just gave birth and is seriously injured. Maybe we can capture her. Su Yuan's eyes moved, and he shouted to the lion next to him, "Lion, you, I'll go." Before he could finish his explanation, Pan Yu stood up firmly, his eyes full of fighting spirit as he looked at the Lin Yu Frost Wolf opposite him. "Stop!" Su Yuan quickly grabbed her tail and pulled her back. Pan Yu turned her head, and her angry face immediately fell when she saw Su Yuan. "Just let me try. I'm going back soon. I'm not useless. I want to become stronger so that I can save the Black Sheep Witch. Your bare hands are useless. This is for you." Su Yuan exchanged an exquisite steel knife from the system mall. When he was fighting with the Pigment tribe before, he found that Pan Yu liked to use this kind of knife that was as long as his forearm. The blade is long and slender, and she can always cause considerable damage to the enemy during her agile combat. Be careful, come back if you can't win. I will definitely defeat it. Pan Yu pursed her lips, tightly grasped the knife handed to her by Su Yuan, and rushed towards the Lin Yu Frostwolf. Can she beat him? Lion shit. Shur stared at the rebel moon fighting the frost wolf of the cold moon, then shook his head and said, he can't win. Even though the giant wolf is injured, it's still very powerful. Unless rebellious moon awakens. Awakening? So, how did you awaken? Su Yuan has always been curious about how these awakened warriors awakened. Was it a God-given talent like in the Western fantasy world, or was it through some kind of meditation technique? Shur pointed at Pan Yu, who was fighting across from him, and explained, there are usually 3 ways. One is to have a witch who knows the art of summoning spirits help awaken them, but the probability of success is very low. If there is any mistake, it will fail. There are also some special foods, but these foods are very scarce, and if you don't recognize them, you will die if you eat them. Su Yuan remembered that they had found a blue-striped snake fruit on the head of a giant python before, but there was a high probability of death, and only a small probability of awakening successfully. It was very similar to the T-virus in the Resident Evil that he knew. If it failed, the victim would just turn into a zombie. The last point is combat. Breakthroughs and awakenings can occur during combat. I successfully awakened while fighting a 10-meter-long giant snake alone. 10 meters? That's called a python. Even before awakening, he could defeat a 10-meter python alone. Now, if Shur were to participate in Ultraman, he should have no problem tearing monsters apart with his bare hands. Su Yuan hugged Shur's waist and sighed helplessly. It seemed that victory was not yet achieved, and he still needed to work harder. Is there anything more effective than blue spirit drink? There's no need to increase the life force of the whole body. As long as the ability in a certain aspect is increased, it is enough. Waiting online, it's urgent. Chapter 91. Holding the cubs hostage to control the frost wolf. Facts proved that Shur's intuition was very accurate. After the wolf girl and the demon wolf fought for several rounds, Pan Yu was eroded by the cold fog surrounding the Lin Yu frost wolf. The body gradually lost consciousness due to the cold, and even the originally flexible posture gradually slowed down. Fortunately, Shur rushed forward and pulled the person back. Otherwise, the frost wolf of Cold Moon could have killed her with one claw. Ahem, I want to try again. Pan Yu gritted his teeth and pounded hard on some parts of his body covered with frost, trying to speed up blood circulation. This kind of thing can't be rushed. I wanted to comfort her, but when her stubborn eyes stared at me, I could only hold back my words. Oh, really? I'm going to have to change your stubborn temper sooner or later. If you want to try it again, drink this. Su Yuan rubbed Pan Yu's arm, which was as frozen as an ice cube, and then fed a bottle of medicine in a bamboo tube into her mouth. The sweet taste made her subconsciously smack her lips. Go ahead, you've been strengthened. This bottle of sweet potion is the Snow Snake Spirit Liquid, which costs 1,000 points. Although it does not have the effect of permanently strengthening the body like the blue spirit drink, it can increase strength in a short period of time and increase the probability of awakening. This bottle of potion is more suitable for Pan Yu to use at this time. Pan Yu rushed out again and felt a warm current in his body that smoothed out his stiff limbs, and a powerful force was transmitted from his heart to spread throughout his body. Seeing this, Shur retreated again. The condition of the Lin Yu frost wolf was not very good. The wound on its abdomen had started to bleed, and its steps were a little weak. This time, Pan Yu gained the upper hand, and the blade in his hand was like a strong wind, cutting several wounds on the body of the Lin Yu frost wolf. The frost mist still caused harm to her. Pan Yu gritted her teeth and moved her body faster and faster. The battle between the two became increasingly intense. Finally, bang! A figure was knocked back, and Su Yuan rushed forward to hug the person. Pan Yu's face was pale, and a faint light emanated from his body. On the forehead, a light-colored rune was faintly visible. Betray Moon is beginning to awaken. A hint of shock also appeared on Shur's cold face. At the same time, he looked towards the opposite side. The Lin Yu frost wolf was not dead, but the heavy bleeding in its body made it have no strength. It lay on the ground whimpering. Lion, what do we need to do to help her? There's nothing we can do. Now it all depends on her. If she succeeds, she'll wake up immediately. If she fails, that's fine. Even if she fails, she'll have a higher chance of awakening successfully the next time she awakens through battle. If there was nothing he could do, Su Yuan could only hold her gently and try not to disturb her. The light around him became stronger and stronger, and the rune on Pan Yu's forehead became clearer and clearer. This rune was different from Sure and the others, and it looked very messy with several ripples intertwined. 10 minutes passed, and the rune on Pan Yu's forehead, which had originally closed her eyes, shone with an extreme light, and her red eyes opened instantly. Black Sheep Mother, no, don't abandon me. Click. A crisp cracking sound came from Pan Yu's forehead, and the condensed rune collapsed instantly. The usually stubborn Pan Yu cried like a tearful person, with his head tucked into Su Yuan's arms and held tightly. Okay, it's okay. I failed this time, but I'll have another chance next time. Pan Yu didn't say anything, but Su Yuan felt that the clothes on his chest were quickly wet, so he had to stand up while holding the person. Let her cry for a while. Let's go see the frost wolf of the moon. Su Yuan carried Pan Yu in his arms and came to the front of the Linhwa frost wolf. At this moment, its eyes were still full of ferocity as it stared at the snow wolves behind Su Yuan. However, when looking at Su Yuan and the lion beside him, he was full of pleading, and his huge body was blocking the entrance of the cave. What on earth did you two do before to deserve being beaten? Su Yuan glanced at the appearance of the Linhwa frost wolf on the ground, then looked at the silly dogs beside him. The two injured guys looked at Su Yuan with eyes full of wisdom. Then, in his shocked gaze, he ran over to the cold moon frost wolf and started licking it. Sure enough, the look of the cold moon frost wolf lying on the ground immediately became full of disgust, and it wanted to slap the two of them to death with one claw, but it had no strength at this moment. Su Yuan's mind flashed with the masterpieces of his previous life, the Minotaur and the widow who had just given birth. Damn it, he was still the shameless villain. So he kicked the two guys out one by one. You two useless lickers, get out of here. No wonder your butts are frozen into ice cubes. After getting rid of the two stupid dogs, Su Yuan came to the Linhwa frost wolf. The wolf's eyes were no longer red, but blue like glass. When she looked at Su Yuan, she was filled with pleading and fear. She wanted to move, but now she didn't even have the strength to do so. I know you understand what I say. If you submit to me, I can save you and ensure that you and your child survive. If you don't agree, I will kill you and take your child away to raise him. Choose one. If you submit to me, you will drink this. Su Yuan placed the snow crystal milk cap he had exchanged in front of Linhwa frost wolf. The milk cap in a wooden bowl looked very beautiful, and he could smell the sweetness of milk by sniffing it gently. Come on, let's go in and take a look. You guys stay outside and guard it. If you dare to mess with it, I'll roast you all. After placing the things in front of Linhwa frost wolf, Su Yuan took Pan Yu and Sure into the narrow crevice. The air was very cold, and they reached the end after just 2 steps. Deep in the crevice, 3 pink little wolf cubs were howling. Their hair was very sparse. One of them staggered and tried to come over after seeing Su Yuan. However, the uneven bump caused it to fall down, and the funny look made Su Yuan smile. Take them out. Sure nodded and picked up the 3 little frost wolves lying under the rock wall in the cave, as if they were catching prey. Their rough appearance scared Su Yuan so much that he hurriedly took them. Forget it. Let me do it. You go and see if the frost wolf outside has surrendered. If not, I'll kill it quickly. The damage to the frost wolf's abdomen that had been inflicted earlier meant it was destined to be unable to recover on its own. If it hadn't chosen to finish drinking the snow crystal milk cap he gave it, its body would have been completely cold by now. It would be better to end your life early and unlock some special products for yourself, so that you can make the best use of it. Su Yuan wrapped the 3 little frost wolves in animal skins. The 3 little heads stuck out and looked curiously at the bright environment of the snow bamboo forest. Ouch! When it walked out of the gap in the mountains, the cold moon frost wolf, which had been lying down before, was able to stand up. The 5 stupid dogs around it stared at it with trembling limbs. But he was still loyal. Even though he was so scared that his legs were shaking, he did not run away. Instead, he insisted on staying at his post and staring at the cold moon frost wolf. Hearing the sound of Su Yuan and the others walking out from the crevice of the mountain, Linhwa frost wolf walked over with weak legs and feet, licked Su Yuan's palm, and then lay down. The pair of blue eyes looked at the 3 little frost wolves with their heads sticking out with loving care. Su Yuan smiled. The tribe had added a powerful fighting force, and looking at the way it looked at its children, there would be no problem if it went back. After all, he could threaten the cubs to control the frost wolf. Let's go. I'll take you back to the tribe first. Chapter 92, Do You Think You Can Awaken Like This? Okay, just rest for 2 days and you'll be fine. At the star camp, the beast girls gathered around the campfire. In the middle, the red fox used healing magic to heal the wounds of the cold moon frost wolf. 3 little wolf cubs were happily eating milk, and 5 stupid wolves not far away were watching them with their eyes wide open. Their necks were tied with spider silk, so they could only stare and howl. Is manhwa okay? Well, she was injured in the battle before, and she was a little sad because her awakening failed. She has fallen asleep now. The red fox's eyes were a little complicated and finally turned into a sigh. Although I don't know what happened, the change in Black Sheep had a huge impact on her. Perhaps this is the key to her failure in awakening. Black Sheep? When she woke up, I seemed to hear her calling Black Sheep, Mom. Su Yuan recalled the sorrowful cry he had heard before. It seemed that in this strange world of swords and magic, there were also inner demons that were trying to overcome their tribulations. The Linua frost wolf on the side had finished feeding, and the 3 little wolf cubs were rolling around happily beside the campfire. Su Yuan hurriedly picked them up and placed them in the small wooden box made by Hujio. There were some animal skins inside, and after the 3 little frost wolves were put in, they fell asleep covered with the animal skins in a short while. Eat something. For now on, I'll call you Daswang. Su Yuan didn't have any ability to name things, so he used the size of the cold moon frost wolf and the system's name to give it the same name as Damon. The Linua frost wolf did not refuse and ate the barbecue voraciously. It was unknown how long it had been hungry, and even the bones were bitten into pieces and swallowed. The flames illuminated its silver-white fur. Now that he was closer, Su Yuan could see clearly that the faint blue was the color of the roots of its hair. After eating 4 pieces of barbecue in a row, Daswang slowly walked over and lay down beside Su Yuan's legs with his eyes squinted. Daswang, did you escape from somewhere else? If so, nod your head. If not, shake your head. Daswang opened his eyes and nodded quickly. Su Yuan breathed a sigh of relief when he learned that it had escaped from somewhere else. That was good. Otherwise, an unknown creature would have appeared nearby and could injure a 3rd-level advanced magical beast. Then he wouldn't dare to take people away from the icy and snowy plains to the desolate snow plains to inquire about the news. Did you also suffer this injury in the same place as before? The Shuang still nodded. Su Yuan asked some questions and understood some of the situation by shaking his head and nodding. The cold moon frost wolf used to be in a large wolf pack, and its husband was the Wolf King. However, because he was seriously injured during a hunting trip and was killed by another frost wolf in the wolf pack, Big Frost had no choice but to escape with his unborn child. They fled all the way to the bamboo forest. Their 3 children were about to be born, so they hid in the crack and gave birth to them. Unexpectedly, at this weakest moment, he encountered 2 ordinary snow wolves of the lowest level licking him, so he drove them away. What happened next was what Su Yuan learned after he arrived. The previous battle between Panyu and it caused its scabbed wound to open again. In addition, it had not hunted for food to replenish its nutrition for many days, and the child happened to be born again. That's why he was defeated by Panyu. It seems that the monsters in this world not only have animal instincts, but they also know how to hunt and kill. Fortunately, it didn't chase here. This kind of thing has to be prevented. Now that Daswang has been brought back, he will naturally not drive them out again. If he is really forced into a corner, he will directly arm the tribe to the teeth. See whether your wolf tooth is harder or my composite steel is harder. Don't worry, let rest here for now. The new Wolf King has to deal with the wolf pack and the food problem, so he won't have time to look for the old Wolf King's child anytime soon. The red fox came over and rubbed Shuang's head, a smile on his face as he consoled her. The beast herd affairs are more complicated than our God-given tribe. They don't know how to make fire or store food. Once they've settled down in a certain place, they rarely move. Especially in this icy and snowy place, they could get lost and die if they're not careful. Su Yuan thought about it, and it was indeed true. If he hadn't built an igloo in this damn place, he would have been frozen into an ice sculpture in the blizzard. If they were not being hunted, the red foxes would not be willing to leave their homes. In primitive society, animals are the same as humans, except that humans have learned to use tools. Are you going to the snowy plains? Well, after Big Frost recovers, I plan to take it with me. I'll leave the affairs of the tribe to you then. Then you must be very careful. That's it. Go to bed early tonight. After explaining everything clearly, the 2 chatted for a while. Su Yuan patted the snow off his butt and walked toward his cabin. There's a red fox station in the camp. As long as there is no emergency in the tribe, she can handle it, and Su Yuan can rest assured. There was some loss and fear in the Red Fox's eyes. It was because of her that half of the people in the Red Fox tribe were ambushed and captured by the Black Sheep tribe. However, as he looked at Su Yuan's departing back, he still responded silently. Don't worry, I won't put anyone in danger again. At night, the Shuang and a man fell asleep together under a blanket of animal skin in the corner of the camp, leaving the little frost wolf to be taken care of by Bai Tu and the others. Late at night, Su Yuan was awakened by the creaking sound of a wooden door. Needless to say, he knew who had come. His sleepiness disappeared, and he couldn't help but feel a little more excited. After pulling open a corner of the quilt, he pulled the person in swiftly. The animal skin clothing felt a little more complicated than before. Su Yuan, gu. Wait, this voice, bien you? Su Yuan lifted the quilt. Beside him, Pan Yu still looked a little sad. The way she was hugging him made it difficult for Su Yuan to cover himself with the quilt. Why are you here? Haven't you recovered from what happened during the day? At this time, Su Yuan didn't dare to think too much. Pan Yu was very sad now, and he was not so stupid as to ignore her feelings. Pan Yu wiped her tears and raised her little head. Her clean hair was stuck to her face. It looked like she had been crying for a long time. Her eyes were red and she looked weak, which was a huge contrast to her usual appearance. Can you give me the power of awakening? I don't want to go back like this time, unable to do anything. Su Yuan was a little amused and helpless. If he knew some magic tricks, everyone in the tribe would have come to him. Alas, I can't help you. This matter cannot be rushed. I will give you another bottle of the potion I gave you earlier. Maybe you can awaken successfully next time. Pan Yu bit her lip, stared at Su Yuan, and said, You lied to me, I saw it. Mao Yi used to come to your house every night, and then she became very powerful recently. Su Yuan's face twitched a little. Why did this guy like to peek at others sleeping in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? The cabin is not very airtight, and he dug a small window on one side to let in light. Could it be that this guy was leaning on the window, watching the live broadcast late at night? That's not it. Forget it. Just promise me first that you won't be sad if your awakening fails. And you must stay in the camp during this trip to the snowy desert. Now Pan Yu is no longer in a suitable condition to return to the desolate snow plain, so the task of guiding the way can only be handed over to Bei Yu for the time being, although that guy is not very reliable either. I promise you, if I fail this time, I will wait for you in the camp and listen to you from now on. I will never make trouble again. Pan Yu's hesitant look became firm in a few seconds. After swearing an oath, he rushed towards Su Yuan. Chapter 93. Is her awakening successful? Late at night, in the small wooden house of the Star Tribe, a fiery red light suddenly appeared. The light came and went quickly. Hong Chi, who was keeping watch by the campfire, immediately raised his head, looked around but didn't see any movement. Then his sleepy little head fell back down. A crystal liquid is slowly flowing down from the corner of the mouth. In the cabin, Su Yuan was tightly covered with a quilt, his face full of shock, and he lifted a corner of the quilt in disbelief. A flash of crimson light burst out from under the quilt. At this moment, Pan Yu had turned into a little red man, clinging to Su Yuan with his eyes closed. Nah, can I really be awakened by something like this? Could it be that in some sense, this can also be considered as a battle? In any case, this matter cannot wake up the rest of the tribe. After all, the work is only half done and the mission has not been completed. This time the light was brighter than the last time and had a clear red color. The runes that were vaguely visible before also appeared very clearly on Pan Yu's forehead. Will the awakening really succeed this time? Su Yuan was a little nervous. This time he didn't dare to disturb Pan Yu at all. He lay quietly on the bed and observed the changes in Pan Yu's body. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the red light around Pan Yu disappeared instantly, and everything returned to its previous state. Isn't it going to fail again? Just as he frowned, the red rune on Pan Yu's forehead appeared, and under the starlight, her white hair turned crimson. The body seemed to be inflated, growing from about 1.56 meters to nearly 2 meters. Not only the height, but also the overall body has grown, and the size is even more shocking than that of a lion. Suyun, succeeded. Pan Yu opened her eyes, and there seemed to be a flame burning in her red eyes. She supported herself on Su Yuan's chest with her hands and sat up. The originally white nails turned black, shining brightly under the starlight outside the window, like crystal obsidian. Ahem, Pan Yue, why don't you get up first? De Pan Yue's eyes were full of excitement and wildness. Her delicate little face came close and looked into Su Yuan's eyes. Her red pupils showed a strong sense of intimacy. No, I need more power. The next morning, Su Yuan walked out of the wooden house, rubbing his waist. Pan Yu was sleeping on his back. The strength of the great rebellious moon is simply too terrifying. When we arrived at the camp, some beast girls had already gotten up and were roasting food in groups of 3 or 4. It would be time for their training soon. Su Yuan, what happened to Pan Yu? When Shi and the others saw Su Yuan, they hurried over and carried him down. Rebel Moon's awakening was successful last night. Awakening was successful. This news made Mao Ye's tail stand on end. He came to Pan Yu in shock and pinched her all over. Damn it, this guy actually awakened before me. I'm going to go find a monster to fight later. Su Yuan looked at the restless Mao Yi and stuffed a piece of barbecue into her mouth, which made the tribe quiet down a lot. Sure, Long, have you ever heard of a situation where your hair changes color and your body grows larger when you awaken? Hair color change? The body gets bigger? A puzzled look appeared on both of their faces, and they shook their heads. Then are there any awakened warriors with the ability to grow their bodies? The two still shook their heads, and a red fox holding a bowl of meat soup came forward and explained to him. In ancient times, several prophets among our God-given tribe received God-given knowledge about awakened warriors. After awakening, awakened warriors are divided into 3 levels. Our ancestors divided them into low, intermediate, and high levels based on what they learned. Low-level awakened warriors simply run faster and have greater strength. Intermediate-level warriors are already able to unleash powerful strength. Shi and Long are intermediate awakened warriors. The final high-level awakened warriors can use witchcraft like witches, but their witchcraft is basically attached to the surface of their bodies to fight. This method was somewhat similar to the Western fantasy world he had seen in his previous life. It went without saying that there were more stages besides the advanced awakened warrior. I just don't know why it was named like this. Is it really because of some divine knowledge? He told Red Fox his question, but Red Fox shook his head and said, I don't know what's above the high-level awakening warriors. These are all what my mother told me. Back then, the Red Fox tribe only had intermediate awakening warriors. I've only seen high-level awakened warriors in the Snow Mountain Range. There were actually high-level awakened warriors in the Wangshu Mountains. Su Yuan frowned, but soon relaxed his brows. He would not easily go to the Wangshu Mountains to die. After you have developed for a period of time, it will be uncertain who will win. Just as everyone was discussing, Pan Yu, who was lying on the animal skin mat, woke up slowly, his eyes still full of confusion about the current situation. You're awake. Are you feeling unwell? Under everyone's expectant and nervous gazes, Pan Yu slapped away Mao Ye's disruptive hand and obediently examined his body carefully. No, I'm just a little hungry. Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief and sat back down. Mao Ye, somewhat unwillingly, approached Pan Yu and asked, How did you suddenly awaken successfully last night? Last night, Su Yuan rushed over from the side and tried to cover Pan Yu's mouth. If this were to be told to others, everyone in the tribe would come to him to awaken. Then he would die in the wooden house. However, Pan Yu changed the subject, looked at Mao Yi with disdain and sneered, Why should I tell you? Oh, that's too abominable. I've decided not to look for prey anymore. I'll just fight you right here. Pan Yu glanced at her smugly, then slowly said, I won't fight with someone who hasn't awakened successfully, or else they'll say I'm bullying her. Su Yuan, can you let her fight with me? I also want to awaken. Mao Yi was so angry that he went to find Su Yuan. The chaos caused by these two people was giving him a headache. Let Mao Yi give it a try. It's a good opportunity to see how strong Pan Yu is. At this time, Chihu made a suggestion, and Su Yuan thought about it and nodded. He also wanted to see how Ban Yu became to Ban Yu. Pan Yu, be careful. No, I will definitely defeat her. Mao Yi took out a bone knife, while Pan Yu on the opposite side did not take any weapons. The two of them followed Su Yuan and others to the outside of the camp. Go ahead, I'll let you go. Mao Yi was so angry that his teeth were itching. His figure disappeared from the spot very nimbly. The next moment, Pan Yu raised his hand casually to block Mao Ye's wrist. Before she could clench her fist, Mao Ye's figure disappeared again. During this period of time, her strength had really improved visibly. Compared to the helplessness when being relentlessly chased by a giant python when they first met, now their movements can leave afterimages. Could that thing really improve my strength? Let me think about it. Could it be the blue spirit drink? Huh. The thing can be transmitted through power transmission. Chapter 94, let's go. After the two fought for several rounds, Pan Yu also became serious. A red rune appeared on his forehead, and his beautiful white hair turned red again. The petite body became as tall as Shur and the others, and the sexy black nails on her fingers became extremely sharp, piercing the bone knife in Mao Ye's hand. Ha, you can't beat me. And this tuft of tail hair is my trophy. Tear! At this moment, there was a crisp sound of clothes tearing. Pan Yu stood there in a daze with a handful of hair in her hand. The clothes on her body were torn by her growing body during the previous intense movement. Wow, just wait. I will definitely awaken successfully. Mao Yi covered his tail and ran to Su Yuan angrily, hugging him and crying. Not far away, Pan Yu turned back into his little one, but the animal skin on his body had fallen to the ground. The cold wind blowing on her body made her shiver. She quickly picked up the torn animal skin clothes and put them on, but it could not cover her petite body. Su Yuan patted his head and watched the scene speechlessly. Looks like I need to buy Pan Yu some tough clothing from the system mall. Bai Tu and the other skills are not yet sufficient to make a piece of clothing with full elasticity. For someone like Pan Yu, every time she uses the power of awakening, she grows about 40 to 50 centimeters. Especially since the original B level has increased linearly to D+ level, this kind of animal skin clothing is definitely not able to withstand it. Alright everyone, let's go back first. Let's first decide on the personnel for the investigation team, going to the desolate snowfield today. Su Yuan smoothed Mao Ye's hair, which was a little messy from the fight before, and then gave Pan Yu a set of elastic underwear and a fur coat to cover her. Everyone became excited when talking about returning to the desolate snowfield, and everyone gathered together after breakfast in the morning. In addition to the people who had escaped from the Red Fox tribe before, Long and the others also had a general understanding of the Red Fox tribe, but they just needed to explain it again to Hong Shuang and the others. Chief, no matter how dangerous it is, we will stand with the tribe. Hong Shuang's expression was very serious, and he expressed his position firmly. Well, this time it's not convenient for Shur, Husey, and the others to go back, so we need you, Hong Shuang, Long, Hui, and Lan Sha to come with us. Su Yuan was thinking about various possible situations in his mind. The number of people going to the desolate snow plain was more important than quantity. Although Lan Sha and Hui are not awakened warriors yet, their combat effectiveness in the tribe is not bad, and they can be dispatched to complete special tasks. So this time there are 6 of us, me, Long, Hui, Hong Shuang, Lan Sha, and Pan Yu. I want to go too, Su Yuan. Mao Yi poked his little head out from his arms and said pitifully. The frustration of being defeated by Pan Yu had not yet dissipated, and he looked at him with tears in his eyes. You can't. The people of the Black Sheep tribe know you, so you'd better stay in the camp and protect everyone. Mao Ye's depressed look was exactly the same as Shur's before, but it was still the same reason. So after Su Yuan's repeated comfort, Mao Ye agreed to stay in the camp to protect everyone. The conch that Hai Yao gave him was also handed over to Mao Ye by Su Yuan. After the conch sounded, she and Shur were responsible for communicating and trading with Hai Yao. Of course, the key to the transaction was given to Red Fox. Otherwise, with Mao Ye's naive appearance, he would have to say thank you after being fooled by others. Okay, now that we've made the decision, let's get ready in the next 2 days. We'll set off in a few days. Yes. After another 4 days of rest, De Shuang's injuries were almost healed thanks to the dual treatment of milk tea and Red Fox fed by Su Yuan. That majestic appearance was hard to reconcile with the fleeing wolf that had previously emerged from the crevice in the mountains. If it weren't for her child still in her arms, Su Yuan really wouldn't dare to leave this guy in the camp like this. Those techniques to restrain the snow wolf would not work on it. Unless you spend a lot of points to exchange for ropes made with modern technology to tie it up in the camp. But what's the point? It would be better to kill him directly to unlock some special goods. Su Yuan wanted it to increase the strength of the tribe. The 5th day was also when he planned to go to the desolate snowfield. In the early morning, the weather today was worse than before. The sky was covered by thick clouds and fog, and the gloomy ice and snow field was occasionally blown by a biting cold wind. Su Yuan rubbed his aching waist and did not disturb Mao Yi, who was sleeping soundly with the quilt in his arms. He picked up the 2 sled boards he had exchanged earlier from the corner of the wooden house. By the time he got dressed and arrived at the center of the camp, everyone was ready, and the mountaineering bag that had been given to Bai Tu was taken out. The black mountaineering bag was bulging with stuff, and a black iron rod and his compound bow were tied to the side buckle. When Bai Tu saw Su Yuan coming out, he jumped over and handed over the mountaineering bag with a happy face. Su Yuan, I put the dried meat and the medical kit you gave me in there. Oh, and there's also a small clay pot I made so I can make soup on the road. Also, here's your fishing rod and bow. If you can't find any prey, you can go fishing. Su Yuan looked at the well-behaved little rabbit and touched her long ears. The itchy feeling made the white rabbit shrink its head back, but after adapting for a few times, it immediately came closer again. The medical kit is left in the tribe. If you get injured, ask White Rabbit to treat you. If you can't solve the problem, ask Red Fox to treat you. Yeah, I won't bother the Red Fox too much. After Su Yuan took out the medical kit from his backpack, there was a lot of empty space in the bag, but he didn't have anything necessary. You can redeem the things you need from the system mall when the time comes. Su Yuan, let's go. After awakening, Pan Yu's mood has been much better these days. When he saw Su Yuan, he immediately ran over, and the other people behind him were also ready. Ooh, let me carry it. We took the backpack and put it on his back. The others also traveled light, each carrying only their own weapons. The direction is over there. We should be able to get there in 7 or 8 days. Seeing Pan Yu's anxious look, Su Yuan once again skillfully grabbed her tail and pulled her back. Don't worry, it's a waste of time to walk there. Huh? But we can't fly either. Su Yuan took out the sled he had taken away before. It only needed a little processing to be used as a sled. As for the real sled, he would trade it. The price immediately made Su Yuan give up the idea of buying a few sleds. The power issue is also very easy to solve. Since he has thought of the sled car, he naturally will not forget the sled dogs. He looked at the 5 snow wolves lying and sleeping not far away. 1 per person, just right. He exchanged a few more sled boards and drilled 2 holes on one end. Then all he had to do was let Hong Shuang use spider silk to fix them on the snow wolves, and the job would be done. For safety reasons, you can also tie a sled handle to the 2 holes on the sled board with spider silk, so you won't be thrown out even at high speeds. I can't imagine how much fun it is to play sledding in this vast snowfield. By the tree, the 5 snow wolves that were forced to turn on their machines were still a little confused, but when they saw Su Yuan's face, they immediately stood up straight and stood in rows waiting for orders. Chapter 95 seems to be lost. Su Yuan arranged for several people to sit on the sled, and the luggage was also tied on it. Is this really okay? Holding the spider silk tightly with both hands, Pan Yu looked at the strangely shaped board under his, but with some confusion. You'll know whether it works or not in a moment. Your task now is to sit on it obediently, hold on to the handrails, and don't fall off. Su Yuan did not participate in the sledding project. He calmly climbed onto Dashuang's back and sat down. If those stupid dogs were not too small, he would not bother to waste points to buy these boards. Let's go. Is that the right direction? He moved his butt and looked at Ban Yu on the sled below. Well, keep going forward and you'll see an endless glacier. Then you'll pass through a vast expanse of white snow forest and you'll be there. Pan Yu's memory won't be wrong. Pan Yu said this with certainty because this was the route she took to get here before, but she accidentally turned into the ice spider's nest on the way. Then she stubbornly provoked those ice thorn spiders and was finally discovered by Su Yuan and others who were hunting while she was fleeing. Big Frost, go ahead and let those stupid wolves follow you so you don't get lost. Ouch! A wolf howl perked up the snow wolves beside him. Looking at the departing cold moon frost wolf, they all pulled the sleds behind them and followed. Does this thing really work? Don't wait. Before Pan Yu could finish her doubts, a powerful pulling force drove the sled at such a fast speed that the stones at the entrance of the camp made the whole board lift into the air, almost throwing her out. Slow down, my head is so dizzy. Fortunately, she was not the only one who didn't react. Behind the snow wolf that was running wildly on the other side, Lan Sha was also holding on to the handrail tightly. The body that was originally sitting had fallen down, and the whole body was pressed against the sled board and swayed with the rhythm of the galloping. In the camp, Red Fox walked out of the wooden gate and watched the figures of the departing people gradually disappear in the snowfield, feeling a little uneasy. Be sure to come back safely. I will wait for you to come back. How long do we have to wait? Waiting to return to camp. 1 day later. Su Yuan grabbed Pan Yu's ear and looked at her angrily. They had been traveling for a whole day, and they felt something was getting more and more wrong as they walked. Pan Yu's tone gradually changed from, it's in this direction, to it seems to be in this direction, probably here. Now it has become, no, there should be a hill here, there should be a forest here, There's clearly a road here. I I clearly remember it like this, but because I was being chased by those ice spiders, my direction was a little off. Pan Yu pouted, with an expression that said it was not her fault, but the fault of this world. This gave Su Yuan a headache. He loosened his fingers that were pulling his ears and looked around helplessly. After a day of travel, they arrived at the foot of a snow slope. Not far away was a non-frozen river. The river reflected the gloomy sky and looked lifeless. Oh, forget it. It's almost dark. Let's build a snow house here and rest. Panua, come with me and check the direction. Because the sky was covered with thick snow and fog all day, he couldn't use the sun to determine the direction, so he had to spend 300 points to exchange for a compass. I was wrong. If you want to tickle me, go ahead. I will never resist. The two of them came to a rock by the river and sat down. Pan Yu's previous stubborn look also wilted, and he took off his boots on his own initiative. The white and tender small foot was placed directly in front of Su Yuan's legs. Waha! Of course, Su Yuan didn't let her go. He grabbed the soles of her feet and tickled them a few times, and his attention shifted from the direction to the white nails of her toes. He remembered that when she awakened and successfully transformed into the great rebel moon a few nights ago, her nails also turned black, and when she fought with Maya, the flat crescent shape also became very sharp. Now the white nails looked very crystal clear and felt like a piece of warm jade. He really couldn't understand this guy's transformation mechanism. Okay, put on your shoes. Don't catch a cold in this weather. After tickling her a few times and seeing that Pan Yu was laughing with tears in her eyes, Su Yuan helped her put on her boots and then took out the compass. Recall what time it was when you left the tribe. Pan Yu wiped her tears and recalled for a while before she said with certainty, it was in the morning. The sun was still quite bright. Bei was planning to go back and get some food before leaving. But I pulled him away directly. Why is there a hint of pride in his tone? Su Yuan's face twitched, and he quickly asked, so where was the sun in your direction at that time? Behind us. This means that the Black Sheep tribe is facing the sun. Su Yuan drew the current direction on the ground with his finger and compared it with the compass in his hand. He had seen the sun rise in the camp before, and according to the compass, it also rose in the east. This means that we just need to head east, bypass the high mountain of the Star Tribe, and then we can return to the snowy plains and find the Black Sheep tribe. He glanced at the direction of the east indicated by the compass, which was almost the same as the direction that Pan Yu had directed them to go. It's just a right angle difference. If we continue like this, we won't reach the land of death, but we won't reach the snowy plains either. So where will we go? Then we can only leave it to fate. Okay, I'll lead the way. Don't be impulsive when we get back to the Black Sheep tribe. I need to observe the Black Sheep's situation first. If that shaman from the snow-viewing mountains finds out, it'll be difficult for us to escape. Su Yuan had to be on guard against this. In the Western fantasy sort of magic world, there were always some perverts who used crystal balls to spy on others. Or he might be a guy holding a magic mirror and asking questions everywhere. So we must be very cautious in this action. Ban Yu nodded firmly, patted his chest, and assured, don't worry, I will never rebel again. I will do whatever you say. Well then, at this moment, a black shadow emerged from the silent, unfrozen river surface behind the two men, its outline only faintly visible against the dull color of the sky. Pan Yu, who was sitting on the stone, suddenly narrowed her eyes. A dangerous aura made her hair stand on end, and a red rune suddenly appeared on her forehead. Careful! Without any hesitation, she transformed into Daphne Yu and rolled to the side while holding Su Yuan. At this moment, a huge black figure from the unfrozen river behind them crashed towards them. Boom! Pan Yu fell to the side of the snow while holding Su Yuan. At the original location of the big rock, a huge fish monster bit the original rock into pieces. After failing to hit them, it looked at Su Yuan and the other person in the distance with a creepy look, then flapped its body unwillingly and jumped back into the river. Chapter 96, Are You Bullying Me? Su Yuan, are you all okay? After hearing the noise, Long and the others put down the snow bricks in their hands and ran towards the river. The huge black figure on the river's surface disappeared, and the unfrozen river returned to calm again. Only the broken boulder by the river told of the previous danger. It's okay. Luckily, Ban Yu reacted quickly enough. The two men climbed up from the ground, their bodies covered with broken snow and looking very embarrassed. De Panuet did not remove the rune, and now his red eyes were glaring at the river. Damn it, I'm going to give a good beating. As she spoke, she picked up the dagger at her waist and prepared to rush into the river. Su Yuan was so frightened by her impatience that he didn't even bother to brush off the snow on his body and grabbed her tail. This move worked immediately. Pan Yu immediately stopped talking and came back to stand obediently beside Su Yuan, but his expression was still full of anger. Don't worry, if you jump like this, you'll either drown or freeze to death. But are we just going to let it leave so arrogantly? Pan Yu was unwilling and tightly gripped the dagger in his hand. How about try and catch it? Su Yuan carefully observed this unfrozen river. The river water formed a large pool at the foot of the hillside. It was a pity that there was no way to dig a drainage channel. Otherwise, he would have to drain the river to let the strange fish know how dangerous the world is. Okay, take this. If you get pulled into the river later, drink it immediately. Just in case, Su Yuan exchanged a few bottles of Snow Demon brand tea from the system mall. If he was pulled into the unfrozen river, his body would be frozen stiff in no time. In addition, he reluctantly spent his points to buy cod-flavored brewing powder to mix with the Snow Demon brand ginger tea. The 3 bottles of combined potion cost him more than 6,000 points. Several people took the bamboo tube handed over by Su Yuan, and Long immediately returned to the camp to get the rebar fishing rod he had prepared earlier. This was just a first-hand preparation. Su Yuan guessed that the guy should be a magical beast with intelligence, so he had to make second-hand preparations. System, give me a pure iron pistol just over a meter long, preferably with a barb on one end that's difficult to remove. This kind of customized weapon is not cheap. Such an iron spear as thick as a rolling pin cost him 800 points. However, he had already spent more than 6,000 points before, so another 800 points would not be a big deal. You've bullied me. I was planning to just find some trees for today's trading opportunity, but it seems I have to start with you. Pan Yu, you and Lan Sha build a snowman by the river, cover it with animal skins, and then stick this thing in the ground with the pointed end sticking out. That guy likes to attack people by surprise, and the vision underwater is not so clear. The second-hand preparation is to wait for it to attack actively. Yes, after building the snowman, Long at the other end of the unfrozen river threw the fishing hook into the river and squatted far away on the hillside. Su Yuan and everyone else hid behind a rock. Gurgle. A few bubbles surfaced in the unfrozen river. Long looked at the fishing float floating on the water with a serious expression, and the rune on his forehead was faintly visible. Finally, the monster under the water couldn't bear it anymore, and the fishing float was dragged into the river in an instant. Get up here. Long instantly released the power of awakening, pulled the fishing rod high in his hand, and the guy in the river was also pulled into the air. Hooked! Pan Yu's face lit up with joy, and after transforming, he immediately rushed forward with the dagger in his hand. But when he got closer, he was stunned because the fish caught by the hook was not the giant monster before. After falling to the ground, it could only slap the ground vigorously. Coax! The moment the big fish was caught, a huge noise erupted in the river again, and the figure of the fish monster jumped out of the water again. This time, Su Yuan clearly saw the identity of this guy. Shadow Hunter Ice-Tooth Shark, a juvenile third-tier, low-level magical beast that lives in cold areas. It is a very cunning ambush hunter that moves very quietly. At critical moments, it uses its icy teeth to inflict fatal damage to its prey. Its powerful bite force can crush most creatures of its tier. It was another low-level, third-order magical beast. The previous Cave Stone Magic Salamander was a low-level third-order magical beast, but this guy was a third-order magical beast in his childhood, and, judging from the introduction, it was a magical beast with high physical attack. After the Ice-Tooth Shark jumped up, it accurately bit the snowman that Su Yuan had built before. Its crystal-like, sharp teeth instantly crushed the snowman. When it realized what had happened, a blood flower suddenly appeared on its upper jaw, and then bright red blood gushed out of its mouth. Its mouth full of sharp teeth was stuck by the iron gun. I'll take care of it. Pan Yu immediately ran over and jumped on the Ice-Tooth Shark before it could escape back into the river and stabbed the dagger into its eye socket very neatly. The intense pain made the Ice-Tooth Shark flap its body vigorously. Pan Yu did not let go, but instead held tightly onto the dagger that had pierced its eyeball and twisted it. Stop that guy. Don't let run back. Several other people also blocked the way and attacked him, but this guy twisted his body desperately to lift up the iron spear stuck in the ground, then twisted his body again and jumped into the river. Betray the moon. This time, Pan Yu did not give it a chance to escape. After drinking the ginger tea given to her by Su Yuan, she hung on the body of the Ice-Tooth Shark and fell into the river. Lan Sha, Hui, You stay here to protect Su Yuan. We'll go help. Long and Hong Shuang also drank ginger tea and jumped into the river. After the ice-toothed shark jumped into it, the bright red blood dyed the unfrozen river deep red. The third-order low-level monster, whose biggest reliance, the ice teeth, was now stuck by the iron spear and could not move. The three awakened warriors were carrying sharp iron tools and were not affected by the cold winter and underwater breathing. Su Yuan's nervous mood also relaxed a little. The ice-toothed shark couldn't close its mouth and could only hide in the river to avoid being hunted. Wait, shark? Where did sharks come from in this mountain river? Oh no, Das Wang, you go and help too. If you can't catch them, pull them all up. Su Yuan thought of something. His face changed drastically, and he shouted to the Lin Yue frost wolf beside him. This unfrozen river is very likely the same as the ice lake of the Star Tribe before, with a passage connecting to the sea underneath, and this shark should have drilled into the lake through that passage. Otherwise, with such a small, unfrozen river, the ice-toothed shark would starve to death in just a month or so. After Su Yuan fed it ginger tea, Das Wang also jumped into the river. Although the water was not its home ground, its body was very flexible, and it used the dog paddle to swim downstream. Somewhere in the river, Pan Yu was not affected by the river water. He was gasping for breath and tightly grasping the dagger stuck in the fish's eye. With her other hand, she lifted up her animal skin skirt. Tied to the outside of her thigh was an exquisite steel knife, which was given to her by Su Yuan during the last battle with the Xuan. After that, she always carried it with her, wrapped in animal skin. Crack! The knife stabbed into the ice-toothed shark's body. The steel knife penetrated 1/3 of the way and then became difficult to go further. After pulling it out, Pan Yu immediately stabbed it again. Blood flowers bloomed in her hands, and the ice-toothed shark was now panicking and crashing into the rock walls in the river. The iron spear embedded in its mouth sank deeper and deeper as it repeatedly twitched, and the pain made it unable to exert any strength every time it bit. Above, Long and the other two also swam over. At the same time, in the sea not far away, the waves coming from here also attracted an even larger black shadow. Chapter 97. After beating the younger one, here comes the older one. In the unfrozen river, the three of them tightly surrounded the ice-toothed shark. Although Hong Shuang and the other's strength was greatly reduced in the water, the ice-toothed shark was now struggling in their hands. In the end, Hong Shuang seized the opportunity and stuck to the tail of the ice-toothed shark. He poked a hole in it with the blade in his hand, and then tied it tightly with the red spider silk in his belly. Now the ice-toothed shark didn't even have the chance to swim and struggle, and could only be dragged quietly towards the surface of the river by the three men. Ha! Boom! A strange cry came from the mouth of the ice-toothed shark. In a dark tunnel at the bottom of the river, a huge figure was desperately rushing towards the river. The huge body was stuck in the dark tunnel. Every collision would expand the tunnel a little bit, and debris would fly everywhere. The people of Pan Yu above also found something wrong. The black shadow broke through the narrow tunnel. The ice-toothed shark above the unfrozen river screamed desperately. The faces of several beast girls changed drastically. A powerful breath was coming from below. Let go and run first. Finally, Long let go of the ice-toothed shark in his hand and planned to pull Pan Yu and Hong Shuang back to land. The river water flowing around them began to frost at this time. When the black shadow rushed up from below, the thick frost above also came to Pan Yu and the others. The cold mist around him was released towards the river, and the ice cones in his mouth shot into the riverbed like arrows. The ice cone hit the black shadow, but Big Frost did not continue to attack. He bit the spider silk that bound the ice-toothed shark and swam back to the river surface, dragging several people and a fish. Below, screams accompanied by the sound of ice breaking made the entire river tremble, and the ice condensed by the cold fog was bitten through in an instant. The distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer. Hong Shuang seized the opportunity and turned around to spray out a red spider silk that stuck in front of the black shadow. Puff! At the critical moment, several people finally broke out of the water. Das Wang immediately condensed a layer of ice under the water, and at the same time bit the spider's silk and threw several people onto the shore. But the ice layer did not block it at all. After throwing a few people away, it turned around and shot a few ice cones at the leaping figure. Ding, ding, ding. The ice cone did not cause any damage to the monster, but it still knocked it back to the riverbank. After Su Yuan saw several people coming out, he hurriedly dragged them to the hillside with Lan Sha. Hui, and several snow wolves. The half-dead ice-tooth shark no longer had much strength left. The sharp iron spear was welded in its mouth, and its body was covered with wounds from knife cuts. The two shark fins were cut off, leaving only a few pieces of flesh hanging. At this time, he fell on the snow slope and was still struggling, twitching his body to get back into the river. "The Shuang, come back." Su Yuan breathed a sigh of relief only after everyone retreated back to the hillside. Pan Yu and the others looked like drowned rats, but fortunately, they didn't have any injuries on their bodies. They just looked a little exhausted. As long as you dry the clothes within 3 hours of the ginger tea taking effect, there will be no problem. Take a break and keep an eye on this shark. Su Yuan looked at the returning Da Swang, shaking off the river water on his body, and touched its head and praised it. "Well done. I'll give you a snack of level 3 Warcraft shark meat later." Even a 3rd level magical beast needs to eat. When Da Swang heard this, he licked Su Yuan's cheek happily. In the distance, a shark nearly 6 meters long was staring at Su Yuan with its eyes wide open, flapping its body in an attempt to rush ashore. However, once it reached the land, natural factors meant that even a 4th level monster couldn't run over and bite Su Yuan to death with one bite. Every time it jumped up the slope, Su Yuan had already led everyone to retreat more than 10 meters. If it really jumped onto the vast snowfield, it would be uncertain who would be the prey. Shadow Hunter Ice-Tooth Shark, an adult, peak-level 4th-tier magical beast, born in cold regions. A cunning ambush hunter with a keen sense of smell, it moves silently and can sense its surroundings by resonating with the water. It is a terrifying predator in the sea. A peak-level 4th-order adult monster. Su Yuan was so scared that cold sweat broke out on his face, but when he saw it lying on the ground on its side, his nervous heart relaxed. No matter what level of monster you are, as long as you can't walk ashore, you can only watch it hide back in the snowfield. "Old shark, your son was unreasonable and attacked me first. Is it okay for me to retaliate against him? Today, I will definitely not let the fish go. Go back and find a new wife to have another child. Maybe if we act tonight, your son could be reincarnated as your son." Halfway up the slope, the ice-tooth shark became even angrier after hearing Su Yuan's ridicule. It slapped the broken soil on the ground with its tail and flew towards him, but was knocked down by the ice cone of Da Swang halfway through its flight. "Look, you're still angry. If you're too late, your son will be reborn as someone else's son. By then, you won't even have son." Su Yuan looked at its hateful expression, as if it would not stop until it bit him to death. So he immediately went back to the slope to get his compound bow and spent 300 points to buy a Thunder King firecracker. Such a small piece cost 300, and the Thunder King, which was as thick as a baby's forearm, looked like a wooden-handled grenade. "Lansha, help me tie a knot." After Su Yuan tied the Thunder King to the bow and arrow, he took 2 steps towards the ice-tooth shark. The guy immediately opened his mouth and wanted to bite him to death. "You won't leave unless you do something hard." That look made him ignite the Thunder King without hesitation and then shot it towards the ice-tooth shark's eyes. When the arrow flew in front of it, it was bitten in, and then the ice-tooth shark didn't have time to react. Cokes! A dull explosion sounded, and the ice-tooth shark quickly opened its huge mouth. Black smoke dissipated, and it did not suffer any harm, but the smell of gunpowder was very unpleasant, and the inner wall of its mouth was covered with a charred black substance. After spitting out the smoke from its mouth, the ice-tooth shark looked at Su Yuan viciously again, as if it wanted to engrave his appearance in its mind. Once again, Su Yuan pulled the bow and arrow to its full extent. Then he slapped his body and returned to the river. The fish head stared for a long time, and only left the river after seeing his child die. Finally, he left. If this guy could move on land, he wouldn't be able to escape. Su Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. The monsters he had encountered before were not very powerful. Now, after seeing the 4th-level peak ice-tooth shark, he realized the horror of this world. The arrow shot at it, as if it were playing, and it swallowed such a large firecracker in one gulp, but it didn't cause any damage to its mouth. Later, it was the smell of sulfur dioxide and other chemicals that made it spit it out uncomfortably. I don't know when the 2nd-level mall will be unlocked. How about finding an opportunity to get iron smelting in the tribe? No iron ore was found in this world, and Su Yuan only had a vague understanding of iron smelting. Apart from knowing high-temperature iron smelting, he had never even seen what the iron ore in this other world looked like. After driving away the adult ice-tooth shark, he returned to the temporary camp. The dying ice-tooth shark was lying on the ground in despair, having given up struggling, and its body was bound by layers of spider silk. Weren't you so capable just now? You even dared to bite me? Now you can't stand up anymore. It's a pity that the ice-toothed shark was no longer moving. The fisheye that was holding on to its last breath glanced at Su Yuan and then swallowed it immediately. Chapter 98, Have I Become the Peeping Tom with a Crystal Ball? In the temporary camp, the simple animal skin tents built by Su Yuan were shielded from the cold wind. Pan Yu, Long, and Hong Shuang were squatting by the campfire, roasting animal meat. The clothes on his body were hung by the fire to dry. Seeing this amazing scene, Su Yuan naturally did not bother himself by exchanging some clothes. Fortunately, the effect of the ginger tea had not yet worn off, and several people took the roasted meat out of the campfire. Su Yuan, what does this meat taste? Su Yuan took the piece of sizzling shark meat handed to him by Pan Yu, but he heard that the shark meat had a fishy smell because of the urea. I wonder if the monster sharks in this other world will have the same taste. Su Yuan took the grilled shark meat and took a bite. Compared with the fish meat he had caught from the ice lake before, this meat was firmer and tasted a bit rough. Moreover, the faint fishy smell only appeared after he had chewed it for a few bites. The meat didn't taste very good. Su Yuan took a bite and returned it to Pan Yu. You guys eat it. This meat doesn't taste very good. If you don't like it, just give it to Da Wang and the others. I'll go check on them in today's kill. Su Yuan touched Pan Yu's little ear and then walked toward the ice-toothed shark that was as big as a small car. Isn't it delicious? Pan Yu took a bite of the meat that Su Yuan returned to her, and after chewing it for a few times, she found that it did have a faint taste, but it was much better than the raw animal meat she had eaten before. Long, Hong Shuang, and the others also ate with great relish. The meat of the ice-toothed shark was more to their taste. Every time they took a bite of it, they could feel a surge of energy flowing throughout their body. It's a pity that Su Yuan, who had not awakened, and Hui and Lan Sha beside him, could not feel it. Su Yuan came to the location of the ice-toothed shark's corpse. Without the help of Bai Tu and the others, the autopsy of the corpse was very casual. The fish head was chopped off, the skin was peeled off, and the firm fish meat was cut into several pieces. The rest was left in the snow. System, redeem the 10 most valuable items of this fish for points, leaving half of the fish meat. Those with special items will be given priority in unlocking them. As Su Yuan's hand touched the ice-toothed shark, the crisp system prompt sound rang out. Ice-tooth, alienated shark liver, 2,000 points. Rare items detected. Ice crystal shark tooth, shadow shark eye, ice-tooth shark fin. Is that thing also a rare item? Su Yuan looked at the shark fin that had not been cut off. It was such a big piece of shark fin. He had never tasted shark fin in his previous life. He had planned to get it to try it before. Wait, can't you also unlock special items by cutting it in half yourself? Su Yuan immediately climbed up and cut off 2/3 of the arm-long shark fin, leaving enough for the system to keep a small section. Of course, the points earned were also reduced by 2/3 accordingly, but since it was time to unlock special products, he didn't care about those few points. Okay, let's start the transaction. New special products have been unlocked. Please check the special products page. After the transaction, only the upper body of the ice-toothed shark was left, and one of the eyes of the fish head also disappeared. The system still chose the good eye. Fortunately, the ice-toothed shark's tooth system was not so ruthless as to recycle all of them on its own. It only took one piece as a trading item to unlock special products. Su Yuan also asked the system about the remaining crystal-like ice teeth. The largest one cost 1,000 points. The price of such a tooth is higher than the core of a snow demon. These rows of teeth are enough for him to trade with the system for several days. All right, divide the meat among you, Da Wang. They're your minions. From now on, the distribution of food will be entirely up to you. Su Yuan handed the remaining fish body and fish head to them. The 5 snow wolves were excitedly preparing to run up, but after hearing this, they shrank back and looked at the Shuang beside them. The pitiful look of wagging its tail formed a sharp contrast with its previous look of relying on the power of others in the snowy forest. Ouch! The Shuang looked at them for a few seconds and raised her head proudly, but she did not make things difficult for them. After a call, several snow wolves followed her happily. For animals, fishy smells don't have a special impact. After eating the 3rd-level monster shark meat, the 5 snow wolves felt as if they had taken stimulants. The hair on the body is constantly growing and falling off, and the original body has also grown slightly. At this time, Su Yuan had already come to the campfire carrying the bloody shark fin. Put on your clothes once they're dry, and don't catch a cold. Su Yuan touched the animal skins and clothes of the people around the campfire. They were almost healed now, and the ginger tea time for them was almost over. Although the stunning scenes were gone, there were still more stunning activities at night. He had to conserve his energy to defeat the great rebel moon. Also, you could try this. This one doesn't have the weird taste of shark meat. Su Yuan gave the meat to Hong Shuang, who was the all-round spider lady in the camp. She can not only grill meat and cook soup, but also weave clothes and build snow houses. Su Yuan didn't contribute much to the construction of this makeshift snow house. Most of it was built by Hong Shuang, Lan Sha, and the others. System: open the special mall. After sitting down, Su Yuan looked at Pan Yu, who came over to him and held her in his arms. He felt very comfortable rubbing his chin against a pair of furry little ears, and he could smell a warm scent in his breath. Shark tooth blade for 1,000 points. Note: this special dagger is made from the teeth of the shadow ice-tooth shark. The blade can easily penetrate all enemy defenses and inflict freezing damage. Shark eye sensor crystal, 10,000 points. Note: this magic crystal ball is made from the eye of a gliding ice-tooth shark. If you place your hand on it, you can sense all movements within a radius of up to 500 meters. Spicy shark burger, 1,800 points. Note: this delicious and spicy burger with a frozen ocean flavor will greatly increase sensitivity within 1 hour after consumption, allowing you to temporarily float. The quality this time was surprisingly high. The small dagger was more expensive than the largest ice hammer in the ice weapon system. There is also the crystal ball worth 10,000. This is the second item he has redeemed for 5-digit points. The previous one is the basic magic book that he has not redeemed yet. This shark eye crystal is quite a bargain. It covers an area of 500 meters. 500 meters may not seem like a big deal, but if you use a reference, there is a medium-sized factory area within a radius of 500 meters, which includes everything from factory buildings to warehouses and offices. If this is exchanged, then I don't need to peek at the little beast girls. Cough, 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 it's not you, wait a minute. Su Yuan woke up from his fantasy, looked carefully at the line of small words in the brackets of the crystal note, and suddenly froze in place. The specific range depends on personal mental strength. Chapter 99. Which came first, Sichuan or Lin? If he hadn't noticed this line of small words in time, Su Yuan would have almost gritted his teeth and placed the order. After all, at this critical juncture when he was preparing to gather intelligence on the Black Sheep tribe, a monitor that could cover an area of 500 meters was extremely useful. He could even gather intelligence from a distance. System: if I use the shark eye sensor crystal with my current mental power, how far can I sense? Current mental power can sense up to 50 meters. Puh, it's a full 10 times difference, but the perception range of 50 meters is also quite useful. It's a pity that I don't have 1,000 points to make a crystal ball with a maximum perception range of 50 meters. Forget it. I'll exchange it when I need it later. Su Yuan closed the system mall. The 3 newly unlocked items were all very useful, but the prices were a bit inflated. Only the last hamburger was slightly understandable. Above the snow slope at night, the bright firelight illuminated the faces of Su Yuan and his companions. Hong Shuang distributed the stewed shark fin soup to several people. She had cut the shark fin, which was as long as her forearm, into thumb-sized pieces. There were a few pieces of shark fin meat dotted in the delicious and thick soup. The aroma whetted Su Yuan's appetite, but he seemed to have forgotten to take his homemade chopsticks away. While he was thinking about how to taste the delicious shark fin, a small hand holding a piece of meat was stretched out in front of Su Yuan. "This, you ruthless iron hands. Pan Yu, aren't you afraid of the burn? Is it hot? Then do you want me to blow it for you?" Su Yuan looked at her nonchalant expression. The other beast girls around him, except Lan Sha, who made a pair of gloves out of spider silk due to the burns, and Hui, who was blowing carefully, Pan Yue, and the other 2 all put the meat directly into their mouths with their hands. Huff! Pan Yu thought Su Yuan was really afraid of the heat, so she blew on it before handing the meat to him. The white and tender fingers covered with soup looked more tempting than the shark fin. Su Yuan, why are you biting my hand? The soup on my hand is too delicious to waste. After a simple shark dinner, everyone returned to the igloo to rest. Due to the sudden situation this afternoon, they simply built 2 igloos. Under Su Yuan's assignment, Lan Sha, he and Pan Yu were in one room, and Hui, Long, and Hong Shuang were in another room. As for Das Wang, they were guarding the camp. Covered with a layer of animal skins, they lay by the campfire to keep warm. After a day's journey, A few snow wolves closed their eyes tiredly. In the snow house at night, Panyu did not feel tired from the battle during the day. Instead, she looked at Su Yuan with full energy. The two of them hugged each other, facing each other. Lan Sha beside them had already fallen into a deep sleep, smacking her lips in her sleep, recalling the delicious shark soup she had eaten before. Su Yuan, I want to gain strength again. Be quiet, don't wake up Lan Sha. Su Yuan tightened the animal skin blanket around him. The conditions now were not like when he first built the snow house. He not only had a layer of blanket under him, but also another layer covering his body. Very warm factor. The two of them groped for a long time, but because there was no light in the dark, he was tortured and sweating profusely, but made no progress. Forget it, Panyu, go down first. Oh, and don't use the power of awakening to transform. After the transformation, the great rebel moon tiger fangs were sharper than a knife blade. It was estimated that it could easily tear open the tight and rough flesh of the shadow ice-tooth shark. The new experience that night made Su Yuan feel physically and mentally exhausted. He woke up slowly the next morning, and by then, several pieces of animal meat had already been roasted on the campfire in the camp. Nothing else happened last night. Su Yuan used a wooden bowl to scoop a bowl of river water from the unfrozen river, then sat in the camp and brushed his teeth. After brushing his teeth, he did not forget to pull over Panyu, who was preparing to eat. Brush your teeth before eating. Brush teeth. Panyu was a little confused. The beast girls didn't usually brush their teeth. Su Yuan observed that there was nothing wrong with their teeth, and they were still very white and healthy, so he just ignored them. But this morning's troubles are different, and I must clean my mouth. Panyu, who was pulled over, still sat obediently in front of Su Yuan and looked at him, and then she found that Su Yuan poured some snow-white salt on his fingers. She put it into her mouth before she could react, and the salty grains spread on her white teeth as she rubbed them with her fingers. Whoa, wow, it's so salty! Panyu's face was rubbed into various shapes, and the salt grains melted by the saliva and turned into choking salt water. Drink some water, then spit it out. No, what a waste. Salt is very important. Usually they supplement it by drinking raw animal blood, or if they are lucky enough, they can find some fruits containing salt. Currently, Su Yuan has been supplying salt to the Star Tribe by purchasing it from the System Mall. Although the water in the glacial lake is connected to the glacial sea, the salt content is not enough. Sometimes, not even a drop of salt can be extracted even after distilling a jar of water. So after being fed a mouthful of river water, Panyu swallowed it immediately. The salty salt water made her face wrinkle, but more importantly, her furry ears were damaged again. Su Yuan saw that it was no use since she had already swallowed it. He was not sure whether the river water was clean or not, so he asked Panyu to spit it out. I didn't expect that I would drink it like this. I was wrong. It hurts so much. My ear is going to fall off. Oh, Olo! After a simple shark meat breakfast in the morning, Su Yuan took out a compass and pointed it towards the east. This way he had to go around the hill and head toward the other side. The sled was still pulled by the same snow wolves, but the leader had changed to Su Yuan. If they continued to follow Panyu's direction, they would probably get completely lost in this vast snowfield. After another 2 days of travel, Su Yuan's eyes hurt from seeing all the white around him, so he spent some points to buy a pair of protective glasses in the System Mall. The beast girl who grew up in the snowfield for many years has no use at all. Panyu's slit-shaped vertical pupils have been looking at the snowfield for more than 10 years without any problem. I didn't expect that the most useless person was actually him, a foreigner. On the third day, Su Yuan finally saw the forest that Panyu had mentioned. That's right, he didn't see the glacier, but he saw the forest blocking his way first. The mountains and forests stand tall in front of us. The dense woods on them make the mountains full of vitality, and sometimes you can see some birds and animals. Su Yuan looked at Panyu, who was rushing over from behind him, and said helplessly, Panyu, are you sure it was the glacier first, and then the forest? That's right. When I came here, I saw the glacier first, and then I saw the forest. I remember it very clearly. Back then, Beiyue and the others and I caught fish in the lake in the mountains. I definitely won't remember it wrong. Su Yuan slapped his forehead. He thought that Panyu had said it in the wrong order, but he didn't expect that she said it in the order she saw when she came. This was good. At least his direction was correct. Su Yuan looked at the low forest in front of him. After several days of traveling, they were a little short of food. If you don't consider purchasing in the System Mall, you have to go to the mountains and forests to replenish supplies. This is a good opportunity to explore and maybe unlock some new special products. Chapter 100. The beast-eared girl fainted in the forest. Be careful. There may be many wild animals in this forest. The height of this forest is not too high. The board behind the snow wolf was temporarily removed and carried on his body. Several people and several wolves quickly climbed up the mountain. Su Yuan looked at the leaves that still showed emerald green under the white snow. To be precise, this area had already left the ice and snow field. As he went deeper into the mountains and forests, he could see lush green plants breaking through the snow. Some of them he had seen in his previous life, but many more he had never even heard of. However, as long as they are not poisonous, Su Yuan will pick some and put them in his backpack. After eating meat for so long, he has long wanted to try the taste of vegetables. This kind of vegetable from another world cannot even be exchanged in the system all. When you eat later, you can throw these juicy vegetables from another world into the pot and cook them together. This 5,000 points appraisal function is really worth it, otherwise I wouldn't dare to pick these things. Su Yuan rubbed his hands and pulled out the green bamboo shoots that had emerged from the ground. According to the identification system, this kind of snow-frozen bamboo shoots are non-toxic and particularly delicious. Su Yuan, there seems to be a figure over there. Is there a figure here? Be careful, it might be a spy sent by Black Sheep and the others. Those who can run towards the snowy plains are either the group being hunted or the group chasing them. Su Yuan was not clear about the current situation of the Black Sheep tribe. If he defeated another tribe, they would most likely attack the Red Fox. Hong Shuang just hung on the tree trunk and looked into the distance, then came down, shook his head and said, "Chief, that man fainted on the ground, so he shouldn't be the enemy you mentioned." Fainting in this place? Wouldn't that mean he's frozen to death? Let's go over and take a look first. Su Yuan put the frozen bamboo shoots into the backpack that Long was carrying. Several people quickly came to the figure they had seen before. At this time, several birds were about to peck at her body. Call out. An arrow pierced the body of one of the birds, and the others were frightened and scattered, leaving only the man lying on the ground. Su Yuan walked over and turned the girl over. Her long silver hair was tied into a thick braid that reached her buttocks. There was also a pair of small, round animal ears on both sides of the girl's head. There's a layer of silver fuzz on the back of her ears, and there are scattered black spots between the ears. Most importantly, there's a small notch on her left ear. A white, jade-like animal tusk was tied to the ear with a thin rope made of plants, which looked full of wildness. The beast girl was wearing something even more barbaric. A torn animal skin only covered her chest, and her tender white belly button was frozen into a layer of white frost. The tattered animal leather pants on his lower body only covered a small section of his legs, about 1/10 of his thighs, and the animal leather boots on his feet also had holes in them. A few plump toes were exposed. Most importantly, the exposed skin on her body was covered with traces of wounds, most of which had healed somewhat. Is he dead? Lan Sha poked her chubby cheek, and a stream of green juice flowed out from the corner of her mouth. Wow, he's spitting out green blood. This guy died miserably. Su Yuan frowned and pressed his palm on the plump chest of the fainted beast girl. The heart was still beating, but the rhythm was a little slow. No, what is this? He looked into the girl's mouth, pried it open, and saw that it was filled with some dark green plants. Snow moss, a poisonous plant. Consuming it will cause weak legs and a drowsy brain. Eating too much can cause fainting. It can be made into a sleeping potion through a special process. I'm afraid this amount is more than just too much. I almost choked to death. Doesn't this idiot know to taste a little before eating to test for poison? Su Yuan had no intention of letting this white-haired beast, who should be a snow leopard, die just like that. So he used his hands to take out the sleeping snow moss. Not only is his mouth full, but there's probably a lot of sleeping snow moss in his throat and even in his stomach. But what he never expected was that when his fingers touched the green chewing objects, the system voice rang again. Detected. Skip it and unlock the new item directly. After Su Yuan made his choice, the green chewing object in the beast girl's mouth disappeared immediately, which made Pan Yu and the others beside him stunned. My lord god, do you still like chewed food? Mianxua tablets, seaweed flavor, 200 points. Note, this pill can help you sleep. It is made from 8 kinds of medicinal herbs and snow moss. After taking 1 pill, you can sleep for 10 hours. Do not overdose. 6 pills can be redeemed daily. Wow, I didn't expect to have such an unexpected gain. However, this thing can only be regarded as a small item to add color. I can use it when I have insomnia one day. Hooray, give me the water you're carrying. Su Yuan took the water handed to him by Hui, took a sip and poured it into the white-haired beast girl's mouth. After a few sips of the cold water, she also had some reaction. Cough, cough, cough. A weak cough was heard, and Su Yuan stopped what he was doing. After returning the water to Hui, he lifted the beast girl up nimbly. Xin Ku only felt her eyelids were heavy, and she didn't know what the people in front of her were doing. She wanted to stand up, but she had no strength. Suddenly, her mouth was pried open, and just as she was about to say something, a finger was inserted directly into her throat. All the food he had eaten was vomited out, and the green juice and some sticky stuff were all vomited on his Su Yuan's hand. No matter how pretty a beast girl is, her vomit will still be smelly. Fortunately, this guy should have eaten some grass these days, so it's not that disgusting. After Su Yuan asked Hui to wash off the juice on his hand with water, he fed a few mouthfuls to the beast girl who was still retching. In the end, her eyelids drooped, and she fainted on Su Yuan before she could finish her words. Is she dead again? Lan Sha poked her head curiously, but there was no movement. God damn it. Let's find a shelter to rest today. The snow and terrain in the mountains were not suitable for building a snow house. Su Yuan put the unconscious beast girl onto Shuang's back, and then the group hurriedly looked for a place to take shelter nearby. In the evening, the sky gradually darkened. It turned out that there was no shelter such as caves in this rugged place. No one knew where this beast girl had been hiding and resting these days. After walking for such a long time, Su Yuan looked at the pile of rocks and immediately called everyone to stop. Don't look for it anymore. There shouldn't be a cave here. Manhwa, you guys put these stones together and go cut down some tree trunks nearby. Not finding a natural shelter, Su Yuan didn't continue to force it. He had seen a house built with stones when watching the Wilderness Challenge before. This mountain depression is more suitable, and there is no need to look for gravel. After placing the unconscious beast girl and supplies on the ground, Su Yuan began to direct everyone, starting with digging out the shape of the depression. After leveling the ground and laying animal hide mats on it, the large pieces of gravel were stacked on 3 sides of the depression and matched the raised slope. It would be enough to wait until Long cut down the trees and put them on top. There would only be a gap in front of him that was as wide as a person and covered with animal skins. Although this little stone house is small, it can easily accommodate several people. The cold wind blowing in from the cracks in the stones around it is not a big deal. After all, it won't be too cold if so many people hug each other. The extra leaves and branches of the trees can be used as firewood for burning at night, and the extra leaf can be used as an extra blanket for the frost weeds at night. By the time the stone house was built, it had already darkened, and the light from the flames outside the stone house gradually lit up the darkness. A bright bonfire lit up in the dark forest. Chapter 101. Why are there so many idiots? In his dream, the delicious smell of meat made Shinka's ears move and his mouth secreted saliva crazily. How long has it been since you smelled the aroma of meat? Ever since the failure of the last tribal war, she had been fleeing all the way across the snowy wilderness, thinking that those tribes were just planning to annex her. But when she was tied up and taken to the Wangshu Mountains, she realized that her previous thoughts were too naive. Those guys not only wanted to annex their tribe. Instead, they wanted to rule. No, it could be said that they wanted to completely control them, control all the tribes in the entire snowfield, and make everyone their puppets. So she used her awakened power at night to escape from the Wangshu Mountains. She was hunted down here by people from various tribes and hadn't had a single bite of food for several days. When you're extremely thirsty, you grab a handful of snow from the ground. When you're extremely hungry, you grab some leaves from the trees to fill your stomach. I just didn't expect that after eating a few pieces of dark green plants growing in the cracks of the stone wall this morning, I immediately fainted. I think I fainted. Xin Ku suddenly recalled his previous experiences in a flash. When he recalled that he fainted, he opened his eyes instantly. A rune appeared on his forehead, and his whole body wanted to pounce. Ouch! But before she could stand up, she fell to the ground. Her hazy vision gradually became clear, and only then did she see her situation clearly. Her hands and feet were tied behind her back, which was even more desperate than having her hands tied behind her back to a pillar in the Wangshu Mountains, because she couldn't use any strength at all because she was tied in an arc shape. The person is awake. Suiduambu. Lan Sha was eating barbecue on the side. When she saw the beast girl lying next to her wake up, she immediately called out to Su Yuan, who was studying vegetable soup on the other side. Is he awake? Su Yuan put down the homemade soup spoon in his hand and walked over immediately. Long and the others beside him also put down what they were doing and followed him. Now that I've been captured by you, I accept my fate. But if you want me to submit to you and become a puppet, Forget it. Su Yuan looked at the beast girl who was struggling desperately in confusion. The rune on her forehead lit up and then dimmed for a short while. She hadn't eaten for a few days and had vomited everything in her stomach. Now her body can no longer provide the energy for her to use her awakened power. What nonsense! First, tell me who you are, where you are from, and which tribe you belonged to before. Xin was stunned for a moment, looked at Su Yuan, then looked at the people behind him and asked doubtfully, "Aren't you here to hunt me down?" "Wait a moment. Let me explain the current situation to you first. We are wanderers from the icy and snowy plains, and we just found you unconscious over there." Su Yuan explained the current situation to the white-haired beast girl, but some things about the Star Tribe were buried. After learning about this, Xin breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at Su Yuan and immediately said, "Since you are not the one chasing me, please let me go. My name is Xin, and I am a witch." Xin, such a familiar name. Wait. You are Wu. When Pan Yu heard the name, he recognized it immediately. He had heard of this name before when he was in the tribe, but he had never seen the person in person. She was halfway through her words when Su Yuan covered her mouth and dragged her aside. Fortunately, this snow leopard mother was broad-minded and didn't take it seriously. Instead, she pulled at the spider silk that tied her hands and feet and spoke. "Please let me go. My tribe has been defeated. You are wanderers. If you have nowhere to go, you can follow me. I'll go find trouble with Mu Guang after I've recovered. By then, I'll make you the warrior leader of my tribe." Su Yuan shook his head at her careless look. Although this guy possessed both the awakening power of a warrior and the magic power of a magician, but his brain is not very useful, even inferior to the red fox. He wants to take revenge by relying on just a few people. What's the difference between this and a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth? As expected, you can't have your cake and eat it too. Brains and breasts. Cough, cough, cough. You can't have both brains and strength. Su Yuan shifted his gaze from Xin's erect body, then squatted down and continued to ask, "First, tell me who Mu Guang is?" Hearing Xin's heroic words before his death, could it be that the divine wizard of the Wangshu Mountains was called Mu Guang? The name is quite nice. Mu Guang, a powerful tribe, suddenly appeared in the Wangshu Mountains. You guys in the ice and snow plains don't know much about the situation outside. Now that guy is occupying other tribes everywhere. Every witch she defeated would become her puppet, completely obeying her orders and leading the tribe to carry out her orders. Fortunately, I was smart and told them I was just an awakened warrior in the tribe. Sure enough, this is not much different from my previous guess. The other people present did not have any special emotions. If Long and the others had not followed Su Yuan, they would probably still be struggling to survive in the snowy plains and would not have known about this news. However, Pan Yu next to him looked a little lost. It turned out that black sheep became like this because of the Mu Guang divine shaman in the Wangshu Mountains. Su Yuan took the initiative to untie the ropes on Xin and then handed the barbecue to her. "Let's eat something first. Although this guy is very powerful, he is not very smart and is not very dangerous." "Thank you." Xin was already dizzy with hunger. After taking the food, he was not afraid of the heat at all. He chewed it twice and swallowed it. Then, she was seen beating her chest with a dark face. You're really an idiot. Such a fool could actually lead a tribe." Su Yuan found it hard to believe how she managed to rule the tribe. It took several hard pats on Shinka's back to make her swallow the food she was choking on. "It's delicious. Please join my tribe." Xin's eyes lit up, and she looked at the food by the campfire with excitement. She turned her head, held Su Yuan's hand tightly, and spoke hurriedly. "Idiot, talk is one thing, but don't scratch me with those greasy claws." Su Yuan struggled to free his hands a few times, but the guy held on too tightly, and there was no way he could get free. "Let's talk about this later." Su Yuan originally thought that he could just casually deal with this idiot and deal with the rest of the matters after investigating the Black Sheep tribe. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, Xin pushed him to the ground. Their faces were only a few centimeters apart, and he could feel his chest being pressed down tightly by the other person, which was a bit suffocating. "Su Yuan, leader." Long and the others rushed up anxiously, but Xin, who had eaten a few pieces of beast meat, had recovered a little, and the strange rune on his forehead lit up. The lightning flashing around them made Long and the others feel numb instantly, and their legs and feet went limp and they fell to the ground. Even the strongest Da Swang fell down not far away with his teeth bared, and white frosty mist was condensing around his body. You really don't want to join my tribe? So strong. Su Yuan originally thought that this snow leopard lady was just stronger, but he didn't expect her to be so ridiculously strong. Was the lightning around her the power of awakening? Just when he was about to say something, Xin could suddenly change her attitude and hugged Su Yuan and started crying. Please join me for 7 days. I haven't had a full meal in 7 days. Do you know how difficult it is for me to have such delicious food? It seems like they treat me like a cook. Xin Ku, to tell you the truth, we actually have a tribe, but Mu Guang has been capturing witches from various tribes in the Snowfield, so we came out to investigate the situation. Really? You didn't lie to me? Although he asked him this, Su Yuan knew that this idiot had already believed what he said, so he nodded without hesitation. Humph, our leader is also a witch, and an even more powerful divine witch. It's over. How could there be a fool among our own people? Su Yuan controlled his numb body and turned his head to look. Lan Sha struggled to control her body and come forward to save him. Alas, considering her loyalty, Su Yuan no longer wants to punish her. Are you also a witch? Chapter 102. Commander also needs to eat, right? In a temporary camp. Xin Ku took a sip of the delicious vegetable soup, and his eyes narrowed with happiness. Then he picked up the whole jar without hesitation and drank a big gulp. Damn, you're really not afraid of the heat. Su Yuan blew on the steaming vegetable and beef soup in a bowl. The previous snow crystal beef had become very firm beef jerky after being processed by him. It is quite convenient when walking on the road, but it is a bit sticky. Now that it is soaked in vegetable soup, the taste and texture have been improved several levels. After drinking the broth in a few gulps, Xin could touch her flat belly comfortably, then leaned over and hugged Su Yuan's shoulders. Honestly, how about you and I create a new tribe together? I'll be in charge of the tribe's wars, and you'll be in charge of the tribe's internal management. If we join forces, it won't be long before we defeat the Muguang tribe and rescue my former tribesmen. Fortunately, Xin Ku had no ill intentions before. After learning that Su Yuan was also a witch and a divine witch like Muguang, she immediately let Su Yuan go. However, Su Yuan ignored her. She looked so stupid. If she were really asked to be the tribal manager, the tribe would probably be ruined in a few days. Xin Ku, I'm actually curious about 2 things. Ask ahead, ask ahead. You treated me to such delicious food. I can tell you anything you want to ask. Su Yuan thought for a moment, then said, Have you seen that girl named Mu Guang? Can you tell me what she looks like? That girl is quite thin, with pointed ears on both sides, and no hair. Her hair is golden, and she wears strange clothes. Oh, and she also has a pair of transparent, glowing wings behind her. Transparent, glowing wings? Hairless, pointy ears? Combining these characteristics, Su Yuan immediately thought of a creature, an elf. However, according to the introduction of the Western fantasy world, shouldn't elves be beautiful creatures that advocate peace and nature? It turns out that we cannot look at the creatures of this world based on the stereotypes of our previous lives. Who would have thought that such a sensitive snow leopard is actually a fool? Then why do you call her a divine witch? Divine witches are generally able to communicate with gods, right? Xin licked the remaining soup on the edge of the pot, nodded, and replied, Indeed, I heard some of it when I was captured. It said that Mu Guang came to this world from the divine realm in heaven, and she can make everyone submit to her. I don't know why the others are called divine witches. Maybe it's because she came from heaven. An elf who can do magic and says she comes from the realm of gods sounds like a charlatan. If she says so, doesn't she also come from the sky? The sky I came from is even farther away. I don't know how many galaxies it spans. Okay, go get some rest after eating. You can continue your escape tomorrow. We are heading to the desolate snowfield. You will definitely be caught if you follow us. Su Yuan actually thinks highly of Xin Ku. If someone with his strength could join his tribe, he would definitely be a powerful fighting force. But this guy insisted on leading the tribe, and then roared to go to war with Mu Guang. If he was as steady as Red Fox, he would really agree. What a pity. What? You really don't plan to rebuild the tribe with me? Xin Ku put down the jar in her hand, and these words made the people around her stand up and look at her cautiously. Anyway, Xin Ku, I'm curious how long you've ruled the tribe. I don't know. It's been a long time, almost several years. Seeing her expression that she would not give up until she agreed, Su Yuan had no choice but to harden his heart and say some harsh words. I'm guessing you're not in charge of the tribe. Do you know how to store food for the tribe? Do you know how to build defenses for the tribe? If the tribe is attacked, can you make the right choice? Fight or flee? Wow. Usually Sora was helping me keep an eye on her, but she was captured too, and I got so mad I brought people to rescue her. Xin-Ku's psychological defenses were broken by these 3 questions, and tears fell down. The sobbing sound also made Su Yuan roughly understand the situation. Previously, the Xinca tribe had always been governed by a beast girl named Kong. Due to Xinca's powerful strength, it was difficult for the Black Sheep tribe to defeat her. So after the Black Sheep tribe tricked Xin-Ku away, another tribe raided the camp and captured Kong and other orcs. Originally, Xin-Ku could have escaped with the remaining warriors, but she eventually commanded all the warriors to attack directly and rush to the camp of the Mguang tribe. Then they were easily captured, and none of the remaining soldiers escaped and were captured. Fortunately, Mguang didn't know her. Based on the runes on her forehead, he thought she was just an awakened warrior. Xin-Ku used witchcraft to break free from her restraints and escaped in the middle of the night. All right, it's all Mguang's fault. If we blindly charge into the Mguang tribe again, do you think we could defeat them? This girl was quite tall, so he had to stand up to comfort her. Then what should I do? They've been trying to catch me, and Sora hasn't come up with a solution for me here. Join my tribe. I will lead you to rescue everyone and defeat Mguang. You? Xin-Ku wiped away her tears, looked Su Yuan up and down, and shook her head decisively. No. How can I give in to others? My mother has always told me that I am a super powerful being who possesses both awakening power and sorcery power. A natural-born leader. Even a leader needs to eat, right? Join my tribe in the future, and I'll let you lead a team of warriors and become a warrior leader. I'll also provide you with 3 meals a day of unlimited meat. I eat meat every meal and still feel full. Xin-Ku swallowed her saliva. When she was in the tribe before, even she, a witch, couldn't have meat for every meal. Kong would control the food in the tribe, so most of the time she would just eat wild fruits, and only when she hunted a large wild animal could she have a good meal. However, it was only a little meat that could barely fill his stomach. Kong would store the rest as backup food for the tribe. My mother told me, you can enjoy hot broth with every meal, and if you do something good, you'll get even better food. Su Yuan bought a bag of cat food in the system mall. Snow leopards are just large cats. Maoye and the others like to eat cat food so much, so Xinca definitely can't refuse it. After feeding a piece of cat food into Xinca's mouth, she subconsciously chewed it a few times. The delicious feeling made her snow-white tail slap the ground excitedly. I promise you, the team leader is still the leader, but these must be given to me. Xin-Ku looked at the remaining cat food in Su Yuan's hand, her eyes full of longing, and her stomach, which had been somewhat full, began to protest again. Of course. No, you haven't done anything meritorious. But considering you joined my tribe, I can give you a small amount. Su Yuan naturally couldn't be so obedient to Xin-Ku. Compared to Ban Yu's rebellious behavior, Xin-Ku wanted to temper her spirit as a leader. Otherwise, if you join the tribe and still don't listen to him, then it's better not to join the tribe. Pan Yulong, Hui, these are yours, and Hong Shuang, Lan Sha, De Shuang. You all deserve credit for saving Xin-Ku today. In order to tempt this guy, Su Yuan bought some food from the system mall and distributed it to everyone. Hong Shuang and Lan Sha both like to eat sweet and sticky things, while Da Shuang and the others are even more unpicky as long as it's meat. As for Hui, Pan Yue, and Long, this bag of cat food can fully satisfy their appetites. I promise you, you will be the leader from now on. My lord leader, please let me taste some more. Chapter 103. Look how hungry the child is. Xin-Ku, if you move again, I'll kick you out. At night, everyone huddled in the small stone house. Long and Hong Shuang were worried about Su Yuan's safety, so they separated him and Xin-Ku at 2 ends. At this time, Su Yuan was sleeping in the corner, with Long on his side protecting him tightly, and on the other side, Pan Yu was curled up in the quilt with only a small ear sticking out. Feeling Xin-Ku picking at the gravel beside her on the other side, Su Yuan felt that the blue veins on his temples were about to be picked out by her. I just slept a little too much, and now I can't sleep. If you can't sleep, go outside and keep watch. There's some food next to the campfire. Go grill some food if you have nothing to do. Let's go. I'm hungry again. Xin-Ku immediately sat up, threw off the quilt, and then got out swiftly. The Shuang, who was resting with his eyes closed by the campfire in the camp, opened his eyes and glanced at Xinku, then moved his head and ignored him. Finally, it's quiet. Su Yuan, I think. Before Su Yuan closed his eyes, Pan Yu in his arms also opened his eyes. Think about it. Go to sleep. It's almost here in the next 2 days. There are so many people here. Long and the others are not as heartless as Lan Sha. They will not know anything after lying down. If the battle tonight is discovered by Long and the others, then he will probably have to be carried out tomorrow morning. Sizzle. In the campfire, the bird that had wanted to peck at Shinka's body before was now being roasted on the fire. The fat was frying, and the aroma of meat filled her nose. Maybe we should sprinkle some of this on it. Xin found the bag of salt from Su Yuan's backpack, grabbed some, and spread it evenly on the barbecue, imitating Hong Shuang's method. Suddenly, the aroma of meat became stronger, and Xin's mouth was almost watering. No more waiting. I'll starve to death if I roast it any longer. Just as she was about to take a bite of the food, a noise from afar made her ears move immediately, and the food in her hand stopped at her mouth. The Shuang also opened his eyes at this time, shook off the animal skin covering his body, and looked at the dark snow forest with his eyes becoming very alert. Could it be that those pursuers from the Maguang tribe have arrived? Xin quickly put down the food in his hand, went back into the stone house, and woke up Su Yuan, who had just fallen asleep. Xin, if you don't give me an explanation, I will kill you tonight. Su Yuan, those who arrested me are here. Su Yuan opened his eyes immediately, and Long and the others beside him also stood up. After hearing the news, there was no trace of sleepiness in their eyes. People from Maguang tribe are coming. That should be it. I've heard this noise often before. It's probably the 2 people who were chasing me. 2 people? How strong are they? Xin said without hesitation. Like me, a high-level awakened warrior. Broken. Su Yuan had seen high-level awakened warriors today, and their strength was completely different from Long and the others. It was like whether a person who practiced fighting spirit could release it. The lightning around Shinka made it difficult for Long and the others to deal with it, and now there were 2 enemies of this level. You hide in the stone house, and we'll go out. Follow my instructions. If those 2 enter the stone house, Xin, you must take care of one immediately. We'll stop the remaining one. Once you've dealt with that one, come over and deal with this one right away. What if they don't come in? Xin was stunned for a moment, then thought of the second possibility. If you don't come in, just hide inside and don't make any noise. Without thinking too much, Su Yuan led the others out of the stone house. At this time, the Shuang bared his teeth and stared into the deep snow and wind. His hair was a different color, and he looked as if he was facing a great enemy. System, give me some sleeping pills. I need a large dose and strong effects. The stronger the better, preferably enough to knock out an elephant. Wait, give me some sleeping pills. Mian Shuatai can even knock Xin unconscious, so she should have no problem dealing with beast girls with similar strength to her. In order to worry that the dosage was not enough, Su Yuan exchanged all 6 tablets. These green tablets were the same as the medicine he took in his previous life, the size of soybeans, and smelled of seaweed. Now it's time to think about how to feed these 2 uninvited guests. Su Yuan held the pills in his hand and thought about it. Long and the others beside him had already held their weapons in their hands, waiting for the visitors in the wind and snow. Sniff, when was this chicken roasted? Suddenly, the aroma of meat attracted Su Yuan. He looked at the bird that Xin had roasted earlier and placed it next to the campfire. Its golden skin was sizzling with oil. Got it. Long. Put away your weapons, then sit by the campfire and pretend you just finished eating. And Das Wang, you 2 lie still. After commanding several people, Su Yuan cut the bird into 2 halves and stuffed 3 pills into each half. This dosage was not enough to make the bird fall down. Then we can only start the second plan. Soon, 2 figures rushed over quickly from the wind and snow in the dark night, and the firelight illuminated their bodies and appearances. One of the 2 men had brown hair, and the other had gray hair. One of them was holding a long knife, and the other was holding a bow, an arrow. There were some pieces of snow on the strange clothes, which showed that he had rushed here all night. Have you ever seen a member of the God-given tribe with long silver hair come here? Su Yuan was still staring at their delicate little faces. When he saw one of them sniff, he stood up and said with a smile, I've actually seen what you're talking about. I had something to eat here before. It's no problem to use this kind of trick against some ordinary people, but the people in this world are all beast girls, and these two guys obviously found this place by their sense of smell. The flavor of Xianku is so strong here that it would be a bit of a lie to say you haven't seen it before. She is here indeed. Do you know where she is now? I don't know. We didn't have much food to begin with, and she snatched it all away. Now we only have this much left. Su Yuan picked up the 2 roasted bird meats that were sizzling with oil. Even the 2 high-level awakened warriors could not resist the fragrance. You could see the 2 of them swallowing their saliva quite obviously. She took most of our food when she left. Can we use this as payment to help her cover our food? We saved that for a long time, but today it was snatched away before we could even eat it. Look how hungry the child is. Su Yuan handed the roasted bird meat in his hand to Long, then pulled Pan Yu over and lifted up her animal skin clothes to reveal her little belly. Because the vegetable and meat soup he made in the evening was very novel, Pan Yu ate a lot of it. Now her belly had a small curve, which looked very cute. Look, this kid has been hungry all day, and his ribs are exposed. Su Yuan hurriedly pressed Pan Yu's belly back with his hands. Few of her ribs were visible, but she had grown some soft flesh during the time she had been in the Xingqian tribe. Pan Yu, hold your stomach in. Chapter 104. Are you tying up a dinosaur? When Pan Yu heard the subtle sound beside her ear, she immediately received the signal and lay on Su Yuan in a weak look. Those big eyes stared straight at the barbecue in Long's hand. Su Yuan, burp. I'm so hungry. Why don't you just let me eat this meat? You shouldn't have expected much from this guy's acting skills. Su Yuan watched her burp for a while and could only grin and continue acting awkwardly. No, this amount of food can only sustain us for one night. What that person stole is enough for us to eat for 5 days. 5 days of food. The 2 high-level awakened warriors looked at each other. Not only did Xianku not eat much, but neither of them ate much during the chase. After all, the leader demands that Xianku must be captured. Everyone else can be put aside temporarily, but Xianku must be captured. This put them both in a difficult position. Xianku had been hungry for several days and hadn't caught any fish. If she waited until she had eaten her fill and recovered her strength, it would be even more difficult to catch any fish. My 2 heroes, I see you haven't eaten for a long time since you started chasing that thief. Why don't you eat this before you go catch him? I see she's got quite a few injuries on her body. She probably can't run far. Su Yuan handed the barbecue in his hand to the 2 of them. The steaming barbecue immediately attracted the attention of both of them. The aroma of meat in their nostrils had replaced the smell of Xianku. Yinduo, why don't you eat something before you chase him? If that guy is full, we might not be his match. Well, I just smell that she's been here for quite a while. It's getting dark now, so she probably can't get far. Let's continue chasing her after we finish eating. Su Yuan immediately showed a triumphant smile on his face and handed 2 pieces of barbecue to the 2 men. That's right, that guy is really powerful. When he stole our things, we couldn't resist at all. You are so powerful that you can definitely defeat her. Come and try it. Eating meat is such a wonderful thing. The 2 took the barbecue and put it to their mouths and sniffed it. Xianku had smeared a lot of salt on it before, so apart from the burnt aroma of the barbecue, they could not smell anything else. Not to mention that the special products in the system all have strange flavors, and the seaweed flavor is just added to add a bit of flavor. So, the 2 of them immediately devoured the barbecue in their hands, and their exposed little canine teeth chewed the bones into pieces and swallowed them in a few bites. Su Yuan was stunned by this. When he was in the Star Tribe before, there were only a few little beast girls who liked to gnaw on bones for fun. But he wasn't so hungry that he would chew his bones into pieces. The 2 of them finished the whole roasted bird in just a few bites. The way they licked their fingers showed that they were still not satisfied and were reluctant to spit out even a bone of the bird. Damn, it won't be ineffective, right? Su Yuan opened the system mall nervously. If something happened later, he would buy a roll of firecrackers to disrupt the venue. Long and the others also put their hands on the weapons behind them. Okay, Yinduo, smell it carefully again and see if she is... Just as the beast girl was about to continue her action, her vision began to spin and her eyelids felt as if they were filled with lead. Yinduo's nostrils twitched slightly, and she felt something was wrong. She pointed at Su Yuan and fell to the ground without saying a word. Hurry up, tie these 2 up. Wait a minute. These 2 are high-level awakening warriors, and they are not the weak version of the high-level awakening warrior who looked like a starving ghost like Xianku before. System, select high-strength ropes. Specially made, thick wool yarn, 3 kilograms, 50 points. Steel wire, 0.5 tons, 300 points. Kevlar rope, for tons bearing 1,800 points. Dynamo rope, 6-ton load, 2,400 points. Steel wire rope, 20 tons bearing 7,000 points. Holy crap, 20 tons? How are you tying up a dinosaur? Su Yuan originally thought that the highest weight would be only about 4 or 5 tons, but he didn't expect that there was actually a 20-ton rope. This point was a bit touching, and if he added a little more, he could exchange it for a crystal ball. And the wire rope. Su Yuan didn't think he could use it to tie up 2 girls who were only about 1.7 meters tall. By the way, does the high-level awakened warrior in this world have a strength of 20 tons? Su Yuan didn't want to waste too many points to exchange for a rope that might not be used, but he was worried that the 2 beast girls would wake up and break free from the rope. So he found Xian Ku, who was hiding in the stone house and ready to go. Xian Ku, try to see if you can break this rope. Su Yuan took out a dynamo rope that could bear 6 tons and tied it to Shinka. Shinka, who had eaten a full meal, was very confident. He looked at the strange, white rope on his body with great confidence. Such a thin rope, I can break it in a few strokes. Break it, break it, break it. Xian Ku struggled several times, but the ropes on her body didn't move at all. Even if she used all her strength and her face turned red, she couldn't break free. Looks like I have to get serious. After trying for a long time, but unable to break free from the rope, Xian Ku's expression became very serious. The rune on his forehead appeared, and fierce lightning spread all over his body. But this thing was also insulated, and no matter how she struggled, she couldn't get rid of the dynamo rope tied to her body. It seems that the maximum strength of high-level awakened warriors cannot reach 6 tons. However, for safety reasons, it will be enough to tie them up in a position that makes them unable to exert their strength. Sujuan Nadith. The rope worth more than 2,000 points was quite long, so there was no need to buy another one. More than 2,000 points were enough to tie up 2 high-level awakened warriors. That's still a good deal. Okay, don't try it. When the ropes on Xian Ku were removed, one could clearly feel her unwillingness to accept defeat. She clenched her fists and looked competitive like a little child. Almost broke it. Let me try again. Yeah, you broke it right away. I trust you. Go get some rest. Su Yuan asked Long and the others to lift up the 2 unconscious beast girls and then tied them up. After hearing Xian Ku's complaint, he responded perfunctorily. This punch, which felt like hitting cotton, made Xian Ku so angry that he punched the tree stump next to him. Such a casual punch created a crack in the stump. After she calmed down, she came to the crowd and asked in confusion, "Why don't you just kill them? Kill you and tell me the information about Mu Guang?" Huh? I told you everything I know. Su Yuan rolled his eyes at her. It turned out that his decision not to let her be the leader was absolutely correct. Otherwise, one could imagine how much trouble the tribe would be in the future. I really want to meet the beast girl named Kong. She has been able to maintain the tribe for such a long time under Shinka's rule. She must be a top talent. Soon, the 2 men had their hands and feet tied behind their backs, just like Xian Ku had before, except that their bodies were tied more tightly than Xian Ku had before. Perfect, but we still need to take some precautions to prevent these 2 from actually breaking free. Su Yuan hung the 2 of them in an open space not far from the campfire, with the rope in the middle hanging on a raised piece of wood, and the 2 of them looked like wind chimes. When the cold wind blew, the 2 of them started spinning in midair. Chapter 105, Is the World Outside Really So Wonderful? Papa. After tying the 2 up, Su Yuan clapped his hands and nodded with great satisfaction at his masterpiece. The binding was so tight that he almost tied up the toes one by one. How did these people get bows and arrows? Su Yuan picked up the weapons that the 2 people had brought and took a look. The long sword was made of iron and looked a bit rough, but it was much more advanced than those of the primitive tribe. After carefully examining the blade and handle, I found that it looked like it was forged using medieval hot forging techniques, with some delicate carvings on it. Iron Spine Saber, a high-quality iron sword forged using the quenching and flame-burning method. The carvings on it are infused with magic power, making the blade even sharper. Is this still a primitive society? Damn it! Su Yuan wiped his eyes and looked at the description of the knife in disbelief. In this world, not only are there people who can forge swords with magic, but they can also carve patterns and enchant them. Could it be that the outside world has already developed into the Middle Ages? And the snowy area he was crossing was still an undeveloped wilderness? Not sure, let's see. Putting down the iron knife in his hand, he picked up the wooden bow and arrow beside him. Wind-whispering bow. Made of windsong wood, this longbow is enchanted with wind whisper. Each draw of the bow gathers surrounding wind elements, greatly increasing the arrow's flight speed. Wind whispering arrow. Made from wind-singing wood, it can be adjusted by the wind element after being shot, thereby improving the shooter's accuracy. Rare item detected. Windsong wood. Trade 1,000 points, or trade 100 points to get a new special item. Host, please select the transaction direction. As expected, both weapons are enchanted. Now it seems that there is some truth in these beast girls thinking that the elf is a witch. And there's even better news. This thing actually triggered a system prompt. I didn't expect that this seemingly ordinary arrow is also a rare item. New product. Windsong bow, 4,000 points. Wind arrow, 100 points. I was excited, thinking there was some new gadget, but it turned out to be the thing in his hand with just a different name. Although this bow is really good, it not only increases the arrow's flight speed, but also can correct the angle of the arrow. But without the thrill of opening a blind box, Su Yuan still felt a little depressed. Where on earth did this guy come from? Could there really be a tribe out there that has developed the skills of iron forging and enchanting? Su Yuan looked at the two people hanging above and spinning in the wind, his mind full of doubts. The Bone Shaman and Hai Yao who came to the ice and snow field did not show these things. Even a Bone Shaman didn't know what a bow and arrow was, otherwise he wouldn't have been framed and killed by Su Yuan in that place. I thought about it for a long time, but still had no clue. I could only find out what the situation was after these two people woke up. Su Yuan, let me see this weapon. They used to break it before and use it to shoot me in the ass. Last time, he almost shot my tail off. Xin could snatch the thing away while Su Yuan was still not reacting. She carefully weighed the bow and arrow for a long time, but couldn't understand how it had hit her. But, okay, you can play with this. Give me the bow and arrow. Su Yuan snatched the Finyu bow and threw the iron knife to her. The iron knife was not very valuable. There were a lot of modern items in his system mall that were of much better quality than it. Even with the sharpness rune, it was difficult to overcome the technological gap. But this enchanted bow is different. Each one is worth 4,000 points. Hong Shuang, this thing is for you. Su Yuan knew that Hong Shuang particularly liked using bows and arrows and had good talent. So he saw initial results after just a few days of learning from Hu Si and the others. Thank you, Chief. Hong Shuang looked at the bow, an arrow in her hand, with some surprise. You know, many warriors in the tribe have trained longer than her, and their accuracy is much higher than hers. Compared with others, she is just a novice in archery. But since it was Su Yuan who asked, she naturally would not refuse. She touched the Finyu bow in her hand with some joy in her eyes. Okay, Shinka, stop touching it. It's all patinaed. Put it down and get some rest. After being disturbed by the two uninvited guests, everyone lost their sleepiness. When they returned to the stone house, they heard Xin scratching the stone again. Pungent. I am hungry. Take it out and roast it yourself, and then you keep watch after you finish eating. In order to have a good sleep, Su Yuan exchanged a piece of pork in the system mall and threw it to Xin. If she continued to quarrel like this, he would not be able to sleep tonight. In the early morning, the two beast girls opened their eyes, and a vast ocean appeared in front of their hazy eyes. The blue sea reflects the sky, and pieces of white ice float on the sea and move quickly. Wait, it seems like it's not the ice that's moving, but me. Woo-woo. Yin Duo wanted to call out to his companions, but then he found that his mouth was blocked by a piece of animal skin and his body was tied up and hung in the air. Big Frost, stop. Hearing the whimpering sound from the beast girl hanging on the side of Das Wong, Su Yuan immediately patted its head, and the snow wolves following behind him also stopped. What's wrong, Su Yuan? We're almost there. Someone's awake. Su Yuan looked at the two beast girls who were still a little confused. These two guys had slept for 2 whole days since they took the medicine. If he hadn't been able to feel their heartbeats, he would have thought they were dead. Only then could one not help but admire the power of the sleeping snow moss. After taking these 3 pills, the two beast girls slept like dead pigs, and they didn't react at all to the bumpy ride. Woke up. Long took out the 2 sword from his waist, and the others also picked up their weapons and looked at Yin Duo on Shuang's side. At this time, Yin Duo, who had become somewhat sober, looked at Su Yuan, who had given her meat before, and Xin who was walking over, and she also understood what was going on. I was actually tricked by this group of people. Woo-woo-woo. Su Yuan carried the 2 down. After 2 days of travel, they had arrived at the glacier that Panyu mentioned. It's just that because we had walked for a whole day and deviated 90 degrees from the target point, the angle is a little off now. Some marine animals can be seen active on the broken glacier on the side. Ahem, you guys. After sleeping for 2 consecutive days, Yin Duo and Yin Hua's throats were about to smoke, and their stomachs were so hungry that their chests were sticking to their backs. When they opened their mouths, their voices were hoarse and intermittent. Have some water. Yin Hua was just about to drink the water Su Yuan fed her when Yin Duo nudged her with her body, looking at Su Yuan and Xianke behind him with angry eyes. You cough, cough, cough. You were in the same group. Not stupid at all. Chapter 106, I'm still just a kid. I'm going to kill you. Then you come and try it. Not far from the glacier, beside a river that flows into it, Su Yuan leisurely watched the 2 people in front of him struggling hard. Long was fishing by the river, and Xianke was baring her teeth and wanted to fight with the 2 of them. But fortunately, Panyu next to her was holding her tightly. Gurgle. The skin all over Yinhua's body turned brown, and her fair skin seemed to be covered with a layer of rock and soil. Every time she struggled, some brown soil would fall off. But after a few struggles, the hunger in her stomach made her lose all strength, and the rune on her forehead also faded away. Yinhua, keep your strength and don't waste it. Yin Duo, who was tied up on the other side, ignored the few people. Since Su Yuan did not kill them, she must be of some use to him. For example, trading hostages with the Mu Guang Shenwu. Let me ask you something. Why does your Mu Guang Wu have to arrest people everywhere? Snort. Both of them ignored Su Yuan and behaved just like Panyu before. Su Yuan couldn't help but glance at Panyu behind him. Humph, why are you looking at me? Panyu seemed to understand what Su Yuan meant. Her face turned slightly red. She looked at the 2 stubborn guys, let go of Xianke, and walked straight up to them. Let's fight if you dare. Hey, why didn't you stop me? Xianke looked at Panyu, who had let go of him, and immediately stopped fighting. These 2 were Su Yuan's captives. If they really started fighting, he would not even be able to eat. I hope your feet are as tough as your mouths. Pan, you didn't need to be taught. He walked over, squatted down, and took off the boots of both men. Then he blew on his hands like Su Yuan did. What are you going to do? Poochie, ha ha ha. Yinhua, who had originally wanted to muster up strength to break free from the rope, suddenly lost all the energy in his body and rolled on the ground with convulsions. Awaka, what are you doing? Yin Duo looked at Panyu and roared. At this time, Panyu also looked at her and immediately switched his target. How cruel! Xianke looked at the 2 high-level awakened warriors rolling on the ground without any resistance, and couldn't help but admire the little white-haired guy. Let me go, ha! However, Yin Duo and the others were still high-level awakened warriors, far inferior to the junior Panyu. Even with their hands and feet tied, their rolling figures were as difficult to hold down as a pig during the Chinese New Year. So Su Yuan also joined in. Chief, the fish is ready. Half an hour later, both of them were exhausted and out of breath. Yinhua and Yin Duo were smiling so much that their faces turned pale and they were sweating profusely, but they still refused to say a word about Mu Guang. Let's eat first. The catches near the sea are very rich, including various rare fish and other seafood. Su Yuan looked at the lobster, which looked like a facehugger, and immediately pried open the shell with a knife and cut off a piece of the snow-white meat inside. This tastes good, much better than shark meat. After taking a bite, Su Yuan immediately turned his attention to the scallops on the fire nearby. The bright red scallops were as big as his head. Red thorn vine scallop, a low-level first-tier magical beast. It often lurks in the water, waiting for prey to approach, and then uses the thorny vines in its shell to trap the prey. Huh, this guy is actually a warcraft? Su Yuan carefully poked the tightly closed shell with the dagger, and a trace of heat and white foam seeped out from the cracks in the shell. It should be cooked like this, right? He inserted the dagger into it and pried it open gently to see the roasted scallop meat inside. Unlike the small pieces of meat he had seen in his previous life, the meat in the middle of this thing was very plump and juicy. The vines on both sides have been cooked through, and the original thorns have been roasted to a slightly brown color. The slight fragrance tempted everyone around the campfire, even Yinhua and Yin Duo, who were lying on the ground gasping for breath, looked over. After all, they hadn't had any meat for 2 days. It smells so good, Yin Duo. Yin Duo ignored Yinhua, who was almost drooling, and stared at Su Yuan's back with her eyes. The performance of Xianke and others in front of her made her frown. There's something wrong with that guy, Yinhua. Have you noticed? All of these people obey his orders very well. Before, whether it was Xianku or others, they all centered around Su Yuan, and even someone as strong as Xianku would listen to him. This guy is probably also a wizard, even a wizard more powerful than Xianku. This meat is delicious. Give some to each of you. I'll go and interrogate those two separately. Su Yuan distributed the remaining scallop meat to everyone. This meat was chewier than fish and crab meat. With every bite, one could feel the hard work that the red thorn scallop had put into training its body. Carrying a small grilled fish the size of a palm, Su Yuan returned to the two of them. I'm a little curious why you're so cautious with Mugwang. Can't you even tell him a little bit of information? You want us to betray the divine, which Mugwang? Forget it. Su Yuan knew from the expressions of the two people that they were much more determined than Pan Yu. After all, the Mugwang divine, which did not abandon them like the black sheep. Also, as high-level awakened warriors, their hearts will not be as fragile as the unawakened little guys like Pan Yu. This way, we can only investigate Mugwang's affairs indirectly. Let's not talk about Mugwang anymore. Can I ask you two a question? If you answer one of my questions, I'll give her a piece of meat. He turned the fish in front of the two of them. Yanhua couldn't help but take a bite, but unfortunately, it was just a mouthful of air, and the grilled fish had been taken back. Snort, have you two always lived in the Mugwang tribe? After a moment of silence, Yin Duo finally spoke slowly. We were taken in by the Mugwang divine witch. Take him in? You two are both high-level awakened warriors. Could it be that Mugwang saved you when you were almost starving to death? You are not allowed to say that about Mugwang Shenwu, and I have already answered one of your questions. Yin Duo glared at Su Yuan hatefully, looking like a fanatical follower of Mugwang. Could it be that even church believers have shown this in the outside world? Here, but you can't bite me, or I'll strip you both naked and throw you into the river to go fishing. Su Yuan used a knife to cut a thumb-sized piece of fish meat and fed it to Yin Duo's mouth. Coward! Yin Duo picked up the meat and turned to stand in front of Yanhua, who was swallowing her saliva. Yanhua, eat the food to restore your strength. Yin Duo, or you recover. Yin Duo didn't have so much patience, so he went straight up and fed the fish meat to Yanhua. Fuck, if you two want to eat fish, just answer one more question for me. There's no need to be like this. I'm a kid watching you. Su Yuan used his forked fingers to block out the loving scene before him. After swallowing a small piece of fish with difficulty, the two of them still stared at him with cold faces. I guess you're witch too. If you don't let us go, the Mugwang divine, which will find you soon and arrest you all. Chapter 107. The elves are going to save the world? Don't wait for her to catch me. If you don't eat, you'll probably starve to death first. Then let me ask you another question. As high-level awakened warriors, how did you end up being taken in by someone? Yin Duo took a look at the grilled fish in Su Yuan's hand. It tasted even better than the barbecue they had eaten in the Mugwang tribe. Regarding my own problems, it shouldn't be considered a betrayal of the Mugwang divine witch. Yin Duo swallowed his saliva and was silent for a moment before explaining, we were just mid-level awakened warriors before. Our tribe was struck by the wrath of the gods, and everyone died. Only Yanhua and I survived. But we were also dying at that time. Lord Mugwang saved us and gave us even greater power. That elf is so powerful. Besides controlling people, it also has the ability to enhance their strength. I don't believe there is such a powerful person in this world. If she is, as you said, then the entire snowfield will belong to her, right? Su Yuan fed her another mouthful of fish, and his provocation made Yin Duo immediately bite the dagger fiercely. Lady Mugwang is much more powerful than you think. If she wasn't kind-hearted, you would have been arrested long ago. Poochie, little girl, stop kidding yourself. Your Mugwang bullies other tribes everywhere, destroying their homes. You even keep hunting down that idiot Xian Ko. Could it be that what you call kindness means attacking other tribes and turning those witches into puppets? Su Yuan's words hit his heart, but what he didn't expect was that the beliefs of these two people were too firm, and they were the kind of fanatics among the believers. This is necessary. Lord Mugwang did not harm them. He just needs everyone's cooperation. In order to save this world, we must all come together. Yin Duo threw out another confusing message, saving the world. Isn't the world good enough? Is it like the age of the dinosaurs, with a meteorite about to destroy the world? Su Yuan immediately dismissed this idea. If there really was a meteorite attack, everyone should stop fighting and find a better place to bury themselves. Maybe tens of thousands of years later, they can be dug out and used as exhibits for people to appreciate. Could it be possible that she, an elf who has just entered the blacksmithing stage and knows a little bit about enchantment, can save the world? What she meant by cooperation was turning everyone into puppets. Countless people lost their homes and froze to death in the snow because of a single word about saving the world. Lord Mugwang, saved everyone. Those who surrendered didn't freeze or starve to death. This was just to save the world and save more people. The beliefs of these two people could not be broken at all, and Su Yuan also gave up the idea of letting them betray Mugwang. Perhaps one day, seeing Mugwang clearly with their own eyes would make them wake up. Forget it, it's up to you guys, but I'm curious about one thing. How does Mugwang control others? I have no idea. Yin Duo bit the meat and turned her head away. These little beast girls from the primitive tribe were still too naive, and this little expression was clearly visible on their faces. Oh, is it through a potion or some kind of object? Yin Duo's expression didn't change at all. She still turned her head away and ignored him. Through coercion and inducement. His expression remained unchanged. By witchcraft. Yinhua's expression was a little unnatural now, but she still turned her head away and said nothing. Witchcraft, it should be some kind of elven magic. In this case, I must have purification magic to remove it. But now he only has a basic earth magic book, and he doesn't know whether it contains any purification magic. I have to buy that magic book when I get back. Even if it doesn't have the purification magic, strengthening my own strength will provide some insurance for the battles ahead. You did a good job. I'll give it all to you as a reward. After Su Yuan thought it over, he gave all the fish meat to the two of them. The palm-sized fish was not enough to fill them up. But we won't let them starve to death. It's enough to hang them like this so that they can't break free from the restraints. Well. When they returned to the group, Xianku immediately came over, put his arm around Su Yuan's shoulders, and asked excitedly, "Have you found out? Do you want to kill them?" "Fuck you. Keep these two for now. They are taken in by Mugwang. If you are good enough, you can subdue them and make them your subordinates." "You make sense. If I had 2 more high-level awakened warriors, the chances of defeating Mugwang would be even greater." Xianku nodded in agreement. "Well, come on. Remember to show your domineering side." Su Yuan looked at Xianku, who ran over and ignored her. He guessed that the two sisters would suffer at her hands during this period. Soon, Yinhua Yinhua's broken laughter was heard again. "Su Yuan, is there any news about the Black Sheep Witch?" At this time, Pan Yu also looked at Su Yuan with a hint of expectation, and her little body leaned over obediently, allowing Su Yuan to touch her ears. "Yes, they are. Black Sheep, like other witches, was controlled by Mugwang's witchcraft. But the good news is that Mugwang captured the witches and occupied the tribes without harming those people. Could it be that she wants to rule the entire Snowfield and form a super tribe?" Long frowned and said that she had heard from the old witch that their branch came from a large tribe on the other side of the snow mountain. No, she said it was to save the world. Save the world? Everyone's faces showed surprise. This reason and behavior were completely inconsistent. Who wants to save the world by occupying other tribes? When Su Yuan was rubbing Pan Yu's ears, he suddenly thought of something, and the movement of his hand almost pulled out the white fluff inside her ears. "It hurts." Gently rubbing Pan Yu's ears, Su Yuan quickly asked Long, "I remember you said your ancestors came from a large tribe, right?" "Well, I heard from the old witch that they are from the Xinyuan tribe. They came to the land of death because the witch asked them to find the gift from God." Su Yuan seemed to understand a little bit. The shaman of the Xinyuan tribe sent people to the land of death to look for the gift from God. This Mugwang was also a shaman. Is it possible that she also came to this snowy field to look for something gifted by God? Su Yuan told everyone about his doubts. Only Long and Hong Shuang were thinking about this question, while Hui was staring at the barbecue on the fire seriously. At this moment, Pan Yu and Lan Sha's mind were completely empty, staring blankly at the endless sea in the distance. Could it be that she rules over other tribes in order to compete with the Kanhara tribe for the divine gift? Chapter 108. Get up. You are not allowed to sleep here. That's possible, but they're probably not targeting you. After all, the gap in strength is too big. It's possible that Mugwang is dealing with someone sent by the Xinyuan tribe. Su Yuan felt that Mugwang was so eager to rule the entire snowfield, most likely because he wanted to compete with other tribes for the gift from God. This tribe is very powerful, so she must have enough men and strong enough forces to resist it. This is probably the reason why she must capture Xianku at all costs, because he is a genius who combines the abilities of an awakened warrior and a wizard and can exert a powerful suppressive force on the battlefield. As for the nonsense about saving the world, he is not one of those naive little guys who will believe such unrealistic lies. No matter what, we have to catch that guy to find out whether what she said is true or not. Let me go. Ha ha ha. 2 days later, after crossing the endless white glacier, everyone finally saw a piece of land with green and white colors appearing in front of them. Compared to the slightly green color of the previous forest, this place is obviously more colorful. Is this the desolate snowfield? Su Yuan patted to Shuang's head, and everyone stopped on the grass with a little green. Looking around, they could see many lush trees growing freely. The surrounding mountains are layered, with small hills that can be seen as far as the eye can see, as well as mountain peaks that pierce the clouds. Flocks of birds are flying in the sky. Not only that, Su Yuan also saw a white-haired mouse in the distance, which immediately crawled into a hole after seeing him. The creatures here were simply everywhere. Compared with the desolate snowfield, the icy and snowy plain seems a bit desolate. It's much warmer here. My legs were numb from the cold in that damn place before. Xin-Ku also jumped out from behind and tugged at the animal skin clothing that Su Yuan had given her before. In order to protect her long, white legs from being frozen, Su Yuan specially gave her 2 leg guards. If it gets too hot, just take off your clothes. Oh, all right then. The weather was still too warm. If Su Yuan hadn't drunk a lot of blue spirit drinks, which slightly improved his body's perception, he would have felt that the weather was no different from the ice and snow, and was just as cold. All right, put on your clothes. When Su Yuan saw that Xin-Ku really listened to his order and took off her animal skin clothes, he slapped his forehead in pain. It turned out that he couldn't communicate with her using implicit words, because she didn't understand at all. Banyu, how far is this place from the Black Sheep tribe? It's not far. The Black Sheep wizard has been staying there since they occupied the Red Fox's territory. The leader said that the Red Fox's tribe seems to be more conveniently located in the middle. Pan, you should have said that the Red Fox tribe was located in the middle of the desolate snowfield, which was very convenient for her to attack other tribes. Well, Xin-Ku, you stay here and watch over them. Don't leave no matter who you meet, and don't listen to anything they say. Forget it, Hui, you and Lan Sha stay, and keep an eye on them too. Su Yuan looked at Xin-Ku with a dazed face and patted his forehead again. He was really worried about letting her look after these 2 people alone. If Mu Guang knew about my situation, I would be doomed. Now, I don't have the strength to fight her. If I am discovered, I will probably have to continue to flee towards the land of death. What? I want to fight with you guys too. Xin-Ku hugged Su Yuan's arm tightly, as if she would not let go unless he let her go. Well, the task of guarding them is very serious. Look, Hui and Lan Sha are both ordinary warriors, while they are both high-level awakened warriors. You are the most powerful now. I feel at ease guarding here. These are the food you will eat here. Only those who stay here can eat them. In order to keep Xin-Ku here, Su Yuan put down all the fish and meat he had previously stored and also specially exchanged it for a bag of cat food and placed it on the ground. Okay, I'll stay and watch them. Xin-Ku's eyes followed the cat food in Su Yuan's hand all the way until it fell into Lan Sha's hands. Then she stared at the little spider girl with dissatisfaction. The food is for you to eat during this period. You can't eat it all in one day. There's a cave over there. You can wait there for the time being. There happened to be a cave not far away. It was not possible to build a snow house here. Even if it was possible, Su Yuan would still choose the cave, as it was more concealed than the snow house. The cave was very small. Only after Su Yuan got closer could he see clearly that it was only about 2 meters wide, and the end of the cave could be seen at a glance. Inside, a big fat black man was sleeping with his eyes closed. Xin-Ku, go get it up and find another place to sleep. This black bear was not as big as Damon. Su Yuan just took a look at it and ignored it. It was a late-stage, first-level magical beast, and at most it had more meat on its body. Xin-Ku walked forward and slapped the black bear twice after receiving the order. The confused black bear opened its eyes and looked at the human in front of it, not realizing what was happening. Get out of here. You're not allowed to sleep here. Roar. The black bear immediately woke up, stood up angrily, and planned to bite the human who woke it up to pieces. But as soon as it stood up, the whole bare body floated in the air, and then, after a dizzying spin, it crashed into the distance. The huge figure immediately smashed a hole in the ground. Okay, it's done. Black Sheep Tribe, a new gathering point. At this time, in a cave covered by animal skins in the huge rock cave, Two tall women were arguing fiercely. Black sheep, we can't fight any longer. The tribe needs to rest. The frost crystal season is about to arrive, and everyone needs to prepare food and warmth to survive the frost crystal season. The woman who was speaking had brown hair tied in several braids that fell on her shoulders. She was tall and sexy and wore a white fur short coat and a short skirt. The animal hide, arm, and leg guards on his upper and lower body were already in tatters, and his body was covered with wounds of various sizes. He only had a bone battle axe on his waist. Time is running out. We must complete the mission of the Mu Guang divine shaman immediately. Only by unifying the snow plain can we resist the impending disaster. On the animal skin blanket opposite, a woman also dressed in animal skin sat there, staring at the wizard's wand in her hand in a trance. Her clothes were much thicker than the woman opposite her. With a pair of black goat horns and long dark gray hair, she looked mysterious. Mu Guang, Mu Guang, Mu Guang. What did that Mu Guang tell you to make you ignore the tribe members just to complete her mission? Tiger Hunter came closely to the black sheep, grabbing the black sheep's face with his hands full of wounds. The face that always wore a gentle smile was now as calm as stagnant water. Tiger Hunter, I am the witch of the black sheep tribe. As long as I am alive, as long as you haven't defected, this tribe must obey my orders. A ferocious look appeared on the black sheep's calm face, and a strange white light flashed in his pupils. The tribesmen are no longer able to fight. Then let the captives fight and plunder food from other tribes. Keep some of the captured people to fight, and give the rest to the Muguang tribe. If you plan to defect, then I will lead the charge myself. It makes no difference whether you're there or not. Hulai clenched her fists, her face full of sadness and anger as she lowered her head. She didn't understand what had happened to make the usually gentle black sheep become like this. After a moment's silence, she could only grit her teeth and nod. Yes. Chapter 109, the third method. This must be the place where the red fox and the others lived before. Not far from the black sheep tribe's huge rock residence, on a mountain covered with dense trees, several figures were lying under the trees, observing the situation below. Pan Yu seemed very nervous. She was driven out of this place, and now she is back here. She can still clearly remember the road she took when she left. This stone is truly a wonder. Su Yuan was carefully observing this strange building with a telescope. The huge rock did not seem to have appeared naturally, judging from the protruding hillsides around it and the large pieces of rubble scattered around it. This thing is more like a meteorite from outer space, which fell here thousands or tens of thousands of years ago. It has experienced wind, rain, snow, and hail, but it still exists here. So it seems that this meteorite from outer space is also a rare item. Su Yuan was a little tempted, but there was no need to rush for this thing. He could just pick up a piece of gravel that was everywhere on the ground to find out whether it was a rare item. Su Yuan, what should we do next? The three beast girls beside him looked at Su Yuan, not knowing what to do next. Don't worry. Let me observe carefully. Su Yuan looked through the telescope into the interior of the tribe. Since many people were captured, there were still many beast girls tied to pillars outside the boulder. Fortunately, the fire in the camp was still burning. Through the telescope, I could vaguely see that the tied beast girls looked a little weak, but fortunately they were alive. It seems Yin Duo and the others are not lying. Mu Guang needs a large number of strong people to resist other large tribes competing with her for the god's gift. There will definitely not be too much bloodshed. In addition to the tied-up captives, there were also some beast girls in the camp going in and out of the stone cave. There were no children playing in the camp. Only beast girls with their hands dyed, red, walking out anxiously. After observing for more than 10 minutes, Su Yuan put down the telescope. There were about 70 or 80 prisoners outside the cave, but the number of enemies was not clear. Bianyu, how many people are there in the Black Sheep tribe? How many warriors are there? How many awakened warriors are there? Originally, our tribe had more than 100 people. When we arrived at Red Fox, some of the elders and children in the tribe were taken to other places. Pan Yu looked somewhat lost, suppressing his sadness as he continued. So when I left, there were still about 50 or so warriors in the tribe, 3 mid-level awakened warriors, and the Black Sheep Wizard. This number of people is not particularly difficult to deal with. Su Yuan nodded and thought about it. There are about 30 warriors in the Star Tribe now, including 5 awakened warriors, Long, Shir, Huzi, Hongshuang, and Panyue, and 1 Shinka. According to this combat power analysis, he could easily defeat the Black Sheep, not to mention the others. Xin-Ku alone could suppress the 3 awakened warriors. But the most crucial question is, what about the tribe that cooperates with the Black Sheep tribe? Do you know their specific situation? The Black Sheep tribe can defeat Xin-Ku in its current situation, which is impossible for her tribe alone to accomplish. Su Yuan is most worried about the other tribe. That tribe? I heard from the tiger hunter leader that the tribe is very powerful. It was their idea to attack the Shinka tribe before, and it was they who stopped the capture of Xin-Ku. The Black Sheep tribe was only responsible for attacking the Xin-Ku tribe's camp. Pan Yu said in a low voice with some disappointment. I didn't participate in that battle, so I don't know their strength. That time was when she had an argument with the Black Sheep. The rebellious girl refuted the Black Sheep's orders, so she didn't know the news of that tribe. If they can defeat Xin-Ku, it means that the tribe has high-level awakened warriors, but they still have to cooperate with the Black Sheep tribe to implement a house raiding tactic. I'm afraid that the tribe over there only has one high-level awakened warrior, who is no match for Xin-Ku in a head-on confrontation, so they came up with this idea. Okay, there are 2 options. After thinking for a moment, Su Yuan immediately thought of a way to find out the information this time. First, Pan Yu, you go and lure out the leader of the Black Sheep tribe. After we subdue her, we'll tell her that the Black Sheep are controlled by Mugwang. Then, when we have the opportunity, we'll work together inside and outside to capture the Black Sheep. As soon as this idea came out, Ban Yu immediately shook her head and said, No, Tiger Hunter Chief has followed Black Sheep since she was a child. She will definitely not betray me. Then the second point is you go back and gather information. Find out everything about the other tribe before you're driven out by the Black Sheep. I didn't complete the Black Sheep Witch's mission. A look of fear appeared on Pan Yu's face, and she subconsciously grabbed Su Yuan's arm and said. But she immediately closed her mouth halfway through her words, gritted her teeth, and looked at the tribesman not far away, and finally nodded and agreed. I'll try. After saying that, she prepared to walk down the hillside. Wait, I have a third method. Su Yuan frowned and pulled her back. It was too risky to let Pan Yu go back alone. As she said, she had not completed the mission. Even if she completed the mission, if the Black Sheep discovered that she had awakened successfully, it would probably be difficult for her to escape again. A third solution? At noon, the sun was high in the sky, and the cold sunlight shone on the earth without a trace of warmth. I'm so hungry, when can I eat? Wait a little longer, we can eat when the sun goes down. The beast girls of the Black Sheep tribe are in a bad mood right now. Not only are they all injured, but they are also affected by the food shortage. In the cave, the animal skin was opened, and Tiger Lai walked out with an angry face. Tiger Hunt Leader. Tiger Hunt Leader. Seeing the pitiful appearance of his tribesman, who Lai gritted his teeth and dared not make a sound, his sharp nails already embedded in the flesh of his palms. Lingling, how much food is left in the tribe? A petite girl with a determined look on her face walked out from the crowd. She looked a little sad when she heard Hu Lai's question. Chief, there are only 2 snowthorn pigs left in the tribe. I estimate that they will run out of food in 3 days. 2 days? Hu Lai looked around with a headache. A snowthorn pig was at least 2 meters tall, and the meat on its body was enough to support a tribe for at least half a month. But now, they not only have to provide food to the captives to keep them alive, there is a more important reason. Give Shui Ro and the others half a snowthorn pig first. I'll go out into the wild tonight to see if I can catch more prey. You must not let the Black Sheep Witch know about this. Hu Lai whispered in Ling Ling's ear that Shui Ro and other former members of the Black Sheep tribe were originally arranged by the Black Sheep to go to the Mugwang tribe. But ever since the Black Sheep's expression changed drastically, she has been wary of the witch. So, while the Black Sheep wasn't paying attention, they found a hidden cave for the children and the beast girls who had no fighting ability to hide temporarily. For their safety, she had people secretly deliver food to them these days. The Black Sheep could abandon her former tribesmen and let them become captives of other tribes, but she couldn't because she hadn't lost her mind. Chapter 1:10 The Traveling Merchant from the Forest. Chief, there are 3 people outside with a magical beast. They say they are traveling merchants who want to trade with us. It is not particularly difficult to catch a few small wild animals, such as snow rabbits and snow mice in the snowy plains, but it is not so easy to catch food for hundreds of people. Especially now, she is extremely busy. She received a task when she was talking with Black Sheep before. After defeating another tribe, she was asked to take these captives to the Mugwang tribe. Just as Tiger Hunter was thinking about the food problem, a beast girl guarding the camp ran over and spoke hurriedly. A traveling merchant? What's that? Hu Lai scratched her head, but she understood what the transaction meant, and that a magical beast had come to the tribe, so she immediately ran to the gravel location at the foot of the hillside. Not far away, there's a gravel ground. Su Yuan and his group of 3 were standing there. The Shuang beside him was staring at the front with his teeth bared. Several dirty beast girls around them were pointing their weapons at them. Fuck, system, what do you mean? System mall level is insufficient. Please upgrade to trade this special item. The good news is that the boulder where Red Fox and the others lived before is indeed a rare item. The bad news is that the quality of this item may be too high and the system cannot trade it. What about ordinary point transactions? Please upgrade the system mall. What about the appraisal? Please upgrade the system mall to improve the appraisal system level. Fuck, it's useless, back off. Su Yuan put a palm-sized stone on the ground into his pocket, then stood up and looked at the tall beauty walking towards him. She had wounds all over her body and a look of majesty without even being angry. Hello, we are traveling merchants passing through, coming to the snowy plains to trade. Hulai looked at the strange person in front of her. The 2 awakened warriors beside her were a little weaker than her, but the gap was not too big. The man standing in front of the 2 intermediate awakened warriors, the magical wolf behind him, is also very powerful. I am afraid that only the black sheep wizard can subdue these people in front of him. Where are you from? Over the snow mountain range in the green vine forest. Su Yuan made up a place without blushing or beating his heart. The world is so big that even big tribes may not know every place. Not to mention this ordinary small tribe in the snowfield. Over there on the Wangshu Mountains? Isn't the road here occupied by orcs? Hulai looked at Su Yuan in confusion, with a somewhat unfriendly expression. Does this guy also know about the Wangshu Mountains? Could it be that Mu Guang told her? Su Yuan smiled calmly. The mountain range is so vast, they can't possibly lock down the entire mountain range, right? I came to your tribe just to trade. I wonder if you are willing to trade. Before coming here, Su Yuan had roughly guessed the current situation of the Black Sheep tribe. Simply put, they were warlike and the constant wars were consuming everything they had. Food, medicine, clothing, all kinds of supplies are lacking and bothering them, but the controlled Black Sheep naturally don't consider these things. What do you need? Our tribe has nothing right now. Hulai looked at the 3 people in front of him. The awakened warriors on both sides who were silent were wearing special weapons and looked full of danger. The one in the center was dressed very neatly and had a friendly look under his short black hair. We have nothing to trade, and the tribe doesn't have many resources now. Tiger Lai felt a little disappointed. 3 or 4 consecutive battles had almost exhausted the tribe's food, animal skins, and crafted weapons. As a leader, she is now holding a short-handled battle axe that is not convenient to use. You can imagine the current situation of the tribe. Don't worry, our tribe doesn't lack these. It's precisely because the tribe has had a good harvest of food and other supplies recently that we plan to take some out for trade. Of course, Su Yuan didn't rely on their food. Firstly, he wanted intelligence, and secondly, he wanted to see if there were any rare items to expand his special products. We have 2 trading items. One is intelligence, and the other is some special items, such as materials for making wizard staffs or very special stones, some powerful magical beast bones, rare plants, and so on. Intelligence? What kind of intelligence do you need? Hulai looked at the person in front of him cautiously. Could he be a spy sent by other tribes in the snowfield? Information about the snow plains, such as where there are food sources, where there are powerful monsters, and what has happened in the snow plains recently. We have visited several tribes and haven't seen anyone. Su Yuan's acting skills came into play at this moment, with a very confused expression. Although professionals could see through him at a glance, Hulai's mind had already been attracted by the previous words. Can I really tell you where to trade food for powerful monsters? The food we get for these messages is not much, because we're not sure whether what you said is a lie, so each message can only be exchanged for 1 piece of this. Su Yuan took out a roasted sweet potato from his backpack. He had brought a dozen sweet potatoes with him when he parted with Xianku and the others. What's this? Tell us something. Are there any powerful monsters near the desolate snow plains that would be difficult for even an intermediate awakened warrior to defeat? It was a piece of useless news, Hulai said without thinking. A day's walk will take you to a cliff. There's a strange flying bird there. If you get close to it, you'll be attacked. If you can't fly, you won't be able to defeat it. Yes, we have noted this news. Su Yuan threw the sweet potato in his hand to Hulai. After she took it, she was obviously a little confused. You have to tell me what this is. It's a food that's unique to our green vine forest. You'll know once you try it. Shu-in had never seen this thing before, so he could make up whatever he wanted. The important thing was to make the tiger hunter in front of him trust him. Chief, let me do it. Hulai frowned as she looked at the black thing in her hand. Ling Ling stepped forward and wanted to try it for her. I can do it myself. In order to save the tribe from food crisis, Tiger Hunter bit the black thing in his hand without any hesitation. The thing that looked like a stone was easily bitten into a hole. The yellow flesh at the notch did not look as ugly as the black flesh on the outside. After chewing it a few times in his mouth, Hulai could feel a hint of sweetness. What sweet fruit! Hulai ate the rest. The palm-sized fruit was so filling that even such a small piece made her feel a little full. Well, if we have a deal, how about we continue the discussion? Well, welcome, please come in. Seeing Hulai pointing at the tribe and inviting him in, Su Yuan quickly shook his head and said, No, we traveling merchants don't enter any other tribes. This is respect and loyalty to our tribal wish. Just kidding, if the black sheep goes crazy and grabs them after they enter, they won't be able to escape even if they want to. If something happens here, they can let Das Wang take them away immediately. Chapter 111. Can Firefly Girl glow? Then let's trade here. Lingling Shuangshi, take out everything the tribe previously stored at the camp. Tiger Hunter glanced at the sled that the Shuang was dragging behind him. It was bulging with a large pile of goods covered by animal skins. Should we tell the black sheep which? The black sheep which is already resting. Don't wake her up with such a small matter. Tiger Hunter was silent for a moment before giving the order. Black Sheep was in a very bad mood right now. If she was told about the transaction, the food problem would be even more difficult to solve. I'm sorry, Black Sheep Witch. This time when I go to the Mguang tribe, I must find out what happened. After saying this silently in his heart, Hulai looked at Su Yuan opposite him. Information can be exchanged for food, right? Of course, as long as your intelligence is accurate. Su Yuan looked at her with a smile. Without that unstable black sheep, everything would go according to his plan. Hulai was also happy. This way, Shiruo and the others could get some food, and there was no need to let their tribesmen who had no fighting ability go out hunting. So the two of them asked and answered some information about Warcraft, including some information about the Orc tribe. Looking at the sweet potatoes on the ground, Hulai's serious expression eased a little. Although there was not much food, she only exchanged it for some useless information. Can you tell me what happened to Snowfield recently? This question is very important to us Snowfield merchants, so I am willing to trade 5 sweet potatoes. Not long ago, a person named Mu Guang appeared in the Snow Plains. She established a tribe and then planned to rule all the tribes, saying that she wanted to save the world. This question can be answered by simply asking other tribes. As for why Su Yuan and his group came from the Wanshui Mountains and didn't know about the Mguang tribe, Hulai was not suspicious. Perhaps the road they took to the snowfield wasn't the one that led to the Mguang tribe. Even she didn't know how big the snowfield was. The joy brought by the food allowed Hulai to fill in the gaps in Su Yuan's words. No wonder we didn't find many tribes in those ruined caves. You must be careful. We found traces of many tribes disappearing when we were in the Wangshui Mountains before. Well, the stuff is here. Take a look and see what you can trade. The Black Sheep tribe was also ruled by Mu Guang. The tribes in the desolate snow plains either obeyed Mu Guang's orders like them or became wanderers. Hulai took the package of things wrapped in animal skins that Ling Ling brought, opened it, and saw a bunch of strange things scattered inside. Su Yuan also stopped the topic. He came here to trade. If he was not interested in the traded items, and instead kept asking for information, it would inevitably arouse suspicion. This, and this. The animal skins contained mostly small items, some bone knives that had not yet been sharpened into shape, some shiny stones, and a few palm-sized animal skins. The system voice ringing in his ears made Su Yuan couldn't help but smile. It turned out that the transaction was a two-pronged approach. Not only did he unlock the special product, but he also got to know the news. Just these 7 items. I wonder what else you might need. Food. We just want food, Hulai said without hesitation, and his nervous hands subconsciously grabbed Su Yuan's arm. Long and Hong Shuang on both sides immediately drew their weapons and looked at Hulai cautiously. I'm sorry, we're so short of food. I don't know how many sweet potatoes we can exchange for these. Hulai quickly let go of Su Yuan and said apologetically, It's okay. They were particularly nervous because we encountered situations where other tribes tried to rob us when we were trading with them before. Su Yuan took a sloppy step and took out 2 large bags of sweet potatoes from the pile of animal skins behind Das Wang. Of course, these sweet potatoes were just exchanged in the system hall. It's not much. A sweet potato worth 200 points, and any one of the 7 items traded is worth more than 200 points. Not to mention that there are 4 special items inside, which are even more difficult to value. Are these 2 bags of sweet potatoes enough? Su Yuan placed 2 animal skin bags in front of Hulai. Both bags reached Su Yuan's waist and were bulging with stuff. Enough, enough. Looking at the sweet potatoes that had been poured out and piled up into a small hill, Hulai swallowed her saliva and nodded with difficulty, saying that she knew that among the items Su Yuan had picked out before, there were several important materials for making a wizard's wand. I originally planned to bargain a little, but I didn't expect the other party to be so generous. They gave me so much food just like that. It seems that the tribe these people came from must be a big tribe. Perhaps it is a tribe that is even more powerful than the Maguang tribe. Well, then our deal is done. Su Yuan smiled slightly. His mission had just begun. After putting the animal skin bag back, he said with a very gentle smile, "Now that the deal is done, I'll tell you something for free. These sweet potatoes must be roasted before they can be eaten. The soft ones you ate before were the ones we roasted earlier. If the sweet potatoes are freshly roasted, they will taste even better. We're about to go to the next tribe. In exchange for this food, could you please tell us what other tribes exist on this side of the snowfield for free?" Hulai sent people to collect the sweet potatoes. After hearing Su Yuan's question, he pointed in the direction of a vague mountain range. The Maguang tribe, the tribe that wants to rule the entire snowfield, is in that direction. Perhaps you can give it a try. The corners of Su Yuan's smiling mouth twitched. If I dare to go to the Maguang tribe, I would still be here chatting with you. That tribe is too powerful. We only brought some food and homemade clothes and bedding. I'm afraid they won't appreciate it. Could you tell us some places nearby that are also short of food? Hulai changed direction and said, "The Wuying tribe is in a state of war, just like us. They're short of food and clothing. We can reach them in half a day's walk this way." The witch firefly tribe? Could it be that the witch of that tribe is a firefly girl? Those things have glowing, but I wonder if she... Cough, cough, cough. Su Yuan discarded the chaotic thoughts in his mind and said in a vigilant tone, "How strong are they? If they are too strong, I'm afraid all the goods we brought with us will be robbed." They have 1 high-level awakened warrior, 4 mid-level awakened warriors, and that which is also quite powerful. 5 awakened warriors? Their strength is much stronger than the Black Sheep tribe. If I were to attack the Black Sheep tribe by myself, it would be difficult to defeat them even with the support of the Wuying tribe. Most importantly, he couldn't kill these beast girls because they were all members of the Rebel Moon tribe and were just following the orders of the controlled Black Sheep. This makes the difficulty even higher. Chapter 112, Trading Prisoners. Can a Maguang wizard control these controlled wizards remotely? This problem forced Su Yuan to be on guard. If Maguang discovered them during the raid on Black Sheep, other control tribes would come to support them. This battle is not easy to fight. Therefore, there is no way to kill them in one blow, quickly defeat the Black Sheep tribe, and kidnap them, so this raid cannot be carried out so easily. Su Yuan looked at Hulai, who seemed to be hesitant to speak, but the smile on his face did not stop. He kindly gave her a piece of barbecue. "Thank you very much for the information. Consider this roast beef my gift to you. The tribe you mentioned is too powerful. To prevent the remaining goods from being stolen, we have no choice but to return. Thank you so much. I wonder if you need anything else. If possible, could you stay in our tribe for a day and rest? I'll go find a way to kill that strange bird." Hulai didn't know how long the war would last, but the food was definitely not enough. Moreover, if she left the Black Sheep tribe to go war, Shurua's people would have no source of food. So no matter what, she had to exchange for more food, even if she was seriously injured. No, that monster bird is too dangerous, and we have to go back soon. It's harvest time now, and there are too few people in the tribe to handle it. Su Yuan pretended to refuse, then looked at the beast girls tied to the racks in the camp with a puzzled look. "Hey, is this the prisoner you captured?" Yes. Hulai felt a little ashamed. Those tied to the racks included not only warriors from other tribes, but also some ordinary beast girls from other tribes. As long as they were young and strong, they would be captured and taken to the Maguang tribe. "Don't worry, we're not a tribe that kills people wantonly. We captured these people and intend to hand them over to the Maguang tribe." She was afraid that Su Yuan would misunderstand them as a tribe that liked killing and then refused to trade with them anymore. "Ha ha, judging by the look on your face, Chief, I trust you completely. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have been robbed of everything today. Su Yuan looked nonchalant and bravely walked into the camp. The Tide orcs were pale, with chapped lips, and looked listless due to hunger. My lord chief, how about I trade some slaves with you? I'll give you the remaining food and take some people back to help my tribe harvest this year's food. These people were all designated by the Black Sheep Wizard, and most of them were to be sent to the Magwang tribe. If the Black Sheep Wizard knew about this, once we're done harvesting, we'll come back and bring more food. Okay, how many people do you want? All of them. Su Yuan looked at the 70 or 80 people tied together. If he brought all these people back, the strength of his tribe would definitely increase greatly. It doesn't matter whether he is a warrior or not. As long as he is strong and accurate, he can at least be an archer in his tribe. Even the weaker ones can help set traps like Gigi and the others, or follow Baitu to deal with the harvested prey. Those dozen or so moss-brizzled pigs almost exhausted Baitu and the other little beast girls to death. You can imagine how serious the population shortage problem is in the Star Tribe now. And the most important thing is that there might be Xian Ku or former members of the Red Fox tribe here. So if you can save as many as possible, then save them. No, I can't give you all these people. Hulai shook his head. Nowadays, Black Sheep Wizards rarely paid attention to the captives, but it was a bit too obvious that they were all gone. 40 people. I can give you 40 people, but I want nine bags of sweet potatoes. A bag of sweet potatoes worth 100 points is exchanged for 5 people. These 800 points are not as many as Su Yuan's points in a day's trade, but things are not calculated in this way. Su Yuan shook his head and looked at these weak beast girls with a calm expression. These are ordinary people, unable to do some physical work. We can only give them 6 bags of sweet potatoes. 6 bags is 6 bags, but you have to give us those animal skin bags too. Make a deal. They were just some slightly thicker animal hide bags, and their value after being recycled to the system was probably only 10 points. Su Yuan bargained with Hulai only out of businessman's mindset. Otherwise, just a few bags of sweet potatoes. He can give 20 bags and take all the beast girl captives away. Chief, with so many people missing, the Black Sheep Wizard might know. Ling Ling, who heard the transaction between the two people, was a little worried. The Black Sheep Wizard is not so easy to talk to now. If you do something wrong, you'll be punished. It's okay. Take these people and leave here later. Tell them that the tribe is running out of food. Take these people to the Magwang tribe first. Then you take these foods to Shulawa's place, stay there for a few days, and then come back. I will explain to the tribe. Su Yuan, who was following beside her, was stunned. This Tiger Lai looked like a very cool and majestic lady, but he didn't expect that she was so thoughtful and could come up with a plan so quickly. No wonder Red Fox and the others failed to defeat Black Sheep. This guy is strong and thoughtful, and is more suitable to be a leader than that idiot Xian Ku. That's all, my friend. My people will escort you for a distance, and then she will leave with the food. Please escort her for a distance. Trouble? Of course not. Su Yuan's smile became even more pronounced, and his expression became much friendlier as he looked at Ling Ling beside him. No problem, Long pick 40 of you. They should look particularly weak, otherwise we won't be able to suppress them if they resist along the way. Originally, Su Yuan planned to pick people himself, but there were no supplies on the sled behind Das Wang, so he had to go and get them himself. Yes. Soon 6 bags of sweet potatoes were taken out. Hulai handed 3 of them to Ling Ling. Ling Ling looked very funny with a bag under each armpit, and another bag of sweet potatoes on his head. Long also brought 40 people over. Each of them looked at Su Yuan with fear on their face, and was also worried about their unknown fate. Let's go. Does this person need our help to give her a ride? Su Yuan said hurriedly, looking at Ling Ling's expression. No need. She will leave on her own when we leave the Black Sheep tribe's territory. She won't bother you. Without waiting for Ling Ling to speak, Hulai refused on the spot and whispered something in Ling Ling's ear, which made Ling Ling look at Su Yuan and the others with more vigilance. Well, we won't bother you anymore. Let's go. With the intelligence and the unexpected personnel in hand, the next step is to consider how to deal with the Black Sheep tribe. Su Yuan tied the hands of all the beast girls in a row, and then took everyone away from the Black Sheep tribe. When they reached the hillside, he looked back and saw that a corner of the animal skin curtain was pulled open. Go. Speed up. Chapter 113, she is actually a very nice person, except... Tiger Hunt, what's going on with those people? The familiar voice behind him froze Hulai's expression as he stared at the sweet potatoes on the ground. He turned his head and explained calmly, Woo, those people are merchants coming here to trade. They come from the green vine forest. Green ivy forest. The black sheep muttered a few words in confusion. Is there such a place as the green vine forest? What about the captives of the tribe and those strange things on the ground? Hulai made out the excuse he had prepared earlier. This food was obtained in exchange for some of the tribe supplies for making wizard staffs. I've calculated the tribe's food consumption. Now, we must hand over some of the captives to the Magwang divine wizard in advance in order for the tribe to survive the next period of time. I have already asked Ling Ling to take people to the Magwang tribe. I took the initiative to exchange these foods for the tribe treasures. Please punish me, witch. Coax. A burst of black mist rushed out from the black sheep's body and knocked the kneeling tiger hunter away. After falling to the ground, she coughed up a mouthful of blood and knelt in front of the black sheep again. Do you think I don't know that you hid those people from the tribe? This is the second time you've acted on my own without my knowledge. I don't want to hear about you acting on your own again. Black Sheep's expression was extremely gloomy, and his gentle and intellectual face became somewhat distorted under this expression, lacking his former charm. Pack your things. Tomorrow morning, go to Cliff Mountain and capture those useless tribesmen. The divine witch Mu Guang needs more people to help her save the world. To understand. Tiger Hunter lowered his head and suppressed the blood in his mouth. He stared straight at the shadow of the black sheep in front of him, his eyes full of murderous intent. Mu Guang. Shenwu. I will personally bring them here this time. Luckily, they didn't chase me. Who knows what would happen if that black sheep came out? Su Yuan breathed a sigh of relief only after he left the sight of the black sheep tribe. Without the warmth brought by the fire, the beast girls following behind him began to shiver. The thin animal skin barely covered their bodies and could not give them any warmth at all. Thank you, everyone. I'll be leaving now. Seeing that they had left the black sheep tribe, Ling Ling also prepared to head in another direction. Hulai had previously told her to be wary of Su Yuan and his people. She must not let them know the hiding place of Shuero and other members of the black sheep tribe. She became more cautious when Su Yuan was trading prisoners. Don't be anxious, little beast girl. Look who this is. Su Yuan brought out Pan Yu, who was hiding in the corner. They had left Pan Yu here when they went downstairs pretending to be businessmen. Sister Ling Ling. Rebel Moon. Ling Ling was stunned, looking at Pan Yu with disbelief in her eyes. No, when did Pan Yu have this expression? Just when she was still shocked at how Pan Yu could appear here. Long and Hong Shuang had already come behind her, and her red spider silk instantly bound her body. Knock, knock, knock. The sweet potato in her arms fell to the snow in an instant. The spider silk tightly bound Ling Ling's body and even her mouth. Su Yuan, why did you tie up Sister Ling Ling? This made Pan Yu stunned in place. She anxiously grabbed Su Yuan's arm and explained, Sister Ling Ling is not a bad person. She is usually a little fierce, always has a stern face, a bad temper, and a terrible appetite, but she's actually a very good person. Ling Ling looked at Pan Yu with a frown on his forehead. He thought he was so worried about her, but he didn't expect that she would think the same way about him. Don't worry, I have no intention of dealing with her. Let's gather everyone with Xian Ku and the others first. Su Yuan looked back at the beast girls shivering in the cold wind and hurriedly exchanged for 40 large pieces of animal skin clothing and animal skin boots in the system mall. Items from the animal skin series don't cost many points, but 40 people still spent nearly 4,000 points. Everyone put on your clothes. I am the leader of the Xingqian tribe. I am not in league with the Magwang tribe. This time, I intend to rescue everyone. The beast girls in front of him all looked a little confused, looking at the pile of clothes, at a loss as to what to do. It seems that these ordinary beast girls don't know anything about Mu Guang. Perhaps for them, it's just that their ordinary lives have been disturbed and they were tied to the pillar inexplicably. So Su Yuan had to change his statement. Is there anyone from the Red Fox tribe? I'm a friend of the Red Fox. There was silence in the crowd for a moment, and after a while, about 10 people raised their hands. Some of them were like Ji, small in stature, and didn't even reach Su Yuan's waist. Su Yuan felt distressed when he saw the pitiful look. I'll untie the ropes for you later. Put on your clothes and follow me back. We'll eat after we leave the Black Sheep tribe. Hurry up. If Black Sheep and the others get here, we'll all be tied to the pillars and starve. After Su Yuan scolded them, everyone hurriedly put on their clothes. The small clothes looked very funny under the fur coat. The whole body was covered in it, and the corners of the clothes dragged on the ground, leaving a long trail as he walked. Everyone accompanying them was now filled with confusion about the future. Sister, where are we going? On the way, a brave little guy came up, took Su Yuan's finger, and asked carefully, "Call me brother. Let's leave here first and then go back to the tribe." Su Yuan looked at the cute little thing and picked her up. The warmth brought by the clothes helped these beast girls to calm down. "Brother, how far is the tribe? I'm so hungry." The little guy's appearance made Su Yuan feel uncomfortable. There were still many people tied up in the Black Sheep tribe, and no one knew how many people were captured by the Manhwa tribe. At this moment, he wanted to rush back and rescue the remaining 40 people, but reason told him that he couldn't do that. Even if he rescued the people, they would probably be caught before they got far. "Hold on a little longer, we'll be there soon." Ling Ling was also restless. She struggled desperately while being carried onto Shuang's back, but as a similarly intermediate awakened warrior, she couldn't break free from the spider silk for a while. "Sister Ling Ling, Su Yuan and the others are good people. Believe me, we all want to save the Black Sheep Witch." Pan Yu was trying to persuade him earnestly, which made Ling Ling more convinced that Pan Yu had been bewitched. When would he see that guy who always complained about everything so obedient? As the sky gradually darkened, Su Yuan and his group finally returned to where Xian Ku and the others had stayed before. The bonfire in the cave had been lit, and two figures were standing outside the cave entrance. From a distance, only the backs of the two of them holding weapons could be seen. "Lan Sha, Hui, what are you two doing guarding the cave entrance?" Hearing Su Yuan's voice, Lan Sha and Hui immediately ran over, grabbed his arms, and said anxiously, "Chief, those two are trying to escape." "Escape? Where's Xian Ku?" "Just now during the day, someone stole our food, and she went to catch him." "That idiot. Can't you tell which is more important, food or these two people?" Su Yuan felt a headache and rushed into the cave with a few people. The two tied people were struggling desperately, and the ropes on their bodies were creaking. "You're full and have nothing to do, right? It's over, Yin Duo, he's back." The two people who originally felt that the rope was a little loose became like eggplants hit by frost and completely wilted after hearing Su Yuan's voice. Chapter 114, Devil's Whisper. "You two, don't even think about running away, or I'll make you sleep for days and nights next time." Su Yuan fastened the rope again, looked at the two people with hopeless expressions, pinched their fair and tender faces and chuckled. "Kill me, and after I die, we will follow the footsteps of the Mu Guang Divine, which once again. Then you will starve to death. The food is here. If you don't eat it in 2 days, I will help you bury it properly." He just threw a piece of sweet potato in front of the two men and ignored them. A piece of sweet potato was enough to keep them alive. As for those who starved to death because of not eating it, he would just find a place to bury them. "Yin Duo, are we really not going to eat?" "No. Even if I starve to death or freeze to death here, I will not eat a single bite of his food." Yin Duo turned his head without hesitation and ignored the sweet potato. Gurgle. 10 minutes later, the two of them smiled as they tasted the sweet, sweet potatoes. It had been a long time since they had eaten something so sweet, and it was soft and sticky in their mouths. "It's so soft and smells so good." "Yanhua, remember, we eat to conserve our energy, so we have a chance to escape from that guy's clutches." "Yeah, I remember it." The cave could not accommodate so many people, so Long cut down some trees nearby and lit a few bonfires outside the cave entrance. Everyone looked at the steaming sweet potatoes in their hands curiously. "Everyone eat now. Be careful, it's hot." Su Yuan also sat down and broke open a piece of sweet potato. Only after he put it in his mouth did the beast girls watching around him start eating. "So sweet. It's so soft and delicious, even better than the fruits we picked before." Shouts of surprise and joy rang out one after another. The beast girls, who had been somewhat silent at first, became lively and stuffed hot sweet potatoes into their mouths in big mouthfuls. The bulging little cheeks are like a hamster, which can't be swallowed and can only be chewed in the mouth. After eating the food, everyone looked at Su Yuan with more trust. Even the tribe, they had never eaten such delicious food before. Especially some tribes that do not know fire magic. They only eat wild fruits and raw meat every day, and they will soon freeze like ice cubes and make teeth ache if placed in the snow. "If you're hungry, come here and take some. Just throw it next to the fire. Don't put it on the fire, or you won't be able to eat it." Su Yuan simply ate two to fill his stomach, and then came to Ling Ling with a roasted sweet potato. At this time, only Hong Shuang was watching over him. Hong Shuang was quite experienced in how to look after people. She had dragged the demon salamander until it almost starved to death, but it still couldn't escape. Xiao Panhua also followed behind him, holding a split sweet potato in her hand and lowering her head with some guilt. Ugh, you ahem, you're not businessmen. Of course we are not merchants. Hello, I am Su Yuan, the leader of the Star Tribe. Su Yuan subconsciously stretched out his hand, but had to withdraw his hand when he saw Ling Ling tied up. The Star Tribe? How could a Star Tribe appear in this desolate snowy plain? I have never heard of it before. A tribe with 2 intermediate awakened warriors would not have no news at all. Sister Ling Ling, they are here to rescue the Black Sheep Witch. Bah, traitor, didn't the leader tell you to go find the Red Fox? Pan Yu felt a little aggrieved and said with a pout, I found it, and then they caught me. Then why are you and Xingqian? You are for the Red Fox. Ling Ling caught a glimpse of a wolf-bone dagger on Su Yuan's waist. The dagger was very delicate and wrapped in spider silk, but some symbols could be seen on the handle. That is the symbol of the Red Fox tribe. You guessed wrong. Chi Hu and the others are my people. But don't be nervous. Eat something first and we'll talk slowly. While Su Yuan was feeding Ling Ling, he told her roughly what had happened before, but he made some minor changes to some parts of the story. Since Mu Guang is attacking other tribes' territories under the slogan of saving the world, I will attack her under the slogan of saving the beast girls in the snowy world. So, this time we're here to investigate whether Black Sheep is controlled by Mu Guang. Do you think Black Sheep would drive their own people out of the tribe in the past? Ling Ling was silent. It was not that she had not considered this matter, but as the leader of the tiger hunters, they were all following the orders of the Black Sheep. How could she resist? Then why did you tie me up? It will be useless to capture me. I will not follow you to attack our tribe. Su Yuan forced a wide grin out of his stubborn little face, staring at her, and said with a smile, I don't need an awakened warrior like you. If I wasn't worried about the Wuying tribe, I would have directly raided the Black Sheep tribe this time. I captured you just to find those people who were abandoned by the Black Sheep tribe. Impossible, I won't tell you. Even if you kill me, I won't tell you where they are. Ling Ling broke free from Su Yuan's clutches and bit the sweet potato in front of her to seal herself. If you don't tell them, they'll starve to death. Tiger Hunter asked you to bring 3 bags of sweet potatoes, so I probably won't be providing them with food for a while. If someone gets killed by a monster while searching for food or starves to death in the camp, then it's you who's to blame. Su Yuan's words were like the devil's whisper, which filled Ling Ling, an awakened warrior, with fear. He quickly swallowed the sweet potato in his mouth. Woo-woo. Water. Pan Yu, bring her some water. Perhaps she was frightened. Ling Ling's face turned red from the food, and Su Yuan hurriedly patted her from behind. Ahem, you can't steal our food. Ling Ling was so anxious that she was about to cry. She turned to look at Pan Yu and said hurriedly, Pan Yu, tell him to return the food to me. I will come back after delivering it. Then he can do whatever he wants with it. Su Duan. Oh, it's such a headache. Why are these people so stubborn? I don't want to eat these beast girls. Hey, you guys are back. Just as he was thinking of a solution, Xin-Ku's voice came from a distance. Seeing that everyone was eating sweet potatoes, he came over and picked up one by the fire. I just baked that. Well, Xin-Ku. The little beast girl was so attracted by the aroma of the sweet potatoes that her saliva was flowing. Now that they were taken away right after they were baked, she immediately burst into tears out of grievance. But after seeing who was coming, she froze in place, and the tears in her eyes stopped temporarily. Little Sangwa, I'm your leader. What's wrong with eating a sweet potato? Forget it. I'll get it back to you. Get it back to you. Seeing Su Yuan walking towards him with a dark face, Xin-Ku hurriedly returned the sweet potato to the little beast girl, but Su Yuan still grabbed the furry ear and pulled it over. I asked you to watch over Yin Duo and the other 2. Where did you go? Did you know they almost ran away? I went after the thief. Someone stole our food before. No one can steal food from me. Even though Su Yuan was pulling his ears, Xin-Ku still looked like he was doing nothing wrong and spoke proudly with his neck held high. Well, what about the thief you caught? Su Yuan had a headache. This guy was the strongest, but also the most unreliable. Which leopard girl could be so outrageous? Let me go first. I'll show you the tribesmen I've recruited so I can continue to develop the tribe. Xin-Ku broke free and pointed at the figures behind him and said excitedly, Look, these are my new tribesmen. Sister Shiro? Chapter 115, Are you saying that a sheep gave birth to a wolf? Several more bonfires were lit, and the fire outside the cave was very bright. The beast girls shared the sweet potatoes in their hands with each other in the snow. Su Yuan looked at the rabbit-eared girl in front of him. The difference from the white rabbit was that this guy's ears were longer and there were more light gray furry tails at the back. At this time, Xian sat next to Su Yuan with a depressed look on his face, looking unwilling. But your people stole Xian's food before, and then she caught them all? Sorry, Xiaoyan was too hungry, so I stole your food. Shuero lowered her head apologetically. Her expression had been the same since before. Sad, helpless, and a little desperate. The tone was also very sad, and the hands holding the sweet potato were full of wounds and calluses. There was also a small beast girl in his arms, but she was as big as a squeak. She was holding sweet potatoes in both hands and eating them happily. She didn't care at all that the corners of her mouth were covered with sweet potatoes. You are also from the Black Sheep tribe, right? From the previous words, Sister Shua and Manhwa, who was very close to them at this moment. Su Yuan knew that Xian had accidentally captured the people who were driven out of the Black Sheep tribe. There were about 30 people coming. Most of them were children like Gigi, and there were also some beast girls who looked very mature and beautiful, but moved relatively slowly. This was the first time Su Yuan saw old beast girls from another world. Apart from their cloudy eyes and slight wrinkles at the corners of their eyes, it was difficult to tell how many years these beast girls had lived. It used to be, but not now. We have been driven out by the Black Sheep Witch. How about joining my tribe? They were just some old people and children. Su Yuan was a young man who came from the socialism of the 21st century. He did not have the concept of primitive tribes abandoning their old people and children. What's more, they're a group of very beautiful and cute beast girls. For a tribe that is conquering cities and territories, they're naturally of no use, but development requires people. The elderly are experienced, and the children are the future of the tribe. This made Su Yuan even more convinced that Mu Guang was after the gift from God. If he could fight a war in a short time to get the gift from God, she would return to her own tribe. Ai, tin. Shuero, Ling Ling watched this scene with heartache, but her eyes kept avoiding a beast girl who was slowly eating sweet potatoes not far away. The two look very similar, but the other one has a somewhat lonely look and does not have Shui Ling's resolute eyes. He also does things in a very gentle manner, like a soft breeze. Alas, Ling Ling, I fled the Black Sheep tribe, just for everyone who was taken away. My mother and your mother are here. It will be difficult to survive without everyone's support. The Black Sheep, which has changed. I don't want to trouble you or the Tiger Hunter leader anymore. So, for the sake of these people's survival, I am willing to bring everyone to join. Shuero's name contains the word ro, soft, but she is not indecisive at all. She looked around at everyone's happy expressions and then made her own decision. So that's your mother. Su Yuan withdrew his gaze from the woman Ling Ling was staring at, and smiled at Ling Ling, who was avoiding his gaze. Miss Ling Ling, you don't miss your mother either? No, don't tell her I'm here. We'll be discovered sooner or later, won't we? For everyone's safety, I can't let you go back. I have no choice but to ask you to follow me back to the tribe. Ling Ling bit her lip and hesitated for a long time. Everyone around her left one after another, and the camp was filled with joy and laughter that had not been heard for a long time. I see. Ling Ling, my child, long time no see. Ling Ling lowered her head, and a familiar voice came to her ears. The tears she had been holding back for a long time finally fell. Mother! At night, Su Yuan was sitting by the campfire. Pan Yu in his arms had fallen asleep on his knees, and Xian, who was keeping watch with him, had her head resting on his shoulder. The beast girls around were all huddled in their animal skin blankets and fast asleep, 2 or 3 of them huddled together, with only half of their heads sticking out to breathe. Since it was too late when they returned, and there was a large group of nearly 80 people in the camp, the idea of building a shelter had to be put on hold. The animal skin quilt worth 200 points was the cheapest quilt Su Yuan found in the mall. Fortunately, it was thick and warm. He spent more than 6,000 points so that everyone could sleep peacefully tonight. Then he spent another 10,000 points to exchange the shark eye-sensing crystal. This place was too close to the Black Sheep tribe, and it was in the desolate snowfield. For the safety of these beast girls who have no fighting ability, we have to be on guard against the surrounding situation to prevent anyone from getting hurt. System, how do you use this thing? Su Yuan was playing with a crystal ball in his hand. It was about the same size as the eyeball of the ice-toothed shark and could be held in one hand. Apart from feeling a chill in my hand, I didn't feel anything around me. Close your eyes. After hearing the prompt, Su Yuan closed his eyes. The crystal ball in his hand emitted a ray of light. In the darkness, Su Yuan felt that there were more pictures in front of his eyes. Just like playing a game, the view in front of him can move, enlarge, or shrink freely according to his mind. Under the starlight, he could zoom in to see a squirrel sleeping soundly in a tree hole, zoom out to see a bird's-eye view of the area, and even see himself with his eyes closed. But beyond a certain range, the surrounding world becomes pitch black, as if falling into an abyss. These 8,000 points are quite worth it. I thought it would be like in the movies and TV shows of my previous life where the crystal ball would show the scene of a certain place around me, but I didn't expect there would be a holographic view of the area near me. Black Sheep Mother, I will rescue. Just as Su Yuan was studying the crystal ball, Pan Yu in his arms began to talk in his sleep. Looking down, the girl was drooling from the corners of her mouth, and she was muttering with her slightly open mouth. Looking at Pan Yu's face in front of him, Su Yuan recalled the night on the unfrozen river. This little beast girl still needs some training before she can take up the job. Last time, even though she hadn't transformed, her sharp little fangs scared him so much that he gasped. It was a night of ice and fire. How about some training tonight? Calm down, calm down. There's so many beast girls here. But why does Pan Yu call Black Sheep Mom? Could it be that this little creature was also picked up by the black sheep? Or is the black sheep not a sheep, but a wolf mother like Pan Yu? It can't be that a sheep gave birth to a wolf, right? Compared to these, Su Yuan still prefers to believe the first guess. The beast girls in this world still basically respect the laws of nature. For example, Red Fox and Fox 9 should be sisters. After all, they are both fox girls. Yanhua and Yanduo should also be sisters. As for the three sisters Pan Yue, Yu Yue, and Bei Yue, is different. They even have completely different personalities. Chapter 116 No, Where's My Magic Power? Today, a total of 7 items were traded in the Black Sheep tribe, 4 of which were rare items, and the other 3 were also of very good value. Su Yuan took out the items. There weren't many things in them. The 7 small items were wrapped tightly in animal skins. Rare items detected: Energy Stone, Howling Bull Bone, Fiery Stone, Frost Mushroom Spore Sack. Tradable for 21,000 points, or trade for 2,100 points to get a new special item. Host, please select the transaction direction. The 4 rare items are worth more than 20,000 points in total, and the other 3 common items are worth 8,000 points. Together with the items you search for in the wild today, you have earned more than 10,000 points. He also unlocked 4 special items. After determining the direction of the transaction, Su Yuan immediately opened the system all. Energy Stone Flashlight, 300 points. Note: this flashlight is instantly usable upon recharging. A single charge lasts for a week. It's waterproof and fireproof. It's the ultimate flashlight, and 1 is better than 10. Howling War Whistle, 2,100 points. Note: this whistle is crafted from the spine of a howling bull. It consumes energy and increases the strength and speed of nearby units after being blown. The duration is 10 minutes. Blazing Warm Stone, 300 points. Note: throwing it into the flame will absorb the fire element and store it in the stone. It absorbs it for 1 day and can keep emitting heat for up to 7 days. Cold Mist Spore Bullet, 500 points. Note: a bomb made from the spore sacs of the frost magic mushroom. Throw it into the distance, and it will explode, causing cold fog damage within a 10-meter radius. There are 4 new special items, 2 about life and 2 about combat, but they are basically useful items. Especially the flashlight exchanged for the energy stone was a great help. Originally, Su Yuan planned to make torches. When he was in the tribe, it would be difficult to leave after dark. Unfortunately, the oil fruits have been used up. Nowadays, there are no items with high fat content, and extracting animal fat is too troublesome, and it also requires using cloth strips wrapped around a wooden stick. In the snowy and blizzardy weather at night, the flashlight would probably burn out in less than half an hour. This flashlight that can be exchanged for 300 points is simply a magical tool. You can exchange one and use it continuously, and you don't need to replace the battery as frequently as with ordinary flashlights. So Su Yuan immediately exchanged it for an energy-gathering stone flashlight. It was a light blue crystal cylinder with some beautiful patterns carved on it. The light blue appearance is a little dull, probably because it lacks energy. It is convenient that it can still display the lack of power. System, how do we inject this energy? Why do these 2 words inject always feel so strange? Su Yuan asked the system while looking at the cylindrical flashlight from front to back. Like it's the same size as a certain object, but one end is a black screen and the other end is a transparent screen. It really looks like the flashlight I saw in my previous life, but I forgot what brand it was. Grip the black part at the back of the flashlight with your palm and inject your stored energy into it. Su Yuan followed the system's instructions and placed his palm on the back end of the flashlight, but did not feel any strange changes. After waiting for half an hour, the flashlight was still dim. Su Yuan loosened his hand and tried to push the switch. There was still no movement from the flashlight in front of me. What's going on? Does it take a whole day and night to charge? Sister, what's going on? There is no energy in the host. Please inject energy after you have energy. You? Longmin swears. Why didn't you tell me just now? I just waited here for half a day holding this thing like a fool. And you tell me there is no energy? Then the sensing crystal. Su Yuan suddenly realized that the shark eye sensing crystal he had seen before did not mention energy, but determined the range based on personal mental strength. So, the blue spirit drink I've been drinking for so long has only slightly enhanced my physical stats, and is of no help at all in growing my magic power to become a magician. Grass. Su Yuan really wanted to throw the flashlight away, but it only cost 300 points, so he had to put it back into the animal skin that had been used to store the items. The night passed peacefully. In the early morning, there was just a hint of tiredness in Su Yuan's eyes. He had been accustomed to staying up late in his previous life. But after crossing over, he went to bed early every day, except for the few nights when he stayed up late to play games with Maoye and the others. Let's pack up and go. Once we get to the snowy plains, I'll teach you how to build an igloo to keep out the cold. What? We're going to the icy and snowy plains. You'll freeze to death there. Wow, I'm so scared. What if the ice god gets angry? When they heard that they were going to the snowy plains, the beast girls who were originally laughing because of food became panicked. They would not freeze to death here, and they could find some food to fill their stomachs by searching nearby. It was only when we reached the ice and snow that we reached the desperate place. Everywhere we looked was covered with white snow. We lay in the snow in the middle of the night, and the next day we were buried in the snow and turned into ice. The camp was suddenly filled with chaotic discussions, and some little beast girls who had been frightened by their mother's horror stories about the snowy plains burst into tears. Everyone, don't worry. Since I can lead you to the ice and snow plains, I will definitely protect your safety. As for food and shelter, don't worry. Su Yuan looked at these beast girls. It turned out that this world values appearance. There is a difference between a group of unruly people and a group of cute and beautiful unruly people. Faced with these adorable beast girls, he could only patiently say, if we continue to stay here, we'll all be captured and taken back. If we're tied up and left without food or water, we'll all die soon. If you believe me, follow me. If you don't believe me, you can go back and be captured again by the Black Sheep tribe. You can't. You have to go back with us. Su Yuan looked at the tied Ling Ling and said with a forced smile that there were 3 prisoners captured this time, and Yinhua and Yinduo were on the verge of starvation every day. After seeing Su Yuan coming back yesterday, he gave up the action, but from time to time he tried to break free from the restraints. As for Ling Ling, he was quite obedient. He slept very soundly all night, hugging the gentle beast girl that Su Yuan saw yesterday. I didn't say I wanted to go back. I agreed to join your tribe temporarily, but I still won't participate in the attack on the Black Sheep tribe. Ling Ling pursed her lips, turned her head away, and ignored Su Yuan. The discussions around stopped instantly. The beast girls from other tribes who were captured and brought to the Black Sheep tribe were starving and freezing here. When they thought about being captured again, they all chose to follow Su Yuan. Sister Shiruo, what should we do? The members of the Black Sheep tribe gathered around Shiruo with anxious expressions. Follow them. Yesterday's topic allowed Shui Ro to know some specific details, as well as what Hulai told her, even though they were once members of the Black Sheep tribe. If discovered, the Black Sheep will capture him and take him to the Maguang tribe without hesitation. Chapter 117. Get away, you are not allowed to sleep here. Where are the people? In the desolate snowy plains and cliffy mountains, a group of people came to this dangerous place with serious expressions. The reason why this place is called Cliff Mountain is because of the upturned hillside in the distance, which is covered with a white cold fog. If you walk through the thick fog for a few steps, you will miss a step and fall off the bottomless cliff. Countless creatures have fallen off the cliff here in recent years. There was a huge cave in the crack of the cliff mountain. At this time, Hulai looked at the cave in front of him with a very ugly expression. There was no human figure in the cave. Roar! In the cave, a black bear with messy hair opened its eyes. This was the second time it had been woken up in the past 2 days. It rushed out of the cave angrily and planned to bite the intruder to death. Tiger Hunter frowned dodged the black bear's attack by moving sideways, and grabbed the black bear by the scruff of the neck and brought it back. Woo-woo. For the second time in his life, the black bear was treated like a chicken. Seeing the tiger lie with a ferocious look like a ghost, he collapsed to the ground with lost hope. Sniff! There's no smell of blood, and there's no scent of Shui Ro and the others on you. Get away. This is not a place for you to rest. Now that he could not find any trace of his missing tribesmen, Hu Lai no longer had the heart to hunt. He threw the black bear out and entered the cave with several other warriors. The dark cave was very quiet. Traces of wild animal bones could be seen in some corners, and, judging from the bite marks, it didn't look like it belonged to the black bear. Look around here and see if there's any trace of sweet potatoes. Hu Lai was a little panicked. He asked Ling Ling to bring food over yesterday, but today all the tribesmen who were hiding here disappeared. What exactly happened? Could it be that the black sheep which acted behind his back last night? Or that traveling merchant? Chief, there are no traces of sweet potatoes nearby, and there is no scent of Ling Ling here. Damn it, damn it, damn it. I'm just curious why those people came here to trade slaves. Could it be that they are targeting the Black Sheep tribe? But who could it be? The Luling tribe, who were currently at war, didn't have the strength to do that. The Wuying tribe also had its own mission. Where on earth did that traveling merchant come from? How did they know that their own people were hiding in such a secluded place? Hu Lai was very confident that Ling Ling would not betray him or his tribe, so he had no idea how this hiding place was discovered. Let's go back. The three traveling merchants had said before that they were in the green vine forest on the other side of the Wangshu Mountains. As long as he took action tonight, he could definitely find traces of those people in the Wangshu Mountains. With so many elderly people and children, as well as more than 40 people captured from the Black Sheep tribe, their movement speed must be slow, and they might not be able to capture those people. As for the excuse for the Black Sheep, which it can be used as an excuse to send someone to the Muguan tribe. Please don't get into any trouble. Otherwise, even if you leave the Black Sheep tribe, I'll go to the Green Vine Forest to capture you. If only we could catch some more. With a large army, it is not so easy to travel, although we were delayed for some time when we came. But Su Yuan calculated that it would still take 3 or 4 days to travel by the correct route. Now, the majority of the troops are composed of ordinary beast girls, and most of them are even old people and children. It will take at least more than half a month to return to the Star Tribe's base. So Su Yuan came up with the idea of taming some more wild animals. If he could catch some wild animals like snow wolves that could be used for traveling, he would be able to get back in about a week. How about you take a break, Chief? I'll go look around. Long also looked around and saw traces of small wild animals such as snow rabbits and snow mice in the green and white grass around him. As for the large wild beasts, only a few of them would occasionally emerge from the woods. No, I'm not very sleepy yet. Su Yuan gently brushed off the white snow on Long's forehead. This capable man of his was very reliable, at least much better than the snow leopard mother who was sleeping on the sledboard at the moment. Huh? Thank you, Chief. Even the big beast lady couldn't stand such intimate behavior. Usually, she was the only one who did these small things for Gigi. Long still has to protect everyone. I'll handle this matter myself. If I find anything, I'll tell you. Coming to the Shuang, he patted Yanhua, who was sleeping and drooling while hanging on the side, then pulled a rope and came to the Shuang's back. I don't know if there are any wild animals nearby. These old people and children can't walk very far anyway. Without a beast of a beast for transportation, I'm afraid half a month would not be the ideal time to go back, and it might even take more than a month. Entering the shark, eye-sensing crystal perspective, Su Yuan adjusted the perspective to a flat 2D perspective. Green plants dotted the snow, and a black snake swimming in the middle represented their group. There are traces of many animals around, but it's a pity that just 1 or 2 of them can't solve the problem. At most, it can allow the large group to have a meal at night. Wait, what is this? As he was turning the crystal ball around to survey the surroundings, a set of messy footprints in a corner caught his attention. The footprints of this beast are very obvious in the snow. They are only about 10 centimeters in size, flat and smooth, leaving a shallow mark in the snow. De Shuang, go take a look over there. The distance between them was only 100 or 200 meters. Su Yuan planned to take people there to take a look first. These footprints did not look like the claws of a wild beast, but more like the hooves of a cow, horse, or sheep. There are so many footprints. If we can find a group of magical horses from another world, the journey back will be much easier. Woo-woo. The Shuang nodded and changed the direction a little. Long behind him realized that the direction was wrong and hurried over and said, "Chief, is the direction wrong? That's the way we should go back to enter the ice and snow plain. Let's not go back yet. I saw some wild animal footprints over there. If we can catch some wild animals to use as transportation, we could get back faster." Beast footprints. Long frowned. Although she trusted Su Yuan very much, there were many trees standing here, and the road was not as flat as the snowy plains. It is a bit unbelievable to be able to find the footprints of wild animals in this situation. This ability has never been heard of in the old Witch of the tribe. Could this be the special ability of the wizard? Suppressing the doubts in their hearts, the large group followed Su Yuan for a few hundred meters and came to a corner of a rocky mountain. The footprints here were exactly the same as those seen in the crystal before. A lot of green grass in the nearby grassland was bitten off, so the owners of these footprints should be herbivores, which is good news. Compared with savage and ferocious carnivorous beasts, these herbivorous animals are more docile and much easier to tame. Long, do you know what animal these footprints belong to? Long on the side looked at it for a few seconds and shook her head. She had come out of the land of death in the ice and snow, and she rarely saw traces of wild beasts on a normal day. Hong Shuang and the others also shook their heads. Manhwa, the only one living in the desolate snowfield, felt a little embarrassed. She usually went there to play, and she basically spent all her time playing while searching for wild animals. Only when she finds her hunting target will she follow the tiger and rush forward to hunt. This is the Snow Yak. Chapter 118 Snow Yak Herd. Shuero walked over slowly from behind, looked at the footprints, and noticed a black lump-like object covered with snowflakes on the other side. Edelweiss. Well, look at this feces and these grass roots. I've seen this kind of beast before when I was in the tribe. Hunting one can keep you fed for a long time. When he learned that it was a snow yak, Pan Yu's face became excited. She had once hunted this kind of beast with Tiger Hunter. The meat was delicious, and it was much easier to deal with than those ferocious beasts. These footprints haven't been covered by snow yet. These snow yaks haven't gone far. Let's follow them. Well, don't worry. Let me observe for a while. Su Yuan took out the sensing crystal, closed his eyes, and observed the surrounding situation. On this side of the footprints, he could see more footprints along the corner of the rock. At the foot of the hill, beside a clear lake, cows with long snow-white hair were drinking the water. There were about 20 or 30 of them at a glance. This must be the snow yak that Shulo mentioned. With its size, it should be able to drag 3 people. That 2-meter-tall body is definitely much stronger than the cows I've seen in my previous life, so riding 3 petite beast girls shouldn't be a problem. But the question now is, how can we catch so many snow yaks? There are about 30 yaks under the lake. They should be the snow yaks that Shiwilloa mentioned. What are we waiting for? Let's set off quickly. We can eat roasted yak meat tonight. Panyu was very happy and prepared to rush down after saying that. She had only taken 2 steps when she felt a familiar sensation coming from her tail and was pulled back. This time, the base of her tail was grabbed, and the numb feeling made Panyu's body soften, and she fell into Su Yuan's arms. His face was as red as if it was filled with blood, and the dagger in his hand almost fell to the ground. He looked at Su Yuan and twisted his waist uncomfortably. Ahem, be quiet. We're not catching them to eat this time. The old men and children in the army need wild animals to travel with. Like when we came here before. When they came here, they also slid all the way on sleds. Not only did they not feel tired, but the thrill of sliding at high speed made them more and more excited. If these yaks can carry us back, they can do so. If not, we can use sleds. Let's think about how to catch them all first. Exen, forget it. Long Yu, Hui, and Lan Sha will quietly go down from that side to block the other side. I, Panhua, and Hong Shuang will go down from the other side. Su Yuan looked at the people around him. He definitely couldn't rely on Yanhua, Yanduo, and Lingling, but Shuero could be of some use. What? I can help too. What are you looking at me with? Xin-Ku was very dissatisfied. He pulled Su Yuan over and locked him tightly in his arms. Suddenly, his eyes went dark, and Su Yuan felt suffocated. This guy's strength was beyond his reach. In a hurry, Su Yuan grabbed the base of her tail and pinched the area next to it tightly. Ah, what are you doing? All right, I believe you, but you have to protect everyone, so you and Shui Ro stay on the hillside. Su Yuan looked at Shui Ro deeply. This beast girl who had just joined the tribe looked weak and fragile. But judging from her behavior of betraying the black sheep and escaping from the tribe, she is not as weak as she looks. Shuero, Whether they're captured from other tribes or from the Black Sheep tribe, they're all members of my star tribe now, including you. So I hope you can put everyone here first. Shuirou's expression remained unchanged. After hearing Su Yuan's words, she curled the corners of her mouth and spoke softly. Don't worry, there's no Black Sheep tribe or other tribes here. There's only Shuirou from the Star tribe. Then I'll leave this to you. Su Yuan was ready to appease Da Wang. If all the people were mobilized, then only Da Wang, the strongest member, would be left to look after the dishonest Yin Duo and the others. Owu. After touching Da Wang's head, it licked Su Yuan's palm, then called for a long time, pointing at the corner of the rock with its claws. You want to go too? Shuang nodded, then called over several snow wolves carrying heavy animal hide blankets from behind. Ouch! A slight wolf howl made several snow wolves crawl on the ground, burying their heads in the ground like cowards. Are you saying you can subdue those yaks? The bloodline of high-level magical beasts suppresses some low-level ordinary wild beasts. In a previous life, this kind of thing would naturally be regarded as a novel. Now that I have traveled to this Western fantasy world, I didn't expect that this saying actually exists. Then later, Pan Yue, you, and Hong Shuang go to the other side, and I will follow Da Wang to rush down the slope. Hong Shuang and Lan Sha use spider silk to block the two sides and don't let them escape. Although the Shuang looked confident, he could not be careless about such an opportunity. It would be a pity if a few yaks ran away. A few of them nodded, then slowly walked down the hillside, carefully touching the sides of the lake. Only when they got closer could they see the snow yaks clearly. Su Yuan used the sensing crystal to observe the people on both sides until they were close to the yak beast, and the spider silk blocked the escape routes on both sides. Then he stood up. Let's go, Da Wang. It's up to you from now on. If you perform well, I'll catch you some monster fish when we get to the glacier to give you a taste of seafood. When Da Wang heard about the monster fish, he became very energetic. After Su Yuan sat on his back, he rushed down the mountain. The bumpy slope made Yanhua and Yinduo, who were tied on both sides, feel very uncomfortable. Their stomachs were already empty, and they vomited a few mouthfuls of sour water. But before he could spit out, he was blocked by the spider silk that sealed his mouth. The two of them turned visibly green. Below, the snow yaks also heard the noise and stopped drinking water. The big ones fled in all directions, with the small ones following closely behind them. Long and Pan Yue, holding weapons on both sides, stood guarding the two sides of the lake. Pan Yue imitated the way Huli hunted, holding up his weapon and making strange shouts. Ah! The shouting threatened the yaks, and Long and the others also learned to shout. The panicked yaks suddenly became a mess and circled around anxiously, until Da Wang brought Su Yuan to the foot of the hillside. A ferocious wolf howl was accompanied by a burst of cold mist, and the snow-white hair on the body emitted a faint blue color. Moo! There was no way around, and the powerful aura made these snow yaks choose to lie on the ground, trembling, and their small eyes looked at Da Wang, who was walking towards them like a king. Edelweiss, a common wild beast that lives in the snowy plains. Its body is covered with thick, long white fur, which protects it from the cold and acts as a camouflage. It is extremely powerful and will charge when in danger, using its hard horns to ram its enemies. However, it is timid and easily tamed. Su Yuan used the identification function to observe these snow yaks. Although they were not the horses he expected, yaks were also good news. Not only are they strong, but when the Star Tribe returns to the snowy wilderness, these yaks can be used as oxen for farming. They can also serve as important tools for transporting supplies during wars. Chapter 119 Blue Elves Dancing on the Snowfield. With the suppression of the Shuang's bloodline, it was much easier to tame these snow yaks. He brought all the snow yaks back to the slope and plucked some leaves from the trees to feed them. The yaks, which were originally a little frightened, calmed down after being fed a few handfuls of leaves. There was no risk of being killed. Instead, the humans in front of them were considerate and plucked leaves from the trees to feed them. It would be much more convenient if I could just get a nose ring. Su Yuan gently stroked the heads of these snow yaks. Their long hair was not smooth to the touch, and the comfort was not as good as the tail hair of Pan Yu and the others. But the advantage is that they are warm and have thick fur. Even if you put your whole palm in, you won't be able to touch their skin. The mouth chewing the leaves and the nostrils above are very similar to the cows I saw in my previous life. If there was a nose ring in this nose, I wouldn't have to worry about them running away. It's a pity that there are so many snow yaks here. If they get hurt and start to riot, we won't be able to stop them with just a few of us. However, the curved horns can be used. Tying the rope tightly to the horns can also prevent these snow yaks from escaping. So Su Yuan spent the whole morning busy with these snow yaks, spending some points to exchange for some ropes to tie them up. As for the points for the sled board, they were also saved. The strength of this yak was much greater than he had imagined, and some young beast girls could easily ride 3 or 4 people on it. They walked until the afternoon, and the sunset made these beast girls look panicked. The surroundings had gradually turned into a continuous expanse of white, and it was difficult to see any trace of green plants. If they couldn't find a cave to rest in for the night in a place like this, they would most likely become an ice sculpture the next day. The desolate scene gradually made them feel anxious. Let's stop first. Long, Hui, Lansha, you teach everyone how to build an igloo. Shinka, go cut some trees nearby. Su Yuan handed the iron axe he brought to Xin Ke. The cold light of the axe blade made Xin Ke's eyes widen. Wow, this is sharper than Mu Guang and the others' weapons. Is this really a gift for me? She had only seen such a good weapon in the hands of Long and Hong Shuang. Although this axe was smaller, she could chop the enemy's skull in half with one blow. I'll give you my head, but give it back to me after you've cut down the trees. Stingy. Xin Ke glared at Su Yuan in dissatisfaction and ran towards several trees standing on the snowfield not far away with an axe. Shui Rou, Lu Shi, follow Long and the others to learn how to build an igloo. Then I'll teach everyone else later. Build more of them as soon as possible before dark. Su Yuan called over several beast girls who looked very mature and voluptuous. If Pan Yu and the others were newly grown fruits, then Sure was the ripe fruit. Except for Shui Rou, the others are like ripe fruits. You can feel endless sweetness when you take a bite of them, especially their figures that could not be concealed by animal skins. If they had not worn the animal skin coats they had exchanged for, these big beast ladies would probably have suffered frostbite. After giving the order, everyone started to act. Su Yuan was not idle either. He used the crystal to observe the situation around him. It is not a good thing to always eat sweet potatoes. There are many carnivorous beast girls among them, and Da Huang and the others cannot transform into herbivorous beasts, so they have to hunt some wild beasts to provide some meat for the team. Of course, if there's really no gain, then you can only waste some points to exchange for some livestock meat from your previous life in the system mall. What kind of monster is this? From the god's perspective, he could see very clearly that the vast white snowfield was like a piece of white paper except for a scattered black dot. But not far away from him, an ice-blue figure was emitting a faint light. When he enlarged the image, he could clearly see the blue shadow in the snow. A girl with blue light all over her body was dancing in the snow. The snowflakes around her and the strong wind made her blue figure sway. What the hell is this? Su Yuan wanted to get closer to this thing to get a closer look at the face under the blue light. But unfortunately, no matter how hard he looked, he could only see the obscured blue. Treasure from another world? It definitely doesn't seem like it. Do you want to go and take a look? Su Yuan exited the field of vision of the sensing crystal and looked at the top of the mountain. The two sides were more than 100 meters away. They could walk a short distance to where the blue elf was dancing. Let's go take a look first. It has an identification function anyway. Dancing in the snow on such a heavy day, and looking like he is only wearing a thin layer of clothes, it must be a trap. As for opportunity, such an obvious opportunity is a bit ostentatious, and people are afraid that others will not discover it. This place is not too far from the desolate snowfield. If it is an opportunity treasure from another world, it will not stay here safely. But even if it was a trap, he had to take a look. Traps brought opportunities. Even if it was a useless item, as long as the system's ding sound appeared here in Su Yuan's place, then this thing would be very useful. After waiting for a while, Shinka came back dragging a tree trunk from a small hill with a rope. If it weren't for the low friction on the snow, the rope would probably have been broken. When he came back, Xin Ke was still waving the axe in his hand with great interest. When he saw Su Yuan coming over, he hid the iron axe inside his clothes. What do you want from me? The way you hold your belly seems a bit like you're trying to hide something, and be careful not to scratch your big baby with the axe. Take out your axe and come with me over there to do something. I'll give you a better weapon later. Really? If this axe doesn't work, you have to promise to give me this one too. At this moment, an axe was needed to chop the trees into wood. Su Yuan took the axe out her clothes and pulled her towards a strange place. Su Yuan, where are you going? Let's go fight the monsters. Long, you guys chop the wood and start the fire, and Da Huang will watch over Yenduo and the others. Su Yuan has already started to select weapons for Xin Ku. Naturally, he will not consider special products, as those things cost thousands of points. Just giving her an iron weapon would make her very happy. I want to go too. Pan Yu paused with his hand that was holding the axe, moved his ears, dropped the axe, and followed Su Yuan. Not long after the three of them walked, they arrived at the place where they had seen the blue elf dancing before. At this time, Pan Yu had already taken out his dagger. Xin Kale was like a fool, holding an iron spear in both hands. The sharp tip of the spear emitted a cold light, and a red tassel fluttered in the wind. If Su Yuan hadn't pulled her arm and walked towards this side, she would probably be sitting on the hillside holding the gun and grinning foolishly. Okay, if you keep looking, I'll take your stuff back. Su Yuan looked at the blue dancing elf that was less than 30 meters away, and Xin Ku who was giggling foolishly beside him, and his face darkened with anger. Chapter 120. The Phantom Swamp Worm. Charming Swamp Worm. A peak-level second-tier monster, about to break through to the third tier, desperate for blood. It uses its humanoid tentacles to lure prey, then creates a swamp beneath it to lurk. Once its prey approaches, it will be swallowed whole. The three of them stood far away to the side of the ice-blue dancing girl. It seemed that she had noticed them. The girl waved happily with her little hands, as if inviting them to dance with her. There seems to be someone there. Xin Ku belatedly turned his gaze from the iron spear to the ice-blue figure in front of him. Be careful. These are the tentacles of the enchantment swamp worm. Its main body is in the swamp below. Su Yuan told the two the information he got from the identification function, which was similar to what he had guessed when he observed the sensing crystal before. It was indeed a trap, the same as the one Su Yuan had dug before, both of which were buried under the ground. How could this bug be so evil? Huh, then what should we do? In that snow-covered field, who knew where that guy was hiding, and the two sides were so far apart? Simple, just lure the snake out of its hole. Wait for me for a moment. Su Yuan ran back to the camp and took out the fishing rod from his backpack. He could catch a low-level, third-level shark, so how could he not be able to deal with a second-level monster like you? When he came back, he had already caught a piece of pork on his fishing rod that he had bought with dozens of points. There was still blood on the pork, and it was obviously fresh pork. Later, Pan Yu, throw this piece of meat out. Shinka will hold the fishing rod and wait for it to bite. This time, don't make any move. Are you going to fish it out? Xin Ku widened his eyes. Fishing was fine, but he didn't expect that this thing could also be used to catch monsters. It's not much different. They're all things that will bite the hook anyway. He is about to break through to the third level, and even an ordinary pork bait will make this guy unable to hold back. After Su Yuan finished speaking, he exchanged a scroll and an ice-blue spore sack that was still emitting cold air from his backpack. These were attack-type products in his maul. Now that I have a target to attack, I could try out its power. The two items will cost a total of 1,100 points. If it doesn't work, I will just put it in the maul and collect dust. So I'm lost. Throw it away. Pan Yu aimed at the blue elf not far away and threw the huge pig leg in his hand over, and the line on the fishing rod was spinning violently. Bang! Was to give a thumbs up to Pan Yu for this lop. The pork happened to hit the elf, and the emergency swamp worms rushed out from the ice swamp in an instant. The huge mouth parts immediately bit the pork, and after the body fell to the ground, it wanted to drill back into the swamp to taste the delicious food in its mouth. Xin Ku, hurry up and hold on. Su Yuan aimed the ice spike scroll in his hand at the swamp worm and tore it open. A blue magic circle instantly condensed in front of the scroll, and countless ice spikes condensed from the magic circle and shot at the swamp worm's body. Blue blood gushed out. Although these ice spikes did not penetrate the swamp worm, they were full of ice spikes on its body. Countless blood dyed the surrounding snow blue. God! The pain made the swamp worm twist its body, and the taut fishing line looked like it was about to break. Su Yuan hurriedly threw the spore bullet over. This is what's next. Bang! Su Yuan looked into the distance. As the spore bullet hit the swamp worm, violent white smoke erupted, and the fishing line that trapped it broke instantly. Xin Ku sat down on the ground, dropped his fishing rod, and looked in the direction of the swamp worm. The white mist dissipated, and a hole was blown in the body of the swamp worm. White frost adhered to the wound, and the blood was not as gushing as before. Go! I leave it to you. Su Yuan figured out the effects of these two special items, and then sent out Xin Ku and Pan Yu without hesitation. The Ice Spike Scroll is suitable for dealing with units that are not very mobile. The spore bullet can be used to catch the enemy off guard, but unfortunately the damage isn't very high. In the previous use, the ice spike scroll could not turn after being released. There was no time to release it against some fast-moving units. It was okay to use it to ambush people by hiding in the bushes. The release speed of the spore bullet depends on the throwing speed. The release frost can cause slowing damage to the enemy, but it is weaker than the cold fog of the big frost. But fortunately, this thing can be thrown remotely, and sometimes it is also suitable as a smoke bomb to help retreat. Defanue and Xin came to the side of the swamp worm and stabbed the weapons in their hands into its body without mercy. The spear in Xin's hand matched her strength and pierced the original wound with just one shot. He even stabbed through the other side. Jigga! A strange cry came from the huge mouth of the abyss. The pork in its mouth had not been swallowed yet, but the blood spitting out from its mouth caused the pork to be vomited out along with it. Get up! The purple rune on Shinka's forehead exploded. Lightning surged around his body. The spear in his hand was bent, and the swamp worm was instantly pulled out from the swamp under him. In midair, Depanue accurately cut off the blue tentacles with a dagger, and then jumped back to Su Yuan. Fire! Thunder! Explosion! This was the first time Su Yuan saw Xin fighting. His ferocious appearance was simply too terrifying. The gun flashed with lightning and released it onto the body of the swamp worm. Then, she grabbed a wizard card in one hand and released a ray of fire to hit the swamp worm in midair. The violent explosion blew the swamp worm into two pieces, and Xin was covered in blood, but she laughed wildly. Ha ha ha, awesome. So awesome. This idiot. Su Yuan rubbed his head helplessly. Such a good prey was blown into pieces. Fortunately, the pieces of meat were relatively large, but it would be more troublesome to transport them back. Su Yuan, this is so beautiful. I'm giving it to you. Pan Yu canceled his transformed form and handed the blue elf to Su Yuan. After losing its owner, this thing lost its blue light. The white body felt like a little silicone figure in my hand, soft to the touch, and blood was still flowing from the connection between the tentacles on the back. Rare item detected. Charm Spirit Tentacles. Trade for 4,500 points, or trade for 450 points to get a new special item. Host, please select the transaction direction. Unexpectedly, there was an unexpected gain. Su Yuan used the identification function to look at the spirit tentacles in his hand, and then the piece of meat that fell at his feet. Charm Spirit Tentacles. These tentacles are used by the Charm Spirit swamp worm to lure its prey. They contain a wealth of energy and can be crafted into a captivating perfume to captivate the public, or into a beast-luring incense to seduce magical beasts. Mei Ling's swamp worm meat. Delicious and soft, rich in energy, 6 times more nutritious than beef, suitable for stewing soup and grilling. Regular consumption can nourish yin and yang and strengthen the body. The only rare item of the entire swamp worm is the blue tentacle on its head. As for its body, the shattered pieces of flesh, sharp teeth, and scattered internal organs, they are not considered rare items. At most, the points for trading are higher than those for ordinary items, and the fragments scattered all over the ground can just solve Su Yuan's 10 trading opportunities today. Chapter 121, How long will it take to grow up? You guys grill the food first. This meat can be used to make some soup later to warm everyone up. Several people carried the body of the swamp worm back to the camp. As for the ones that were blown into charred pieces, there was no need to clean them up. After giving the instructions, Su Yuan grabbed his blue-dyed tail and walked towards a bonfire burning in another corner. Sit down and take off your clothes. Su Yuan looked at Xin, who looked like he had rolled in the mud. His blue blood was mixed with pieces of flesh, and his body was full of the stench of blood. Oh, I see. Could you please wash my head more? It's so sticky with blood. This guy really couldn't understand her expression. Even when Su Yuan had a stern face, she still took off her animal skin clothes obediently with an innocent expression. His entire body was covered in blue blood. Even his hair had turned blue. It looked like he could no longer keep the animal skin clothing. You're still asking for it. Sit still and be good. System, change the soap and towel. The snow water melted in the ceramic pot on the fire. Su Yuan was too lazy to care about the points for the soap and towel. After changing them, he wiped the guy's body. Although this girl is usually clumsy, her sexy figure still makes Su Yuan bend his body and quickly wipe the blue blood off her body with both hands. The blood stuck on her hair, and tail was the most difficult to deal with. It took almost half of the whole bar of soap to completely wash away the bloody smell on her body. 10 minutes later, Su Yuan put away the towel and soap. Judging from Xianku's expression, he guessed that these things could be kept and used next time. Don't sleep anymore. Get up and put on your clothes. Su Yuan was busy cleaning her blood-stained body, which made him feel uncomfortable, but this guy fell asleep leaning against the stone. The crumbling body was about to fall on him, and he screamed for a long time, but still looked dazed. Get up and eat. Have a meal. Su Yuan looked at Xianku, who had put on new clothes neatly, and rubbed his temples with a headache. He wanted to catch Xianku and teach him a lesson, but he was afraid that the shouting would wake everyone up. Forget it. I'll just trouble pan you again today. Before night fell, 28 snow houses were built in the snow. These big beast girls, who were usually busy with logistics in the tribe, were very experienced. After just watching it a few times, he immediately learned how to build an igloo, and even completed a few more igloos than Su Yuan had estimated. At this time, everyone gathered together and sat around the campfires. The snow yak behind them lay comfortably beside the fire and ate a handful of green grass and green leaves that Su Yuan had exchanged for more than 10 points in the system. The beast girls leaned against the yaks, looking expectantly at the golden yellow swamp worm meat roasted in front of them. Gurgle, gurgle. Su Yuan took a sip of the soup made from the insect meat. Since there was not enough water to wash such a large piece of insect meat, some blood mixed into the soup, and the salty and fragrant taste was a bit fishy and bitter. The insect meat was as soft and sticky as the system said. It felt like eating a piece of jelly when I bit into it, and it was not as greasy as I had imagined. This made Das Wang, who was chewing the meat of the swamp worms nearby, very satisfied. He didn't even have to gnaw on the bones, and every bite was nutritious meat. Share the soup with everyone. I didn't bring any pots, pans, or utensils when I came here. I exchanged the ceramic pot from the system all on the way. Su Yuan made the arrangements and came to Yin Duo and Yin Hua with 2 small pieces of insect meat. The 2 beast girls were so hungry that they had no strength left. Attracted by the aroma, they stared at the steaming pieces of meat. Let me ask you something. Do the witches controlled by Mu Guang have any connection with each other? Have no idea. When the 2 sisters heard that it was about Mu Guang, they resisted the temptation and turned their heads away, ignoring Su Yuan. Gurgle. But this time, the rumbling of hunger in their stomachs made them lose their strength. They lay on the ground like salted fish, staring at the sky with hopeless eyes. I didn't ask about Mu Guang. I was just curious about whether the witches had any connection with each other. Imagine if one tribe was attacking another, and another tribe was attacking this tribe for Mu Guang. Then how can they tell whether another tribe is the one controlled by Mu Guang? Looking at the 2 stubborn beast girls, Su Yuan showed a cunning expression on his face and said with a smile, could it be that Mu Guang is completely incapable of taking care of these things? Mu Guang Divine, which would know this. She knows everything those witches do. Rock flower. After all, they were just simple beast girls, and they were fooled by the casual provocation. Yin Duo looked at Yin Hua in disgrace, and then looked at the despicable Su Yuan in front of her with anger. Good. Here's a reward for you. Take your things away. I'd rather starve to death than eat a single bite of your food. Yin Hua pursed her lips with some longing, looked at Yin Duo, who had her eyes closed beside her, and murmured softly, Yin Duo, I think you said the same thing last night. Shut up. This time, they didn't last 10 minutes before the 2 sisters shed tears of regret as they chewed the soft and sticky insect meat. Maguang Divine Wizard, only when we are well fed can we capture your enemies. Our loyalty remains with you. Ah, choo choo. Yin Duo, give me back the meat you snatched from my mouth. Sister Shuero, it's so warm. At night, the stars shone on the snow. Shuero looked at the snow house that enveloped her with disbelief, and a few traces of firelight shone in from the gaps. They still slept in animal skin blankets, but today they could actually feel warm in the snow house. Some of the little ones who were clinging to her tails even broke out in sweat. Be good and lie down. We have to travel tomorrow. Sister Shuero, does the black sheep witch really not want us anymore? The little beast girl on the other side poked her head out from under the quilt. She was too young to understand these things, but she could roughly understand some of them after her experiences during this period. Black sheep witch, you'll know when you grow up. Shuero didn't know how to explain. Should she tell the children that the black sheep witch didn't abandon them, and then let the children still be concerned about the black sheep tribe? How could he have the face to accept the benefits Su Yuan gave him? He said he was joining the Star Tribe, but he was thinking about the black sheep in his heart. She couldn't do such a thing, but how could she tell these children the truth? In the end, I could only brush off the topic by saying, "You'll understand when you grow up." Huh? How long will it take for me to grow up? The little beast girl's voice came from the side. Shuero looked at the firelight coming out of the cracks in the snow house. There was a figure sitting next to the fire. Just sitting there made people feel at ease. There will eventually be a battle between you and Mugwang. She won't tolerate your existence, and I believe you won't be able to tolerate her presence either. That day is very near, and so will the next meeting with the black sheep, which also be very near. Patting the little guy's back, Shuero withdrew her gaze and spoke softly. Xiaobai, you will grow up soon. Chapter 122, A Peaceful Future. Haha. Su Yuan sat leisurely by the campfire. It was not him who was on guard tonight. Hong Shuang was playing with some cute little guys on the other side. Pan Yu was also sharing his experiences during this period with his old friends, but with that arrogant little expression, it was obvious that he wanted to say it out loud, but he acted as if he was only doing it because they begged him to. Several energetic little beast girls around were listening attentively, and when they heard that Pan Yu personally led everyone to kill the invading pigment tribe, they all exclaimed in surprise in a low voice. Sister Pan Yu is so amazing. Sister Pan Yu can actually defeat the orc berserkers by herself. Many eyes looking at her were filled with admiration. Amidst the sounds of praise, the little tail behind her was proudly raised up, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but pout slightly. System, exchange this thing for a special product. The spirit tentacles given to him by Pan Yu were of no particular use. Su Yuan rubbed them a few times to release the pressure in his heart, and finally handed them to the system. Mei Ling Mosquito Repellent Coil, 450 points. Note, made from the tentacles of the enchantment swamp worm, upon ignition, it will cause all living creatures within a 70-meter radius to fall into a state of confusion. During this period, vision, smell, hearing, touch, and taste are disrupted, making it impossible for the brain to make correct judgments. Su Yuan was delighted as he looked at the light blue mosquito coil that appeared in the system all. This was a good thing. It could not only be used for defense, but also for surprise attacks on enemies. After all, in primitive tribes, everyone goes to sleep as soon as it gets dark. The more cautious ones will arrange a few warriors to keep watch like Su Yuan did. Some more tribes didn't even arrange for night watchmen. When night fell, they all found a sheltered place to lie down and fall asleep. If we light a mosquito coil in the tribe at this time, the entire tribe will have no room for resistance. It seems there's a better plan to deal with the black sheep this time. Su Yuan looked at the dancing flames, and a confident smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Yanhua's previous words made it clear that Mu Guang could know the situation in the snowfield through the various controlled witches. What if I blocked the black sheep's 5 senses? Would the witch still be able to sense what was happening near the black sheep tribe? Pan Yu, come back to sleep. After completing the 10 chances of trading today, Su Yuan patted the fallen snow on his body. He didn't sleep well last night and felt a little sleepy at the moment. But no matter how sleepy I am, the most important task of the day has not been completed yet. I'm not sleepy yet. At this time, when the story came to an exciting part, Pan Yu looked at the admiring eyes of his friends, stretched his neck and shouted at Su Yuan. I grant you the power. If you don't come, I'll find someone else. Here, Pan Yu and he have a negative distance intimacy. The familiar feeling allows him to rest earlier. Otherwise, if he tosses and turns all night, he may not be able to get up until noon tomorrow. Power! I'm coming. Under the temptation of power, Pan Yu could only pause this admirable topic, said goodbye to his friends, and ran towards Su Yuan, his delicate and cute little face full of anticipation. This damn guilt. Let's just let her transform into the great rebellious moon tonight. After having a delicious meal of meat, the beast girls were in much better spirits on their journey the next day, and they looked at the white world covered with snow with curiosity along the way. In the past, it was rare to see such a scene of white covering the entire earth in the snowy plains, especially when the snow yak could create a large snow pit with 1 foot. Su Yuan leaned on Dashuang's back and looked at the large army behind him. Fortunately, he had harvested these snow yaks, otherwise the snow on the ground would have reached the waist level of some of the little beast girls. If we walk back like this, it will probably take more than a month to finish the journey. It took several days to return to the glacier. In order to get food for the next few days, Su Yuan delayed for another day and fished on the glacier all day. After walking and stopping for about 10 days, We finally saw the familiar snow forest and the tall wooden fence. We're back. At this time, the large group was covered with fish that had been frozen into ice sculptures. They were all looking at the neatly made fence with great energy. Even Ling Ling, who was tied to the snow yak, looked at the wooden fence with some anticipation. Su Yuan, it's Su Yuan and the others who are back. In the Star Tribe, Mao Yi rushed out excitedly after hearing the sound. Everyone who was busy also showed happy expressions on their faces. They put down the work in their hands and ran out of the door excitedly. Wow, Su Yuan, I missed you so much. Mao Yi leaped over and knocked Su Yuan to the ground on the snow. His little head rubbed against Su Yuan's chest, and his whole body pressed tightly against him. Hey, why does the touch feel wrong? Su Yuan had a very clear understanding of Mao Ye's body shape, and he could tell such a huge change just by touching it. Mao Ye, are you awakened? Huh? How did you know? I had a surprise planned for you. Mao Yi raised his head from his arms and pouted in dissatisfaction after Su Yuan guessed his original surprise. Idiot, it took you so long to awaken successfully. Pan Yu jumped down from the snow yak, took a glance, and calmly went to pack up the supplies. This made Mao Yi so angry that his fur exploded. He rushed over and grabbed Pan Yu's tail and angrily said, Pan Yu, if you fight me again, I will tear all the hair off your tail. Stop it. Don't pull my tail. Mao Yi, I'm going to fight you. Nothing has happened in the tribe recently, right? After letting Mao Yi go, Su Yuan looked at the red fox that was slowly walking towards him. He didn't know if anything big had happened in the tribe in the past month. However, when he saw the beast girls coming out with happy smiles on their faces, he didn't have too many worries in his heart. Mao Ye encountered a snow wolf while soaking in the hot springs a few days ago. After awakening, he killed it. Then, a few days ago, Shir discovered a strange cave while hunting in the mountains. Strange cave? Caves are quite common, but if even the red fox finds it strange, then it must be something extraordinary. Let's go in and talk first. These people are... Red Fox looked at the large troops behind him. There were 30 more people than the original 50-plus people of the Star Tribe. The people captured by the Black Sheep Tribe from other tribes, as well as the elderly and children driven out of the tribe by the Black Sheep Tribe. Oh, and also the people from your original tribe. Su Yuan roughly told Chi Hu what had happened before. Perhaps because he understood that these were ordinary beast girls who were suffering. Chi Hu sighed helplessly. I didn't expect that after just a few days the outside world has become like this. If this continues, that Mu Guang divine shaman might really rule the entire snowfield. That's not a good thing. To obtain the so-called divine gift, she started a war and made the entire Snow Plain tribe fight against other foreign tribes. I'm afraid many people will die. Yes, the future may not be peaceful. Chapter 123, Practicing Diving for the Future. The sudden increase in the number of people made the entire tribe busy again. The previously planned camp area now had to be expanded, and the wood stuck in the ground also needed to be pulled out. At the same time, they also have to take care of the captured snow yaks. There are not enough green plants in the snowy plains to feed so many snow yaks. Su Yuan could only temporarily exchange some green grass and leaves in the system mall and store them, and send beast girls to feed these big guys every day. At the same time, there was another issue that gave him a headache, the issue of tribal integration. He also had to pay attention to the relationship between the beast girls from other tribes and the beast girls originally from the Red Fox tribe, especially those from the Black Sheep tribe who drove out the Red Fox tribe. Fortunately, these were all old people and children, and the beast girls of the Red Fox tribe had also heard about them being driven away, so no conflicts broke out. However, the two sisters Yanhua and Yinduo were still tied up. Ling Ling, who was accompanying them, had already accepted the fact that they were caught in the snowy field and waited for their mother to feed them every day. Beast girls are easier to manage. If it were an ordinary primitive tribe, conflicts would have broken out long ago. At the mouth of the hot spring, Su Yuan lay comfortably inside, with the water surrounding him and the lion resting on his shoulder beside him. Wow, I can't hold my breath anymore. At this time, Mao Ye poked his head out from the water. His wet face was flushed, and his hair stuck to his face, making him look a little disheveled. Didn't you become an awakened warrior? Why can't you even hold your breath? Su Yuan smoothed down his messy hair. After hearing Pan Yu talk about his new skills last night, this guy insisted on dragging Su Yuan along to prove his strength early in the morning. It's not like I've awakened the ability to breathe underwater, and the water will choke my throat if I open my mouth. Mao didn't know whether his face turned red from anger or from the hot spring steam. At this moment, His face was as red as a cooked shrimp. He took a deep breath and planned to practice diving again. Then don't be so stubborn. Come and rest. Su Yuan called Mao Yi out and cleaned the hair inside her ears with his fingers. He asked in confusion, "By the way, hasn't the conch made any sound recently?" Mao Yi no longer had the energy to speak. Sure, who was standing beside him, suddenly remembered the conch and opened his eyes curiously, saying, "Hai Yao blew the conch before. But as soon as we got to the icy lake, we found that she had disappeared and all the ice on the lake was shattered." The ice lake was broken. Su Yuan frowned. The ice on the ice lake was very thick. It took a lot of effort to make a hole in the ice lake last time. Will Hai Yao and her tribe be in danger? Su Yuan felt a little sorry and worried that such an important trading partner was in such an uncertain state of life and death. There were many rare items in the ocean, but there was nothing he could do. If he could lend a helping hand on land, he would be lucky enough not to drown in the sea. Wait, it seems I can really breathe underwater. Su Yuan opened the system's special product page. The cod kingfish powder he had obtained when he killed the monster he caught was just enough to keep him breathing underwater for 3 hours. Do you want to try cat and eye? Looking at Mao Yi, who had been cooked by the hot spring steam, Su Yuan gave up the idea. Why would he waste the king cod fish instant powder worth 1,500 points like this? At least I have to try it again when I have money, or just catch a mermaid. Then let's wait for Hai Yao to contact us again. Su Yuan, when are we going back to the desolate snow plain to deal with the Black Sheep tribe? Sure suddenly perked up, raised her head, and stared at Su Yuan with her eyes. She had been thinking about this matter since Su Yuan came back from the investigation. It was just that she had been so busy that she had no time to speak. Now that she had some free time, she asked nervously, "Wait 2 more days, let the newly joined tribesmen build their houses and collect more food in the camp. Are we going back to the snowy desert?" Su Yuan shook his head. After knowing that Mu Guang could find out what happened in the Black Sheep tribe through the Black Sheep, he gave up the idea of going to the desolate snow plain. After all, he had just occupied the original territory of the Red Fox tribe, and he was afraid that before he could build any defensive facilities, the people of the Muguang tribe would have already rushed over. Don't go back for now. Mu Guang knows what happened to the Black Sheep tribe. When the time comes, we will fight quickly and come back immediately after capturing Black Sheep and the others. The look in Shurshu's eyes became very determined. He nodded and said seriously, "I understand. I will definitely not lose to Tiger Hunter this time. Nicoya will also do his best, meow." The tired Mao Yi heard the conversation between the two and meowed listlessly, then continued to fall asleep leaning against Su Yuan. In a deep sea in the snowfield. "Mother, that monster should be gone now, right?" Hai Yao hid in a group of caves made of ice and rocks with a panicked look on her face. Many of the tribesmen around her hid inside in fear and dared not make a sound. At the entrance of the cave, a mermaid with the same blue fish tail and sexy figure was looking at the outside world nervously. Unlike Hai Yao's tail, her tail was a deeper shade of blue. The many crystal sequins on the fish tail are very beautiful, and the slight movement can reflect colorful light. It's a pity that such a beautiful fishtail has several horrible wounds. Keep your voice down. That guy is very smart and is probably hiding nearby, waiting for us. Hai Ling took out the magic wand, and as she waved it, the seaweed on the seabed rushed towards the cave, and the originally 2-meter-high cave entrance was filled with seaweed. Then, small points of light appeared on the surface of the dark seaweed, illuminating the cave and bringing some relief to the tribesmen hiding inside. "Hai Yao, didn't you go looking for that tribe on land? How did you end up provoking this kind of people?" Hai Yao was still a little frightened. After shaking her head, she said in a daze, "I don't know either. I went to look for Su Yuan some time ago, but I ran into this guy right after I arrived at the ice lake. Then it chased me relentlessly. If you, mother, hadn't been waiting for me nearby, I would have been eaten by it. Could this guy be a monster that feeds on our God-given people?" As a sea spirit who had just arrived in the ice sea, he was not familiar with the magical beasts in the sea area. He had been here for nearly 3 months, but not only did he not find the frost sea heart crystal, not even a single one of the God-given people in the ocean noticed it. This area was filled with dead silence, as if it were an uninhabited area. "Mother, what should we do next? We can't hide here forever, right?" It is now the 2nd day of hiding. There are still more than 20 people in the tribe, and the food consumed every day is not a small amount. If this continues, I will either be killed by the monsters outside or starve to death in this ice cave. Hide here and don't make any noise. I'll go outside and take a look. Hi, Yao, give me the conch. Also, where is the location of the icy lake we saw earlier? Mother, woo, this is too dangerous. As the leader and witch, Hai Ling had to make a decision. After thinking for a long time, he looked at the seaweed-covered cave entrance and said calmly, if nothing happens to me when I go out, it means the monster has left. If it hasn't, then we can only seek help from the tribe on land. You don't need to stop me. I am the only one who can escape the monster's pursuit now. Chapter 1, 24 Elements Come Fill My Body. Is this the cave you discovered earlier? On the snowy mountain, there was a place that was even more remote than the cave, where Hong Shuang and the others had lived before. Deep in the folds of the mountain wall, the entrance of the cave was covered with layers of snow. There were some frozen green vines on both sides, and the traces of broken green vines at the entrance of the cave were exactly what Shur had dealt with when he came here not long ago. Well, it was too dark in there, so I walked out after a while. What's so strange about this cave? Su Yuan looked around, but didn't find anything strange except the green vines growing above it. Shishio walked forward and pointed at the dark cave, explaining, it's very hot in there. Hot? Could this be a lava vent? Is that where the hot spring waters below flow? Su Yuan calculated the location of the hot spring outlet and their current location. The difference between the two was too far. If it really flowed from here to the mountain stream. The rock formations of this mountain are a bit too complicated. Go in and take a look first. I'll use fire magic to clear the way. This time, besides Shur, Red Fox, and Xin Ku also accompanied Su Yuan. Red Fox had come here to investigate before, but after walking for a while and feeling the heat, he retreated. Xin Ku was simply too bored in the tribe, so he followed along. Yeah, but there's no need to go through so much trouble. Su Yuan took out the flashlight that had not been charged from his pocket. He couldn't charge it, but Chi Hu and Xin Ku could. Red Fox, place your palm here and try to inject your body's energy into it. This strange little cylinder made Chi Hu a little confused, but he still followed Su Yuan's instructions and placed his palm on the black part of the flashlight. I got it. Watching the dim flashlight becoming increasingly full of energy, it turned out that this thing required magic power, and only the witch of this primitive tribe could charge it. How about I go back and buy some magic books and try to learn some magic? Su Yuan couldn't understand the technique that Red Fox and the others used to use witch cards to cast magic. So he asked how Red Fox and the others became witches. According to their explanation, they didn't know either, but they suddenly learned some witchcraft as they grew up, and then were trained by the old witch and instructed to become the next witch. According to the experience Su Yuan gained from the novels and animations in his previous life, this should be the case that the body absorbed the elemental power, and then he broke through and became a magician. Just like some geniuses in novels about cultivating immortals, spiritual energy will enter their bodies on its own even without them actively absorbing it. But I can't just wait like this until the elements fill my body and then become a real witch, right? How long do we have to wait? Forget it. Let's wait until we've dealt with the Black Sheep tribe. I need to save up some points first to deal with any emergencies that may come. Although he already had a sure win plan in mind, his cautious nature still made him want to save more points for emergencies. It didn't take too long to charge. After about 20 minutes, Su Yuan saw that the entire surface of the flashlight was filled with blue light. Okay, Red Fox, how much magic power did you consume? Su Yuan took the flashlight and asked with concern as he looked at the Red Fox who had opened his eyes. About 1/10. The magic power injected into it seems to have entered a series of rugged lines. This thing feels very strange. This is a good thing sent by the gods. Look. When faced with a dilemma, Su Yuan evaded the question and came into the cave with a flashlight. As the button is pushed, a dazzling light emanates from the transparent screen, illuminating the entire cave, and as the button is pushed, the brightness of the light will also be adjusted accordingly. How amazing! The three of them gathered around and stared curiously at the flashlight that could emit bright light. Su Yuan saw the three beautiful faces like queens coming over like curious babies, and the corners of their mouths curled up slightly. This thing is very common. I have used it before. Wait, can't the flashlight itself be redeemed in the regular mall? I remember that there seemed to be flashlights for sale in the first level mall, and it seems that there are not only those that need to be charged to light up. Blah. I was fooled like a fool, and I thought this energy-focusing flashlight was a great deal. System, open the mall and list the prices of flashlights. Normal battery flashlight, 10 hours, 100 points. Rechargeable flashlight, needs to be charged 150 hours. Super long-lasting flashlight. Needs to be charged by yourself 300 points. SR32 flashlight. Requires self-charging 1,000 points. After looking at the flashlights in the mall, Su Yuan's cursing mood eased a lot. Compared with the flashlights that could not be recharged and the battery flashlights that could be lit for 10 hours with just 100 points, this 300-point energy card was still quite cost-effective. Of course, this only works when the flashlight can be charged. If Chihu and Xianku are not there to charge it, this thing will not be as effective as a 10-point stone hammer in hitting people. Okay, stop looking at it. Staring for too long will hurt your eyes. Su Yuan closed the system all and snatched back the flashlight. The three beast girls put their eyes close to the bright, transparent screen. It's amazing. How on earth does this thing emit light, and it's not hot to the touch? Xianku scratched her head in confusion, but Su Yuan ignored her. Even he didn't understand the complexity of this thing, let alone this idiot. The four of them lit up the cave and walked inside. Chihu and Su Yuan walked behind, while Xianku and Shur, holding spears and sabers, led the way. Under the light, the overall structure of the cave can be clearly seen. Unlike the cave where Hong Shuang and the others live, this cave is long and narrow. From time to time, some liquid would seep out from the rock walls on both sides and slowly flow to the ground. Su Yuan checked it with the identification system and found that it was just ordinary water droplets. Not long after walking, they felt a damp feeling on their heads, which made them look up. Above the cave, white stone pillars stood upside down above their heads. Drops of dew were dripping from above onto the heads of several people. Under the light of the flashlight, they could see that the stone pillar was emitting colorful light. So beautiful! Xianku aimed at the largest piece and thrust the spear upwards, and the white stone, the size of a head, fell down. Is this a stalactite? Su Yuan squatted down and touched the white stone. The surface felt very smooth, like a piece of jade that had been polished for a long time. Colored white milkstone. Grown in areas with large temperature differences, it is formed by melted snow seeping into the mountain over thousands of years. It has a constant temperature effect and can be quickly brought to room temperature by being placed in hot or cold water. Trading price, 2,000 points. Such a beautiful item is actually not a rare item, but this function is quite powerful. If I insert it into the snow, will it turn into water at room temperature? In addition to its constant temperature function, the transaction price of this white stalactite is also very attractive. A small piece is worth 2,000 points. Su Yuan couldn't help but shine it into the cave. There's still a piece of this white stalactite hanging upside down on the top of the cave. I guess we don't have to wait until we have dealt with the Black Sheep tribe and come back. I can learn magic tonight. Chapter 125. Cool off with a popsicle. Okay, put this thing down, and you can carry it back when you come back later. Ever since he got this jade-like, crystal-clear, and colorful white stalactite, Xianku has been holding it tightly in his arms, as if he had a treasure and refuses to let go. The scenery in front of me was already very majestic, but now with this stone blocking the way, I can't even see the road clearly. Okay then, remember to remind me when you come back. Xianku reluctantly placed the white steatite in a corner of the cave passage, not knowing why this thing attracted her so much. Could it be that snow leopards also like this slippery and shiny thing? The four of them walked for about 10 minutes, but the winding tunnel ahead still had no end. The cold mist that they could breathe out in the outside world had disappeared, and the temperature around them had become noticeably hotter. There was a strange smell in the air that filled my nostrils, but unfortunately the identification function was unable to identify the composition of the air. Be careful. If you feel anything wrong, run away immediately. This is a strange and bizarre world. It is not uncommon to find a giant dragon that can breathe fire when you walk in. Su Yuan did not dare to be careless and slowed down his pace. I know. Don't pull my tail. It's itchy. Xianku wanted to refute, but after his tail was caught, he had to slow down his pace. As they went deeper, the strange smell in the air became stronger and stronger, and the temperature became hotter and hotter. At this time, the fur coats had made everyone sweat. No, I'm too hot. The hot temperature made Su Yuan feel uncomfortable. Xianku wiped the sweat from his forehead and took off his fur coat, with no intention of stopping. Stop, that's enough. Seeing that she was about to tear off the animal skin skirt and the half piece of animal skin wrapped around her upper body, Su Yuan quickly stopped her. It was already hot enough, and if she took it off, it would only add fuel to the fire. But it's still hot. Hold on. Su Yuan looked at the pair of slender and fleshy thighs. The skin was delicate and very tight, and the exposed abdomen had several very obvious abdominal muscles with beads of sweat hanging on them. The sexy vest line extends all the way into the animal skin skirt, and a few drops of sweat flow freely on the vest line. If XIN can't hold on, then I can't hold on either. In this case, today's cave exploration will have to end here. Okay, you're the greatest witch in the tribe. I will listen to you. Looking at Su Yuan's serious expression, XIN had no choice but to tie the half-pulled animal skin back on his body, but he changed the way the original full wrap was tied. The scenery of the southern hemisphere of the otherworld continent is fully displayed. The lion and the red fox had only taken off their short animal skin skirts and tops. The hot temperature in the cave was very unfriendly to the red fox. The thick foxtail had been wet with sweat and became very heavy. Su Yuan, if you don't let me take it off, I'm going to die of the heat. After walking for a while, a slight red color could be clearly seen in front of them, and water could be wrung out of Shinka's animal skin jacket. System, open them all and filter the popsicle list. Ice Lotus, 25 points. Milk Popsicle, 25 points. Sleeping Dragon, 25 points. Agenias, 25 points. The point for the popsicle series are all the same, 25 points. Su Yuan ordered 4 milk popsicles, and 4 milky white ice bricks appeared out of thin air in his hand. This time they didn't even want to give me a stick, so does this still count as a popsicle? Su Yuan was too lazy to complain about the system's stinginess and handed the milk ice cubes in his hand to a few people. Take this to relieve the pain. The 3 of them took the ice bricks and licked them gently with their tongues. The aroma of milk accompanied by a hint of coolness penetrated into their hearts, and their originally listless ears also perked up. It's delicious. Any more? Any more? XIN finished the milk ice block in just a few bites, like Zhu Beiji eating ginseng. Now he licked his fingers and looked at Su Yuan. Eating too much can easily cause stomachaches. Now that it's no longer hot, let's continue on our journey. What? My stomach won't hurt just from eating a few ice cubes. You're obviously just being stingy. After eating an ice block, everyone felt better. Su Yuan finally couldn't stand XIN's pitiful look and gave her his half. In front of me, under the illumination of the flashlight, a white light different from the flashlight appeared in the passage ahead. The red light can be seen clearly even if the flashlight is turned off. Arrive. Everyone took out their weapons. XIN licked his palm while holding the spear tightly in his other hand. Chiu took out a few witch cards from somewhere. Su Yuan looked her up and down. The only possibility was that they were hidden in the gap in front of her. He also took hold of the compound bow he was carrying. Buzz, 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 hiss, hiss. As I approached the red light, I heard a vague, strange buzzing sound mixed with a clear hissing sound in front of me. As I got closer and could see the environment inside the cave clearly, a heat wave hit me in the face. Holy crap, is this lava? Why is there such a large area in the cave? The crimson cave in front of him scared him. Su Yuan quickly pulled the 3 people beside him back a few steps. If they accidentally fell in, there would be nothing left but ashes. What is magma? Chi-Hu and the others were a little confused, but when they saw Su Yuan's nervous expression, they retreated to the back cautiously. Even XIN rarely made trouble. Pan Yu mentioned before that a tribe encountered the wrath of the fire god and was completely wiped out. In fact, that was the volcano erupting with magma. Hiss! XIN took a few steps back in fear, gasping for air. I've heard about this too. People who saw it said that anyone touched by the fire god's wrath would be instantly turned into ash. Why don't we leave quickly? If the fire god of this place gets angry, we'll be dead. Don't worry, let me take a closer look. Su Yuan was a little confused. This place was a cave, not a crater, and the previous road did not have a particularly obvious downward feeling. How could we suddenly encounter such a large area of magma? There must be a logic in the development of things. Even a magical world has its own logic. If something that shouldn't appear appears, then there's only one possibility. There is a treasure here, and it is a very rare fire element treasure. Su Yuan suppressed his nervousness and returned to the edge of the cave. Except for the ground in front of him, the surroundings were all red crystal. The surroundings were very wide, and roughly as big as the high school playground in his previous life. This is much more spacious than the small cave where Hong Shuang and the others lived before. Huh? Why is the lava so bumpy? Wait, this thing doesn't seem to be lava. Su Yuan took the saber from Shirshir's hand, and gently placed it on the red ground in front of him. The scene of dissolving into the magma that he had imagined did not appear. Clang! A crisp sound was heard between the blade and the ground, and the blade hit the red ground as if it had hit a hard stone. This thing is a magma? Chapter 126. It can fly and breathe fire. If it's not a dragon, what else could it be? Flame-striped iron ore, a variant iron ore formed in a high-temperature environment. The ore contains flame energy, emitting red light through the red lines on its surface. It can be forged into fire element ironware through special processes. Trading price. Unavailable for identification due to not being retrieved. I've been scaring myself for so long. But if this thing isn't the source of the cave's high temperature, then where is the source? Su Yuan tried to place his palm against the surface of the flame-patterned iron ore. Although it looked as terrifying as magma, it was not as hot as he had imagined when he got close to it. Could it be buried under these iron ore? Just as he was wondering, some red crystal fragments fell on his head. Before he could look up, a black shadow pounced towards him. Su Yuan, be careful. The three people at the back reacted quickly, hugged Su Yuan, and retreated into the tunnel. Inside the cave, a black shadow smashed into the ground of the iron mine and created a hole. The raised or fragments splashed all over several people. Without time to think, Sure and Shinka picked up the weapons on the ground and used them to block in front of them. Roar! The shadow's head was stuck tightly in the narrow tunnel entrance. Its crimson skin was covered with dense scales, and its pupils were also crimson vertical eyes. He was very angry when he looked at Su Yuan and the others, and the tongue that was shot out was cut into a gap by the lion. What the hell? Don't run away if you come here. The iron spear in Xianku's hand nailed the monster's tongue to the ground. The pain made it struggle desperately, but every time it was pulled, its whole body trembled in pain. Seeing that it couldn't retract its tongue, the monster opened its mouth and fiery red energy condensed in its mouth. Fuck, you're still playing dirty with me. System, give me an ice spike scroll. It would be a disaster if it could release magic in such a narrow tunnel. Su Yuan immediately tore open the ice thorn scroll he had exchanged and aimed at the monster's mouth where magic was condensed. Get down. Scene gay. Ice spikes like raindrops shot out instantly. Xianka heard the movement behind him and hurriedly bent down. The ice spikes instantly pierced into the fire element condensed in the monster's mouth. Cokes! An explosion sounded in the monster's mouth, and ice chips and some pieces of meat blew several people away again. Even the iron spear in Shinka's hand flew out with a piece of tongue and meat. The explosion blew the monster back into the mine. Shaking his confused head, he turned and looked resentfully at the four people in the tunnel. Red blood slowly flowed out of his mouth. Pa, what the hell is this? Su Yuan brushed off the debris on his face and quickly activated the identification function on the monster in the mine. Molten Lizard, a third-tier high-level magical beast. This iron-eating lizard evolved in an environment rich in fire elements. It possesses agile mobility and incredible bite force. Due to consuming excessive amounts of flame-striated iron ore, it possesses powerful fire elements within its body, and its appearance also possesses fire resistance. Damn, it's a lizard that can fly and breathe fire. What's the difference between it and a dragon? Just a second ago in the tunnel, I was wondering if I would encounter a fire-breathing dragon in the cave. Now, except for the different name, it has the same abilities as the dragon. I should have called a Shuang along earlier. It's also a high-level, third-level monster, so it wouldn't be so difficult to fight it. It's just a small lizard. Get out of the way. I'll take care of it. Xianku stood up and kicked off the tongue stuck in the iron spear. After saying something, he rushed in directly. The lightning and thunder around him flashed and condensed onto the pure iron spear. Even the molten lizard was frightened by this momentum and took a few steps back. The two pairs of fleshy wings attached to its back flapped quickly and flew into the air. TSK, another flying guy. The molten lizard seemed to have noticed that the humans below could not fly, and once again opened its huge mouth to release fire magic. Xianka looked at it with a sneer, then took out the witch card from her chest. This time Su Yuan saw it very clearly. It turned out that they could actually put the witch card in it. Fireball. The flames in front of him turned into a ball of fire and quickly flew towards the molten lizard in the sky. But this guy didn't seem to be afraid. He used his wings to block in front of him and directly dissolved the firebomb the size of his head. At the same time, the flame that had not been released before smashed down towards everyone. Crimson fire bombs hit the ground one after another. These fire bombs did not disappear on the ground like the ones released by Ku, but instead smashed holes in the ground. Hot flames burned in the holes. Fortunately, several people retreated back to the tunnel and were not hit. Fire won't work on this guy. Do you have any other witchcraft skills? Su Yuan knew from the identification function that this guy had resistance to fire, and it would not be easy to deal with it with fire. It's gone. I only hit a fireball wizard card on my body when I escaped. Ku spread her hands. She only had that fireball wizard card. Let me try condensate. The red fox walked forward and took out another wizard card. The scattered flame, iron or around, was condensed into a ball and thrown towards the molten flying lizard. The thrown stones flew too slowly and were easily avoided by the molten lizards. There's nothing I can do. The red fox also sighed helplessly. Fire, stone coagulation, and healing were the three kinds of magic she knew. But now, they were completely useless against a magical beast that was not afraid of fire and could fly very fast. Roar! In the cave, the molten lizard landed triumphantly. The two sides were far apart, and it wanted to condense flames again at the other end and smash into the tunnel. Ku, sure, if you eat this, you can fly in the air for a short time. After you eat it, step on the stone wall and harass it in the air. Red Fox, take this thing. If anyone touches that big lizard later, you must immediately use your magic power to blow this whistle. Since they are unable to display their abilities, it depends on himself. Su Yuan exchanged 2 spicy shark burgers in the system mall, and then exchanged for a howling war whistle. This wave directly cost more than 5,000 points, but killing the big lizard provided more than 5,000 points. Su Yuan handed the steaming hamburgers to the two of them. It smells so good out. Ku still swallowed the spicy shark burger whole in a few bites. The delicious shark meat mixed with strong spicy flavor instantly aroused her fighting spirit. The lion standing by didn't waste any time either. He also ate a few bites and picked up a saber. Any more? One is not enough to fill you up. Su Yuan's face darkened, and he slapped the part of her body behind her, then hurriedly urged, no more. Hurry up. Got it. Then I'll go first. Ku rubbed it nonchalantly, then picked up the iron spear again and rushed into the cave. When the molten lizard saw the figures approaching the cave, it flapped its wings without hesitation and flew back into the sky. When it landed on the ground, it was no match for the people in front of it. Its home is only in the sky. Chapter 127. Who allowed you to touch my treasure? In the cave, several people rushed in again. The molten lizard stopped in midair and flapped its wings, with a fire bomb condensed in its mouth aimed at Shinka's position. It was this woman who broke its tongue. At this moment, all the anger in his heart was focused on Ku. Ku looked fearless, hooked his finger at it provocatively, and then quickly ran towards the mountain wall. The molten lizard's eyes were full of anger, and it followed with a fireball in its mouth. A man and a lizard ran towards the rock wall. When it saw that Ku had no way to escape, it immediately rushed forward and released a series of fire bombs from its mouth. Boom, boom, boom. Amid the explosion, a figure leaped high into the air. Ku broke through the dust brought by the flames, and flew into the air by stepping on the wall, throwing the spear in his hand towards the wings of the molten lizard. Unfortunately, the spear missed the target by a foot and landed on the ground far away, missing the pair of wings. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A human-like mockery appeared on the molten lizard's face, and its front claws reached out to grab Ku, who was floating in the air. Whoa, whoa. At this time, a clear and loud sound was heard in the cave. Amid the crisp whistle, the magic power in the red fox's body spread out like a ripple, spreading to the surroundings. The magic in the sound caused a surge of powerful strength to flow into the bodies of the 3 people present. The molten lizard was also attracted by the crisp sound and subconsciously lowered its head to look in the direction of the red fox. At this moment of daze, a flash of a knife from the side made its body tremble violently, and the instinctive fear made it want to fly backwards. Crack! With a wave of her hand and a slash of her sword, the lion-like creature cut off one of its claws. Blood splattered on her face. When she wanted to swing the sword a second time, the molten lizard had already retreated to a higher position. Call out! Before he could even think about the pain of losing his front limbs, an arrow in the distance pierced through his fleshy wings and lodged in his back. Ku was not the only one fighting in this battle. The molten lizard noticed the lightning flashing on Ku's body and the revenge of his previous severed tongue, so he forgot about the other people on the field. Now with its legs broken and its wings shot through, it flew in fear to the rock wall above the cave, opened its mouth, and tried to lick the crimson crystal in the middle with its tongue. It just opened its mouth, and a mouthful of blood flowed out. Without a tongue, it could only use its teeth to grind the crystal. That's... Su Yuan frowned and looked over. Although it was somewhat similar to the flame-patterned iron, or it must be something special that the molten lizard valued so much. Soon, the identification function gave him the answer. Blazing fire crystal, a treasure containing powerful fire elements. It can release fire elements to transform surrounding minerals and organisms. It can be used to craft top-notch fire weapons. Soaking it in water for years can enhance one's fire elemental talent. Trading price, 20,000 points. So these flame-patterned iron ores and the molten flying lizard were all caused by you, damn monster, who allowed you to touch my treasure. Su Yuan's face lit up when he saw the introduction of the blazing fire crystal, but the molten flying lizard was still grinding with its teeth, so he immediately took out his arrow and shot it. The molten lizard looked at the flying arrow, glanced at the blazing fire crystal embedded in the rock wall, and finally chose to dodge. The body flying the air was already a little shaky, with holes in the wings and heavy bleeding in the forelimbs. Most importantly, the body behind it and the torn wing had lost some feeling for some reason. The numb feeling caused the flapping frequency of its wings to become different, and its body was swaying as it flew in the air. Even if Su Yuan stopped dealing with it at this time, it would not be long before the molten flying lizard would fall down due to blood loss and the erosion of the anesthetic. "Hey, big lizard, look here." But Su Yuan didn't intend to waste time with it. He called out to attract the attention of the molten lizard, and then a spore sac flew into the air. The arrow passed through the spore sac, and the white frost obscured the attention of the molten lizard. Xianke, drop the gun. It's been prepared for a long time. Xianke felt full of strength, and he took a leap into the air. This time he was almost at the same height as the molten lizard, and the distance between them was less than 10 meters. Lightning in his hand was attached to the iron spear, and his sweaty face was full of arrogance. The spear pierced into the cold fog with a thunderous sound. Crackling. Boom! In the cold fog, the body of the molten lizard fell to the ground with a bang. The iron spear pierced its abdomen, and its entire body was pierced by the spear. Lion. On the ground. The molten lizard still wanted to escape, but the lion guarding nearby rushed forward and cut off its wings. At this moment, its eyes were already filled with despair. Before it could struggle a few times, a long knife with a sharp edge slashed towards it under the red light of the crystal in the cave. Cough. The battle was so fierce in such a hot environment that after the molten lizard died, several people were already covered in sweat, and the animal skin clothes on Shinka's chest had begun to drip water. Her once rosy lips had already become dry and cracked. Her throat felt like it was smoking, and she couldn't stop coughing when she gasped. "System, bring me a few bottles of water iced." Su Yuan waved his hand and directly exchanged for 20 bottles of ice water at a price of 2 points per bottle. The ground was immediately filled with a pile of bamboo jars. "Drink some water and take a rest." Su Yuan first took a bottle and drank it down in one gulp. The refreshing feeling made him instantly refreshed. He drank 3 bottles in a row before he recovered. On the other side, Shinka and Shirshir were completely out of shape, holding the can and drinking from it in big gulps. The red fox beside them was not in a hurry. He first used healing magic to treat the wounds of the two caused by the splashing of fire bombs. Their white and tender abdomens were covered with small black wounds after the battle. Besides a blazing fire crystal, I don't know how many rare items you can bring. Su Yuan came to the corpse of the molten flying lizard. This was the first third-level high-level magical beast he had killed, and its strength was not particularly strong. If it didn't have the ability to fly, Xianke alone could kill it using the dual power of lightning and fire. From this perspective, a high-level awakened warrior has at least the strength of a 4th-level warcraft, but some advantages and disadvantages must be excluded. It's like the molten lizard because the venue is small, and there is the whistle buff bonus of the red fox, and then the floating bonus of the spicy shark burger. Even if Xianke had not reached the level of a high-level awakened warrior, Su Yuan and his companions would have been able to kill the molten flying lizard by cooperating. However, without the floating props, no matter how powerful they were, it would be useless if they could not withstand the enemy's powerful attack. Don't let me down. I spent over 5,000 points on you. Su Yuan placed his palm on the molten lizard's head. In an instant, the system's voice sounded, and an exciting system panel popped up in front of him. Rare items detected. Molten lizard stomach, molten lizard wings, molten lizard crystal. Tradable for 23,000 points, or trade for 2,300 points to get a new special item. Host, please select the transaction direction. Chapter 128, Who Made My Fox Like This? System, show me the functions of these three things. If the rare item has a high use value, Su Yuan is still unwilling to use it to gamble on an unknown product unlocked by the system, so he needs to check it before the transaction. Molten lizard stomach can be crafted into molten missiles through special techniques. Molten lizard wings. Through special techniques, they can be crafted into gliders for gliding through the air. Melted lizard crystal can be crafted into a fire summon core through special techniques. Your uncle's system. Did you guess what I was thinking? Su Yuan looked at the introduction of the three rare items in silence. Each one required some special skills. In this primitive society, he couldn't even make a magic wand, not to mention learning any special skills. By the time he learns any special skills, his stomach and wings would have already become moldy. Unlock all the special items. Su Yuan was too lazy to research any special skills. Since he couldn't use them, he would use them all to unlock special products. Transaction successful. New products can be viewed in the special column. Melting flame bomb. 5,000 points. Note, this is made with reference to the molten lizard's attack method. Place the or inside, inject magic power, and wait for a while. Then, open the lid to spray a flame bomb. The trajectory needs to be adjusted by yourself. Molten cloak for 1,000 points. Note, made from the wings of a molten lizard. Wearing it enhances jumping ability and provides a temporary levitation effect. Molten guardian orb, 7,000 points. Note, made from molten lizard crystal, infused with magic power. It can dispel darkness and coldness near the lighting ball. If it is broken in danger, it will activate a flame protection barrier around it. Among the three items, the cloak has some overlap in effect with the previous spicy shark burger, but the molten cloak is not a one-time item, so it is worthwhile in terms of points. The other two items, one energy storage shell can be given to Red Fox for use, and the other guardian orb can also be given to her and placed in the camp. With this guardian magic ball, if he leads some of the tribe's warriors to fight in the snowy wilderness, he can at least be assured of the tribe's safety. Overall, the harvest was pretty good, and these three items are not the highlights. The real treasure is still above his head. Su Yuan looked up and saw the fiery fire crystal above him, which was somewhat similar to the flame-patterned iron Oregon. This was the first time he had encountered a treasure worth 20,000 points. But the problem now is that the fire crystal is at least 30 meters above the ground and is located in the center of the cave. I can't even use a ladder, wait. This is a different world. Why are you still using the old way of thinking? If you can't reach it yourself, you can call for off-site support. Xianku, run faster and go to the tribe to call Hong Shuang over. Just tell me if you have any questions. Why call me Hong Shuang? Xianku finished the last glass of ice water, threw the can behind him, and stood in front with an iron spear. He had just killed a third-level high-level monster, and his tail was raised to the sky with arrogance. Then go help me remove the fire crystal on my head that the big lizard just bit, or you can take me upstairs. I'll call Hong Shuang right away. Xianku took a look at the distance above his head and left immediately. He was not idle in the cave. Since iron ore had been discovered, his iron smelting technology should be advanced. If iron smelting can't upgrade the system all, I guess the system really needs to enter the steam age before it can be upgraded. Sure, try to see if you can knock the flame-patterned iron ore off this rock wall. Su Yuan bought her an iron pickaxe from the system mall. It shouldn't be particularly difficult to get the iron ore. The flame bombs of the molten lizard had already created several holes in it. Sure took the pickaxe and nodded. The rune on his forehead that had just disappeared appeared again, and he smashed the pickaxe in his hand heavily on the wall of the flame-patterned iron ore. Stone chips flew everywhere, and several fist-sized pieces of fire-grained iron ore fell to the ground. Flame iron ore, 1,800 points. The trading points of the palm-sized fire-patterned iron were almost catching up with the white stalactite that Xianku had obtained before, which was bigger than his head. This cave is full of treasures. If we can dig them all out, 1,000,000 points will not be a dream. I'll eat spicy shark burgers for breakfast. I'll even use blue spirit drinks and snow demon black tea as mouthwashes. Bang! While he was still daydreaming, Sure swung his pickaxe down again, and the broken stone chips hit his face, waking him up. Enough! These flame iron ores are enough. Su Yuan, is there anything special about this thing? The red fox came over and was about to return the whistle to Su Yuan. Seeing that he was staring at the red stone, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "Take the whistle. It's more suitable for you. As for the iron ore, you can refine it and use it to make iron tools." Iron. A hint of doubt flashed in the eyes of Red Fox and Lion, but they soon remembered that the extremely sharp and hard objects that Su Yuan had taken out before were the ones with the word iron on them. Is it a weapon like the saber that Shir used? Almost, but my forging skills probably don't reach that level. I can probably forge a dagger, a short sword, or a hammer. The saber is a product of modern technology provided by the system. Even if I knew the forging process, I wouldn't be able to make it. Even Xin Ku's pure iron spear can't be made, but it's okay to make a spearhead. Oh, it would be great if Lei Yin was still here. She's quite interested in these things, and the weapons she makes are all really good. Red Fox sighed helplessly. This was the second time Su Yuan heard the name Lei Yin. When they mentioned her, both Red Fox and Shir had a look of loss in their eyes. Don't worry, Lei Yin is such a powerful person, Mu Guang shouldn't kill her. When there's a chance in the future, we'll find a way to rescue them from the Wangshui Mountains. Su Yuan rubbed the two people's hair. Because it was soaked with sweat, it felt as if they had just washed their hair. The hair on their ears was also stuck together and felt sticky to the touch. Let's go take a bath together later. Shir told me about your incident with Su Yuan. Huh? What's that? Su Yuan was a little confused by the Red Fox's change of topic. He glanced at Shir, who lowered her head and glanced at Su Yuan's body. The Red Fox next to it was also looking at it with a half-smile, without any girlish shyness in its expression, but instead like a curious baby. What did Lion tell you? The Red Fox walked forward and hugged Su Yuan, resting his head on his shoulder, and slowly said, "About you not being an orc, and many more things about you. Of course, it's not that Shir doubts you. This idiot came to me quietly some time ago and asked me if the God-given tribe could give birth to life using the orc method. The heat wave in front of us brought a wonderful smell into our nostrils. Since everyone was sweating profusely, the smell was very strong, and we felt intoxicated when we sniffed it. However, after hearing what the Red Fox said, Su Yuan's thoughts that were tempted by the smell came back, and the corners of his mouth twitched. This kind of question was indeed something that a lion could ask. Do you know if that's possible? The Red Fox put his arms around Su Yuan's neck, raised his head boldly, and whispered softly in his ear, "I don't know about this either, so I also want to try it myself." "Hiss, no, it's only been a month since we last met. Who made my fox look like this? Is this still the Red Fox from the Xingqian tribe?" This smooth combo of moves made Su Yuan's blood rush to his head immediately. The smell once again caught his attention, and his body became somewhat out of control. Then, a loud voice sounded outside the cave. "Su Yuan, we're back." Chapter 129, The Beast Girl also stinks when she goes to the toilet. Xinka's voice was heard in the tunnel, and soon she came into the cave, carrying Hong Shuang. From Hong Shuang's confused expression and the unfinished work in her hands, it can be seen that in order to be quick, Xin didn't even explain and just want to carry the person over. "Chief, what happened?" "Ahem. Red Frost, I need you to take that thing off." Su Yuan pulled at his pants, which had become a little tight. He didn't know what was going on, but since coming to the other world, these pants had been getting tighter and tighter. It seemed that he had to change into a bigger pair of pants. That crystal? Hong Shuang, who had just come to her senses, looked at this fantastic scene in shock. No sunlight from the outside could penetrate, but the red light inside the cave illuminated every corner. Not only the ground, but also the rock walls and the top of the cave. Every stone was emitting red light. "I see." Hong Shuang saw clearly the blazing fire crystal that Su Yuan was pointing at. This distance was beyond the reach of Xin and the others, but she easily attached herself to the top of the cave with the help of spider silk. He hit the flaming crystal with the pickaxe several times, but failed to move it. Instead, as time passed, the spider silk clinging to the rock wall showed signs of falling off. Is this thing so hard? Su Yuan was watching from below, ready to catch anyone if there was any danger. He was a little surprised by the hardness of this blazing fire crystal, especially since the surrounding flame pattern iron ore was also very hard. Although Hong Shuang's strength was not as good as Shir and the others, she was also an awakened warrior after all. These few hits with the pickaxe only sent up a few sparks, without even a single piece of debris being knocked off. It seems I can only give it to the system to unlock special products. Su Yuan originally did not intend to use this treasure, which can improve the talent of fire element when placed in water, to unlock special products. At least a swimming pool should be built in the camp first, and then an artificial hot spring should be made with hot stones so that the beast girls of the tribe can soak in the hot spring directly in the camp. The blazing fire crystal placed inside can awaken the beast girls of the star tribe to become magicians, that is, witches of the primitive tribe. But now, even a blazing fire crystal cannot be taken away, and all plans have been aborted. How about getting an electric drill and forcing it open? Su Yuan thought for a moment and gave up the idea. If this thing could be taken down so easily, the molten flying lizard that had been here for who knows how many years would have eaten it long ago. There is no need to stay in this hole. Just lick it with your tongue every day. Hong Shuang, stop knocking and just take me upstairs. In this case, we can only let the system take it out forcibly. Hong Shuang stopped hammering immediately when she heard the shout. Her arms were numb from the swings of the pickaxe. Chief, please hold me tight. After returning to the ground, Hong Shuang tied the two of them tightly with spider silk. The red frost on half of Gao Suyuan's head forced him to stick close to his body. The darkness on his face made him only able to breathe some fresh air through the gaps. The sweat mixed with the strong fragrance made Su Yuan feel a little sleepy, and he wanted to sleep like this. Chief, we're here. Damn, I almost got lost in the gentle world. Hong Shuang's reminder made Su Yuan raise his head. The two of them were hanging on the 6th or 7th floor at this time. Looking down, sure, and the other two were guarding in the middle to catch them. Chief, I'm afraid this spider silk won't last long. Because Su Yuan was right in front of her, he couldn't spray out any more spider silk. Hong Shuang looked at the slightly falling spider silk and quickly reminded her. Su Yuan nodded and placed his finger on the blazing fire crystal. The temperature of this blazing fire crystal is much higher than the fire-patterned iron or that I had touched before. The fingers touching the surface now felt like they were touching a red-hot iron. Detection. It's hot. Stop talking nonsense. I'm about to be burned to death. Unlock the new special item directly. After Su Yuan confirmed it, the hard blazing fire crystal disappeared out of thin air, revealing a gap the size of an apple in the middle. The surrounding fire-grained iron seemed to have lost its energy, and the bright red light became somewhat dim. Okay, let's go down. There was no time to check out the new products. If she didn't go down now, she would have to bungee jump. After receiving Su Yuan's order, Hong Shuang immediately returned to the ground along the spider silk. This red fox, heal me quickly. The red fox held Su Yuan's fingers that were scalded and blistered, and as the healing magic was released, a green light slowly merged between his fingers. The original blood blisters also disappeared, leaving only a few shallow marks. Was that crystal offered to the gods? Well, let's carry the body of the giant lizard back first. We could bring the stones from the cave back to the tribe bit by bit after we get back. It would be risky for an ordinary beast girl to do this kind of thing. Not only is the road difficult to walk on in the mountains, but there is also the possibility of encountering attacks from monsters. At least we have to make sure to clear out the monsters nearby, or move the camp directly here. Su Yuan observed his surroundings carefully. It was not a bad place to live. The area was wide, and without the blazing fire crystal, the temperature was not as hot as before. Even when you sleep at night, you'll be affected by this bright red light. Red Fox, Lion, Xian Ku, Red Frost, what do you say? How about we move our camp in here? When everyone was carrying the molten lizard out of the cave, Su Yuan expressed his immature idea. Moving the camp was a big project. If it weren't absolutely necessary, he would rather stay at the foot of the mountain, with the igloo and wooden house fully built, and even the wooden stake guardrails expanded a circle. This cave? Sure. This way I won't wake up from the cold by kicking off the quilt when I sleep at night. Xian Kun naturally chose to agree without hesitation. She was not honest when sleeping alone in the snow house. When it was intense, she could even kick the snow house to pieces and bury herself. The red fox frowned and glanced at the cave. After thinking for a moment, he shook his head and said, I don't recommend it, even though this place is a natural shelter. But the tunnel in the cave is too long. The toilet you requested, Su Yuan, would probably smell a bit unpleasant, and the water source would also be very inconvenient. The red fox's worries were indeed justified. The cave was surrounded by hard iron ore, and the depth of the iron ore was still unknown. There are more than 100 people in the tribe now. If the problem of using the toilet in the cave cannot be solved, the stench in the cave will be so strong that it will be suffocating. No matter how beautiful and cute a beast girl is, she will stink when she goes to the toilet. That makes sense, but we can use this place as a refuge. If Mu Guang discovers our camp, We can take our people and hide in the cave. When I get back, I'll investigate the structure of this cave and see if I can create a hidden escape. Su Yuan didn't want to be suffocated to death by smoke and fire like the cave stone demon knew before. If he really planned to set up this place as a refuge, he must know an escape route that only he and Red Fox knew. Otherwise, one day you'll be roasted too. Chapter 130: The White Rabbit Who Doesn't Like Meat. Several people returned to the camp with their harvest. The huge molten flying lizard immediately attracted the little beast girls in the tribe. The beast girls who had just joined the tribe also ran over excitedly, and Gigi and the others also pounced in front of Su Yuan. Su Yuan, why didn't you bring Gigi with you when you went hunting? Su Yuan rubbed her little head, and at the same time squatted down and hugged the other little beast girls. Hunting monsters is too dangerous. I'll take you there when you become awakened warriors. Gigi raised his lips, looked at him proudly, and said, we can now hunt those big monsters. Warrior Xiao Bei, quickly bring our achievements to the leader. Got it. Master Squeak. Unexpectedly, this little guy was the first to join the Gigi group. The little beast girl named Xiao Bei is the little girl who asked Su Yuan bold questions on the way back. She is very cheerful and optimistic, and her personality is very similar to Gigi's. Not long after she left, she returned to Su Yuan carrying 2 snow rabbits and a lizard about the length of an arm. Look, Chief, this is the prey that the Squeak warrior led us to catch. It seems that Gigi has put the traps they learned before into practical use. Unexpectedly, they can catch some small wild animals near the tribal camp. That's right. When you grow up, I'll take you hunting big lizards like this. Good. The molten lizard's corpse was handed over to Bai Tu to deal with. With so many ores in the cave that could be used to trade for points, Su Yuan naturally looked down on this guy's points. After simply extracting some useless positions and using up the remaining trading times for today, all the remaining positions were handed over to Bai Tu. White Rabbit, let the Shuang and demand sharpen the bones of the parts that are more bony. Leave the claws, teeth, and eyeballs for themselves. And this lizard skin, peel it off and make it into clothes. The molten lizard skin defense was not very high, and Xian Ku shot it through its entire body with just one shot. However, when Su Yuan lifted it up, he discovered its advantages. Even though it was dead, the huge corpse and the broken claws were very warm. The fire element condensed in the flesh and skin, and the clothes made from it were warmer than ordinary cotton clothes. Yeah, by the way, Su Yuan, you asked me to teach some new members of the tribe how to make clothes and cut up animal meat, but we don't have enough tools. The tribe now has enough manpower and is much more efficient than before. Even the white rabbit is in much better spirits, with its long ears standing up prettily. It's okay, I'll exchange it again and pray to the gods some more. Looking at Bai Tu's cute appearance, Su Yuan couldn't help but stroke her cute white ears. There are many beast girls in the tribe who have more work experience than Bai Tu. But what reassured him the most was the white rabbit, the cute rabbit girl who had walked out of the snowfield with him. She has soft and sticky nature, but was tough. Even if he is tired and sleepy, he will still complete his tasks and manage the tribe supplies very clearly. I'm still lacking in nutrition. Once my white rabbit grows longer, I'll definitely change into a bunny girl suit. This malnourished body can't support the sexy bunny girl suit. I must give White Rabbit more nutrition when I have the chance, instead of just chewing on fruits and vegetable leaves all day long. Hey, you 3 are eating? After handing some tools to Bai Tu, Su Yuan came to the side of the camp. The expanded star camp was much more organized than before. The most remote toilet area was next to the rest area of Su Yuan's cabin. In the area where people gathered to eat, there were 2 people tied to pillars and hanging in the air, and another person on the ground with his feet tied. It's just a big lizard. We, the Mu Guang divine shaman, have killed countless of them. Yin Duo looked at the molten flying lizard that was brought back with disdain and turned his head away, not even paying attention to the meat that Ling Ling fed him. If you don't eat it, I will. Let go, this is my meat. The 2 of them were extremely desperate these days because they couldn't eat enough and couldn't escape. Every time they ate, the damn aroma tempted them, especially the broth stewed in the clay pot. Its fragrance turned into a mist and floated throughout the camp. The 2 could only watch helplessly, tears streaming down their lips. They couldn't even cover their tears with their hands, and could only passively accept the temptation of the delicious aroma. If you want to attack the Black Sheep tribe, it's best to do it as soon as possible. Ling Ling is now much freer than Yin Hua and Yin Duo. Except for her feet being tied tightly to prevent her from escaping, Even her hands are loosened. The task of feeding the rock flowers and rock buds also fell on her. Have you figured it out? Are you planning to join us? No. Ling Ling would eventually have this day. Su Yuan was not surprised at all. A smile appeared on his face. He squatted down, snatched the half piece of meat from her hand, and took a bite. This is my flesh. Let me go. Oh, damn it. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Ooh, this is my flesh. Yenduo looked at the meat that was about to reach her mouth. It was almost noon now, and she had only taken a bite of half a piece of roast beef. She had to know that the next meal would have to wait until the evening. As for that, instead of just staring at 1 or 2 pieces of meat, why not tell me the information about Mu Guang earlier? Did you really believe her ghost story about saving the world? Yanhua quickly devoured the barbecue in his mouth, while Yenduo glared at him fiercely and said in a very firm tone, "Whether Muguang Shenwu is the savior or not, we will follow her." Well said. Give me half of the meat tonight. I'm going to kill you. Ignoring Yenduo's thrashing about trying to bite him to death, Su Yuan sat beside Ling Ling and asked curiously, "Then why did you say we should act sooner?" After a few days, when those people are sent away, the black sheep which will attack the next tribe. Now there are only those warriors left in the tribe, so everyone will leave by then. They won't come back after the fight. Ling Ling shook his head, his face very disappointed as he continued. Leader Tiger Hunter disagreed with this war. 3 consecutive wars have already made the tribe a little tired. Some members of the tribe have even collapsed completely. The tribe is no longer fit to continue fighting, but the black sheep which insists, so the Tiger Hunter leader plans to recuperate in the next tribe. It seems that I have to speed up my actions. The black sheep tribe is a living force, and it is also the living force that Su Yuan can deal with most easily. Among the remaining warriors, there is Tiger Hunter and another awakened warrior. As long as they catch the black sheep, those people will be easy to deal with. Why are you telling me this? Have you really thought about joining us? Ling Ling's expression was very serious this time. He looked at the woman who was sewing animal skins with a bone needle beside the campfire in the distance, and a rare smile appeared on his face. The animal skin clothes, sewn stitch by stitch, were very similar to Ling Ling's figure. After picking it up and looking at it carefully for a few seconds, he put it on his legs and continued to sew slowly. Because my mother is here and lives happily. Chapter 131. If you soak again, it will become a giant. Red Fox, take this. Su Yuan found the red fox and exchanged it for the molten guardian orb that he had unlocked before. Although this thing was expensive, it was a vital item for the tribe today. The fiery red crystal ball is as big as an apple. It looks very crystal clear from the outside, with a red element floating inside. Fox 9 was also there. When he saw the crystal ball, he couldn't help but come forward and look at it curiously. The guardian orb, if you inject magical power into on a daily basis, it will illuminate the entire tribe and protect them from the cold. If you encounter danger, smash this crystal ball and it will activate a barrier to protect everyone. Give this to your sister so that she can protect everyone. Such a magical item, let alone Fox 9, even Red Fox had never heard of it. After taking the crystal ball, he immediately tried to inject magic power into it. A faint light was released from the crystal ball, and the red element that was originally like a small flame gradually grew larger, filling the entire ball. The magical power required for the Molten Guardian Orb is much higher than that of a flashlight. After waiting for just over 10 minutes, beads of sweat appeared on the Red Fox's forehead. Finally, when the Red Fox felt that the magic power in his body was almost exhausted, a soft orange-red light shone through the crystal ball. The scorching fire element was released in the camp, and even the beast girls guarding the campfire felt the sudden rise in temperature in the camp. How amazing! Fox 9 looked at the crystal ball that was shining with red light. This palm-sized crystal ball could actually melt all the snow in the camp. And even in the daytime, the dazzling light is difficult to look directly at. Are you okay? Su Yuan looked at the red fox, whose body was a little sore, and supported her quickly. No, I'm fine. I just ran out of magic power and feel a little weak. I'm sweating again. How about, let's go to the hot springs? The red fox handed the crystal ball to Fox 9, who was looking at it eagerly. After getting it, the little fox immediately ran to the side to study it, not paying any attention to the conversation here. Su Yuan raised his eyebrows. 2 consecutive sweating sessions had caused the red fox to secrete a strange smell. Now that it was leaning against him, he couldn't help but smell it. Have you thought it through? Well, children unite the tribe. I want to unite you with the tribe as well. Su Yuan felt that Chihu had completely lost her strength, so he gently held her legs and held her in his arms. There's no need for that, but I am willing for you. At the mouth of the hot spring, the sunset in the evening was particularly bright and fiery, somewhat similar to the guardian orb that the red fox had lit before. Is it evening yet? Red Fox opened her eyes with difficulty. Her physical fitness was much weaker than Shur and the others. This was the first time that Su Yuan felt confident. After accumulating blue spirit drinks for such a long time, the improvement of his abilities certainly cannot be reflected in combat. After all, it is not his turn to fight. But the battle at the hot spring also reflected the improvement of his physical fitness. From noon to dusk, the Red Fox recovered his magic power in the middle and specially released 2 healing spells for himself. Let's go, it's almost time for us to go back. Otherwise, they will get worried. Su Yuan had just finished speaking when the figures of Shur and Shinka came up the hillside in the distance. After seeing him and the Red Fox, Shinka complained with some dissatisfaction on his face. Okay, you guys didn't even invite me to the hot springs, and I've been sweating all over today. He could handle one Shur by himself, but it would be difficult to deal with Shinka. Su Yuan hurriedly sat back. Just now you were showing off in the camp. Who could have called you back? Who? Who is showing off? I'm telling the tribe that I'm powerful and more than capable of leading them. Xinko blushed after being exposed. She quickly untied her animal skin clothes and jumped into the hot spring on the other side. The warm hot spring immediately made her forget what happened before. Hey, Shur, don't you want to join me? It's so crowded over there at Su Yuan's place. No thanks. Shur's face turned red from the steam. After she finished speaking, she closed her eyes quietly and let Su Yuan wash her hair that was stuck with sweat. The battle in the fire cave during the day made them sweat too much. Their hair and skin were sticky, and the small hairs inside their ears were also tightly stuck. I see. Damn it. If I had known, I would have come to your place. My hair is too long to be washed clean. Xinko pulled at her hair, but her excellent hair quality meant that not a single hair fell out after pulling for a long time, and instead her hands got tangled in the messy hair. But seeing the small hole dug by Su Yuan, the 3 of them just filled it up, so they had to sit back down and deal with the tangled long hair. This made Su Yuan breathe a sigh of relief. Another one? If another one comes, he will probably be carried back today. Su Yuan remained silent and quietly completed his task. Xinko next to him was also completing his task. The dense hair, floating on the water, was stuck together into clumps. If he didn't separate them, his hair would still feel uncomfortable after washing. By the way, Red Fox, tomorrow you ask Fox 9 to get a large wooden tub. After I leave the tribe with the warriors, everyone can soak in the hot springs in the camp. Don't risk coming out. A wooden basin? Is it like boiling water by the icy lake before? Su Yuan freed up one hand and exchanged a fiery warm stone from the system all. Put this stone in the fire for a day, then throw it into the wooden basin. The stone will emit heat for 7 days, so you don't have to bother boiling water. This was the only solution Su Yuan could think of. What should he do after leaving the icy and snowy plains and returning to the desolate snowy plains? The daily hot springs had already made him addicted to this comfortable feeling. He was forced to soak for a while. The setting sun slowly fell into the mountains. Su Yuan felt that if he soaked any longer, he would become a giant. Are you guys still not done? It will be dark if you don't leave now. Xinko shook her hair, and after picking for a long time, she finally cleaned every strand of hair. The steam made her skin red. Wearing a thin animal skin skirt and top, she stood by the stream and watched Su Yuan and the other 2 dawdling nearby. Right away, just a little longer. Su Yuan was still slightly ahead in the war. When they returned to the camp, dinner was in progress, and the guardian orb that was lit at noon was now shining. In the Star Tribe, as if the dusk had never ended, everyone looked at this scene in amazement. The snow on the ground melted, revealing the original black soil. The warm feeling also made some beast girls who were wearing thick fur coats take off their coats, and they did not feel cold in their thin clothes. I haven't felt such warmth even in the snowy wilderness. For a moment, there was more white in the tribe than before. Su Yuan, who had just returned to the tribe, was dazzled and almost thought he had come to the wrong place. Chapter 132. Bragging. This is Lord Panyue's great achievement. After dinner, because there was plenty of light, many beast girls sat outside in groups of 3 or 4 and chatted. Of course, as the temperature rose, many of the beast girls' carefully crafted snow houses melted, so they could only rest outside for the night. Su Yuan called Hu Jiao, now the craftsman master of the Star Tribe, and told her about his previous consideration of the artificial hot spring. I'll give you these 10 blazing stones. Roast them in the fire for a day, then throw them into the wooden basin. Oh, and after I leave, use the extra wood to help everyone build the wooden house. Understand, but Su Yuan, now that we have this protective sphere, we can also take a cold shower in the camp. Despite saying so, Fox 9 still took the 10 hot stones. In her opinion, this kind of stone that can absorb and emit heat can not only be used to make artificial hot springs. Maybe with her genius Fox 9 brain, she can find even more uses. I'm finally done with today's work. Fox 9 took the hot warm stone and ran to the side to study it. Sure and Red Fox were tired after a day of work and had already rested early. The rare tranquility at this time made him lie on the ground comfortably and look at the sky. The starry sky is not very bright today. The stars are hidden among the clouds, making the night sky look a little dim. The red light of the guardian orb beside him added a touch of red to the dim starry sky. I always feel like I've forgotten something. Sujuan Fronith. Everything that needed to be done today had been done. The mine incident had been properly handled, and the giant lizard's corpse was being dissected by 2. The red fox and the lion were also taken care of, and even the artificial hot springs were handed over to Fox 9. That leaves. Holy crap, I haven't even seen the special items traded for blazing fire crystals yet. After being so busy all day, I even forgot to check a special product I got in the flame pattern mine this morning. This is a new product worth 20,000 points. System, open the special product page. Today's special goods column is no longer as empty as before. Rows of goods are arranged in the order he unlocked them. Surprisingly, there are 3 new items behind the Molten Guardian Orb at the bottom. Fire Spirit Basic Magic Encyclopedia, 15,000 points. Note, 10 basic fire elemental magics are included, which need to be learned by yourself. Fire Spirit Drink, strawberry flavor, 5,000 points. Note, after drinking, you can obtain a small amount of fire element energy and life force. No side effects. 3 bottles can be exchanged per day. Blazing Purifying Syrup, 5,000 points. Note, the fire element of the blazing fire crystal dispels the drinker's negative states, such as control, curse, and charm, and repairs the spirit, preventing them from being affected by negative states again for a short period of time. Note, due to the flame burns, the treatment process will be slightly painful. Purifying Syrup. Su Yuan stared at the 3 items that appeared with wide eyes. The first 2 were not too surprising. They were simply products that increased the energy of the fire element, which was in line with the properties of the blazing fire crystal. But no one would have expected that the problem of the Black Sheep tribe, which being controlled by Mu Guang, was solved because of this blazing fire crystal. This time, we just need to capture the people and give the Black Sheep the purification syrup, and then the entire Black Sheep tribe can be returned to the Star Tribe. A hint of confidence appeared on Su Yuan's face. Under the current circumstances, he had to obtain the vital forces of the Black Sheep tribe, not just the awakened warrior who lie. There is also Black Sheep, a magician who is even more experienced and powerful than Red Fox. Otherwise, after learning that the people of the Red Fox tribe were captured by the Muguang tribe, why did Su Yuan still keep an eye on the Black Sheep tribe? It was simply because he wanted to get them. Now that we have fire magic, do we still need to learn earth magic? Ignoring the purifying syrup, Su Yuan looked at the Fire Spirit Basic Magic Encyclopedia, which was of the same price and had the same configuration as the Earth Spirit Basic Magic Encyclopedia. There are 10 basic magics, but from the elemental point of view, earth magic is naturally not as damaging as fire magic. But in terms of defense, the earth magic is the opposite. Well, this is what he learned from anime games in his previous life. No matter what, with the Fire Spirit drink, my fire element will definitely improve, and I have a natural advantage in learning basic fire spirit magic. System, exchange for the complete set of Fire Spirit Basic Magic. Exchange successful. He thought this thing would be transmitted directly into his mind, but Su Yuan suddenly found that the starry sky was blocked by black, and then a book hit him directly in the face. Su Duan. Su Yuan quickly sat up, and Mao Yi, who had just come over, bumped his head against his. He fell down and hugged his forehead with a cry of pain. Ouch, my head hurts. Su Yuan quickly hugged Mao Yi and rubbed her little head with his hands. He was blocked by the books and didn't see anyone just now. He stood up so suddenly that even he felt dizzy. He picked up the Fire Spirit Basic Magic Encyclopedia that had fallen on the ground. The basic book on 10 kinds of magic had about a dozen pages, forming a thin booklet. Woo-woo. Why are you crying, Maoya? Did I hurt you? A sudden meow interrupted Su Yuan's action of opening the book. He glanced at Mao Yi in his arms. The little beast girl didn't cry, but just held her head and rubbed it. Crying? I wasn't crying. Oh, Su Yuan, the conch just sounded. Mao Yi was stunned when he heard the question. Then he remembered the conch hanging on his chest and quickly pulled it out of his clothes. The humming sound became louder. The humming sound was a bit noisy, and it was obvious that there was some anxious sound in the water, which was impacting the water flow and flowing into the conch. Conch? Is it Hai Yao who's here? Did she say anything? No, I just heard some strange noises, and she didn't respond no matter how I called her. Why would Hai Yao come here at this time in the middle of the night? And no matter how he called her, she didn't respond. Su Yuan frowned, feeling something was wrong. Last time he left suddenly, and this time he rushed over in the middle of the night. Maoya, call Long, Shinka, Hong Shuang, and the others over, and bring a few archers with you. Yeah, want to fight? I want to go too. It's your share, go, and call someone. At this moment, Mao Yi didn't care about his headache and ran to the other side. Su Yuan took the opportunity to put the fire spirit magic book back into the house. Hey, why did something happen again in the middle of the night? You said you were staying up late to learn some fire magic. When they arrived at the center of the camp, not only Shur and the others, but the other beast girls also gathered around curiously, their faces full of concern. Take your weapons and follow me to the ice lake. Manhwa, Huzi, and Shur, you guard the tribe. I want to go too. Pan Yu scratched his ears, looking eager to try. Although he didn't know what was going on, he knew there would definitely be a fight if he followed Su Yuan. You're just bragging to your friends at camp. You haven't finished telling us about your great achievements yet. Su Yuan came to her, pinched her little face, and smiled, saying that her companions from the Black Sheep tribe had just arrived, and what they needed most was the care of Pan Yu, Yu, and the other three. Bragging? Who's bragging? Humph, then I won't go. Pan Yu's face flushed with shame, and her toes in her boots almost dug the soles of her boots. She snorted in dissatisfaction and ran to hide in Su Yuan's cabin. Red Fox, the conch shell has sounded. I'll take the others to the icy lake to take a look. I'll leave the tribe to you. The Red Fox was still a little sore, but having just heard Maoya's cries, he followed the lion out anyway. Shur, who was holding the Red Fox next to him, was also tempted, but was interrupted by Su Yuan before he could say anything. You've been tired all day. Rest in the tribe and protect everyone. Shur blushed a little. The numbness in her body, caused in the evening, was still lingering. Now, looking at Su Yuan, she felt a little sore. Chapter 133, An old friend emerged from the lake. On a snowy night, a ray of light illuminated the dark, icy lake. Su Yuan, you smell blood. Mao Yi sniffed, and a hint of rusty smell of blood in the wind and snow came into her nostrils. Is this also your awakened ability? Su Yuan was a little surprised. Even Long and the others didn't notice anything wrong. He didn't expect Mao Yi to have such a sensitive sense of smell. Now we can't use the dog's nose to describe the sensitive sense of smell. Here is also a cat's nose with an even more sensitive sense of smell. Yes, I can smell many things since I last awakened. The smell of tribal food, the smell of blood, the smell of burning wood, and I can smell the scent of Red Fox and Sister Lion on you. Okay, stop smelling this and find where the blood is. Su Yuan felt a little embarrassed. He had been soaking in the hot spring for half a day, but how could he still smell something? Could it be that he had been marinated by Chi Hu and the others? Here, follow me. Everyone quickly came to the edge of the ice lake. The ice on the lake had broken into pieces before, but now it remained unchanged and floated calmly on the water. Mao Yi sniffed around, then came to the mud by the lake and grabbed a piece of black mud. Now that he was closer, Su Yuan also smelled the smell of rust. Let's find out where she went. Hai Yao can't walk far without legs. Since the blood has come to the land, it is very likely that Hai Yao was chased here by a monster, and the monster chasing her has no legs. Hai Yao at least still had 2 arms to drag herself onto the land, and the monster chasing her in the sea could only leave with hatred. Just as Mao Yi was sniffing the scent, a black shadow was slowly swimming towards them on the lake, its ferocious eyes staring at Su Yuan. That's where the blood is thickest. Mao Yi looked around. The smell of blood lingered around the lake and finally pointed to one place. The wooden bathing house built by Su Yuan in the past was rarely used after the hot spring was built. However, Su Yuan thought that he could invite Shur and the others to take a private bath on weekdays, so he did not demolish it. Let's go and take a look. Su Yuan was about to pull Mao Yi away, but at this time Mao Yi seemed to have discovered something. His face changed drastically, and a strange rune on his forehead suddenly flashed with dazzling light. Puff! A black shadow rose from the surface of the lake, and its huge mouth opened as if it was going to swallow Su Yuan and Mao Yi in one gulp. However, when it landed, Mao Yi had already retreated. You dare to attack me in front of me. You're looking for death. Xian Ku and Long stepped forward, and a flash of lightning was thrown over with a crackling sound. The black shadow just screamed and jumped back into the lake. Su Yuan jumped out of Mao Ye's arms and hurriedly shone the flashlight on the lake, but the monster's blood had dyed the lake black, and nothing could be seen except the ripples. This voice sounds so familiar. The previous scream caught Su Yuan's attention, but unfortunately he couldn't guess what it was from just that one scream. But what was certain was that this guy was chasing Hai Yao. My iron spear. Stop right there. Xian Ku looked at the fleeing monster, her face full of panic as she wanted to jump into the lake to grab the iron spear. Fortunately, Shilong quickly hugged her waist and pulled her back. All right, that guy ran away a long time ago. Here you go, and use this for your next throw. An iron spear didn't cost many points nowadays, so Su Yuan immediately threw a new one to her and found a new gadget at the same time. Although Xian Ku cannot shoot arrows, his throwing ability is terrifying and he can hit the enemy accurately twice in a row. The three-edged spiral iron spike in his hand is about 1 meter long, with a very sharp front end and barbs at the tail forming 3 bleeding grooves that are difficult to remove. If the monster had dared to attack before, this stab would have drained all its blood before it returned to the sea. What a beautiful weapon. When Xian Ku saw the two weapons, he immediately stopped fighting. The moment he picked up the three-edged spear, it flashed with lightning. Su Yuan glared at her. There were still some beast girls around who hadn't awakened yet, so he quickly scolded her. Put away your power. Otherwise, I'll take it back. Don't even think about it. I just saved your life. Xian Ku immediately put his weapon behind him, not giving Su Yuan any chance at all. After forcing back the unknown monster, several people hurried to the cabin. The door of the cabin was ajar, and a creaking sound was heard when it was pulled slightly. There was no movement in the wooden house. When the wooden door was opened, a strong smell of rust could be smelled. A very beautiful woman was lying quietly in the wooden barrel. At this moment, her cold and beautiful face was very pale. Her eyes were closed, and the upper body exposed by the wooden barrel was wearing the same seaweed clothes as Hai Yao. System, give me a cup of snow crystal milk cap. Su Yuan hurried in to help the man up, and used force to reach into his heart through the gaps in the seaweed. He felt something blocking his hand while squeezing it, and it took him a long time to feel a faint heartbeat. Now that the red fox is gone, and Xian Ku doesn't know how to use healing magic, after exchanging for a cup of snow crystal milk cap, Su Yuan can only use the old method to treat Xian Ku. As he pressed his lips against the mermaid's pale lips, Su Yuan felt as if he was pressing against an ice cube, but this ice cube was very soft and had a hint of the ocean's scent. Unlike Shur and the others, this scent is not as strong and charming, but you can feel the freshness and natural scent of plants when you exhale it. After drinking half a full cup, the mermaid's breathing became obvious, and she even unconsciously asked for the tea with snow crystal milk cap. This made Su Yuan feel a little uncomfortable. He had just experienced 2 battles, defeating an awakened warrior and a witch, and now there were signs of another battle. After finishing feeding the mermaid with milk cap with great difficulty, he quickly carried the person out. The mermaid's tail was somewhat similar to Hai Yao's, and it was covered with scars. The bloody fish tail revealed the fish meat inside, and blood was still seeping out of it. The healing effect of the snow crystal milk cap stopped the bleeding. Quick, carry the person back. The snow crystal milk cap did not cure the mermaid's injuries, so she could only rely on the red fox's witchcraft to treat her. Although she didn't know who this mermaid was, she blew the conch, so she must be delivering a message for Hai Yao. Everyone immediately took the mermaid back to the tribe. When they came back, many beast girls had already rested. Only a few night watchmen and a group of night owls were wandering around the campfire. The red fox heard the noise and came out of the snow house. Seeing everyone coming back with a mermaid, he hurriedly asked, "What's wrong? Hai Yao isn't here. This person should have blown the conch. I just found her being hunted in the icy lake. Do you still have a magic power to help her heal?" Su Yuan stroked the red fox's hair with some worry. If it didn't work, the worst that could happen was that he could drink a few more cups of snow crystal milk cap. It should be fine if he could hold on for a whole night. The red fox shook her head. After a whole day of hard work, she only felt tired and sore, but her magic power had already recovered almost completely. The most important thing at the moment is to save lives. Chapter 134. I just want to read the book carefully. After a few healing spells, the mermaid's tail recovered some of its injuries, and the remaining wounds were wrapped up by Su Yuan with a star bandage. If a wound like Mao Bai's could be sutured with medical needles and thread, how could he sew up the fish's tail by himself? If he accidentally tore off a piece of fish meat, he would be doomed. So after the red fox was healed, Su Yuan could only use the star bandage for treating frostbite to wrap the entire fish tail into a mummy shape. In the end, the mermaid was arranged to live in the same room with the red fox Hujio, so that the red fox could get timely treatment if anything happened. In the middle of the night, Master Su, who had worked hard all day, finally lay back on his beloved little bed. There can't be any more problems. Su Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and was about to open the fire spirit magic book to take a look when a figure rushed over from the window and pressed on him. The familiar smell made him sigh helplessly. Sure enough, today's events were not over at all. Mao Yi, if you don't get up now, you're going to suffocate me to death. I just wanted to give you a surprise. Look, have I changed since I awakened? It's good to have the molten guardian orb. When Mao Yi came in, he didn't wear the fur coat he had worn before to avoid the cold. His thin fur skirt revealed his little tail. The animal skin clothes on the upper body seemed to be a little smaller than before, and the originally flat belly now had a healthy vest line. Well, there have indeed been some changes. I've grown a bit taller and a bit older. By the way, what abilities have you awakened? Su Yuan held Mao Yi on his lap. The little beast girl's physical condition had really changed a lot compared to before. He wanted to ask this question when he came back before. But at that time, Pan Yu said something that made Mao Yi go and play with her, so there was no time to ask. My speed has become much faster, my nose has become more sensitive, and my body has become very flexible, too. Look, Mao Yi personally demonstrated the flexibility of his body after awakening. He jumped onto the bed and performed a difficult split with his legs very relaxed. Not only that, seeing Su Yuan's shocked expression, Mao Yi even lay down with his legs turned over, and his lower body was actually able to rest directly on top of his head. Su Yuan had only seen this amazing softness in videos, but what Mao Yi could do now was even more outrageous. Cats are liquid indeed. How about it? Am I awesome? Mao Yi lay there with a proud look on his face, grabbing his feet with his hands to show the flexibility of his body. When he was about to stand up, he was stopped by Su Yuan. Just keep it like this for a while. Meow. Mao Yi proved with actual actions that after she became an awakened warrior, her speed increased, and she increased her speed, agility, perception, and reaction ability points in the direction of the assassin profession. It can be said that she has become much faster in all aspects. This was something Su Yuan never expected. He didn't expect that after narrowly defeating a witch and an intermediate awakening warrior in a 1-on-2 duel, he would actually lose to a primary awakening warrior. Now everything is finally settled. I don't know what time it is in the early morning. Su Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief as he watched Mao Yi sleeping soundly, and once again turned his gaze to the complete book of basic fire spirit magic placed in the box beside him. Just as he put his hand on it, the wooden door was pushed open, and a black shadow was very eye-catching under the red light. Su Yuan, I'm going to defeat you today, and tonight I'm going to prove that I'm not bragging. This voice was not as soft and arrogant as Xiao Panyue's, but rather wild and unruly. The magic book that Su Yuan had just picked up fell out of his hands again. What did you say to your friends before? I told them that I defeated you before. Didn't you lose last time in this cabin? Bullshit. It was clearly a draw. Why did I lose? Damn it. Why am I talking so mean now? I was originally on equal terms with Daff and you. So how could we still be his opponent after fighting for a whole day? Ahem. At worst, you'll win last time. How about another day? No. They'll laugh at me tomorrow. You don't have to give me strength. This time I'm going to defeat you fairly. Pan Yu rushed in without saying a word. Seeing Mao Yi sleeping soundly on the bed, he became even more manic. He grabbed Su Yuan's arm and pulled him over. Then wait for me to drink some water first. There is no way to escape. Su Yuan looked at the points on the system panel and knew he had to buy the fire spirit drink. Otherwise, if I really get defeated by Pan Yu, that would be unbearable. Wouldn't Pan Yu be able to run rampant in the Xingqian tribe from now on? An unknown amount of time had passed before Su Yuan propped himself up and sat on the edge of the bed. The original small bed was occupied by Panyu and the others. The life force of the fire spirit drink is much more obvious than that of the blue spirit drink. After drinking a bottle, you can feel a warm current generated in your lower abdomen and slowly flowing into your limbs. However, this warm current did not last long before it was completely consumed. Su Yuan became even more suspicious that the last time Banyu awakened was really because of him. Wasn't he drinking blue spirit drink to strengthen his physique during that time? Now that I think about it, Mao Ye and Pan Yue, who had come into contact with him, had both awakened and become awakened warriors. It was not obvious with Shur, and this was the first time with Chihu. I spent half a day transferring all my life force to them again. This is really sad to hear and makes people cry. System, what do you think is the meaning of life? What does life end? How far away is this world from Earth? Also, what time is it now? You're not still expecting me to spend my points on a watch, are you? It's so hard to ask you the time. Why would I buy a watch based on Earth's time? The time function requires 500 points to unlock. Do you want to unlock it? You. Long Min swears. Forget it, unlock it. Su Yuan was worried that his outburst of anger would wake up Mao Yi and Pan Yueli in the second round. So he covered them with the quilt and suppressed his anger and unlocked the time function. Current time, Inshuan, 2:17. It was just past 2 o'clock. In his previous life, he would still be surfing the internet at this time, but now he could only play with cats with a cat toy in the snowy fields of this alien world. This kind of life is really pretty good. It's still early. I have to study this fire magic tonight. Su Yuan changed his clothes and came to the camp. Although the severe cold in the tribe was dispelled by the guardian magic ball, the campfire was still not extinguished. A few beast girls who were on night watch were boredly roasting branches by the campfire, while the rest of the beast girls had already gone to bed early. The primitive tribes would go to bed early on nights when there was no entertainment. Perhaps after returning, we could add some small games for these beast girls to relieve their boredom. Chapter 135, Why Not Farm? Leader, which, after seeing Su Yuan, the little guys greeted him happily, and Su Yuan also rubbed their furry ears one by one in a very friendly manner. Compendium of Fire Spirit Basic Magic. Table of Contents. Su Yuan found a quiet place to sit down and opened the magic book. The first page had the word catalog written in Chinese characters, and the names of 10 magic spells were written in rows below. Fireball, Flame Healing, Firewall, Flame Arrow, Flame Blessing, Flame Shield, Flame Cyclone, Flame Melt, Fire Snake Coil, Fire Blast. The 10 magic spells cover ranged attacks, melee combat, blessings, shields, and healing, but just like the title of the book, they're all very basic magic spells. But these magics are considered to be relatively advanced witchcraft for this primitive tribe. The most powerful one he has seen so far is Shinka's Fire Thunder Explosion. Moreover, her firebomb explosion could not be imitated by others. After all, she had 2 identities, an awakened warrior and a witch, and then she was honed to a high-level awakened warrior. Moreover, what happened to be awakened was the power of thunder, and what he possessed was the magical power of fire element. How many coincidences could make this happen? Fireball. Chant the fireball spell. Circulate the energy in your body to condense a fireball in your hand and release it forward. Chant the fireball spell. Condense the surrounding flame energy into a fireball and release it forward. Each magic spell is covered with dense annotations, so even a novice can understand the magic taught in it through self-study. But there is one most important question. Damn it, I don't have any magic power. How do I pronounce this spell in French? Fire Spirit, condense a ball of fire in my palm. Fireball. Su Yuan stretched out his hands and chanted, as described in the book, but everything in the air was very quiet except for the crackling sound of burning wood. The value of the word self-study in the system's notes is still increasing. After fiddling with it for a long time, Su Yuan still didn't feel the magic power in his body as mentioned in the spell. Well, it can't be said that he didn't feel it at all. It's a little bit like the feeling after going to the toilet, with a weak feeling stuck in the body that can't be released. As for the fire element in the air, I couldn't feel it at all. Will these 15,000 points be wasted? Su Yuan said it wasn't a waste, as he didn't feel the magic power. But Chihu and Xianku could. With the terms in this magic book, they wouldn't even need to use the witch cards in the future. But I can't use any magic in this strange world. Does that mean I can only use a cat toy to tease the beast girls in the tribe when I'm free? He was awakened by the crackling sound of a nearby bonfire. Although he did not feel the presence of magic in his body, there was still a trace of the warmth he had felt in his lower abdomen. Those are the few drops that were stuck in your body before. This fire spirit drink contains the element of fire. Does that count as magic? Su Yuan narrowed his eyes and carefully felt the warmth in his body, like a flame. After observing for a long time, it felt like a ball made of red lines. But this ball is too small, and I'm afraid that almost all the fire spirit drink that was consumed before was given to Maoye and Panyue. In order to verify the truth, Su Yuan exchanged for another bottle and drank it in one gulp. His body felt warm, and the small ball became much bigger. The red lines wrapped around it were clearly visible. Under his control, these red lines can travel around the limbs of the body, and he can clearly feel the changes in the warm current every time they pass through a part of the body. Is this magic? Su Yuan was not sure, so he raised his hand and pointed it at the bonfire. The red warm current in his body gradually flowed into his right palm. For a moment, that palm seemed to be roasted in fire. Fire spirit, condense a ball of flame in my palm. Fireball. This time, Su Yuan clearly felt the changes in his palm. A ball of fiery red flame condensed in his hand. As soon as he finished chanting the spell, the fireball instantly shot towards the bonfire. The egg-sized ball of fire hit the campfire, splashing charcoal everywhere, and soon merged into the campfire. It's done. Su Yuan's face was filled with joy. Although the little red ball in his body had been consumed a little, he finally figured out the magician's trick. Although he had just relied on the fire element of the fire spirit drink to release the fireball, once he figured out the trick, everything was no longer as confusing as before. At this moment, I can still feel the red thread in my lower abdomen slowly recovering. This should be the seed left by the flame energy. Even if it is consumed, it can be slowly restored with time. I just don't know how Red Fox can release all kinds of elemental magic. Can a magic elements in her body be switched at any time? I can only try this out when I have time and buy a complete set of basic Earth Spirit magic. If I can also release Earth Spirit magic, then the Red Fox will not be an exception. Another thing that Su Yuan was concerned about was that Panyue had received a lot of fire spirit drink this time. Wouldn't he awaken his fire talent when he became a high-level awakening warrior? Or maybe he has already become a genius who practices both witch and awakened warrior. It seems that every time I give Panyue power in the future, I have to make her drink a bottle of fire spirit drink first to see whether she can awaken her fire talent or become a witch. After figuring out the fire spirit magic, Su Yuan was in a good mood. He also took a general look at the magic behind the fireball, but unfortunately his magic power was not enough now. He returned to the room and laid down on the bed. Beside him, Panyue seemed to sense his return and moved over and lay on top of him as if she was familiar with the place. Mao Yi, who was standing beside him, also came over and hugged him tightly. This night was destined not to be too cold. Early in the morning, Su Yuan woke up early and was about to go to the Black Sheep tribe for a surprise attack. He had to arrange things in the tribe, clearly. When he arrived at the camp, a touch of green at his feet caught his attention. Since the Molten Guardian Orb was activated yesterday, the original land in this area has been exposed. Unexpectedly, in just one day, these unyielding green grasses have sprouted out of the ground. How about growing some vegetables and fruits in the camp? That would be a good place to dispose of the manure that piles up every day. But what should we grow? The plants in this local world are excluded for the time being. The only fruits and vegetables that can be seen in this snowy world are those growing on the trees. As for those on the ground, they were either frozen to death or buried somewhere underground by the accumulated snow. Until now, Su Yuan has not found any green plants growing vigorously in the ice and snow. Only a few wild grasses near the hot spring are still alive. As for vegetables, I can grow some chives. They're not only easy to grow, but they can also nourish my body. I can also have some lettuce. Looking at this dark land, Su Yuan did have the idea of teaching the beast girls how to grow vegetables. There were still many ordinary beast girls in the tribe who were not needed in combat, and the work of skinning and cutting meat did not require so many people. The Star Tribe will one day grow into a village, a town, or even a city, and will be self-sufficient in everything from food and vegetables to clothing and tools. Otherwise, if you want to rule a huge city with tens or even hundreds of thousands of beast girls, you will have to exchange food, clothing, housing, and transportation from the system all yourself. How busy will that be? The points cannot bear the consumption of so many people. The first step in development is to start with farming. System, open them all, select grain, vegetable, and fruit seeds, and then find me some knowledge on planting. Leek seeds, 300 points. Lettuce seeds, 300 points. Strawberry seeds, 300 points. 100 little things about grain planting, 150 points. Basic knowledge of planting, 500 points. Stardew Valley Planting Guide, 1 point. Plants' private life, revealing the secrets of plant growth, 50 points. The information that pops up in this category is very complicated, with all kinds of vegetable and fruit seeds densely presented in front of you. Except for some very unique or improved seeds, the others are basically priced at 300 points. Wait, what weird thing is going on in the planting guide? Chapter 136, Learning New Witchcraft and Becoming a New Wizard. Fox 9, stop studying that artificial hot spring and come here quickly. After a simple breakfast in the morning, Su Yuan called Hu Jio over. This guy was researching an artificial hot spring that wanted to combine pottery and wood. At this moment, his face and body were covered with mud, and when he ran over, his hands were also covered with clay, which made him look a little funny and cute. Su Yuan wiped the dirt off her pretty face and then instructed, later find 20 people from the tribe. They must be patient and very careful. Is there anything new? The little fox's intuition was also very sensitive. After hearing Su Yuan's words, he wagged his tail and asked expectantly. Su Yuan touched her ear and smiled. Well, but this time it's a bit complicated, so we need some people to help us. Go quickly. Yeah, I'll call someone over right away. Fox 9 acted quickly. The beast girls who had just finished their meals in the morning received the news and rushed over. Most of them were those who had nothing to do. The soldiers have gone to the training area for combat training. After becoming familiar with the fixed target exercises, they also began the moving target exercises taught by Su Yuan. One person rolls the snow into a ball and throws it into the sky, while the person practicing shoots the snowball before it hits the ground. Hu Si, the most accurate shooter at the moment, is even better than Su Yuan. If 10 snowballs are thrown out continuously, she can shoot through 9 of them in a row, making her the well-deserved sharpshooter of the tribe. The 20 selected beast girls came to Su Yuan. Most of them had joined the Star Tribe a few days ago. When the Red Fox escaped, he only took the young people and most of the warriors in the tribe with him. The elderly and children had no time to run away when they were suddenly attacked. Today I will teach you how to farm. After you learn, you can grow your own vegetables and food in the camp. Farming. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. There was no concept of farming in primitive society. Most people went directly to the wild to hunt or pick fruits from trees. If you are lucky, the tribe can have a few good meals, but if you are unlucky, they will have to starve for a few days. Especially in the snowfields, even the most basic elements of farming, light, heat, water, soil, and seeds, at least 2 of them are unavailable. If Su Yuan had not obtained the Molten Guardian orb to melt the snow in the tribe, he would not have planned to farm here. Come with me. Su Yuan led everyone to a corner of the camp, close to the toilets built there. The unpleasant smell made everyone cover their noses. Let's first talk about what farming means. Plants grow from seeds, just like we grow from children to people. Farming, in simple terms, is us personally cultivating seeds into plants. Su Yuan took out the seeds of several vegetables that he had exchanged before, as well as a small bag of sweet potatoes. Of course, the price of these sweet potatoes was much more expensive than the ones he had eaten before. According to the system, the cheap sweet potatoes purchased before cannot be planted, and there is no other use for them except eating them. First, use sharp animal bones to turn over the soil on this land. Su Yuan used the iron shovel prepared at his waist to scoop up the soil. The soil in this world was very dark in color, and he was very familiar with this as he had received the Encyclopedia of Planting Knowledge. This snow-covered land is very fertile, and in this other world with elements, it seems to have different effects. The beast girls around him followed suit and turned over the land. The area was about the size of 4 of Su Yuan's cabins. 20 people were too many to take care of this piece of land. Then everyone buried the seed in the soil. Su Yuan took out the seeds and showed them to everyone, explaining how to bury them in the soil, how to water them, how to use fertilizers, and all the precautions he gave them. The many beast girls watching around were confused by what he said. Fortunately, the clever Fox 9 remembered all of this and even took out a stone slab from the hut he had just built and scratched something on it with a bone knife. We need to teach these beast girls to read and write someday. Alas, with the current war situation, there are still so many areas that need development. Su Yuan did not disturb Hu Jio from drawing at that moment. As for literacy, he could directly teach him Chinese characters when the time was right, and there was no need to create a new character set based on this alien world. What's more, the books in his system are all in Chinese characters. He can't just read them to himself after he exchanges them. Fox 9. The task of planting the plants is now yours. These seeds cannot be exposed to temperatures that are too hot or too cold, nor can they be watered too much or too little. But don't worry too much. It's okay if it can't grow. Su Yuan rubbed her ears and comforted her. These complicated questions made Hu Jio frown tightly, but based on the experience Su Yuan had taught her before, she also felt a little more confident. Don't worry, I will definitely grow it. Su Yuan, the mermaid you rescued last night, has woken up. At this time, the red fox rushed over, and the lion behind him was holding a figure in his arms. The dazzling blue fishtail was the mermaid who was hunted yesterday. Hello, you must be the leader Su Yuan that my daughter Haiyao told me about, right? Hai Ling broke free from Shi's arms, and the fishtail turned into a pair of slender legs the moment it landed on the ground. The star-shaped seaweed on its body only slightly covered the lower part of its body. The thighs all the way to the feet were very smooth and beautiful, without any decoration, except for 2 bloody wounds on the calves. The star-shaped bandage that was wrapped around her fishtail yesterday was scattered all over the floor. Hai Ling seemed to want to salute Su Yuan, but when she bent down slightly, the wound on her leg burst and she fell down. Are you okay? Su Yuan supported Hai Ling, and she leaned her head on his shoulder. Looking down from her back, she could see the vastness that even the star-shaped seaweed could not cover. This arc is exactly what a mermaid should look like, and she's a mermaid mother who gave birth to Haiyao. It can be seen that Haiyao did not suffer much in her childhood. Cure. The red fox quickly squatted down, and the green light in his hand was repairing the bleeding wound. Thank you very much. Hai Ling's face turned pale with pain. She didn't last long in human form for a few seconds before she turned back into a fishtail. She thanked Su Yuan and Chihu. Please sit down first. Su Yuan put Hai Ling on the ground and watched the red fox release the healing spell. He felt a little excited. The fire element he used yesterday seemed to have recovered a little. Among the magic that I learned yesterday, there happened to be a healing magic. Spirit of fire, transforming flame into healing, rejuvenating fire, healing with flame. After chanting the spell, Su Yuan suddenly remembered that he seemed unable to sense the fire element between heaven and earth, and he was using the little magic power that had recovered in his body. But at least with the proof from last night, the release was very smooth this time, and a warm red light appeared in Su Yuan's hands. Gently stick it on the wound, and the fire element will turn into a red light to repair the injured part. It's a pity that Su Yuan didn't have much magic power in his body. In a moment, the magic power in his body was exhausted, and the red light in his hand stopped. Su Yuan, you actually released witchcraft without a witch staff and a witch card. The red fox looked at the scene in shock. He saw Su Yuan muttering something, and the light of witchcraft appeared in his hand. Even Hai Ling, who wanted to stand up and thank him again, was shocked. A wizard who could cast spells without a wizard staff or wizard cards. What kind of witch is this? A divine witch? Chapter 137, I like colorful decorations. Are you saying you are Haiyao's mother? Su Yuan did not respond to the shock of Chihu and the others. He was not stingy with Chihu, but there was an outsider here, and some secrets were not convenient to be revealed. Yes. Sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Hai Ling, and I'm the witch and leader of the Hai Ling tribe, the sea spirit of the sea spirit tribe. It turns out that the mermaid in front of him is also a witch. Su Yuan then realized that it was no wonder that the fishtail was so beautiful, and it also felt familiar, somewhat similar to the blue color on the scales of Haiyao's fishtail. Su Yuan, leader of the Xingqian tribe, it was you who contacted us with a conch shell last night, right? Hai Ling nodded and took out the conch from her chest. Su Yuan looked at that majestic place silently. It turned out that this conch had stuck in his hand last night. Not long ago, Haiyao came back to tell me after meeting you. However, a few days ago, when I was about to lead my people to follow Haiyao, I was attacked by a magical beast. That guy took advantage of Haiyao coming to look for you and hunted her down. Is Haiyao okay? Su Yuan was a little worried. The last time they met, they had a very pleasant chat, and they could be considered good friends. Hai Ling shook her head and continued. She had the treasure I left behind with her and luckily escaped, but now she and the rest of my tribe are being hunted by that demon beast. I've risked my life to come here just to seek your help. Why would a demon beast chase a tribe of mermen so relentlessly? He had caught quite a few fish on a glacier not long ago, which showed that there was no shortage of marine life in this cold world. Could it be that the guy just likes to eat mermaids? Why would that creature only chase you? There should be a lot of fish in the ocean, right? It's not chasing us. To be more precise, it's chasing Hai Yao. This time, I was wearing Hai Yao's clothes to attract it. Hai Yao's clothes? Su Yuan took a look at Hai Ling's clothes. The large area on her body did feel a little squeezed. No wonder she felt such a strong sense of squeeze yesterday. We injured that monster last night. It shouldn't stay here any longer, right? Su Yuan did not give Hai Ling an accurate answer. Yesterday, the monster was able to attack him and Mao Yi silently, and even Xian did not notice it in time. This monster's strength is probably no less than Xian Ku's. No, the monster chasing Hai Yao is a shark. I've injured it before, and the blood will only stimulate its bloodiness. Now that it can't find Hai Yao and the others, it will definitely be waiting in the lake where I came up. Wait, what did you say? Shark. Su Yuan's eyelids twitched, and he felt a sense of foreboding in his heart. No wonder he had an inexplicable sense of familiarity before. Is the shark you're talking about a very large one that makes no noise when swimming in the sea and has a very strong sensory ability? Well, did you see it last night? Hai Ling was a little surprised that she could still see the appearance of a monster clearly in the dark last night. It's more than just a meeting before. It's like we've met again. Su Yuan finally understood why the monster kept chasing Hai Yao. He had mentioned it in the introduction of the 4th level peak shadow hunting ice-tooth shark. This kind of magical beast has a very sensitive sense of smell, but he never expected it to be so sensitive. It has been more than a month since he and Hai Yao last met, and they were in the sea, and he was able to lock onto Hai Yao based on his scent. This guy not only has a keen sense of smell, but also holds a grudge. Now, with Xian Ku's help, his special products have a few more war items. We can get rid of this evil creature. If he breaks through to the 5th level with such a vengeful attitude, won't he be unable to sleep or eat even if he has to fish every day? You can ask us to help you, but now we have to go to the snowy plains to fight, so... Hai Ling's weak face gave a bitter smile. We can't delay any longer. Hai Yao and the others are still hiding. If we wait a few more days, even if they are not discovered, they will starve to death in the coral cave. You have to pay more. Primitive society had no idea what adding money meant. Su Yuan coughed and patiently explained, we need some benefits before we can help you. We fled from the dreaming coral sea and didn't bring anything with us. Hai Ling bit her lip and said with some disappointment. Su Yuan couldn't bear to deceive her with such a pitiful expression. After all, the evil beast's target was herself. No, you do. The ocean is your greatest treasure. After we defeat the monster, I need you to help me collect some rare items in the ocean, including the corpses of powerful monsters, items with magical powers, or items that glow. Su Yuan said gently while holding Hai Ling's hand. This kind expression made Hai Ling's nervous mood eased a little. By the way, do you still have that talking conch shell? Hai Ling shook her head, took out her conch from her chest, and said, this is the only one I have, but if you need it, I can make another one. So that thing was actually made? No wonder such a magical thing didn't have a rare item reminder when it passed by me. Perhaps the magic wasn't the conch, but the sea spirit's ability to make sound transmission. Okay then, besides those rare items, we also need some talking conch shells. We can also catch some seafood to trade with our tribe. Oh, and last time, Hai Yao told me that you needed fishing rods. Fishing in the sea, is there really such an abstract thing? Well, we plan to trade a few of those fishing rods to go fishing for treasures in the deep sea. Abyssal Sea, which map is this? Hai Ling saw Su Yuan's confusion and quickly explained. The Abyssal Sea is a sea within the ocean. As long as you dive to a certain point, you will encounter the entrance to the Abyssal Sea. However, not all seabeds will have this entrance. After this explanation, Su Yuan understood what this Dun Sea was. Simply put, it was not the name of a place. The Abyssal Sea is the name of the bottom of the entire ocean. When diving to a very deep position, you will encounter a layer of something like a film on the seabed. That is the entrance to the Abyss Sea. Ordinary creatures entering the Abyss Sea will be pushed out by the sea god inside. The larger the creature, the more difficult it is to enter the Abyss Sea. Unless they are some very powerful monsters or mermaids. Even so, their strength will be greatly weakened when they enter the Abyss Sea. The reason why Hai Ling and the others wanted to trade fishing rods was that they could use the fishing rods to catch fish from the Abyss Sea, and the fish meat from the sea below would taste more delicious. And you can also find some surprising treasures in the bodies of those fish beasts. The treasure that Hai Ling gave to her daughter to save her life was the one she got when she dived into the Abyss Sea from the Dream Coral Sea, but it was pushed out by the sea god not long after. I see. I could provide you with the fishing rod for free. You can also trade with us when you find good things in the Abyssal Sea in the future. Su Yuan did not intend to use helping them hunt the 4th level shark as a threat to force them to provide the treasures in the Abyss Sea for free. Transactions are mutually beneficial. Giving away 1 or 2 items for free for a short period of time is fine. But working for free for a long time will inevitably make Hai Ling and the others complain or even leave this sea area directly. The ocean is their world, and there is no way to escape from Su Yuan even if they do. Well, I promise you, but many of the things we found in the Abyssal Sea are just used as decorations, and only a few. It's okay. I just like decorations. I like to fill the house with decorations when I have nothing to do. Chapter 138, Using Yourself as a Bait to Catch Sharks. After agreeing on the reward, the next thing is how to kill the shadow-hunting ice-tooth shark. How about I go in through the icy lake and lure the monster out? Your injury hasn't healed yet, so it's better not to use it. Su Yuan looked at the fishtail of Hai Ling, which was as long as his forearm. The wound had not yet healed and was still oozing blood from time to time. If it weren't for the red fox and his 2 healing magics, he would probably have been crippled in the future. But if you don't go into the lake, the monster won't appear. The shadow-hunting ice-tooth shark always focuses on killing with 1 strike. The previous 2 times were thanks to the presence of awakened warriors with very sensitive perceptions like Pan Yu and Mao Yi. Not showing up? You never know. Su Yuan thought of the 3rd level ice-tooth shark before. It was also nailed to the riverside because it tried to sneak attack Su Yuan for the 2nd time. As for how to deal with this peak level 4th order shadow-hunting ice-tooth shark, he had already thought of a plan when he was rewrapping Hai Ling's wound with the star bandage. Just take a good rest in our tribe. Ikizishi. Mao Yi looked very excited and stood beside Su Yuan as if he was ready. This time you and Pan will stay in the tribe. Sure, Xan Kalong, Hong Shuang, Deman, and Xiaoman. More than 20 people were called up in total, and this time they were basically all powerful beast girls. Even a mascot Damon, who stayed in the camp all year round, was sent out. The big barbarian who had eaten a lot of monster meat was no longer the same as before. His huge body of 4 meters tall could cover the sky when he stood up. His flesh and shiny hair were completely different from when he was begging for food in the snow before. Snow Giant Bear, a 2nd level intermediate magical beast. Due to long-term consumption of magical beast meat, it evolved into a 2nd level magical beast. It possesses powerful strength and defense. However, due to being raised by humans, its temperament has become lazy and its ferocity has weakened. All right, you 2 should protect the tribe well. Weren't you very quiet when you slept last night? Both of them slept restlessly last night. When they woke up early in the morning, the 2 little beast girls, Pan Yue and Mao Ye, were still hugging each other tightly, and now they started bickering again. I was wondering why I felt something was bothering me when I woke up this morning. Stay away from me next time you sleep. Mao Yi looked at Pan Yu, who was leaving. He was stunned for a while before he understood what she meant. He looked down at the curve that was obviously much better than before he awakened. He was so angry that his tail was standing on end. Stop right there. Who's annoying? You're the annoying one. You almost strangled me to death last night. Although it doesn't seem very reliable to let 2 guys guard the tribe now has the Molten Guardian Orb and also Left Fox and Red Fox in the camp. All we need to do is keep an eye on the 2 sisters, Yanhua and Yinduo, who are the most dangerous. During this period, the 2 beast girls seemed to have accepted their current situation. Every day, they would eat as soon as they opened their eyes and sleep as soon as they closed their eyes after eating. Lingling, as the feeding master, diligently feeds the 2 of them the meager amount of food every day. The small group arrived at the ice lake not long after they started walking. It was much clearer during the day, and there were some traces of blood on the edge of the ice lake. The lake water was not very clear, and the slightly reddish color of the water showed that the hunting ice-tooth shark had not given up after being injured. How about trying to build a snowman? After careful consideration, Su Yuan shook his head. This idea would not work. The 4th level Shadow Hunter ice-tooth shark was quite powerful. Unless the trap was inserted more than 10 meters deep, it would escape even if it was successful. Dealing with Warcraft is not like dealing with wild beasts. Although these guys' IQs are not as high as his, 2 consecutive injuries will definitely make them particularly cautious. However, this method is still feasible. Su Yuan's brain worked quickly and he immediately thought of a solution. Xin-ku, let me use the three-edged spiral thorn I gave you yesterday. What are you doing? You promised to give it to me. Xin-ku reluctantly handed over the sharp spiral thorn from her waist. The thing was shiny, and the overall streamlined structure made her very fond of it. Well, I snatched something that's given to you. Su Yuan rolled his eyes at her. This girl was the typical example of a big-breasted, brainless person. He took the iron spike and bought a rope from the system mall that was used to tie up manhwa and the others. He wrapped it around the iron spike, and a simple fishing spear was made. Later, we'll trick the shark out. When you see it, use all your strength to throw this iron thorn into its body. Can you do it? It was impossible to make the trap more than 10 meters long, but Su Yuan was well prepared. The many powerful beast girls he brought were used to pull the monster directly ashore. It suffered a loss last time, and this time Su Yuan didn't even give it a chance to jump after getting ashore. Drink this before you throw the spear. To be on the safe side, Su Yuan also exchanged for a cup of pig milk tea to enhance his own strength. This was very important for Xin-ku, as she needed the thorn to pierce into the flesh of the ice-toothed shark. What's this? Something that makes you stronger. Su Yuan was too lazy to explain to her. After giving her instructions, he went on to make arrangements for other people. Red Frost, you'll seize the opportunity later. Once the ice-toothed shark comes ashore, use the spider silk to wrap around its eyes, nose, and mouth. Everyone, hold on to this rope. Once Xin-ku makes a shot, pull with all your might. Once the ice-toothed shark reaches shore, Big Frost will attack first. I never thought that one day I would be able to hunt sharks by the lake, and it was a shark that was nearly 6 meters long. Roar! At this time, Damon looked at his claws with dissatisfaction. His fat claws were simply unable to hold the rope. Xiaoman, who was sitting on him, wrapped the rope around his waist. Damon, stop pulling. Protect Xiaoman and don't let her get caught in the lake. Everything was ready by the lake. Su Yuan also built a snowman and placed it on the floating ice on the lake. The snowman was wearing his clothes, and his 2 trouser legs fell on the lake and fluttered. If that guy hunted prey by smell, the smell would be much stronger than the slight scent that Hai Yao had on her body when she hugged him before. Now it depends on whether the shark can resist the temptation. Everyone squatted in the corner, watching the little snowman floating in the lake. Apart from the simple clothes, the little snowman was covered in blood. It hurts. How can I attract you without some fresh blood? Su Yuan used the remaining magic power in his body to heal the wound on his palm. His own scent and blood made the shark unable to resist the desire for revenge, even if it had some doubts. As time slowly passed, a thin layer of snow covered the heads of the people who were waiting, and the little snowman in the lake did not stop at any one place. The wind and snow blew it around, disturbing its blood and creating ripples on the water surface. Here I come. Xin-ku's somewhat casual expression immediately became serious. He tightly gripped the 3-edged iron spike in his hand and stared at the gradually darkening lake's surface with his eyes. Drink the milk tea. Su Yuan knew that she would forget, so he quickly handed her the iced milk tea that had been placed aside. Oh. Xin-ku finished it in one gulp. It was cool with a sweet taste. Because he drank it too fast, the glutinous rice balls went straight through his throat and into his stomach. So sweet, can I have another cup? When she looked at Su Yuan, the changes in her body made her lower her head. Her originally 2-meter body grew again, and the tight animal skin dress was instantly torn. Fuck, I was careless. Chapter 139, the sky in this snowy field is so blue. In addition to increasing his strength by 30, Zhu Milk Tea's height will also increase by 30. Xin-ku, who is usually nearly 2 meters tall, has reached a terrifying height of 2 meters and 6 after the 30 increase. You have to know that the Hakashaka lady in a certain horror legend in the Sakura country was only 2 meters and 4. At this moment, Xin-ku looked like a giant in front of Su Yuan. Well, another thing worth noting is that the snow leopard is actually the same species as the white tiger. I have seen red, white, gold, and gray, but this is the first time I have seen this new species. Bah, how can you be distracted at this time? Xin-ku didn't care about the changes in her body. On the contrary, the powerful force made her whole body hot. She used her arms to lift up the triangular iron spike. The lake still seemed very calm at this time, and the movement of the hunting ice-toothed shark did not cause any changes in the lake surface, but the bloody smell became stronger and stronger. Puh! In an instant, the tranquility of the lake was broken, and the black shadow instantly swallowed up the little snowman in the center of the lake, and a huge figure broke through the water and leaped into the air. Thunder and lightning. Xian instantly activated the awakening power in his body. Lightning flashed around him, and the triangular steel spike in his hand shot out like a bullet. Bang! This attack was even more terrifying than Su Yuan had imagined. The three-edged iron spike directly penetrated the ice-toothed shark that was about to fall into the lake. The sharp iron spike did not stop at all and went straight through a position on the back half of the body. Pull this guy up. The shadow hunter ice-toothed shark also discovered something was wrong. The human who was supposed to be swallowed by its mouth was still standing by the lake, and its body was hurt again. After missing the attack, it immediately fled to the bottom of the lake. Before everyone started pulling the rope in their hands, it was dragged into the lake by a huge force. Several awakened warriors released their strength one after another, and the beast girls in the back also gathered their strength, allowing the moving rope to be pulled back a little. I'm coming too. Xian immediately joined in, standing in the front and pulling the rope tightly. The power of both sides returned to a balance point, and the ice-toothed shark in the water could not dive at all. Su Yuan frowned as he watched this scene. He didn't expect that the strength of the peak fourth-order ice-toothed shark was so terrifying that so many people combined couldn't pull it up. This balance must be broken. If we continue like this, that guy's tail will break and he will die in the sea and become food for other fish and beasts. We can't waste the meat of a fourth-level monster like this. After pondering for a moment, he exchanged another howling war whistle from the system mall. The one he gave to Chi-Hu before was worn by her all the time. Now that I have awakened my magic power, I can buy another one for my own use. Woo-woo! The fiery red magic power in his lower abdomen flowed into his mouth. As the whistle was blown, he felt for the first time how the whistle gave power to everyone. The magic power turned into starlight and poured into the bodies of all the beast girls who were playing tug-of-war. The rope that was originally in a stalemate of balance was quickly pulled towards the shore. The water surface was fluctuating more and more violently, and the blood almost filled the entire lake. A fishtail was the first to be dragged out of the water. The iron spike passed through the shark's tail and formed a T-shape with the rope. Every time the tail swung, the iron spike would pierce the body from time to time. The blood in the body gushed out like a spring, and the wound gradually expanded during the struggle. If it continues to struggle in the lake, it might actually get a hole in its tail and escape. Puff! After half of its body was out of water, the shadow-hunting ice-toothed shark was no longer able to struggle and moved its body to bite to death the enemies that were against it. Those who haven't woken up yet, step back and hold the rope tight. Even if the fourth-level monster shark came ashore, it was not something that ordinary beast girls could deal with. Su Yuan only left Xian and a few others to fight it by the lake. Hong Shuang seized the opportunity and used red spider silk to seal the eyes and nose of the ice-toothed shark, but the power of its mouth was too great and the spider silk was broken in an instant. I told you to go home to your wife and stop staring at me. Since you don't plan to have another son, I have no choice but to send you to see your son myself. Su Yuan was also a little angry. This guy was so vindictive that he hurt Hai Yao, who had come into contact with him. If they hadn't come to tell him, he would probably have suffered a great loss. If the beast girls of the tribe were swallowed by it while fishing by the icy lake, I'm afraid even their bodies would not be found. System, give me a bottle of fire spirit drink. The others had already surrounded it. The huge ice-toothed shark had lost its ability to hunt prey after reaching land, but its swaying body still made it difficult for everyone to deal with it. Fireball. This is the only offensive magic that Su Yuan has learned. He is not very proficient in other magics, and only the fireball magic is very clear. With sufficient fire elements, the fireballs condensed in his hands became much larger than the previous egg-sized ones. They were not released until they were the size of a basketball due to lack of control. The ice-toothed shark, which had opened its huge mouth and was biting everyone blindly, felt a scorching heat wave coming and flew into its huge mouth in an instant. Roar! The son ate firecrackers and the father ate fireballs. Su Yuan really didn't treat anyone unfairly. Under the attacks of the crowd and with its eyes blinded, the shadow hunter ice-toothed shark's anger slowly turned into fear. The pain and weakness in its body made it want to return to the lake immediately. But the continuous swinging has made it dizzy. Its sense of smell and vision have been obscured, and the water resonance that it was proud of has lost its effect. My gun! Xian, who was fighting with a gun, immediately found the iron gun he threw last night. The previous attack in the dark had pierced the back of the ice-toothed shark. Half of the gun barrel was embedded in it, No wonder so much blood was shed last night. The iron spear in Xianka's hand stabbed into the side of the shark's body, and his body stepped on the iron spear and instantly came to the top of the back, and the iron spear with only half of it exposed was pulled out. Fire, thunder, explosion. He thrust the iron spear in his hand down a second time, and the electric current accompanied by flames caused a violent explosion on his back. Damn it, don't blow my shark fin off. The people around him also took action immediately, and used the sharp weapons in their hands to cut several holes in the shark's abdomen, and blood and internal organs flowed all over the ground. It was certain that it would die in this situation. The ice-toothed shark, having lost its strength, gave up struggling and tried to find Su Yuan's direction with its covered eyes. Unfortunately, he finally fell down with hatred in his eyes, looking towards the lake. We won! We won! The fierce battle made everyone burst into cheers. The ice-toothed shark, which was as big as a mountain, was the most terrifying monster they had ever seen. The most powerful monsters I encountered in the Red Fox tribe were not as terrifying as this shadow-hunting ice-toothed shark. He is worthy of being a divine wizard. In just a few months, he led everyone to defeat such a powerful monster. In an instant, Su Yuan was lifted high up by the beast girls. Unexpectedly, the celebration in this primitive society of another world also involved throwing people into the sky. However, he naturally had great trust in these beautiful and lovely beast girls, and just let them throw him high into the sky. The sky over the snowy plain is so blue. Chapter 140, I am such a kind and great tribal leader. After the excitement came the harvest. Naturally, all the internal organs were handed over to Das Wang and Damon. The fish meat was cut into several pieces by everyone, and each person carried a bloody piece towards the tribe. The afterglow of the setting sun illuminated the figures of the crowd, adding a warm golden veil to the joyful smiles of these beast girls. When they returned to the tribe, the beast girls who were busy with other things gathered around them. Since the harvest this time was divided into several pieces, no one was too shocked. But when they saw the huge shark head at the back, the little beast girls were so scared that they fell to the ground. The terrifying aura from the body of a peak-level 4th Order warcraft is enough to intimidate nearby people and animals, even the corpse of a long-dead warcraft. Leave the body there first and go to the hot spring to wash it. At this time, Hailing was also carried down by the Red Fox to the camp. She looked at the shark head with eyes full of unwillingness and resentment. It was this guy who had been like a nightmare to them for some time. If he hadn't happened to find a hidden and narrow place under the ice sea, the tribesmen who followed him to escape from the fantasy Coral Sea would probably have died at the hands of this guy. I didn't expect him to die so quickly. In just one day, he was cut into several pieces by the people of the Star Tribe and carried back to the tribe. We've dealt with this monster for you. Your wounds haven't healed yet. How about resting for a few days before returning? No need. Hai Yao and the others are still waiting. They will get worried if I leave for too long. When Hai Ling left, there was only one awakened warrior who had just awakened to protect everyone in the entire tribe. Without her, the tribe was leaderless. She was worried about the safety of her tribe members, and after the shadow-hunting ice-toothed shark was killed, she wanted to return to the tribe immediately. Your wound is gone into the water. It's okay now. I'll have someone take you to the icy lake later. Su Yuan was just about to say that the wound should not come into contact with water, but the beast girl in front of him was a very special mermaid, so there was no reason why the wound should not come into contact with water. Thank you very much for your help. Once I have recovered, I will collect the items you need. I will come back to see you with my tribe in a few days. Hai Ling was somewhat touched. Just for her promise, the other tribe would actually take the risk to hunt down a peak-level 4th Order shadow hunter ice-toothed shark. What a great tribal leader. Thinking back to the dreamy Coral Sea, where tribes were fighting each other for territory, the tribes on land were simply too pure and kind. Yes, I'll wait for you. By the way, it will be too dark later. I'll give you this flashlight for your journey. Su Yuan looked at Hai Ling, whose face was full of emotion, and exchanged another energy-gathering flashlight in the system hall. He exchanged the product worth 300 points for the friendship of a mermaid leader. This deal is a great bargain. This is inject the magic, witchcraft power into it, then flip this switch. There was still some fire element in Su Yuan's body that had not been consumed from the fire spirit drink he had just consumed. After gathering in his palm, it immediately entered the flashlight. When the energy was full, she gently flipped the switch, and a bright light shone so brightly that Hai Ling could hardly open her eyes. This is too expensive. I can't accept it. There are some luminous plants in the ocean, but they basically just glow a little bit, and they will dim soon after being pulled off. This kind of item that glows when infused with magic power is simply unheard of. In the Dream Coral Sea, it would probably become a treasure that various tribes would fight over. It's okay. You haven't recovered from your injuries yet. It's too dangerous to rush back in the dark. It's safer to light up the surroundings with this thing. Think about your people. Are you kidding? I've already exchanged it, and you still want to refuse? You have to owe me this favor today. Speaking of her tribesmen, Hai Ling bit her lip. These were all the tribesmen who were willing to follow her, including her own relatives and daughters. Thinking of this, she still accepted Su Yuan's gift. Her fingers turned white as she held the flashlight. She didn't know how to repay this great favor. Then I'll accept it. Thank you very much again. I will never forget what I promised you. Yes, you should take care of your health first. I will leave the tribe in a few days. When I come back, I will tell you through the conch shell. Hai Ling was sent out. She was too anxious and didn't even have time to eat dinner. Su Yuan looked at the tribe preparing dinner in an orderly manner, so he came to the body of the ice-toothed shark first. The 6-meter-long ice-toothed shark was divided into more than a dozen pieces. Its bloody internal organs could not be tested to identify any special products, so they were distributed to Da Shuang and the others. Today, those snow wolves have become the Shuang's loyal brothers. The original trace of covetousness in their hearts has disappeared, and they followed Da Shuang with their tongues hanging out all day long. He placed his hand on the thick fin. Perhaps because the third-level ice-toothed shark had provided a similar rare item before, there was no movement this time. Su Yuan touched several pieces of fish meat, but there was no movement at all. It was not until he touched the fish head with a ferocious face that the system's crisp voice sounded. Detected. Don't test it anymore. Turn on the identification system and show me what it is. Hunting Shadow Crystal Core. The core within the body of the Hunting Shadow ice-toothed shark, granting it extraordinary sensory abilities. It can be used to refine sensory items or forge hunting weapons. There is only one rare item this time, and it is also the core of the hunting ability that the Shadow Hunter ice-toothed shark is proud of. However, the sensing ability described in this description has some overlap with the product unlocked by the third-level small shark eye before. Do you want to change? Sujuan Hisitativ. If he unlocked another sensor crystal, wouldn't it all be wasted? But forging a hunting weapon. Now the tribe's forging skills are only at the level of polishing stone bones. If one wants to forge weapons, one has to figure out the iron-making technology by oneself, and if one wants to forge special weapons. I'm afraid I have to deal with Mu Guang and learn from her the forging techniques of special weapons from another world. Forget it, there's no point in keeping it. Unlock the special item for me. New special products have been unlocked. Please check the special products page. Hunting Compass, 20,000 points. Note, placed on a boat, it can sense dangers in the surrounding sea through water fluctuations. When encountering fog, the device can be activated through magic to indicate the direction of travel. The good news is that it is not the same type of item as the shark eye-sensing crystal. The bad news is that this thing is of no use to him now. A 20,000-point navigation compass. I'm not going out to sea right now, so what's the point of having this thing? Su Yuan sighed, then silently closed the system all. This compass was not completely useless. On the contrary, it would be a very useful reconnaissance tool in the future. But the use of him now is not that he can't defeat Mu Guang and then take Chi Hu and the others across the ocean to the legendary Dragon Island. Let's not talk about whether this island exists or not. Even if it does, if Mu Guang and his men can't defeat him, how can they defeat a dragon? I have a headache. I still have a little fire element in my body. Let's go find the red fox to consume it and see if I can increase her magic power. Chapter 141. Have you ever drunk milk? In the early morning, sunlight shines into the wooden house. Su Yuan felt his nose itchy, and his face seemed to be covered with a thick animal skin blanket. When he opened his eyes, he saw a crimson tail pressing against his face, and beside him was a lion sleeping soundly, holding a slender jade leg tightly in his hands. Was it so intense last night? It goes without saying who this crimson tail belongs to. Su Yuan gently moved the tail away, put on his clothes, and went outside. Last night, my body was filled with a lot of fire magic power, and I won the 1-on-2 battle. However, when I woke up in the morning, my body was empty and my magic power had only recovered a little. That's not right. Why does this kind of thing consume all the magic power in my body? Could it be that my cultivation has gone astray? The beast girls who woke up early had already started preparing food. After Su Yuan arrived, some of them kindly brought him a bowl of delicious broth. The first bite brought out a fishy smell, just like the bowl of shark soup I drank when the river was not frozen. It's fourth-tier monster meat after all, we can't waste it. Su Yuan endured the strange taste and drank the broth, and quickly swallowed the pieces of shark meat as if they were medicine. After gaining magic power, he could clearly feel the changes brought to him by the fourth-level monster meat, and the recovery speed of the magic source in his lower abdomen accelerated a little. The energy consumed throughout the night was also restored. He suppressed his nausea and finished a piece of grilled shark meat. Feeling that the magic power in his body had almost recovered, Su Yuan put the food down. The snow yak was previously placed in an open space outside the camp, surrounded by wooden fences. There was no rope tied to the yak. It just lay leisurely in the small wooden fence. These yaks do not need to be strictly guarded. In this snowy and icy place, anyone with a little common sense will not run away. As a herbivore, without the grass that Su Yuan fed it with points every day, it would either be bitten to death by carnivorous beasts in the snowy plains or starve to death in the snow. She actually gave birth. Su Yuan came to the pen, carrying a pile of fodder. There were a few very thin yaks in the herd, and the white fur on their bodies was very sparse. The little yak was drinking milk greedily. When the surrounding yaks saw Su Yuan coming, they gathered around and waited quietly for the grass in his hand. Fox 9. After giving the fodder to the yaks, Su Yuan immediately returned to the camp. Hu Jiu, who had woken up early and didn't see her sister, was still looking around. The sound outside the camp made her rush over immediately. Find 2 beast girls and bring pottery jars with me. When Su Yuan saw the corpse of the snow crystal cow before, he was thinking about milk. It was quite easy to drink milk. He could just exchange it in the system all. But there is fresh milk from another world. Maybe in the future you can catch a powerful monster and drink monster milk that can improve your strength. Fox 9 didn't ask anything. He dropped what he was holding and immediately went to pull over 2 beast girls, one of whom Su Yuan was quite familiar with. Lingling's mother, the woman who was very quiet and careful in her work, now had her hair very neatly groomed, and even the animal skins were very clean. Su Yuan, what are you doing with the pottery jar? Did you find a source of water? Fox 9 had an expectant look on his face. Now the tribe's water source was all melted snow, and the ice lake could not be used for a short period of time since it was soaked in blood. To wash clothes, you have to climb the spider silk ladder to the hot spring. No. Have you ever drunk milk? Yes. I drank it every day when I was a kid. Ahem. That's not what I'm talking about. Never mind. Just follow me. Su Yuan knew what Hu Jiu meant. There are people of his mother's generation here, and it would be bad if they misunderstood his thoughts. The 4 of them came to the yak pen. The little yak had already drunk its fill and fallen asleep, while the other yaks were still enjoying the fresh grass. Among the yaks brought, there were 12 female yaks. Su Yuan found the yak he had just brought, gently stroked its fur, and then squatted down with the pottery jar in his hand. Su Yuan, who was operating for the first time, was a little unfamiliar with the technique and soon angered the yak, which kicked its hooves, bit the grass, and walked to the other side. Chief, I understand what you mean. I'll handle this matter. Lingling's mother smiled faintly, took the pottery jar and walked to the yak, put her hands on its forehead and stroked its messy hair. Then she slowly squatted down. This time the yak seemed very quiet. After a while, she returned to Su Yuan holding the pottery jar. Amazing. Sister Linghua, how did you do it? And I are of the same species, so I can somewhat feel its emotions. Linghua pointed to her ears. Su Yuan had always been curious about what kind of beast girl these ears were. It turned out to be a cowgirl. No wonder it's so big. Lingling, this little girl, must have eaten really well when she was a child. There's a reason why such a stupid girl can become an awakened warrior. Then wouldn't it be possible for me? Forget it. Lingling is already so old. There's probably no hope. Su Yuan quickly averted his gaze and took the clay pot from Ling Yu's hand. The pot was filled with yak milk. Edelweiss yak milk, freshly made, rich in nutrients. Long-term consumption can increase height and strengthen physical fitness. Trading price, 900 points. Humans can also drink yak milk from this other world. Su Yuan immediately picked it up and took a sip. The taste was similar to the pure milk he had drunk before. It's just that this milk feels richer, and you can feel your body replenished with energy after taking a sip. Gudong. The sound of Fox 9 swallowing saliva could not be covered up at all. The little beast girl held the jar and looked at Su Yuan eagerly, with a longing expression and a shaking tail. Su Yuan had no choice but to hand the pottery jar to Hu Jiu immediately. Sister Lingwe, when you go back, organize a few people to come and get some animal milk every day for everyone in the tribe to drink. There are now more than 100 people in the tribe, and the milk produced by these dozen yaks is enough for everyone in the tribe to drink a can every day, which would be regarded as another food after stewing meat. Belch. The little fox obviously loves drinking milk. After finishing a can of yak milk, its mouth was still stained with milk, and it looked like it was still not satisfied. Well, I understand. Thank you for taking in us, the abandoned people of the Black Sheep tribe, these days. It's my honor to serve you. Actually, Lingling has accepted the current situation. I'm wondering if you could ask for her release. Release her. I'm willing to swear on my life that I won't let her leave the tribe, even once. What mother would want her child to be tied up outside and suffer from the cold every day, even though it is no longer so cold inside the tribe? Sujuan Fronith. He untied Ling Ling's hands because he was confident that this guy couldn't untie the restraints on her legs. But if he completely let her go, I'll have someone untie her in 2 days. The tribe is now almost ready and can set out for the desolate snowfield in the next few days. It won't matter whether Ling Ling escapes by then. Lingwe thought for a moment and understood Su Yuan's idea. She gently pulled Su Yuan's hand and placed it on her forehead. Thank you for your generosity, my respected chief. Chapter 142, I want to become a great magician. Wow, it tastes so good. It tastes just like when I was a kid. I didn't expect that wild beast milk is so delicious. The leader is so smart. The beast girls in the tribe showed excitement after drinking yak milk. In the past, when they encountered prey, they would hunt them directly outside to prevent them from escaping. So this was their first time tasting animal milk, and even some older beast girls couldn't help but take a few sips. Mom, this tastes so good. It's a bit like what I drank when I was a kid. I miss it so much. Gigi was also given a small can of animal milk. After drinking half of it with a slurp, he wiped his mouth and said, the little guy's mouth was full of it. He looked at the can in his arms with an expression of wanting more. You're an adult now. Don't smack your lips when you eat, okay? Of course Long knew what she was reminiscing about. He rubbed her little head and tasted the milk in the jar. He seemed to see the vast grassland that his mother had described in his childhood. Mom misses me too. How is it? Is it delicious? Su Yuan looked at the red fox sitting next to him. The lion had a good physique and went to training as soon as he got up this morning, but the red fox did not have such a good physique. After getting up, he cast a healing spell on himself before walking out of the wooden house. At this moment, he took a sip of the fresh animal milk that Su Yuan brought over. It's really delicious. I thought you brought those snow yaks back to use as a meat reserve. The red fox took a sip, and the mellow taste made her unable to help but drink half of it before putting the can down. We have no shortage of meat. Hai Ling and the others will bring some food to trade soon, and the food grown in the soil will also mature. This yak milk will not only help the children of the tribe grow taller, but also make them stronger. Maybe someone will successfully awaken soon. Su Yuan put his arms around the red fox's waist. Without the fur coat blocking his view, he could feel the warmth when he gently pressed against it. He did not stop until the red fox blushed slightly. By the way, can you use the contents of his magic book? The red fox's fire witchcraft is released using a witch card. Su Yuan wants to see if the locals in the other world can also release magic according to the contents of the magic book. The book on basic fire spirit magic was taken out, and the complicated text on it made Chihu frown. Su Yuan also understood the problem with the text, so he quickly explained, magic is witchcraft. Look, this magic is a fireball spell, and there are 2 ways to cast it. After explaining the method of releasing magic to Red Fox, the Red Fox was somewhat surprised and unbelievable. Could witchcraft be released without relying on witch cards? First, try to see if you can gather the magic power in your hands. The Red Fox tried to close his eyes and communicate with the magic power in his body. Not long after, an orange flame appeared in his hand as he hummed softly. This was the first way to release magic. Fireball. A fist-sized fireball flew towards the sky and disintegrated after hitting the distant mountain wall, leaving only some charred black marks on the wall. Why don't you try the second method and see if you can communicate the fire element between heaven and earth? Although relying on the magic power stored in the body to release magic can be done faster, communicating with the elements of heaven and earth to release magic has a better advantage. The endless elements will not drain the magic power in the body just by releasing 1 or 2 spells. Apart from the time required for chanting and condensing the elements, It does not require much magic power in the body at all. Well, I'll try. Red Fox nodded seriously. She had been in a state of shock ever since the fireball was released. In the knowledge she had received since childhood, she had never heard that the magic power could be activated without the help of a magic wand. Before, she had really guided the magic power into her palm according to Su Yuan's instructions. Originally, the use of witch cards and witch staffs was to rely on the witch staff to guide out the witch power, but now this method is more like actively guiding the witch power by oneself. After hearing Su Yuan's second method, she immediately tried it, but after closing her eyes and feeling for a long time, she still couldn't feel the so-called elements of heaven and earth. Sorry, Su Yuan, I didn't feel the fire element between heaven and earth that you mentioned. The Red Fox shook her head somewhat disappointedly. Even when she concentrated her mind, she did not notice anything. It's okay. I'll tell you the magic tricks. You can try to see if you can perform them. This was also expected. Su Yuan immediately turned to the next page. Although there were some basic magic spells, he was unable to cast most of them. The magic power in the body simply cannot support some basic magic, and sometimes it is inexplicably interrupted halfway through. The Red Fox must be much better in this aspect than himself, a newbie in basic magic who has just started learning for a few days. Maybe he will be able to unleash it after learning it a few times. Flame arrow, fire cyclone. Outside the camp, the light of fire was accompanied by a delicate cry. Many beast girls came over curiously to look at the scene on the snow, which looked like a fire dragon descending. The Red Fox, which is so powerful. This is the witchcraft that the chief taught to the Red Fox witch. If I could become a witch, could I also go to the chief? This scene really made Su Yuan open his eyes wide in shock. The fire arrow magic failed after the Red Fox tried it once. But she was unwilling to give up and tried several more times until she held the fire wizard card in her hand. Then she could release flaming arrows one after another towards the ground in the distance. Although the power was not as great as that caused by the fireball, the consecutive arrows still blew a big hole in the snow. Not to mention the subsequent fire cyclone. The scene of the tornado destroying the snow was simply terrifying. It seems that a medium is necessary to perform more complex magic, but it seems that once you master it, you can also perform it with your bare hands. Su Yuan looked at it from afar, touched his chin, and muttered thoughtfully. So, with just one fire wizard card, I can unleash all fire magic? Or should I get a few with different elements to try out first? Then why bother practicing archery? I'll just learn magic from now on. 2 days later, early in the morning, everything was ready. Red Fox, this time you have to protect the tribe. Outside the camp, behind Su Yuan stood more than 30 beast girls ready to go. This time, only Chi Hu and Hu Si stayed behind in the tribe. Originally, Su Yuan planned to keep Hong Shuang as well, but facing the battle with the Black Sheep tribe, Chi Hu insisted that it would be enough to leave only her and Hu Si. Oh, take this thing, inject your magic power into it, and you can see everything nearby when you close your eyes. Su Yuan exchanged another sensor crystal from the store and gave it to Chi Hu. Now that his points have exceeded 200,000, he can be more generous in spending some special products. Don't worry, if we get into danger, I will take everyone to hide in the mine on the mountain. The Red Fox hugged Su Yuan affectionately, as if bidding farewell to her husband who was about to leave, her eyes full of worry and reluctance. Wait for our good news. Chapter 143, How Did You Turn Into a Big Sweet Potato? This time it took only 6 days to reach the desolate snowfield. Firstly, all those who followed were warriors, so they did not have to start preparing for the night's rest before dark like they did on previous returns. Su Yuan also exchanged food directly in the system mall, so he arrived at the desolate snow plain in just 6 days. Late at night, Su Yuan brought everyone to the top of the Black Sheep tribe. The same familiar place, the same familiar big tree. Hiding here, you can see clearly the movements of the Black Sheep tribe below from afar. However, there was no need to use the telescope this time. Su Yuan handed the prepared telescope to Mao Yi beside him, and then took out the sensing crystal. Now that he had magic power, although he didn't understand how to improve his mental strength, he could always find that the distance had increased every time he used the sensing crystal. During this period, apart from drinking fire spirit drinks, I practiced releasing basic fire spirit magic every day. It can't be that I increased my mental strength by teasing cats and foxes every night, right? His gaze turned to the Black Sheep tribe camp. The fire outside was still burning, but the captives who had been hanging on the stakes were nowhere to be seen. There were only a few beast girls in the camp sitting there licking their wounds. They were busy with trading and didn't pay attention to the details of the Black Sheep tribe. Now looking at those two little beast girls who are only about 1.6 meters tall, the wounds on their arms have already festered. They are obviously in great pain, but don't want to wake everyone up. Their pale faces are a bit distressing. Alas, how should we proceed in this battle? Capture everyone alive and don't let the Black Sheep find you. The tactic of capturing the leader first won't work. If Mu Guang controls the Black Sheep to self-destruct, we're doomed. System, exchange it for a plate of myling mosquito repellenting for me. The distance from here to the Black Sheep tribe is 70 meters, and it is far more than 70 meters. Su Yuan took the exchanged mosquito repellent coil in his hand. After thinking for a moment, he whispered to Long behind him. Long, give me my compound bow. It is impossible to send someone in secretly. The location occupied by the Black Sheep tribe is wide on all sides. It is more than 70 meters after going up the slope and can be clearly seen at a glance when going down the slope. Instead of doing this, it would be better to just shoot an arrow. Those two little beast girls have never seen an arrow, so even if they hear the sound, they will only come over out of curiosity. Once your thoughts start to get confused after you smell the scent, then you can start. After figuring out a solution, Su Yuan lit the myling mosquito coil. In order to prevent it from going out halfway, he directly lit half of the entire mosquito coil, and thick white smoke came out instantly. Hold your breath. Don't smell this white smoke. Su Yuan held his breath tightly, climbed back up the slope, and hung the mosquito coil on the arrow. With a sound of breaking through the arrow was directly nailed into the soil next to the big rock where he was resting. Lele, did you hear any sound? The beast girl, sitting by the campfire, looked around vigilantly. The starlight was not very bright today, and the dim environment made her shrink back timidly. Ew, maybe I'm hungry. That's why my stomach is growling. The sweet potatoes we had last time were so delicious. It's a pity that I only had one in the afternoon. When it comes to sweet potatoes, Au sits down by the campfire in a deflated mood. Only the blazing flames can make her feel a little warmth. Wow, stop talking, I'm hungry again. Me too, what a weird smell. Hey, where did you get the sweet potato? No, you turned into a sweet potato. Lele rubbed her eyes, and the Au in front of her turned into a big, round sweet potato. The fragrance made her saliva immediately secrete in her mouth. Oh, can I have a taste? Just one bite. In the distance, Su Yuan put away the sensing crystal in his hand. The two little beast girls below had been bewitched by the mosquito coils and were hugging each other and biting each other. Without the eyes watching over the night, those sleeping beast girls would be much easier to deal with. Su Yuan did not act immediately. The thick smoke in the air was still spreading, and the mosquito coil that could have been burned for 7 or 8 hours was now half burned. If we go down at this time, the thick smoke may affect our own people. Instead of doing that, it is better to let it smoke for a while so that everyone resting in the camp can fully absorb some of it. Half an hour later, the smoke dissipated and the mosquito coil ashes fell into the soil. The two little beast girls who were guarding outside were hugging each other tightly. Both of their faces and hands were covered with each other's saliva and teeth marks. Go ahead, tie up the others later. Manhwa, sure, Maoya, Home Shuang. You deal with Huli and the other awakened warrior. Xian Ke Long, follow me to catch the Black Sheep. Big Frost, take the snow wolves and keep an eye on the surroundings. Don't let anyone escape. If anyone comes, notify us immediately. Tiger Hunter is not an easy character to deal with, but the 4 awakened warriors should have no problem holding the 2 of them back. But the most important thing is Black Sheep, a wizard with very mysterious power. Everyone rushed down the hillside. The slight noise only startled the 2 beast girls guarding the outer gate. They turned around and saw only a group of sweet potatoes. So many sweet potatoes. Before they could make a move, a spider silk-tied them tightly. Su Yuan felt a little nervous and touched a crystal gem necklace on his chest. The cool feeling made his mind very clear. Now that he has become a magician, that is, a witch in the primitive tribe, he is not sure how Mu Guang is controlled. What if he is also controlled? The little beast girls of the Star Tribe are very obedient to me, and they will do it immediately even if I ask them to stop suddenly. So I have to stay awake at all times. Superior. The 3 of them rushed into the complex cave. Under the flashlight, they only saw a few beast girls hugging each other tightly. They were dreaming about some delicious food in their sleep, and crystal saliva was slowly flowing from the corners of their mouths. That's not it. The sensing crystal cannot penetrate objects to see what is inside. After taking a look at it, Su Yuan immediately replaced it with another one. There were not many caves that could be covered by animal skins. When the third one was opened, a black mist broke through the animal skins and rushed out. Careful! Xian Ku grabbed Su Yuan's arm and pulled him aside. The black mist shattered the animal skin curtain and instantly extinguished the campfire in the camp. Where did this rat come from? How dare they attack me at night? A sexy beast girl walked out of the cave, with black horns standing on both sides of her head and a cold face full of indifference. He pointed a staff in his hand at Su Yuan and looked at the three people in front of him. Xin Ge, it's you. I was wondering why I couldn't find you after searching for so long. I didn't expect you to come to my tribe in person today. Broken. Su Yuan fronith. He didn't expect that the black sheep was not affected by the Myling mosquito repellent coil. Was it because the magician had strong mental power, or was it because Mu Guang was controlling it remotely? Are you the black sheep or the Mu Guang? Mu Guang divine wizard. Who are you, and how come you know Mu Guang divine wizard? A hint of doubt appeared on Black Sheep's face, and then he looked at Su Yuan with a cold expression. Isn't it Mu Guang? It seems like guy's not monitoring these people all the time. Su Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. If that Mu Guang wizard knew the situation here, who knows what kind of trouble might happen. Chapter 144, whose good guy holds the flash bomb in his hand. The strange atmosphere around him made Black Sheep realize that something was wrong. The warriors of his own tribe did not appear in the cave, but instead a group of unfamiliar faces surrounded him. Su Yuan, we've captured all the people. Inside the cave, Sure and his companions walked out directly, holding a tied-up beast girl in their hands. The girl looked a little disheveled, with a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. What about tiger hunting? I didn't see her. She was the only awakened warrior in the cave. Tiger lies in here? Su Yuan glanced at the black sheep over there, then at the empty wooden stakes around him, and instantly understood the situation of the Black Sheep tribe. Catch the black sheep and leave immediately. Xin Ku took the first step. This time he did not use the tip of the gun, but instead used an iron rod to hit the black sheep. Dark shield. Now only Black Sheep was left. She pointed the witch staff in her hand forward, and a black barrier appeared around her body. The iron rod made a dull sound when it fell. Such powerful magic power. Are you a great wizard? This is the ability that the Muguang divine shaman has bestowed upon me. You possess 2 talents. As long as you join the Muguang tribe, becoming a great shaman will be easy. Su Yuan was a little confused. Just when a divine witch came, how could there be another great witch? He stretched his head and asked Sure beside him. Sure, what is this great witch? A great wizard is an advanced wizard, equivalent to a high-level warrior among awakened warriors. I didn't expect that Black Sheep has become a great wizard. Su Yuan roughly understood the 3rd level of the magician hierarchy. Warriors were divided into elementary, intermediate, and advanced levels, and magicians should be divided into apprentice wizards like him, ordinary wizards at the level of Red Fox, and great wizards like the Black Sheep in front of him. The great wizard of dark elementalism. This is not easy to deal with. Inform the others to take the captives out first and be ready to leave at any time. Su Yuan frowned and watched the fight between Xin Ku and Black Sheep. If he couldn't catch Black Sheep, he had to at least capture all the others. In this way, the Black Sheep, who had lost his tribe, had only 2 options. Either rob other tribes or enter the snowy plains to find Su Yuan and others for revenge. But if it is let go, it will be difficult to manage this group of captured warriors. From the beast girls of the Black Sheep tribe, we learned that the Black Sheep which was gentle before he was controlled. Even though these beast girl warriors were seriously injured and exhausted, they were still willing to serve her. Without Black Sheep, she would not be able to manage these beast girl warriors. Sure, Long, eat these things and go help. If there's any danger, get out immediately. Su Yuan generously exchanged all the hamburgers and drinks with bonuses in the system hall. After the battle, he had plenty of time to recover points. But this is your only chance to catch the Black Sheep. Xin Ku, who retreated, was also strengthened by him. The originally stalemate battle situation changed instantly, and a light of thunder and fire shone all over Xin Ku's body. The black fog was instantly defeated. Seizing the opportunity, Long and his men immediately launched a surprise attack from the side. The continuous attacks made the Black Sheep difficult to resist. Panyu, you take everyone and guard outside. The Panyuan next to her bit her lips tightly. her sharp teeth causing blood to flow from the corners of her mouth, and tears welled up in her eyes with red eyeliner. No, I want to catch the black sheep witch. I won't allow Mu Guang to control her like this. I must catch her. Pan Yu was very fast. After swallowing the spicy shark burger in a few mouthfuls, he rushed towards the black sheep. He had no weapon in his hand, but his sharp claws instantly cut a hole in the animal skin around the black sheep's waist. Yes, you have grown up and have become an awakened warrior. I still underestimated you, Banyue. Blood oozed from the broken skin, and a fierce look appeared on Black Sheep's face. She was no match for these people in front of her. Xin-Ku alone was enough to make her exhausted, not to mention the other awakened warriors around her. He raised the wizard's staff again, and the dark shield appeared again. The Black Sheep closed his eyes and slowly uttered the words of prayer. Maguang Divine Witch, I am calling you here to descend upon me. Not good. Su Yuan shot a fireball instantly, but the dark shield blocked it from all sides. A white light instantly emerged from the dark shield of the Black Sheep. Xin-Ku and people from the Red Fox tribe? The voice was still that magnetic one, but the tone had changed. It became noble and cold, and the look in his eyes when he looked at everyone was full of contempt and disdain. Mu Guang, who are you? Oh, you have magic power in your body, so you seem to be a witch from some tribe, right? Mu Guang's words frightened Su Yuan a little. The black shield around him exploded, and Xin-Ku and others retreated directly. Let my black sheep mother go. Pan Yu's eyes were red at this time, and his trembling body wanted to rush forward again. Su Yuan grabbed her tail and almost pulled the hair off her tail before he managed to pull her back. Why don't you join me? The devil is about to be born. As long as you eliminate the devil and save the world, I will naturally let everyone go. Saving the world? Ha ha, hypocritical. If I'm not mistaken, you're doing all this just for a divine gift in the snowfield, right? Mu Guang's expression changed slightly. Su Yuan stared at her intently, and he still caught the slightest evasion in her eyes. Ha! It was that demon who stole the gift from God. I am only here to destroy that demon. If she gets it, the world will be destroyed. This Mu Guang divine shaman seemed to be still immature. Even though he denied that he coveted the things given by God, his mind was not very mature. There was a hint of murderous intent in his eyes when he looked at Su Yuan. Stop talking nonsense and hold her down. Now is not the time to chat. Who knows if Mu Guang has controlled people from other tribes to rush here. At Su Yuan's command, everyone launched an attack again. This time, the wizard's staff in the black sheep's hand no longer released dark magic. A bright white light instantly blinded everyone's eyes, and Xin-Ku was instantly knocked out by the light. It's the same trick again. This damn guy only knows how to sneak attack. Xin-Ku wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and a wound appeared on the exposed part of his shoulder. Su Yuan was also blinded by the flash. He endured the pain and shouted to the system, "System, give me some tactical sunglasses." No wonder Xin-Ku couldn't defeat Mu Guang before. This sudden flash bomb made her invincible. Put on your sunglasses. Given the current encirclement situation, it goes without saying that Mu Guang will definitely notify other tribes to come. The nearest Wing tribe only needs half a day to travel there. But if those awakened warriors come quickly, they will probably arrive in 4 or 5 hours at most. If they don't get rid of the black sheep controlled by Mu Guang, they will not even have the chance to escape later. Su Yuan put on his tactical sunglasses, and the stinging in his eyes eased a lot as the light disappeared. Mu Guang, who was standing not far away, stood proudly in front of everyone with a wizard's staff in his hand, and a beam of light magic from the tip of the staff shot towards Su Yuan. Which staff? There's a way. Chapter 145 Spell, Expelliarmus. The battle was stalemate for a while. With the tactical sunglasses to eliminate Mu Guang's dazzling light magic, Xin-Ku was no longer afraid of the sudden flash. However, the scorching light still injured those who rushed forward. System, give me a bottle of Snow Demon Brand ginger tea and 2 cold mist spore bullets. Su Yuan hid in the back, looking for an opportunity. He drank the ginger tea in his hand, and then shouted at the people fighting. Everyone stand back. Although they didn't know why Su Yuan shouted to retreat, everyone still obediently retreated to the back. Only the idiot Xin-Ku stabbed Mu Guang with the spear in his hand like a fool. Damn it, holy light blessing. Mu Guang also saw the 2 strange things flying towards her, and she felt something was wrong, but Xin-Ku in front of her was pressing her closely, not giving her any time to dodge. Bang! The cold fog spore bullets were blocked by the holy light, and thick cold fog covered the battlefield. A layer of frost instantly formed on the skin of Xin Ku and Mugwang. But this little bit of cold fog couldn't hurt either of them at all, and the frosting on her skin only made her body a little stiff. What on earth are you trying to do? Holy light! Just as Mugwang was about to cast magic again, a figure rushed out from the cold fog, stretched out a big hand, and instantly grabbed her wizard's wand. Detected. Stop talking nonsense and unlock it through direct trade. At this time, Su Yuan didn't dare to wait for the system introduction to be completed and immediately shouted in his heart. At this time, the wizard's staff was emitting an intense light. Transaction successful. New products can be viewed in the special column. In an instant, the light disappeared, and Mugwang looked at the disappeared wizard's wand in her hand and the figure pressing on her body in horror. Space magic? That's impossible. Who are you? Space magic? Su Yuan heard Mugwang's murmurs and recalled that Mugwang seemed to be talking about magic before. You know, in this primitive society, beast girls are all called witchcraft. Dirty human, get out of my way. After being shocked, Mugwang looked at Su Yuan with disgust and struggled to get up, but her strength was not enough to break free from Su Yuan's restraints. At this time, her body was held tightly by Su Yuan. In order to prevent her from being controlled, Su Yuan pressed directly on her without looking into her eyes. Xin Ku and the others rushed up from behind and tied up the black sheep controlled by Mugwang into a ball in a few moves. Remove your witchcraft quickly. Give me back the black sheep, mother. At this time, Pan Yu grabbed Mugwang's shoulders excitedly, but there was no fear on Mugwang's face. Instead, he looked at Pan Yu's outstretched arm with disgust. Just wait, you dirty fellows. I will find you and catch you myself. The bright light around him disappeared, and the black sheep's neck tilted and fell down. At this time, tears in Pan Yu's eyes instantly fell. It's okay, she just fainted. Pack up and get ready to leave. Su Yuan stepped forward to sniff the black sheep's breath, then quickly stood up and looked into the strange rock cave. Now that we are here, we naturally have to search for supplies. Maybe there are some good treasures that Tiger Lie has been hoarding and is unwilling to trade. He had captured all the people, so naturally the things would not be left here. So Su Yuan walked in immediately. The beast girls in the cave had been tied up and taken out. There were only some animal skins in the cold cave and some uneaten sweet potatoes in the corner. After searching for a long time, they only found some stone and bone weapons. After exiting, they immediately went to the small cave covered by animal skins where the black sheep had been before. The cave is not very big, about 4 square meters, and the space above is also quite spacious. There's only an animal skin mat inside, and some food is placed next to it. After searching for a long time, he finally found a small animal skin bag under the animal skin mat, and the crisp sound of the system rang again. There was no time to study it carefully at this time. Su Yuan put away the things and walked out immediately. Everyone around had tied up their people, and each of them was carrying 1 or 2 people on their backs. Let's go back first. Although he didn't know when the Wuying tribe would arrive, the sooner he left, the safer it would be. Su Yuan tore off a piece of animal skin to cover the black sheep's eyes. Everyone evacuated quickly in the dark as if on a forced march. The bonfire in the camp had become dim, and the howling of the wind and snow became louder and louder, soon blowing out the fire completely. There was only 1 arrow left in the entire camp, stuck in the ground. 3 hours later, a hand pulled out the arrow and held it in its hand to examine it carefully. Arrow. Could that person also be from the heavens? Lord Wuying, we haven't found any trace of the enemy. We just sensed the direction they left, which is towards the ice and snow plains. The person behind him came to report. Mugwang suppressed his anger in his eyes and broke the arrow. The arrow was made of ordinary wood, but the workmanship was particularly fine. It seems that there are powerful people on this continent. Can we still catch up with them? Judging from the tracks in the snow, they've been gone for a while, and the frost crystal season is about to arrive. The subordinate was a little hesitant. If they enter the icy and snowy plains in the frost crystal season without food or shelter, they would die. That guy is about to arrive. We can't lose any more people at this time. Mugwang gritted his teeth and looked at the broken arrow in his hand with reluctance. The man was very familiar with him, but he didn't understand him at all. This passive feeling made her particularly uncomfortable. The Black Sheep tribe's warrior leader has returned from the Guang tribe and sent a few people to tell her that the Red Fox tribe returned, massacred the Black Sheep tribe's people, and then fled into the ice and snow plains. Yes. Sniff. After his subordinates left, Mu Guang sniffed and smelled a strange smell coming from the arrow. The smell was very familiar, and he seemed to have smelled it during the previous battle. Is this an alchemical tool? Mu Guang lowered his head and found a small ball of light gray ashes buried in the wind and snow. He gently picked it up and put it to his nose and could smell a strange odor. The smell entered her brain and made her feel a little dizzy. The picture in front of her eyes suddenly became a little blurry. In a trance, the picture in front of her eyes turned into a magnificent palace. Young and beautiful elf guards stood on both sides of the palace, and a woman in a white dress sitting on the throne in the center slowly looked at her. Mu Guang. But she quickly recovered and threw the powder in her hand away in horror. I see. It seems that person is also from the celestial realm. He possesses such a powerful alchemical tool. Could he be a subordinate of the Crystal Queen? Mu Guang frowned. Now, not only did the underworld send people to fight for the God-given things, but even those guys from the heavenly realm also sent people to the snowfield to fight for it. My king had made an agreement with her, but I didn't expect Queen Jingsui to break her oath. No one has ever been able to snatch anything from me, Mu Guang. One day, I will personally capture you and bring you to the Queen of Crystal to demand compensation. Chapter 146. This time, it's my turn to save you. Haha. 7 days later, outside the Black Sheep tribe camp, a nimble figure rushed back quickly, with anxiety and fatigue clearly visible in his eyes. After arriving at the camp, he rushed directly into the cave. Roar! Inside the cave, a giant black bear was thrown out. Its hazy eyes showed some anger from being woken up. It growled and planned to rush in and bite to death the person who woke it up. But as soon as it entered the cave, its figure stopped immediately. The person who was checking the cave was the tiger hunter who had thrown it out before. The black bear's body was a little stiff, and there was a sad expression on his face. This was the third time he was woken up 3 times in such a short time. It was thrown out by someone 3 times, and each time the humans who threw it out were people it couldn't afford to offend. This is simply too much bullying. What's going on? Is it really as that person said? Tiger Hunter frowned and began to look around. The signs of fighting in the cave were not serious. Only the animal skin mats were a little messy. There were no traces of blood around, and even the sweet potatoes and weapons were placed in a corner. Something's wrong. None of these things were taken away. Ignoring the fleeing black bear, Tiger Hunter rushed out of the cave and ran to the black sheep's separate cave, smashing the animal skin curtain to pieces. There was no trace of blood inside. Only the animal skin mat on the ground was also a little messy. When walking out of the cave, Kulai looked very calm. The 2 campfires in the camp had long been extinguished, and one of them must have been broken up. There was also a very neat bonfire. The white snow in the open space obscured some traces of fighting, but the snow was not thick, so some traces could still be found. That person lied, specifically telling me that it was the Red Fox tribe that massacred Black Sheep and the others. Either it was the Deer Bell tribe that the Black Sheep were about to attack, or it was Mu Guang, who sat on the snow. She was extremely tired after traveling for several days. In order to investigate the traveling merchant, she almost ran, without stopping until she reached the foot of the Wangshu Mountains. But she didn't see any human figure. She didn't understand how those guys escaped from the Wangshu Mountains after bringing so many people away from the snowy plains. On the way back, he heard the bad news about the Black Sheep tribe. Hulai felt as if his body was hollowed out, and he had no strength at all. My eyelids were very heavy, as if I was about to fall asleep. No, I can't rest yet. Hulai propped himself up and looked in 2 directions. One was the Wangshu Mountains. Perhaps he could find his tribesmen who were taken away by the traveling merchants by crossing the mountains. The other one was in the ice and snowy plain. Although that person had deceived him, he told him the direction of his movement so clearly, and he also knew people from the Red Fox tribe. There's only Mu Guang. He told himself that he just wanted to use his own hands to deal with the escaped Red Fox tribe. There were 2 directions that made her hesitate. One was the ordinary members of the tribe, one was the witch of the tribe, and the other was the warriors. Hulai's eyes were red, his hands were clenched tightly, his heart was full of hesitation, and now there was no one he could talk to. Little Tiger Hunter, I won't let you go. Mom and the others will be here soon. A little girl with black goat horns seemed to appear before my eyes. She was hanging on the edge of the cliff, holding tightly onto a small figure. The only branch holding the 2 of them up was covered with fine sharp thorns, and blood flowed from the wrist of the girl with goat horns to her face. Black sheep, wait for me. Tiger Lai gritted his teeth and ran towards the snowy plain without any hesitation. The tribesmen captured by traveling merchants might have a chance of surviving, and might even live a more stable life than the Black Sheep tribe today. But if he was caught by the Red Fox tribe, considering that the Black Sheep which had attacked the Red Fox tribe before, he would probably be in great danger. He had to find a Red Fox tribe as soon as possible. Even if it costs my life, I will get the Black Sheep back. Let me save you this time. Let me go. Everyone was walking quickly in the snowy plains. All the captured members of the Black Sheep tribe seemed to have accepted their fate, especially the beast girls who recognized Sure and his companions. Black Sheep's eyes were covered, but she was still struggling desperately onto Shuang. Behind her, Su Yuan was sitting onto Shuang's back. Her palms were pressing tightly on the Black Sheep's body. The Black Sheep had been restless for the past 2 days, and Mu Guang was summoned by her once in the middle. However, without the wizard's wand and with his eyes still blinded, Mu Guang chose to give up this chess piece after struggling for a few times. Now only the controlled fanatic Black Sheep is still trying to break free from his restraints, and praying for the coming of the light every day is of no use. Stop howling. Don't you see that Mu Guang has already given up on you? Su Yuan slapped her on the back. Such a sexy lady, howling like a child every day. Her mental energy seemed to be endless. The Maguang Divine Shaman has not given up on me. Once I find your lair, the Maguang tribe will bring everyone to capture you all in one fell swoop. I don't know how Mu Guang controls these people. They have their own thoughts, but all their thoughts serve Mu Guang. It was as if Mu Guang had become the supreme god in their hearts. How long until we get to the tribe? After traveling for half a month, Su Yuan was a little tired. In order to prevent the hunters behind him from finding him, he took a detour. The direction of the detour was exactly the road where Pan Yu got lost when he brought them to the desolate snowfield. They had already reached the unfrozen river 2 days ago. I remember that last time I caught a level 3 giant shark there, but when I came here again, its father had been stewed into soup. We're almost there. I can already see the red light of the tribe. Maoye seemed a little excited. He jumped lightly and came to the back of Da Swan. He sat on the Black Sheep's back with his butt and looked arrogant. Cat Knight, get off the Black Sheep wish. I don't want it unless you let me pull out some of your tail hair. Oh, get down here. The two started fighting again. Su Yuan rubbed his head helplessly, but just as Mao Yi said, the outline of the camp could be seen from here. The people in the camp seemed to have seen them, and some figures rushed out from the wooden door. Many beast girls gathered outside the camp, looking over here, their cheers guiding them back. Why are Ling Ling and the others here too? Frost Rhino was also an awakened warrior, with better eyesight than the others. He saw several familiar figures running towards them from afar. Xiao Shuang, let me tell you, Ling Ling and Sister Shuero have both joined the Star Tribe, the Black Sheep, which is truly being controlled by Mu Guang. Pan Yu did not continue to play with Mao Yi. He came to Shuang Shi and said with a pout in dissatisfaction, "She has been talking so much these past 2 days that her lips are worn out." But Shuang Shi and the others just didn't believe it. After they were sure that they couldn't break free, they watched Su Yuan take them away every day with an expression as if they were waiting to die. Are you serious? Chapter 147, This is harder to press than the pig during the Chinese New Year. Hey Xiao Shuang, you've been caught too. In the camp, Ling Ling looked at the tied-up Frost Rhino with a teasing look on her face. The two of them liked to bicker before, but the continuous battles after the Black Sheep was controlled made them lose their spirit. Now he is well fed and sleeps until he wakes up naturally every day. He only needs to feed the 2 bad-tempered beast girls on time to complete his daily work. He is in much better spirits than when he was first caught. Xiaoling, Sister Tiger Hunter has been looking for you for a long time. It turns out that you were the one who betrayed the Black Sheep Witch. What do you mean by betrayal? I was captured too. Didn't you realize that the traveling merchant who was trading with Sister Tiger Hunter was the one who captured you? Ling Ling sighed. Seeing everyone being tied up and brought back, her worries were put to rest, and even her guilt towards the Black Sheep, which was reduced a little. Anyway, everyone was arrested. I was just arrested a while earlier. Humph, you must be too stupid to be caught here. If it were me, weren't you captured here too? It was quite rare to see such a lively scene in the camp. The beast girls of the Red Fox tribe looked at the captured Black Sheep tribe warriors with great vigilance. The Red Fox had told them about the Black Sheep tribe before, and everyone knew that the previous raid was not the Black Sheep tribe's true intention. But no matter what, that attack also caused harm to these beast girls, so everyone is very wary of the expressions of the Black Sheep tribe warriors at this moment. In the cabin, Su Yuan leaned over with a smug look on his face and looked at the sexy lady with sheep horns lying on the bed, and pulled off the animal skin strip covering her eyes. Hee. No, ha ha ha, Black Sheep, now that you're in my hands, do you still expect Mu Guang to rescue you? Just wait. As long as I can escape, I will definitely bring people to destroy your tribe. The long-lost light made the Black Sheep a little dazed. After she saw the person in front of her clearly, she gritted her teeth and said hatefully that without her staff, she was like a little lamb and posed no threat at all. The scene in the house makes me feel like a villain no matter how I look at it. Forget it. There's no point in telling you this now. System, exchange for blazing, purifying syrup. Su Yuan felt a little sad when he saw the points disappearing. He hadn't gained much in the past few days since he came back. That battle reduced the 200,000 points he had previously stored to 160,000. Fortunately, the mission was successfully completed and there will be no more fighting in the short term unless the controlled Wu Ying tribe finds this place. In his hand, a small bamboo tube appeared out of thin air. The bamboo tube had no lid, and the black sticky substance inside emitted a faint herbal scent. Isn't this just cough syrup? Su Yuan gently dipped his finger in it and put it in his mouth. The sweetness was accompanied by a hint of coolness. Just a small sip made him feel refreshed. The effect is much stronger than the syrup I've eaten before. Come on, honorable Black Sheep, which drink this. What are you doing? Let me go and take this disgusting thing away. Black Sheep frowned and moved her body quickly towards the back of the bed. The smell of black syrup coming from the bamboo tube in front of her made her brain feel a little swollen and painful. The sounds of scolding and struggling were heard from the cabin, and noisy sounds were also heard from the camp outside. Black Sheep was the witch of their tribe, and the tribesmen were all concerned about what was going on in the house. At this moment, the Black Sheep was like a pig during the Chinese New Year and could not be held down at all, let alone fed with syrup. What are you arguing about? Su Yuan was also a little angry. After catching the man, couldn't he solve the problem? He put on a blindfold and immediately carried the Black Sheep to the camp. At this time, the warriors of the Black Sheep tribe were struggling, but even the awakened warrior Frost Rhino could not break free from the red frost spider silk, let alone these ordinary warriors. Let us Black Sheep witches go. Come at us if you have anything. Everyone around gathered around, and some beast girls who were once members of the Black Sheep tribe wanted to step forward and plead for mercy, but Shuero stood in front of them and did not allow anyone to come forward. Sister Shuero, the Black Sheep Witch, we are members of the Xingqian tribe, and we will obey Su Yuanwu's orders in everything. Su Yuan carried the man out and walked directly to the center of the camp. The Black Sheep was thrown directly to the ground. No one dared to step forward at this moment. Even Pan, you was watching nervously from the side. I haven't explained it before, so I'll explain it in detail today. Don't you feel that your Black Sheep wizard personality has suddenly changed drastically? They fought recklessly, abandoning their own people. Every war was unclear. They didn't plunder food, resources, or territory. What are you fighting for? And who are you fighting for? The questioning and scolding silenced the surrounding Black Sheep warriors. They didn't know what the continuous battles were for. They had been living peacefully in the cave. Led by Tiger Hunt, they could harvest abundant food in the snowy plains every day, but now fatigue and hunger have cast a shadow over the entire tribe. No one can answer this question. It's very simple. Let me tell you, because she was controlled by someone who claimed to be a divine witch. Not only her, but also many witches from other tribes. The current unrest in the snow plains was caused by that person. Su Yuan looked at everyone and shouted loudly. Although he had mentioned it privately before, this was the first time he said it loudly and formally in front of everyone. That man's name is Mu Guang. I believe some of you have heard of him. Why did the Black Sheep ask you to send people to the Mu Guang tribe, and why did you fight this meaningless war? I can answer you, and I can also let Black Sheep answer you. Manhwa, pry your mouth open for me. Pan Yu in the crowd looked at Su Yuan in panic. After a moment of silence, she walked up. Fortunately, the Black Sheep had its eyes covered by animal skin. Otherwise, she would not even have the courage to look directly at him. The taste of the purifying syrup made Black Sheep close her mouth tightly, and her body struggled violently. But this time, Pan Yu was holding her down tightly. Her mouth was pried open little by little, and Su Yuan lost his patience. He scooped out a piece of syrup with his hand and stuffed it directly into her mouth. He did this several times, and each time it hit her throat. Only after the syrup in the jar was used up did he cover the black sheep's mouth tightly and let her swallow it slowly. The saliva secretion melted the sticky, purifying syrup, and soon it turned into a sweet stream and entered the black sheep's body. It should be effective. This cost me 5,000 points, and with so many people watching, it would be so embarrassing if it doesn't work. Although Su Yuan appeared very calm on the surface, he felt a little guilty inside as he looked at the struggling black sheep lying on the ground. In order to ensure the effect of purifying the syrup, he scraped out every drop of it from the bamboo tube. Even the remaining syrup on the fingers was scraped off bit by bit with the black sheep's teeth. At this time, the black sheep on the ground began to tremble violently, and its covered mouth broke free and let out a terrible cry. Ah! Chapter 148, Little Manhwa Won't Cry. Witch. Black Sheep Witch. The phantom of flames burned on the surface of the black sheep's body, and the heart-wrenching cry made the surrounding beast girls panic. Even Manhwa was in panic, and tears were streaming down her face. She no longer had the arrogant expression she had before. She ran to Su Yuan pitifully and pulled his arm. Don't worry. This flame will only dispel Mu Guang's control over the black sheep. It won't hurt anyone. Su Yuan patted Manhwa's back to comfort her. The black sheep struggling in the flames made everyone feel heartbroken, and Su Yuan even had a toothache. The system notes said it was slightly painful. Is this what you call slightly painful? If the black sheep hadn't been bound by spider silk, it would probably have hit its head and died. I wonder if one day I will be controlled and end up drinking this stuff. No, I don't have enough strength, and I must not confront Mu Guang head on. At this time, there was a tribe built with wood at the foot of the Wangshu Mountains. The house in the middle of the tribe is somewhat similar to the wooden house built by Su Yuan. Many beast girls in the camp are busy preparing various items. There were several beast girls guarding on the surrounding platforms, their eyes fixed on the people below. In the very central part of the luxurious wooden house, there sat a girl in a green dress with delicate makeup, inverted triangle elf ears, and a blue gem hanging on her forehead. Ah! Puff! Cough, 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 damn it. That guy broke my soul prison. Mu Guang coughed up a stream of blood. Her connection with the black sheep was severed by a flame, and at that moment, the flame also burned into her soul. The pain of the flames burning her soul almost made her faint. Fortunately, the burning sensation came and went quickly, but her body still couldn't stop shaking. Could it be the Crystal Queen's soul-burning potion? To deal with me, it actually used the soul-burning potion that the Crystal Queen herself made. It seems that you are very important to Queen Crystal. Someone come here. Mu Guang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His expression returned to normal as he looked at the two people who walked in from outside. He said in a very cold tone, "Send a few smart soldiers to the ice and snow field to find a hiding place of that black-haired guy." But Lord Xinwu, Bingtian, is... The two saw Mu Guang's face darken visibly, and they lowered their heads and agreed immediately. The frost crystal season is coming soon, and those who go to the ice and snow fields are likely to be in danger. No, we can't let that guy off so easily. We must at least have someone restrain him. Mu Guang ignored the two people who left and sat down to think again. If he and the people from the Earth Netherworld ended up in a fight that ended in mutual destruction, wouldn't that allow the Crystal Queen's subordinates, who were hiding in the ice and snow, to take advantage? Snow fans, go spread the word to the orcs in the desolate snowfields. Tell them that an orc totem has appeared in the icy snowfields. The tribe that finds the totem will gain infinite power. The totem is now in the hands of a man from the God-given tribe. He has short black hair and yellow skin, and has killed many orcs. Outside the door, a white-haired woman nodded slightly, with a slight smile on her face, and her voice as soft as water only uttered one word. Yes. The next second, the figure outside the house disappeared instantly. Now I want to see who is the prey. A hint of ferocity flashed across Mu Guang's eyes, and then he threw the blood-stained clothes out of the house. The gem on his forehead glowed slightly, and then a set of identical clothes appeared on his body. Here it is. In the Star Tribe, 2 days have passed since the last time they fed medicine. Black Sheep fainted after being burned by the flame phantom for more than 10 minutes. In the past 2 days, Manhwa, Yue, and Beiwe have been basically inseparable from his side. After dealing with the Black Sheep, Su Yuan continued to busy himself with mining. The huge loss of points forced him to focus on the mine during this period. Otherwise, I wouldn't even be able to afford the fire spirit drinks I use daily. What's more, the plan set before was to pass on the iron forging technology to the Star Tribe after capturing the people of the Black Sheep Tribe. So during this period of time, the Beast Girls of the Star Tribe were busy in the mine with Su Yuan. Su Yuan didn't dare to release the captured warriors of the Black Sheep Tribe for the time being. He would have to wait until the Black Sheep truly woke up before he could let them return to their homeland. Black Sheep Witch, you're awake. Beiyue and Panyue were both lying on the edge of the bed to rest. Only Yue, now that the tribe was no longer so cold, was very energetic and was playing with Beiyue's ears at the head of the bed. Yue's surprised voice also woke up the two people who were lying on the bed. Panyue rubbed his eyes and looked at Heiyang on the bed. Black Sheep Mom, Black Sheep Witch, you're awake. The smile on Panyu's face lasted only a moment, and then he looked at her with some fear. What if Su Yuan didn't succeed? What if the black sheep in front of him was still the same black sheep as before? She was very scared, and the first person that came to her mind was Su Yuan. She wanted to move her feet and rush out of the house to find Su Yuan, but Black Sheep's words made her stop in her tracks. Little Panyue, why do you look so strange? How come you've grown so much taller after just a nap? Those gentle words were very familiar. Panyu lowered her head instantly, her body shaking uncontrollably, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Wow, Black Sheep Witch, you're finally awake. We missed you so much. Before she could vent her emotions, Beiyue, who was standing beside her, threw herself on Heiyang with tears streaming down her face, covering Heiyang's body with tears and snot. Okay, I didn't leave. Did something happen to me? Where's Tiger Hunter? Black Sheep did not dislike Beiyue. When he wanted to hug her, he found that his hands and feet were tightly tied, and the smile on his face gradually stopped. As far as she could remember, she had only slept once in the tribe's cave. In order to solve the food problem caused by the arrival of the ice god, she had not slept well for several nights. But when he woke up, the dark cave turned into a brown wooden house, and the Banyu beside him had changed. More importantly, he was tied up. It's like this. Yue is the most emotionally stable among the three. Although she sticks to Heiyang, she is still able to tell the story. It's just that she knew too little and was either sleeping or eating before, so after talking for a long time, Black Sheep was still confused. However, she also knew Yue's situation, so she just smiled and said nothing. She turned her head and looked at Panyue, who was crying alone. Little Panyue is not the type to shed tears. You didn't even cry when you were surrounded by wolves. And when you asked me to apply medicine on you, your face was blue with pain, but you didn't shed a single tear. Wow. Chapter 149, I will no longer be the leader of the tribe. Xiaolin God certification plus 1/2. Just build it up with clay like this and wait until it dries. In a corner of the camp, Su Yuan, Chihu, and Hujio, with their hands full of mud, were building a peculiarly shaped building in the open space. The middle of the tall cylinder was hollowed out, and next to it was a shorter hollowed-out building. Such a strange thing made Fox 9 look at it with confusion. Su Yuan, what is this for? Is it for cooking? It does look a bit similar. Just put the clay pot on it, and you can stew a pot of delicious broth, which is much more convenient than putting a clay pot on the campfire. All you do is eat. How you been playing with Gigi these past 2 days? Su Yuan originally wanted to pull Fox 9's ears, but if he got the clay on his hands, Fox 9's furry ears would be covered with mud, so he had to give up. Later, ask Xian to find a palm-sized piece of the fire-patterned iron, or that he dug up earlier, and break it into small pieces. Now that the problem of Black Sheep has been solved, it's time to consider improving the level of civilization of the tribe. At the very least, we have to determine whether the Iron Age is a condition for a second-level mall. If so, I can save up points to exchange for dozens of hot weapons and go directly to defeat Muguang. Otherwise, I can only hide here for the time being and develop slowly. Then go and defeat Muguang. I see. I'm sorry for making things difficult for you. In another cabin, Black Sheep looked a little depressed. He didn't expect so many things to have happened in the meantime, and the tribe that his sister had handed over to him had become like this. Without food, the successive battles left the tribesmen hovering between hunger and exhaustion. More importantly, even the children and elders were almost sent to other tribes by themselves. At this moment, Black Sheep couldn't help but shed tears, and the guilt and sadness in his heart filled his entire heart. Well, Black Sheep Witch, I don't blame you. Su Yuan said that you were controlled by the man named Muguang. Panyu's tone became much lighter, without the rebelliousness of the past. She stuck to Heiyang, hugged her, and rubbed against the familiar scent. Muguang, Muguang. The black sheep muttered the name to himself, and a woman seemed to appear in his memory. She was very beautiful, and her ears were different from the ears of the beasts of the God-given tribe. The look in her eyes when she looked at people always revealed disgust and contempt. So it's her. Then I'm afraid quite a few tribes have been controlled by her. Little manhwa, can you take me to meet your new leader? Yeah, he's in the camp. I'll take you there, manhwa. Stop crying and go prepare some food. manhwa, who was still wiping her tears and nose, immediately raised her head and said with bubbles in her nose, Yeah, I'll go make some broth for the black sheep witch right away. You, come and help. No. I'm slumpy. It's time for me to go to bed. No. If you keep sleeping, you'll become Pig Moon. You have to come and help. You brought black sheep outside. The sun was not very bright today, and the dark clouds covering the sky made the atmosphere very depressing. Only the guardian orb of the camp was emitting light. Black sheep witch, let me untie you. Panyu was about to untie the spider silk on Black Sheep's hand, but was rejected by Black Sheep with a smile. I'm still a sinner. I cannot go through without being untied. Come on, take me to see the leader. The two walked towards Su Yuan, one in front and one behind. Some of the little beast girls who were playing around stopped playing, and many people from the Black Sheep tribe looked at the Black Sheep in fear. There were also those tied-up soldiers. Each of them was wrapped in white cloth strips to varying degrees. Their faces were pale, and they looked very bad. Little manhwa, where is your sister Tiger Hunter? We didn't see Sister Huli when we went to capture you. It seems she followed your instructions and went to the Mguang tribe to send someone off. Tiger Hunt, alas. The Black Sheep didn't dare to look directly into the eyes of those tribesmen and walked with his head down to the circular building where flames were burning. At this time, several people were gathered there. Fierce flames were coming out of the round hole, and it seemed that they were doing something. Su Yuan. Panyu happily hugged Su Yuan, who was paying attention to the blast furnace, and said with a somewhat nervous tone, Su Yuan, the Black Sheep which has woken up. I brought her here. Is he awake? Su Yuan raised his head, and the red fox beside him also looked at the Black Sheep standing not far away. He was wearing a black animal skin that only covered his chest and lower body. He was barefoot, and his hair was very messy. Seeing several people looking at her, Black Sheep also walked over and knelt directly in front of Su Yuan. He lowered his head and said softly, Thank you for saving my people. Are you awake? Su Yuan fronith. There was no medicine that could solve this problem 100. He was not sure whether Black Sheep had really woken up or this was Mguang's plan. Well, Banua has already told me what happened before. You were supposed to kill us, Red Fox. I'm so sorry. Su Yuan looked around. Red Fox knew Black Sheep. After hearing what Black Sheep said, he shook his head and said, It's all in the past. I know Black Sheep, which is not that kind of person. I was wrong, and now I am no longer qualified to be their witch. I hope you can take them in and become their new witch, their new leader. They are already members of the Star Tribe, but those warriors need your orders. Su Yuan helped the man up, his eyes fixed on Heiyang's eyes. The clear and gentle look in his eyes was indeed very different from the previous madness. Don't worry, I will tell them. They have suffered too much following me. Well, but please forgive me. I'm not sure whether you are truly out of Mguang's control, so I won't loosen the restraints on you for the time being. I understand. Please follow me. I think I, an incompetent witch, have already retired. The task of blast furnace iron making was temporarily handed over to Red Fox and the others. Su Yuan followed the Black Sheep to the tribe, where the tied Black Sheep warriors were sitting together. The tribesmen around them were feeding them food manually. Lingling, Shuangshi, you've lost a lot of weight. Which? Black Sheep looked at those familiar faces and felt a surge of anger and sadness in her heart. She remembered the name and appearance of every member of the Black Sheep tribe. Since he is not here, there is only one possibility. She couldn't help but shed tears. To all the members of the Black Sheep tribe, I was manipulated by the evil ones before, causing the Black Sheep tribe to fall into hunger and pain. I was fortunate to receive Su Yuanwu's help and was able to wake up, but I made such a mistake that I can no longer lead everyone. Everyone shed tears. Some were happy that Black Sheep could wake up, and some were crying because of the painful experience they had before. From now on, the Black Sheep tribe will belong to the Star Tribe, and everyone will obey the orders of Chief Su Yuan. I am willing to bear the sins and atone for the sins of my dead tribe members, and I will no longer lead the tribe. Chapter 150. Unstable Grenade, +2 halves for Xiaoya Linfeng's master certification. With the Black Sheep's order, the tied-up beast girls were untied one after another, except for the two on the middle wooden stake. Yin Duo, why hasn't the Mu Guang Divine Witch come to rescue us yet? It has been several months, and she even suspected that Mu Guang had forgotten about them. But after all, they were high-level awakened warriors, so how could he just ignore them? That nasty guy must have used a trick to prevent Mu Guang Shenwu from finding this place. Those who don't give us enough food are all bad people. Well, that guy named Su Yuan is so mean. Eat now. I won't have to feed you anymore. While the two were complaining, Ling Ling came over with a smile, holding 2 palm-sized pieces of grilled meat that exuded an enchanting meaty aroma. Huh? Could it be that the bad guy Su Yuan is planning to let us go? That's not the case. I'm relieved now. When other people come to feed you food in the future, remember to speak nicely. Besides, they won't be as kind as me to feed you when they say Su Yuanwu's faults. Damn it, that's bad. I was wrong. Yin Duo was about to curse when she saw Ling Ling putting her piece of meat next to her mouth. She immediately drooped her ears and begged for mercy. She was struggling on the brink of starvation every day. If Ling Ling ate this piece of meat, she would faint from hunger. Just wait. I will take revenge one day. Rock silently remembered this grudge in his heart and took a bite of the beast meat that was handed to him. Woo! Today's roast beef. It smells so good. The flame of the blast furnace had gone out. Su Yuan used 2 sticks to take out the small ceramic cup in the middle. The bottom was still glowing red. The beast girls around him all took a few steps back in fear. Why hasn't it melted after so long? Su Yuan looked carefully into the ceramic cup. The flame-grained iron, or that was originally crushed into pieces, became very bright, but did not reach the level of molten iron that he wanted. Is the temperature not high enough? Or is it that this type of pyroclastic iron or simply cannot be melted in a molten iron? In short, no matter what, this iron smelting was a failure. Su Yuan sighed helplessly and threw the ceramic cup into the water to cool it down. The fire-grained iron ores scattered in the water became brighter and seemed to be dripping blood under the lighting atmosphere of the camp. What is Wu doing? This is witchcraft. I've seen other witches do this before. They burn the eyeballs and claws of wild animals into ashes, mix them in water, and it becomes a magic potion that can cure diseases. In the distance, Gigi was talking nonsense seriously. Fortunately, Long was not around. Otherwise, he would definitely give her a beating if he heard her nonsense. However, the little beast girls beside him and Gigi's new subordinates were very surprised. When they thought about the black sheep witch's sudden awakening, they understood. So that's how it is. Wu Su Yuan is so powerful. He knows witchcraft and can lead everyone to find food. Sister Gigi is so smart. She actually knows so much about witchcraft. She will definitely become a witch in the future. Of course, Gigi is very powerful. From now on, I will lead you to catch prey outside. Let me tell you, we caught a super big prey before. After the temperature dropped, Su Yuan tried to take out a piece of fire-patterned iron or the size of a fingernail. The changes now were completely different from before. The original lava-like orange-red color has turned into blood red, and you can feel a slight tremor when you touch it. Flame iron or revised. Huh? Why is there an extra word change? Su Yuan remembered that this thing didn't have this word change before, but after being refined by fire, it turned into this. Note: ordinary iron ore is transformed by the blazing fire crystal into flame-paved iron Oregon. After being refined by human error, it absorbs a large amount of fire elements and a small amount of water elements in the water. The elemental power in the ore is extremely unbalanced, and it is prone to explosion at any time. What the hell? This note scared Su Yuan so much that his scalp went numb. Without any hesitation, he threw the iron ore in his hand out of the camp. Quick, get out of here. There's a lot of explosive iron ore in this pottery basin. God knows how powerful this thing is. If the iron or fragments accidentally shoot out and penetrate the body, his journey to explore the other world will end here. The others didn't understand what was happening, but they all obeyed the order and ran away. Shir was worried about Su Yuan's safety and hugged him in her arms. Bang! An explosion sounded from outside. The piece of broken iron ore thrown out before exploded. The sound was not very scary. It sounded like the firecrackers used before. Everyone retreated to a distance. The iron or fragments in the ceramic basin did not explode. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, it was still very quiet. What's going on? Could it be that soaking in water won't cause an explosion? Su Yuan Fronith. The previous notes said that this thing absorbed a large amount of fire elements, and then absorbed a small amount of water elements when poured into water. The explosion was caused by an extremely unbalanced state between the two sides. Could it be that the minerals are still absorbing water elements, so they won't explode? I'm going to go take a look. You guys stay here and don't go near. Su Yuan thought for a long time. Since he didn't know what was going on, he decided to go out and see how powerful the exploding iron or pellets were. With this thing, he could also master the thermal weapon grenade in disguise. The only problem is that this grenade is not very stable at the moment. It may not explode when you want it to, but it may explode very quickly when you don't want it to. It's too random. I'll go with you. Sure, and his companions followed, and when they arrived at the place where they had thrown the iron or pellets, they saw only a snow pit about half a meter in size, with some traces of the explosion on the soil on the ground. It is more powerful than firecrackers. Even if it is thrown near people, it will only cause some skin injuries at most. But this thing is only the size of a fingernail. If it is the size of a fist, the power will be different. If I can control the explosion, maybe this thing can actually be used as a grenade. No, I have to try to get the water and fire elements to reach a balance. Su Yuan ran back with excitement on his face. Although the others were very curious, they still ran back and forth behind him. The iron ore in the basin remained still. After determining the degree of danger, Su Yuan boldly walked forward to observe the situation. Flame iron ore revised. Note: ordinary iron ore is transformed by the blazing fire crystal into flame-striped iron oregon. After being refined by human error, it absorbs a large amount of fire elements and a moderate amount of water elements in the water. The elemental force in the ore is unbalanced, and there is a chance of explosion. The text in the notes has changed. The water element level of the ore has reached medium, and the explosion has changed from being prone to explosion at any time to having a probability. The iron ore was thrown to the ground aside, and this time it took half an hour before the second explosion occurred. I understand. This thing won't explode as long as it absorbs water elements, and when it reaches a balance between water and fire, it will tend to remain in a non-explosive form. Su Yuan immediately understood the principle of the explosion. Although he failed to smelt ironware, discovering the unique properties of the flame wave iron ore was also a good gain. But what if the water element surpasses the fire element? Chapter 151, What He Brewed, was civilization. At night, bonfires were lit in the camp. After Black Sheep's words, the tied beast girl warriors in the camp were released. In order to celebrate their arrival, Su Yuan decided to hold a grand celebration party. After all, he had mentioned this before after the battle with the Pigman tribe. The sky in the middle of the night was very gloomy. There was no starlight in the darkness. Only the orange-red light from the Star Tribe was accompanied by bright flames. Everyone gathered happily around the campfire. Since there were more than 100 people in the camp, some of their close relatives huddled together tightly. What on earth has Su Yuan been doing? He's so mysterious. At this time, next to the bright bonfire in the middle, Manhwa, Maoya, and others were sitting there happily. After Haeyang woke up, Manhwa's personality also became very cheerful. Even his rebellious habit is still hard to change. Apart from Su Yuan and Black Sheep, he probably won't listen to anyone else. And Fox 9 is also mysterious. Wait, could it be that they are? As Maoya was talking, his eyes were fixed on the cabin. They had just run into the cabin together. What else could they do in there at night? Damn it, we were all having a barbecue together, but Fox 9 secretly followed Su Yuan over to play alone. I want to go too. Maoya secretly glanced at Panyu, who was sticking to Haeyang beside him, moved his butt away little by little, and then ran to the outside of Su Yuan's door under the cover of the fire. Let me take a closer look first, then I'll go in and scare them. The door of the cabin was ajar, and the red light outside the window vaguely illuminated the scene inside. It was very quiet. The quilt on the bed was neatly arranged, and there was no sign of Su Yuan. Hey, where did that person go? Squeak. The sound of the wooden door being opened scared Maoya so much that she fell to the ground, and two shadows enveloped her completely. Why are you coming here instead of staying over there? Su Yuan and Hu Jio came out holding a big wine barrel. Hu Jio's small figure looked a little funny holding a huge barrel. Maoya rubbed his butt, stammered with a bitter face, I thought you were playing secretly here. Play? What's there to play secretly? Su Yuan put down the wine barrel, hugged Maoya, and brushed off the dirt on her tail. The little beast girl's face turned a little red, and he immediately understood what Maoya meant. What does this guy think of his own house? Besides, who is he looking down on in such a short time? Bring the barrel over to me. I'll play with you alone tonight. Normally, I often fight two people at once to test my limits, which actually makes this little beast girl more confident. Tonight, I want to let her know my strength thoroughly. They carried the wooden barrel back to the campfire. This was the fruit wine Su Yuan had brewed before he set out. It had been about a month old now. Although it hadn't been aged for several months for fermentation, it was enough. After all, this time the purpose is to test whether the fruits from the other world can be used to make wine. If successful, the beast girls in the tribe can prepare more fruits and put them in the cave. As for whether these 2 barrels were successful, Su Yuan put his hands to them and smelled them when he carried the wine back to the room this morning. The wooden barrels were well sealed, but they still revealed a hint of fragrance. Although it didn't taste like the fruit wines he had drunk before, as long as it didn't smell rotten, there was a high chance of success. Su Yuan, what is this? Everyone gathered around. In the primitive tribe with no entertainment activities, everything was so novel and always attracted a crowd of onlookers. This is good stuff. It's the fruit wine that Hu Jio and I brewed before. Wine? What is that? No one understood what wine was, but their sensitive sense of smell allowed them to smell the fragrance in the wooden barrel. It smells like fruit, mixed with a sweetness and an indescribable taste. Everyone will know soon. Su Yuan was also a little excited. Although he had rarely touched fruit wine before traveling through time, Fat House Happy Water was more attractive to him than wine. But this time it was different. He brewed it himself. Was it wine? He brewed civilization. Su Yuan pulled out the plug with force, and with a pop sound, a fruity aroma immediately wafted out. Everyone couldn't help swallowing, and the barbecue in their hands no longer smelled fragrant. Su Yuan. This bunch of pretty little faces looked at him pitifully. Su Yuan took a special wine spoon and knocked them on the head one by one, then reached in the wine barrel and scooped out a spoonful. The wine is clear and transparent, and its original color cannot be seen under the orange-red light, but the aroma does not sound like that of a failed and rotten product. Activate the identification system. Pour mixed fruit wine. Fruit wine fermented using primitive techniques. Due to the short fermentation time, the taste is relatively sweet and sour, and the alcohol content is low. This barrel didn't have yeast added, so it didn't seem to fail, but the taste was no different from juice. Su Yuan took a sip, and it was just as he expected. The sourness and sweetness of the fruit were more prominent, but there was also a hint of alcohol. There is also a peculiar woody aroma, which should be the smell of the wood of the barrel itself emitted into the wine, adding a touch of mellowness to the sweet and sour taste. It's done. Gudong. Everyone on the side blinked and looked at him. The wine flowing from the corner of his mouth made Mao Yi unable to help but rush over and lick it. So sweet. Is this wine? Su Yuan was so frightened by the pounce that he almost dropped the wine spoon in his hand. The warm feeling of the kitten's tongue made him hug Mao Ye's body. Ahem, 1 bowl for each person to celebrate our first victory in the battle against Mu Guang, and to celebrate Black Sheep breaking free from control and waking up. Su Yuan raised the wine spoon in his hand and cheered to the people around him. The lively atmosphere was ignited at this moment. Amidst laughter and joy, spoonfuls of wine were shared. The second barrel was added with the yeast exchanged by Su Yuan. The flavor of this barrel of wine was more obvious, and the alcohol content was more prominent. Cheers to our victory. After distributing the wine, there was about half a barrel left. Everyone held up their wooden and ceramic bowls in an orderly manner, with happy smiles on their faces. Looking at everyone's laughter, Su Yuan couldn't help but smile. Mao Yi and Pan Yu in his arms were still staring at each other, neither of them willing to give in. It's a pity there aren't any entertainment activities. The tribe is now fully staffed and does not need to work as hard as before. Bai Tu also has helpers, especially the smart and clever Shui Ro, who is very experienced in handling animal skins. Su Yuan stroked his chin. Perhaps he could organize an entertainment activity to help everyone pass the time? Otherwise, the night watchman sitting by the campfire every night would be so bored that they would fall asleep. Got it. Teaching these innocent little beast girls this game will not only help them kill time, but they'll also be more careful when they go out in the future. Chapter 152, Overgrown Vegetables. More than a week passed, and life in the Star Tribe returned to normal after the bonfire party. The addition of the Black Sheep warriors added a lot of manpower to the entire tribe. The two sides are always not in harmony because of previous reasons. Su Yuan doesn't have any particularly good solution for this. As long as nothing happens, it can only be like this for the time being. During this week, Su Yuan was not busy with other things. He was always adjusting the balance ratio of the yin when iron, or, without modern machines, he could only use the simplest method. Try them one by one, also known as the control variable method. During the scientific research process, I just played with cats, foxes, and lions. The temperature outside was getting colder and colder. Even if I wrapped myself warmly, I would still feel the biting cold when I left the light range of the camp. So Su Yuan had to give up going to the hot spring to tease foxes and cats, and he did it secretly in his own cabin every time. Fortunately, the molten guardian orb did not drive away the sound of the cold wind. During this period, the noisy wind around the camp every night covered up the joyful sounds of the night. In the early morning, the weather was as gloomy as usual. Su Yuan sat on a short wooden stake and studied the freshly made flame-patterned iron ore. The 218th time, 3 hours, 15 minutes, and 12 seconds. Su Yuan pressed the stopwatch he had exchanged for. The balance of the flame-patterned iron ore was accurate to the second, so he had to buy a stopwatch for precise timing. In his hand, the color of the fire-patterned iron ore was completely different from before, and the blood-red gem fragments returned to their previous orange-red color. If you look closely, you can clearly see the blood-red lines and ice-blue veins flowing in it. The fire element and the water element are intertwined in the ore body and finally converge in the center. Unfortunately, the blue eventually completely swallowed up the red in the center of the ore, and the iron ore still did not reach balance. Note: ordinary iron ore is transformed by the blazing fire crystal into flame-paved iron ore again. After being refined by human error, it absorbed a large amount of fire elements and then absorbed a large amount of water elements in the water. The elemental power in the ore is slightly unbalanced, and there's a very small chance of explosion. There were more fire elements in the previous 10 seconds, so it looks like it will be 15 minutes and 11 seconds. Su Yuan opened the small notebook he carried with him, which was filled with densely packed data. More than a week of continuous testing had made him a little irritated. If it weren't for the fact that this thing was dangerous and the timing statistics were a bit complicated for these beast girls, he would have just been a hands-off boss. The water element has timed out, so I can only refine another batch. Su Yuan, the frost crystal season is coming. At this moment, the red fox came running over from behind with some concern, followed by the black sheep. After a week, her body had recovered a little. The spider silk on his hands and feet was not untied, but compared to the tight binding before, he had no problem walking and moving on his own now. Frost crystal season. Su Yuan looked up at the sky. He had been so busy studying the Yinwen iron, or that he didn't notice that the weather had been gloomy for several days in a row. Could the frost crystal season the red foxes were talking about be winter? How could there still be winter in this icy and snowy place when it's so cold? The frost crystal season only occurs every few years, and each one lasts for at least 7 or 8 days, and at most several months. When the frost crystal season was mentioned, Black Sheep's face showed some worry. He continued slowly. Every time the frost crystal season comes, many people die. Some get lost in the snow while hunting and freeze to death, while others starve to death because the tribe doesn't have enough food to survive the frost crystal season. According to the ancient legends of primitive tribes, such as the red fox and the black sheep, the frost crystal season is the sad day of the gods. Every time this time comes, the sky will be gloomy and a layer of cold fog will cover the snowfield, making it impossible to see the road. Animals seek places to hide, and the trees and grass in the snowfields are frozen with a layer of crystal ice, which is why it is called the frost season. This kind of weather was somewhat similar to the freezing weather in his hometown before he traveled through time, but he was afraid that the frost season in this alien world would be even more terrifying. I plan to have the warriors hunt more game in the wild during this period and store it. When the frost crystal season arrives, everyone can just stay in the camp and survive. But now you're the chief and the witch, so the specific decision is up to you. There was a faint smile on the black sheep's face. He was not sad about losing the black sheep tribe, nor was he angry about losing his original status. In the past week or so, she has seen so many things and witnessed Su Yuan's abilities. All kinds of new things have emerged one after another. And in this camp built of wood, she could still feel safe. The sense of security that could only be felt when hiding in a cave could still be felt in this camp built of wood. There is also the fire that everyone in the tribe can light, which is something even she can't do, as if fire can appear easily in Su Yuan's hands. Okay, let me think about it. Su Yuan did not refute the black sheep's suggestion. Now that the frost season is about to come, it is very likely that those animals will find a place to hide in advance. It is much more difficult to find prey during this period, but it is still possible to find some wild fruits in the trees. Inform everyone. They don't need to look for prey specifically. Just look for some fruit in the nearby trees. By the way, Red Fox, how are the vegetables I asked Fox 9 to plant? It's growing very fast. There's already a green jungle over there. Su Yuan was a little surprised. Could these crops be growing so fast? It hadn't even been 2 months at most. Logically, most of them should have just broken through the soil. After placing the pyrometallic ore in the water, he walked to the toilet area in time. The green color next to him made him open his eyes in shock. Isn't this too fantastical? The leek seeds that had been planted before have now grown into emerald green leeks, as well as lettuce and cabbage. What surprised him most was that the size of these things was a little off. The leeks alone had already reached his waist. The color clearly didn't show that they were fully ripe, but they were still too big. The space previously estimated was totally insufficient. Some vegetables were squeezed against each other, and there was no place for them to stand in the green field. Woo, you're here. The beast girl who was following Fox 9 to tend to the plants in the fields came over immediately after seeing Su Yuan, but this time there was a hint of apology and guilt on her face. Behind them, right in front of the green vegetables, Fox 9 was grabbing Gigi's little ears with an angry look on his face. Squeak, these are plants that Su Yuan planted. If you eat them secretly, you'll get spanked by Long. Sister Fox 9, please let me go. I was just curious, so I broke off a small piece to taste it. Her other little accomplices were also squatting with frightened faces, covering their ears so hard that the hair was almost pulled out, and they were crying in pain. Mom, I was wrong too. I won't do it again next time. Sister Shuero, I don't dare anymore. Su Yuan also looked at them happily. These vegetables were originally used for experiments. The main purpose was to teach everyone in the tribe how to grow vegetables, and they would not go bad if some of them were broken off. All right, Gigi, if you dare to make trouble again next time, I'll punish you by making you look after Yanhua and Yenduo. You'll be responsible for their meals every day. That kind of boring task. Gigi's originally aggrieved expression immediately turned bitter, and she hugged Su Yuan's thigh and begged for mercy. No, Su Yuan, I won't dare to do that again. Chapter 153, Dynamic Balance Field. Certification for the Master of Lies in the Dream, plus 1/2. Fruits and vegetables grow very quickly, and because this land in the other world is full of magic, the growth of these fruits and vegetables is also amazing. Su Yuan did not continue to pay attention to the matters of these fruits and vegetables. As long as he taught these ordinary beast girls how to plant them and ignited the flame, the rest of the planting could be left to them themselves. Later, take this protective orb to the snow yak's enclosure and put it where they can't reach it. Then build 2 watchtowers at the camp gate and station 2 people there every day to monitor the surrounding situation. There is no need to worry about food. Apart from the vegetables and fruits, the remaining meat in the camp is enough for everyone to eat for a while. Moreover, even if the frost crystal season lasts for a particularly long time, Su Yuan will be able to overcome the difficulties by using points. Now, with nearly 300,000 points, it is not a problem to support more than 100 beast girls for 4 to 5 years. But in this frost season, safety issues have to be paid more attention, especially for the snow yaks kept in captivity outside the camp. This is the tribe's only source of milk. Watchtower? What is that? Adhering to the spirit of asking if you don't understand, the red fox and the black sheep looked at Su Yuan with a puzzled expression and asked. Su Yuan knocked his head and almost forgot that this was a primitive society where there were not even houses. How could Chi-Hu and the others understand a watchtower? A sentry tower is a small room built high up. The person sitting inside is responsible for monitoring the surrounding situation from a high point. He couldn't explain to Red Fox and the others what a watchtower was, but he only needed to tell them its purpose and how to build it. As for the construction method, this is a fantasy world. These beast warriors will not be hurt even if they fall from a height of 3 or 4 meters. If that doesn't work, buy 2 molten cloaks to increase the floating effect. All right. I'll leave the frost crystal season matters to you. Let's temporarily stop mining in the flame mine. Let's cut down some more trees. 3 hours have passed, and Su Yuan must go and see the effect of the refined flame-patterned iron ore. There were only about 10 minutes left, as estimated, and the blue and red fire-patterned iron ore lay quietly in the basin, emitting light. 10, 8, 3, 2, 1. In an instant, Su Yuan grabbed the iron ore and broke out of the water. The gorgeous 2 colors looked particularly bright under the gloomy sky. If you look closely at it, you can see that the red and blue colors that spiral to the center are exceptionally stable. Done. Su Yuan's face lit up with joy and he immediately opened the identification system. Note: ordinary iron ore is transformed by the blazing fire crystal into flame-patterned iron oregon. After being refined by human error, it absorbs a large amount of fire elements, and then absorbs a large amount of water elements in the water. The ore becomes extremely fragile, and the elemental forces in the body are balanced. When it is broken, a dynamic equilibrium field is formed nearby. Dynamic equilibrium field? The notes for the flame iron ore haven't changed much, except that there's an introduction to the dynamic equilibrium field after the balance is formed in the back. Dynamic balance field weakens the effects of each element within the range, making the effects of fire and water elements unpredictable. This introduction was a bit confusing. Su Yuan read it for a long time, but could not find any other detailed introduction. The only good news was that the value of this thing was double that of the original flame wave iron ore. Practice makes perfect. To understand what this means, you have to try it yourself. Su Yuan pulled the red fox to an open space outside the camp. After leaving the range of the molten guardian orb, the cold air around him made him shiver. The red fox was more adaptable to the cold air than Su Yuan. After wrapping himself up in clothes, he looked at Su Yuan and asked, "Su Yuan, is there a mission for you to call me here?" "Well, after I throw this, or over there, you will immediately release the stone condensing magic there." He only knew that set of fire spirit magic, which could verify the unpredictable state of the second fire element in the dynamic balance field. But the first weakening effects still had to be tried by Red Fox. "Yeah, I see." The Red Fox nodded, without asking any more questions, and just took out the stone wizard card from his arms. Su Yuan also raised his hand, and the fire element instantly condensed in his palm. As the flame-patterned iron ore was thrown out and hit the tree trunk, it instantly turned into powder. The surrounding space seemed to have changed, and the red and blue elements were like particles floating in the air. Is this the element between heaven and earth? Su Yuan was stunned as he looked at this strange scene. He had never been able to feel the elements in the air before, but he didn't expect to be able to see the fire element and the water element at this moment. Bang! A loud noise woke him up. The red fox next to him had already released the boulder condensed in his hand. The half-meter boulder did not break the tree when it approached the trunk. After making a dull bang, it turned into a pile of sand and drifted away in the cold wind. Fireball! Su Yuan also quickly released his fireball technique, and the orange fireball also shot toward the tree trunk. As it approached that area, the color of the fireball became a little strange. The fiery red color became more dazzling, and the original orange instantly turned into gold. It exploded instantly when it hit the tree trunk, and a golden rain fell under the tree trunk that had long been frozen to death. Is this what they call unpredictable? Su Yuan watched as the fireball that could have destroyed the tree trunk turned into a golden rain of light, and the gray branches actually bloomed with green vitality. Fireball! The second fireball was shot towards the tree trunk again. This time, there was no strange change. It just turned into a wisp of green smoke after hitting the tree trunk. There wasn't even a single burnt mark on the tree trunk. This special flame-patterned iron ore is a bit weird. Su Yuan looked at this scene in surprise, but also felt a little sad. If he had known that the flame-patterned iron ore had this function, he should not have traded the blazing fire crystal. Wouldn't it be better to transform more flame wave iron ores? But then he shook his head. There was still a lot of flame-patterned iron ore in the mine, but the special goods obtained from the transaction of fiery fire crystals were particularly important to him. Without the blazing, purifying syrup, Black Sheep would probably still be tied up now, and it would be even more troublesome if Mu Guang knew something at this stage. The importance of the fire spirit drink is self-evident. It is the key magic weapon for him to defeat the enemy. Forget it, I have to keep some of that fire-striped iron oregon. Its ability to weaken magical effects can be used as a powerful weapon. Su Yuan thought of a way to deal with Mu Guang. When the time comes, he will tie this thing to the arrowhead of his bow and arrow and shoot it at Mu Guang's camp. After the magic is removed, it will be a battle between primitive tribes using cold weapons. By then, won't I be able to defeat a primitive elf? Su Yuan, the conch shell is ringing. Chapter 154. The Arrival of the Sea Spirit Tribe. Appreciation of the Master of Lies and Dreams, plus 2 halves. Well, I've recovered. Thank you for your help before. In the camp, Su Yuan put the conch to his ear with a happy expression on his face. The familiar soft sound came from it. It had been a while since Hai Ling left. I thought they would not come back until the frost crystal season was over, but I didn't expect to contact Su Yuan today. Captain Su Yuan, with the flashlight you gave us earlier, we've discovered quite a few things in the sea. This time, we hope to trade some fishing rods and weapons with you. I've also prepared a thank you gift for you. Let's meet at the ice lake just now. Su Yuan was a little tempted. There are many good things in the sea. For example, this conch that looked like a telephone was given to him by Hai Ling and the others. At this stage, he did not have the conditions to build a signal base station, so a conch that could communicate over long distances was much more important. Don't worry, we'll be here soon. A lot of fishing rods have been made before. With the addition of those spider ladies, Su Yuan no longer needed to go to the mall to exchange fishing lines. The flexible spider silk was enough. As for weapons, the tribe has quite a few bone and stone tools. Su Yuan naturally would not trade the few iron tools that Sure and the others have. Red Fox, have a dozen people bring the tribes in used weapons and fishing rods and go with me to the ice lake. Why don't I go? Before the frost crystal season arrives, those monsters will come out to hunt. It's too dangerous to go out like this. The Red Fox was a little worried. Before the arrival of the frost crystal season, things were not peaceful. Because there were few living creatures in the ice and snow plains, it was probably the most noisy time in the desolate snow plains. Those who are lucky can hunt a lot of prey, but those who are unlucky will be directly taken as prey by powerful monsters. No need. It's only a few steps away, and with Sure and the others following us, there won't be any danger. This was related to Su Yuan unlocking special products, so he naturally had to do it himself. He rubbed the Red Fox's red hair and chuckled. Now that Black Sheep and the others have joined the tribe, there is no need to worry too much about safety. Soon Su Yuan left the camp with more than 20 warriors. The wind and snow outside swept across everyone's bodies. The biting cold wind made him unable to help but lift the animal skin tied on his face. At this moment, only a pair of eyes were exposed. Even Xian Ku, who usually dressed coolly, was wrapped up tightly, walking in front with large and small bags on his back. The ice lake is now freezing very quickly. When Su Yuan and his men arrived, they only saw the frozen surface of the lake. The sharp blood had long since dissipated. Aren't they here yet? Su Yuan put down the things on his body and led everyone to the edge of the ice lake. The ice layer was not too thick. The previous impact of the ice shark turned the solidified ice surface into fragments. Now the accumulation during this period has only caused the ice to solidify slightly. Bang! Suddenly, there was a sound of breaking ice. Sure and the others looked at the broken ice cautiously and saw a blue figure leaping directly towards Su Yuan. Ha, Su Yuan, I miss you guys so much. After seeing clearly that it was Haiyao, Sure also stopped Shinka and the others who wanted to take action. Haiyao's current condition was a little different from before. The black star grass dress was long gone, and what she was wearing looked like the skin of a sea beast. When she was held in her arms, she could feel the smoothness of the sea beast skin. Are you the only one here? Princess Su Yuan held her in his arms. Haiyao's body was cold, and after she came to land, she was shivering from the cold wind of the frost crystal season. How could that be? Mom and the others are back here. I just miss you guys so much. The little mermaid looked around, and it seemed that she was not thinking about Su Yuan, but the barbecue that had been promised to her. Don't look for it anymore. The barbecue was already frozen into ice cubes by the time I brought it here. I'll give this to you to try. Su Yuan took out the remaining fruit wine and put a small cup in a bamboo tube. This bamboo tube was the leftover from the drinks he had exchanged before. He had stored them all in the house as a backup, and now it came in handy. What is this? It smells so good. Haiyao was not at all on guard against Su Yuan. She picked up the bamboo tube and took a sip curiously. The sweet and sour taste immediately made her unable to hold back her curiosity. A pair of small eyes narrowed happily. Gurgle, gurgle. At this time, a lot of bubbles appeared on the surface of the lake, and figures emerged from the water, with hair of different colors, the same ears, and beautiful faces. The leader was Hai Ling. She swayed her body gently and came to the shore. Her fishtail turned into a pair of white and tender legs. You're recovering well. Before, those long legs were covered with bloody wounds, but now only some reddish-brown scars can be seen, which is much better than before. Hai Ling glanced at her legs, nodded slightly in gratitude, and said, "Thanks to your help. Otherwise, we would have been eaten by that shark long ago." Su Yuan was also smiling awkwardly. How could he not know who this shark was targeting? If Hai Ling and the others hadn't been attacked, he would have been the one to suffer. "Mom, try this, it's delicious." Haiyao, who was being held in her arms, was also very excited. After taking a few sips, she handed the bamboo tube to Hailing. Yao, don't be so rude. I already owe her too much, and now her daughter is taking other people's things at will. Hai Ling frowned and scolded. It's okay. This is the wine we brewed ourselves. You could try it too. Yes, come and try it. Seeing that both of them were looking at her expectantly, Hai Ling could only take the glass of fruit wine with only a little left in it and drink it. How about it? Hai Ling tasted it briefly, and the sweet and sour taste mixed with a strong aroma made her miss it very much. She missed the dream coral sea and the sea soul fruit growing on the fluorescent coral tree. This smell is very familiar, a bit like the sea soul fruit that was picked a few days ago. Sea soul fruit. Before Hai Ling could explain, Hai Yao in her arms suddenly woke up and hugged Su Yuan's neck, saying in surprise, Yes, I remember now. It tastes like the sea soul fruit, and it tastes even better than the sea soul fruit. The sea soul fruit is a specialty of the dream coral sea. It grows on coral trees and is the fruit we usually drink. I didn't expect that there would be such strange plants in this sea of another world. It's a pity that the fantasy coral sea is too far away from here. I have only heard of this place from Hai Yao and the others. There is no way to see this strange fruit for the time being. Oh, right, some of the things we collected in the ocean. And with that flashlight, I also got a few treasures in the abyssal sea. After chatting, Hai Ling took out the items that he had collected while leading his tribe during this period. A group of mermaids in the lake slowly lifted a 1-meter-long clam shell out of the water. Chapter 155 drops from a 6th-level giant whale. The big clam shell was lifted ashore. The entire clam body was tightly wrapped with seaweed. The things inside were not very heavy and could be easily lifted by one person. These are the things we collected during this period, as well as the conch shells we made. Hai Ling opened the clam shell, which was filled with things. In addition to the conch shell used for communication, there were many things that met Su Yuan's requirements. Some of them were strange-looking things, while others were objects that emitted fluorescent light. And this thing, it's a thank you gift for your rescue and for killing that vicious monster. Hai Ling found a palm-sized, jelly-like object from it. The gloomy sky allowed everyone to clearly see the deep blue halo it emitted. In this blue light, you can see flowing white lights. It seems that a small piece contains the entire starry sky. If you look at it for a few more times, you will be deeply attracted by it. So beautiful. This glows just like our tribe's treasure. It looks so soft. It must be delicious. Su Yuan was also a little surprised. When he took this thing out, he could feel a cool breath coming towards him, and there was a bit of ocean breath in the cold air. Star whale crystal essence. The most important crystal essence of the 6th-level giant star whale. Due to its long lifespan, its magic power has been greatly reduced. It can be made into a high-level magic item using special techniques. Trading price, 7,000 points. A 6th-order behemoth? This thing was actually taken out from the body of a 6th-level giant beast. At this moment, Su Yuan felt his heart beating uncontrollably. You have to know that the adult shadow ice-tooth shark that was very difficult to deal with before was only at the peak of the 4th level. It would be difficult to even break the skin of this 6th-level behemoth. This thing is too valuable. Su Yuan felt a little embarrassed for a rare time. He thought it was just some ordinary deep-sea materials, but he didn't expect Hai Ling to prepare such a big surprise. This is what we found in the abyssal sea. It was thanks to the flashlight you gave us that we were able to see this glowing object left there. You don't know what this is? Hai Ling shook her head. At the time, I just saw this thing glowing, and I took it out when it was squeezed out of the abyssal sea. However, the aura it exuded was very powerful, so I thought of it as a thank you gift. Yes, judging from the notes, it should be a long-dead 6th-level star sea whale. Otherwise, it would be difficult for Hai Ling and the others to catch up with such a big monster. Not to mention dealing with a level 6 behemoth. Su Yuan took the gift handed over by Hai Ling, and a familiar mechanical sound rang in his ears. Although this thing was an item from a 6th-level magical beast, it was not of the same quality as the meteorite from outer space that the red fox once had in its base. Su Yuan, please take this quickly. Since my mother took this thing out of the abyssal sea, we have been watched by other magical beasts for a while. But we don't know what use this thing has. If it weren't for you, we would have thrown it away long ago. Well, thank you very much. As for the rest, let's just conduct a fair trade. Su Yuan was no longer polite and put the things into his backpack. There are still many items left in the clam shell. In addition to dead objects such as stones and corals, there are also some teeth, eyes, and bones of unknown monsters. Each one is very valuable, with 5 rare items alone. Even if the others are not rare, the point price is quite high. I'll take all of these. You need fishing rods and weapons, but I only have 30 of them. Meanwhile, that's enough. There are less than 30 of our tribesmen here. These are enough. These beast girls in primitive society were indeed too naive, or perhaps this transaction was full of friendship. Even though they knew that these things were very important to Su Yuan, they had no intention of raising the price. Although according to the transactions in primitive society, it is very cost-effective to exchange some useless things for so many polished weapons and fishing rods for making a living. Take this too. When activated with magic, it can dispel the cold and darkness around you. If you break it, it can form a shield to protect everyone. Including the points for rare items, these things can be traded for at least 150,000 points, while the fishing rod weapons given to Hai Ling and the others are only worth a few hundred points in the system mall. The 1,000-fold price difference made Su Yuan feel a little embarrassed. After thinking for a moment, he spent another 7,000 points in the system to exchange for a molten guardian orb. Only if the sea spirits survive better in the ice sea can they collect more items to trade with themselves. Thank you so much for your generosity. The sea spirit couldn't refuse this treasure that could protect everyone. The ocean was not as calm as it looked. The number of people brought from the fantasy coral sea had been reduced by half along the way, and she didn't want to lose the remaining tribesmen anymore. Holding the protective orb gently, as she injected her magic power, the surroundings were enveloped by a layer of red light, and the originally biting cold wind came to an abrupt end. So warm. The red light reflected on everyone's faces. The tribesmen who followed Su Yuan were not very surprised. After all, this thing was placed on his house and was glowing every day. But these mermaids were attracted by this magical treasure, and their eyes were filled with a red halo emitted by the magic ball. Mom, can I go to Su Yuan's tribe to play? The transaction did not take too long. It was getting dark, and it was very dangerous to walk around outside at night during the frost crystal season. When they parted, Hai Yao still hugged Su Yuan reluctantly, her head resting on his shoulder, her blue hair emitting the scent of the ocean. Su Yuan didn't hate the smell either. He held Hai Yao's fishtail with one hand and hugged her back with the other. It is worth mentioning that the feel of this animal skin clothes is really bad. It's not as good as the star algae I wore last time. At least I can feel the warmth of Hai Yao's body. Hai Yao, don't bother Chief Su Yuan. If the weather gets freezing in a couple of days, you won't be able to come back. Hai Ling knew the distance between the Star Tribe and the Ice Lake. The weather was getting colder and colder, and even the fish in the ocean were swimming towards the bottom of the sea. They didn't plan to stay on the sea surface for long. Come back after the frost crystal season is over. I plan to dig another canal into the tribe. Then you can swim directly to our tribe. Although Su Yuan also welcomed Hai Yao to his tribe, the tribe's water problem had not been solved yet. It was no problem to boil some water for drinking and washing face. But it is not so easy to raise a mermaid. Well, that's a deal. Contact us using the conch when you're done repairing it. Don't worry, I'll treat you to barbecue later. The construction of the canal is not just for Hai Yao and the others to come to the Star Tribe, but more importantly for the water problem. If frost crystal season destroys the underground heat source of the hot spring, they will have to boil water for bathing in the future. Let's go back. After saying goodbye to Hai Ling and the others, Su Yuan led everyone to carry the giant clamshell back to the tribe. Chapter 156. Don't ask if you ask. It's a narrow victory. At night, Su Yuan quietly covered Red Fox and Shur with a blanket, put on a robe, and sat beside them. Tonight, it was a 1-on-2 fight. As for how the battle went, the answer is a narrow victory. Fortunately, Pan Yu has been sticking to He Yang these 2 days, and Mao Yi is also with Mao Bai, following Hu Jiu every day in a mysterious way, and I don't know what he is researching. If I drink the fire spirit drink for a while longer, I might be able to try a 1-on-3 fight. Su Yuan sat by the window and clenched his fists. His strength now was much stronger than when he first came to this strange world. In terms of physical strength, he could even compare to Mao Yi and the others who had just awakened. But he doesn't have the mysterious symbol on his forehead, nor does he have the ability to transform like Ban Yu. As for magic, his fire spirit magic is comparable to the Red Fox's flame witchcraft, but he knows nothing about other magics and only knows the 10 basic magics in the book. Let's see what good things we can get this time. The first is the crystal essence of the 6th level giant beast, the Star Sea Whale. Since it has no specific use, It can only be given to the system to unlock special products. Inspection. Unlocks special items. Hey, open them all. Not bothering to pay attention to the system's mechanically repetitive words, Su Yuan opened them all and immediately found the newly unlocked special products. Whale Crystal Jelly, 5,000 points. Note, after consuming it, your mental power will be highly concentrated for 1 hour, improving your understanding and perception of magic. After consuming it, you will enter a short state of fatigue. You cannot consume it again within 1 day. 5 can be exchanged daily. The Star Whale Crystal Marrow only unlocks 1 special item, and the price is not particularly outrageous. Just like the Fire Spirit drink, you can still afford it if you grit your teeth. Highly concentrated mental strength. Isn't this the meditative state described in novels? It was already dark, and he had fought all night to defeat those 2 big beast girls, so his mental strength was not particularly sufficient at the moment. Su Yuan immediately turned his attention to several other items. Mutated Ice Core Pearl Oyster, a mid-level, first-tier magical beast. It disguises itself as a stone and crouches underground, waiting for passing prey to arrive before launching a fatal attack. Due to its mutation, it contains a small amount of ice elemental energy. Wow, they're actually living things. It is still a very smart creature. I didn't find these things below when I traded with Hai Ling before. I didn't expect that there was a monster disguised as stone. Su Yuan took out his short knife from the side and teased the creature. Knowing that the creature touching him was not a living thing, the pearl oyster did not react at all and lay quietly in the box. It was not until the blade was inserted into the gap of the clamshell that the guy reacted violently. The clamshell opened and bit the dagger tightly. Kachaka. The clamshell bit the short knife, making an unpleasant and harsh sound. The force was so strong that an ordinary stone knife would probably be bitten into pieces. I don't know how Hai Ling and the others put this thing in, or maybe this small pearl oyster is actually the child of the big pearl oyster that Hai Ling uses to store things. Don't blame me for biting you again. Su Yuan swung the knife outside, but he couldn't throw it away no matter how hard he swung it. He seemed determined not to let go until he bit the knife off. No matter how hard he pulled, he couldn't pull the blade out of the clamshell, and he couldn't break it open by smashing it. Su Yuan, what happened? The noise in the room woke up the red fox. Although she had suffered the least in the previous battle, her physique could not last too long, so she was the first to surrender and rest. At this moment, she was rubbing her eyes, and her arms supported her body to slide the quilt covering her body off, revealing her fair and rosy skin. It's okay. Go to bed early. I'll go out and drink some water. Su Yuan did not continue to disturb them and brought the pearl oyster to the camp. At this time, the 4 little beast girls in the camp were sitting by the campfire and chatting. Wu, why are you here? Shuero, you are the one keeping watch tonight. One of them was Shuero. She had been the Xingqian tribe for some time, and unexpectedly, her originally thin body had gained some weight. He looked much healthier than before, and was currently holding a piece of wood in his hand and making something. I couldn't sleep, so I came to sit outside. What are you doing? Su Yuan looked at the wood with a hole dug in Shuero's hand with some confusion. It was impossible to tell what she was trying to do with it. I don't know either. This was Fox 9's request. I thought I had nothing to do tonight, so I helped out. The little fox is also mysterious. He is not seen every day and never tells others what he is doing. Wu, can't you sleep either? The beast girls around also came over. Some of them were warriors from the Black Sheep tribe. They had food and drink and a warm nest to live in during the past few days, which they had never experienced before. Coupled with what Black Sheep said before, his favorability towards Su Yuan increased rapidly. That's not the case. I'm here to treat you to a midnight snack. Night snack. Su Yuan smiled mysteriously, then took the pearl oyster that was biting the blade. This guy was a stubborn monster, and he had no intention of giving in for such a long time. If you can't break it open by smashing it or breaking it open by breaking it, then you can only bake it and cook it now. Su Yuan placed the blade on the fire, and the hot flames quickly burned away the camouflage on the pearl oyster's body, revealing the blue and white shell inside. It is somewhat similar to the big clamshell before. After holding on for a while, some water came out of the gap, and the pearl oyster's body began to tremble, and it seemed that it could no longer hold on to the blade. Crack! Finally, the pearl oyster could no longer bear the scorching heat of the flames, and it let go of the blade and tried to jump over and bite Su Yuan's arm. I'm waiting for you. Fireball! The fireball hit the pearl oyster and knocked it away. A blue pearl came out of its mouth in midair. The blue light was particularly obvious under the red light of the camp. The pearl oyster seemed a little anxious, jumping around trying to get the blue pearl back. Fireball! Before it could bite the pearl, a fireball knocked it away again. This time, the flames poured into its mouth and black smoke came out from the gap. He should be dead. Su Yuan walked over and picked up the blue pearl. A faint light emanated from it, like the legendary night shining pearl. Rare item detected. Ice core bead. Ice core pearl. A unique pearl produced by a mutated ice core pearl oyster. Carrying it on your body can maintain youthfulness and allow you to transform into ice elements. Trading price for 1,000 points. A rare item worth 4,000 points. No wonder that guy values it so much. Perhaps this thing is the key to its mutation, so he had to rush over desperately to get the bead back. Wearing it can keep you young. It's quite useful, but it can also cause the body's ice element to change. If this ice core bead had not undergone the second mutation, perhaps it could have been kept. It's a pity because he doesn't want to become an ice sculpture one day. If my whole body turned into ice, then every time the red fox and the others came to train with me, they would probably return injured. Trade it for me as a special commodity. Chapter 157. Teach you a new witchcraft. Transaction successful. New products can be viewed in the special column. Ice core pearl powder, 3,000 points. Note: applying the melted water on the body can restore youthfulness and last for a week. The unlocked special product removes the ability of the ice core condensate to transform, and simply changes the effect of maintaining youth to restoring youth. But this thing is of no use to Su Yuan. He is only in his 20s, at the peak of his youth, and can fight with both of them all night without changing his expression. But if it was before the time travel, even if he added a few more zeros after the 3,000 points and sold it, there would still be many people willing to buy it. But this is a primitive society. Not only can Su Yuan not use it, but in the eyes of those beast girls, there's probably nothing more tempting than a delicious food. Forget it. I'll be able to use it when I'm old. I don't know if I can completely unify this alien world before I die. Su Yuan looked at the small houses standing in the tribe. One day, these small wooden houses would become tall buildings, and the wooden fences would become a huge city wall. The pearl oyster that was charred by the fireball was found. It was deader than dead. After opening it, some blackened meat could be seen inside. Fortunately, the power was not very strong, and after scraping off the charcoal on the outside, you can still see the pink clam meat inside. Let's have an extra meal tonight. Su Yuan looked at the people who were looking at him from a distance and waved the clamshell in his hand happily. Half an hour later, a clay pot was placed next to the campfire, with stewed clams mixed with some vegetables freshly picked from the garden. It smells so good. The beast girls who were on night watch were drooling, and several pairs of eyes were staring at the soup in the pot. Even Shui Ro, who is usually steady, couldn't help swallowing. Let me try it. Su Yuan picked up the spoon and took a sip. The taste of seafood was very strong, and the mutated clam meat was also very chewy and chewy. This pearl oyster died a worthy death as it was transformed into such a delicious seafood feast. Okay, it's almost done stewing. You could divide it up. Whoa, don't you want to eat? No matter how greedy they were, these beast girls still waited respectfully for Su Yuan to eat first. No, I have something else to do. Just eat. After a tiring night, his eyelids were already drooping. Su Yuan waved his hand and returned to the room. The remaining special items were nothing too special, so none of them were kept, and all were used to unlock new special items. 2 identical magic weapons, a food item that restores strength, and 2 relatively useful items. Coral Stone Gun, 3,500 points. Note: the attack comes with poison and penetration. Sea Vine Whip, 3,000 points. Note: the whip has barbs. Attacking the enemy will tear their skin and cause bleeding. Finger Licking Original Chapter, 1,000 points. Note: after consumption, a large amount of physical strength will be restored. Fluorescent Jellyfish Bullet, 700 points. Note: hitting a creature will emit a strong blue fluorescence, and will continue to drop fluorescent powder for half an hour, leaving traces of movement on the ground. Seashell Cream, 1,000 points. Note: apply to wounds to stop bleeding, speed up wound recovery, and reduce pain. A fluorescent powder for tracking enemies, and an ointment for healing wounds. I got quite a few goodies from this trade. Su Yuan looked at the new products on the panel and smiled with satisfaction, especially the seashell ointment. Since there was no product for treating injuries before, he had always used Snow Crystal Milk Cream. After all, that thing is mainly used to relieve fatigue, and its effect in healing injuries is not outstanding. If you get injured, you basically have to use healing magic to treat it. Now that there is an ointment to heal injuries, the red fox no longer needs to use up its magic power to heal injuries like before. After dealing with these rare items, Su Yuan took off his robe and laid down on the bed. The red fox seemed to have not fallen asleep because of the previous noise, and now it came to his side and hugged him. The little head rested in his arms, without saying a word, but with his eyes tightly closed, his little tongue licking Su Yuan's neck from time to time. "Why aren't you asleep yet? I was worried about you. The noise was so loud before that I thought something happened." The red fox opened his eyes and smiled as he looked at the hand that was reaching towards his head. Sorry. The sound before was not loud, but the sound of the clam biting the blade was quite harsh, and Shur was still sleeping soundly at this time. "It's okay. I've already rested well." Red Fox was the first to fall and did not participate in the subsequent operations. Lion was the only one fighting, so he could be considered the one who had rested. The wet itch on his neck made him put his fingers into the fox's ears. The fur inside was softer than the hair on the outside, but the inside of his ears was very sensitive. After just a few touches, he felt the red fox's body was like a furnace, and panicked breathing sounds came out of its mouth. "Su Yuan, why don't you rest earlier? My magic power hasn't recovered yet." "It's okay. Just turn around, and I'll teach you a new witchcraft." "Witchcraft? Could it be that like before, the witchcraft can be cast without a wand or a witch card?" The red fox looked a little surprised. He stood up and turned 180 degrees as Su Yuan said, "Cough, cough, cough, cough." Late at night, in a simple tree hole, the cold wind blew in through the covering stones. Inside, there was a figure wrapped in several animal skins. He had a strong body, but his face was pale and a little thin due to the cold, but his features could still be seen clearly. "Ahem, I finally found it. It seems Wu and the others are fine. They were just captured by Red Fox's people." With the help of a ray of starlight that filtered through the cracks in the rocks, Kulai carefully looked at a sharp thorn in his hand. The thorn was about 6 or 7 centimeters long and looked quite sharp under the starlight. This was what she found on the tree trunk during the day. If she hadn't planned to rest here, she probably wouldn't have discovered the marks left by her tribesmen. There was a warrior in the Black Sheep tribe who could shoot out a spike from his hair. The spike was black with a hint of gold, and the one in her hand was exactly the same. But why did they capture the Black Sheep Witch? Could it be that they were planning to trade them back for their people? Among those who escaped from the Red Fox tribe, there was Hu and Shur. Now it will be difficult for her to rescue them alone, unless he also has hostages from their tribe. Let's find them first. If Wu is still alive, I'll find a way to get him out from Muguang. If Wu is dead, Tiger Hunter exerted a little force with his fingers, and the sharp spike in his hand was broken into 2 pieces. A fierce look appeared on his pale face. The cold wind rushed into the tree hole again, blowing up the animal skin covering her. Achio. Chapter 158. Frost Crystal Season Shrouded in White Mist. It's so cold. Shit. Early in the morning, Su Yuan stood on the snow and looked at the ice crystal world around him in shock. The wooden basin in his hands fell to the ground. The lion beside him rubbed his hands coldly and stuffed his tail, which was hanging outside, back into his fur skirt. Originally, the two had planned to take advantage of the arrival of the frost crystal season to soak in the hot springs and exchange primitive tribal combat skills. They didn't expect that this awful weather would arrive so quietly. The light white mist floating in the air touched Su Yuan's palm, and a layer of white frost formed on it in an instant. Is this damn weather so outrageous? What the red fox and the black sheep said was not as shocking as what he felt directly. Only when he saw the scene of frost crystal season with his own eyes did he realize how terrifying it was. "Su Yuan, why don't we go back?" Shur drooped his ears and pulled the animal skin wrapped around his head forward. Let's go back and tell everyone not to leave the camp in this weather. Wait until the frost crystal season is over. If they get lost in this frost crystal season, awakened warriors like Shur and the others can still survive, but those ordinary beast girls will soon turn into ice sculptures. When we returned to the tribe, everyone walked out of the house. The white fog outside had covered the entire camp, and the world seemed to have turned white. When the white mist tried to approach the Star Tribe, a red light appeared and blocked them outside. So beautiful! Gigi and the other little beast girls had rarely seen the frost crystal season, and now they were protected by the guardian orb in the camp and did not feel the invasion of the severe cold. Apart from feeling magical, I didn't feel the fear of the frost crystal season. Is this the frost crystal season? Beast girls like Long and Hui, who came out of the land of death, also felt a little strange, because there was no such foggy weather in the land of death. Long, didn't you encounter frost crystal season in the land of death? Su Yuan walked in from outside the camp with Sure, and some beast girls around him also returned to the tribe, as if they were fleeing. Her originally colorful hair had turned frosty white, and even her eyebrows were covered with a layer of frost. Her small body shivered as she ran. No, the land of death has always been dead silent. I've never seen this kind of white fog before. This is very strange. Su Yuan frowned in confusion. According to the map, the closer you are to the land of death, the colder it will be, and this was also confirmed by Long and the others. However, extreme weather, such as the frost crystal season, has appeared in places such as the Snow Mountain Range and the Ice and Snow Plains, but it has never appeared in the coldest places near the death zone. Su Yuan, can we go out and play? I will definitely not be discovered by Sister Bai and the others when we play hide and seek today. The little chinchilla looked at the foggy weather excitedly, pulling Su Yuan's hand and shaking it, his eyes full of desire. Still going out to play? Didn't you see the people who just came back? Their hair is all frosted. It will turn into ice cubes if you go out to play for a few minutes. Gigi was a little discouraged. He had always been caught by Mao Bai when playing hide and seek before. Now it was so dark that he couldn't see his hand in front of his face. Maybe I can defeat them this time and become the winner of the hide and seek game. Red Fox, Black Sheep, inform everyone in the tribe not to leave the tribe during this period. The warriors can just train in the camp. By the way, little Fox 9, is the sentry tower finished? Fox 9, who has been acting mysterious recently, was also in the camp. When she heard Su Yuan calling her, she walked over with her little ears pricked up, pointing her finger at a corner, and said dissatisfiedly, "After my sister told me, I led everyone to build it within 2 days. Didn't you notice?" Su Yuan looked in the direction and saw 2 strange-shaped objects not far away. 4 pillars stood in a corner of the camp, and a wooden board was placed on top. There was no roof to protect from the wind and rain, but fortunately, a piece of animal skin was thoughtfully added and supported by a few wooden sticks. He had indeed seen this thing when he was wandering around the camp, but he had always thought it was some small decoration made by Fox 9. Now you tell me this is the watchtower you requested? How do you get this thing up there? Su Yuan felt his eyes go dark, and he turned his head to look at Fox 9 in a daze. It's very simple. Maoya, show it to Su Yuan. Hujio pulled out Maoya. Just watch me. Like Fox 9, Maoya came to the bottom of the watchtower with a proud look on his face. He grabbed the tree trunk with his hands and feet and climbed onto the wooden board in a few seconds. Forgetting that this is a different world, any ordinary beast girl can easily climb a small tree trunk. Let Hong Shuang and the others add a ladder rope. There was no further discussion about the watchtower. The next thing to discuss was the more important matter, the problem of water and combustible materials. Without a way to get water outside, I'm afraid we can only rely on the snow outside the camp to melt into water, but this amount of water is barely enough for the tribe to drink. There's also the issue of combustible materials. Since the molten guardian orb was activated in the camp, the igloos have naturally melted into snow water. So the tribe had been busy building cabins before. With a technical talent like Fox 9, building the cabins was naturally not a problem. But the camp's wood consumption has also increased dramatically, and now 5 or 6 people still live in a small cabin. Recently, even Su Yuan's cabin has been busy. During this period, Mao Yi and the others were almost moving in here, if he hadn't emphasized that the bed could only accommodate 3 people. I guess those guys can squeeze together in his bed every day. With the arrival of the frost crystal season, it is naturally impossible to go out to cut wood. The surrounding wood has been almost cut down. If the remaining charcoal and wood are burned out, we will only be able to eat cold raw food in the future. Little Fox, come with me and I'll teach you something new. Su Yuan thought for a moment and decided that he had to find a new way to solve the wood problem. Otherwise, when he really ran out of ammunition and food, he would have to spend points to buy coal. This is not cost-effective. If you use the points to buy this stuff, you might as well just buy some unprocessed food. New stuff? I'll be right there. Fox 9 carefully put the strange-looking thing in his hand back, and then ran to Su Yuan happily. At this moment, the red fox and the black sheep were also watching with curiosity. Can this would be used again after it burns? Black Sheep looked at Su Yuan in confusion as he took out the pile of charcoal from a corner. He had never understood many strange aspects of the camp before. For example, there are these mountains of charcoal and the even higher mountains of yellow mud next to them. Of course, this thing can not only be burned again, but also used to remove impurities from water. It's even one of the main ingredients in gunpowder. But it's too early to talk about gunpowder at this time. Even iron has not been refined yet. Maybe gunpowder, maybe the civilization stage required to unlock the second-level mall. Chapter 159, The Beast Girls in Bored Moments. Can it really burn if you mix dirt in it? After trying 7 or 8 times in a row, there was no accurate mixing ratio. Su Yuan could only continue to use the control variable method and try them one by one. Every time he threw a charcoal ball into the fire, it only produced bursts of thick smoke. The soil was mixed with grass clippings and charcoal, and the thick smoke made everyone hold their noses and watch from distance. Of course, I'm just trying to make it with the least charcoal ratio. You can find some clay nearby. Are you planning to climb up the mountain to find trees? Su Yuan rolled his eyes at Hu Jio. In this horrible weather of the frost crystal season, he didn't even have the energy to go to the mountains to soak in a hot spring, let alone think of looking for trees there. Stop talking. Look, isn't it on fire? This batch of dried peat was made into fist-sized squares with a few small holes dug out on them, making it look a bit like square honeycomb coal. It's just that the appearance of this thing is too distorted, and the surface is covered with cracks after being smoked and dried. After the peat bricks were thrown into the fire, their brownish-yellow exterior was soon stained with an orange flame. Can soil really burn? This opened the eyes of the beast girls watching around. Fox 9 stared at the scene with wide eyes and curiosity, his mouth full of doubts about the common sense he had known before. Why don't you bring your tail over here to test the temperature? Su Yuan stared at Fox 9's tail and smiled evilly. This made Fox 9 tightly clamp the tail that was shaking behind it. Hee hee, I have always believed in you, Su Yuan, and have never doubted you. The little fox was frightened by Su Yuan's words and quickly ran over to hug him obediently, using his clean little hands to pick off the mud on Su Yuan's hands. The others also gathered around, and the baked peat bricks were placed next to the fire, but several of them cracked because the holes in the middle were too big. Just grind the charcoal and mix it with the soil according to the ratio I made last time, then poke a few holes in the middle with a branch. It doesn't matter if it cracks after baking. The holes are only to increase air circulation and allow oxygen to better contact with the peat bricks, so that the burning time will be shorter and there will not be too much smoke. Su Yuan didn't care much about this. As long as he could extend the burning time, it was enough. It was not for warming himself, and burning it in the house would easily cause poisoning. So as long as the peat ratio is the same as before, it can burn. Alas, I don't know how long this frost crystal season will take to pass. The white weather made it almost impossible to distinguish between day and night, and he couldn't go out to look for resources and rare items. 3 days passed in a sea of white, and the warriors continued to train in an orderly manner. The warriors from the Black Sheep tribe, who joined later, also began practicing archery. All the things that had been piling up before were resolved in the past few days. The bored expressions on the faces of the beast girls who had nothing to do were almost overflowing, and they leaned against each other and stared blankly in the camp all day long. I say, can't you two wait until night? Su Yuan sat on the animal skin mat, with Mao Yi and Pan Yu hugging his arms on both sides. The sweetness of this period made them seem to be stuck to him. Now, the daily points income can only be supported by the flame pattern iron or previously stored in the camp, so he dare not spend points lavishly to exchange for fire spirit drinks. But even so, Su Yuan felt a noticeable pain in his waist. But it's so boring. Have you learned how to use a bow and arrow? Su Yuan said helplessly as he carved the piece of wood in his hand with a knife. I learned a long time ago. I taught that idiot Pan Yu everything. After saying this, Mao Yi picked up a piece of dirt from the ground and threw it into a small bowl in the distance. Who taught you that? I already learned it a long time ago. Why do you, an idiot, say you taught me? Cat night. Just as Pan Yu was about to lose his temper, a scream was heard in the distance. Hu Jio came over with a small bowl of soup and glared at Mao Yi. The white soup in the bowl was already stained with some dirt, which happened to be what Mao Yi had thrown there earlier. The chaotic fight didn't last long, and soon a few people lay back down and hung on Su Yuan like koalas. By the way, what were you doing in the tribe during the frost crystal season? Although this was the first frost crystal season Su Yuan had ever witnessed, it was not the first frost crystal season in this world. Su Yuan was a little curious about how they had survived before. Mao Yi straightened up and said lazily, I usually help to collect food. Sister Sure and the others sometimes take risks and go out hunting. And we have to keep an eye on the dangers around the tribe. Although the caves we used before can protect us from large monsters, some small monsters are also very dangerous. If Manhwa and the others said so, then the activities of the Star Tribe during the Frost Crystal season were indeed a bit boring. It is surrounded by wooden fences. Although the outside world is shrouded in white fog, once something enters the camp, the Beast Girl in the watchtower will immediately discover it. As for food, there was no need to organize it. Every time a monster was hunted, the meat would be smoked dry. The only thing that had happened not long ago was also done by Shuero, by Tu, and the others. Okay then, I'll teach you a game. Game? Is it like hide and seek? Manhwa, Manhwa, and the others had all heard of hide and seek, a game that Su Yuan had come up with to entertain the energetic Gigi and some other little beast girls. But after Gigi provoked Manhwa and the others, the nature of the game changed. No matter how they hid, Manhwa would find them. Gigi also made a bold vow not to be caught by Manhwa. But it hasn't been completed yet. But how do we play hide and seek in this camp? Su Yuan blew a breath to blow away the sawdust on the wood chip, turned Manhwa's head back, and a mysterious smile appeared on his face. Call over all the bored people. I'll teach you a game to kill time. I had originally planned to hand it over to these beast girls, but I was too busy recently. Now that Frost Crystal season is sealed in the camp, it's just enough for everyone to come and relieve their boredom. A few minutes later, Su Yuan was surrounded by beast girls with colorful hair, surrounding him in 3 circles inside and outside. The air was filled with a mixture of various smells. It wasn't very smelly, but it wasn't sweet either. Su Yuan said it was the different smells emitted by beast girls of different races. Red Fox and Fox 9 have one smell, Manhwa and Maobai have another. After smelling them enough times, he would know who had come in even when he was sleeping at night without opening his eyes. Manhwa, Manhwa, and Hujio, the 3 of you come and demonstrate with me. Su Yuan took out a pile of wood chips. These were the ones he had been carving with a knife before. There were a total of 20 pieces of wood with carved patterns on them. Mao Yi and the other 2 sat in other directions, and several pairs of eyes looked at these strange little pieces of wood curiously. Chapter 160, What About Trust Between People? The rules are very simple. There are 20 cards in total, representing the sun, trees, clouds, and stars. The game that these beast girls can understand and is not particularly troublesome is of course Landlord. Ahem is naturally the cheat game that they played a few times before crossing over. Later, I will randomly draw a card from the sun, the tree, and the cloud as the real card. Then, after we cover them, everyone will randomly draw 5 cards in their hand. Then the 4 of us take turns playing cards. You can play any number of cards, but you have to make the next person to play think that the cards you play are all real cards that were revealed before. Among them, the star card is a universal card. No matter what the real card is, the star card can be the real card. Well, stars are omnipotent. This design will allow the game to spread and the name of the Star Tribe to spread as well. What if the cards played are not real cards? Before Panyu and Mao Yi understood, Hujio looked at Su Yuan with a gleam in his eyes. No, the person who played the card loses and has to accept the punishment. But if it is a real card, the person who guessed loses and also has to accept the punishment. As for the punishment, Su Yuan showed a malicious smile on his face and exchanged a handful of bright red chili peppers from the system mall. Later, I'll have Chi-Hu and the others cover this thing with a ceramic bowl. Only one of the 6 bowls has it. The one you choose must eat it. Of course, he couldn't really take out 4 revolvers like the original one. Not to mention whether he could take them out or not. Even if he could, he wouldn't be so stupid as to imitate at 100. So the punishment was changed to eating the freshly exchanged hot and spicy chili peppers. Do you understand the rules? Yeah, let's get started. The rules of this game are not difficult. It's nothing more than a trick of cheating. The 3 of them looked at the cards on the ground with great interest, and each of their faces was full of fighting spirit. Especially the 2 guys facing each other, the sparks in their eyes almost ignited the animal skin mat. The first one, the sun. Su Yuan picked up the cards in his hand. Sure, and Chi-Hu both stuck to his side, staring nervously at the 5 cards in his hand. 2 suns, a big tree, and 2 clouds. Let me go first, the sun. Su Yuan was the first to demonstrate, so he took the lead and pressed a big tree card on the animal skin mat to cover it. On the other side, Panyu was still looking at the card in his hand carefully. The black sheep behind her also looked at the cards in her hand with interest, with a faint smile on his lips, but he did not say anything. Banyu, you can choose to trust me and then play your cards, or not trust me and play my cards. But the last card you play must be played. Although he was not pressing down the sun, Su Yuan's face was full of a confident smile, which made Pan Yu's brows furrowed into a shape of a chan. The black sheep didn't even notice the tail behind it sweeping and hitting it. I believe you, but I'm also a son. It was Fox 9's turn. She seemed to be counting the cards in the hands of several people. After thinking for a moment, she placed a card on the animal skin mat. I'm also a son. Then I'm also a son. In the first round, everyone played very conservatively. Everyone only pressed out one card. Even if they were all sons, there was still one card on the field. 2 sons. This time, Su Yuan pressed down 2 sons. It was their first time playing, so Ban Yu and the others naturally subconsciously thought that everyone was pressing down the son. So now Pan Yu's expression became even more conflicted, and he began to hesitate with the cards in his little hand. Either no one lied before, then Su Yuan must be lying this time. But what if everyone lied before? I believe. No, I don't. Wait, I. Her head was about to smoke, and she became anxious holding the cards in her hand. She could even hear the crisp sound of the tail hitting the black sheep's arm. Little Pan Yu, think carefully and don't be too impatient. Black Sheep rubbed her head soothingly, waking up Pan Yu, whose eyes were beginning to bulge in standby mode. Black Sheep, which, should I believe Su Yuan? The two looked at Su Yuan, who was standing next to them, with a calm expression. He was looking at her with a smile on his face, and there was no sign of any flaw in his expression. However, the beast girls behind him who were watching Su Yuan's moves were full of loopholes. Black Sheep glanced at them and said nothing, but just stroked Pan Yu's hair soothingly. I don't know either. Then, I don't believe it. Mao Yi and Hu Jiu were both playing for the first time. They were staring at her calmly, so it was very likely that they were not lying. If that was the case, Su Yuan must have a fake one. Then I'll open the cards. Su Yuan didn't wait for Pan Yu to hesitate, and immediately turned over the cards, and immediately cheerful laughter was heard around. There was also the miserable cry of Pan Yu. Looking at the overturned tree sign at Mao Ye's feet, he said angrily, Mao Yi, so you were lying. There's nothing I can do. He doesn't have a sun card in his hand. I can only say that you're too stupid, Pan Yu. You fell for it. Mao Yi spread out his cards. There was not a single sun in his hand, and he had been forced to lie before. Accept the punishment. Humph, isn't it just eating that red thing? And there's no guarantee it will work. There were 6 ceramic bowls prepared nearby. Pan Yu, who had no idea what chili peppers were, was not afraid at all and just picked one up at random. Hee, I said I was lucky. Come again. After a round of demonstration, everyone understood how to play, especially the 3 participants on the field, and soon the second round of the game began. I go first, 2 big tree cards. Fox 9 couldn't wait to press the 2 main cards to the ground. I don't believe it. The moment she finished speaking, Mao Yi next to her confidently and surely lifted up the card she had covered. There was a sun and a cloud, and Fox 9's lie was ruthlessly exposed. Huh, Mao Yi, how did you know that? Cool. Mao Yi has seen through your little tricks. Now accept your punishment. Su Yuan turned his head and glanced at Mao Yi's hand. Sure enough, there was a reason why this guy was so sure. All 5 big trees were in her hand. This is really good luck. Fox 9 also discovered the reason and opened a ceramic bowl with a pout. This time she guessed right, and bright red chili peppers came out. It's going to be a good show. No one knew what this thing was, but Su Yuan knew its power. He suppressed a smile and said, All right, little fox, accept your punishment. Eat it if you want. I'll have to go first in the next one. Fox 9 put the chili pepper in his mouth and chewed it nonchalantly. As his saliva mixed with the chili juice, the spicy taste instantly rushed into his mouth and nose. Don't spit it out. Ha! Chapter 161, How to Learn the 36 Stratagems Without a Teacher. It hurts so much. Fox 9's face flushed red. Tears and snot came out from the spicy smell, but she didn't understand what this feeling was, so she could only wail and scream in place. Ha, go drink some water. Su Yuan's laughter and her screams intertwined. Hu Jiu's eyes gradually changed from confusion to determination. He wiped his nose and rushed directly in front of Su Yuan. Without waiting for his reaction, she kissed him directly, and the chili in his mouth was pushed out by her little tongue. The soft lips were extremely hot, and before he could savor the taste, the spicy liquid flowed into his mouth. The spiciness of the chili peppers exchanged by the system made his face flush instantly. This was the first time he felt that he had no desire at all to get close to a beast girl, especially a little fox like Fox 9 with a delicate waist. Woo-woo, Fox 9! A few minutes later, the 2 of them hugged a snowball and started licking it. Just one chili pepper added 2 sexy red lips to the field. Come again. Malya and Panhwa on both sides swallowed their saliva and looked at the pottery bowl beside them with some fear. Although they didn't know what this thing was, they felt something was not good when they saw the looks of Hujio and the other girl. Cough, cough, cough. In the frosty white fog, Hulai was adjusting his heavy fur coat. Beside him lay the corpse of a giant beast. A small incision was made in the abdomen, and the internal organs were thrown all over the ground. They have now frozen into ice cubes in the wind and snow. Ahem, ahem. Luckily, I can still encounter a frost rock monitor lizard in this place. The magical beasts that move outside during the frost crystal season are no ordinary creatures. They not only need to have extremely strong cold-resistant abilities, but also be able to clearly distinguish directions in the frost and fog. Hulai rubbed her red, frozen palms. Her body was now covered in solidified blood, and her reddish-brown face looked nothing like its original appearance. She had no ability to make fire and came to the depths of the snowy plains. She didn't dare to sleep at night. Last night was the 3rd day. Fortunately, she encountered a frost rock monitor lizard. After killing this guy, Tiger Hunter dug open its belly and found that it slept inside the body of the frost rock monitor lizard all night. Although this method allowed her to survive, her body was still severely frostbitten, and bursts of coughing could be heard from the thick animal hide. The frost rock monitor lizards have a strong ability to discern directions. Their presence in this location indicates that their prey is nearby. Regardless of whether the cave she encountered here was the one where the red fox and the others were hiding, she had to find a place to stop first. It was too much of a dare to rush into the icy and snowy plains of the frost crystal season alone. Even she couldn't hold out for long in this place. This guy was moving in this direction before. When she killed the frost rock lizard yesterday, it seemed to be moving straight ahead. Now the white fog was sweeping across the sky and earth, and she couldn't see the surrounding environment clearly. After hesitating for a moment, she decided to head in the direction of the frost rock lizard. Huff, huff, huff. She didn't know how long she had been walking, but in the wind and snow, a red light appeared before her eyes. The dazzling red light became clearer and clearer, like a mother's gentle embrace, making her tired body a little dazed. Bang! Finally, when he walked into the red light, his body went limp and fell under a row of wooden stakes. His forehead hit the stakes, and his pale face became unusually rosy. Did you hear any noise? In the camp on the other side of the wooden stake, Su Yuan looked around with a sausage-like mouth, and the chili pepper in his hand was secretly hidden in his pocket. Su Yuan, you're not allowed to cheat. The other 3 little beast girls were not feeling well either. Their red mouths were a little swollen, and the sweat from their foreheads wet their cheeks. Only 2 small fur coats were left of their original fur coats, which covered their vital parts. Malyu pulled Su Yuan down and pressed his body on him. There was no fragrance on the kitten's body at this moment, and the sweat that flowed seemed to smell like chili peppers. I don't want to play anymore, Hujio. You could take Shuero and the others and make some wood to entertain everyone. Don't waste too much wood. If I had known, I would not have exchanged so many chili peppers. I thought these naive little beast girls would lose miserably, but after playing 4 or 5 games, they all became cunning and experienced. All kinds of tactics, such as making a feint to the east and attacking in the west, burning the bridge after crossing it, and even the beauty trap, were used, and Su Yuan lost a lot of battles for a while. Although these beast girls are innocent, they are not stupid, so Su Yuan can only throw down the cards in his hand and prepare to escape. No, your punishment hasn't been done yet. As Su Yuan's boss, Mao Yu was dealt the most cards by him. Basically, the little cat was punished because of Su Yuan, and now he was holding Su Yuan's thigh and refused to let go. Before she could finish shouting, Su Yuan quickly threw the chili pepper in her mouth, then hugged the struggling figure and pulled Panyu, who was still drinking yak milk, over. I'll test how hot you 2 are later. There are 2 guys. The one above him always uses the beauty trap to cheat him, and the one below him always opens his cards and makes him get shot. If he doesn't teach them a lesson today, his tail will be up in the sky. Gudong. The 2 men were carried into the wooden house like 2 lambs to be slaughtered. What's that sound? After an unknown amount of time, Hulai felt that his consciousness had recovered a little. He could hear a strange panting sound next to his ear. The owner of the voice seemed familiar, but he just couldn't remember who it was. All right, I'm in the snowy plains. How could there be sounds? Am I still dreaming? What am I supposed to do? Save the black sheep, which After being in a daze for a while, Hulai opened her eyes suddenly. Although the things in front of her were still a little blurry, her consciousness was much clearer. There were rows of wooden stakes standing in front of her, but this could not stop her at all. She jumped lightly and landed on the stakes. The sharp top of the stake only pierced a small hole in her palm. What a clever idea. This not only blocks the enemy from attacking, but also serves as a warning. If an ordinary wild beast broke in and was pricked by the spikes, it would probably scream on the spot and would immediately attract the attention of everyone in the camp. Judging from this, there must be traces of people inside, and they are most likely people from the God-given tribe. Ordinary orcs cannot make such delicate things. Tiger Hunter lowered his head and just looked inside through the gap between the wooden stakes. There was no one in the camp at this moment. There were wooden houses standing around, and a bonfire was burning not far away. Several beast girls were sitting around the bonfire playing something. Could it be someone from Red Fox? A tribe suddenly appeared in this ghost place, and what was strange was that during the frost crystal season, the camp was unusually warm. No wonder he was able to defeat the Black Sheep Wizard. Flame wizardry. Judging from this, the Red Fox must have made a breakthrough. Now his strength is even greater than that of the Black Sheep Wizard. Perhaps only the mysterious Mu Guang Divine Shaman can unleash the witchcraft that can resist the frost crystal season. No, besides Red Fox, there were also 2 awakened warriors, Lion and Fox Thought, who escaped. I'm afraid I can't save Black Sheep, which in my current state. Hulai did not act impulsively. He retreated behind the wooden stake and thought calmly. If he rushed in like this, he would only die in vain. It seems like the only option is to let them make some noise. Chapter 162. The Universal Plan for Chinese Characters in Another World. Open. You lose, ha 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 ha. Gigi is still too smart. Huh? Gigi. How do you know I don't have a sun card? Cool. This is Squeaky's secret. I can't tell you. I don't know which day of the frost crystal season it is, but the sky is still surrounded by white fog. The visibility around is getting lower and lower, and it is difficult to see the situation outside the red light. The people in the tribe gathered in groups of 3 or 4, playing the cheating game that Su Yuan had set up for them before, and all kinds of cheers and wails echoed throughout the camp. This made the tiger hunter hiding outside the camp clench his fists. He had been looking for the frost rock monitor lizard during this period. When he was tired, he would run back to the red light outside the camp and rest against a wooden stake. When he was hungry, he would sneak into the camp in the middle of the night to steal food. In order to avoid being discovered, she only started her actions after everyone returned to the cabin, and each time, she only took enough food to barely fill her stomach. Once during the journey, she secretly took a look at the black sheep outside the wooden house. Now she was under strict guard, with her hands and feet tied. With the black sheep, which is a hostage, it is no wonder that the black sheep people who were suffering in the tribe did not rebel, but were instead oppressed by the Red Fox tribe. So during this period of time, she became more and more anxious to find the frost rock monitor lizard, and every time she ran back, she was so cold that she was coughing. Oh, so boring. During the day, Su Yuan sat in the camp stroking the cat with boredom. The little cat Yi in his arms was frowning and looking at the cards in his hand. The 3 foxes opposite him, Chihu, Hu Si, and Hu Jiao, were waiting for her to play her cards. Speaking of which, we have to do something meaningful during this period. Otherwise, if the frost crystal season lasts too long, we just waste time here with these beast girls. While Su Yuan was stroking the cat's ears, his thoughts drifted far away. The necessities of life in primitive society, such as food, clothing, and shelter, had already been met, but if he wanted to develop from a tribe into a village, or even a town or city in the future, then it is not enough to just have food, clothing, and shelter. By the way, we can teach everyone to read first. Suan is Frauen suddenly delixt. Social development requires not only material development, but also cultural development. For example, there seems to be no concept of writing in this primitive continent of another world today, and the Beast Girls record events through paintings. If the Beast Girls learn to read, it will become very convenient to transmit information or impart knowledge in the future. More importantly, if the Beast Girls learn to read, they can try out the magic books exchanged by the system. Just imagine the appearance of hundreds of witches in the Star Tribe in the future. Just releasing a fireball can turn the opponent into a sea of fire. Su Yuan did it right away. Looking at Mao Yi, who was wailing on the spot, he moved her but away and stood up. Stop playing for now. Call Black Sheep, Red Frost, and Shui Ro, and have them come over later. Su Yuan did not plan to teach everyone at once, but instead selected the smarter beast girls in the tribe. After teaching these few, he would let them teach the others. You can also save yourself a lot of effort. By the time he found a good piece of soil in the camp to use as a blackboard, the beast girls behind him were already standing there in a row. Hurry, find a seat first. Su Yuan, are you going to teach us some new game? Fox 9's eyes were shining with gold. She was the one who won the most during this period. No matter how boring the game is, as long as you win more, you will feel happy, especially in a game like this where there are punishments. Seeing others being punished will make you feel much more relieved. Play with your head. Today I'm going to teach you something that can change the world. Change the world? Everyone was a little surprised. Even the black sheep who joined the Star Tribe later had only a little doubt. During her time in the Star Tribe, she could feel that her former tribesmen were filled with smiles she had never had before, smiles that were free of sorrow and filled with peace. Especially those original tribesmen were willing to share the method of making fire, which made them realize for the first time that fire was not a power exclusive to witches. Even the most ordinary children in the Star Tribe can ignite the flame of hope with just a few pieces of wood. As long as you learn this, you will have a great chance of becoming a witch in the future. You will be able to fly into the sky and into the sea, and you will be able to do almost anything. Of course, it would probably take a long time to reach this level, but after learning the characters, Su Yuan could exchange them for books in the system mall. The things that can change the world are all in these books, so it's okay to say that. Hearing Su Yuan say this, everyone became extremely alert and sat cross-legged around him, forming a circle. I want to learn. Once I learn, I will fly over that mountain range and see the world over there. Su Yuan held down the excited Mao Yi, then took out the wooden stick he had prepared earlier. Today, I will teach you how to read. This is similar to the pictures your ancestors drew to record stories, but this is even more important. Literacy? After Su Yuan's explanation, everyone became even more confused. This was completely unrelated to what they had said before about going up to the sky and into the sea. But no one interrupted him, and they still sat there quietly watching Su Yuan writing on the ground. This is the character for person. Does it look like a person standing sideways? These are the hands, and these are the feet. Su Yuan had no intention of inventing any new characters and becoming the Zhongjie of another world, and he did not have the ability and energy to research new characters. As for the other languages in my past life, apart from the words Shiba, Baga, and fake, the remaining words I could recognize couldn't even form a complete sentence. So it's better to teach these beast girls Chinese. Although it is the most difficult language, it is also the most efficient and compact language. It is difficult to learn, but it will be very convenient to use once you learn it. Imagine a world of swords and magic 1,000 years from now, where a beast mother magician, wearing a robe and holding a staff, shouts loudly, "I'll pour water all over your head, you son of a bitch." Cough, cough, cough. Thinking too far ahead, Su Yuan regained his composure. After teaching them the character, he did not flatten the soil. Instead, he spoke while they were thinking. Of course, this character can be seen not only as a person leaning sideways, but also as two people, one leaning on the other, supporting each other to stand up. So, humans are different from other animals. Only by supporting and helping each other can we survive in this world. These words made the beast girls sitting in front of them immediately understand something. And looking at the word human, they also realized more and more its meaning. Don't the people of each tribe have to support each other to survive in this desolate snowfield? Chapter 163, The Clever Cat-Eared Girl Chose to Start. In the vast white land of ice and snow, several white figures are wandering in it. If it were not for the exposed black claws and faces, it would be impossible to find any signs of people in the snow. Boss, tell me if that rumor is true. Now this bastard weather shaman is asking us to go look for it, which is really annoying. The figure following behind walked forward, its entire body covered with white fur. Its face was wedge-shaped, with a broad forehead and a pointed mouth, which was smooth and powerful. At this moment, the fong-filled mouth was breathing out towards the palm of my hand. Even with thick hair on the body, I could still feel the biting cold in this frost season. Shut up. Whether it's true or not, other tribes have already started to take action. Do you want to wait for other orc tribes to attack before you can confirm the truth? But in this awful weather, we can't even see the road clearly, and we don't even know our exact location. Are we going to keep wandering in this icy and snowy place forever? Perhaps the cold can be resisted by the fur on their bodies, but they set out lightly and did not bring much food with them. How could they expect to find food in this frost season? That would be easier than finding the orc's sacred totem that the shaman mentioned. The leading frost werewolf stopped and looked at the team behind him. The two werewolves at the end were carrying their food. After more than 10 days in the icy and snowy plains, even if we only fill our stomachs every day, there's not much food left. Boss, give me some advice. Why don't we go back to the snowy desert and hide for a while, and then look for them after the frost crystal season is over? I don't believe the other orc tribes can hold out in this awful weather. Even my frost wolf tribe couldn't survive. I'm afraid those guys have already frozen to death somewhere. The words of his companions behind him made the leading werewolf's sharp eyes become conflicted. If he continued, he would most likely die, but if he retreated, the road had already come this far, and retreating would also mean death. Let's not look for the holy totem for now. Next, we'll focus on searching for any traces of beastmen nearby, whether they're from other orc tribes or magical beasts appearing in the wild. The frost werewolf behind him wanted to say something, but when he saw the boss continuing to walk forward, he kicked a hole in the snow and followed with a gloomy face. There are several such orc teams in the ice and snow plain. On the other side, the desolate snow plain close to the Wangshu Mountains is slightly less affected by the frost crystal season. The white frost fog is thinner than that of the ice and snow fields. From a distance, you can see the dark shadows of some mountains and trees, but the visibility is not as dark as that of the ice and snow fields. Faye, we really have to go to the ice and snow field. We will be frozen into ice cubes here. Several little beast girls wearing animal skins were hiding in a cave. The outside of the cave was blocked by snow, and they were enveloped in cold and darkness. The cat-eared girl leaning against the wall crossed her legs, licked her palms, and said calmly, "Why are you so anxious? Did the Mu Guang divine shaman ask us to find the Red Fox tribe?" "Yeah, didn't you get the message of Faye?" "Of course I received it, but did the Mu Guang divine wizards say when they would find it? At worst, we can just say we haven't found it yet. Or we can just stay here for a while and wait until the frost crystal season is over before slowly looking for it. Anyway, Wu and the others don't know what's going on here. It's just that we can't eat dried fish anymore. It's better than freezing to death in there." The cat girl named Faye was not in a hurry at all, nor did she show any worried expression. She took out a piece of frozen raw meat from her chest, licked it, and then put it back reluctantly. Mu Guang arranged for his men to send a few clever beast girls to track down the location of Su Yuan and Chi Hu. Unfortunately, Faye was the cleverest one in the tribe, as recommended by their tribe's witch. It's just that she's a little too clever. Even the witch in her own tribe can't control her, let alone a witch who appears out of nowhere. Since this time the order could not be refused, Faye simply gave up and left the Wangshu Mountains with several other beast girls who were also assigned to the order. That makes sense. Why don't we stay here for a while? I've seen some fruit on the tree outside before. It's enough to fill my stomach, but it's a bit high for me to climb up. It's okay. Sister Faye is very powerful. Now I don't have to go to the icy snowfield to die. Yeah, it's not like the tribe is going to be destroyed. Abu is not a fool to ask us to go to the ice and snow plain just to investigate a runaway tribe. I think Mu Guang the Divine, which just thought Abu was too greedy, so he kicked you out. The beast girls around all agreed. Those who could be selected were all smart. After a Faye suggestion, everyone seemed to reach a consensus that investigating the escaped tribe was not an urgent matter. Let's go. The Star Tribe's activities have changed recently. Many beast girls with nothing to do gathered together on the ground, writing and drawing with the wooden sticks in their hands. They didn't continue playing the cheating wooden card game they had played before, and were always curiously studying the words taught to them by Su Yuan Wu. The news that learning to read could make one a witch and perform various witchcrafts spread throughout the tribe, and even the news that one could fly into the sky and into the sea reached the ears of every beast girl. As a result, the learning atmosphere in the Star Tribe during this period was particularly strong. Fox 9 and others who were the first group to be taught characters had already learned hundreds of characters. Basically, it was the text on the book of basic magic of the fire spirit that Su Yuan had exchanged before. After learning it all, he planned to see if beast girls like Fox 9 and Maoya, who had no magic power, could cast magic. There are now 3 targets worth observing. One is Fox 9, who has neither become a witch nor an awakened warrior. The second target is Husi. As an awakened warrior, she is not sure whether she can learn the basic fire spirit magic. In this case, she will be able to practice both magic and martial arts like Xi and Ko. The last one is Maoya and Manhwa. Although they are also awakened warriors, they have one common characteristic with Sure. That is, they have all been nourished by the fire spirit drink. Every time, Su Yuan did not waste any of it and injected the energy of the fire spirit drink into their bodies. Little Fox 9, how many Chinese characters can you recognize in this book? In the camp, Su Yuan was rubbing the fox's ears. He hadn't washed them with water recently, so even Fox 9's ears weren't as fluffy as before, and the feel naturally declined a lot. Fox 9 was flipping through the book of basic fire spirit magic. The words on it were all those she had been taught before, and it was still a bit complicated for her to put the words together. Fortunately, Fox 9 combined his intelligence and eagerness to learn, and now he can chant out the magic spells in the book in Chinese. There was just no reaction. Chapter 164. We will eventually cultivate a group of all-round magic geniuses. I know most of them, but this one sounded a little strange. Fox 9 picked up the book and read out every word in accented Chinese, like a foreigner who had just started learning Chinese. None of the words were very standard, but at least he recognized the words above, just like what she said, so after Hujio finished reading it stutteringly, Su Yuan had to slowly correct her accent. Oh no, Su Yuan. Just as he was carefully guiding Fox 9 to learn pronunciation, Red Fox ran over with an anxious look on his face, holding a sensing crystal in his hand. There are several monsters outside, rushing towards us. Warcraft. Su Yuan took the sensing crystal. His view from high altitude was obscured by a sea of white, but he could still vaguely see white mist surging in one place. As he dragged his view downward, he could clearly see the magical beast that the Red Fox had mentioned. They were on all fours, covered in thick ice armor, and each one had a physique similar to that of the molten flying lizard. Frost Rock Lizard, a low-level, third-tier magical beast. It possesses thick, hard frost armor that protects against cold and magical attacks, but this reduces its agility and speed. It usually disguises itself as a rock and waits for its prey to approach. Frost Rock Lizard? Why are there so many lizards again? Now the tribe's pork and beef have been almost consumed, and the molten flying lizard has also become the tribe's rations, but the taste is just average. It would be great if a group of Warcraft cows came. Su Yuan put his wild thoughts aside and continued to observe the scene outside. There were 7 Frost Rock Monitor lizards rushing towards him, and they were very close. It was too late to dig a trap at this time. It is impossible to make a trap in a short period of time that can catch a giant lizard about 4 or 5 meters long. Fox 9, notify Shuero and ask her to take everyone and hide under the mountain wall. Red Fox, notify Shur and Long and the others to grab their weapons and prepare for battle. Since it is impossible to set traps, the only option is to deal with these monsters head-on. Fortunately, there are only 2 monsters above level 3, and the rest are only level 2. Relying on the people in the tribe today, we can completely resist it, and even turn them into food to survive the frost crystal season. The 2 realized the seriousness of the matter and ran away immediately. Su Yuan was not too anxious, but instead curiously turned his gaze back to the crystal. Why do these monsters rush towards my camp with such a purpose? At such a long distance, coupled with the white fog covering the entire world, not even a trace of red light in the star camp could be seen hundreds of meters away. These guys were rushing towards us from more than 100 meters away, but their crawling claws were very clear in their direction of movement. Wait, what is this? Su Yuan frowned and widened his vision. In front of these frost rock monitors, a black shadow was stumbling towards him. The man was wrapped in a bulky animal skin, and his face and head were also covered with animal skin. Apart from his height of almost 2 meters, he had no other visible features. Mu Guang's people. This idea was quickly dismissed. If it was Mu Guang's people, they would not be so stupid as to think that a few frost rock lizards could destroy him. After all, Mu Guang had personally witnessed his strength, and this trick could only bring him some meat. He was probably someone who had entered the ice and snow plains to escape, just like Xanka did before, but this guy was unlucky. He encountered the frost crystal season and was chased by monsters. No matter what, those big lizards can't destroy this place. The flame-patterned iron mine cave above could be the final place where he and the beast girls would take refuge. But if they went there, they would have to give up these newly grown green vegetables. And the group of snow yaks will also be used as food by them. Hearing Su Yuan's call, all the warriors came to his side, led by Shur and several others carrying sharp metal blades. Even the 2 awakened warriors from the Black Sheep tribe who had been captured and forced to join not long ago were now standing in front, holding polished stone knives. The curious eyes looked at the weapons in Shur and the others' hands from time to time, and the sharp blades reflected red light. Shuangxi, Lingling, you two take 10 warriors to guard the tribe and prevent the monsters that will charge over from getting close to us. Huh? Okay. Their original interest in fighting was interrupted, and they retreated to the back with their ears drooping. However, they still did not forget their mission. They took 10 people to the armory and found some bone shields. The others followed Su Yuan to the outside of the camp. There was a white fog in front of them. Everyone was not careless and aimed their bows and arrows at the white fog. At the back, beside Su Yuan, Red Fox and Black Sheep stood on both sides. But the thing Black Sheep was holding in his hand was a bone knife? Black Sheep, can you use Red Fox's which card? Su Yuan remembered that during the previous battle, he had traded the Black Sheep's staff to the system, but the right to purchase the staff did not appear on the special mall page. The content he had skipped before was the black crystal on the Black Sheep staff, and the rare item he unlocked was just a smoke bomb that could release black smoke. The current situation is that even though the Black Sheep's magic power is much stronger than the Red Fox, he can only hold a bone knife and fight in the front like an ordinary warrior. No, my witch power can only release dark witchcraft. But please rest assured, leader, before I became a witch, I was also a warrior of the tribe. Black Sheep's words made Su Yuan understand the situation in this world a little. It turned out that the Red Fox's use of several elemental magics was just an exception. He is like a rare magical genius in novels, a great elementalist who can use various elements. What about the fire spirit magic ability he awakened from drinking fire spirit drink? And if Maoye and Panhwa were also able to cast fire spirit magic in the future, how would he explain it? Could it be that it was because I injected magic power into their bodies? If that's the case, and I can collect drinks made from other elements in the future, I can create a group of top-notch magic geniuses who are proficient in all kinds of elements. Black Sheep, go back and direct everyone first. Don't let them run around. Yes, I understand. Black Sheep did not feel any loss. He just put away his bone knife and walked towards the camp. At this time, the Frost Rock Lizard had already arrived outside the camp. The figure in front paused, and after a rune light flashed on his forehead, he disappeared in front of him in an instant. The big lizard, having lost its target, set its gaze forward. The red halo emitted a hint of warmth, and the smell of meat wafted through the white mist. Hiss, hiss, hiss. After being hungry for so long in this horrible weather, these frost rock monitors couldn't help but drool with thirsty saliva from the corners of their mouths, which solidified on the surface to form ice in a few seconds. Roar! With a roar in the fog, their steps began to move faster until they broke through the white fog and saw the beautiful scene in the red light. Chapter 165, I'll help you. The huge head broke through the cold fog, and its scarlet eyes, filled with anger, looked at the people in front of it. With a slight grin, his fangs flashed with sharpness, and the next moment he was ready to devour the soldier guarding the front. Woo woo woo. A crisp bone whistle sounded from the Red Fox's mouth. The battle was about to break out, and the surrounding warriors felt a powerful force surging from their bodies. Hong Shuang, pull up the rope. Su Yuan roared to the side, and under the feet of the Frost Rock Lizard, a white spider silk was pulled up from the snow. Hiss! The running Frost Rock Monitor Lizard had no time to react at all. Its front legs were tripped by the spider's silk, and its head fell directly in front of Su Yuan. Let me come. Xian Ku jumped high from behind, stepped on the mouth of the Frost Rock Lizard, and jumped into the air. The spear in his hand was thrown downwards with a sonic boom. Bang! The tip of the gun penetrated the hard ice scale armor, but only the head of the gun was welded in, and the rest of the gun body was blocked outside. This scale is so tough. Shinka frowned. He had used 80 of his strength in this shot, but he didn't expect that it only pierced a bloody wound on the forehead of the Frost Rock Lizard. The other giant lizards at the back also rushed forward one after another. The spider silk rope under their feet could not hold up and broke instantly. Xian Ku, powered up. Breath of blazing flames. With my spell, the wall of fire will last forever. Fire wall. Su Yuan Gao raised his palm, and a majestic fire magic turned into a wall of fire standing at the feet of the Frost Rock giant lizards. The flames more than 1 meter high burned their jaws and forelimbs. Xian Ku, who was landing on the head of the third-level Frost Rock Lizard, also heard Su Yuan's command, and crackling sounds of electricity were heard around his body. His palm tightly grasped the iron spear, and the purple lightning contained in his body flowed from the spear into the head of the Frost Rock Lizard that had just stood up. SHHHHHHHH. Electricity burst out in the ice armor. Although the ice armor outside the skin was not shattered, the flesh and blood inside had been blown by the electric current, and white smoke was emitted. Blood flowed out from the cracks, and the struggling frost rock lizard roared in pain, but before it could stand up, a rocket shot into its mouth. The arrow was filled with fire magic, and after passing through the sharp teeth, it pierced directly into the mouth of the frost rock lizard and exploded. Su Yuan was also in control of the battles around him. The ice armor defenses of those second-level frost rock lizards were not as terrifying as the vanguard, and cracks gradually appeared after being attacked dozens of times in a row. The most terrifying one among them was Xiaoman, who was riding on Damon and rushing into the group of monitor lizards, stepping on the head of the big white bear and hitting the heads of these monitor lizards with the giant hammer in his hand like playing whack-a-mole. Every hammer would make the giant lizard, which had just stood up, fall down again and be burned by the wall of fire. Although Damon wanted to take action, after his fur was almost ignited by the wall of fire, he could only hide behind and serve as Xiaoman's mount. In the rear camp, Black Sheep organized the beast girls who stayed inside. The sound of fighting outside made them nervous and curious. Everyone wanted to tilt their heads to see what was happening outside, but unfortunately, they could only see Xin Ku performing electric therapy on the frost rock monitor lizard's head from above the standing wooden stake. Black Sheep Witch, can I go over there and watch the battle outside? Without long supervision, Gigi became much bolder. He jumped out of the crowd, pulled Haeyang's clothes, and said with longing in his eyes, "No, it's too dangerous over there. Gigi, stay here obediently and wait until Su Yuan and the others clear out those monsters before you can go over. But it will be meaningless once they are cleaned up. I also want to watch them fight." The black sheep squatted down and rubbed Gigi's head. The little chinchilla had a very lively personality. Perhaps it was not because he was attacked by the black sheep tribe, but because he was very welcoming to this new, gentle big sister. She also liked this naughty and lively little Totoro very much. He looked a bit like Banyue when he was a child. Of course, Banyue was much more naughty than her when he was a child. Then Gigi should train hard. Once you become an awakened warrior, you can go into battle. If you go there now, Long will be angry if he finds out. Be careful and get spanked again. Yes, Mom is still there, so forget it. Gigi pouted and was about to retreat, but was picked up high by the black sheep. Riding on the black sheep's shoulders, she could finally see the battle outside clearly. Flames and colorful rune lights illuminated the battlefield. The warriors were divided into front and back rows in an orderly manner. Although the bows and arrows could not penetrate the ice armor, each one was shot at their eyes, making this group of frost rock lizards dare not open their eyes at all. Squeak you. There was a smile on Black Sheep's face, but the sudden appearance of a dark shadow beside her while she was speaking made her eyes suddenly freeze. Who is it? She immediately drew out the bone knife with her right hand and stabbed the man, but before the blade could reach the man's neck, it was clamped by an outstretched hand. It's me. The tiger hunter, wrapped tightly in animal skins, pulled back the cover on his face, revealing his pale and weak complexion in the eyes of the black sheep. The pupils of the always calm black sheep constricted, and he turned around with a trembling body, and the bone knife he was holding fell to the ground. Hey, why did Sister Black Sheep suddenly turn around? Gigi hadn't seen enough, and was curious when Shuuro behind her noticed it, picked up Gigi, put her on her shoulders, and retreated to the back. You've lost a lot of weight. Black Sheep was silent for a moment, stroking Tiger Lie's haggard face with his hand. This is a land of ice and snow, and entering here on ordinary days would risk death. Now is the frost season, and entering the snowy plains in such weather is basically a life-threatening situation. Hulai was also stunned. She thought about being punished by Black Sheep because it was her negligence that led to the tribe being attacked and everyone being captured. Let's not talk about it for now. I was the one who lured those frost rock lizards here. Woo, I will take you away. Tiger Hunter leaned against Black Sheep and whispered, then picked up the fallen bone knife and planned to cut the spider silk that bound Black Sheep's hands and feet. No need, Ulai. I have already regained consciousness from Mugwang's control. There is no Black Sheep tribe anymore. I am just an ordinary witch from the Star Tribe. Combining what Panyu had told her before with the arrival of Tiger Lie, Black Sheep roughly understood what had happened recently. After dodging Tiger Lie, she smiled with some relief. To be honest, it's really relaxing to be an ordinary witch without having to manage the tribe. By the way, go help Su Yuan clean up the monsters outside. and then come back to apologize to everyone. Well, I was a little confused. Could it be that Black Sheep was being controlled by someone else again? No, that's how the Black Sheep which used to be. He was gentle and kind, not stern, and always had a reassuring smile on his face. I understand. The Black Sheep was now awake, and a smile finally appeared on Tiger Lie's haggard face. He picked up the bone knife in his hand and ran out of the camp. Looking at the departing figure and the pale and weak face, Black Sheep's eyes were filled with heartache, but he had to let Tiger Hunter go to the battlefield outside the camp. Be sure to be careful. The battle outside the camp was not over yet. Su Yuan did not dare to continue fighting with the third-level giant lizard. He retreated to the back and stood with Hong Shuang. Hong Shuang, Lan Sha, if anyone is in danger, use the spider silk to pull them back. Don't worry, we'll take care of it. Even as he was speaking, a frost rock giant lizard struggled to stand up on all fours and swept its huge tail towards the warrior on the side. Quick, pull them in. I'm here to help you. Chapter 166. Why are you still showing off when you are sick? It really is Lin Daiyu pulling out a weeping willow tree. Su Yuan looked at the man who was holding the tail of the frost rock lizard with both hands, and a pale and weak face was revealed when he took off the mask. Fuck, this face seems familiar. Apart from the pale face, the willow-shaped eyebrows, the cold and sharp eyes, the high nose bridge, and especially the hair which is more yellow than the golden hair of Shur. Isn't this a tiger hunt? Su Yuan had cheated a lot of people and resources from her more than a month ago, and he still remembered clearly the leader who defeated the Red Fox. What he didn't expect was that this guy would actually appear here. Judging from his clothes, he should be the figure who stumbled towards the star camp before. This guy is really ruthless. He actually crossed the icy snowfield alone, and in such a horrible weather like the frost crystal season. The most terrifying thing is that she still has the strength to fight those giant lizards. Could it be that she has reached the level of a high-level awakened warrior? Su Yuan, be careful ahead. Just as he was thinking, a call came from afar. Su Yuan looked ahead and saw a black shadow flying towards him. Bang! The figure bumped into him, knocking him towards the wooden stake behind him. Roar! The frost rock monitor lizard in the distance was still trying to make a move, but the incoming spider silk had already dragged down its legs, and the incoming dragon blade stabbed towards its eyes. Ahem, damn it, there's nothing wrong with you showing off. Su Yuan also saw clearly the beast girl in his arms. It was the Tiger Lie who had yelled, "I'm here to help you," and rushed forward. Her face was now flushed. The cracked lips were still breathing weakly, and the golden pupils looked at him in a daze. It's so hot. Su Yuan held her in front of him, placing his palm on her forehead as if he was touching a red-hot iron. Anyone with a thermometer would have probably read off the temperature by now. It seems that she has not broken through to the advanced awakening warrior level, and crossing the ice and snow has already exhausted all her strength. If she had not accidentally found the Star Tribe, she would probably have died in the snow somewhere. So hot. It seems that he is confused due to the fever. If he is not treated, he will probably become an idiot. I don't have any magic medicine to treat a cold. Can I exchange it for some Western medicine? There are currently no injectable drugs available in the first-level system mall, but there are some oral medications for home use. Su Yuan immediately exchanged 2 ibuprofen and fed them to her. Oh, that's so bitter. There was no water for her to swallow, so she could only rely on saliva to slowly dissolve the medicine. The bitter taste made her face wrinkle. She instinctively wanted to spit out the medicine, but Su Yuan covered her mouth tightly. Swallow the medicine. Su Yuan held her body down and looked up into the distance. The frost rock monitors had been killed outside the camp. The last one struggled twice before falling to the ground with fear on its face. This time's harvest was the most complete of all the prey hunts. The frost rock monitors were only shot in the head or bled to death. The spirit of fire descends upon me, rekindling my vitality and healing me with flames. Since he was not needed on the battlefield, Su Yuan patiently took the time to treat Hu Lai. The fiery red energy in his hand turned into starlight and flowed into her body. Given her current condition, single drug treatment may not be effective. Although I don't know whether flame healing is effective for colds, I have to give it a try. Leader, Sister Tiger Hunter. There were exclamations coming from all around, and the black sheep behind him also led his men out of the camp. Pan Yu rushed forward and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the figure fainted in Su Yuan's arms and still showing signs of struggle. Su Yuan, Sister Hu Lai is not a bad person. Seeing Su Yuan covering Hu Lai's mouth tightly, Pan Yu thought that they had some conflict and quickly begged for mercy. I know. This girl ran over from the desolate snowfield and almost lost her life. I just gave her medicine. Medicine. The beast girls around frowned when they heard the word medicine, and the sticky liquid with eyeballs, nails, and some strange plants in it appeared in their minds. You really have to cover it up, otherwise the tiger will vomit out its intestines. Huh. Oh, then let me help you. The little red wolf raised its tail high and looked at the tiger hunter with evil amusement. As soon as it stretched out its hand, it was slapped back. What are you helping me with? Hurry up and get some water. Knock, knock, knock. This fierce wave of monsters came and ended quickly, and everyone in the camp began to repair the damaged gaps in the wooden stakes. The injured tiger hunter fell asleep peacefully under the joint treatment of Red Fox and Su Yuan. At this moment, the tribe became very busy. What a thrilling battle! Su Yuan came to the corpse of the frost rock monitor lizard. The giant creature, which was more than 2 meters tall, was looking ahead with dull eyes. Red Fox, is anyone injured? A few of the little guys were knocked away and suffered minor injuries. Su Yuan couldn't help but sigh. These 7 frost rock lizards were a huge disaster for the weaker tribes. The frost rock armor is so hard that it cannot be broken, and it has the power to blow everything away. I am afraid that those wooden stakes can't withstand it for many seconds. But the Star Tribe today is not as strong as before. In addition to Shinka, the humanoid monster, there are several other awakened warriors in the tribe. The other warriors were not afraid at all. They used their weapons to attack the frost rock lizards that tried to move forward, and the archers behind them did not give them a chance to open their eyes. Let them have a good rest. The corpses of the frost rock monitor lizards piled up into a small hill. After Su Yuan arranged the camp affairs, he came to the front of the 3rd-level monitor lizard, which had been partially decomposed by the white rabbit. The palm of my hand touched the skin, which was very cold. Although it looked like ordinary animal skin, it made a dull sound when I knocked on it. It's a bit like dried dark blue bark. Rare item detected. Frost rock scale armor. Trade 5,000 points, or trade 500 points to get a new special item. Host, please select the transaction direction. Is there only one rare item? Su Yuan was a little disappointed. After all, it was a 3rd-level monster. How could it have so few usable parts? It really had no other features except that layer of turtle shell-like armor. Unlock special items. A new page soon appeared on the special products page. It has been almost half a year since I came to this different world, and the special products have expanded a lot. Frost Armor Lollipop, 2,000. Note, this icy, cool Frost Armor Mint Lollipop greatly increases defense and provides 50 immunity to pain for 1 hour after consumption. These are some weird things again, such as lollipops made from the scales of the frost rock monitor lizard. Who on earth came up with this dark delicacy? However, it is also a good product. The effects of increasing defense and immunity to pain are the first of their kind among special products, and it can be used in critical moments. Chapter 167. Capturing the king and defeating them one by one, plus 1/1 for Brother Su, who loves Gompu tea. Really? That's not right. You're lying to me. I guess you're fake. Ha, Sister Sure, you lost again. A week had passed since the invasion of the Frost Rock Monitors was resolved, and life in the camp had returned to normal. The piles of corpses that had been piled up like mountains had also been dealt with. Su Yuan pushed open the creaking wooden door and walked in. This cabin was smaller than his own, and inside, there was only a wooden bed padded with animal skins. Some weapons and worn-out clothes were scattered on the ground nearby. Beside the wooden bed, Black Sheep was sitting with a bowl of strange medicinal soup, while Tiger Hunter with a bitter face on the bed was begging. Woo, I'm really cured. I don't need to take medicine anymore. Just look if you don't believe me. Tiger Hunter wanted to show off his arms that could move freely, but as soon as he exposed his arms, Black Sheep covered them with a quilt. I don't know what your temper is like. Stop being so stubborn and drink the medicine I made. I'm Master Chief. Hulai seemed to have found a savior, and waved happily when he saw Su Yuan at the door. The strange black paste in the Black Sheep bowl was still emitting white smoke, and a strange smell filled the entire room. Su Yuan really wanted to just turn around and leave. But when he saw the eyes full of signals for help looking at him, he held his breath and walked into the room. Black Sheep, when did you make this bowl of medicine? Su Yuan wanted to say something about vomiting, but after thinking about it, he held back his words. A few days ago, I burned the hides of those frost rock monitors, ground them into powder, and then added their eyeballs and blood to make a decoction. It can not only treat frostbite, but also warm the body in cold weather. The black sheep gently stirred the indescribable substance in the bowl, and the sticky black paste fell back into the bowl along the wooden spoon. "Chief, would you like to try it?" Su Yuan stared at the black paste handed to him, his eyelids twitching. Just as he was about to refuse, a panel suddenly popped up on the identification system in front of him. Frost Rock Soup can cure frostbite and colds, and protect against cold for a short period of time, provided you can drink all of the soup. It really works. Su Yuan remembered what he had heard from Red Fox and the others about some tribes' witches making medicine. He didn't expect that black sheep really could do it. It's just that the appearance and taste are a bit scary. Without the help of the identification system, he might even suspect that black sheep had scooped it from the toilet. Tiger Hunt. Black sheep is doing this for your own good. Just drink it, and I'll give you a delicious treat after you finish. Since there was no problem with the medicine, Su Yuan also stood on the side of the black sheep. Without any help, Hulai had to suppress his nausea and swallow the bowl of black porridge. "Hey, here, just eat some of this." Su Yuan exchanged a piece of white beef tendon from the system and stuffed it into Tiger Hunter's mouth. "What's this?" "Super chewy beef tendon." Half an hour later, Hulai lay exhausted on the bed with the half-bitten beef tendon in his mouth. Although his complexion still looked a little pale, it seemed that his body had almost recovered. "By the way, I want to ask you something. Have you been to Mu Guang's tribe before?" "Well, it was me who sent people to Mu Guang before. I've been to her tribe several times before." Speaking of Mu Guang, Hulai also put away his hopeless expression, propped himself up, and explained to Su Yuan with a serious face. "Ahem, put on your clothes first, don't catch a cold." The quilt slid down from in front of her, and Su Yuan realized that the black animal skin clothes she had worn before were still lying on the ground beside her. "Oh." Hulai glanced at the black sheep sitting next to her and obediently covered herself with the quilt. She didn't want to drink that strange soup anymore. "Do you know how many awakened warriors there are in her tribe?" It is not difficult to deal with ordinary beast girls, but it is different for awakened warriors, especially high-level awakened warriors. Or is there a more terrifying existence than it? However, Hulai shook his head helplessly, sighed, and said a lot. Mu Guang came to this snowy plain more than a year ago. There are no less than 10 tribes of the God-given people under his control. There are more than a dozen of them staying in her tribe alone, and there are probably even more outside. This is a bit troublesome. Of course, this problem is not unsolvable. After listening to it, Su Yuan sat at the end of the bed and began to think. He definitely wouldn't be able to train a large number of awakened warriors in a short period of time, and if he were to clash head-on with Mu Guang, the tribe would probably suffer many casualties. Mu Guang can sacrifice her warriors without restraint, but Su Yuan cannot. These beast girls are not only the warriors of his tribe, but also his family in this strange world. If those people are controlled by Mu Guang, then maybe I can capture the leader first. As long as I capture her, those people will not dare to act again. Or we could defeat them one by one. It's impossible for all tribes to be loyal to Mu Guang. If we can just awaken the witch in their tribe. The best way for Su Yuan now is to capture the leader first and defeat Mu Guang's forces one by one. Otherwise, if the Xingqian tribe really confronts her head-on, even if they win, it will be a miserable victory. Chief Su Yuan, I'm very grateful to you for rescuing the black sheep, and everyone in the black sheep tribe. Hulai put on the quilt as a cloak, then crossed his legs and came to Su Yuan. His majestic face now had a bit of tenderness. "I thought you were lying to me before, so I even went all the way to the Snow Mountain Range and almost went to the green vine forest you mentioned." "That one, you mean?" "Actually, there's no green ivy forest. I just made it up at the time. After all, even if I told you that the black sheep were being controlled, I'm afraid you wouldn't believe it." "No, I believe it." Tiger Hunter shook his head. "Actually, I guessed a long time ago. How could someone as gentle as Black Sheep abandon his tribe? But I don't know what to do, and I can't refuse Black Sheep's orders." A bitter smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Recalling the experiences during that period, the dilemma of being caught between the Black Sheep and her tribesmen really made her feel extremely tortured. Especially looking at those people who were driven out of the Black Sheep tribe, those pitiful and helpless eyes, she found it difficult to fall asleep every night and would recall them as soon as she closed her eyes. Now when he saw them again in the Star Tribe, Hulai felt relieved, but he still didn't dare to face them. "Okay, take a good rest here. Black Sheep has recovered. How about joining my tribe in the future?" Looking at her lost expression, Su Yuan couldn't help but rub her long hair that was a little messy from sleeping. She was willing to risk death and rush into the snowy plains in the frost crystal season. You can imagine how important Black Sheep is to her, to the point that he is willing to give up his life for her. 2. A hint of guilt appeared in Hu Lai's eyes as she thought of the members of the Red Fox tribe who had been attacked by her, and the members of the Black Sheep tribe who had been driven away by her. Sudden, she saw the Black Sheep walking outside the door. The white spider silk still bound her legs, so she could only walk past leisurely with small steps. He looked relaxed, holding a clean earthenware bowl in his hand, and there was a happiness between his brows that I had never seen even when I was in the Black Sheep tribe. Seeing this, Hu Lai nodded firmly and knelt on one knee in front of Su Yuan. I'm in. Chapter 168, Enjoy the barbecue dinner tonight. Hu Lai accepted Su Yuan's invitation and rushed out of the house without saying a word, wrapped in a blanket, stepping barefoot on the mud and looking around. After seeing the red fox taking care of plants in the distance, he immediately ran to her side, staring at her with his tiger eyes. I don't want to fight with someone who's hurt. The lion stood in front of the red fox, clenched his fists, and stared vigilantly at the tiger hunter who was wrapped in a blanket and rushing towards him. I'm sorry for what happened before. I'm willing to live in the tribe in shackles, like the Black Sheep Witch. Su Yuan was just about to come over to stop the fight, but when he got behind Hu Lai, he saw this guy kneeling on one knee in front of the red fox, with his hands folded in front of his chest as a gesture of surrender. The already thin blanket fell to the ground naturally without support, revealing the white but powerful back. Looking down, Su Yuan felt that his brain was much more alert. It's actually golden. The tail hair is really beautiful. Well, now I'm not the leader of the tribe anymore. You should tell Su Yuan. It's better to go to him at night. The red fox also noticed Su Yuan's embarrassment, chuckled, and then glanced at him teasingly. Cough, cough, cough. That's enough. Your injury hasn't healed yet. If Black Sheep sees you later, you'll have to drink medicine again. Go back quickly. Medicine? Well, then I'll go back to the house first. After I recover from my injuries, I will definitely protect the tribe diligently. When Tiger Hunter heard about Black Sheep's medicine, he shuddered all over, bent his bow again, and ran back to the wooden house. Hey, take the blanket back too. Su Yuan seems to be quite interested in tiger hunting as well. After Tiger Hunt returned, Red Fox had a playful look on his face. He came to Su Yuan and hugged him gently. The gentle voice that came to his ears had a strange charm. What are you talking about? I am interested in everyone in the tribe. You are all the most important people to me. Su Yuan slapped her on the back and said seriously. This was not a lie, but Su Yuan knew that there was still a barrier between Chihu and Hu Lai and the others. After all, it was they who captured the members of the Chihu tribe. So he ruffled the red fox's hair and said in a gentle tone, Wait a little longer. I will lead everyone to find a way to rescue the tribe members. In order to ensure everyone's safety, this battle must not be started in a sloppy manner. Either the secondary mall must be unlocked, or some important special products must be unlocked. I trust you. Me too. Sure also came to Su Yuan. Although she didn't have the soft and gentle look of the red fox, her serious expression and twitching little ears were very cute. These plants are growing nicely. Seeing that the two beast girls' eyes were becoming more and more strange, Su Yuan had to change the subject immediately. They had just been working hard all night last night, and the CD had not yet cooled down in broad daylight. So he came to the planet plants. The fertility of the land in this other world was much better than that in his previous life. Even in this cold area, a green field was planted in a short time. All the seeds purchased from the system mall have grown. Breaking off a piece of lettuce, the tender white and green leaves have a fresh fragrance. Such a piece of vegetable leaf is as long as his arm, and it can cover his entire upper body when placed in front of him. However, there were a few small tooth marks on the leaves, which had bitten a hole in the green part. Why are there teeth marks on this lettuce? Could be infested with worms. This tooth mark seems to be from Squeak. She and other little ones have been playing here for a while. The red fox also squatted down, recalling the previous situation, and asked worriedly, Will there be any impact? It's okay. This is meant to be eaten. It's a good way to celebrate the arrival of Black Sheep and the others, as well as our previous victory over the lizards. Let's use these vegetables and lizard meat to make a feast tonight. But we have to find something for these little guys to do, otherwise they will just mess up the tribe all day long. Red Fox, let Fox 9 teach them how to read later. Just tell them I told them to learn 50 characters every day and be able to write them down from memory. They are not allowed to go out to play until they finish. Su Yuan showed an evil smile on his face. He had just warned Gigi and the other little ones, but he didn't expect that they had forgotten his words so soon. They must be made aware of the dangers of the world. This time, as an experiment, not many fruits and vegetables were planted. Su Yuan called some beast girls to pick the ripe fruits and vegetables, and the leeks were cut and left there. It will grow back on its own after a while. In the afternoon, the pile of vegetables was placed in the center of the camp, and Xi and Ku and the others took out a few pieces of frozen frost rock monitor lizard meat from the snow outside the protection of the red light. Sizzle. The fat on the outer layer of the frost rock monitor lizard is very thick. It is thrown on the hot warm stone and roasted with sizzling oil. Soon the aroma of the oil spreads to the entire tribe. Bang! This is very hot, and you can't eat it straight away. You have to wrap the roasted meat in vegetable leaves and sprinkle some salt on it. The lizard oil that soaked the entire ceramic bowl could not be drunk directly, but the roasted crispy lizard meat could be eaten directly. Then feed me, Xin opened her mouth, and Su Yuan stuffed a fist-sized piece of barbecue in her mouth, which made her choke and almost vomit. However, the vegetable juice mixed with the aroma of barbecue in her mouth made her squint her eyes happily. Woo-woo-woo. Black sheep. Wait until this oil solidifies and turns white, then take some and apply it to the cracks on Tiger Hunter's body. Su Yuan handed the remaining bowl of oil to Black Sheep. This morning, when he was looking at Tiger Lie's back, he was not just admiring its beauty. He was checking Tiger Lie's injuries out of concern for his tribe. The tiger hunters who had gone through the frost crystal season had their bodies covered with cracks and frostbite of varying sizes. Although none of the injuries were fatal, they would still be extremely painful when pulled. Thank you, Chief. I didn't expect to trouble you so much. Black Sheep didn't hesitate and brought the bowl of lizard oil to him. The pale yellow liquid revealed a crystal-clear light and exuded fragrance when it was brought to him. If I add some lizard blood and some ground lizard claw powder, I think the Frost Rock Recovery Potion would be even more effective. Give Tiger Hunter another try then. Maybe he'll be healthy again soon. Hiss, why does that bowl of lizard oil not smell so good anymore? Su Yuan looked at Hu Lai, who was surrounded by his tribesmen, with some prayer. At this moment, he was still happily roasting lizard meat, completely unaware that he had become Black Sheep's drug test subject. Everyone, celebrate our previous victory and wish us all the best for future victories. Enjoy the barbecue dinner tonight. Chapter 169, Mysterious Cave. Hua cuff, cough, cough. Boss, there's a very strange cave ahead. It's very likely where the totem is. In the vast snowy field where one cannot see one's hand in front of one's face, the pale-faced werewolf ran back with a shaky body. There are only 3 werewolves left of the few that had entered the ice and snow plains before. The long period of cold and hunger has caused the others to lose their lives here completely. But even so, the last 3 werewolves in this group did not dare to go back. They had already come here and could not see any place to take refuge along the way. If they went back, they would probably die here before they got halfway there. At this time, the werewolves who came back from the front looked at the boss with some concern. The totem and the other thing were just something he made up. If they didn't find a place to rest, the 3 of them probably wouldn't survive long. Ahem, forget about it for now. Let's take them up and hide inside for a while. The sturdy werewolf boss struggled to stand up and carried the corpses that had long been covered with snow on his shoulders. Each body was missing some parts. The 3 men carried the corpse to the outside of the so-called cave. The entrance of the cave was very irregular, and due to the cover of snow, only a small gap about 1 meter high was left. Dig the hole, and we'll rest in it for a while. The werewolf leader didn't hesitate at all. He put down the corpse he was carrying and dug away the snow at the entrance of the cave. The successive deaths of his men had changed his mentality. Yes, the 2 werewolves behind him also looked happy, dropped the corpse, and started digging. Soon, the 3 of them walked towards the dark cave entrance. At first, they thought it was just a small cave where they could temporarily take shelter from the frost crystal monsoon snow. But as they continued to smear themselves, the 3 of them found that they couldn't reach the end. Bang! Finally, the werewolf in front bumped into something. After a crisp sound, several faint red lights appeared in front. Careful! The 3 people were frightened by the light and immediately lay down. But after the red light appeared, everything around them returned to calm, and only the red light illuminated the empty cave. Boss, could this really be the location of that legendary totem relic? Can the 3 of us steal it? The totem that was rumored was on a black-haired beastman. That person had killed many beastmen, and now the three of them looked like this. Gudong, go check it out first. The werewolf leader frowned, swallowed, and walked cautiously to the red light. The object emitting red light was a huge creature with a silvery white exterior covered with a layer of hoarfrost. From the outside, it looked like a large roundhouse. If you knock gently, you can hear a crisp sound, from which you can tell that it is empty inside, but there seems to be no entrance. Boss, here is a hole that can be entered. Suddenly, the werewolf on the other side called out softly. On the side of the roundhouse, a hole was knocked out in the silver-white rock wall, and the dark red light illuminated the scene inside. What on earth is this? Totem? The three werewolves had already forgotten about the totem. They stared at the scene in front of them in shock. In the cave entrance, transparent jars were displayed. Many of them were broken, and some white bones could be seen around them. The werewolf boss picked up one of the skulls with his claws. It does look a bit like the heads of those alien beasts. Be careful. I'm afraid this is the base camp of those alien beasts. After crushing the skull into pieces, the three of them carefully searched around. Apart from those strange, transparent jars, there were things around that they didn't recognize at all. They can also understand a little about the weapons and daily necessities made by the alien beast people in the past, such as animal skin clothing or stone axes and stone knives. But these colorless and transparent objects in front of him, as well as the silver-white walls decorated with strange patterns, were completely unheard of. Bang! Suddenly, there was a loud shattering sound. The werewolf leader turned his head abruptly. The werewolves behind him stood there in a daze. The colorless and transparent object in front of him turned into fragments and scattered all over the ground. The green juice inside splashed all over the werewolf and the wolf boss. The remaining liquid spread out in all directions along the ground. Idiot! What are you doing? The wolf boss growled at his men in a low voice and looked around vigilantly. It seemed as if there was no one around, and it remained quiet. Another werewolf also rushed over in the distance. Sorry, boss. I didn't expect this thing to be so fragile. It broke at the slightest touch. Boss, is this one of those alien beast cubs? The werewolf's men hurriedly lowered their heads to apologize, but their eyes caught sight of the corpse at the bottom of the jar. The young corpse had not turned into bones like the corpses outside, but it was already lifeless. It does look a bit like that, but there are some differences. Although the alien beasts are different from the orcs, they also have some of the same characteristics, such as animal ears and tails. Legend has it that on the other side of the Wanshua Mountains, there is a tribe of strange beasts that can fly freely like birds. The werewolf leader picked up the corpse and observed it several times, but did not find any similar features, as if the characteristics of the beastmen had been completely erased. Remember this place. After the frost crystal season is over, go back and tell the commander and have the shaman handle this matter. Boss, At this moment, the tone of the wet werewolf behind him sounded a little strange. As his waist hunched, the wolf hair on his body began to fall off. Wolf Claw, how did you... Ah! Damn it. What the hell is this thing? Before they had time to wonder, when the werewolf leader turned his head, the hair on his hands that were holding the corpse began to fall off, and the green liquid corroded their bodies and spirits like poison. Boss, Wolf Claw. The werewolf's men at the back looked at the scene in front of them in horror. The hair on their bodies quickly fell off, and their flesh-colored skin began to ooze blood and green mucus. The wolf's eyes were filled with blood, and the ferocious wolf's mouth exploded into 4 petals after several changes. Run! We must leave here. This is not a holy totem place, but an ominous place of death. We must have come to the place of death. Looking at the terrifying werewolf boss getting closer and closer, the last werewolf fled towards the exit without saying a word, no longer caring about the cold weather outside. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of pursuit coming from behind made it more convinced of its idea, and it rushed out of the cave towards the white snowfield. Run! You must run away! Chapter 170. The Mysterious Whirlpool Under the Sea, plus 1/1 for the update for the wanted fan. Stop making trouble, and let me sleep a little longer. In the cabin, Su Yuan felt something furry brushing against his face from time to time. The itchy feeling made him immediately find the culprit. Meow. Su Yuan, don't grab my tail so early in the morning. Mao Yi, who was at the end of the bed on the other side, woke up instantly, raised his head, and looked at the tail that Su Yuan was holding and complained with a very rosy face. Huh? Why are you there? Woo, Something happened. Su Yuan rubbed his sleepy eyes. Just as he was curious about the cat's 180-degree rotation, he heard Fox 9's anxious voice outside the hut. In just 1 second, he held down Mao Yi and covered himself with a quilt. As expected, the figure outside the door rushed in without any hesitation. What happened? Fox 9 held the conch given by Hai Ling and the others in his hand and said in a slightly panicked tone, "This morning, the conch suddenly rang, and Hai Ling's voice came from inside, and then suddenly I couldn't get in touch with her." Can't get in touch. Su Yuan sat up straight in surprise, but when he thought of Mao Yi still hiding inside, he had to return to his normal posture. Frowning, he hurriedly asked, "What did they say in the end?" A black vortex appeared at the bottom of the ocean. My daughter and my tribe were sucked in. I begged Chief Su Yuan to save us. We are at your tribe's location opposite the icy lake. The red light on the seabed can. There was some noise back there, and then I couldn't contact the sea spirit leader. Black vortex? From the fact that Hai Ling couldn't finish her words and even failed to come and ask for help in person, it could be seen that even she couldn't resist this so-called black vortex. After forcing himself to bring the news out, he was probably sucked into the black vortex. Su Yuan calmed down. If it were some powerful monsters, it would be easy to deal with. Even if he couldn't kill them, there were still ways to deal with these monsters in the sea. But this inexplicable black vortex, combined with this strange and bizarre world, is much more difficult to deal with in Warcraft. Su Yuan, are we going to rescue Hai Yao and the others? While I was thinking, Mao Ye came out with a blush of excitement on his face. He was almost going crazy staying in the camp these days. Mao Yi, why are you here with Su Yuan? Could it be? Fox 9 asked in confusion when he saw the figure coming out. But thinking back to the past few days when my sister and Shur had been running to Su Yuan's cabin from time to time, I suddenly understood something. They are hiding a secret from Fox 9. Ahem. All right, we still have to take care of Hai Ling and the others. Fox 9, go get everyone to gather at the camp. Hai Ling was drawn into the black vortex because she didn't know the situation. After receiving the news from them, she would naturally be on guard. With the system's identification function, Su Yuan really wanted to see what this so-called black vortex was. If he could analyze it, maybe there would be a way to save them. Su Yuan, can I go? Mao Yi had already changed his clothes by now. His gray hair was still a little messy, and the few strands of hair in front of his forehead were stuck together by sweat. Okay, I'll count you in. I haven't showered in days, and I stink. It's a good opportunity to take a bath in the sea. If I don't stink. If you don't believe me, smell it. Half an hour later, all the beast girls of the Star Tribe gathered in the camp. Even Tiger Hunter put on a new fur coat and stood next to Black Sheep. The recuperation during this period has allowed her to recover a lot, but her complexion is not very good. There is still some black, sticky substance from the medicine at the corner of her mouth, and her throat is swollen as if she is about to vomit at any time. If you let me know who improved the Black Sheep Witch's medicine, I'll give him a good spanking. In front of the crowd, Su Yuan told everyone about Hai Ling and focused on the black vortex. Black Sheep frowned, a look of reminiscence in his eyes. After thinking for a moment, he said, I've heard of similar situations from the older generation of witches before. Rumor has it that a long time ago, there was a large tribe at the foot of the Wangshu Mountains. Countless smaller tribes depended on it for survival. But one day, a small tribe discovered a sacred artifact. To obtain it, the larger tribe wiped it out. A young girl from a small tribe escaped with a sacred artifact. When surrounded, she accidentally stumbled into a black vortex in a cave, and her captors also broke in. After waiting for over half a year, the girl and the others still didn't emerge. When everyone thought the black vortex was a death vortex, the girl transformed into a divine sorceress with supreme power and wiped out the original large tribe. Then the entire group disappeared again. Later, because of the extinction of that large tribe, the remaining small tribes could only survive on their own in the Snowfield. One ancient legend. In the online novels of the previous life, they were all routine novels from more than 10 years ago. The protagonist's family was exterminated, and then he accidentally broke into a mysterious place and finally obtained supreme power and came back for revenge. Su Yuan nodded. This legend cannot be taken completely seriously. In the story passed down orally, there is bound to be exaggeration. It's even possible that this is just a fictional story made up by a bored beast girl. However, Black Sheep's words also gave Su Yuan a new idea. What if this strange vortex is really a mysterious space or a transmission channel to another place? Okay, the reason I'm talking about this today is because I plan to go to the Black Vortex to look for them tomorrow, so I need to arrange the tribe's affairs first. As soon as Su Yuan finished speaking, the beast girls around him panicked and said, "Chief, this is too dangerous. Besides, the frost crystal season hasn't ended yet. People will freeze to death outside. Don't worry about that." I asked the gods for another protective orb. The beast girls of the Black Sheep tribe were stunned. When had the gods become so easy to talk to? Could they just give me a divine artifact that could dispel cold and darkness? However, Red Fox still advised with some concern, "Why don't you let me and Who's C go investigate? That vortex is too mysterious. I'm afraid I have to go this time. Can you breathe underwater if you go?" Now, everyone was completely speechless. In their previous anxiety, they had forgotten one thing. This time they were at the bottom of the sea, and no one present could survive there. "I'll take Xi and Ku, Mao Yi, and Black Sheep with me later. Red Fox, sure, and others will guard the tribe. It is not suitable to bring too many people this time. Only 5 bottles of King Cod instant powder that allows breathing underwater can be purchased per day. Even if you set off tomorrow, you can only exchange 10 bottles. As for the oxygen tanks and respirators from the previous life, most of the time, they could only last for less than half an hour, and the points required to obtain the few remaining ones were terribly expensive. Therefore, the best configuration this time is to bring only 3 people, 1 for attack, 1 for reconnaissance, 1 for spellcasting, and myself as the all-around fill-in for the part-time nurse, archer, and mage. Chapter 171. Hand-rubbing beggars which want. Su Yuan, I want to go too. Leader. Miju. I want to go too if Cat Night comes. Seeing that Su Yuan only brought 3 people, sure, Pan Yue and the others stood up anxiously. You know, the dangers on the seabed are no less than those on land. All right. You still have to protect the tribe. This time we are not going to fight. Su Yuan didn't want to take a few more people with him, but on the one hand, the tribe needed someone to guard it, and on the other hand, the limited amount of King Cod fish instant powder was not enough for too many people. That's why he chose Mao Ye, who has strong perception, and Shinka, who has the strongest strength. As for Black Sheep, she knows more knowledge. Maybe this black vortex is really related to the legend? After the crowd dispersed, everyone resumed their previous studies and training. Su Yuan called Black Sheep to a corner. "Black Sheep, try to see if you can perform this spell." The Black Sheep's own strength is not weak at all. She's a great witch who is 1 level higher than the Red Fox. Her dark witchcraft can be used for both attack and defense, and the witchcraft power in her body is also very powerful. If it hadn't been for Su Yuan's ultimate move, Disarm You, they might have been delayed until the other tribe controlled by Mu Guang arrived. So Su Yuan handed the complete set of Fire Spirit basic magic that he had exchanged before to Black Sheep. Flame Arrow. He tried both ways of casting magic, but when Black Sheep tried to imitate Su Yuan to cast a fire arrow, he couldn't do it all. Black Sheep didn't show any disappointment. He just sighed and explained to Su Yuan with some regret. "Sorry, Chief, I can't use it." This was also expected. Su Yuan sighed helplessly. He had previously tried to let Black Sheep use Red Fox's witch card to release fire magic, but unfortunately, she could only cast dark magic. This time, I gave the basic fire spirit magic to Black Sheep to try. In fact, I already had the answer in my mind, but I just had a glimmer of hope. What if the system's magic book is more special? It seems that just as he guessed, the Red Fox is indeed a rare 3-element magic genius in a century. Well, it is also possible that he replenished his magic power by himself. I remember that the introduction of the Fire Spirit drink said that in addition to life force, it also contained a small amount of fire element energy. However, I have drunk so many bottles and still haven't felt a significant improvement in my strength. Su Yuan had a strong suspicion that part of the fire element energy and life force was distributed to Red Fox Sure and the others. Of course, even if he knew, he didn't care. Compared to the growth of his own magic power, he hoped that the beast girls in the tribe could grow more. What? You mean give the fire spirit drink directly to the beast girls? Su, am worried that the concentration of this drink will not suit these beast girls from another world. So I set an example by helping everyone dilute it. This way, I gain happiness and they gain growth. Isn't this a win-win situation? Chief, are you worried that I won't be able to help if I go along? Black Sheep looked at Su Yuan, who was in a daze, and seemed to understand his thoughts. He thought for a moment and said, "I don't know where I dropped my staff. If nothing unexpected happens, you will never be able to find it back in this lifetime. Things taken away by the system cannot be spitted out. But we can use the bodies of the giant lizards that invaded the tribe before as materials to make another one. Can you make a wizard's wand? Black Sheep nodded, a faint smile on his face as he said, "The wizard staffs I made before were all made by me, but the giant lizard corpse is not rare, so the quality of the wizard staffs I made is lower. It's okay, as long as it's enough. But we have to leave tomorrow morning. Is it too late to make it now?" There is no magic wand among the special items unlocked by the system now, and Su Yuan has not been able to produce the wizard's wand that he promised to Chihu before. Now that you know that Black Sheep can make wizard wands, you don't have to hand over any rare items you obtain in the future directly to the system to unlock special items. It's not difficult, it won't take long. The leader is a legendary wizard. Why don't you come with me to take a look? Maybe you can learn it after just one look. Su Yuan agreed without hesitation. In this primitive society, Black Sheep was willing to share the knowledge of making witch wands, and it seemed that he was sincerely joining the tribe. The two came to the place where the frost rock lizards were piled before. The corpses had already been decomposed and arranged neatly and orderly. The animal skins were a bit hard and not very suitable for making clothes. The bones are divided into sections so that they can be polished into weapons such as bone daggers and bone arrows. In addition to the corpses of these frost rock lizards, there were also some miscellaneous materials piled up in it. These were all prepared by Su Yuan to earn trading points for the system during the frost crystal season. There are only two materials needed to make a wizard's staff. Of course, some powerful wizards can add more materials to make the staff more powerful, but there is also the risk of failure. As the Black Sheep explained, he picked out a bone that looked relatively straight, and a piece of extra hot warm stone that he had exchanged for before. "Look, Chief, the only materials we need are a staff and a crystal stone to release the magic. Different materials have different endurance and release effects." After Black Sheep selected the things, he did not stop there. Instead, he carefully explained to Su Yuan the knowledge of making a wizard's wand. Su Yuan listened carefully, without any contempt for them, just because they were people from primitive society. After all, this was not a simple primitive society. When it came to the witch's wand, the Black Sheep was the teacher. Although the magic power of this staff made of frost rock lizard bones is not very fluid and it takes more time to cast spells, the staff can withstand more spells because of the frost rock lizard's strong defense. As for this mutated fiery stone, it can absorb magical power. The wizard's staff made from it might even be able to store magical power and enhance its release effect. Su Yuan quickly understood the aspect of material selection. Just like his system collected rare items, each material had its own particularity. It's just that the system doesn't look down on those more common materials, and Black Sheep can make wizard staffs even with ordinary monster bones. Of course, it was made of two ordinary materials. It was estimated that after casting 1 or 2 fireballs, the wizard staff would not be able to withstand the explosion into pieces. Next is to carve a totem for the flow of witch power. The old witch only taught me 2 types of totems, a tree trunk totem and a vine totem. Black Sheep picked up the bone dagger and tried to carve on the bone staff, but she seemed to have underestimated the hardness of the bone. After scratching it several times, it only left a shallow mark. "Use this." Su Yuan handed the dagger he was carrying to Heiyang. The bone knife was too useless. It was difficult to cut animal skins and meat with it. This also forced him to find iron, or as soon as possible, and then teach the beast girls how to forge iron tools. "Thank you, Chief." Black Sheep took the dagger and began to carve. It was not difficult to make a wizard's staff. It was just as she said. Su Yuan understood it at a glance. Simply put, the trunk totem is a few straight lines like tree trunks connecting the handle to the top of the wizard's staff, and the vines are curved like regular growing vines extending to the top. In addition to the carving of the patterns on the staff, there is also the polishing of the crystal embedded on it. The old witch who taught the Black Sheep only taught 2 methods. One is to have a round shape. This way, the staff can cast spells faster. The second is to sharpen the head. This way, the magic power will be more concentrated when casting spells. In this way, a brand new hand-rubbed beggar's version of the wizard's staff was born. Chapter 172. What about the CD refresh caused by this car bug? Let me try. Su Yuan took the finished wizard staff and tried to condense the elements in his body in his palm, just like he had released the fire magic with his bare hands before. The moment the fire element energy appeared in the palm of his hand, it flowed along the carved totem into the hot, warm stone on the top. Fireball. A fireball as big as a head was instantly released from the wizard's staff and flew out of the tribe in the wind and snow and disappeared. The fireball released is larger than usual, but the release speed is slower than with bare hands. Could this be the material quality issue that Black Sheep mentioned? Su Yuan was comparing the spells in the magic book with the spells released by the wizard staff. Overall, the wizard staff did not provide any obvious enhancement to his skills. So, shouldn't we rely on a staff to cast spells instead of channeling the energy within our bodies? Perhaps channeling the elemental energy between heaven and earth would be faster. It's a pity that his current strength is not enough to see the so-called elemental energy between heaven and earth. When he returned the staff to the Black Sheep, he told it his doubts. Black Sheep, can you feel the elemental energy between heaven and earth? Elemental energy? Su Yuan realized that this was a primitive society, and using the terms from the Western fantasy settings he knew in his previous life to explain these things made Black Sheep unable to understand. You can see the magical power between heaven and earth, the kind that could be absorbed and used to cast spells. I thought there was no hope, but the Black Sheep nodded and said, "Yes, it's just that I can only sense the dark magic power. When I close my eyes, I can feel the black magic power dancing around me. Should I close my eyes?" Thinking that I could only see with my eyes open, Su Yuan immediately tried to close his eyes, but after trying for several minutes, he still couldn't see any elemental energy. Oh, forget it. I'd better just take the drugs honestly. As long as I take enough drugs, I will definitely feel it. Su Yuan was not discouraged. What was most important to him were the special products unlocked by technology and systems. His curiosity about magic was just based on the movies, TV shows, and novels he had read in his previous life. Moreover, he is not a lone wolf, a person living alone in this primitive society. He already has many companions around him, and there will be more in the future. But if a real fight comes, can your fireball technique be more powerful than my sniper rifle technique? The next morning, Su Yuan walked out of the room rubbing his waist. After learning that he would not take them with him, Shur and Manhwa fought particularly fiercely. In particular, Pan Yu also discovered a bug. After the little Pan Yu finished the battle, he used the ability of the awakened warrior to transform into the big Pan Yu and was able to engage in a second round of battle. After the end, he will turn back into little Pan Yu and be able to start the third round of battle. Fighting with the two of them all night was like fighting with 7 or 8 people. There was no room for rest at all. Now neither of them has woken up yet. System, redeem all the King Codfish instant powder for today. With 10 packets of instant powder added up over 2 days, each person can almost stay in the sea for 6 hours, and the extra 2 packets are used just in case. If there is an emergency, Su Yuan can also exchange it for some simple diving equipment. Of course, the price is high, and the effect is not as good as the 3-hour effect of this brewing powder, but it is still enough as a life-saving prop to escape back to land. If we can't find Hai Yao and the others within 6 hours this time, we will have to wait until the next exchange is completed before looking for them again. Of course, we have to prepare for the worst. Su Yuan was worried that if the protective magic ball given to Hai Ling and the others was not injected with energy after a period of time, the very obvious red light would dissipate and might even be taken away by other creatures. That's why we pushed the time to set off immediately the next morning. Let's go, Red Fox. I'll leave the tribe to you while I'm away. Have Fox 9 supervise Squeaky and the other kids learning to read. If they run into any danger, immediately take everyone to the mine in the mountains for refuge. It doesn't matter if food and supplies are stolen. The most important thing is that people are still alive. Su Yuan explained some things. If the Black Vortex was really as Black Sheep said, or if it was a one-way portal, then everything in the Star Tribe would have to be handed over to Red Fox. Well, you must be careful too. If you encounter any danger, come back immediately. We can discuss countermeasures together. I know you don't want anything to happen to Hai Ling and the others, but I'm only worried about you. If you encounter danger, you must think of everyone in the tribe and me. The big fox's mind is much more sensitive than the little fox. The red fox hugged Su Yuan with a worried look and kissed him gently on the lips. This was what Su Yuan taught her, and she also liked this feeling. Last night in the cabin, things were too intense, so she didn't go to disturb them, but she was worried all night. Don't worry, I'm just going to take a look, and Xianku is so powerful, right? Red Fox, don't worry, Su Yuan's safety is in my hands. Xianku smiled confidently and said that now he could train after eating and drinking enough every day in the Star Tribe, and his strength was much greater than when he had to eat one meal and go hungry the next. Even a thick-skinned monster like the frost rock lizard couldn't withstand the iron spear in his hand. And I will protect Su Yuan, too. Don't worry, Sister Chihu. Mao Yi also jumped onto Su Yuan's back, poking his little head out and smiling happily. Okay, then we'll set off first. If we find Hai Ling and the others, we can use the conch to contact them then. The four of them were ready to go. This time they were going to dive to the bottom of the sea, so they didn't bring any food or water. They only needed food and water for 4 people, which they could directly exchange in the system hall. Carrying the newly exchanged guardian orbs and the sensor crystals used for reconnaissance, the few of them came to the icy lake where they used to fish. The original cabin had been buried by heavy snow. The holes on the lake surface that were created by the previous battle with the ice-tooth shark also formed ice again during the frost crystal season. Several people spent some effort to dig out another hole. The thickness of the ice layer was thicker than before. In order to prevent it from freezing again when they came out, they enlarged the ice hole a little bit. 2 bottles each. Drink this one when you go down, and drink the second one when I tell you in 3 hours. There's no need to worry about the time. The time function unlocked in the system is to the minute. Just drink the second bottle 1 minute in advance. Can you really breathe underwater after drinking this? Mao Yi, who had been so confident before, looked at the deep icy lake with some fear. After swallowing, he looked at Su Yuan with some trembling. Don't worry, if Zaimei is scared, you can go back and call Panyue over. Xin Ku quietly came behind Mao Ye and said with a playful smile on his face, I'm not afraid. Let's go. We still have to go save Hai Yao. Provoking someone is very effective for this tsundere little beast girl. Mao Ye drank the codfish powder drink in 1 gulp, closed his eyes, and prepared to jump. But before her body fell into the water, an arm immediately grabbed her waist and carried her back. Don't worry, tie this rope around your waist. We must not separate when we go down later. Chapter 173, New World Under the Sea. Su Yuan has been to the ice lake many times, but this is the first time he has been to the ice lake land. The red light from the guardian orb illuminated the entire bottom of the ice lake. This part of the ice and snow was experiencing the frost season, and not a single fish could be seen on the lake bottom. It seems that they all left the ice lake through the tunnel that the ice-tooth shark came from before. It's a really strange feeling. Except for not being able to speak, it feels just like being on land. Su Yuan felt the seawater pouring into his throat from his mouth and nose, and then being blocked. His breathing seemed as easy as on land. Woo-woo. After falling into the water, Mao Yi struggled like a drowning kitten. Su Yuan swam over and hugged her, gently rubbing her floating hair with his hands. After a few minutes, they adapted to the underwater environment and tried to swim by flapping their hands and feet. Su Yuan looked at the surroundings illuminated by the red light, and after searching for a while, he finally found a dark cave at the bottom. The entrance of the cave was very large, and it could easily accommodate the ice-tooth shark he had seen before. So he pulled a rope on his body, and the others felt the movement and swam over. From the direction of the Star tribe, facing the icy lake. The tunnel was not very long. After passing through the dark tunnel, the few people finally arrived in the sea, and they could see some traces of marine life around them. Su Yuan remembered what Fox 9 heard. Just like the red fox used the direction of the rising sun to determine the direction, Hai Ling used the direction of his tribe towards the ice lake. Closing his eyes, he quickly imagined a star tribe facing the ice lake in his mind. Su Yuan pulled the rope and then pointed in the direction to everyone. Gurgle, gurgle. Mao Ye nodded. He was not used to moving and talking in the ocean yet. When he opened his mouth, he could only hear gurgling, bubbling sounds. Xin Ku and He Yang also understood what Su Yuan meant, and they swam quickly in the direction he pointed. The surrounding environment was not as dark as Su Yuan had imagined. In addition to the red light emitted by the protective orb he carried, there were also some strange creatures nearby. On the seabed, some seaweeds with bright blue light are swaying, and every time you swim a distance, you can see some huge corals emitting white light. Various marine creatures were wandering around, including the octopuses and crabs that Su Yuan knew, as well as some strange-looking creatures from another world. Suddenly, Mao Yi felt something swimming towards them quickly, and immediately patted Xin Ku's arm. Lei, grand. Xin Ku also noticed the black shadow appearing in the red light, and immediately took out the iron spear behind him and stabbed it at the black shadow. The tip of the spear, with a hint of lightning, forced the black shadow back. The black sheep also reacted and pointed the staff in that direction. A black mist like a chain firmly grasped it. Then, the tip of the gun stabbed out again and killed the guy completely. The dangers on the seabed are indeed much higher than on land. Normally, one wouldn't see many attacks from wild beasts or monsters in the snow, but the situation in the ocean was quite intense. He encountered the first monster just a few minutes after arriving. When he got closer to the Black Shadow's corpse, he could see the creature's appearance clearly. It was a sea snake as thick as an arm, with its head pierced and its body still twitching. Sea Shadow Snake, a first-level, high-level magical beast that lives in the depths of the ocean. It excels at hiding and will entangle its enemies with its body at critical moments, then release a paralyzing toxin. It was an ordinary first-level magical beast. It didn't produce any rare items, but it did give him a lot of points. However, when he thought that he might go to another strange place later, he withdrew his hand that was about to trade. No, we have to speed up. The blood in the ocean was like a beacon. The body of the Sea Shadow Snake was devoured by the monster that followed, but the blood that had flowed out before had already seeped out in all directions. I guess other sea monsters will appear in this place in a while. Mom, where are we? In a world glowing with blue fluorescence, Hayao slowly opened her eyes and remembered that before she fell into a coma, they found a silvery white fish. In order to help Su Yuan obtain this luminous creature, his mother led the tribesmen to chase the silver fish all the way to a coral reef. But the silverfish disappeared immediately after it entered the coral cave, and a black vortex appeared in the coral cave. Before they could react, the whirlpool's powerful attraction instantly sucked them in. Hayao recalled what had happened before, propped herself up with her hands, and looked around anxiously. Everywhere she looked, she saw things she had never seen before. The blue light emanated from each crystal, each of which was placed in a very regular pattern, as if they had been placed there artificially. The space was still filled with seawater. When she swam to her feet, she found that there was no tribesman around. Mother, where are you? The water waves vibrated, and the unique sounds of the mermaids spread in this dark world. But no one around responded to her. The silent environment made Hayao shrink back in fear. At this moment, let alone her tribesmen, there was not even a fish to be seen here. No, I have to find my mother and the others. There was no point in staying here. After calming down, Hayao swam upwards. As long as she reached the surface of the water, she could ask Su Yuan for help. Sea demon, just as she was flying upwards, an old voice sounded from this underwater world that seemed like a prison. Hayao's body trembled. She ignored the voice and instead increased the frequency of the swinging of her tail. A look of panic appeared on her face. Bang! But when she saw the faint blue light outside, a water film appeared in the space above her, and the water flow on the water film swept her downwards like a waterfall. Bang! The second impact sounded, and her body was knocked to the bottom of the sea by the water flow. The sand and dust moved, revealing the hard stone ground. It hurts you, what are you? The surrounding blue light grew brighter, illuminating the white pillars, which were engraved with strange totems and had corpses that had long since turned to bones hanging on the top. A fishtail and a human body. This is obviously the corpse of a mermaid. Hayao's face turned pale instantly. The hands of these mermaid corpses were tied to white pillars, and a crystal was bitten in their mouths. The energy emitted by the crystal turned into a stream and gathered at the altar in the middle, and then condensed into a strange figure with a human body and a fishtail. You are a siren too? It can't be said that the appearance of the two is worlds apart. At least they both have a human body and a fishtail. But compared with Hayao's beautiful appearance, this one's appearance is a bit ugly. It has a blue-green fishtail, a skinny and hunched body, and no hair on its head. However, there's something like a fin in the center of its head that connects all the way to the fishtail on its back. Which tribe are you from? Siren. Seeing that Hayao didn't say anything, the shadow spoke again, and there seemed to be some doubt in his eyes about Hayao's appearance. Chapter 174. Almost provoked a ninth-order giant beast. Ulu. After swimming for about 2 hours, Su Yuan was worried that he hadn't found Hai Ling yet, and was about to use the second bottle of king codfish powder. The red light shone out from the bottom of the sea, just like the red in Su Yuan's hand, and was very obvious among the coral reefs. In order to make sure that it was not the light of the guardian magic ball on his body, he specially wrapped his magic ball with animal skin cloth so that he could be sure that it was the magic ball left behind by Hai Ling and the others. But where is that black vortex? Su Yuan was afraid that he and the others would be accidentally dragged into the strange black vortex like Hai Ling and the others, so he pulled a rope on his body. Several people swimming around him stopped and looked at him in confusion, not knowing what was going on. Wait a moment. Su Yuan made a pause gesture, then took out the shark ice-sensing crystal from his backpack. Fortunately, the ice-toothed shark provided him with this sensing crystal. Otherwise, I would just grope my way through the seabed slowly, not daring to get close, and I don't know how much time I would have to waste. As mental power was injected into the sensing crystal, the field of vision gradually expanded. The surroundings became dark, and only 2 places emitting red light could be seen clearly. One place is where he is. From a god's perspective, it is only about 100 meters away from another coral group emitting red light. Focusing his view on the coral reef, Su Yuan quickly found the lost molten guardian orb, which was now under a coral reef and half buried in the sand. Luckily we got there in time, otherwise we'd have lost it once it was completely buried in the ground. Shit! Su Yuan was just feeling relieved when he looked up and was immediately shocked. He didn't expect that the black vortex was right above the guardian sphere in a cave formed by coral. Fortunately, there was the red light, otherwise if there were no glowing plants around, it would really be mistaken for a coral cave entrance. System, can you remotely identify what this vortex is? Su Yuan tried to look through the vortex, but unfortunately the sensing crystal could not enter this strange vortex. So he could only ask the system. If that didn't work, he would have to spend some time and try some old methods to test it. Void Manta Scales. Scales of a juvenile, first-level, low-level Void Manta. When escaping, the Void Manta will peel off a scale to open a space tunnel, then swim into the space tunnel to escape. The tunnel can be closed after using magic attacks or waiting for the energy to run out. Hailing and the others were chasing that void ray for the entire day when they were accidentally sucked into the space tunnel. I never thought that this alien world would have such creatures that are involved in space. Damn, it would be great if I could catch it. It involves space items, not to mention unlocking special products. Just exchanging points with the system mall is not a small amount. Note, void rays are extremely rare. Adult void rays reach the 9th level. Please examine your own abilities. Are you saying that Hai Ling and the others hunted down a 9th level magical beast child? Fortunately, I didn't catch it. Otherwise, I'm afraid that the moment I caught its child, its fishtail would have cut through the space and slapped him into outer space. It seems that Hai Ling and the others will be safe for the time being, but could this tunnel be a one-way transmission tunnel? His large star tribe was still in the snowfield, and he didn't want to be transported to a new world through a tunnel, and then aimlessly search for the way back. After figuring out the cause of the black vortex, Su Yuan also took back the sensing crystal. Now he had to think of a way to get out after entering it. Just as he was thinking, a sea turtle the size of his head slowly swam past him, its small green eyes curiously looking at the new creatures that appeared on the seabed. It's decided to be you, Squirtle. Su Yuan immediately thought of a solution. While the turtle was still not reacting, he grabbed its shell with both hands. The little guy couldn't struggle and could only shrink into its shell. Several people didn't understand why he suddenly caught the turtle, but they couldn't say anything and could only observe quietly. System, give me a 10-meter rope. These things were worthless. After Su Yuan exchanged them, he immediately tied the turtle to the rope and then swam over with the turtle in his arms. After getting close, I did feel a pulling force, but it was not exaggerated to the point of sucking people in directly. He could also see the black space tunnel clearly through the red light. It was indeed somewhat similar to a whirlpool, with a tiny silver-white fish scale quietly attached to the top. The black sheep also felt it was very curious and wanted to get closer to take a closer look, but he was worried that he would drag everyone in, so he could only watch from afar. When they were about 8 or 9 meters away, the suction force became somewhat stronger, and the figures of several people were slowly approaching the vortex. Go! Su Yuan held one end of the rope and threw the turtle towards the space tunnel. The turtle, feeling liberated, just showed its head and tried to escape when the powerful suction of the space tunnel pulled it in. The rope that was pulling it straightened instantly, and the powerful pulling force almost pulled him over. When Xianku and the other 2 saw this, they immediately used all their strength, grabbing the coral reef behind them with one hand and pulling the rope with the other hand. Puff! Gurgle! In the whirlpool, the turtle was pulled back again. It seemed that there was nothing serious wrong with it, but it was a little panicked because of the inexplicable space travel. It seems all right. Next, it's my turn. After untying the rope and releasing the turtle, Su Yuan put the rope on himself and then handed the other end to them while they looked panicked. Woo-woo. Maui tried to untie the rope on Su Yuan and put it on herself, but she couldn't untie the complicated knot at all. The few people who couldn't speak could only shout, "Woo." Every time they opened their mouths, they couldn't say a word except for drinking a mouthful of water. In the end, Su Yuan calmed them down. As long as he went in and pulled the rope twice, they would immediately pull him out. Zayame stared at the tunnel entrance with her eyes fixed, holding the rope tightly in her hands. As long as there was any movement, they would pull the rope with all their strength. As his body approached the black space tunnel, Su Yuan's heart rose to his throat. It's not that he wasn't afraid, even with the sea turtle as the forerunner. But as the leader of the Star Tribe and as a man, he could not hide in the back and wait to escape like a coward. It could be said that he is weak and not as strong as Shinka. Big beast girls like Shirshir are powerful, but cowardice and weakness are two different things. Gudong. Su Yuan swallowed his saliva and was sucked into the space tunnel with his eyes wide open. The temporarily exchanged ice thorn scroll and cold fogspore bullet were tightly held in his hands. Chapter 175. Bite it and refine it. +1 for telling me that the cat needs to sleep. Ick. I've never felt so uncomfortable when I traveled to this strange world. When I passed through the space tunnel, a strong feeling of nausea came over me. It's even more nauseating than the feeling I get when I'm in the elevator. Fortunately, he survived. Su Yuan did not dare to be careless. He held the props in his hand and carefully observed the other side of the space tunnel, a new world filled with white light. The surrounding space was very large, and something like white coral wrapped the entire world. Neither the sky nor the ocean could be seen. In this white world, there are only giant white clams that are larger than humans, and the faintly visible fluorescent lights of various colors on the coral walls. What reassured him was that the entrance to the space tunnel behind him still existed, and half of the rope was exposed in the black vortex. The black space tunnel on this side no longer had suction, but instead pushed Su Yuan forward. If it weren't for the stretched rope, he would have been spit out of the tunnel when he passed through. No wonder the previous turtles felt a pulling sensation after coming in. I can actually breathe here? In this sea water. Su Yuan took a deep breath, a little surprised. The air smelled a little damp, and in addition to the scent of sea water, there was also a fishy smell. The sea water that originally submerged him now only reached about the knees. He did not move forward, but carefully broke off a piece of coral that was emitting white fluorescence. Fluorescent coral cream, made from natural white coral and jade whalebone powder, it emits a permanent glow year-round. Trading price, 500 points. Such a small piece is worth 500 points, so this entire world made of fluorescent coral cream must be worth hundreds of millions of points, right? Wait, are you thinking about points at this time? Su Yuan put the small piece of fluorescent coral cream into his pocket. Since he could breathe here and there was no danger, he could let Mao Yi and the others come in. While looking for someone here, I am waiting for the king cod fish to be brewed and powdered, so that I can hand extra insurance when I go out. Crack, crack, crack. Just as Su Yuan was about to retreat, a giant clam in the distance suddenly opened its mouth and bit towards him. There really is a problem. Su Yuan immediately threw the props in his hand over and pulled the rope behind him twice. In an instant, the powerful pulling force pulled him out again. The sea water filled his mouth and nose again. Mao Yi and the others behind him hurriedly pulled him back and kept looking at Su Yuan's physical condition. I was relieved to see that everyone was fine. Let's go in together. There's a clam monster inside. Su Yuan made a rough gesture, and seeing the action of the clamp made by his right hand trying to bite his left hand, several people understood what was going on. Xin-Ku immediately picked up the spear in his hand. This time, the few of them did not resist anymore. As they were sucked into the black vortex, they crossed the space tunnel together. Cough, cough, cough. I'm dying of suffocation. Hey, I can talk again. After being spit out of the space tunnel, the three beast girls shook off the sea water on their heads and tails and returned to the land to breathe, which made Mao Ye scream in surprise. But at this time, the giant clam with some blood and frost on the edge of its shell bit again. White jade demon clam, a second-tier intermediate monster with a powerful bite. It enjoys swallowing its enemies whole and refining them into white jade pearls. Oh my god, this is a master of refining. It turns out that he pounced on me from such a high place just to refine me into a pearl. This time, with Xin-Ku and the others there, Su Yuan was not so worried and didn't even take action himself. A black mist from the black sheep's staff enveloped the giant clam. Crackle. Beside him, Xanku pierced the pink flesh of the clam with a spear in his hand, stepped on the edge of the clam shell with one foot, and the iron spear in his hand transmitted electricity, causing the clam meat to emit white smoke. Then, the spear hit the clam shell above, and the giant clam was completely broken into two parts. Be careful, there are quite a few nearby. There were quite a few white jade magic clams around. After making a commotion here, those guys jumped towards Su Yuan and his companions. Something is wrong. Su Yuan hid in the back and watched the situation in this white world, feeling a little uneasy. The ones in front of them are the ones attacking them. But what about those white jade clams in the distance that are standing still and motionless? Not good. Su Yuan instantly guessed a possibility. Although this space tunnel was full of repulsive force on one side of the coral world, it was not impossible to break out of it. But what if Hai Ling and the others came in and were swallowed by the white jade clam while they were still dizzy? The sea water here is only knee-high. Except for the sea spirits who can transform into legs, it is difficult for the rest of the tribe to move around. Regardless of whether it is true or not, Su Yuan has to verify it himself. If he waits until Hai Ling and the others are refined into pearls, they will be doomed. Maya, Shinka, Black Sheep, you guys deal with those magic clams. Hailing and the others might have been captured by them. I'll go with you to save people. Mao Yi changed his weapon, and the awakening rune on his forehead lit up. The figure immediately brought Su Yuan to the motionless white jade clams like lightning. Knock, knock, knock. When tapped gently, a dull sound came from the shell of the white jade magic clam. It seemed that the shell was not unusually thick. Inflammation. Originally, Su Yuan planned to use flame-melting magic to burn through the clam shell directly, but when he thought of the mermaid trapped inside, he had to give up this idea. System, give me an axe. Since magic couldn't solve the problem, he had to use force. Su Yuan exchanged for a refined iron axe and chopped at the closed edge of the clam shell. It seemed that the white jade demon clam knew what he was thinking. It had been biting him tightly with its mouth closed, but now it was moving its body to try to escape. Clang! The axe hit the clam shell with great force. The recoil made Su Yuan feel his right arm numb, and a small hole was knocked out on the edge of the clam shell. After all, he had drunk a lot of life-enhancing drinks, so his strength was no longer on the same level as when he had just traveled through time. Su Yuan, I can't open this clam. The situation on Maoya's side was not so good. Her awakened ability was not in the aspect of strength. No matter how hard she scratched with her little claws, she could not break the hard shell. Go help Xanku and the others, and leave this to me. Well, be careful, and call me if these big shells bite anyone. After Mao Yi left, Su Yuan rubbed his numb arm, picked up the axe, and hit the edge of the clam shell a few more times. When the crack was open to the size of his arm, the axe had already bent. However, he could also see what was inside through the gap. On the clam meat, a figure was lying quietly. Under the illumination of the coral white light, he could see a dazzling glow on the figure's skin flash before his eyes. Fuck, we need to hurry. Chapter 176. The mermaid who was almost refined, +1 for the update of lies in the dream. System, exchange it for the shark tooth blade for me. It was still too slow to chop with this iron axe. Su Yuan opened the special product page and took a quick look at it, then exchanged for the armor-piercing dagger that he had unlocked by killing the ice-tooth shark. The blade is very slender and straight. From the appearance, it looks like a blade made of teeth. The blade is like shark teeth, and the handle is made of shark skin as a guard. Good stuff, these 4,000 points are quite a bargain. A refined iron axe costs more than 200 points. Splitting a clamshell is almost scrapped. It would probably cost 4,000 points to open all the clamshells. Although it was a bit difficult to cut the clamshell with the shark tooth blade, it was much better than chopping it with an axe. It only took a strong stroke to cut a hole in the clamshell. Chuckle. A strange cry came from the clamshell. The white jade demon clam, which found that it was being cut, stopped defending itself and opened its shell to bite Su Yuan to death. Clang. However, as soon as the clamshell opened, a large piece of the upper shell fell into the sea water, and a large hole was cut in the middle part of the upper shell of the white jade magic clam. Just take your time biting me with those leaky teeth of yours. I don't have time to play with you. Su Yuan immediately carried out the sleeping mermaid inside. The mermaid girl had her eyes closed tightly, and her tightly wrapped star algae clothes and fishtail were covered with a layer of white crystals. At this moment, it looks like a mermaid statue carved out of white jade. Isn't it too late? Su Yuan frowned, grabbed the leaky white jade clam that rushed forward and tried to bite him to death, then kicked it out. He gently touched the girl's face with his palm and could feel the softness and warmth. The layer of white jade crystals also stuck to his palm. Rare item detected. White jade pearl powder. Trade for 800 points or trade for 80 points to get a new special item. Host, please select the transaction direction. Su Yuan was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the white jade magic clam shell and meat were not rare items. Instead, the pearl powder produced in the body was a rare item. White jade pearl powder. The white jade clam uses this pearl powder to refine swallowed foreign objects. Using special techniques, it can be made into a potion that enhances skin defenses. The scraps scraped off from the slab were only less than the size of a fingernail, but it was actually worth 800 points. This was one of the most valuable items Su Yuan had ever seen. If you raise a dozen of these white jade magic clams, scrape them every day, over and over again, the points you earn a year will be enough to build a city. Unfortunately, this was just a thought. Now it was a hassle to get out of this ghost place. The most important thing was that his purpose of coming here was to save people. But this thing in front of me can be dealt with first. White jade cream, 3,000 points. Note, made from white jade pearl powder, apply to the skin and wait for 10 minutes to turn the skin into a jade-like state for 1 hour, reducing physical damage during this period. Immunity to pain occurs before the jade breaks. 1 tube of ointment costs 3,000 points. Su Yuan took a quick glance and saw that the amount in the tube in the picture was somewhat similar to the amount of skincare products in his previous life. If applied all over the body, it would be enough for at least 2 people. Ignoring the unlocked product, the mermaid in his arms still didn't wake up. Su Yuan pressed his hand into her chest, where her heart was still beating slightly. Fortunately, everyone is fine, but how can we wake them up? He immediately thought of artificial respiration, but didn't that mean giving people oxygen? Mermaids needed the same oxygen they could breathe on land. Don't think too much about it. Just save everyone first. Manhwa, you come and look after her first. I'll go rescue the others. After putting the mermaid into the water, Su Yuan ran to another clam shell. These guys were a bit smart and perhaps knew what happened to the white jade magic clam before. When he arrived, the huge mouth immediately opened and tried to swallow him. Fire shield. An orange-red flame shield blocked in front of him, and the clam shell was blocked by the shield. The flames burned the clam shell and the clam meat in his mouth. Su Yuan seized the opportunity and immediately carried the person out. A ball of fire rose in his hand, instantly roasting the clam meat into a meaty aroma. The battle between the few people on the side also came to an end. Some second-level monsters were no match for Xian Ku and Black Sheep. It didn't take long before the dozen or so white jade clams were all shelled. All the clam shells here were open one by one, and all the mermaids from the Hailing tribe were rescued by Su Yuan. However, no matter how he looked, he could not find any trace of Hai Ling and Hai Yao. Su Yuan, what should we do next? We can't wake them up like this. Several people carried all the mermaids over. More than a dozen mermaids were lying there quietly, each of them covered with white jade pearl crystals. Xianka's question gave Su Yuan a headache. He had no idea what was going on with this group of mermaids. Never mind, try artificial respiration first. Let me try first. Su Yuan picked up the mermaid in his arms, cleaned the white jade pearl powder off her face, and then kissed her. Oxygen was immediately transferred to her through his mouth. The mermaid's lips were cool, like a piece of jelly, but now was not the time to dwell on that. After blowing for several minutes, even he was short of oxygen and his vision was black, and the mermaid in his arms started coughing violently. The seawater in her mouth was spit out along with the white crystals into the seawater beside her. The uncomfortable feeling made her lean against Su Yuan and retch, and a lot of white jade pearl crystals came out her mouth and nose. It seems that if we had arrived one day later, the mermaid's internal organs would have started to be refined, and it would have been too late to rescue them by then. Cough, 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 you are leader Su Yuan. These mermaids had followed Hai Ling to Su Yuan's tribe before, so they naturally recognized Su Yuan. After seeing the person holding them clearly, they shouted excitedly, "Don't be in a hurry, Mia. Just blow air into them like I did before." After arranging the 3 of Manhwa, Su Yuan looked at the mermaid and asked, "What happened to you? Why didn't you see Hailing and Hai Yao?" The mermaid frowned and said with some disappointment, I don't know either. We were sucked in by the whirlpool first, and the leader and the others were still outside. Before we could react, we were swallowed by the clams. When we regained consciousness, we saw you. It seems that these mermaids don't know what's going on. Hai Ling, as the last one to come in, has time to pass on the information to them. But where can they go? Su Yuan put her down and looked at the white world with a frown. Somehow, after calming down, he always felt that someone was looking at him. Is it an illusion? Chapter 177, Isn't Your Focus Too Strange? In the dark and quiet depths of the ocean, a few blue lights illuminate the deadly surroundings. Who are you? Where are my mother and my people? Hai Yao glared at the ugly guy in front of her. Even though he was just a shadow, this guy still exuded a very powerful aura. Your mother? The shaman? She was a little too noisy. I asked her to get some quiet sleep. And those tribesmen of yours, they're too weak. You. Hai Yao's heart instantly rose to her throat, fearing that this guy would say something bad. I have given them a new life. When the time comes, I will take you to greet them. What the hell are you? Me? I am the ancestor of your sirens, the former master of this world, the siren shaman, Bloodscale. The shadow had a defiant look on its face as it declared its once supreme status. The mermaid skeletons around it seemed to echo its words. Siren? What is that? However, Hai Yao looked confused and didn't understand what the sirens that the phantom was talking about were. Xuelin was not surprised. He sighed helplessly and said slowly to Hai Yao, I didn't expect that in just a few thousand years, not only have your appearances changed, but you have even lost track of your own origins. It's okay, kid. I will forgive you, because you're the only way for me to get a new life. A stream of blood-red smoke came out of the mouths of the white bones on the surrounding pillars. It did not flow with the water flow on the seabed, but instead gathered around Hai Yao. A strange song sounded in her ears, and for a moment, she felt very tired and could not open her eyes. After struggling for a few times, she slowly lay down on the stone slab. It's been almost 1,000 years, and I don't even know if the old man is dead or not. The rhythm from that outer world isn't you. Another little shrimp has come in. While murmuring, Xuelin looked at the transparent film above, and the picture in his eyes turned into a white coral world. The peaceful white jade clams had all been chopped down, and the mermaids that had been trapped before had been rescued one by one. 2 legs, orcs from land. The shadow of Bloodscale frowned. The tomb it had prepared was deep under the sea. Ordinary orcs had no way of breaking into such a deep place. Not only did these guys come, they also killed all the white jade magic clams that it had cultivated in the coral world. Those were treasures that it had cultivated for its future resurrection with a white jade body. Damn orc cubs, how on earth did these guys get in? Just as it was looking angrily at Su Yuan and the others in the white coral, a pair of eyes also looked at it. The inky pupils and black hair were full of weirdness. It was as if I could see it hiding deep in the sea. Looking at the man, Xuelin, who was originally planning to take action, stopped in disbelief and only showed a smug smile after half a minute. Haha, interesting. Black hair and black eyes, no tail or wings. He looks just like that divine messenger. Then let my little darlings play with you. If you really have the ability of a divine messenger, I will be waiting for your arrival here. Xuelin showed an expectant smile at the corner of his mouth. Without paying any more attention to the people in the coral, it waved its hand, and a bone staff floated out from the mermaid's corpse in the center. The surrounding blue light shone again as it waved. In the coral world, Su Yuan and his companions rescued all the mermaids, but the information they knew was the same as what the mermaid had said before. There is also no knowledge of the whereabouts of their leader and Hai Yao. Su Yuan, it looks like someone carved a picture here. At this time, Mao Yi called Su Yuan from afar. There were some lights of other colors in the coral that was shining white, but they were not so obvious. Only when you get closer can you see clearly that on the rock wall, made of fluorescent coral paste, there are rough murals carved with coral paste of other colors. A bunch of ugly mermen. Su Yuan was a little dumbfounded. In this mural, a group of mermaids were kneeling and worshipping a rather tall mermaid. The more he looked at it, the more it looked like, holy crap, could it be that the space tunnel has been opened into the tomb of some mermaid tribe leader? Isn't this supposed to be a primitive society? How come these mermaids knew how to build tombs countless years ago? And in the picture, there is something like a chair behind the leader, and the golden fluorescence highlights the grandeur of the chair. What a fucking seat with armrests. Is this picture a joke? A mermaid under the sea, sitting on a chair? Su Yuan was too lazy to complain about this outrageous mural anymore, so he turned around and looked at other murals. Another picture shows the Mermaid King leading the mermaids of the tribe to wander on the seabed, and accidentally discovered a strange building with green light on the seabed. The building is particularly large. Judging from the proportions of the murals, they're not even as tall as the green pillars in the building. The mermaids found a high and mighty mermaid god in the building. All the mermaids knelt down to worship the mermaid god, and then the mermaid god gave the mermaid king even more powerful power. This seems more and more wrong the more I look at it. Could this be the tomb of the mermaid god? But after seeing the story later, this idea was immediately dispelled, because the subsequent plot is that the Mermaid King obtained a divine artifact given by a god and conquered the entire sea, but unfortunately he was betrayed by his subordinates in the end. When he was dying, he used the magic weapon to build a tomb, and finally he and the magic weapon were buried together in the tomb. What mess! Is it possible that there really are gods in this world? And this mural records the story of the divine artifact on the other side of the ocean in this world. Su Yuan thought for a while and dismissed this possibility. Murals are not photos or videos. The carver would subjectively add some mythological elements during the carving process. The most important thing is that these paintings are too abstract. Not only do the carvers have subjective factors, but even Su Yuan, who translated these murals, added his own subjective speculations. However, the general story should be not much different from the one in the mural. The person lying in the tomb is most likely the Mermaid King, as for the artifact bestowed by the messenger of God. There is also the Mermaid King who used the artifact to unify the ocean and became the king of the sea, and who was buried with the artifact. That remains to be discussed. Mao Yi, who was standing beside him, also imitated Su Yuan, stroking his chin and observing the mural, nodding from time to time, and he just needed a pair of glasses to push them up. What? Did you see anything? Su Yuan couldn't help but feel curious and asked with some doubts. Yeah. Mao Yi nodded seriously, then said solemnly, "These mermaids are so ugly, not as pretty as Hai Yao and the others." In a sense, Mao Yao is right, but is now the time to pay attention to this? Chapter 178, Ocean Disaster. Although the truth of this distant legend is unclear, it fortunately provided him with useful information. That is the general shape of the Mermaid King's tomb. Based on the somewhat abstract paintings on the murals, we can know that this is a tomb with a whale's body structure. I just don't know where I am in this whale. Of course, reality is not a game, and the Mermaid King would not tell him a detailed map, nor would he design some decryption content for Su Yuan to pass. In this case, violence is the only solution. Su Yuan roughly scanned the mural, and after making sure that nothing was missed, he returned to the group. At this time, the mermaids had almost recovered. However, since they are not awakened warriors and witches, their fishtails cannot turn into long legs like sea spirits, and the water in the coral world is not enough for them to stand up. Everyone supported themselves on the ground with their hands, looking at Su Yuan with confused eyes. It's very likely that Hai Ling and the others were taken down there by something. We're planning to go down and look for them. Do you plan to go out and wait, or wait here? We have to go rescue the leader and Hai Yao, too. Yes, we won't leave without the sea spirit leader. The chattering voices were all about their concern for Hai Ling and Hai Yao. Su Yuan looked at them with a headache since there was the white jade demon clam here, and Hai Ling and the others had suddenly disappeared. Then this place must not be as quiet and secret as this cleaned-up, fluorescent coral world, even full of danger. But no matter what, these mermaids were unwilling to leave alone. In desperation, Su Yuan had to let them follow him. The most important thing at the moment was to find a way to leave. Looking around, the ground was filled with fluorescent coral paste. Su Yuan took out the sensing crystal from his backpack again. The perspective expanded to the entire world made of fluorescent coral paste. White light illuminated the entire world. There were fine cracks on the ceiling constructed of these coral pastes, and fluorescent light peeked out from the cracks. The outside world was not as quiet and dark as imagined. There were many fluorescent corals growing around, as well as floating green seaweed. The fish seemed to have become accustomed to the big guys in this place. Sure enough, we are still in the deep sea, but fortunately, it provides an environment for normal breathing, which would have been a problem if it was accidentally broken during the previous battle. It is estimated that this place will be submerged by seawater soon. So this is the secret passage? How does this mermaid king know so much? After sensing along the gap and looking around, Su Yuan discovered a sealed passage on the side of the previous space tunnel. The passage was very long, and there was only a thick layer of fluorescent coral cream blocking the front. Xin, use an axe to split this open. Su Yuan brought everyone to the front of the passage. Like other places, there were murals of the Mermaid King carved on it, but these were too abstract. He couldn't understand it at all either. Bang! After receiving the order, Xin took the axe with a slightly bent blade, and with one swing of the axe, he instantly chopped a deep hole the size of a head. After a few seconds, the water in the crack began to seep out, and the gushing out became more and more intense. Puff! The sea water began to fill the open space. The sea water that was originally at the knee level rose to the lower abdomen of everyone. Because manhwa was too small, the sea water even reached the chest level. I can't walk anymore. Seeing the little cat girl looking so miserable, Su Yuan had no choice but to pick her up and let her ride on his neck. Behind him, the water level rose, and the mermaids had space to swim. They swam to Su Yuan one after another, and some mermaids even took out weapons made of fish bones from their clothes. Let's go. Everyone be careful, and swim away immediately if you encounter danger. Su Yuan couldn't take care of so many mermaids, so he had to let them take care of their own safety. After the sea water stabilized, everyone began to walk inside. The passage is not particularly narrow. Compared with the fluorescent corals outside, this is a completely new world. The outside ocean world can be clearly seen through the transparent film around it. The membrane is supported by huge fish bones and dotted with small dots emitting white light sources. It seems to be able to breathe, slowly flickering with light between each breath. This creation is simply amazing. Su Yuan couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, he felt as if he had walked into an oceanarium, surrounded by sea water, and the starlight illuminated the path ahead. If he hadn't had a cell phone, he would have taken dozens of photos. So beautiful! Unlike Su Yuan's amazement, Mao Yi and the others were looking at this strange world with great joy. A light touch of their palms on the transparent film could create ripples. Su Yuan also curiously used the identification system to look at the film. Jade, glowing whale skin. Transparent whale skin crafted from the hide of the jade, glowing giant whale, using a special technique. It is extremely tough and can offset most magical and physical damage. It seems that this whale tomb was not created by the Mermaid King in an instant using a magic weapon. This special skill is most likely some kind of alchemy technology. In addition, the previous fluorescent coral cream and this jade fluorescent whale skin both mentioned a jade fluorescent whale. I'm afraid the real story is that the Mermaid King led his tribe to kill a jade whale, and then used the alchemical skills taught by some divine artifact to create this tomb. Could these divine messengers and divine artifacts be aliens or knowledge imparted by aliens? Su Yuan complained somewhat helplessly, but quickly dismissed the idea. If there really were aliens, why would the world still be so primitive? Could it be that a group of primitive aliens have arrived? Su Yuan, be careful in the water. Just as he was daydreaming, a rune appeared on the forehead of Mao Yi, who was riding on his neck, and a faint light bloomed in his pair of vertical pupils. Xin reacted immediately, held her breath, and squatted down. In front of her eyes, a group of transparent monsters were swimming towards them quickly. She immediately thrust out the spear in her hand, piercing the one in front, and the monsters behind rushed over in groups. Stand back. After rushing out of the water, she immediately yelled at the people behind her. Although she didn't know what those guys were, her biological instinct told her that they were very dangerous. Su Yuan retreated without hesitation, but how could he move quickly with half of his body submerged in sea water? Fortunately, the mermaids reacted quickly and immediately hugged several people and retreated to the rear. The black sheep was muttering something, and black fog blocked his way. The speed of the monsters in the water dropped by more than half after passing through the black fog. Xin, show me that monster. While swimming, he shouted to Xin, who immediately handed the iron spear in his hand to Su Yuan. At the tip of the gun, a somewhat transparent jellyfish with brightly colored patterns on its body was pierced, and drops of blue blood dripped from it. Phantom Screaming Floating Vessel, a low-level, first-tier magical beast, a scourge of the ocean. It searches for prey through sound waves. Upon encountering an enemy, it releases sound waves to scare them away. Groups of phantom screaming floating vessels will actively attack the enemy. The sound waves they release can be repeated and superimposed. High-frequency sound waves will paralyze the foes themselves. This level of magical beast is actually the ocean disaster. Chapter 179 Gaga Gaga. Although it was just a low-level first-order magical beast, the 4 words, ocean disaster, were particularly meaningful. Su Yuan opened the system mall and started browsing in the mermaid's arms. None of the special products accumulated over such a long period of time can deal with these small jellyfish. If you're really hit by them, the sound waves released may directly shatter your internal organs. Suddenly, the light above changed from dim to extremely bright. Su Yuan looked up and saw that they had escaped back to the coral world before. System, exchange it for firecrackers for me. I want waterproof and loud firecrackers. If they misfire, I'll fight you. At this critical moment of life and death, he didn't care about points anymore. Su Yuan didn't even look at the price and directly exchanged several Thunder King firecrackers. Su Yuan, are we going to rush out? The black sheep released a black barrier around everyone, glanced at the black vortex behind him, frowned and asked, "Don't worry, these little jellyfish are afraid of loud noises. When you hear a noise later, if they come up, go and kill them." A large number of ghostly floating sacks have poured into the passage ahead. Even if you don't dive into the water, you can still see their dark shadows on the water surface. A flame ignited at the tip of Su Yuan's finger. He lit up the fist-sized Thunder Kings and immediately threw them into the group of jellyfish. Gurgle. The moment the Thunder King firecrackers were thrown in, patches of white bubbles emerged. The group of small jellyfish around them did not feel the danger, but instead stretched out their tentacles to grab the firecrackers. Su Yuan was not sure whether the vibration of the firecrackers could be considered high-frequency fluctuations, and he was ready to evacuate everyone at any time. Bang! Bang! As several dull sounds came from the water, several splashes of water exploded from the jellyfish group, and the vibrating water waves even pushed a group of jellyfish in front of everyone. However, those small jellyfish seemed to be paralyzed, lying motionless on the water surface, and more jellyfish also floated up in the distance. Hurry, hurry, get started. Su Yuan shouted to the people around him that the high-frequency fluctuations displayed by the identification function could only paralyze them, and he was not sure when these guys would recover again. Everyone reacted immediately and stabbed the little jellyfish with their weapons. The blue blood quickly spread on the water surface. Pyroblast. Su Yuan did not stop either. While everyone was killing the jellyfish in front of them, a red flame the size of a head mixed with black fragments in his hand smashed into the jellyfish group in the distance. Bang! In an instant, the huge explosion blew all the jellyfish in the entire area into pieces. The power was even more terrifying than the Thunder King used before. Fuck, I should have used magic earlier. I didn't expect it to be so powerful. This was also the first time for Su Yuan to use the fire explosion magic. He didn't expect the power to be so terrifying. Of course, the extraction of magic power was also quite terrifying. This one shot just squeezed out all the magic power in his body. After losing that large group of Yuming floating sacks, it would not be so urgent to deal with the remaining ones. Su Yuan took out the jellyfish that was previously stuck on the spear. Rare item detected. Song sack. Trade 500 points, or trade 50 points to add special products. Host, please select the transaction direction. It turned out to be a rare item, but it was probably because the level of the Yuming float was too low, so the points for unlocking the rare item were not many. Unlock, unlock. Fortunately, the number of transactions for today was still retained. He used this space channel once when he entered this time, which was the pearl powder produced by the White Jade Magic Clam. After unlocking it, an arrow without an arrowhead appeared in the special items. Silent arrow, 100 points. Note, after being fired, a high-frequency explosion is emitted, temporarily deafening enemies within 5 meters and causing a short period of dizziness. Isn't this just an arrow version of a stun grenade? Do I already have this weapon before even upgrading to the second-level store? Su Yuan immediately spent his points to buy an ordinary wooden bow, and at the same time exchanged for a silent arrow and aimed at some remaining Yuming floating sacks in the distance that were about to wake up. GA. The silent arrow made a strange sound different from ordinary arrows and emitted a strong vibration again when it shot into the water. From the water surface, it was not as obvious as the Thunder King firecrackers before, but the small jellyfish nearby had already floated back to the surface upside down. It would be even better if you could add some sparkle. Su Yuan nodded with satisfaction. Although this thing didn't seem to cause any damage, it had a significant impact on the enemy. The remaining Yuming floating sacks were soon completely eliminated by Su Yuan's occasional silent arrows. He looked at the jellyfish corpses floating on the water and the blood that had dyed the entire water blue. The corpse of a Yuming floating capsule with such a big head is worth 800 points, and the total value of this piece is at least 40,000 to 50,000 points. Together with those that were shattered into pieces by his previous inflammation explosion, they're worth at least 60,000 to 70,000 points, but unfortunately, he can't take them away. If only I could have a storage ring like in fantasy novels. I've unlocked so many special items, but not a single one is related to space. Wait, space. Su Yuan thought of the scale of the void ray that he had left outside. Wasn't that thing related to space? If he could get it, wouldn't it be a big profit? Even if it is not a special item, anything that involves space should not be cheap. I must get it when I get out. After dealing with the Yuming floating sack, everyone returned to the passage. After the thrilling escape before, everyone was much more cautious this time. The blue blood has spread into the channel, turning the originally clean sea water a little turbid. I'm afraid that even if you dive into the water, you won't be able to see the situation in the water clearly. I was so scared before. I thought it was a scary monster, but I didn't expect it to be this little guy. In the passage, Mao Yu was still lying on Su Yuan's back, playing with a piece of Yuming floating bag's corpse in his hand. The little thing felt icy cold, like squeezing jelly. Su Yuan patted her butt and said seriously, "Don't underestimate them. One or two of them are certainly not dangerous, but if there are too many of them, they can make your stomach shatter." God, I felt it at the time. If we had run a step slower, we would have all died. Xin Ku was also complaining with some fear. The feeling of approaching death still made her feel a little scared. But before she could finish recalling the horrifying scene, the creaking sound interrupted her thoughts again. God, Maoye, can you please stop pinching that thing? Chapter 180, I'm so sleepy. I'm about to fall asleep. The passage was not very long, but it took everyone a lot of effort. In addition to the previous eerie floating sack, there was also a school of fish covered with small white spots and looked very mottled. However, the threat was not as scary as the phantom floating sack, which was known as the disaster of the ocean. They were just some ordinary fish that had entered the body of the jade, glowing giant whale and had been absorbing the bone meal for a long time. I don't know how long I walked, but the scene in front of me was no longer the same as before, and the view around me gradually became wider. The road that was originally illuminated by those fireflies became a little dim, and in the distance a faint blue light was slowly reflected in the sky. Everyone be careful. The safer a place looks, the more dangerous it is, especially how dark and quiet it is. When you walk into this dark world, everything seems to be plunged into deathly silence. Only the sea water beneath them slowly rippled as they walked, sparkling under the dim light. Su Yuan immediately took out the protective orb from his backpack. The red light illuminated the environment around him, and when encountering a crisis, it could be shattered to form a fire barrier. I just don't know if this flame barrier can rise in the sea water. Under the red light, you can see the surrounding environment clearly. It is as empty as ever. The sea water is much clearer here, and the blue light in the sky is sometimes far and sometimes near. Let's search along the rock wall first. I wonder if the Mermaid King's diary is here. Su Yuan looked around but couldn't see any clues. He dived into the water but didn't find anything wrong, so he led everyone towards the edge of the wall. Snap! The rock wall in this place was not very far away. After walking for a while, he felt his body hit something soft. Under the red light, he could see his reflection in front of him. Jade glowing whale blubber plate. A blubber plate crafted from the fat of the jade glowing whale using a special technique. It has strong blocking properties and can repel some magical attacks. This is a great thing. If I could wear it, wouldn't it make me immune to magical attacks? Su Yuan touched the blubber plate that was as smooth as white jade with some envy. It was a pity that he couldn't take it off. After all, he could only come to this place once. The tunnel outside will be closed sooner or later, and he must get the scale related to space. So after we leave, we don't know when we will be able to find this underwater tomb again. It seems that the entire body of the jade whale has been made into a mausoleum, but where exactly is the Mermaid King? After thinking all the way, Su Yuan roughly guessed some of the situations. In addition to him and the people of the Hailing tribe, there was a third party in this giant whale tomb. Some even say that it was because of this mysterious third person that Hai Ling and Hai Yao disappeared. And his intuition after reading countless tomb-raiding novels told him that this third party was most likely the Mermaid King who obtained the artifact. But what is the purpose of this? Is it to restore the glory of the mermaids? Everyone moved forward by feeling the blubber plates. There was nothing carved on the blubber plates in this area. After walking for a while, only the blue light in the distance seemed to be getting closer. The red glowing guardian sphere and the blue light in the distant sky complemented each other. When Su Yuan was curious about the blue light, he suddenly stepped on something. It's soft and bumpy, and it feels a bit like... Su Yuan quickly threw the protective orb to Mao Yi behind him, squatted down, and took the thing out with both hands. The delicate face could be seen under the red light. Sea spirit? Leader. Su Yuan never expected that it was Hai Ling who was in the water. Seeing this, he placed his finger in front of Hai Ling's nose with some concern. It's broken. I'm not breathing. I wonder if I drowned? Wait, mermaids can be drowned by seawater? Su Yuan immediately placed his palm on Hai Ling's chest. He could feel the steady and strong heartbeat through her clothes. It didn't look like anything was wrong. Su Yuan, is Hai Ling okay? Xian Ku and the others also gathered around worriedly. The mermaids were a little worried and looked at Su Yuan for help. It's okay, but I don't know what's going on, you guys. At this moment, the blue light above the sky suddenly lit up, and the bright blue light covered the red light reflected by the guardian sphere. In the bright blue light, a huge figure slowly jumped out. The figure was so huge that it seemed to be swimming in the sky, as if in the sea. Jill! A strange cry sounded from the sky, and the sound waves echoed throughout the space like ripples on the water. Oh no! Cover your ears! Recalling the introduction displayed on the whale blubber plate he had seen before, Su Yuan's face changed drastically, and he quickly covered his ears. But the echoing sound still reached his ears through his fingers. Although it was much smaller, a feeling of sleepiness instantly lingered in his mind. Damn it, I must not fall here. Su Yuan's face looked a little ugly. He finally understood why Hai Ling fell in this place. The mermaids still had hope of survival if they fell here. But if he and other land creatures like Mao Ye fell down, they would be drowned in a few minutes. The people around him also looked drowsy at this time. Mao Yi behind him had fallen asleep, with his little head resting on Su Yuan's shoulder. A trace of crystal saliva began to drip from the little mouth. System, bring me a tree trunk with high buoyancy. Now he had to deal with Mao Yi and the other three first. Su Yuan bit his tongue hard and felt much more energetic instantly. After exchanging the tree trunks, he put the others on it. Let's see if there's any other way. Everyone around him had fallen asleep, and only the black sheep, who had stronger mental strength, was still holding on. He waved the staff in his hand, and a layer of black mist shield appeared around everyone. The effect of the sound waves was less, but it still did not solve the problem. Su Yuan knew that the drowsiness was not caused by the sound, but by a strange magical wave. Even if you block your ears, the slightest sound will cause you to be disturbed by this magic. So he quickly browsed through the system's special mall. If he couldn't find a solution, he would have to stab himself in the thigh. Got it. I don't know if this will work. System, exchange it for a goblin stone necklace for me. Gnome stone necklace, for 1,000 points. Note, wearing this can help you stay awake and increase your magic power by a small amount. The goblin stone necklace worth 4,000 points was the reward from defeating the Pigman tribe shaman a long time ago. It was originally intended to be used on the black sheep to see if it could remove Mu Guang's control. After obtaining the purification syrup and rescuing the black sheep, Su Yuan felt that the effect of staying awake was of no use for the time being, so he did not redeem it again. The one that was exchanged during the night raid on Black Sheep is still hanging on Red Fox's neck. Now it seems that this thing might really come in handy. Su Yuan held on to his last breath. At this moment, his eyelids began to droop, as if he had not slept for 10 days and was about to fall asleep completely in the next second. Fortunately, he still used all his strength to put the necklace on his neck. In an instant, a cool feeling instantly flooded into the brain. Chapter 181. What the hell are you doing? Is this still a primitive tribe? What on earth is this thing? After regaining consciousness, Su Yuan looked at the giant blue whale in the sky with lingering fear. The soul of the jade firefly giant whale? He had killed many monsters and orcs before, but no souls appeared. How come he met a soul-like creature here? No, where does the space tunnel come from? Is this still my original alien world? As the whale's soul swam, the strange cry did not end, and waves echoed throughout the dark blue world. Su Yuan raised his head and looked carefully at the sky. He couldn't see clearly before because it was too dark, but now in the dim light, he could see some white bones hanging above. The bones were strung together and hung in the air from top to bottom. The number of bones hung in each place was not uniform, but from a distance one could feel that these bones were not placed randomly. When the blue light, carried by the whale, soul swam to the edge of a wooden wall, Su Yuan saw a huge white skull with its head drooping weakly. Looking at the shape of the bones again at this time, it turned out to be the shape of a whale skeleton. Are these two the same jade, glowing whale? Su Yuan frowned and looked up into the sky. These hanging bones were very complete, but they were still smaller than the giant whale that held him inside its body. First, knock one down and see. There is no other way now. Either we take Hai Ling and the others away from this place, but there is no way to rescue Hai Yao. Otherwise, we can only find a way to deal with this strange whale soul. Let everyone wake up first, and then look for Hai Yao's trace. Let's first try to see if that guy is immune to magical attacks. After thinking it over again and again, Su Yuan decided to carry everyone out first. If the attack later angered the whale's soul and he couldn't defeat it, he would still have time to escape. The way back was a bit troublesome, so after exchanging for a few pieces of driftwood, he carried the sea spirit and the other mermaids on the wood and pushed the wood all the way back to the passage he had come from before. Even after soaking in the cold sea water, he was already sweating profusely. The people he brought with him were still sleeping on the driftwood, with no signs of waking up. Even if Su Yuan put the goblin stone necklace on them, it still had no effect. Fortunately, the effect of this necklace is just as the notes say. It can only keep me awake, but it can't restore me to consciousness. If I had been a few seconds later, I would have been soaked in the giant. Su Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was still conscious when he put on the necklace. He took back the necklace from the black sheep's neck, and now he had to deal with the whale soul alone. Flame arrow. Back in the vast blue land, Su Yuan held his breath and stared at the blue whale, soul swimming in the sky. When it approached him, a flaming arrow flew over in an instant. The arrow passed through the whale soul's body and hit the white bones hanging in the air as if it were nothing. Boom! Duh! With that loud bang, the giant whale's swimming body began to struggle as if it was attacked, and the white bones hanging around it also made noises at this moment. Did the magic work? The flaming arrow had clearly passed through the giant whale's soul and hit the white bones above it, but it seemed to have suffered serious damage. Su Yuan retreated outside and looked at the struggling whale's soul in the air with some vigilance. The strange cries coming from its mouth became louder and louder, and could be heard clearly even outside. Click! Suddenly, when he wasn't paying attention, cracks appeared on the goblin stone necklace on his chest, and it seemed that it was also bearing the terrifying force. He did not disturb the jade whale soul again, but hid in the distance and observed quietly. After the white bones hanging above calmed down, the whale's soul also returned to its previous appearance. Su Yuan, who was attacking it from below, did not care. Instead, it swam a few times and returned to the center. The sky became dark again. If it's not magic, then why is that guy struggling in apparent pain? Those bones? But the fire arrows he released didn't cause much damage to the bones. He had originally hoped that the fire arrows would be able to knock down a few of them. Wait, when did that guy show up? Su Yuan seemed to have grasped the key point. When he and others discovered the sea spirit before, the exclamations of the crowd caused the whale's soul to appear. The flaming arrows he released also made quite a noise. Maybe it is a monster that is afraid of high-frequency sound waves, just like the Yuming floating capsule we encountered before. After thinking it through, Su Yuan took out the bow and arrow he had exchanged before, as well as a silent arrow without hesitation. In terms of sound, this thing works better than firecrackers. Ha! The arrow flew towards the dim blue, and Su Yuan felt a little nervous. If his judgment was wrong, he would have to think of a new solution. Duh! Sure enough, Su Yuan secretly waved his fist, his heart filled with excitement. His judgment was correct. The explosive sound of the arrow made the dark blue color suddenly appear. The soul of the giant whale appeared again, and the surrounding bone pendants shook violently again. Damn it! It is such a big impact, even from so far away. The scream was filled with some kind of magic, and even Su Yuan, who was hiding outside, covered his ears in discomfort. In the blue light, the white bones swayed back and forth rhythmically. Seeing that the whale's soul had recovered a little, Su Yuan gritted his teeth and shot out another silent arrow in his hand. One after another, the painful cries of the whale souls resounded throughout the space. And Su Yuan also discovered that the goblin stone necklace he was wearing around his neck had exploded into powder. For a moment, the feeling of fatigue came over me again. System, transaction. Bang, 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 bang. Before he could finish, the bone ornaments in the sky completely fell apart and fell into the sea. The whale's soul also turned into blue particles and dissipated in the sky. Finally, it's solved. It seems that if I don't upgrade the system mall level, the difficulties I encounter in the future will probably become more and more difficult to deal with. As his tiredness faded away, Su Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and leaned against the driftwood like a salted fish that had lost its ideals. The basic supplies in the first-level system mall are still not enough. If I could exchange it for a submarine, I would definitely clear out the dust of this underwater tomb. How could I be as miserable as a tomb robber now? I almost killed myself several times. The previous phantom singing, floating bladder, and the current mysterious jade whale soul are both related to sound waves. Could it be that the artifact this mermaid king obtained is related to audio? Except for the white jade magic clam encountered at the beginning, the monsters encountered later were basically related to sound. It seems that we must be on guard against this. Su Yuan glanced at the people around him who had not woken up yet, and silently opened the system mall. Are there any headphones with particularly good sound isolation? Please recommend some to me. Chapter 182 finally unlocked another great treasure. Ugh, stop tickling my tail. I don't know how long it took, but Mao Yi felt someone pulling his tail. The wet feeling was very uncomfortable, and he scratched his butt in his sleep with some dissatisfaction. Oh no, Su Yuan. Ouch, ouch. Suddenly, as if she had thought of something important, she lifted herself up from the driftwood trunk. Before he could see clearly what was in front of him, the driftwood swayed, and he fell directly into the water. You finally woke up. I almost thought you were dead asleep. Xinka's somewhat tired voice was also heard from the side. Mao Yi emerged his head from the water, looking around with a somewhat confused look. The mermaids also woke up. Black Sheep stood beside Su Yuan, and the two of them were talking to Hai Ling about something. Damn it, I never thought that one day I would be the victim of this attack, without even a chance to resist. Beside him, Xinka sat helplessly on the driftwood, looking a little depressed. If Su Yuan hadn't woken her up, she would probably have fallen asleep in this place. Mao Yi shook off the water droplets from his hair and recalled the scene of falling asleep inexplicably before, feeling a little puzzled. Were we under the enemy's witchcraft before? Alas, Su Yuan said that we were hypnotized by the witchcraft in the voice of that big guy in the sky. If Su Yuan hadn't woken up, we would have probably fallen asleep here. Xinka sat on the driftwood and sighed, telling Mao Yi everything Su Yuan had told her before. So, after you came in, you didn't see any of your tribe members. So you explored all the way here, and then you were hypnotized by the blue whale and passed out. At this moment, Hai Ling told Su Yuan what had happened to her. But what made Su Yuan curious was that there was no passage in the room before. If Hai Ling had personally opened up a passage like Xinka did, then the passage should have existed when he arrived. It is impossible to be so complete without any trace at all. Su Yuan told Hai Ling about his doubts, but Hai Ling also looked puzzled. When I came in before, there was a passage? Could it be a trap? When Su Yuan had Xinka forcefully break the door, he hadn't considered the possibility of a trap. After all, in a primitive society that had not even invented chairs and benches, a secret door had already appeared in an underwater tomb. It seems a bit far-fetched, unless this space tunnel has already sent oneself to another planet. Su Yuan was a little worried, but the most important thing at the moment was to find Hai Yao first, and then leave here. Chief Su Yuan, I'm sorry for almost dragging you into this. Hai Ling also heard about what happened before, and her face looked a little guilty. She didn't expect that the world in the Black Vortex was so dangerous. It's okay. You're here to help me find something valuable. Su Yuan shook his head. Even if Hai Ling hadn't asked for help, he would have come to explore this place if he knew about it. After all, opportunities are always accompanied by risks. You may not see a rare item in the tribe for 10 days or half a month. I got 2 in just a few hours here. But without Hai Ling's call for help, he would not have set off in a hurry without making much preparation like he is now. He would have to wait at least until he could exchange 50 or 60 bottles of underwater breathing king cod fish powder. Okay, the most important thing now is to find Hai Yao first. We can deal with the rest when we get back. I understand. Recalling the shape of the tomb on the mural, Su Yuan thought that this place should be hiding some secret door like before. However, I used the sensing crystal to search all around, but couldn't find anything. The area hundreds of meters around seemed to be plunged into darkness, and I couldn't see the surrounding scenery clearly at all. That's not right. Could it be that people just disappeared out of thin air? Su Yuan shook his head to himself. This guess was unlikely, although the shark eye sensing crystal could sense everything within 100 meters around it. However, there's a drawback, that is, what he sees is the same as what he sees with his naked eyes. Once he falls into darkness, he can no longer see his surroundings clearly. Then we can only say that there must be a hidden passage in this darkness. Su Yuan took back the sensor crystal and saw Mao Yi and Xian Ku paddling over on a driftwood. He smiled and joked, "The lazy cat is finally awake." "Hate it, I'm not a lazy cat." Mao Yi looked a little ashamed and headbutted Su Yuan with a rocket. She never expected that she would become an awakened warrior, but she didn't even sense any danger before and fell asleep inexplicably. Okay, you're not a lazy cat. Xian Ku, can you help me knock that piece of skull off? Su Yuan held Mao Yi and stopped teasing her. He pointed to the huge whale skull above his head and asked Xian Ku. Because the skull was so large, neither arrows nor fire magic could remove it. In this situation, unlocking a special item is very important to him. If it weren't for the silent arrow unlocked by the sound bag before, he would probably still be throwing firecrackers at this moment. That? Small problem. Xian Ku patted his chest, creating ripples, then jumped into the water and lifted up the huge piece of wood. Drink! The power of the rune on the forehead emerged, and purple lightning began to produce green smoke and black marks on the wood. With a shout, the wood smashed towards the skull above. The impact caused a huge explosion, and the bone pendant above began to shake violently under the fierce impact. The giant whale's skull broke into several pieces and fell into the water. Glowing jade whale bone talisman. Crafted from the skull of a young glowing jade whale using special techniques, it senses sound and releases hypnotic sound waves to attack enemies. Rare item detected, jade whale skull. I didn't expect that the original rare materials could be extracted from processed items. Su Yuan picked up a piece of giant whale skull and sighed, but thinking back to when he had snatched her weapon away during the battle with Black Sheep, it wasn't so strange at all. What surprised him even more was that the previous sonic hypnosis attack was actually caused by the bone talisman made of these bones. Before, all his attention was focused on the whale soul. If he hadn't happened to shoot the white bones above with a flaming arrow, he probably wouldn't have noticed this at all. Unlock. This bone talisman that had been broken into several pieces was of no use now. Without any hesitation, Su Yuan unlocked it and turned it into a special product. Transaction successful. New products can be viewed in the special column. Whale soul, resting bottle. 9,000 points. Note, gently shaking the vase containing the whale soul will cause the whale soul to emit a gentle whale song, causing surrounding creatures to fall into a deep sleep and speed up the recovery of mental strength. Smashing the vase with force will cause the whale soul to scream, causing surrounding creatures to fall into a state of deep fear. After reading the notes, Su Yuan also showed a smile on his face. This thing has two effects like the Molten Guardian Orb, but the second effect is one time only. Once used, you have to spend points to buy another one. Good. I finally unlocked a good treasure. Chapter 183, The God's Messenger with Humanity. Boom! Just as Su Yuan was appreciating the newly unlocked special product, the bones hanging in the sky began to fall. I thought these were just caused by a violent impact, but when a heavy object hit the water surface and splashed a huge splash, the shaking around made it impossible for everyone to keep their balance. Mao Yi sat on another piece of driftwood. The sea water around him seemed to have a pulling force and flowed towards the center, soon forming a whirlpool. Is there space down there? Mao Yi, drink quickly. A glimmer of understanding appeared in Su Yuan's eyes. It turned out that the next passage was not around but below. Because he accidentally let Xian Ku smash the bones above, the gap was forced open. Ah! But before he could finish his words, Mao Ye's scream came from beside him. The driftwood floating behind him hit his back uncontrollably. The two men were unable to keep their balance and were knocked down, falling directly into the whirlpool along with the driftwood. Su Yuan, Cat Knight. Chief Su Yuan. The people behind them called out in panic, and when they saw the two people fall down, they rushed in without hesitation. In a dark tunnel, Su Yuan was choking on seawater in his mouth and nose, and his hands were trying hard to find the instant powder he had prepared long ago at his side. I was worried about this happening, so I prepared some tea powder in advance and placed it in a convenient place on my body. But before he could take it out, a dark shadow appeared in front of him and quickly kissed him on the lips. It was soft and cold, and the taste of this jelly, it was a mermaid. The only thing is that the smell is not like the mermaid I rescued before. There's a strange taste of pearl powder in its mouth, and the touch of it against my body is also different. In short, it feels better than before. While I was daydreaming, a stream of oxygen came from the other person's mouth, and the panic caused by choking on water gradually subsided. It seems that mermaids can also provide oxygen for people. In this case, Su Yuan is not in a hurry to use the king codfish powder. He rummaged in the backpack behind him and took out the guardian magic ball that he had placed there before. Under the red light, he saw clearly the person in front of him. It was Hai Ling, who was holding him tightly and planning to swim upwards. Su Yuan interrupted her and pointed down, and the other mermaids beside him also landed at this time. Like him, Mao Yi and his companions were also taking oxygen. Mao Yi, who was choked by water, struggled even more violently and almost pushed the mermaid girl in front of him away. Chief Su Yuan, are we heading down? At this time, the voice of the sea spirit came from the front, but it was a little different from usual, full of ethereal feeling, as if it was transmitted to the ears with the waves. Su Yuan nodded, then comforted the panicked Mao Yi. Now that they had found the passage, there was no need to go back. Following Su Yuan's signal, Hai Ling led everyone to swim downwards. This passage was a little different from the previous ones. It was a bit cramped and narrow. There was no light source around and no trace of any living creatures. The passage was also very long. When Su Yuan's mouth became numb and he wanted to move it, a force of attraction pulled him downwards. Soon his body hit a transparent barrier. Bang! Su Yuan frowned in pain. At this moment, his back felt like it had hit a rock. The rest of the people were also swept down by the rushing water. Is this the hidden room down there? After calming down a bit, Su Yuan signaled Hai Ling that she could let him go. With a puzzled look in her eyes, he drank the king cod fish powder he had prepared in his backpack in one gulp. Although the kiss feels very comfortable, like eating a piece of cold and delicious jelly, there might be a fight afterwards, and it would be difficult to fight while hugging each other. Okay, I'm Fina. Su Yuan comforted Hai Ling and tried to speak in the sea. Compared with the ethereal voices of Hai Ling and other mermaids, the voice he spoke was mixed with bubbles from his breath. But fortunately, I can understand it. Following Su Yuan's suggestion, Mao Yi and the others drank the instant powder tied around their waists. The kitten was still a little afraid of water, and every time it wanted to speak, it could only make a gurgling sound. Breaking away from Hai Ling's embrace, Su Yuan lay on the transparent barrier and looked down. The dark environment was illuminated by blue lights, and the overall environment was dimmer than the blue light that bloomed when the whale soul was churning above. In the illuminated environment, one can see strange pillars standing in it, arranged in a very regular pattern, which does not seem to be naturally generated. Is that a person? Could it be Haiyao? Su Yuan's eyes were somewhat serious, and he wished he could stick his face to the barrier. Among the many pillars, a figure was floating in it. Looking from above, he could only see the long hair floating with the water. Xin Ku, try to see if you can open it. Su Yuan didn't have time to look for any mechanism, so he called Xin Ku again. Xin Ku nodded, drew out the iron spear from his back. Thunder and lightning surged again, and the spear in his hand pierced the barrier with a loud noise. The powerful electric current made everyone around feel tingling and numb. Boom! The impact of the spear made a dull thud on the seabed. The giant pillar below also trembled, and dust began to float on the ground with the water flow. In the black quicksand, one can see a dark blue figure similar to the whale, soul, standing in front of the previous figure. Judging from the swaying appearance, it seems to have been affected by the collision. Bang! It didn't work the first time, so Xin could try it again. Although there was resistance from the water flow, the barrier still couldn't stop her attack, and soon the tip of the gun penetrated the barrier and got stuck inside. Is it finally here? Then I have to speed up. Inside the altar, Shuelin looked up at the attack on the barrier, a smug smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. With black hair and black eyes, and without a tail, he looked exactly like the spirit of the messenger of God that it had seen in the Holy Land under the sea, except that this one was not as illusory, as the other one. And compared to the void god's messenger who was indifferent to life and had no emotions at all, this one who broke in unexpectedly was full of the most primitive emotions of this world. He was more like a primitive orc living here than a god's messenger. Lord Divine Envoy, you once responded to my proposal with only 4 words, not approved. Now, I have a better proposal that needs your support. I hope this time, you won't tell me those 4 words again. A sinister look flashed in Shualin's eyes, and the staff in his hand once again emitted a faint light as he waved it. Right in front of her, Hayao closed her eyes tightly in pain, her body standing straight without any support, and blue lines on her face tried to slowly crawl towards her forehead. Chapter 184, Are You Really Here to Attack the Immortal Cultivation World? Bang! After several consecutive violent blows, the barrier could no longer withstand the impact. In Hai Ling's anxiety, everyone swam downwards. With the company of the mermaid, they could swim much more flexibly than when Su Yuan and his companions were rushing towards this space passage before. Hayao! Everyone came to the underwater altar, although they could only see the back of the mermaid in front of them. The sea spirit, as a mother, recognized her immediately. In a hurry, he rushed towards Hayao's position without even thinking. Don't worry. Su Yuan quickly hugged her tail. Opposite him, besides Hayao, he also saw the blue-green soul shadow. The figure looked somewhat like a soul, with blue-green particles forming the image of a mermaid, a human body with a fish tail, a withered face, and a fin floating on its bald head. What an ugly mermaid! Could it be that she has stumbled into the tomb of the mermaid ancestor? Could this really be the tomb of the Mermaid King? But he didn't understand why this guy brought Hayao to this place. To take over another body and be reborn? Or is it a great gift to the descendants of fellow mermaids? Well, compared to this, he would rather believe that the other party is a sea orc who wants to take over another body. Hayao and the others are all so beautiful. Their ancestor cannot be so ugly. Su Yuan was a little nervous about this unknown guy. After letting go of Hai Ling, he waved behind him, and everyone swam carefully towards the center of the altar together. When passing by the giant white pillar, he looked up at the mermaid skeleton, and the gem in its mouth was emitting a stream of light that was converging to the center. Isn't that the answer? Although it was unclear why the soul of the Merman King in the middle did not attack him and others. Was it controlling Hayao so that he had no time to care about the outside world, or was it waiting for him to step into the trap? But seeing the mermaid skeletons, this strange ceremony had to be interrupted. Su Yuan pointed at the mermaid skeletons, and Hai Ling immediately understood. He swam up very flexibly, grabbed the skull, and broke it off. Then he immediately swam back and handed the skull to him. In fact, he just needed to interrupt the Mermaid King's spell and identify the properties of the gem. He didn't expect that letting Xin could knock on the skull before made Hai Ling think that he liked collecting skulls. Su Yuan did not explain, but cast his eyes on the skull, because the moment his palm touched it, a crisp system sound rang in his ears. Rare items detected. Ancient siren skull, abyssal soul amber. Ancient siren skull, the skull of a deep-sea creature that lived in ancient times. Due to some reason, this species has become extinct. A trace of the ancient siren's residual magic still exists in the skull. Abyssal soul amber, a very rare stone found in the deep sea, usually growing at the roots of soul demon grass. Through special techniques, it can be made into alchemical tools. It's not a mermaid. It's a creature from ancient times called the sirens. Furthermore, both the skull and the gem are rare items. I finally felt relieved that this ugly guy was not Hayao and her friend's ancestor. Unlock special items. There are still many skulls and gems here. Su Yuan chose to unlock the new products without hesitation. At the moment when the gems and skulls disappeared, the Mermaid King opposite, no, it should be called the Siren King, opened his eyes. How could this happen? The aura of the soul stone suddenly disappeared, and this. Bloodscale was only slightly surprised, but what puzzled it the most was that no matter how it cast its magic spells, it could not enter the body of the strange-looking mermaid in front of it. Looking at the young mermaid in front of him who was different from him, Bloodscale fell into confusion and bewilderment. Su Yuan, who was far away, saw the soul open its eyes and signaled Hai Ling to deal with the other hanging skulls, while he swam over with Xianku and the other two. Maoya, if there's any movement later, take Hayao and retreat immediately. Su Yuan made a gesture, then acted calm and slowly swam towards Hayao. The other party didn't seem to have any hostility, but just looked at him quietly. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he quietly opened the system mall to check the 2 new items that had been unlocked before. Siren Anchor, 18,888 points. Note, this dagger, crafted from a siren's skull, generates a coordinate anchor point when stabbed into the seabed. It can be quickly moved between 2 seabed locations by twisting the anchor point. It can be teleported 3 times per day and cannot be used on land. 2 daggers can be redeemed daily. Sea Soul Amber Wand, 9,888 points. Note, the effects of ordinary magic are slightly enhanced, and the effects of basic water spirit magic are significantly enhanced. The dialogue with the dead soul can be triggered once a day, a conversation with the souls of the recently deceased, limited to 3 conversations. The good news is that I have the wizard staff that I promised to Red Fox. The bad news is that these 2 things are of no use to me at the moment. The effect of the Siren Anchor surprised Su Yuan a little. After all, the effect of rapid teleportation was basically related to space magic. He didn't expect that a siren skull could unlock it. There are just too many restrictions. You can only teleport on the bottom of the sea. The exchange limit is 2 per day, and the number of people teleporting at a time is limited to 3 people. If you want to use it to escape, unless your team only has 3 people, you'll have to abandon your teammates' lives and escape alone. In short, exchanging nearly 38,000 points for 2 high-limit teleportation anchor points was not a good deal in his opinion, but Su Yuan always felt that it would be useful at some special time. After checking the newly unlocked products, Su Yuan silently closed the system mall. But at this time his right hand was behind his back, and a small bottle emitting blue starlight was held in the palm of his hand. Ah, Lord Messenger of God, it's a pleasure to see you again. Xuelin was very enthusiastic about Su Yuan's arrival. When Mao Yu wanted to get close to Hai Yao, it turned into particles and blocked Hai Yao. God's messenger? Is it the same as how the beast girls call themselves divine witches? Is this an ancient term? No. Su Yuan thought of the story on the mural. The Sea Monster King must have regarded himself as the messenger who bestowed the divine weapon in the mural. Are you the owner of this tomb? Su Yuan didn't dwell on this too much and changed the topic. Of course, look at this ingenious design. In order to realize the supreme knowledge of your race, Lord Divine Envoy, I deliberately killed a pregnant female whale and then improved it according to the methods described in the knowledge. It seems that the story on the mural should be true. This kind of crazy guy usually doesn't try to be mysterious. Then why did you bring Hai Yao here? If we disturb you, we can leave now. It was too risky to communicate with such a madman. Su Yuan frowned slightly and looked at Hai Yao, who was still unresponsive behind him. Why? Of course, it's to return to this world, to restore the glory of the sirens, and more importantly, to realize the supreme knowledge bestowed upon your race by God. This young siren has great potential and is perfect to serve as my new vessel. Xuelin smiled slightly, looked back at Hai Yao, and then looked back at Su Yuan. This is the bloodline soul stealing technique, recorded in your clan's supreme knowledge, Lord God's Envoy. Wouldn't Lord God's Envoy want to see me perform the divine art recorded by your clan? What the hell? Bloodline soul stealing technique? No, buddy, where have you come from? Is this still primitive society? How can a sea monster from ancient times be able to recite such a fantasy-like and magical technique? A possibility arose in Su Yuan's mind. Could it be that this world is like a post-nuclear world, where all the order of immortal cultivation civilization was destroyed by a war? These newly born beast girls are the strange creatures born after the world-destroying war. Because of the subversion of civilization, they have embarked on the path of civilized development again. As for the so-called witches and awakened warriors, they are probably the magic cultivators and physical cultivators in the immortal cultivation system. Well, this guess was a bit too outrageous. Su Yuan quickly shook his head to dispel these bizarre guesses that were so messy that they could be used to write a novel. Now, still in the snowy plains, there is not much to know. If I want to understand this world, I will probably have to go to the other side of the Wanshu Mountains to see the charm of that other world and learn about the knowledge of that other world. But the most urgent task is to get rid of this guy. It looks like he will never give up. No, wait a minute. Bloodline soul-stealing technique? Chapter 185. No, buddy, are you hard of hearing? You said this technique is called Bloodline Soul-Stealing Technique. Does it require a member of the tribe with my bloodline to perform it? Faced with Su Yuan's doubts, Xuelin naturally nodded without hesitation, with a hint of pride in his expression for having supreme knowledge. Of course, I've already thoroughly mastered that supreme knowledge. Is there a possibility that they are not your descendants? Look at how beautiful and lovely they are, while you look a little unique. Impossible. I heard them call her the siren. Only the strongest warriors among my people can hold this title. Su Yuan rubbed his temples helplessly. After all this time, he didn't meet a madman, but a deaf man. My name is Haiyao, not Sea Monster. Are you so old that your ears are no longer working? The voices underwater were a bit mixed, but the sentence still reached Shui Lin's ears completely. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. If you accuse it of its mistakes from a moral point of view, Bloodscale doesn't care at all. After all, it can even slaughter a pregnant giant whale and turn it into a biological tomb. Sacrificing one of its own descendants is a normal thing for it. But Su Yuan's words made its eyes widen in disbelief, staring straight at Haiyao and other mermaids who were secretly stealing the gems on the pillar. He no longer cared about the gems at this moment. Shualin held the staff high in his hand and began to chant. You, a fellow disguised as a divine messenger, dare to deceive me. Once I have used my bloodline's soul-stealing technique, I will capture you and bring you before the divine messenger to remove your disguise. Fuck, this old guy is crazy. Su Yuan kicked his legs and rushed forward, ready to pull out the black sheep staff as he did before, but he overestimated his speed in the ocean. As a bright light appeared, Shui Lin's soul turned into a stream of light and entered Haiyao's body. Damn it, I still didn't catch him. Su Yuan caught the staff. Although there was no indication that it was a rare item, he still traded it to the system mall for safety reasons. He didn't dare keep and use the staff used by such a madman. Haiyao. At this time, everyone also noticed the situation here, and Hai Ling swam over with panic in her eyes. Su Yuan immediately rushed to Haiyao and hugged her. At this time, the blue lines on her face were quickly climbing from her cheeks to her forehead. Could it really be a spell to take over someone else's body? Just as he was about to smash the whale's soul-resting bottle in his hand, the blue lines got stuck on both sides of his temples and could not move further upwards. At the same time, blood began to seep out of Haiyao's mouth and nose. Fuck this old immortal thing. Just as Su Yuan opened Haiyao's tightly closed eyelids, a dazzling blue light suddenly burst out from those lifeless pupils. For a moment, he felt his head was heavy, and the voice of the Siren King seemed to exist in his mind. Ha! Actually, when I saw you, I'd already given up on the bloodline's soul-stealing technique. The body of a divine messenger is much more important than a siren. As long as I possess your body, I will be able to completely enter the divine ruins left in the Black Abyss Sea. The remains of God. Su Yuan recalled the story in the mural. This guy now felt that he had won the battle, so he told the story without hiding anything. Perhaps he also believed that Su Yuan, as a messenger of God, knew the news of that place. But this was not the time to think about that. He felt a pain in his brain as if being pricked by a needle, and the separation of his consciousness caused double images to appear before his eyes. Su Yuan. Chief Su Yuan. Mao Yi and others also noticed that Su Yuan's face looked a little strange, and they all hugged him and called out to him anxiously. Suddenly, a black smoke shot out from the staff in Black Sheep's hand and entered Su Yuan's body. He could feel that the black smoke was trying to envelop the blue particles. Unfortunately, it didn't take long before the blue particles broke through the black fog and continued to attack his mind. Hai Ling also noticed something was wrong and took out a magic card from her clothes and cast a spell. White bubbles seemed to penetrate into Su Yuan's body after touching him. But those bubbles only covered a small part of the blue particles, and more were still impacting Su Yuan's consciousness. Damn it, I got it. I was able to dispel Mu Guang's control back then, so maybe I can deal with this old thing too. System, exchange for blazing purifying syrup. This is one of the few special products he has to deal with negative states. If it still doesn't work, he can only rely on willpower and that old thing to endure. After the exchange was completed, Su Yuan immediately drank the syrup in one gulp. The black syrup tasted like mint, and then a strong heat burned his body. Ah! The sound of screams of pain rang out from his mouth and mind. This feeling made Su Yuan experience the same intense pain that the black sheep had felt, as if flames were burning his brain. What did you eat? Quickly spit it out. The remaining syrup was slowly dispersing along with the water flow as his mouth opened. Su Yuan gritted his teeth and tried to suck the dispersed syrup back. Hai Ling also reacted. The bubbles summoned by the witch card in her hand covered the black, viscous liquid. After absorbing it into her mouth, she kissed Su Yuan again, and the syrup in the bubbles flowed towards him. Spit out. It will hurt like hell. The roaring sound in his brain was like a sledgehammer hitting his mind. Feeling the bubbles pushed by Hai Ling's tongue, his body reacted uncontrollably, and he bit down. The figure in front of him trembled, but there was no movement, still holding him tightly. God, Lord God, please let me go. I know I was wrong. Fortunately, the cool feeling of the sea water allowed him to remain somewhat sober, and he immediately let go of Hai Ling. At this moment, the cry of pain from Shuel Lin in his mind turned into a plea for mercy. Even Mu Guang, who was hit by the backlash of the spell, could not bear such pain and spit out blood, let alone the personal experience of his own soul. It's too late to beg for mercy. Faced with this ancient soul monster, Su Yuan had no intention of investigating the so-called secret realm of God. He gritted his teeth and swallowed the syrup stuck in his throat. The intense pain was completely unbearable for him. The voice in his head was cursing and begging for mercy, but it completely disappeared. He also felt that the scene in front of him was a little blurry. Next time, I must collect some rare, soul-related items. Otherwise, sooner or later, I will be killed by this weird thing. With the last bit of consciousness left, Su Yuan opened the system mall and exchanged several items for recovering injuries and fatigue. He absolutely cannot fall asleep now. There are so many good things waiting for me to search outside, including the scale of the void ray. I don't know if it will stay here if I come here next time. Unfortunately, at the bottom of the sea, these liquid drinks were not sealed and were not as viscous as syrup. Once exchanged, they immediately dispersed with the water. It's over. I lost a lot this time. Su Yuan looked at the drink, floating away with a bitter face. Now he could only pray that after being sent back by Hai Ling and the others, he would be able to see the scales again the next time he came. Just when he was about to close his eyes and have a good sleep, the spilled drink was once again covered by white bubbles and entered Hai Ling's mouth. She noticed Su Yuan's actions and came closer without hesitation. The sweet drink once again flowed slowly from her mouth to Su Yuan's. Well, there's also a soft little jelly. Wait, is there jelly in the snow crystal milk cap? Something is wrong. Let me taste it again carefully. The sweet taste of the drink in his mouth mixed with the rusty smell of blood. Su Yuan subconsciously wrapped his mouth around it, wanting to soothe the jelly that was oozing blood. The wandering thoughts gradually calmed down, the tinnitus around me and the overlapping images in front of my eyes gradually disappeared, and gradually, I could hear the anxious calls of Maoya and the others. I'm Fina. Chapter 186, Space Spirit Magic Encyclopedia. Although he really wanted to pack up everything in this place and take it away, Su Yuan did not have a storage bag like in the world of immortal cultivation, so he could only move some of the more valuable things away. Fluorescent coral world. All the mermaids were holding a huge clam shell. Part of the clam meat inside the white jade magic clam had been removed and replaced with bones that were more valuable for points, as well as some rare things from the altar of the Sea Monster King. At this time, Su Yuan's expression had recovered a little, but his pale face still showed the fatigue of holding on, as if he was about to faint in the next second. According to the system's time function, it has been almost 2 hours since the second time I drank the king codfish powder, and now there is only the last hour left. Even though Hai Ling and the others could provide artificial oxygen, Su Yuan just wanted to go back early and have a good sleep in his own bed. Let's go. Xanku will push you out first, and then pull everyone out one by one. There was a strong repulsive force at this end of the space channel, but it was not so strong that it was impossible to pass through. With the efforts of everyone, Xanku was pushed out first. The rope connected to her was hung on Su Yuan. With the pulling force from the other end and the pushing force from this side, Su Yuan was successfully pulled out. One by one, the ropes pulled everyone out, and everyone's hearts finally settled down. Su Yuan looked at the thumb-sized scale and sighed. Just because he was chasing a glowing fish, he unexpectedly ended up in a tomb-robbing trip that almost ended in death. After so many people shuttled back and forth, the scales of the Void Mana ray had become somewhat dim, and it would not be dragged in even if it was 2 or 3 meters away. Xinke hold me. Su Yuan said to the people behind him that after such a long time, he could barely hear the conversation clearly on the bottom of the sea. However, the people behind him also understood and watched Su Yuan being attracted to the edge of the whirlpool again, holding the rope tightly. When he approached the scale, the attraction of the black vortex tried to drag him in again, but he was afraid that this place would never have the next chance. The ruins of God? The Black Abyss Sea? What on earth are these? Su Yuan suppressed his curiosity and gently placed his fingertips on the scale. Rare item detected. Void ray scale. Trade 50,000 points or trade 5,000 points to get a new special item. Host, please select the transaction direction. 50,000 points. Such a thumb-sized piece of scale was actually worth 50,000 points. It was the most expensive item Su Yuan had ever purchased. However, he is not particularly short of points now. Although 50,000 points may seem like a lot, with 10 trading opportunities a day, even those jade whale bones can earn back these 50,000 points within a few days. Unlock special items. Soon, a new product appeared on the last page of the special product panel. Space Spirit Basic Magic Encyclopedia. 100,000 points. Note, this book contains 5 basic spatial magic applications. Damn system, you've secretly raised the price, right? Why are you charging me 100,000 points for just 5 spells? Compared to the previously unlocked Fire and Earth Spirit Basic Magic Collection, this basic Space Magic Collection is not only several times more expensive, but also contains 5 fewer magic spells. Forget it. After all, it's space magic, so it's normal for it to be a bit more expensive. Su Yuan comforted himself. It seemed that this basic space magic could not be used at the current stage, even though he had enough points to exchange for one. But this would require a huge investment, and there was no guarantee that one could learn successfully, let alone the usefulness of these 5 spells. After all, space strangulation is also considered space magic, and flashing forward 1 meter is also called space magic. To redeem it, you have to wait until you unlock the drink with space element, such as fire magic. Okay, let's go home. The wind and snow continue by the icy lake. Xian used the spear in his hand to pierce the thin layer of ice that had just condensed, and then everyone struggled to get out of the cave. Phew, I am saved. Su Yuan took a deep breath. When he arrived not far from the ice lake, the effect of the king cod fish powder had just taken effect. Fortunately, he was able to get out safely with the help of Hai Ling and the others for oxygen. The wind and snow in the sky made them feel a little cold. Even with the protective orb to dispel the cold, everyone was still shivering from the wetness. Hai Ling, why don't you come back with us to rest for a while? At this time, the 4 of them were standing at the entrance of the ice lake cave. Hai Ling and many mermaids showed their heads from it. A deep sense of fatigue could be seen on her beautiful and gentle face. Not only Su Yuan, but even she felt exhausted after this trip, especially after experiencing a life-and-death moment at the bottom of the sea. But she shook her head, and with a resolute expression, she looked at the tribesmen behind her, as well as Hai Yao on her back. Chief Su Yuan, this is too much trouble for you. Apart from her, the other mermaids were unable to transform into legs. Hai Ling didn't want to trouble Su Yuan any further, but after hesitating for a moment, she pleaded, if possible, could you please take care of my daughter? I've found the location of the Frost Sea Heart Crystal. Hai Yao is still unconscious, so I'm afraid I can't take care of her for the time being. Frost Sea Heart Crystal? Su Yuan remembered that when he first met Hai Yao, she asked him if he had seen the Frost Sea Heart Crystal, which was related to whether they could return to the fantasy Coral Sea. But after experiencing this incident, Su Yuan became a little worried, but this was an important matter concerning the hailing tribe's return to their homeland. Don't worry, I'm sure I won't trouble you again this time, Chief Su Yuan. Hai Ling looked a little ashamed. If it weren't for Su Yuan, she would have died in the tomb with her people. Well, take this. Su Yuan didn't intend to stop her any longer, and handed the whale soul resting bottle that he had just exchanged but had not used to Hai Ling. Gently shake the bottle, and it will put those around you to sleep and restore their spirits. If you encounter danger, smash it near your enemy and run away. This thing was used by Su Yuan to deal with the Sea Monster King before, but it ended before he could use it. Together with the protective orbs given to them before, these 2 items might be able to save their lives at a critical moment. Thank you so much. Don't worry, I will continue to collect those rare items for you. After hesitating for a moment, Hai Ling finally took the whale soul resting bottle. As the weather was too cold, everyone said goodbye to each other without much chatting. Oh, I'm so tired. I must take a good rest for a few days this time. On the way, Mao Yi stretched. Her wet clothes and fur felt heavy, making her want to change her fur coat. Hearing Mao Ye's complaints, Xian looked at her with disdain. Huh? Why are you tired? I saw you were sleeping soundly earlier. If I weren't invincible, you would still be drinking seawater in there right now. I'm tired mentally as well. Besides, didn't you fall asleep too? I didn't. I was just hit by the enemy. Trick. Seeing that Xian couldn't think of any words for a long time, Su Yuan, who was supported by Heiyang, gave him some helpless pointers. Right. I just fell into the enemy's trap. Next time I will make that fish monster pay. By the next time, I be dead already. Then I'll go and fight its people. All its people are dead. Chapter 187, let's go to sleep first. We're back. Outside the star camp, Mao Ye's loud voice woke up the snow wolf that was lazily resting on the ground. The beast girls in the tribe heard the call and ran towards the door. Hey, stop pushing, Su Yuan is injured. Seeing that everyone surrounded them, Mao Ye hurriedly walked in front and cleared a small space. But after she said this, the discussions of the surrounding beast girls became more intense. The red fox squeezed in, heard Mao Ye's words, and came to Su Yuan, looking a little flustered. Su Yuan, are you okay? Where are you hurt? I'm fine, just a little tired. By the way, you should treat Haiyao first, and then find a quiet place for her to recover. The red fox nodded, but his palms still did not stop pressing on Su Yuan's face, and a comfortable energy flowed into Su Yuan's body. It's true, Su Yuan, who was so tired that he couldn't communicate with the magic power in his body, suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. Now he should have no problem casting a fireball. Hey, someone come and help, or move aside. Can't you see there are still a lot of supplies here? Just as everyone was concerned about Su Yuan's physical condition, outside the encirclement, Xian Ku put down a dozen clam shells packed with ropes. Although the things are not heavy, how can I get in since you are blocking the door? Okay, Red Fox, ask Shir and the others to carry these clam shells into the tribe first. Su Yuan interrupted Red Fox's treatment. In fact, he was almost recovered at this time. It was just that he had been attacked mentally by the Siren King before, and his head was still a little dizzy as if he had played games all night. Su Yuan, Shir and the others. The Red Fox stopped the treatment and looked at Su Yuan hesitantly. What happened to Shir and the others? Su Yuan fronith. He left behind a lot of props when he left, and the camp didn't look like it had been attacked. Never mind, I'll call them over. After hesitating for a long time and not knowing how to explain, the Red Fox had to run back to the camp. Su Yuan followed closely behind, and soon the Red Fox pulled two big beast girls out of the cabin. I'm sorry, Su Yuan. It was me who did it. Su Yuan looked at the two people in front of him with some confusion. What puzzled him was not their identities, but the bruises of varying sizes on their faces. At a glance, he could still recognize them as Shir and Huli. There was a dark circle around Shir's eyes. Judging from the range of the fist, it should be Huli who did it, and Huli's originally sexy oval face was also hammered into a peach face. In addition to the face, all the exposed skin can be seen with some bruises from wounds of varying sizes. Well, this is exactly what happened. Judging from the wounds of the two people, Su Yuan also roughly understood the situation. Looking around the tribe, he found that several Beast Girl warriors also had some wounds on their bodies, but none of them were particularly serious. I'm afraid the one with the most serious injuries was Ling, who was following Hu Lai. Look at his chest. It was swollen from being beaten. Tell me, what exactly is going on? I was dissatisfied with her sneak attack on us, so I fought with her. Humph! It was clearly me who initiated the duel. Well, now his temple hurt even more. Su Yuan looked at the two men with dissatisfied expressions and sighed. You two, take people to collect these supplies back into the cave first. After sending the two away, he called Long, who was holding Gigi, and the spider girl Lansha and her three companions who were watching the show from a distance. Do you know what happened? I know. They had such an intense fight before. Before anyone else could speak, Gigi, who had eaten his fill of melon, was eager to share and spoke out excitedly. After several people explained, Su Yuan also understood roughly that it was the conflict between tribes. Although ordinary beast girls lived in harmony, those warriors were different. Especially the Red Fox tribe, which had failed in a sneak attack and had its members captured, always had a sense of unwillingness to admit defeat in their hearts. As for the Black Sheep tribe, they were also ambushed by Su Yuan and the former Red Fox tribe, and were completely wiped out, so they felt very aggrieved. If Black Sheep had not been successfully rescued by Su Yuan, the conflict would have broken out before Su Yuan even left. However, in the end, the departure of Su Yuan and Heiyang caused the buried resentment to be ignited by one or two small things, and an internal duel took place. Fortunately, the Red Fox came over and persuaded him. Otherwise, he would not have seen the injuries he saw now. Well, to sum it up, It's been really frustrating being stuck in the tribe during this period of frost crystal season, isn't it? Sujuan sighed helplessly. Now everyone could only hide in the camp and could not hunt. Apart from practicing target shooting, these soldiers also followed the awakened warriors for combat training. After all, there is no actual combat. So what's the difference between waving a stick a few times and playing? Long, tell me, have you felt a little bored staying in the tribe for a while? Of course not, Long waved her hands in a panic, but Su Yuan had been with this intelligent and beautiful big chinchilla for almost a year, so how could he not know her well? And she also had a big mouth in her arms that was not polite at all. Yes. It's really boring being locked up in a tribe these days. Mom is supervising me studying every day. Ouch. Sure enough, after pinching Gigi's butt, Long lowered his head and explained hesitantly, yes, a little, but it's much better than before when we were in the land of death. Long's tribe was previously in an underground cave somewhere in the land of death. Except for going out to look for food or to take some snow back to melt into water, they rarely left the cave. So during the frost crystal season on the icy and snowy plains, she could stay in the camp with Gigi with peace of mind. Of course, the most important thing is that she is busy supervising Gigi to learn the characters taught by Su Yuan. Maybe if Gigi learns them, he can also become a witch. Oh, I understand. You can go and help too. Looking at Long and Gigi leaving, Su Yuan frowned slightly and thought, the liar card game I created earlier because I was afraid everyone would get bored is definitely not suitable for these warriors. This little game was created based on the liar tavern that we played in the previous life. Everyone was quite curious about it at first. However, simple beast girls like Sure and Tiger Hunter lost interest after losing more than a dozen times. The main theme of primitive society is still struggle and confrontation. Well, we still need to think of some more sports-oriented games to relieve everyone's boredom in the camp. It would be best if they were more competitive, so that Sure and the others can use sports to decide the winner. This method is not bad, but at this moment Su Yuan's eyelids were almost closed. He rubbed his dry eyes and walked toward his cabin. Now that things have come to this, let's go to sleep. Chapter 188 The Iron Must Be Strong. The next morning, while fighting and deciphering puzzles in the underwater mausoleum, Su Yuan slept soundly and had a strange dream. In the dream, Haiyao was controlled and rushed towards him, kissing and hugging him. At the critical moment, he shuddered and woke up instantly. The guardian orb outside the window still emitted a red light. The white fog outside had dissipated. The sky was very bright. An ray of sunlight slowly shone into the cabin. The frost crystal season is over. This frost crystal season lasted for more than a month. Unexpectedly, the Star Tribe started fighting yesterday because they were unable to hold it back. Today, the frost crystal season disappeared quietly. Suddenly, a buzzing sound was heard from under the quilt. Su Yuan was so scared that he lifted the animal skin quilt and found a lion kneeling in front of him. At this moment, she was lying in front of him with a submissive look. Her little face was still very calm, with some faint bruises on it. I could see a bit of nervousness in her eyes. Seeing Sure raise her head, Su Yuan felt a heat in her throat. It turned out that what happened before wasn't a dream. Was she being attacked by surprise? Ahem. All right, I don't blame you. When did you come here? Just now, Red Fox said that only if I apologize like this would you forgive me. It was the big fox who taught him again. Ever since the Red Fox knew that Su Yuan was different, he seemed to have learned everything by himself and could come up with all kinds of strange things all day long. Okay, I really don't blame you, actually. Just when he was about to comfort Sure, an uninvited guest broke in from outside the wooden door. Well, it was indeed an uninvited guest for Sure. What are you doing here? I'm here to apologize too. Su Yuan saved me and Black Sheep Witch, and I don't want to be an ungrateful bad guy. Hulai glanced at Sure and Su Yuan, instantly understood something, and then untied the belt that tied his fur coat. Then, without saying a word, he imitated Sure and knelt on the bed, lowered his head which had been raised high, and said, Chief Su Yuan, punish me. No, it's so exciting so early in the morning. Before he could say forgiveness, the lion beside her immediately hugged Su Yuan and glared at Tiger Lai with bare teeth. I was here first, so I should apologize first. Whoever is stronger should apologize first. We haven't decided the winner yet, so let's decide it this time. No, wait a minute. Just as the fight broke out in the cabin, outside the door, Pan Yu smiled triumphantly and secretly closed the open wooden door. He Damn Su Yuan, who told you not to take me with you? If Pan Yu was here, you wouldn't have been hurt at all. Shurshu's little trick of apologizing was taught by Red Fox. After seeing Shurshu going to look for Su Yuan in the early morning, Pan Yue also told Tiger Lai, who also wanted to apologize, about the little trick of apologizing. During this period of time, although Hu Lai was not convinced that his home had been stolen for no reason, he was also almost tricked like a fool into the non-existent green vine forest. However, he was very grateful to Su Yuan for rescuing everyone in the Black Sheep tribe and awakening the Black Sheep Witch. So since last night, I have been thinking about how to apologize. It just so happened that her beloved little Pan Yue told her Su Yuan's favorite way of apology, so what happened this morning happened. Oh, I hope the two tribes can get along well. I haven't experienced this kind of happy life enough. Glancing at the commotion in the room, Pan Yu's eyes revealed a hint of helplessness. If Su Yuan couldn't handle the conflict well, the split would be completely ignited one day. It's easy to enslave a tribe, but integrating a tribe is difficult. Ouch, my kidney. It was not until noon that Su Yuan walked out of the room with difficulty. Of course, this was not his problem at all. It was mainly because of the mental shock he suffered from the Sea Monster King yesterday. At this moment, a ray of sunlight from the sky shone on his face. The weather after the frost crystal season was much better than before. The bright sunshine made the beast girls of the tribe have fun outside. The frost crystal season is finally over. It looks like it won't be long before Mu Guang sends someone to look for me. Su Yuan walked out of the camp. The snow outside was piled very high. At this time, Shui Ro was leading everyone to drive the yaks to flatten the high snow piled around them. The playful laughter continued, and not only the beast girls were uncomfortable, but even the tamed monsters were panicking. De Shuang also led several of his younger brothers to roll around in the snow. After being domesticated in the tribe for such a long time, his personality became more and more like that of Era. Su Yuan, should we go hunting today? I've thought of a really cool trap. Not far away, Gigi came over with a group of little beast girls. The little beast girls were holding a piece of dried meat in their hands and had a homemade small wooden shovel on their waists. You guys want to go hunting so badly? Yeah, Sister Husi said that when the frost crystal season ends, many wild animals will go out hunting. We can catch a lot of prey at this time. Gigi spread out his short little hands, made a huge circle, his eyes full of anticipation. You can go, but you have to bring Long with you, and the rest of you must be accompanied by an adult. Su Yuan thought about it for a while. What Gigi said was correct. In more than a month, even the beasts that had prepared supplies in advance to survive the frost crystal season would probably have almost finished eating. Not to mention that food is difficult to find in the ice and snow, and many wild animals hibernate due to hunger. Today is the end of the frost season, so they will indeed rush out to look for food. Well, I'll go tell Mom and the others. This time the hunting team is led by Long, Hong Shuang, and Huzi. The combat effectiveness of the tribe has increased a lot after the joining of the Black Sheep tribe. Even if 3 awakened warriors were sent out, there were still Xian Ku, Shuang Shi, and 2 people sleeping soundly in the cabin in the camp. As for Ling Ling, her current task was to guard the 2 sisters Yanhua and Yinduo who had already given up. The 3 of them brought a dozen warrior beast girls, as well as a few cute little beast girls ready to go, followed by Da Swang and those naughty snow wolves. Well, it's time to think of a way to resolve the conflicts within the tribe. You can't keep using me as the referee in competitions. It would be fine for a normal referee, but this referee would be so tired that he would foam at the mouth. Wait, how can you think like that? You can't always think of running away when encountering problems. No, let me make some plans. Su Yuan returned to the camp and found a clean place to sit down. He took out the planning notebook he had exchanged a long time ago, which still recorded the tasks from nearly a year ago. The previous goals have basically been completed, except for the long-term task of collecting rare items. Now it's time to set some new goals. First of all, the contradiction must be resolved. This can be done through some kind of competitive sports, and the rules cannot be too complicated. And then, the iron must be strong itself. You can't always take drugs and practice combat with them. You can try to become an awakened warrior. The strength of an awakened warrior is much stronger than that of an ordinary beast girl. This can be seen from the usual game with Maoya. After her awakening, her strength has been elevated to another level. Maybe after becoming an awakened warrior, I will be able to easily defeat the siege of Shurshu and the others. Finally, it's about Mu Guang. Chapter 189 Gift from the Siren King. Su Yuan, Hai Yao is awake. When Su Yuan was thinking about how to deal with Mu Guang, the Red Fox's voice came from camp. After hearing the news, he immediately put away his notebook. When they arrived at the cabin, Haiyao's complexion still looked a little pale. Her physical condition was not as good as Su Yuan, who had been taking the beverage for a long time. The Sea Monster King tried to possess his body once, causing serious damage to his brain. Su Yuan, I heard about it from Chihu. Thank you. I'm glad you're okay. Be careful with things like this next time. I heard from your mom that when you saw the glowing fish, you swam faster than anyone else. Next time, remember to put your own safety first. Su Yuan touched it head for head. It was not as hot as before, but her face was pale, apparently because she had lost some blood. He was very grateful to Haiyao and the others for their hard work in hunting down the Void Manta Ray. If it weren't for the scales left by the Void Manta Ray, he probably wouldn't have known when he would be able to obtain space magic. There are also various rare items in the Deep Sea Tomb, as well as stories about the Messenger of God and the miraculous place of the Black Abyss Sea. But this is too dangerous after all. This time I was just lucky because the ghost of the Siren King I encountered was restrained by the purifying syrup. Also, Su Yuan happened to get a special item that allows him to breathe underwater while fishing. Otherwise, Haiyao and the others would have been buried forever in that underwater cemetery. Hee, I remember it. The little mermaid was still smiling foolishly, and Su Yuan could only laugh along with her helplessly. Okay, let's go eat first. The Red Fox also chuckled beside him, and said that although breakfast time had passed, Haiyao had been sleeping on an empty stomach until now. Come on, I'll carry you over. Just as Su Yuan hugged Haiyao's waist and fishtail, he felt a familiar feeling under the animal skin quilt, which was soft and without the hard scales. I pinched it and felt a warm sensation, and it didn't feel as tight as the fishtail. Seeing Haiyao's rosy face, Su Yuan lifted the animal skin quilt, and the original blue scaly fishtail turned into a pair of slender and sexy long legs. Her legs were very white and tender, like the skin of a newborn baby. Looking down, one could see light blue veins under a pair of white jade-like feet. The toes had bright sky blue nails, and, perhaps because it was the first time having legs, the toes were curled up nervously. You became a witch? Thanks to clearing his physical strength in the morning, Su Yuan covered himself with the quilt and looked at Haiyao, who was still a little confused, with a look of surprise. I became a witch? Even Haiyao was a little confused. She lifted the quilt again and touched her legs curiously. Her mother said that among the mermaids, only witches and awakened warriors could change their legs. But when did I become a witch? Haiyao's face became more and more confused. She felt carefully and found a tiny ball of magic power in her body, but she didn't know how to operate it. Haiyao, try to feel if there are any changes in your body. As a red fox who has been a witch for many years, he naturally knows more about witchcraft than Su Yuan. After discovering that Haiyao has become a witch, he is delighted to give her guidance. Su Yuan was puzzled about this matter. He became a witch without any warning. Could it be that he really received a gift from the gods? Su Yuan immediately dismissed this idea. Even if he received a gift, it would not be so quiet. Compared with this idea, he believed that it was related to the previous Sea Monster King. Red Fox, you teach Haiyao first. I have something to go out for. If it really has something to do with the Siren King, then I should also have changed. After informing the Red Fox, Su Yuan quickly ran out of the camp. At this time, some of the snow had been cleared, but there was still a thick layer of snow in the distance. Because he was too tired after coming back last night and was forced to use up his physical strength this morning, he didn't notice any changes in his body at all. He closed his eyes and sensed carefully. Apart from the residual fire element from the fire spirit drink, the rest of his body was still filled with fire elements as before. Etc. Su Yuan sensed more carefully. In addition to the strong fire element in his body, there was also a subtle blue element. It was not as violent as the flame, but like a thin thread flowing in his body. Is this a water element? Apart from Chihu, a genius who was suspected of possessing all kinds of magical abilities, this was the first time he had discovered someone who possessed two elements. And this person is myself. Looking at it this way, it's because the fire spirit drink that I was able to cast basic fire spirit magic. Otherwise, even if I had exchanged for the complete fire spirit magic, it would have been useless. Su Yuan was somewhat relieved. If he had exchanged for the basic earth spirit magic, it would probably have had no effect even if he had learned it thoroughly. Now that he and Haiyao have obtained the water element, It seems that the Sea Monster King wanted to take over their body, but unfortunately he was directly destroyed by Su Yuan. The remaining water element energy in the body was also fed back to him and Haiyao, so it could be considered a blessing in disguise. It's a pity that I don't have water elemental magic. Forget it, I'll get it in the future. If I get the basic water magic first, I can learn it right away, unlike the basic earth magic collection. Su Yuan put away the regret in his heart. When he returned to the tribe, Haiyao changed into a sexy leather skirt and walked out. It seemed that she used her legs for the first time and needed the red fox's support to walk. When he saw the red fox, he remembered something else, which was the snow monsters when they first met. When they captured the snow monsters before, they planned to switch the blame and shift the blame to the Black Sheep tribe. However, based on what Tiger Lie and the others said, the Black Sheep tribe had no contact with the snow monsters at all. The Black Sheep captured the red fox for Mu Guang's artifact plan. And what was the purpose of the group of snow monsters? Could it be, hey, what are you thinking about? AA. At this time, Haiyao jumped over. She had already reacted and was very excited, but before she could stand firmly, she fell towards Su Yuan. Be careful, you understand? Su Yuan suppressed the doubts in his heart about the red fox. Now that the enemy had not appeared, all his guesses were just guesses, and only by becoming strong could he solve what was about to happen. The little mermaid was very happy. She hugged Su Yuan's neck with a smile, wrapped her legs around his waist, and let Su Yuan carry her to the campfire. Of course, the red fox, which is very powerful, but I can't even use the witch card she gave me. Maybe Haiyao is not suitable for these witchcrafts. Every witch has her own strengths and weaknesses in witchcraft. The red fox also followed beside her. She had previously given her a witch card to Haiyao to try. Although Haiyao felt the witch power in her body, she was unable to release it no matter what. Well, every witch has her own element. Haiyao probably has the water element, so the fire, healing, and stone gathering spells you gave her won't work. Element. Chapter 190, the fox ears, are actually switches. Su Yuan told the two of them his thoughts. Compared to Haiyao, who had just become a witch and was confused, Chihu's brows were already tightly furrowed. But why am I able to unleash all the witchcraft that the witches taught me when I was a child? Because you are a one-in-a-million genius. Everyone fell into silence. Haiyao glanced at Su Yuan and then at Chihu. Su Yuan's face showed some envy, while Chihu's face became more and more rosy. If I were a genius, I wouldn't be chased here. The murmur was a little faint, but Su Yuan still heard it. He rubbed the red fox's head, looked at the small fur in the fox's ears, and couldn't help but put his fingers into the furry ears and scratch them. It's so itchy. The strange tingling sensation made her collapse immediately. Su Yuan teased her for a moment, but stopped. He hugged her and comforted her. You've only been a witch for a short time, and you've learned so much witchcraft. It's normal to be defeated. Although Red Fox, Black Sheep, and Xian Ku are all witches, compared to the other two sexy queens, who are like a ripe peach, Red Fox is more like a green apple that has just turned red. Well, I understand, Su Yuan. I feel a little. Su Yuan felt that the red fox in his arms was in a strange mood, and a strange fragrance emanated from it. He had smelled this fragrance before, and it was very familiar. Oh no, it turns out that the ears are the switch of the red fox. Now that it has no physical strength and still dares to cause trouble, Su Yuan immediately broke out in a layer of cold sweat on his forehead. He wanted to escape, but his arms were locked tightly in front of him by the red fox. Haiyao, you eat first. Go help everyone clear the snow later. It's a good opportunity to get familiar with walking. I'll discuss the elements with Chihu. All right then. Haiyao was a little confused, but she felt overwhelmed when she heard about elements and witchcraft. She ignored the two people who entered the house and focused her eyes on the barbecue in front of her again. The saliva was secreted from the corners of his mouth. Ever since the last time he had barbecue with Su Yuan, he had to eat raw meat in the sea again. It's great to have legs. I can run on land and barbecue on my own. On the first day after the frost crystal season ended, the harvest was not particularly rich. Some wild animals were still in their habitats and might not have noticed the weather changes outside. However, this harvest is still much richer than before. In addition to some common harmless small wild animals, many ferocious monsters were also hunted. In the evening, everyone returned to the camp, and Shur and Huli, who had rested enough during the day, also came out of the cabin. However, the two of them still refused to give in to each other. Such a contradictory situation gave Su Yuan, who came to the camp rubbing his waist, a headache again. Will they still have to decide the winner tonight? If this happens a few more times, even the fire spirit drink probably won't be able to save him. Su Yuan suddenly felt the seriousness of this issue of tribal integration. It's okay now that there are only two of us, but we can't have a challenge every time a tribe is merged in the future, right? By that time, the empire might not even be built and people would have already turned into mummies. Suddenly, the mischievous squeaking sounds in the distance caught Su Yuan's attention. Several cute beast girls were playing a throwing game by the campfire in the distance. Little Panyu, have you ever played that? Su Yuan patted the butt of Panyu in his arms, and the little beast girl shifted her gaze from the food and squeaked a few times, having fun. Well, of course I played it before. I'm the best at it. This was a small game to relieve boredom in primitive society. It was not as complicated as the liar game that Su Yuan had made before. All he had to do was throw the piece of wood in his hand next to the campfire. Whoever throws the closest wins, but the wooden block cannot be burned. Otherwise, it will be considered a loss. This game is very simple, but lacks confrontation. Just like the hide-and-seek game that Su Yuan taught Gigi to play before, it is only attractive to these little beast girls. If games don't work, what about sports? Su Yuan immediately thought of the football, which is a must-have for time travelers. Although he couldn't make a football, he could easily exchange one for one with his system mall. But when I think about Sure and the others really starting to play, I'm afraid they will just rush forward with the ball or wrap the ball with their tails and run into the opponent's goal frame. Okay, this one really doesn't fit. As for basketball, that is even more impossible. The land of this primitive tribe is not enough for the basketball to bounce. Got it. Let's just have the most primitive, simple, and violent competitive game. Su Yuan immediately thought of the extremely violent and exciting competitive games in his previous life. The sport where only those who were not selected could play basketball. Football. As a very violent and confrontational sport, rugby requires high physical fitness, including strength, speed, endurance, and flexibility. Su Yuan glanced at the beast girls like Sure and Huli not far away. Although they did not look as scary as the muscular men in the videos he had watched in his previous life. But the power contained in this body is not on the same level at all. After all, they are not from the same world. Even the unawakened Shao Man can clash with the nearly 3-meter-tall white bear Damon, not to mention Sure and the others who have already become awakened warriors. Even Xian Ku, a high-level awakened warrior, had no problem lifting the big barbarian with one hand. This project is very suitable for these beast girls who grew up in primitive society, and perhaps it can also transform the conflicts within the tribe into conflicts on the field. Su Yuan immediately put down the food in his hand and went to the center of the camp to call everyone in the tribe. Chuero, how's the snow clearing going outside? The area near the tribe has been mostly cleared. After the frost crystal season ends, the snowfield will be sunny for a few days, and the snow in other places will slowly melt away. Is the sun out? Today's sun is indeed much warmer than before. Even without the guardian orb, the temperature in the camp does not feel particularly cold. However, Su Yuan did not plan to wait for a few days for the snow to melt slowly. He had to speed up the integration of the tribes and then prepare a plan to counterattack the desolate snowfield. Which, do you want us to clear the snow further away from the tribe tomorrow? Chuero looked at Su Yuan and asked very seriously. She's enjoying her wonderful life now. Thinking back to when she was captured by Su Yuan and others, she was always hungry. Without Tiger Lai and the others secretly transporting food, many of her tribesmen would have starved to death. So she cherishes the life in her new tribe where there is no discrimination and everyone can have a full meal. Well, let's clear out some space nearby. The day after tomorrow, I plan to hold a competition and the winner will have first choice of rewards. There would be no motivation for a competition without rewards. Su Yuan thought for a while and exchanged several items that looked very exquisite and cool in the system mall. Chapter 191 Football. As a warrior, the most important thing is weapons. Su Yuan also knew this very well, so he exchanged for the Ice Thorn series weapons that he had unlocked when he dealt with the Ice Thorn Spider a long time ago. There are 4 Ice Spike weapons in total, namely the Ice Spike Spear, Ice Spike Longbow, Ice Spike Sword, and Ice Spike Hammer. When the weapon fell to the ground, everyone's attention was drawn to it. Its ice blue appearance was full of lethality, just like the weapons used by the gods. I didn't expect this weapon to be so cool. If it were in the game, it would definitely sell for 648. Su Yuan was also somewhat amazed by the appearance of these weapons. It was one thing to see them through pictures in the system mall, but it was another thing to actually exchange them. Whoa, is this a weapon used by the gods? Xiaoman looked at the huge hammer with shining eyes, the hammer head resting on the ground. Now, even the bone mace that she had just received guidance from Su Yuan and spent a week to make by herself was not attractive anymore. I plan to hold a competition the day after tomorrow. The first place winner will get to choose a weapon first, followed by the second place, the third place, and the last place winner will get to choose their weapon last. Su Yuan did not intend to directly point out the conflict between the Red Fox and Black Sheep tribes, but to divide them into 4 teams. This way, the Beast Girls would not think that this game was about the honor of both tribes. Each team needs 7 people. The team members must be warriors. As for the captain, Su Yuan glanced at Shi and Huli and quickly continued, Shi, Huli, Hong Shuang, and Long. The 4 of you will be the captains. After the venue is cleared tomorrow, I will tell you about the game. There are not many Beast Girl warriors in the tribe, so Su Yuan thought about it and decided to have 7 people in each team so that they can substitute in case of emergencies. Me? What about me? I want to be captain too. Just when he decided on the captain's position, Xin jumped out from a distance, looked at the ice spear with envy, and then shook Su Yuan's shoulders. You stop shaking. This guy had no idea what was important. Su Yuan's brains were almost shaken to pieces. He grabbed Xin ears and hit her. I also want to be the captain and participate in the competition. It doesn't matter whether there's a competition or not. The key is that this ice spear is really cool, even cooler than the iron spear that Su Yuan gave her before. Xin looked dissatisfied, as if to say, if you don't let me participate, I'll make trouble for you. Su Yuan thought for a while. Xin is currently the most powerful person in the tribe, the legendary practitioner of both magic and martial arts. His firebomb is even more terrifying than a hand grenade. But if I don't let Xin participate, I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep tonight. You can participate if you want, but you are not allowed to use witch power. Oh, don't worry, they can't beat me even without that kind of power. Xin looked indifferent. He took out his witch card from his chest and threw it to Su Yuan. At this time, he had already begun to imagine the scene after his victory. Okay, in that case, let's add another weapon. Su Yuan immediately browsed the system all again. There were a few duplicates of the Ice Thorn system weapons, and in addition, there was also the staff he had just obtained not long ago. This staff is not suitable for all witches in the tribe, including the Red Fox who is proficient in all elements. After all, they do not have any witchcraft related to the water element. Forget it, this is it. It can also be the first prize. Su Yuan thought about it and decided to exchange it for the Sea Soul Amber staff, which was worth nearly 10,000 points. The moment the staff was taken out, everyone exclaimed in surprise. Beautiful, so beautiful. A gem emitting a blue halo was inlaid on a white carved bone staff. The staff near the gem was divided into 3 slender spirals. The gem is carved into multifaceted shapes, and every time it's shaken, a blue light can be seen shining from the surface. Woo, is this really meant to be a reward? Yes, Su Yuan Wu himself didn't even use the wizard's staff. Everyone started talking about it, and they all thought that such a beautiful thing should be used by Su Yuan himself, rather than given to everyone as a reward. Don't worry, I can cast spells without a wand, so don't worry about me. The Beast Girls in this world must have a guiding item to use magic, which can be a wizard staff or a wizard card. The wizard staff can cast magic of any element, but the strength varies according to the properties of the wizard staff. The witch cards can only release magic of specified elements according to their attributes. The Red Fox has witch cards of the 3 elements of fire, wood, and earth in his hand. Everyone then remembered that Su Yuan was a divine wizard and naturally could not be treated as an ordinary wizard, so they all called out excitedly. All right. The 5 of you go find your teammates. This competition mainly relies on strength, speed, endurance, and flexibility. Of course, it also requires a bit of wisdom, so how you recruit teammates is up to you. By the way, besides these weapons, there are also delicious rewards. When talking about recruiting teammates, Su Yuan suddenly remembered that in his previous life's competition, in addition to winning trophies and medals of honor, each team member actually received substantial cash rewards. If I just pick a weapon for a few people, and those team members got nothing but honor, maybe once or twice everyone would be happy to accept it. But if we want to continue doing this in the future, we have to ensure that everyone can get rewards. Under the current tribal conditions, we can reward them with some delicious food that can be exchanged from the system mall. Great. Thank you, Wu. I must take first place. I want to join Sister Shirshir's team. Xiaoman, do you want to join me? In addition to these little beast girls, Sure and the others were also full of fighting spirit, especially her and Huli. After exchanging a look of hatred, they immediately recruited their own team members. Well, this is quite exciting. It seems I have to prepare in advance. Su Yuan silently opened the system all. In addition to the necessary item, the football, he also had to exchange some rules about football. These rules must be slightly modified in the next 2 days to make them suitable for this group of beast girls in primitive society. Well, let's look at the American style first. One team defends, the other team attacks, and the scoring methods include touchdowns, field goals, safety. Shooting. This is a bit risky. If they kick the ball, I don't know where we'll go. But without shooting, the game would lose some excitement. Su Yuan thought about it and decided to make the field smaller. It would be better if the shooting goal also had an intercepting object to prevent the ball from flying away. That night, the mood of the tribe was particularly high, and Red Fox and the others did not disturb Su Yuan anymore. Soon, a set of rules for rugby from another world was successfully developed. Chapter 192, Don't Pull Off Your Opponent's Hood. In a cave somewhere in the desolate, snowy plain. Meow, you slept so comfortably. Several beast girls struggled to crawl out of the cave, their hair a little messy and their eyes a little confused. Faye, it seems the frost crystal season is over. The leading cat girl climbed out of the cave and stretched. The sunlight shining on her body was very warm. It had been a long time since she felt such warm sunlight in the snow. Well, I don't know how long it's been. Let's go find something to eat first. Ever since they were sent by the Mu Guang divine wizard to investigate, they didn't know how long they had been hibernating in the cave, but the world is big, and eating is the most important thing. So a few people began to search for food around. The snowy plains that had just ended the frost season had regained a lot of vitality, and some fruit trees had rarely bloomed green branches. Faye, what should we do next? If he went back empty-handed, he would definitely be scolded, and maybe even expelled from the tribe. Faye rubbed his tail with messy hair and thought for a while. We still have to go look for them. At least we have to go to the ice and snow plains and bring back some items from there, or we can forge some traces of their escape. In short, we need to make that Mu Guang divine shaman believe that we risked certain death by venturing deep into the icy and snowy plains to help her find the hiding Red Fox tribe. At least she could have a full meal in the tribe, and she didn't want to be exiled suddenly like this. And is stupid, which is still staying in the Mu Guang tribe. Faye, you are so smart. Then let's go. But which direction are we going? Faye listened to the cheerful conversation of his teammates and looked up at the sky. The sunlight was very dazzling, but also very warm, dispelling the cold wind. Let's go over there. It's warmer closer to the sun. Well, let's head towards the sun then. There was an open area outside the Star Tribe camp, and everyone in the tribe followed over. Now, only Daswang, Damon, and a few huskies are left in the tribe to guard it. After all, in addition to food and snow yaks, there are also 2 awakened warriors captured by the Muguang tribe, although they have already completely given up due to their mealless life. For safety reasons, Su Yuan handed them over to Daswang for care. Under Su Yuan's command, everyone cleared out a giant venue yesterday that was 100 meters long and more than 40 meters wide. It was smaller than the rugby field used in previous life games. It is equivalent to the size of an ordinary high school playground. However, each team only has 7 players on the field in a match, so a smaller field will not have much of an impact. The cleared field was divided into several areas by Spider Lady's silk, like a barbecue plate, including the scoring end zone and the door frame made of bamboo above it. Why use bamboo? Of course, the door frame is covered with red frost and spider silk. In order to prevent the ball from being kicked away with the door frame, such a special door frame was made. Even if the ball hits the goal frame, it can be blocked by the toughness of bamboo. Shuero, Bai 2, are the protective suits prepared for everyone ready? Well, we've got about 40 protective suits, just like you suggested. Shuero brought out some beast girls and brought out some strange animal skin clothes. These animal skin clothes were very thick, but also very short, and could only cover the upper body. Some heavy shin guards and knee pads, as well as a very strange headgear, were also made yesterday. Special situations can only be solved specially. There are a total of 35 people in this competition, and each person needs at least close to 1,000 points for a full set of protective clothing. This will cost at least more than 30,000 points. The key is that this thing has a damage rate, and there will be problems with disposal after the game. So yesterday, Su Yuan thought of using the skins of the group of frost rock giant lizards to make a rugby protective suit from another world. In addition to protective clothing, the most important thing is the helmet. Of course, he still has a solution for this problem. Red Fox, Black Sheep, distribute this white jade ointment to everyone later. Before the competition, everyone must apply a layer on their face, head, and neck before putting on their hoods. Su Yuan gave the exchanged white jade cream to the two of them. This white jade cream has the effect of reducing physical damage for 1 hour, and one bottle is enough for 2 people to apply all over their bodies. Just for applying on the head, 2 bottles are enough for more than 30 people, and there will even be some left over. The purpose of the headgear is only to protect the hair. The beast girls generally have long hair, and the few who have short hair only reach the shoulder level. It is easy to pull your hair out if you're not careful, so it is better to wear a hood to cover your hair. After arranging all the preliminary preparations, Su Yuan stood on a piece of wood, looked at the quiet people below, and explained the improved version of the rules in detail. The rules of the game are very simple. First, there are 2 teams competing. The game is divided into 4 rounds, each lasting 15 minutes. Everyone looked a little confused. Su Yuan remembered that they had no concept of time in hours and minutes, so he exchanged for a special hourglass. Each match lasts 15 minutes, which is the time it takes for all the sand in this hourglass to fall. Then the rules are that before going on the court, a draw will be made to determine the attacking and defending teams. The rules adapted by Su Yuan are very simple. You get 3 points for sending the ball to the opponent's end position, 6 points for shooting the ball into the goal, and 2 points for defending the ball. The reason why the shooting score was increased was mainly because the Beast Girls had never kicked a ball before, so their accuracy was naturally lacking, and the most important thing was that the goal frame was also set very small by him. Rather than calling it a rugby goal frame, it would be more accurate to say that Su Yuan made it look more like a small football goal frame standing in midair in order to prevent the ball from being kicked away. Then there's the game ban, which results in 3 penalties if you commit 3 consecutive offenses. First, you're not allowed to pull off other people's protective clothing and hoods or grab other people's hair or tails. Second, you can stop the opponent's attack, but you can't delay the opponent's movement for a long time. Third, you cannot use any weapons or awakened powers, and you cannot intentionally attack your opponent's eyes, throat, or other vital parts. These rules have been changed to be very simple. In short, you cannot deliberately interfere with the opponent, and everyone can attack and defend based on their own abilities. If there were no such rules, then the violent impact matches would just be reduced to a game of dragging people around, relying on the players to hold onto their opponent's bodies tightly. Okay, I've finished explaining the rules of the game. Is there anything I don't understand? The eyes of the people below lit up after hearing this. Su Yuan had simplified the rules a lot, so everyone basically understood it as soon as they heard it. Su Yuan, let's get started. I want to take them all down in the first round. After hearing the rules, Xian Ku was already eager to win, as if the championship was just around the corner. Okay, let's start by drawing the first contestant. There will always be one by among the 5 teams. Su Yuan held 5 wooden sticks in his hands and let the 5 captains draw. Sure, and the others came forward and each pulled out a wooden stick. 3 of them were long sticks and 2 were short sticks. One of the short sticks had a mark carved on it. First match, Team Red Frost versus Team Shinka. Chapter 193, this attack creates teammates. Both sides became excited after drawing the lots, especially Xian Ku, who had already smeared the white jade cream on his face and then hurriedly put on his headgear. The gray-brown hood only revealed a small face covered with white jade cream. It was the first time that Su Yuan saw the effect of the white jade cream. It was very white, or even a little scary white. After the 10-minute waiting period, the little face could reflect the sunlight from high in the sky. Both sides were ready and came to both sides of the field in turn, while the others stood at the edge of the field and looked towards the center excitedly. Half of the team members recruited by Hong Shuang yesterday were spider ladies who were rescued by Su Yuan together with her, including Lan Sha, Lu Sui, and the other 3 spider ladies, and the remaining 3 were recruited from other teams. Xian Ku originally planned to challenge other teams alone, but only brought a few Beast Girl warriors with him at Su Yuan's request. Both sides, prepare yourselves. The attacking team will be the Red Frost team, and the defending team will be the Xian Ku team. There are 4 offensive opportunities. Push forward 2 spider silk lines to regain 4 chances. If the offensive team fails to advance, it will be converted to Shinka team. After both parties were ready, Su Yuan exchanged for a rugby ball. This ball was bigger and heavier than the one in his previous life. The Red Frost team took over the ball, and everyone stared at the Shinka team opposite. The strength of the other Beast Girl warriors was not much different, but Shinka, standing in the front, was the most difficult to deal with. The rules given by Su Yuan do not allow intentional attacks on the opponent, but they can be stopped. As long as the ball falls to the ground or is completely caught, the offensive opportunity is declared failure. Lansha, run forward later, and I'll find a way to throw the ball to you. Hong Shuang rolled her eyes and thought of a brilliant idea. After quietly telling the Spider Lady Lansha behind her, the two teams came to the center of the arena. Ha ha ha, Xiao Shuang Shuang, I won't show mercy later. The two usually have a good relationship. Hong Shuang is more gentle in nature. When the two go out hunting or complete tasks assigned by Su Yuan, she always accommodates Shinka. So when they met, Xin Ku showed a happy and proud smile, his eyes fixed on the ball in Hong Shuang's hand. Then Xin Ku, please be gentle when you hit me. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. The game begins. As Su Yuan, who was sitting on a wooden platform, blew the whistle, both sides began to act. However, since it was the first time for everyone to participate, they didn't know any tactics at all. Xin Ku led all the Beast Girls towards Hong Shuang, intending to knock her and the ball down. Lansha, just as Xin Ku tackled Hong Shuang, she threw the football in her hand into the hands of Lansha, who had already run far away. No, go back and stop her. Xin Ku also reacted, let go of Hong Shuang, and planned to return to defense. But when he was about to pounce on Lansha, he had already entered the spider silk of the next attack with the ball. Hee, Sister Xin Ku, it's too late for you. Damn it, I got fooled. Looking at Lansha, making faces at him, Xin Ku was so angry that he slapped her on the butt. Red Frost team, continue to get offensive opportunities. Hong Shuang, you are so cunning. Hong Shuang still had that gentle smile on her face. Looking at the frantic Xin Ku, she pulled her up and chuckled. So Yuan Wu said, you should use your brain more when doing things. Humph, I was just careless this time. Let's do it again. Xiao Yi, you guys guard the back later, and leave the interception to me. Although Xin Ku was a little impatient and did things without thinking, he was not a complete fool. He realized that if Hong Shuang only focused on controlling the ball and ignored the other players on the opposing team, he would suffer. So she stood alone in the front, and everyone else stayed behind the spider silk line. This is going to be difficult to deal with. As long as he was stopped by other members of the opposing team, Xin Ku could easily stop him with his speed and strength. However, she was not strong enough to rush over and stop Xin Ku, and holding him back was against the rules. Let's try it first, and then everyone will run towards the opposite line. Hong Shuang wanted to use the same trick again, but this time the remaining 6 people all dispersed and rushed towards the opponent's line area. Stop them, Xin Ku said, and ran towards Hong Shuang. In an instant, she had reached in front of Hong Shuang, her hands reaching forward. Hong Shuang frowned and hesitated for a moment, but still threw the football forward. But this time, because of her hesitation for a second, the football thrown high in the air was immediately caught by Xin Ku, and his body hit her due to inertia. Ouch! The two of them hugged each other and rolled around for a few times. Then Xin Ku happily lifted the ball up. The first attack failed. Su Yuan blew the whistle and sat up there watching the game with great excitement, although it was not as tactical and strategic as in his previous life. But this random collision and confrontation actually has a unique flavor. Sister Lansha, come on. Xin Ge. Calls from all around also began to sound, and everyone watched the wild collisions and confrontations on the field. The Beast Girls with less strength were directly knocked to the ground. Of course, this is not a simple battle of strength. In the third game, Hong Shuang stared at the front, and Shinka's eyes were always on her. As long as the whistle sounded, she would rush over without hesitation. The third attack begins. As the whistle sounded, Hong Shuang looked at Shinka rushing towards her, and without thinking, threw the ball to Hong Chi beside her, while at the same time gathering all her strength to charge towards Shinka. The two of them collided with each other, and even Xin Ku couldn't react in time. He was hit in the chest, and both of them fell down at the same time. Hong Chi on the side immediately rushed forward after succeeding, but the opponent's people also surrounded her. Looking at the circle formed, she imitated Hong Shuang and threw the ball towards Lu Sui. Just wait for me, Midori, go on. The football came rushing towards her, and Lu Hui tried to raise her hand to catch the ball. Ouch! But the ball was thrown in a bad way, and before Midori could react, it hit her on the head with such force that she fell to the ground. The ball fell to the ground, and the second attack failed. The place fell into silence. Hongqi looked at Lu Sui, who turned over, his face so red that it seemed to be smoking. The purpose of this attack did not seem to be to pass the ball, but rather to kill Midoriya. Hongqi throws so accurately. No wonder he's so good at archery. Joyful laughter broke out in the field. No one expected that such a ridiculous thing would happen at such an exciting moment. At this time, there was only one person standing silently on the field, digging the ground with the toes of his animal leather boots. Her blushing cheeks made her speechless. Chapter 194. Awakening successfully? In the first game, the Red Frost team won. After an hour of competition, the Red Frost team finally won, with the final score being 26-20, a difference of only 6 points. As for the reason for Shinka's team's failure, it was mainly because a certain snow leopard girl was too arrogant and could remain calm when defending. Once in the charging state, basically want to rush to the opposite end zone with the ball. Hong Shuang alone naturally cannot stop her, but there are others. As long as Xian Ku is knocked down, the opponent's attack opportunity can be eliminated. So after an hour of exchanging offensive opportunities, the Red Frost team finally advanced the front line to the end zone of the Shinka team. He fought hard to get the last 6 points. I don't accept it. Let's play another round. I will definitely win. At this time, the second game was about to begin. Among the 5 teams, the Lion team lost, and the Tiger Hunt team played against the Long team. The Lion team, which did not draw an opponent, could only stay with Su Yuan. All right. I believe you will win the next match. Just sit down and watch the match between Hu Lai and Long, okay? Fortunately, Shir was by his side. Su Yuan held Shinka's waist tightly to prevent her from rushing forward to participate in the second game. But he couldn't pull her away at all. Shir also pulled her arm hard and finally pulled her back. Well, when is the next competition? I'll still participate. Xian Ku's face was very excited, and he obviously had not yet come out of the pleasure of the game. His slender arms were waving excitedly. After a while, when everyone is done with their work, we'll have another match. Su Yuan also knew that his idea was successful. The primitive and violent game of rugby was more attractive to the Beast Girls than the cheat card game that relied on wisdom. How long do we have to wait? Without participating in the competition, the Snow Leopard Girl will die. With the match between Xian Ku and Long as a reference, the second game was expected to be even more exciting. However, due to the huge difference in strength between the two sides, only Long was able to score 3 points with his flexible figure. Mom, come on! The little chinchilla Gigi also became nervous. Looking at the fierce competition on the field, he excitedly waved his arms to cheer for his mother. The game came to the final 15 minutes. Long's team did not recruit anyone else. They were basically beast girls who escaped with her from the land of death. Their strength was not particularly strong. The only one with combat capability, Hui, was still in the unawakened state. Tiger Hunter also has 3 awakened warriors under his command, Ling Ling, Shuangxi, and Panyu, who are much stronger than Long's team. Change defense. The score was pulled to 326, which was still too big of a difference. Su Yuan, who was sitting on the referee's stand, also realized a problem that he had not noticed before. The awakened warrior has too much influence on the outcome of the game. If a team has one more awakened warrior, the balance of victory will be directly tilted, not to mention that there are 3 more awakened warriors at this time. It seems that the next competition will have to make some more rules based on whether the players are awakened warriors or not. Now that the competition is halfway over, it is too late to formulate rules and restart the competition. But fortunately, the purpose of this competition has been achieved. Looking at this lively scene, the conflicts between the tribes have shifted to the game, and the people who originally hated each other are now cheering for each other's goals. Long, give me the ball later. Hu Lai and the others are always staring at you. In the last round, Yu Long and the others were responsible for the attack. The 3 previous attacks launched by Yu Long were all blocked. Now, there was only one last chance left. Hui wiped the sweat from her face. Since she was the strongest in the team, except Long, she had been under tremendous pressure. Well, it's okay to lose, don't be sad. Long was not very nervous. Instead, he looked relaxed and enjoyed this intense game. She knew Su Yuan's intention of holding this competition. Of course, it would be the best thing to be able to integrate the tribes. The life she lived over the past year has made her heart belong to the Star Tribe, led by Su Yuan. A few days ago, she was a little at a loss when she saw Hu Lai and Shir quarreling and fighting with each other. Don't worry, I will definitely score another goal. Hui nodded, fighting spirit burning in his eyes. The wolf tail behind him slapped the ground, and his eyes were fixed on Pan Yu opposite him. Both sides are wolf girls. Before her awakening, Pan Yu was not as strong as her, but now in the competition, she can feel the huge pressure from Pan Yu. Some sisters in the tribe became awakened warriors, but she hadn't changed at all. The sense of disparity made her feel very lost for a long time. Sometimes she would hide in a place and practice frantically. The game begins. As Su Yuan blew the whistle, the last round of the game began. With only 1 minute left, they were only allowed to make one last attack. Long made a quick decision and threw the ball to Hui behind him. At the same time, he stood in front of Hu Lai and stopped both Hu Lai and Ling Ling. The other beast girls also burst out with their last-ditch efforts and stood in front of Hui, while Hui rushed out alone under the cover of everyone. Sister Hui, I won't let you go. Pan Yu in front of him was full of fighting spirit. He broke through the blockade and came in front of Hui. He had no intention of letting Hui go and was ready to knock Hui to the ground. Little Pan Yu, I won't give in easily. Hui still maintained a determined look, gritted his teeth, and charged towards Pan Yu. Both the left and right sides are blocked, and only by defeating Pan Yu can you successfully rush to the opposite formation. Bang! The moment the two sides collided, the huge impact force almost made Hui fly back, and the numbness and pain in her shoulder almost made the ball in her hand fall to the ground. Hooray! Come on! In the distance, Gigi's encouraging figure sat high on Su Yuan's shoulders, and all the people in the tribe were shouting her name fiercely. Hooray! Come on! We must win the last goal. A powerful force seemed to surge out of his body, and his figure became very light. Hui, who felt a little dizzy from the collision, suddenly woke up. This is... Su Yuan was so excited that he almost stood up. Gigi, who was sitting on his head, was so scared that he immediately hugged his head, looking at Hui in the distance with joy. At this moment, a bright rune was faintly visible on her forehead, and then it burst into dazzling light. Awakened, Hui didn't hesitate at all. After regaining control of his body, he instantly passed the stunned Pan Yu. Sister Hu Lai, do we want to catch up? Ling Ling looked at the silent crowd in confusion, scratched her head, and asked. No, I think she's already made it. In the last few seconds, Hui threw the football high up, then kicked it with all his strength directly into the goal frame. Team Long, 6 more points. Chapter 195, The Advantage is Mine. The weather in the snowy plains has become much clearer after the frost season ended. Ahem, Rinyu must run. At this time, in the endless snowfield, an orc with a wolf head and a human body was swaying around. A hint of deathly gray could be clearly seen on his wolf-haired face. It has been running away for several days in a row, and the sudden changes of Wolfclaw and Wolfboss are still lingering in its mind. In a trance, it seemed that it could hear strange and terrifying cries in the snowfield behind it, and each cry seemed to strike its soul directly. We must escape, escape from the land of death, escape from the desolate snowfield. We must escape, the farther the better. Whispering, the werewolf looked up at the sky. The bright sunlight brought it a hint of warmth, and its feet unconsciously walked towards the direction of the morning sun. The final match will be between the lions and the tiger hunters. The competition came to the last game, and Hong Shuang, who had defeated Shinka before, was defeated by Shirshir's team again, still due to the allocation of awakened warriors. 2 consecutive games also allowed the Beast Girls to understand the rules of the game. In the Shirshir team, besides her, there are 3 awakened warriors, Maoye, Huzi, and Xiaoman, who just awakened a few days ago. The sunlight at this time was already a little yellow. Under the setting sun, the 2 teams faced each other, their eyes full of fighting spirit. I don't want Su Yuan to feel upset. You attacked us once before, and we attacked back. Just consider it a draw. This time, we'll just decide the winner directly. Shirshir stared at Tiger Hunter opposite him and said coldly, That's what I thought too. Let's decide the winner according to the rules of the game. The whistle of the game blew, and in an instant, the attacking team's Shirshir threw the ball to Maoye behind him and rushed in front of Huli to block it. Bang! The moment the two collided, the soil on the ground, which had been frozen stiff by the snow, splashed out and a small pit was formed under their feet. How terrifying! If we get hit, it's no different from just getting lucky on the national highway. Looking at the fierce scene of the 2 people fighting below, Su Yuan felt a hint of pride in his heart. He could defeat 2 such powerful beast girls. Although the victory was achieved by taking some drugs, it was still a successful victory. Mao Yi, it's still too early to score a goal. If we were to say who has a greater grudge against each other than Shur and Huli, it would be manhwa and manhwa. They have each pulled out the other's tail hair. Even though it has grown back now, the tail hair that symbolizes insult is still treasured by the two of them and has not been found by the other party so far. Haha, little rebel. If you lose later, just wait for me to pluck out all your tail hair. Dream on. If I win, you have to give my things back to me. Pan Yu was furious and rushed forward, intending to knock Mao Yi to the ground. Xia Ulman, catch the ball. Sister Lingling, stop her. Mao Yi was not in a hurry at all. He shouted to Xiao Man behind him and threw the ball in his hand towards that side. Pan Yu in front of him also shouted towards that side. Here it comes. Ouch. Xiao Man was also excited and ready to rush up to catch the ball, but Lingling also heard Mao Yi shouting and stood in front of Xiao Man to intercept the ball. But there was no ball in the sky. Just when Pan Yu shifted her attention from Xiao Man, Mao Yi had already wrapped the ball around her with his tail. Damn it. You actually lied to me. Who told you to be so stupid? I got the first point. Mao Yi was sticking out his tongue and making faces at Pan Yu, not noticing at all that there was a figure in front of him, and was now slowly stretching out his foot. Yu, good job. In an unnoticed corner, Yu suddenly appeared without any sense of presence, and with just a slight trip, she interrupted Shur and the other's first attack. Such a dramatic scene also stunned Su Yuan, because he didn't notice when Yu's figure appeared there. After all, everyone was fighting in the front. Who would have thought that there was someone lying there at the back, waiting for the enemy to take the bait? The first attack failed. I'm so angry, Yu. Why are you lying here? Mao Yi got up from the ground, brushed off the dirt on his body, and looked at Yu, who was still lying there with an angry face. A little sleepy, Yu yawned, rubbed her eyes, and slowly explained to Mao Yi. The game continued into the night, with both sides deadlocked at the same score. Because everyone had applied white jade ointment, there were not many injuries on their bodies, but their faces and heads covered by hoods were already wet with sweat. The clothes on their bodies were also soaked, and several wild beast girls directly took off the animal skin clothes except for the shoulder pads and head covers requested by Su Yuan. The explosive scene made him, who had just consumed a lot of physical strength in the past 2 days, feel a visual impact that went straight to his heart, and he was reluctant to look away. Su Yuan, are you sleepy? It's time to blow the whistle. Do you want me to help you? The tiger hunting team's last offensive opportunity was blocked. Gigi saw Su Yuan staring at the court for a long time, without any reaction, and thought he was a little sleepy. Okay, huh? Oh. Su Yuan reacted immediately, forced himself to look away, blew the whistle, and started the last round of defense. In the last 15 minutes, if the Lions cannot score another goal, then they will have to go into overtime. After all, the scores between the two sides are exactly the same. Mao Yi, when you get the ball later, run to the back first, and then attack when you find an opportunity. Husi took advantage of the break in the last round to call everyone over. Mao Yi nodded in confusion after receiving the instructions. Husi, why don't you let me attack? You just hold everyone else aside from who lie back. Shur's sweaty face was full of determination. After so many matches, she knew exactly how long a round of 15 minutes Su Yuan was referring to. If these 4 attacks fail, there will be no time left, and even no defensive points will be earned. Don't worry, we still have 4 chances. We won't lose as long as we hold on. It's easier to score on offense than on defense. They will definitely be very anxious. We have to delay until they have no time to attack. Husi's brain worked quickly. Based on the competitions in the past few games, he realized that the attacking side was more efficient in gaining points than the defending side. If they had used up these 4 opportunities too quickly and given the offensive power to Huli and the others, they would have likely lost 3 points again when defending later. So, in this final attack, the advantage is on my side. Chapter 196, The Champion, is born. It's so lively over there. Is the owner making something delicious? I don't smell any fragrance it shouldn't be. How about we sneak in some food while the owner is away? Oh, if you dare to steal food, I'll bite off your dog legs. Woof, woof, woof. In the camp, several snow wolves lay on the ground board, and the cheerful and excited calls in the distance attracted their attention. However, due to Su Yuan's instructions, they had no choice but to stay in the camp, and the few animal bones placed beside them were their only toys. Das Wang glared at a few stupid dogs that were barking and fawning, then ignored them and gently licked the little wolf cub in his arms. After nearly a year, the wolf cubs who once stumbled when walking can now jump around in the camp. Every time the Shuang eats, they will learn from their mother to tear the meat. Such a rich and happy life made the little frost wolves fat and plump, and the little white balls looked very cute. Just when the Shuang was about to hold the cub and rest, a strange smell in the distance made it open its eyes immediately. White frost wrapped around its body, and its eyes looked towards somewhere outside the camp. Woof, woof, woof. Several snow wolves crawled in front of it with their heads in their hands in fear, but Daswang ignored them and roared at Damon, who was licking his fur not far away. Then he threw the wolf cub to the huskies beside him, jumped over the wooden fence, and ran away. I won't lose. Sure looked at the tiger hunter in front of him, holding the football tightly in his hand. The other beast girls beside him fell to the ground exhausted. Even Pan Yu was lying on the ground with a tired look on his face, holding the tail of Mao Yi, who was lying on the ground. But Mao Yi had no strength left. At this time, it was already night, and Su Yuan had to hold up a protective magic ball to illuminate the field. The reason why everyone was so tired was that, yes, Hu Si's plan worked. Because of the same points, the game entered a match point where whichever team scored would win. As a result, both sides burst out with unprecedented potential, and the battle lasted for half an hour. So much so that everyone collapsed on the ground due to exhaustion, with only two stubborn figures still holding on. Ha ha ha, then come and try it. Tiger Hunter wiped the sweat off his face and gathered his strength to pounce towards Lion Team. This was the last chance for the Lion Team to attack. As long as they could intercept the ball, it would be their turn. There was no concession from either side, no technique involved. They just collided face to face, with the football being held tightly in their arms. However, since both of them were already sweating profusely, the ball accidentally slipped out. In an instant, the tiger hunter, who was originally a little exhausted, suddenly felt a powerful force, and a stream of air wrapped around the lion in front of him. This is breakthrough. The airflow around Sure turned into a cyclone, and the football that was supposed to fall to the ground was hooked by her foot. Then, the ball instantly shot into the doorframe behind Hu Lai. Even the spider silk woven by Hong Shuang herself could not stop it. It directly shattered the bamboo frame, penetrated the spider web, and flew away. We won. We won. On the court, Mao Ye excitedly got up and hugged Pan Yu, who was pulling her tail. The smile on her face and the cheers attracted the shocked crowd away from the ball. Ahem, let go. Pan Yu looked depressed and tried to break free from Mao Ye's restraints, but he held her tighter and tighter, making it difficult for her to breathe. A high-level awakening warrior. I didn't expect Sure to break through like this. The red fox also came over from the side, with a hint of joy in his tone of sighing, and his eyes looked at the lion who was standing there in a daze. Advanced awakening warrior, the highest level Su Yuan has ever heard of in this primitive society. As far as he knows, Xian Ku is the only advanced awakening warrior. Oh, by the way, there are also the two sisters Yanhua and Yanduo, but they were trapped by him and have never shown their true strength. The elemental power that Xian Ku awakened was thunder and lightning. Combined with the fire magic that Wu learned, the power of his firebomb is comparable to that of a mortar. However, the elemental power of a high-level awakened warrior cannot be released as freely as that of a wizard. At most, it can be attached to the surface of the body or the weapon. So the elemental power that Lion awakened is... Su Yuan looked at the lion being held high by the crowd. The air around it surged, rolling up some of the beast girls' fur clothes, and the fluffy hair on its tail was also swaying wildly. Wind, an advanced awakened warrior who controls the wind element. This is somewhat inconsistent with the powerful lion, and isn't the fire spirit drink injected by him the fire element? Could it be that the fire element was absorbed by me, only giving Sure and the others pure magical elements? All right, put him down now. Amidst the excitement, Su Yuan also called everyone over. Although the beast girls and the lion team were already exhausted, the smiles on their faces were almost reaching the back of their heads. I declare that the champion of the Star Tribe's first rugby tournament is the Lions. The night arena was guarded by a warm red light. All the beast girls from the Star Tribe gathered around the somewhat messy arena. After Su Yuan announced the champion, warm cheers broke out in the arena. Sister Sure is so awesome. This is the first session. Will there be more competitions later? I really want to join, but I can't beat them. Of course, where there is joy, there is disappointment, and there's also a snow leopard girl squatting in the corner and complaining. What's wrong? Are you unhappy? No, In the crowd, Black Sheep walked up to Tiger Hunter with a smile on his face and gently reached out to clean the dirt off her face. Tiger Hunter shook his head, but couldn't say anything. He was silent for a long time before he spoke under the gaze of Black Sheep. I'm sorry, Black Sheep Witch. I couldn't get you first place. Why did you give me the first place? Don't you want the wizard's staff that Su Yuan got from the gods? That day I saw you staring at. When Su Yuan exchanged for the Sea Soul Amber Staff before, everyone in the tribe was deeply attracted by its magnificent appearance. Tiger Hunter also turned his head and saw Black Sheep staring at the weapon, his gaze lasting for a long time before he looked away. Of course I want it, but it's not a wizard's wand. The tribe's first rugby tournament was not perfect. There were many problems and shortcomings. As it was getting late, Su Yuan did not say too much nonsense. Su Yuan, I want this. After the breakthrough, Sure had a different kind of aura about him, and just by leaning against him one could feel an invisible wind caressing his body. As the champion, Lion has the right to choose the reward first. The weapon rewards are the 4 Ice Spike series weapons and the Sea Soul Amber Staff. As for food, Su Yuan also exchanged some delicious food that is very suitable for beast girls in the system mall. First of all, a big bag of cat food. Then the remaining items were a large bottle of honey, a large bag of cheese slices, a large bag of flavored beef jerky, and finally a large bag of soft bread. At this moment, Sure's eyes were fixed on the wizard's staff held in Su Yuan's hand. Chapter 197, The Power of Belief. Thanks to her for telling me that the cat needs to sleep. Sure was very happy to get the wizard's staff with a smile on his face. After holding the staff in his arms, he returned to the team with a bag of cat food. Sister Sure, you are so awesome. Finally, we can eat this delicious food again. The choice of cat food was suggested by Mao Yi. Ever since Su Yuan fed her cat food last time, she has been pestering Su Yuan to try it again. However, in order to prevent her from developing a picky eating habit, Su Yuan did not exchange cat food for her, even if Mao Yi was sad. But I think that one tastes better. Xiaoman drooled as she looked at the large bamboo tube that Su Yuan placed on a wooden stake nearby. The golden liquid inside was emitting a sweet smell, which made her saliva continuously. How is that possible? There's nothing in the world that tastes better than this. After handing the cat food to the little guys, Sure came to the Red Fox and handed over the Sea Soul Amber Staff. Red Fox, this is for you. Thank you, Lioness. There was still a confident smile on that somewhat embarrassed face. The Red Fox knew that at this moment, Sure had completely let go of his former self who had been defeated and driven to the ice and snow. She felt a cool sensation as she held the witch staff in her hand. Now she could finally release the witchcraft on the 2 witch cards that she had left behind when she escaped from the desolate snowfield. Su Yuan, can I have this? The second place went to Hu Lai and his group. Black Sheep walked to Su Yuan and pointed at the ice spike hammer placed beside him. The crystal-colored hammer head fell to the ground. The hammer head was covered with sharp spikes, and every blow would probably scrape off a layer of the enemy's flesh. Of course, it seems like you and Tiger Hunter have a good relationship. Of course, Su Yuan could see that since Hu Lai had just joined the tribe not long ago, he didn't have any decent weapons on him. The last time he helped him fight the frost-armored lizard, he used his own bone-breaking knife. Well, actually, she was the first child I picked up. I hadn't become a witch yet at that time, and she was almost the same age as Gigi. Black Sheep explained with some nostalgia that the desolate snowfield was so huge that she didn't even know how many tribes or people there were here. She only knew that she was an unwanted child. At that time, I found a tiger prey that no one wanted in the woods. She was starving, so I took her back to the tree hole where I lived. When she was little, she was so clumsy that she couldn't even catch a rabbit. She was also clumsy when climbing trees and fell down many times and cried her eyes out. Black Sheep. Suddenly, Hu Lai's somewhat ashamed voice came from behind. They looked back and saw Hu Lai standing behind them with a blushing face. I'm not crying. Okay, you didn't cry. By the way, let's choose this. As for the food, manhwa, I'll leave it to you to choose. The Black Sheep looked at the delicacies and gave the choice to the little beast girls. The third place went to Long and her team. Because of Huey's awakening, they defeated Hong Shuang, who was also in the loser group, in the subsequent game. This time, Long gave the choice to Hui. Red Frost, Little Frost, please give me that spear. I really like it. Now, it was Hong Shuang's turn to make a choice. Xin Ku hugged Hong Shuang's thighs and stared at the gorgeous spear with ice crystal thorns. All right, I'm not planning on picking the spear either, so just let me go. Hong Shuang pulled Shinka up. Her choice was the ice thorn longbow, and her choice of delicacy was the honey in the bamboo tube. Wow, Hong Shuang, I love you so much. Unexpectedly, Xin hugged him even tighter, and this time he was so moved that tears streamed down his face. Just as Lan Sha picked up the bamboo tube, Hong Shuang's other thigh was also tightly hugged, and a tender cry was heard, which made Xin beside her stunned. Sister Hong Shuang, can I have a taste of this? It smells so good. Xiaoman finally couldn't resist the temptation of honey, but after seeing that the honey was picked up by Hong Shuang, she could only follow Shinka's example and run over to cry. The cheerful scene made everyone energetic even at night. Su Yuan looked at the beast girls around him and recalled the 2 awakenings today. According to Red Fox and the others, awakened warriors are bestowed by witches, or they suddenly awaken in life and death battles. He had seen the case of awakening in a life and death battle. Pan Yu successfully awakened in this way, but she was too eager for quick success at that time. In the end, he was able to awaken thanks to the fire spirit drink in his body. Today, Hui, who was stuck at the last step of awakening, and Sure, who suddenly broke through to become a high-level awakening warrior, made Su Yuan dispel the idea that only a life and death battle could lead to awakening. Or rather than saying it is a battle between life and death, it is more like the belief in wanting to survive in a battle between life and death, or more precisely, faith. Just like Huey's belief in wanting to score another goal for Long, Shure's belief in wanting to get the magic wand for Chihu. It seems we can hold more competitions in the future to boost everyone's fighting spirit and belief. However, in future games, you could consider letting everyone drink a small beverage before going on stage, so that the probability of awakening will be higher. Su Yuan looked at the first of the system's special products. It was the product he unlocked when he first traded a rare item, the Snow Snake Spirit Liquid, which could increase the probability of awakening. One bottle costs 1,000 points. It's not that I can't afford it with the points I have now, but I've fed it many times before and there was no effect. Now it seems that I was using the wrong method. Just as everyone was dancing happily, a wolf howl in the distance attracted Su Yuan, who was looking at the notes of the Snow Snake Spirit Liquid. This is the voice of Big Frost. Something happened at the camp. The other beast girls also reacted and looked in the direction of the wolf's howl. Star Camp. Let's go back and take a look. Everyone packed up their belongings. Hulai picked up the huge ice hammer with one hand, and Xianku also changed into his new weapon. Electricity flickered on the ice crystal gun. When we arrived at the camp, we saw only 5 snow wolves with their cubs. Yinhua and Yinduo were trying to break free from their restraints not far away. We could not see Das Wang and Damon. Dasha, where Das Wang and the others? Su Yuan patted the snow wolf's head, and several snow wolves quickly pointed in another direction of the camp, and at this time the roar of the barbarian sounded again. Lion, Tiger, Shinka, and Black Sheep, the 4 of you bring some warriors with me. Red Fox, you lead everyone to pack up the important things. Use the conch shell to communicate later. If anything goes wrong, you will immediately take everyone and hide in the mine on the mountain. At this moment, he who seemed calm was also a little nervous. It was very likely that Mu Guang had come looking for him. At this stage, going to war with Mu Guang would be a passive battle, and I am afraid that there would be no benefit unless we fight to the death with the other party. The Mu Guang shaman was not afraid of sacrificing his people, but he was afraid that the beast girls who had greeted him with smiles on their faces in the camp would turn into cold corpses. I understand. You must be careful. Red Fox really wanted Su Yuan to lead everyone to escape so that he could rush up and fight the enemy. But when he saw Su Yuan's determined eyes, he could only nod nervously in response. Don't worry, I have a way to bring everyone back alive. Chapter 198, Is there a biochemical crisis in the primitive world? Late at night, in the vast white snowfield, a werewolf who had escaped from a mysterious place was staggering forward. His originally dark hair had all fallen off, revealing his bloody body covered in green mucus. Even the wolf's mouth had begun to change, and the faint murmur could barely be heard amidst the hoarse voice. It's the light, the fire, there is salvation. I am saved. There was still a last glimmer of light in its eyes, but its body had already undergone tremendous changes, just like the 2 wolf bosses before. Now only some of its original outlines could be seen from its body's shape. Ouch! Just as it continued to move towards the fire, a silver figure jumped high from the snow in front of it, stood in front of it, and stared at it. Damn it, you all deserve to die. Why don't you let me go? I just want to survive. I don't want to become a monster. Under the starlight, Da Wang saw clearly the appearance of the figure in front of him. The ferocious look made even it a fourth-level magical beast about to break through. Feel fear. The Shuang took a few steps back, and behind him, the man also moved his huge body to its side. Perhaps his IQ was not as smart as the Shuang's. When he saw the deformed werewolf in front of him, the man just roared fiercely and slapped the snow with his front paws to warn the other party to leave. You all must die. You all must die. Suddenly, the werewolf's head exploded like a blooming flower. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere, and the bloody flower was full of sharp fangs. Ouch! The Shuang did not dare to be careless, and the white mist around him tried to freeze the opponent. But even though the werewolf's body was frozen into frost white, it still could not stop the opponent at all. Roar! The white bear Damon also became angry. His life of having food and drink for the whole year and not having to hunt every day could not be ruined by this strange guy. So it rushed forward and slapped the werewolf. The huge force knocked the deformed werewolf away, but it got up again not long after, with a tuft of white hair stained with blood among the fangs on its head. Roar! The big barbarian cried out in pain, holding his front paws. There were bloody scratches all over his front limbs, and the sharp teeth were deeply embedded in his flesh. Big Frost beside him immediately opened his wolf mouth and shot countless ice cones at the werewolf, but they only penetrated a few inches of flesh and blood before turning into ice crystals and shattering on the ground. Gah! The werewolf could no longer speak at this moment. Strange cries came out of his torn mouth, and his figure attacked Da Wang again. Suddenly, there was an explosion in the distance. Just as Da Wang was about to retreat, an arrow pierced into the hideous bloody mouth, pierced through the arrowhead, and flew back to the distant snow with the werewolf. The sharp explosion made the werewolf dizzy, and his figure stumbled and rolled in the snow. Da Shuang, Daman, Komebek. The red light shone on the snowy ground. Su Yuan's voice brought Damon and Da Wang back to his side. At this time, Damon's bare paw was bleeding profusely. Damon, are you okay? Xiaoman came to Damon, and her small figure looked at the injury on Damon's palm nervously. As a little bear mother who could understand Damon's words, she had a very good relationship with this big white bear. Although it was Xiaoman herself who said that she could understand bear language, it did not affect their relationship. Woo! Damon shook his head and licked the wound with his tongue. Xiaoman, apply this to the big guy's wound. As a cute pet that the tribe has raised for almost a year, Su Yuan would not ignore it. He exchanged it for a bottle of seashell ointment and gave it to Xiaoman. It was said that this thing could relieve pain and accelerate wound recovery. Of course, he didn't try. Su Yuan bit Katafu. At this time, Shur and Huli stood in front of Su Yuan carrying two huge weapons. The werewolf who had been shot away by his arrow had regained consciousness. The Shuang, is this the only guy? Hearing Su Yuan's question, Da Wang turned his fearful eyes towards the werewolf and nodded. It turns out that the roars of the Big Frost weren't an attack from Mu Guang or other tribes, but this guy. Su Yuan's eyelids twitched again. The mysterious sea monster king he met before tried to use the bloodline possession method in fantasy novels to seize Hai Yao's body. So what is this mutated zombie that looks like a Resident Evil? The original Apocalypse? Besides beast girls and magic, what else is there in this world? Su Yuan contempled somewhat helplessly. Originally, in his eyes, he had just traveled to a Western fantasy world of swords and magic, but the time was just a little early. Now complicated things are appearing one after another. Mysterious magic, zombie crisis, oh yes, and Mu Guang, who is suspected to be the kingdom of God in heaven. What's next? A demonic rebellion in the underground world? An alien invasion and destruction? Or a mechanical catastrophe in this primitive society? Looking at the werewolf approaching him, Su Yuan suppressed his inner complaints and turned on the identification function. Deformed werewolf, a second-level advanced monster, evolved from an ordinary first-level werewolf through genetic mutation. It has lost most of its sanity. Due to the recent mutation time, it can act with a little remaining thinking. How on earth could a genetic mutation occur in this place? Genetic mutation has not been completely controlled even in the 21st century with its booming technology. It is impossible for this thing to appear in a primitive society. But the reality is before him, and this reality is attacking him. Bang! The werewolf was knocked away again, and the huge hammer in Tiger Hunter's hand hit it mercilessly. The split Fong still wanted to attack the giant hammer, but it only made an unpleasant noise on the hammer while biting. Disgusting guy, let me go. This is the weapon that the black sheep witch chose for me. Bang, bang, bang. Seeing that the monster under the hammer was biting his precious weapon, Tiger Lie was furious. The runes on his forehead flashed, and he swung the giant hammer, leaving an afterimage and smashing it towards the werewolf under the hammer. All right. Su Yuan quickly hugged Hu Lai's slender waist from behind and dragged her away. If he hit her again, the werewolf would be turned into minced meat. If it splashed on his body, he would probably have to run to the ice lake at night and rub his body several times. After its body was hammered into a pile of minced meat, the deformed werewolf could no longer move. After struggling for a few times, it fell completely to the ground and became motionless. Black Sheep, go back and tell Red Fox and the others that they don't have to worry. Oh, and ask Red Fox to come over with the witch staff. You can arrange things in the camp first. The minced meat in front of him was no longer recognizable as human, and he gave up the idea of bringing it back to the tribe. The previous identification system said that this guy mutated in a short period of time, which means that the cause of the mutation is in this snowy field, and it is not far from here. If you want to know what exactly happened, you can only have a good chat with its ghost. Chapter 199. Suspected alien spaceship crashes into the primitive world. Su Yuan, are you okay? Following Chi-Hu was Hu-Si. When they arrived, they saw a pool of blood stuck to the ground, and the blood splattered all over the surrounding snow. The unpleasant smell of blood made them both cover their mouths and noses, and their throats rolled, wanting to vomit out everything they had eaten. It's okay. I just encountered a mutated werewolf. Mutation? Werewolf. The Red Fox looked around the snowfield and did not see the so-called mutant werewolves. The figures covering their noses in the distance were all beast girls she knew. Yes. Su Yuan pointed at the bloody mass on the ground and nodded in confirmation despite the doubtful looks from Chi-Hu and Hu-Si. That's it. There was just a little accident. It's not that they haven't seen werewolves before, but this mutated werewolf is simply a different species. It can't even be said to be just a different species. Red Fox, the staff you used before could summon the souls of the dead. Can you try to use it to summon the soul of this werewolf? Although I know that the Sea Soul Amber Staff can summon the souls of the dead to communicate, how to use it is a difficult problem, and the system does not have any after-sales service. I'll try. Summoning the souls of the dead was a bit surprising to the Red Fox, but after Su Yuan said that, she didn't doubt it at all. The Sea Soul Amber Staff she held tightly emitted a gray halo. As if it had life, the gray halo flickered with its breathing, and strange symbols entered her mind. The dead reappear. The moment he opened his eyes, the words of summons almost came out of his mouth. The gray halo condensed in the crystal in the middle and then shot into the mass of flesh and blood. The figure of the werewolf that was originally smashed to pieces by Tiger Lie slowly appeared. Sure, and the others immediately held their breath and came to Su Yuan and Red Fox. Escape. I must escape. The werewolf seemed to be a little unclear in mind, just floating in the air and muttering to himself. He looked very ordinary, not much different from the werewolves Su Yuan had seen in movies and TV shows in his previous life. It just looked like a soul, with a light gray color all over its body, like an ink painting floating in the air. How did you become like that, with all your hair gone and your head split into pieces? According to the system prompt, there are only 3 chances to communicate with the ghosts summoned by the Sea Soul Amber Wand. Su Yuan did not waste any of them and asked directly. There's a cave in that land of death, inside. A trace of fear flashed in the werewolf's eyes, and he stuttered for a long time before telling what had happened before, but the story became more and more bizarre. Before, the Siren King told him a fantasy story full of metaphysics and theology, and now the werewolf ghost told him a science fiction story. You mean, there's a transparent jar filled with green liquid, and it turns into this when it gets splashed. The awakened werewolf ghost looked a little confused and didn't seem to be lying. Moreover, according to what it said, 2 of its companions had turned into this monster appearance before. Su Yuan looked in the direction it came from. The starlight today was particularly bright, shining on the snow and casting a silver-white world. No other figures appeared there. It would be bad if the other 2 guys escaped and infected others. A good primitive society must not turn into a biochemical disaster. My small tribe built on wooden stakes cannot withstand the biochemical disaster. Because of his worry about the deformed werewolf, Su Yuan did not have the courage to touch it, even though he guessed that there might be rare items in the werewolf's body. Second question, Where is the cave, and what does it look like? There. Over there, the cave is very small. It's a not very high mountain. Why did you risk the dangers of the frost crystal season to come to the ice and snow plains? Judging from the time, these werewolves most likely risked their lives to come to the ice and snow plain during the frost crystal season. You know, compared to the desolate snow plain, this place can be considered a place of exile. Especially in the frost crystal season, no one would consider coming here to die unless it was absolutely necessary. Master Shaman, let's find the totem that's been passed down. Totem? Su Yuan wanted to ask something else, but after 3 conversations, the werewolf's ghost slowly dissipated. Now that it had woken up, it still wanted to say something. As soon as the wolf claw was raised, it turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the world. Totem. What kind of totem would appear in the ice and snow? Lion, tiger, inform the others not to touch these things. We'll burn them with fire later, and then dig a hole to bury the snow and soil on the ground. Since it wasn't Mu Guang who attacked, Su Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. He led his men to burn and bury the flesh and blood that was suspected of carrying the virus before returning to the tribe. At this time, the people who had packed up and were ready to escape at any time had put their things back. In the middle of the night, many sleepy beast girls were still waiting for him in the camp. Okay, nothing happened. Everyone go back and rest. Looking at the beast girls sitting there nodding, Su Yuan rubbed their heads helplessly and woke them up. Su Yuan, do you want to send someone to check out that cave? The red fox came to Su Yuan with a frown. The fragrance on her body made Su Yuan unable to help but hug her, and he put his nose against her neck and sniffed lightly. Don't worry for now. Let me think about it first. The stench of blood and flesh that had lingered in his brain was now masked by a strange scent of fox. The breath exhaled from the nostrils also made the red fox feel a little soft, and the strange fragrance on its body became more and more intense. Everyone slept very late that night, and of course a fox-sucking person slept even later. Late at night, the system's time function showed that it was already 3 o'clock in the morning. Su Yuan took a breath and covered the 2 of them with the animal skin blanket. Recalling what the werewolf had said before and the deformed appearance he saw tonight, if it were in a normal Western fantasy world, he would guess that it was some kind of evil black magic. But this is still a primitive society. The transparent jar mentioned by the werewolf ghost is most likely glass, and the green liquid, according to the system's identification panel, is most likely some kind of genetic mutation medicine. A cave, silver-white walls, green liquid, a transparent jar, and the corpse of a beastman child. Could it be that an alien spaceship crashed here? This guess made Su Yuan sit up in shock. The red fox next to him, who looked a little tired, moved his eyelids. He immediately lay back down and patted the red fox's back gently to calm it down. The red fox seemed to have dreamed of something. It turned over and lay on top of Su Yuan, holding Su Yuan's body tightly with both hands. Its light body was not very heavy, but the hair of its tail was scratching its thighs, which made it a little itchy. It's very likely an alien spaceship. The silver-white walls are the steel plates of the spaceship, and the liquid in the glass jar is very likely some kind of alien cultivation potion. In any case, he had to go and see this alien spaceship in person. These beast girls from primitive society couldn't understand it, but Su Yuan had known about it in his previous life. Now we have the assistance of the system. If we can gain some results, it will probably be a qualitative leap for the development of the tribe. After all, a civilization that can leave its planet and travel far into the universe must have mastered advanced technology. Chapter 200, The Fishtail Exposed in the Hot Spring. Looks like boiled fish. It was another sunny day in the early morning, and the sun in the sky was still bright and beautiful. I had a very comfortable sleep. Inside the cabin, Su Yuan stretched, pushed open the creaking wooden door, and walked out of the cabin. The beast girls in the camp were still working diligently, but the topics they were talking about were all related to yesterday's football game, and the excitement in their voices clearly showed that they were not having enough fun. Loser betrays the moon. Please don't block my way. In the camp, Mao Yi deliberately stood in front of Pan Yu, suppressing the urge to laugh and staring at the figure in front of him with the look of a crooked-mouthed dragon king. Last night, Mao Yi didn't break into Su Yuan's house in the middle of the night. It seemed that he was thinking about Pan Yu all night. At this moment, Pan Yu no longer had the same anger and excitement as yesterday. He rolled his eyes at Mao Yi and moved to the side weakly. Wow, everyone is so energetic. Su Yuan. Several people ran to Su Yuan. Mao Yi was the most energetic at this moment and climbed onto Su Yuan's back in no time. The beautiful hair by her ears was blown by the wind, gently scraping against Su Yuan's face. He could smell her unique cat scent, and also the lingering fishy smell of sea water after returning from the bottom of the sea. By the way, Maoye, call Xanku and Black Sheep today and go to the mountain to see how the hot springs are doing. Okay. The moment Maoye left, another figure appeared behind him. Panyu hugged his neck tightly and shouted, I want to go too. Okay, you're one. Hot springs? What's that? Can I go? Hai Yao, who heard news, also came over happily. After having legs again, Hai Yao often wandered around the camp, as if she could never walk enough. Su Yuan also explained everything about Hai Ling to her. Now Hai Yao could stay in the Star Tribe with peace of mind, enjoying the delicious food and warmth that she had never enjoyed under the sea. Okay, but how is your recovery going? Hai Yao jumped on the spot and said in a spirited tone, I've recovered. I've also learned how to cast witchcraft under Sister Red Fox's guidance. Release the witchcraft. Su Yuan reacted and realized that Chihu was a genius in all elements. She had just lost the other 2 wizard cards, but that did not affect her ability to guide Hai Yao. Soon, Maya called Black Sheep and Shinka. There was still some sawdust on Black Sheep's body, and it seemed that he was busy working with everyone. As for Xanku, you can tell by the sleepiness on his face. Let's go to the mountain to see if the hot springs have recovered. It's a good opportunity to wash off the smell of sea water on our bodies. We have to put yesterday's events aside for a while. The snowy plain is so vast that we won't be able to find it in a short while. Moreover, he was a little tired after experiencing the underwater tomb, so he might as well take advantage of this rest time to improve the tribal facilities. For example, using water. The previous plan was to get water from the ice lake, but the water there was difficult to flow to the high-altitude star camp. The hot springs on the mountain are flowing down the mountain. With a little use, the hot spring water flowing to an unknown destination can be led step by step to the camp. I have nothing to do today, so I can take this opportunity to lead everyone up the mountain to take a look. After climbing up the spider silk, they soon returned to the hot spring they had discovered before. The pits dug on both sides were filled with ice crystals from the frost crystal season. It seemed that the original water outlet was blocked, and the water flowing all the way down looked like transparent ice crystals. Looking at this situation, I don't know when it will completely melt. It's actually frozen into ice. I can't take a hot spring bath now. Maoye lowered his ears in disappointment and poked the hard ice with his fingers. Unexpectedly, the ice that should have been solidified in the small pond actually moved. Wait, could it be that water has already started flowing out of the water outlet? Su Yuan hurried to the hot spring outlet. There was no white mist as before, and drops of water were dripping downward from the solidified ice crystals. The cold weather of the frost crystal season did not affect the underground hot spring water. At this moment, the boiling underground water had begun to melt the external ice. There's hope. Xanku, come over here with your spear. Here I come. When he came here early in the morning, no, even last night, Xanku couldn't let go of the ice spear, and he still brought it with him even when he came to take a bath today. The reason was that it was easy to encounter danger in the mountains, and she wanted to protect Su Yuan's safety. When Xanku came over with the spear, before Su Yuan could speak, she said seriously, Su Yuan, my weapon has a name. From now on, please call it the Ice Spear. What a rustic name. You might as well be called Han Yuan Leiche. Seeing how much she took it seriously, Su Yuan couldn't help but make up a name that had a very middle school student vibe. Han Yuan Leiche. What a cool name. From now on, it will be called Han Yuan Leiche. Although he didn't understand what this meant, he inexplicably felt it was cool and powerful. Xanku looked at the new weapon in his hand, the Han Yuan Thunder, with excitement. Then Commander Xanku, could you please use your Frost Abyss Thunderblade to help remove this solid ice? In the end, Su Yuan couldn't help but interrupt her self-admiration. The ice at the hot spring mouth was too big. It would take an unknown amount of time for the hot water inside to slowly melt the ice. Bang! Xanku's attack was very powerful. For a moment, broken ice and gravel flew everywhere, and a stream of heat hit Su Yuan in the splashing sand. It's a bit warm. It seems there's still a lot of hot spring water. Hot water gushed out from the broken fracture, and the previously warm hot spring water soon turned into hot water with white mist. Panyu, Maoye, quickly take the ice out of the hot spring pool. Many beast girls from the Star Tribe used to take a hot spring bath here, so everyone followed his example and dug a lot of hot spring pools. If the 6 people here want to soak in the water, they have to clean up at least 3 pools. Half an hour later, everyone soaked comfortably in the hot spring. This was the first time for Haeyang and Haiyao to take a bath, and their expressions were even more surprised than Shur and the others at that time. It's so comfortable. It's even more comfortable than the water in the dream coral sea. Haiyao was soaking in a hot spring alone. Her sexy and white long legs had turned back into fishtails, and the way they floated on the water always attracted Su Yuan on the other side. It's not because of that plump chest, but mainly because the half fishtail floating in the hot spring water looks a bit like the boiled fish that the tribe often eats. Except for the color of the tail and the scales, which are much better looking than the boiled fish, the rest look more and more similar. And the more I look at them, the hungrier I get.